struck by lightning and transported to another realm, and coincidentally right at the moment of Roger's execution. Brothers, who can fathom this? Lu Xiaoxiao merely stepped outside to dispose of some trash when a bolt of lightning struck her. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself in a quaint village within the world of One Piece, transformed into a little girl named Helena. With silvery hair and amethyst eyes, she towered over her peers by at least 2 heads. Her tiger teeth were almost protruding, and astonishingly, she possessed the strength to uproot a door with her bare hands. The villagers, astonishingly unfazed, accepted her peculiar appearance, despite her being the sole one in the village who looked like that. Even more bizarre, while seated by a well listening to villagers converse, a newspaper unexpectedly fell from the sky delivered by a seagull postman. Upon unfolding it, she was met with the shocking front page, a photograph of Roger's execution. Look, it states that before his death, he declared he left that great treasure in the Grand Line. Goodness, the great treasure, the embodiment of everything One Piece. The crowd erupted in excitement, while Lu Xiaoxiao could only feel speechless. To arrive just in time for the era of great pirates, it's a daunting task to ensure one's survival. In such chaos 8 years passed, and she grew into a towering maiden over 2 meters tall, wielding a massive axe as if it were a mere toy trees that required 5 or 6 men to encircle were felled with just a few swings, and she could carry a tree trunk effortlessly. Then one day, the village was visited by a defeated navy brutally beaten by pirates. Helena immediately sensed danger. Would the pirates pursue them? That night, she retired to bed early, but could she truly find peace in her slumber? Brothers, do you think the pirates will invade the village? With her immense strength, could Helena contend against the pirates? Take a guess in the comments. As the pirates surged into the village, wreaking havoc, the 2-meter-tall maiden brandished her weapon. Brothers, who can comprehend this? Helena's actions stirred my blood. The pirates launched a nighttime ambush, attacking the Navy's camp while setting fire to the village. The villagers fled in tears towards the mountains. Yet Helena charged in the opposite direction, weapon in hand. The village chief called out to her, "You cannot defeat them." Without looking back, she replied, "There are still people who haven't escaped." Confronting the pirates, one shot rang out, the bullet merely grazing her skin. The pirates were dumbfounded. This towering woman was not someone they could easily overpower. Helena seized one pirate and hurled him like a sack, toppling several others. A brash assailant swung a blade at her, but she effortlessly broke his wrist and seized the weapon to strike down. This marked her first act of taking a life. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, nearly inducing her to vomit, yet the sight of the burning village ignited her fury, overshadowing her fear. The remaining pirates began to retreat slowly. Turning to flee, they could not withstand this monster, but their captain surely could. And what happened next? The pirate captain, upon hearing the news, arrived wielding a war hammer. This individual had a bounty of 11 million, having just gravely injured a Navy major, and he was brimming with arrogance. In a dire turn of events, a female scholar, clutching a box, was captured by pirates. Helena rushed forward, dispatching the pirates with swift strikes. Blood splattering onto the scholar with a powerful punch, she sent one pirate flying several meters away. My friends, do you believe this 11 million bounty pirate captain could possibly match Helena in strength? What secrets lie within the box the scholar holds? Take a guess in the comments. Heavens! A 2-meter-tall girl was struck and sent flying, only to transform into a silver giant wolf and retaliate in the next moment. Brothers, who comprehends this? Helena's maneuver left me utterly astonished. The pirate captain struck her with a hammer, sending her hurtling away. Shattering her blade bloodied and battered, she struggled to rise, teetering on the brink of defeat. At that moment, Mocha, wounded and dragging her injured leg, rushed over and, in her final moments, tossed something to Helena. It was a devil fruit, pure white, adorned with dark purple and golden spirals. Helena caught it, and upon closer inspection, she froze in disbelief. This is a devil fruit. The pirate captain's eyes turned crimson as he swung his hammer toward Helena's head. Little did he know, Helena bit into the fruit. Bowing her head and remaining motionless as the iron hammer descended, the captain instinctively glanced back, his pupils constricting. Before him stood a colossal beast, towering at twice his height, a wolf-like creature. Its fur gleamed silver, with purple eyes. Dark purple and golden fur adorned its brow, and white mist trailed from its shoulders, encircling its neck. A massive tail swayed gently behind, stirring a powerful wind. Oh my! She transformed into a silver giant wolf. With a single paw, she sent the captain flying, biting through the hammer, and with a sweep of her tail, she sent pirates crashing into the ruins. Terrified, the pirates fled, abandoning their leader in terror. However, the giant wolf collapsed after a few steps, and Helena reverted to her human form, falling unconscious. Mocha attempted to assist her, but soon realized she was far too heavy to lift. This girl was incredibly weighty. My friends, do you think Helena's actions will earn her a bounty from the Navy? Will her silver wolf abilities pave the way for future notoriety? Take a guess in the comments. How could the mythical beast-type Tengu form be shackled by the Navy? What kind of absurdity is this? Brothers, who can fathom this? Helena had just transformed into a silver giant wolf and vanquished the pirate captain, only to be shackled by the Navy. Upon awakening, Mocha informed her that fruit is an animal-type devil fruit, mythical beast. Tengu form Helena was left utterly bewildered. Mythical beasts, a rarity even surpassing the natural type, scarcely found in the entire world of One Piece. The following day, a colossal Navy warship docked, and a major clad in a suit and draped in a mantle of justice disembarked, immediately commanding, "Secure her." Helena, witnessing this display, understood all too well this major was formidable, and she was no match for him. When the Navy surrounded her, she obediently set down the wooden plank in her hands, allowing the sea prison stone handcuffs to be fastened around her wrists. Is this what it feels like? In an instant, all her strength was drained. Such was the power of the sea prison stone. Mocha rushed forward, pleading she hasn't done anything wrong. But Selena stopped her, saying it's all right. She had already calculated everything in her mind. As a mere village girl holding a mythical beast fruit, it was a miracle that the Navy hadn't taken her away. If the CP set their sights on her, that would truly be disastrous. Now, here she was, personally escorted onto a ship by a vice admiral. Where could they possibly be taking her? Brothers, do you think this mythical beast, the Tengu, will be recruited by the Navy? If Selena were to join the Navy, what rank could she possibly achieve? Let's hear your thoughts in the comments. Upon boarding the warship, she was personally received by the marshal and the admiral. What an impressive reception. Brothers, who understands? Selena has bypassed an level plot in a single move. Just after bidding farewell to Kims and Aisha, saying she was going to the Navy for a visit, she found herself standing on the deck of Marineford a week later, gazing at the heavy artillery and the bustling warships in the crescent-shaped bay. She was utterly mesmerized. Was this the grandeur of the Navy headquarters? Even more astonishing, she was taken directly to the marshal's office. Inside sat two individuals, Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong and the future admiral, currently Admiral Sengoku. Kong looked out the window and happened to see Sterling, accompanied by two Navy soldiers, escorting Selena and Mocha toward them. Sterling is back. Sengoku. What are your thoughts on this matter? Regardless of whether this devil fruit has been consumed, we must control it. They stared at Selena for a long time, whispering secretly, is she from that race? They have been extinct for about 500 years. It seems unlikely. Selena was utterly confused. What race was she, after all? And then the admiral spoke directly, join the Navy. He even bestowed upon her the title of special combatant at the lieutenant level, instructing her to undergo training with the troops. Selena was bewildered. Whatever you arrange for me, I shall dauber thirst. What do you think that race of Selena's truly is? Is she of the Lunarian divine race, or perhaps some other rare lineage? Which division will she be assigned to for her training? Might she encounter Garp or the younger three admirals? Let's speculate in the comments. Just as she entered the Navy, she was handed over to a Kainu. This seems to be a recipe for disaster. Brothers, who comprehends? Selena's luck has taken a turn for the worse. Kong and Sengoku, those cunning old foxes, professed to make her a lieutenant, only to turn around and hand her over to Sakazuki. Would later become a Kainu. Sakazuki, wearing the standard Navy hat, regarded Selena with a fierce gaze, sending shivers down her spine. The gaze she received was as if it were ready to spew molten lava to incinerate her. In her heart, Helena cursed the two marshals 800 times. Are they afraid I might live too long? The afternoon training with Zephyr was even more astonishing. Standing at a towering height of nearly 2 meters, she resembled a flagpole among the soldiers, coupled with her rank of captain. The other soldiers stared in disbelief. Where did this rookie come from, starting off as a captain? As soon as Zephyr arrived, he announced with great authority, warm up with a 5,000-meter run. Helena was completely taken aback. She could barely manage 500 meters in her previous life, and now she was expected to run 50,000 meters? After an arduous completion of the run, during the sparring session, Zephyr directly called her to the stage, choosing a soldier significantly larger than her. Helena possessed no combat skills. She merely stood like a sumo wrestler with her legs apart. When the soldier threw a punch, she neither dodged nor flinched, absorbing the blow with her face, then seized his arm and, with a decisive grunt, flung him 3 meters away. The soldiers observing were left exchanging glances. Although they possessed superior combat skills compared to Lu Xiaoxiao, there were moments when sheer strength truly wrought miracles. This was an overwhelming display of power. Zephyr was astounded and personally stepped in to test her. When Helena threw a punch, his arm instantly turned black. Armament hockey. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. It seems I underestimated her. I must use armament hockey to defend. Immediately following, Zephyr unleashed a punch so swift it was nearly imperceptible, halting mere centimeters from her nose, the wind from the punch blowing her bangs aside. Helena was drenched in cold sweat, while Zephyr thought to himself, this girl indeed possesses great potential, but her foundation is severely lacking. 6 months later, the moment of truth arrived. With a commanding voice, Akainu declared, "You, go and take them down." Helena's hand trembled as she saluted facing a group of pirates. Could her mythical Zoan form, the Tengu, perform well in front of Akainu? Brothers, do you think Helena will be driven mad by Akainu's harshness? Will she succeed in her first real battle? Take a guess in the comments. Lieutenant General Sakaski. Helena asked, why does this task, which is both ordinary and low in difficulty, require someone of your rank to execute? Sakaski's cold eyes turned to her, and Helena thought he would ignore her or reprimand her for asking inappropriate questions. We have received intelligence that the uprising in the Kingdom of Coscord is being orchestrated by the Revolutionary Army, and a senior officer of the Revolutionary Army is currently on the island. So that's why they sent Admiral Akainu, a leader close to the rank of general. The Revolutionary Army is quite troublesome. A few hours later, night fell, and the warship docked in the southern part of the island. Most of the country's territory had already been occupied by the rebels, and the capital had long since fallen. Only a city in the southwest remained under the control of the Royal Army, where the king was hiding. This mission is to ensure the safe evacuation of King Gobtum III of Coscord from the island. Helena and a major general were ordered to stay behind to guard the warship at the port, while Sakaski personally took people to find the king. The residents of the port city were leaving the island with their families by boat. People were running around in the streets, and occasionally someone was knocked down. Some couldn't get on a boat, and, seeing a warship docked at the pier, even pleaded with the Navy to let them board for protection. Helena looked at the scene with mixed feelings. What the people didn't know was that this warship was here to pick up their king, who was preparing to abandon them. The chaos of war was something Helena, who had lived in peaceful times in her previous life, was experiencing for the first time. The reason for the uprising in this country was the oppression of the people by the king, the nobles, and the entrepreneurs. Such a country was precisely the main target of the Revolutionary Army. Helena stood on the deck, deep in thought, when several cannon shots rang out nearby, with enemy fire hitting just a few meters away. The Navy below, who were setting up defense lines, were also under attack. Helena saw clearly that countless figures in brown cloaks emerged from the alleys of the city, armed with various weapons, attacking the Navy. In a moment, the sounds of gunfire and cannon fire from both sides, along with the screams of passing civilians, filled the air. The insurgents had made it here, preparing to cut off the king's escape route. A general was commanding the defense below, and Helena jumped off the ship. As soon as she landed, she noticed a striking figure among the enemy troops, a tall, slender person cloaked in a way that obscured their appearance and gender, wielding an absurdly long katana. Each swing was accompanied by a red sword aura, cutting through the ordinary soldiers like a tiger among sheep. That was a tricky opponent, Helena thought to herself after sizing them up for a moment. In a city on the island, the short Gobtum III sat in a carriage, incessantly pounding on the leather seat and cursing at the attendant beside him. What's going on? Why haven't those damned Navy arrived yet? Didn't I tell them those pesky civilians had already breached the city gates and were coming this way? Hurry up and urge them. I'll have your head. The attendant left with a grim expression, and Gobtum III continued to grumble about the Navy's slow arrival. A guard ran over to report, "Your Majesty, it's bad. The insurgents are very close now." What? A bunch of pesky civilians. Hurry up and leave. We can't let the king die here. The carriage started moving, with surrounding guards escorting it toward the port. A bullet struck the wooden board above Gobtum III's head, frightening him into a panic. The insurgents had caught up with the king and his guard, having an overwhelming numerical advantage. The guards attempted to counterattack, but were quickly overwhelmed. Gobtum III shrank in the carriage, praying and cursing. "Please, dear heavens, they kill me. Those damned civilians, truly barbaric scum. Who will save me? I don't want to die. Where are the Navy? Where are those Navy who should be here to save me?" As the insurgents charged toward them, the sky suddenly brightened, and a massive ball of magma fell from above, incinerating all the insurgents running at the front, leaving them no time to even scream. The Navy arrived, pushing the insurgents back, and Sakaski approached the carriage to assess the battle situation. Only when Gobtum III saw the Navy had arrived did he crawl up, and upon seeing Sakaski standing beside him, he arrogantly shouted, "Hey, you useless bunch! Why did you only come now? Do you believe that I'll chop you all up later?" Sakaski shot him an expressionless glare, and his cold gaze scared Gobtum III into silence, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Even he understood that this person before him was truly not to be trifled with. Helena swept her leg, kicking one person to the ground. Another person behind her swung a knife towards her, but Lu Xiaoxiao blocked it with her armed color hockey with a clang, then punched that person in the stomach, causing him to clutch his belly and fall down in pain. Zelina sensed a dangerous aura and quickly rolled to the side, as a red sword energy brushed past her, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Helena turned her head and saw that it was indeed the person wielding the katana. At that moment, they were charging towards her at high speed, swinging the blade down towards Helena, the edge turning a crimson red. Helena did not dare to be careless and activated her beast-human form. The Eclipse, Rebirth, a circular white shield enveloped Helena, and the red blade struck the shield as if it were chopping its stone. The man withdrew his knife and jumped back a few steps to observe Helena from a distance. Helena swung her dual claws continuously, sending out dozens of wind blades. Lunar Eclipse, Wind Thorn. The person sensed the sharpness of these wind blades, dodging agilely and blocking a few with their blade. Helena didn't give them a chance to counterattack. White energy surged from her claws as she slammed them heavily onto the ground, causing cracks to form as the energy surged forward. The person gathered strength and jumped up, their cloak flying off. Helena saw a figure in red and flowing black hair. It was a woman. Demon, Jade Slash. The person spun in the air, unleashing two red sword energies flying towards Helena from different directions. Helena didn't have time to use her circular technique and activated her observation hockey to dodge. But the two sword energies converged towards the center as they passed by her. Helena activated her armament hockey, covering her palms, and blocked one with each hand, creating dazzling sparks. Helena's palms were marked with deep wounds, oozing blood. The woman in red landed lightly, her knife resting on her shoulder. Wuma Qianlin frowned, staring at Helena. This person was more difficult to deal with than she had expected, suddenly remembering something, as her cloak fell off during the fight. Qianlin put on a mask that had been hanging around her neck. Helena noticed her actions. It seemed her identity was quite sensitive. Suddenly, a person emerged from behind Qianlin and whispered in her ear, "If the Navy general assigned to this mission can't resolve it, don't get entangled with them any longer. Let's leave quickly." Qianlin nodded, then dropped Lu Xiaoxiao and turned to blend into the crowd. Helena was puzzled. Why did they run away in the middle of the fight? The rebels' attack had already been blocked by the Navy within the city, and seeing that their actions were ineffective, they began to retreat. The night passed, and by noon the next day, Sakaski escorted the king to the port, where Helena and the general were waiting at the entrance. Before they could even see the king, they heard his piercing voice. "Hey, hey, hey, where's my wine? What the hell is wrong with you useless things?" His attendants were running around in a panic, drenched in sweat, and one of them was slapped by the king. Helena was speechless. With such a king ruling the country, it's no surprise that an uprising would break out. As the team approached, the major general reported last night's battle situation to Sakaski. Sakaski nodded and said, "We need to leave this island immediately to avoid complications." "General Sakaski, do you think the rebel army might launch another attack? I've already annihilated the rebels we encountered on the way. It won't be so quick for them to organize another attack, so we need to hurry and leave." On their way to the dock, King Gobtum III was still acting arrogantly, shouting orders. Many hurried pedestrians on the street saw their king swaggering towards the dock and began to discuss among themselves. Someone couldn't help but step forward and question, "Your Majesty, where are you going? Are you trying to escape? The war started because of you, and now you want to run away. You tyrant, tyrant, tyrant." Gobtum III's indifferent attitude ignited the people's anger, but he, on the other hand, became furious. He pulled back the curtain of the carriage, his eyes bulging with rage, and roared like a madman, "You lowly peasants, treasonous lowly peasants. I am the king. My life is worth 1,000 times more than yours. You lowly peasants." Then he turned to the Navy soldiers beside him and shouted, "Hey, I command you to shoot these lowly peasants. Make them shut up. Hey, did you hear me? Are you deaf? What? What's wrong with you? How dare you not obey my command?" The soldiers looked at each other, and no one executed his orders. Sakaski stopped and coldly stared at Gobtum III. "You do not have the authority to command my soldiers," Sakaski said sternly. Furious, Gobtham did not care whether Sakaski was easy to provoke. He was the king of a world government member state. How could a mere navy dare to defy him? You all deserve to die. Once I reach Emergence, I will have all of you executed. Seeing that the navy did not follow his orders, he turned to his guards and commanded you, shoot those rebellious peasants. Hurry. The guards, having been instilled with absolute obedience to the king's will since childhood, had little autonomy left. Although they looked troubled, they still raised their guns towards the crowd by the roadside. When the crowd saw that the guards were really about to fire, they all tried to flee but were packed together and couldn't move. Bang! Smoke and fire accompanied the gunshot, and the bullet shot into the crowd. Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking the bullet's path, raising a hand covered with hockey. And the bullet was deflected with a clang. Angered, Helena's veins bulged on her forehead, and after stopping the bullet, she took steps toward Gobtham. Gobtham looked at the tall woman with a terrifying expression and momentum and felt a bit intimidated. But then he thought, I am the king. I am the most noble. Hey, who do you think you are? How dare you block bullets for those lowly peasants? He shouted at Sakaski, hey, your soldiers dare to defy me. Execute her immediately right now. Sakaski remained motionless, his expression unchanged. Helena clenched her fists. She had had enough of this arrogant scum. A king in exile who dared to be so cocky. She really didn't understand where he got his confidence. The soldier beside her noticed that she seemed ready to act and quickly rushed to hold her back. But Helena, using her incredible strength, shook off the soldier-esque grip. Standing next to Gobdamu, he looked even more frail and small in front of the tall Lu Xiaoxiao. Shut your mouth, you ungrateful dog. Helena raised her fist, ready to strike, and only then did Gobdamu realize that if she landed that punch, his life might be in danger, fear evident in his eyes. Suddenly, a hand appeared, gripping Helena's wrist and stopping her from hitting Gobdamu 3. It was Sakaski. If you do that, the Navy will have a hard time. Sakaski's words were devoid of emotion, but Helena calmed down. Yes, no matter how disgusting Gobdamu was, he was still the king of a member state, a person protected by the world government. Helena took a few steps back, lowered her head, and fell silent. Gautam seemed to understand and stopped his loud outbursts. Sakaski ordered an immediate retreat. The warship sailed away from the port amidst the curses and cries of the crowd. In the distance, the rebels ignited the city, illuminating a small patch of sky. In the year 1508 of the Sea-Round calendar, the kingdom of Koskode erupted in rebellion, leading to its downfall. Gautam III fled to the Holy Land of Emergence, while the rebels established the Koskode People's Republic, which has yet to be recognized by the world government and its affiliated nations. 1 year later, bang! Zephyr and Helena's fists collided, and Lu Xiaoxiao was sent flying, spinning in the air before landing safely. Zephyr withdrew his fist, checked the time, and ended the training. Colonel Irina, please report to the marshal immediately. A messenger ran over and said, understood. Holy Land, Emergence. At the top of the Red Earth continent, a man climbed up. Fisher Tiger, armed with a gun and a knife, fought his way to the place where slaves were held. He was covered in blood, and a great fire blazed outside the prison, illuminating the dark cells. Tiger sliced through the iron lock on the prison door, and the slaves rushed out of their rooms, breaking the shackles on their hands and feet. They followed Tiger as he opened cell after cell, and all the slaves poured out. The prison's main gate was smashed open, and the arriving guards attempted to intercept them, but were scattered by the exuberant slaves. The slaves seized the weapons from the guards and turned to attack them, with Tiger always at the forefront guiding the crowd. Another group of guards rushed from a distance, but a giant among the slaves ripped the massive iron gate off its hinges and threw it at the approaching guards. The Navy's G1 branch stationed in Emergence was also alerted and sent soldiers to suppress the riot. However, the slaves had already set fires in various places, and there were more and more slaves joining the rebellion. At this moment, Vice Admiral Kazan was not at the base, quickly inquiring with headquarters about how long until reinforcements would arrive. The acting officer ordered the messenger. Lebu, what's your status? This is the G1 branch. Where is the headquarters support? A cold voice came from the phone bug. This is Vice Admiral Sakaski from headquarters. My forces have already arrived at the bottom of the Red Earth continent. Sakaski brought his troops to the Red Earth continent, reaching Emergence. The slaves were filled with hatred and stormed the Celestial Dragon's palace, wanting to tear them apart. But the Celestial Dragons had already hidden away. The slaves scattered throughout Emergence, igniting fierce fires. Sakaski directed the soldiers to cooperate with the G1 branch to suppress these slaves. At the Navy headquarters, in the marshal's office, Sengoku asked Kong, "Where must she go?" This is an opportunity for her to be promoted, and it's also a chance to announce to CP that she is one of us. Sengoku stopped questioning, understanding Kong's intentions. At this moment, there was another matter that troubled him. Helena knocked the person in front of her away and paused to observe the situation around her. Although she was very reluctant to work for the Celestial Dragons, she had no choice. She could not disobey orders. 3 young girls were running in the shadows, trying to escape outside Mary Geos. Helena thought they were runaway slaves and quickly caught up, grabbing the brown-haired girl who was running last and pushing her to the ground. The other 2 girls stopped and turned back to see the blonde girl being caught, anxiously calling out Marigold. "Sister, save me. I don't want to be caught and taken back." Before she could finish speaking, the girl named Marigold started to cry. Lu Xiaoxiao felt a pang of sympathy. These girls had been captured and enslaved, suffering humiliation, and now she had to bring them back. Wait, Marigold? That name sounds familiar. 8 years had passed, and many memories from her past life had long faded. She looked up at the other 2 girls. One had black hair and stunning blue-green eyes, while the other had green hair with a large head that was not quite in proportion to her body. This is not. Selena remembered who they were. It was the Empress Hancock and her 2 sisters. Yes, the 3 Hancock sisters escaped from Mary Geos at this time and returned to Amazon Lily. Sonda, who had already eaten the snake fruit, transformed into a giant snake over 10 meters long. She swept her tail and shouted, "Let go of my sister." Selena didn't say anything. She jumped up for Marguerite, grabbed the sweeping tail, and with a strong throw, slammed the giant snake to the ground. Sonda was dazed from the impact, and Hancock, worried about her sister's safety, clasped her hands together to form a heart shape, sending a pink heart flying toward Selena. Shirina agilely dodged, and Hancock, seeing that this move was ineffective, didn't know what to do. Helena glanced at them, then looked around to make sure no one was paying attention before she said to Hancock, "You guys should go. If you get caught by someone else, you can't blame me." After saying that, she stepped back to a certain distance. The 2 sisters returned to Hancock's side, and the 3 sisters stared nervously at the girl in front of them, who was about their age, not knowing what this was all about. "You should go. I won't stop you." The 3 sisters exchanged glances for a moment, uneasily looked at Helena, and then turned and ran away. Helena sighed helplessly. She originally didn't want to give the Celestial Dragon slaves, thinking she would just take a little break. Who knew she would run into Hancock? She didn't want to capture Hancock. After all, she was such an important plot character, and she didn't dare to casually change the course of events. Tiger had just knocked down a Navy soldier and was about to charge at the next one when a stream of scorching magma suddenly appeared in front of him, forcing him to retreat quickly to avoid it. Sakazuki partially transformed, turning into lava, with magma dripping onto the ground, hissing as he stepped towards Tiger. He turned his fist into lava and struck at Tiger. Tiger defended with haki, but still got burned by the scalding magma. The lava fist attacked Tiger again, and he dodged while thinking about how to escape. Sakazuki lost his patience and shouted, "All Navy personnel, get away from here." The Navy soldiers knew their vice admiral was about to unleash his power and quickly moved away from Sakazuki. The slaves, unaware of what was about to happen, thought the Navy had been scared away by them. But Tiger understood that the terrifying opponent in front of him was about to get serious. Sakazuki jumped into the air, his right hand transforming into lava, with more and more magma erupting. A huge hand made of lava appeared in the sky, and the slaves on the ground looked up in terror, feeling the intense heat sweeping over them, causing them to scatter in panic. Helena observed Sakazuki from a distance, unable to help but click her tongue. The natural elements were indeed terrifying. Sakazuki looked coldly at the slaves fleeing on the ground. The great eruption's magma giant fist crashed down, heading straight for Tej. At that moment, lightning lit up the sky, and a wild wind blew in from nowhere. Dark clouds gathered, and heavy rain began to fall. A tornado appeared beneath the great eruption, scattering the massive lava fist into countless chunks of magma that flew everywhere. Although many people were hit by these magma chunks, it was still fewer casualties than before, and Tej was not injured. Helena was puzzled by the sudden extreme weather and strong winds, her entire body soaked by the rain. A lightning bolt struck down, illuminating the world, and in that moment of brightness, Helena seemed to see a figure above the palace of the Celestial Dragons. Several tornadoes suddenly appeared, attacking the Navy, and many sailors were swept away. Helena was no exception. The tornadoes carried them beyond the Red Earth continent, and as the wind subsided, the soldiers began to fall, plunging into the sea below. Helena thought to herself, "It's over, she can't swim." She didn't know how long she had been falling, only feeling a thud. like being hit by a train, shaking her insides, followed by a complete weakness. The surroundings instantly fell silent, and her mouth and nose filled with seawater. She didn't even have the strength to struggle, her consciousness growing more and more blurred. "Hey, Captain, look, what's that?" A pirate minion pointed at a person floating on the surface of the sea. We can make some extra money this time." They were kidnapping fishmen in the waters near the Red Line, engaging in human trafficking and slave trading. Although the Navy headquarters was nearby, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, and the profits here were significant, especially from those foolish and wealthy celestial dragons. It was recently heard that all the slaves in Mariejois had escaped, so those celestial dragons would probably come out to buy more. After the person was pulled up, the pirates realized this person was no ordinary individual. "Wow, I'm exhausted. Why is this woman so tall?" One person noticed something was off. Hey, look, isn't this woman wearing a Navy uniform? It really seems like it. Should we still sell her? What if the Navy gets involved? Should we just throw her back into the sea?" The pirate leader looked at Zelina, deliberating for a moment, and finally made a decision. Sell? Why not sell? The auction house takes everything. What is there to be afraid of? Zelina fainted and didn't know how long it had been. She slightly opened her eyes and vaguely heard someone talking beside her. "Sigh, I think she doesn't seem to be an ordinary person." Of course, the Navy would want to give her a high price for the Shanghai building stone. Oh dear. Just in case, it should be fine. With her physique, she could definitely sell for a good price. Then, the familiar yet annoying feeling of helplessness struck her again. Zelina wanted to wake up, but she couldn't. She fell into a deep sleep once more. Helena had a dream in which she returned to the island of Coscord. The nauseating king was still incredibly arrogant, and this time, she hit him. Sakaski suddenly appeared beside her, repeatedly saying in his cold voice, "The Navy is having a hard time." The scene shifted to the burning Mary Geos. Countless people were running around her, both slaves and Navy personnel. In the distance, a violent tornado swept through the area. The scene changed again, and everything around her was dark. She felt powerless and couldn't catch her breath, realizing she was underwater. A massive creature emerged before her, something that seemed to have 4 legs, but she couldn't see clearly. As the creature swam towards her, she woke up from the dream. She sat up suddenly, gasping for breath, still in shock. Looking around, she found herself in a dimly lit basement, locked up and shackled with handcuffs and leg irons. She moved her hands, but felt weak. Is this sea prism stone? She moved her neck and found a collar around it as well. She sat up straight, feeling some soreness in her back. She remembered being swept down by the tornado and falling into the sea. How did she end up locked up now? Struggling to stand, she realized her shoes were gone, and she was barefoot. Her pants were tattered, with her left leg exposed to the calf. Her top was relatively intact. She wasn't alone in the cell. It was large and high. Next to her sat a fishman, but he was motionless, and she couldn't tell if he was asleep. In another corner sat a man who kept drinking from a bottle of alcohol, but Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't see his face clearly. She walked over to the iron bars and grasped them, also made of sea prism stone. "Are you Navy?" The man in the corner asked as he put down the bottle. Helena was taken aback and turned to look at him, realizing he was asking her. "Yes, do you dare to sell Navy as slaves? The people here are really bold. What exactly is this place?" "Here? It's the auction at tree number 1. Tree number 1? This is Shambody," Helena said to herself. Helena walked up to the man and asked, "So, are we all just waiting to be auctioned?" "Yeah, it should be the cell's turn today." As she stepped inside, Helena could finally see the man's face clearly. He was an old man with glasses and long, unkempt hair. "Wait, you are." Helena took a step back, certain she wouldn't mistake him. In front of her was the first mate of the Pirate King, Silvers Rayleigh. "Me? Everyone here calls me Master Ray." Rayleigh calmly assessed Helena, knowing she must have some knowledge. "Oh, Master Ray, I see." Helena quickly adjusted her attitude, realizing her earlier surprise had exposed something. At that moment, the fishman, who had been silent beside them, suddenly spoke up. "Old man, you don't seem too worried. Aren't you afraid of being sold? Or do you have confidence in getting out?" "No, I'm not planning to get out. I want to be sold for some money, and then I'll rob my buyer later." The fishman chuckled a few times. "Seems like you're quite confident." He shifted his position. Suddenly, the iron door outside opened, and a somewhat small person was pushed inside. Helena looked over and was shocked to find it was Hancock. Hancock was slumped on the ground, weak and clearly also wearing sea prism stone handcuffs. However, unlike Helena, she didn't have such an outrageous physique, and being just a child, she didn't even have the strength to stand up. Selena glanced at the other 2 people in the cell. The fishman remained motionless, while Rayleigh continued to drink, only using his peripheral vision to look at Hancock. Selena sighed and stepped forward to help Hancock. She bent down to assist her up, and Hancock looked up at Selena. "Thank you," she said. "Huh." She recognized the person helping her as the Navy officer who had released her a few days ago in Mariewa, still wearing her uniform. Helena brought her to sit by the wall, and Hancock slumped weakly there. "So, how did you get caught again?" Helena asked, speechless. Hancock looked up at Helena and, seeing her mysterious, dangerous, and enchanting purple eyes, felt a bit dazed. "Huh, what's wrong with you?" Helena waved her hand in front of her eyes. Hancock came back to her senses and remembered to answer the question. "We drifted here by boat, tried to find a ship back to our hometown. But the mark we were branded with was discovered, and they weren't captured. The mark of the celestial dragons?" Helena shook her head in disbelief. I said, "You really are quite foolish. Your Amazon lilies can't usually get through the doldrums, and you still want to find." Helena suddenly stopped speaking and looked down at Hancock, who was indeed staring at her in confusion. She hadn't mentioned that she was from the Amazonian country. How did Helena know? Hancock was clever and understood that it wasn't the right time to ask too many questions. Not only would she not get any answers, but it might also lead to unnecessary complications. "What about you? How did you end up here?" Hancock changed the subject, pointing at Helena's handcuffs. "Me? Oh, I fell from a red land during a battle and landed in the sea. I passed out, and when I woke up, I was here." "You can't swim?" Zelina twitched the corners of her mouth. "Come on, that's the red Earth continent. Falling from that height and just fainting already proves that my body is quite resilient, right? Just fainting is already impressive." Zelina sighed. "I'm also like you." Speaking of devil fruit powers, Hancock shivered. She was forced by the celestial dragons to eat a devil fruit for their amusement. Recalling those terrifying memories, Hancock fell silent. Zelina sat down beside her without saying a word. After a long time, Hancock suddenly remembered something and asked Zelina, "Why did you let us go back then? Weren't you here to catch us for the Navy?" "Sigh, how should I put it? I really hate the celestial dragons. I really do. It's disgusting to think about those pampered celestial dragons." She wasn't afraid of the few people present hearing these words. "Besides, we're about the same age, right? Clearly, we're similar in age, yet you're treated as a slave and livestock. Just thinking about it is heartbreaking." These words were indeed her true feelings, but of course, it was only part of the reason. She couldn't say anything that might change the plot. "Oh, thank you. Are we about the same age?" Zelina was momentarily speechless. "Huh? What's wrong? I'm about the same age as you. At most, just 1 year older. But your body is so big." "Lu Xiaoxi," Zelina thought with a face full of black lines. "Your sister is even taller than me. That one, with green hair. My sister grew after eating the fruit. And you'll also be 9 meters tall when you grow up. You're not petite at all." Zelina thought to herself. Someone who was persecuted by the celestial dragons? Really thought to himself. "All right, my name is Zelina, and you?" "I'm Hancock." A faint noise began to rise. The auction outside had started. Helena frowned, thinking hard about how to escape. She didn't want to be sold into slavery. The sea prism stone handcuffs and explosive collars were a big problem. Come on, really? There was no reason for him to help her. He was indifferent. He could escape even if he was bought. The guards in armor with swords entered, heading toward Helena's cell. Rayleigh stood up and put away the bottle. He asked Hancock, "So, little girl, do you need my help?" Hancock looked at him in confusion. "Do you have a way to escape?" "Not really a plan, but it is possible to get out." Hancock had no choice but to nod. Rayleigh smiled and looked at the other two. "What about you two?" Helena nodded as well. And the fishman replied, "Please." "All right, then I have a question. Why help us? Wouldn't it be easier for you to escape on your own?" Rayleigh looked at her and replied with a smile, "Like you, I hate the celestial dragons." Helena fell silent. The guards arrived in front of the cell, and it was dim inside. As soon as the door opened, something flew out and landed at their feet. They looked over and saw a broken iron ring. "Wait, this isn't." Boom! A violent explosion startled the auction taking place in front. The host was shocked, and the buyers below turned their attention to the backstage. "Hey, go check what's going on, ha. Please wait a moment. The auction will continue." In the VIP area, a young man with light blue hair instructed a nearby attendant, "Go check what's happening." "Yes, Minister Minzelin." Suddenly, there were 3 consecutive explosions. The entire auction hall trembled slightly. Some buyers screamed, while others hurriedly left. One person ran up to the host and said, "There's a cell in the back, and for some reason, the slaves' collars have been deactivated. The previous explosion was from those collars." "What?" The guards were trying to control the slaves. Zelina and the fishman were charging through the crowd of guards. Zelina noticed that the fishman also had the celestial dragon mark on his back, which might explain why he didn't show hatred towards them, the humans. Looking at him, he probably wasn't an ordinary person. Hancock was using her devil fruit powers to assist the two from behind, while Rayleigh was squatting on a large wooden crate, drinking and holding a handful of stones, ready to launch a stone wrapped in hockey wherever support was needed. However, more and more guards were gathering, and the two in the front were getting injured. Helena knelt on one knee, her hands on the ground. The beast form was activated. The gigantic white Tengu let out a howl, startling the guards and Hancock. Helena waved her claws, sending out several blades of mist that knocked down a large area. Beside her, Rayleigh watched Helena with great interest. Thinking that she must be a mythical beast type, she was quite lucky indeed. Helena opened her mouth wide, and energy gathered into a glowing white sphere, which she spat out towards the crowd. The lunar eclipse light burst open in the crowd, and the shockwave pushed the guards far away, creating an open space among the people. Then, the giant tail swept across repeatedly, and the guards in beast form seemed as fragile as paper. They scattered in all directions, and Helena turned to Hancock and the others, saying, "Follow me." The people in the auction hall heard the sounds of battle from backstage, and many were already trying to leave. Suddenly, the wall behind the large curtain on stage was broken through, and a wolf-like white monster burst out. The audience below was frightened and stood up to run outside. The host sat down in shock, staring wide-eyed at Helena. Minzelin quickly left the venue with the help of attendants, but he kept his eyes fixed on Helena. Helena looked up at the ceiling, and with a sweep of her giant claw, she cleaved a wide blade of wind through the ceiling. She let Hancock and the fishman climb onto her back, ignoring Rayleigh, knowing he could manage on his own. Then she jumped up and shattered the auction house's ceiling, landing on the rooftop. Below in the venue, the host pushed aside a stone slab that was pinning him down and rushed to the back to find the transponder snail. "Quick, get those bounty hunters and pirates to the auction. We can't let them get away." The host shouted frantically into the transponder snail. Helena jumped off the rooftop, and the fishman said to her, "They won't let us go. Head to the seaside." Helena nodded and jumped onto the roof of a house, determining her direction. Below, pirates and bounty hunters had already gathered. "Look, they're over there." Helena sensed danger and immediately started running towards the seaside. She weaved through the town, evading their pursuit, while Rayleigh, though not having left, followed closely from a distance. Upon reaching the seaside, many boats with protective coatings, ready to dive underwater, were anchored there. The fisherman jumped off the back of the ferry, and told the others, "Wait here." Then he leaped into the sea. Hancock looked around and suddenly asked Helena, "Hey, that uncle is fine. He has already left on his own." Helena knew that Rayleigh didn't want to complicate things, so after the auction, he hadn't shown himself again. The pursuers were already closing in, and there was still no news from the fisherman, raising doubts about whether he had escaped on his own. With no other choice, Helena prepared for battle. Suddenly, the sea behind her began to churn, and a giant sea beast emerged from the water, with the fisherman on its back. The fisherman shouted to them, "Hurry up." Helena transformed back into her human form and picked up Hancock. With a powerful leap, she jumped onto the back of the sea beast. The fisherman urged the sea beast to leave sobriety, and the pursuers on the shore could only watch them depart helplessly. "Hey, fisherman uncle, can we first go to tree number 39? I have an appointment to meet someone there." All right, but we need to hurry. By the way, I haven't asked your name." "Me? Just call me Daliot." Tree number 39 is one of the amusement areas of the Sabaody archipelago. Helena and Hancock were hiding in an alley, observing the pedestrians outside. "Hancock, is this really the place? It's been a whole day." Helena couldn't help but complain. "Yeah, it's been a day." "They won't." Hancock shook her head, trying not to think negatively. "Well, so you were here all along. I've been looking for you for so long." A voice suddenly came from above, sounding like talking and drinking. Helena looked up to see Rayleigh sitting on the roof, drinking and smiling at the two. "Come with me. Your sister is with us," Rayleigh said to Hancock. They called out to Daliot by the seaside, and the three followed Rayleigh to tree number 13. Rayleigh led them into Shucky's bar, and as soon as they entered, they saw Hancock's two younger sisters sitting next to the bar. Upon seeing their sister return safely, they rushed over and hugged Hancock, and all three of them burst into tears. When Sandersonia saw Helena behind her, she suddenly jumped back, hissing with her snake tongue, glaring fiercely at Lu Xiao, clearly recognizing her as the Navy from Mariewa at that time. Helena hurriedly gestured that she wouldn't hurt her, and Hancock explained, "She's not an enemy. I owe my escape to her." A short-haired woman standing behind the bar, with a lit cigarette in her mouth, asked Rayleigh, "Did these three also escape from Mariewa?" "Ah, this girl is not." Rayleigh pointed at Helena. Helena knew that the woman was Shocky, a mysterious figure. "Never mind. You all should take a shower and change your clothes first. The smell on you is quite strong." After showering, Helena and the others ate the food that Shocky had prepared at the bar. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink and asked the group, so, what are your plans next? Hancock and her two sisters exchanged glances and said, we want to go back to our hometown. Where are you from? Amazon Lily, Kuja? That's a bit tricky. I can take them there, Dahlia said after swallowing what was in her mouth. I want to become a pirate. Going back to Fishman Island won't lead to much. After saying that, he chuckled a few times, turned his head, and glanced at Helena, saying, it's not good to say such ambitions in front of you, is it? Well, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Rayleigh's gaze shifted to Helena, who said without hesitation, of course, I'm going back to the Navy. I estimate they're looking for me desperately right now. Helena didn't say more. 3 days later. The Grand Line, Celius Islands. Helena jumped ashore and turned to wave goodbye to Dahlia and Hancock, who were on the back of the sea beast. Goodbye. Until we meet again, Dahlia urged the sea beast to leave, and Helena looked around at the surrounding forest, deciding to pass through it to find humans first. Meanwhile, on the island at the center of the archipelago, there was an active volcano. At the base of the volcano lay a luxurious city. In a gray fortress halfway up the volcano, a gigantic pirate was having a feast with his pirate brothers. This man was the notorious city destroyer Daegu. With a bounty of 430 million, he finished a barrel of wine in a few gulps, tossed the barrel aside, and shouted loudly, more wine? Bring me more wine. A pirate lackey ran up to Daegu and reported, Boss, the chief minister of Pondo has arrived. Osley? Let him in. A middle-aged man in a long robe entered the banquet hall, coldly observing the drunken pirates swaying in the hall. Daegu glared at him and asked, Hey, Osley, what are you here for? I represent the kingdom of Celius to visit, and we would like to know when you plan to leave our country. Upon hearing this, Daegu burst into laughter. You crack me up? Haven't you benefited enough from me? Are you really going to burn the bridge after crossing it? Go back and tell that little brat of a king that whether I leave or not is not up to him to decide. We are ready to join the world government. Your staying here is inappropriate, Osley said with a heavier tone. Daegu sneered at this. Hey, you better know your place. This country is funded by me. Every brick and tile down there in Pondo has my money in it. Don't take yourselves too seriously, got it? After saying this, he ignored Osley and continued drinking. Osley knew the negotiation had collapsed, so without a word, he turned and walked out. Helena walked through the woods and arrived at a beach covered in shells. A few people were scattered around collecting shells, and Lu Xiaoxiao approached 3 children. Hello, could you please tell me how to get to the naval base here? The 3 children looked up at her, exchanging glances. Can't you understand what I'm saying? No. This country doesn't have a naval base you mentioned, one child replied. Really? Then it seems this country hasn't joined the world government and isn't under the protection of the Navy, Helena muttered softly. So, are you for somewhere else? One child asked Helena. Yes. If there's no naval base, then where's the port? I want to take a boat and leave here. Upon hearing this, the children all lowered their heads in silence. You can't leave this island easily. There are ships from His Majesty patrolling the nearby sea, and if you're discovered, you'll be captured. It seems this country is under tyranny as well. How unfortunate that wanting to leave here is such a difficult matter. A middle-aged man, looking worn and carrying a harpoon, walked over from a distance. Seeing the children talking to a strangely looking woman, he hurriedly pulled them away. Riley, who is this person? Do you know her? Don't talk to her casually. Helena saw that she was being suspected and quickly waved her hands, saying, I'm a pirate. The middle-aged man, not listening to Helena finish her sentence, assumed she was a pirate and raised the harpoon in his hand, looking at her with caution. Helena took a step back and explained, No, I'm in the Navy. The Navy? The Navy? How could the Navy come to this country? We begged them so much back then, gave them all our savings, and they still didn't care. What a load of nonsense about justice. They're all a bunch of liars. After saying this, the middle-aged man pulled a few children away. The children dared not say a word and followed the middle-aged man. Sigh, when those shell collectors go back, let's follow them. By evening, Helena followed those people back to their town. The town was quite large, but the people in the town all wore worried expressions, indicating that life was quite difficult. Helena decided to find an inn to stay at first, but she walked around and couldn't find one at all. Helpless, she approached an old man selling fruit on the street and asked, Grandpa, could you tell me how to get to the inn around here? The old man looked up at her with a puzzled expression and replied, An inn? There's no such place here. Maybe in Pondo. But there aren't usually any outsiders coming into this country, so inns can't survive. He continued, Are you from outside? Yes. I'm in the Navy, looking for a naval base, but they're ISNT-1 here. The Navy? You need to be careful. The old man suddenly became nervous. Careful? Why do you say that? About 10 years ago, the last king died, and the princes started fighting for the throne. One of them hired a pirate crew to help him. There's a valuable mineral unique to this place under the volcano near the capital, and that prince traded the mining rights for the pirate's help. After the pirate helped him seize the throne, he placed his people throughout the country, and now the young king can't get rid of him. The old man paused and then continued. After the new king took office, the pirates forced him to seal off the entire country. All foreign trade is controlled by the pirates, and our returns are getting less and less. We are becoming poorer. Some people want to sneak out of this country, but there are patrol boats everywhere at sea, and those caught are taken to work as laborers under the volcano. They say it's the royal ship, but in reality, they're all pirates. And the National Guard is just a group of people colluding with the pirates. The old man said this with some trembling anger. After calming down a bit, he slowly said, however, there are still people who are resisting. There's an organization called the Night Order of Spaya that has been making efforts. Whenever possible, everyone tries to help them. By the way, if you're in the Navy, those pirates will definitely not let you go, so you mustn't speak of it everywhere. I understand, but leaving this country is not my priority right now. Where should I stay tonight? Come to my place. If you can get out, please be sure to help this country. Aren't you in the Navy? Isn't at the Navy's duty to uphold justice? Helena looked at the old man's pleading and expectant eyes and could only nod. In the northern part of the archipelago lies My Way Island, the largest of the 4 islands, and also the main activity hub for the Spaya Knights. Therefore, things here are quite tumultuous, with the Knights clashing with pirates and the National Guard far more frequently than on other islands. However, recently the Knights achieved a significant victory, almost gaining control over My Way Island. In the headquarters of the Spaya Knights, located in the Hot Aubus Valley, the leaders of the Knights were holding a meeting. The leader, Geldo, frowned as he looked at the large round table in front of him, which was covered with a map of the Celius archipelago. They were discussing how to launch a long-planned full-scale attack on the kingdom. But if the attack failed, it would be catastrophic for the Knights. So they had to be cautious. The various commanders of the Knights were arguing heatedly. Directly attacking Pompeii Island is too risky. It's easy to defend, but hard to attack. And our naval strength is far weaker than theirs. We simply can't fight them. Then what do you suggest? We should first attack Garcia Island. It's their logistics base. Although it will definitely be heavily guarded. If we can take it down and blow up the transport bridge, taking down Pondo will just be a matter of time. What about Lifaz Island? That's their ship base. If we don't deal with that, their warships will hold back our Eagle Squadron. At this moment, Geldo stood up, and all the commanders stopped their discussions and turned to look at their leader. Geldo then turned to a corner of the room where 2 cloaked figures were standing, one of whom had an exceptionally long katana beside him. Lord Philip, you have heard. Can we entrust Lifaz Island to you revolutionaries? One of them nodded and said, all right, leave it to us. Geldo's tightly knitted brows finally relaxed. He pointed at the map and said, let me summarize the battle plan. The 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th regiments, along with 3 Eagle squadrons, will attack Garcia Island. The 6th, 7th, and 8th regiments will advance to attack the bridge and then stand by, waiting to attack the capital together with the forces on Garcia Island. The 3rd regiment will work with the revolutionaries to destroy the maritime base on Lifaz Island. That's the general plan. Selena is staying at the old man's house called Pagar and is currently helping in the old man's orchard. Selena moved a large box of fruit onto the cart, and old Pag laughed beside her, saying, oh, you really are a big help. Oh, it's nothing. You let me stay here. It's only right to help you, she replied. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the orchard, and a group of soldiers in blue uniforms forcefully broke open the orchard's gate, marching in. The leading officer was riding a gigantic Serious lizard. It's the National Guard. It's over now. Old Pag was frightened. Hey, whose orchard is this? Get out here quickly. The officer shouted impatiently. Old Pag trembled as he walked out from the woods and asked, Officer, I'm here, what do you need? The officer glanced at Old Pag and said, someone reported that there's a person who sneaked in from outside here. Is that true? It seems they are here for me, Selena thought. Reporting, sir, no. I don't know. I haven't seen any smuggler, Old Pag stammered. The officer squinted his eyes and said maliciously, if you dare to conceal anything, you won't have a good end. Then he waved his hand, ordering, pull everyone in this orchard out. Before long, several workers from the orchard, along with Selena, were dragged out. Selena wanted to run away, but there were soldiers outside the orchard as well. Causing any trouble would implicate Old Pag. The officer immediately focused on Selena, especially due to her very conspicuous appearance. The officer urged the lizard closer to Selena and slowly asked, you're not from around here, are you? Helena looked away and didn't respond. Why not answer? Humph. Feeling guilty, aren't you? Take her away. A few soldiers stepped forward and bound Helena's hands. She planned to escape once they were far from Old Pag's orchard. The officer surveyed the surrounding fruit trees and said, the camp is short on fruit lately. You lot, the officer pointed at the workers. Go pick 3 carts of fruit and bring them back to the camp. Hurry up. The workers dared not defy the order. An Old Pag, standing nearby, didn't dare to speak, looking utterly helpless. An hour later, the carts were loaded, and the officer led the troops, escorting Helena back to the camp. The rope binding Helena was tied to the collar of the giant lizard the officer was riding. Helena estimated they had been away from the orchard for about 2 hours and was just about to decide to make a move. At that moment, a cry of an eagle echoed in the air, and the officer, as if sensing something bad, quickly looked up at the sky. 2 serious giant eagles were circling above, and keen-eyed Helena noticed that each eagle had a rider. This is bad. It's the night order. Fire. Shoot them down. The officer loudly ordered his troops to attack. The soldiers raised their guns and fired into the sky, but the 2 giant eagles deftly evaded the shots. Helena saw that the soldiers' attention was focused on the sky, and with all her strength, she broke the ropes, transforming into her beast form. She gathered energy in her hands and slammed down hard onto the ground. The ground cracked around her, and the National Guard stumbled and fell. Helena charged through the crowd, taking down one person after another. With a leap, she tackled an officer off a giant lizard, causing the creature to lose control and start rampaging. 2 riders on a giant eagle observed the situation below. One said to the other, "Hey, look at that person. How do they transform like that? What kind of creature is that?" The other replied, "That's someone who has eaten a devil fruit. Look at you, acting like you've never seen anything before. Humph, you've seen it. You probably haven't even been to Pondo more than 3 times. Let's help that person." Saying this, he pulled a bomb from his backpack, lit the fuse, and threw it to the ground. The other person saw this and tried to stop him, but the bomb was already in the air. On the ground, Helena bit off a soldier's gun and punched him away. She heard something drop behind her, turned around, and saw a black spherical object emitting smoke. The surrounding soldiers quickly retreated, but it was too late. The bomb exploded. The bomb's power was quite impressive, taking out a large number of soldiers. Helena was left covered in dust and dirt, her white fur stained gray. "What if you hit that person?" One giant eagle rider reproached the other. "Oh, look, she's fine, right?" Helena looked up at the sky in disbelief, wondering why they were throwing bombs for no reason. Turning around, a gust of wind sent several people flying. An officer crawled up from the ground, realizing that this monster before him was impossible to deal with, and ordered, "Retreat, hurry up and retreat." Upon hearing this, the soldiers turned and fled. After they had run far away, Helena transformed back into her human form. In the air, 2 people guided a giant eagle to land on the ground, jumped off its back, and approached Helena. "You're really strong. I'm Rudy, and this is Ruko. I'm Helena. Who just threw the bomb down?" Ruko pointed at Rudy, whose smile was frozen on his face. "Bang. That hurts. You brought this on yourself," Ruko commented from the side. Ignoring Rudy, Ruko turned to Lu Xiao and asked, "Are you a devil fruit user?" "Yes." "Are you from the Spy Night Brigade?" "From what you're saying, you're not a citizen of this country, are you?" "Ah, my ship was wrecked, and I drifted to this island." Helena recalled the middle-aged man's views on the Navy at the beach and thought it was better not to reveal her identity. "I see." Ruko pondered for a moment before suddenly looking up and saying, "Since you know about the Night Brigade, you must understand the situation in this country, right?" I want to hire you to help us. How about it? It's hard to leave this country now, and you'll still be at odds with the National Guard. Even if you stay on the island, they'll keep causing you trouble." Hearing this, Rudy hurriedly approached Ruko and whispered, "Hey, don't make decisions on your own. We don't know anything about this person yet. If something goes wrong and she's strong, she'll definitely ask for a lot of compensation if she helps us. We can't be so rash. But you said it yourself, this person is so strong. She will definitely be a big help," Ruko replied. Helena heard everything Rudy said clearly, but his concerns were quite normal, and she didn't mind. Now she had to think about the deal Ruko proposed. Well, leaving now wasn't impossible, but it would be difficult. Fighting the National Guard was secondary. The key issue was that without a ship, even if they stole one, they wouldn't be able to sail it. So helping the Spy Night Brigade overthrow the current regime could be a solution. And since this country wasn't a member of the world government, it wouldn't bring trouble to her navy. "Sure, I'm quite skilled at fighting, so helping you out sounds good." Seeing that Helena also agreed, Rudy had nothing more to say. "All right, come on, we'll take you to our place." The 2 climbed onto the giant eagle's back, and Lu Xiao jumped onto Ruko's eagle. Ruko said, "Make sure to hold on tight. The giant eagle flapped its wings and quickly soared into the sky, heading towards My Way Island. At the Navy headquarters, Sakazuki walked briskly into Sengoku's office. Sengoku said to him, "We found her whereabouts. I'll take people there immediately." Sakazuki took the initiative to take on the task. Helena's disappearance was a serious mistake on his part. No, that country is very complex, and it's not one of our protected targets. It's currently in a state of isolation, and CP agents often go there. Sakazuki looked elsewhere as Sengoku continued, "But we still have to go, just more cautiously, understand?" "Understood." After saying this, Sakazuki turned and walked out of the office, clenching his fists as he walked. Celia's archipelago, My Way Island. "Hey, that's our base down there," Ruko shouted to Helena, pointing to a valley below. Helena looked down, and in the center of a wide valley, there was a town with high walls built at both exits. There are also buildings on the rock walls and above the valley. 2 giant eagles landed, and 3 people got down from their backs. A man walked towards them. "Captain, let me introduce you. This is Helena, our hired helper, very capable." Helena greeted them. The captain, as referred to by Ruko, looked Helena up and down with an expression that seemed displeased. He walked over to Ruko and whispered, "How long have you known her? You can't just bring someone back like this. We're in a critical time with the war approaching. If something goes wrong, it could be serious." In fact, Ruko also felt a bit regretful, thinking that his decision was indeed too hasty, but now that she was here, he couldn't just let her go. "For now, we can't trust her too much. Keep an eye on her, got it?" The captain said, and Ruko nodded. Helena heard everything, but she didn't pay attention or try to prove what she could believe in. It was meaningless. What she needed to do now was find a way to leave this place. The later she returned, the worse it would be. Since the best way now was to overthrow the existing regime, she had no choice but to help. She remained silent, standing there quietly, waiting for them to tell her what to do. Luca whispered with the captain for a while, and then the captain left. Luca walked over to Helena and said, "Come on, I'll arrange a temporary place for you to stay." In the distance, a cloaked figure was secretly observing her. Helena followed him into a small lodging room. Luca said a few words and walked away. Helena sat on a chair in the room, lost in thought, unsure of what to do. She stood up, preparing to go out for a walk. Just as she opened the door, she found a cloaked figure standing outside. The figure was wearing a mask, but it was clear that it was a woman. Under the cloak, she wore a red outfit and held a long katana. "Wait, you are." Selena stepped back warily, recognizing the woman in red from a year ago during the battle with the rebels in the kingdom of Coscord. "Who are you and why are you here?" "That should be my question, Navy. Are you trying to take control of this country?" the woman said with malicious intent. Helena took a deep breath, shook her head, and said, "No, I just happened to come here. The other Navy members should still be unaware of my whereabouts. I just want to leave here now." The woman huffed, clearly not believing her. Helena couldn't be bothered to explain to her and instead asked, "Who exactly are you? And why are you looking for me?" "It's none of your business." Helena was speechless, watching the woman hesitate to speak. "No matter what our respective positions are, you can't find me first. And you won't even tell me your name? You could at least make one up." The woman blinked, still maintaining a serious expression. After thinking carefully, she realized that Helena's words did make some sense. She opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Her face even turned a bit red. Helena took the opportunity of her silence to carefully observe her. They were about the same age, and her eyes were very beautiful, with a sharp gaze that revealed a certain coldness. She was the type of ice queen. Zelina waited for a long time, but she still didn't say a word, and the two of them stood there awkwardly. "Do you have something else to do? If not, I'm going to take a break, bye." Zelina didn't want to drag it out any longer, and was about to close the door when the person suddenly reached out to block it and said, "I am Qianlin. I want to have a good match with you." After saying that, he glanced at Zelina and quickly walked away. Helena looked at her departing figure, feeling speechless. What is this nonsense? Suddenly saying she wants to have a match. Does she take me as her sparring partner? Is she a martial arts fanatic? Does she just enjoy constantly challenging others? Helena closed the door in frustration and had no desire to go out. She lay down on the bed and began to think. That person named Qianlin should not be from Coast Guard. So could she be from the Revolutionary Army? Helena speculated in her mind. I need to confirm this with her. It makes sense for the Revolutionary Army to be on this island, as almost all countries with tyranny have their people leading uprisings and such. Helena stayed in the room for a while before deciding to go out for a stroll. Somewhere in the sea, on a Navy warship. Sakazuki was looking at the map of the Sureyas Islands on the table when he heard a crunching sound nearby. Sakazuki couldn't help but glance over, only to see an old man with graying hair munching on senbei. Taking a deep breath, Sakazuki resisted the urge to kick him out. The old man seemed to notice that Sakazuki was annoyed with him and laughed heartily. Huh, sorry for disturbing you. Then he suddenly tilted his head and fell asleep, blowing bubbles of mucus from his nose. Sakazuki gritted his teeth, with veins popping on his forehead. With a pop, the mucus bubble burst, waking the old man up. I actually fell asleep, the old man said to himself. Sakazuki sighed and asked, Mr. Carp, why did you come out on this mission? It was too boring at the Navy headquarters, so I came out for a walk, Carp replied, and then he started loudly munching on senbei again. 3 days later, the headquarters of Espia Knights issued a mobilization order, and all members of the knightly orders across the islands went into battle readiness. Selena walked slowly down the road, with a look of despair on her face. Suddenly, she stopped, turned around, and said, I really have no interest in fighting you. I beg you, just let me go. Okay. Qianlin, who was following behind, also stopped and blinked, saying, No way. We have to have a good fight. Why? We are rivals, and we haven't determined the winner yet. Helena irritably tugged at her hair and said, Why aren't we rivals? What's the point of declaring a winner or loser? You won. Okay, I want to have a serious fight with you. It's been a year, and maybe you've already gotten much stronger than me, right? Then it wouldn't be meaningful to fight me again, would it? Helena forced a smile. We won't know until we fight. Zelina was quite exasperated with this single-minded person. She stopped paying attention to her and continued on her own path. Qianlin also remained silent and followed behind. Helena has figured out in the past few days that this person named Qianlin did indeed come with the Revolutionary Army, but she is not a formal member of it. Helena suspects there might be some sort of employment relationship between them. Qianlin, we should go. A person in the distance called out to Qianlin. Qianlin looked at that person, then at Helena, and said to her, Wait for me to come back. You are not allowed to run away. Helena looked at her irritably, waved her hand, signaling her to hurry up and leave. Qianlin then departed. At night, at the entrance of a transport bridge on Garcia Island, a guard was drunkenly intoxicated. Another person nearby frowned at him and scolded, We're on duty today, and you're drinking so much. If something happens, oh dear, when has anything ever happened here? Indeed, Garcia Island is the smallest among the 4 islands, and the entire island is included within a small town. Although most of the strategic supplies are here, the defense facilities are well equipped, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. The sober guard leaned against the pillar at the checkpoint, bored, looking at the sky. Suddenly, it seemed like a few dark shadows passed overhead. What is that? The guard rubbed his eyes, wanted to take a closer look. Not far away, an ammunition depot suddenly exploded, followed by flames engulfing the warehouse, which triggered even larger explosions. The station troops on the island were alarmed and hurriedly jumped out of their dormitories. What happened? What happened? Idiot, it must be the knights attacking. Quickly grab your weapons. Hurry, prepare to face the enemy. In the air, after the Eagle Squad dropped bombs, they immediately retreated. If the island's cannons and searchlights were activated, they would be in great danger. The guard who had just spotted the dark shadows in the sky woke his companion. Hey, wake up, we're under attack. Before he could finish, a rumbling sound suddenly came from nearby. The guard turned to look at the bridge, where large groups of giant lizards were rushing toward them, each ridden by a member of the Knights. Since Maiwei Island is controlled by the Knights, the transport bridge between the 2 islands was blocked by large barricades. The first few people in the attacking group threw their specially made high explosives, and with a series of loud bangs and flashes of fire, the obstacles were blown open, allowing the giant lizard riders to surge into the town. At the same time, countless members of the Knights were also diving from the sea to land on Garcia Island. Both sides officially opened fire, with the Knights taking advantage of the surprise attack, leaving the National Guard confused. However, the National Guard temporarily resisted the Knights' assault using the terrain and defensive equipment, leading to a stalemate. Meanwhile, at the transport bridge between Pondo and Maiwei Island, the Knights also launched an attack from the naval base on Leifaz Island. Helena was with Gelder and the others on the Maiwei side, engaged in battle with the guards on the bridge. Inside the palace of Pander City, the young king was anxiously pale, shouting to Osli beside him. Quick, have them stop those Knights. Why haven't we heard from Daguda? Hurry and get them to help. Your Majesty, please don't worry. We have already sent people. Those Knights are just a rabble. Our weaponry is far superior to theirs. They cannot win. But what about Maiwei Island? You said it was a momentary oversight, but it's been half a year now. Not only have we not recaptured Maiwei Island, but they have even taken the initiative to attack us. The king angrily slammed the exquisite armrest of the throne, leaving Osli momentarily speechless. Inside Daguda's fortress, boss. The ships are all loaded and ready to set sail at any time. Well, no rush. There is still a batch of sea tower stones on Garcia Island. Send someone to fetch them. Yes, boss. On the large bridge between Meiwai and Pander, the battle was intense, with the knights launching a swift offensive. However, there were heavy artillery fortifications on both sides of the bridge, capable of blasting away a large number of people with a single shot, so the knights' casualties were not optimistic. With gunfire echoing across the battlefield, a massive monster charged straight towards one of the fortifications, and the shells exploding against her only slightly slowed her down. With a sudden crash, the fortress was breached. Switching to her beast-human form, she gathered energy into a glowing sphere in her hands. Eclipse Lifelight. The glowing sphere exploded within the fortress, causing the shells inside to detonate as well. The continuous loud bangs startled many, and a small section of the bridge was blown open, igniting a fire. Seeing that the fortress on that side had been taken down, Gelder commanded the knights to break through in that direction. Zelina jumped onto a bridge support next to the bridge before the explosion. Just as she was about to jump back onto the main bridge, she noticed a small boat hiding in the dark waters. Seemingly observing the situation and now preparing to leave, Selena jumped forcefully and landed heavily on the small boat, causing the entire vessel to tilt to the right and nearly capsize. Suddenly, a humanoid monster fell from the sky, startling the person on the boat. Helena transformed back into her human form and stepped forward to grab the person's collar. "Hey, whose man are you? Speak up, otherwise I'll take you out." The person stammered in fear, I am the Dagu subordinate. Dagu? Is he the pirate leader that's holed up here? Are you trying to go back and tip him off? I was sent to observe the situation. Please don't kill me. Don't want to die. Fine. Take me to your boss. Huh, this. Helena's left hand transformed into a wolf claw and raised in front of his face. I'll lead the way. I'll lead the way. Zelina was thinking about directly attacking the pirates' base to take them all down. She was very confident in her own strength. Her time spent with the Navy was not wasted. However, controlling this country for 10 years meant that the pirate leader was definitely not an easy opponent. So, she had to be cautious. Defeating that group of pirates would eliminate the support for the king, and winning the war would just be a matter of time. On Raifaz Island, at the National Guard's maritime base, the ammunition depot of a ship docked in the harbor suddenly exploded violently, causing the ship's hull to start leaking, and the entire vessel began to sink slowly. Explosions occurred in several locations within the harbor, and the screams of the National Guard soldiers mixed with the anxious commands of the officers could be heard incessantly. In a building on the cliff by the sea, a middle-aged man dressed in General Celia's uniform was commanding the defense from the port dispatch room, holding a dagger in one hand and occasionally waving it. Damn it, they are so well prepared, General Benaji exclaimed as the destroyed ships blocked the port, preventing medium and large vessels from entering or exiting. Meanwhile, Pondo and Garcia were also under attack. Benaji slammed his fist on the table where the map lay, forcing himself to calm down. He'd seen all kinds of storms. How could he panic just because they were attacked? Have the heavy artillery on the cliff been activated? Temporarily abandon the eastern half of the port and let everyone fight while retreating to the side with the heavy artillery. Yes, Qianlin swung her long knife heavily, severing the main mast of a large warship, which then fell onto another ship with a loud crash. Qianlin stepped onto the fallen mast and charged onto the deck of a ship. The guards there, seeing the enemy appear, raised their guns and fired. Qianlin leaped gracefully, and the soldiers couldn't keep up with her speed, losing sight of her. Qianlin landed among the crowd, sweeping her katana in a circle, causing the opposing side to collapse in disarray. Members of the Knights Templar soon jumped onto this ship and quickly annihilated the National Guard on board. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred, and several members of the Knights Templar charging on giant lizards were blown away by an enormous and powerful shell. Not good. The heavy artillery on the cliff has been activated. Everyone be careful. The person giving the warning was hit by a shell and exploded into pieces. More shells flew in, and seeing that others couldn't handle it, Qianlin dodged and jumped toward the dock. In midair, she swung her blade several times, sending out sword energy to intercept the shells. Although she couldn't stop them all, she still saved many people. Landing steadily, she activated her observation haki and took half a step back to dodge a bullet in front of her. Then, she raised her katana in charge of the National Guard. Just as she jumped up to slash down, a dagger blocked her attack. She jumped back, rolling on the ground a few times before standing firm. Looking up, she saw a determined-looking National Guard general standing there with a sword, and Qianlin recognized that this person was a worthy opponent. Benaji sighed. If it weren't for repaying the favor to the young king, he wouldn't stay here to get involved in these endless troubles. A small boat was sailing along Pondo's coastline toward the volcano on the other side, and the pirate controlling the boat was now in despair. If he made any moves, that monstrous woman behind him would surely kill him. Helena sat at the back, the sounds of battle in the distance gradually fading away. She turned her head to look at the city on the island, where lights were shining brightly. Half an hour later, the small boat arrived at a secluded little harbor at the foot of the volcano, where several small vessels were docked. Many pirates were sitting there, drinking and chatting, completely unaffected by the war on the other side of the island. Helena transforms into a beast-human form. Lunar eclipse, partial shadow devourer. Helena's figure gradually faded until it disappeared completely. As long as there was moonlight shining on her, she could maintain her invisibility. At the same time, her speed would greatly increase in this state. If you dare to speak out of turn, I'll kill you, Helena whispered behind the pirate. The pirate broke out in a cold sweat and quickly nodded in agreement. The small boat reached the shore, and the people on the dock chatted casually with the pirate for a moment before he took a path up the mountain, bypassing the port. Helena moved quietly, following behind him. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at the pirate stronghold. Upon reaching the entrance, before the two guards could say more than a few words to the man, a werewolf appeared without warning, kicking both of them away with a single blow each. The two fell to the ground and became motionless. Helena turned to the person who had been leading the way and asked, "Where is your boss?" Usually, they would knock out the person in the main hall with one punch and hide the three of them in a place where they wouldn't be discovered. Now, they were going directly to find Daegu and subdue their boss. The others wouldn't have the strength to fight even if they wanted to. Inside the outer wall of the fortress was a vast area, and ahead was the main body of the fortress. Just as they stepped into that area, the iron gate behind them suddenly descended, trapping her inside. They had been discovered. Countless pirates surged out from all around, armed with knives and guns, surrounding Helena. In the midst of the pirates, a gigantic figure stood out prominently. Daegu, towering 2 stories high, stood with his arms crossed, looking at Helena with disdain. Even before they boarded the ship to come here, Daegu's men had spotted them on the shore. Moreover, Daegu had heard a few days ago about a person who had eaten a devil fruit and had a conflict with the National Guard on Raifaz Island. From the description of those who had seen them, the woman in front of him was indeed that ability user. So Daegu did not underestimate her, and had set up an ambush early on, waiting for her arrival. Daegu didn't want to waste time with words. He had more urgent matters to attend to. Attack! With a command, the pirates brandished their weapons and charged forward with wild cries. Helena realized she couldn't avoid the fight any longer, so she activated her beast-human transformation and leaped into the air, gathering energy in her mouth to unleash a spray downward, creating a light sphere that fell to the ground. The lunar eclipse technique, Lifelight, caused the sphere to explode instantly, blasting a clear area in the crowd. Clang! As 2 blades collided, Banaji suddenly reduced his force, causing Qianlin to lean slightly forward and lose her balance. Banaji kicked her in the stomach. Qianlin quickly retreated to avoid the attack. Banaji charged at Qianlin with his blade, delivering a heavy strike as he reached her. Qianlin dodged to the side, using the advantage of her weapon's length to twist and slash at Banaji's right arm. Blood splattered, and Banaji winced in pain, swinging his blade at Qianlin again. Seeing she couldn't evade, Qianlin raised her blade to block. Banaji's strength was formidable, causing Qianlin's arm to go numb from the impact. Seizing the moment when Banaji paused his attack, Qianlin quickly jumped away, creating distance between them. Standing up, she noticed her katana was stained with Banaji's blood, the blade slowly turning a deep crimson. With a gentle flick, a faint wailing sound emerged, and the blood-red katana appeared somewhat terrifying. The Resetsu, Bloodblade technique was executed with a horizontal slash, sending a crimson sword energy flying toward Banaji. He raised his blade to block, but the energy instantly split into several smaller streams, hitting Banaji. In pain, Banaji stepped back as Qianlin swiftly leaped into the air. With the Resetsu, Mysterious Ascension, her blade lengthened, and she brought it down with sword energy. Banaji covered his arm with haki, barely managing to withstand the strike. But a deep gash appeared on his arm. Qianlin landed and continued her assault, aiming for his legs, but Banaji quickly jumped away. Qianlin stood up and unleashed a series of sword energies. Banaji could only defend himself, continually retreating, while Qianlin seemed to attack without tiring. What kind of monster is this? Banaji couldn't help but think. Helena swung her dual claws, leaving the pirate in front of her a bloody mess. Suddenly, a cannonball exploded on her back, and she grabbed the pirate and threw him towards a shooter, knocking that person down. No, she had to calm down. She couldn't even activate her observation haki. She jumped out of the crowd and onto a pillar. Half-shadow food activated, her figure became blurred, and her speed increased instantly. She rushed into the crowd, taking down one pirate with each claw. The pirates couldn't see her figure clearly, only a blur. Some pirates fired at the blur, but Helena dodged, causing the bullets to hit other pirates instead. Daegu lost his patience and shouted, "Everyone, get out of the way." He wore a pair of boxing gloves and wrist guards, charging towards Helena at high speed, his fist covered in armament hockey. Helena increased her speed once more, narrowly dodging this punch. Helena instantly appeared above Daegu, delivering a kick. Daegu reacted quickly, immediately crossing his arms to block his head. The kick struck Daegu's wrist guard, and Helena immediately felt a burning sensation, followed by a sharp pain in her foot. She quickly withdrew and looked down, realizing her foot had been burned. Taking advantage of her moment of distraction, Daegu rushed forward and threw a punch down at her. Forced to activate her protective barrier, she used the white shield to block the punch. With a swipe of her claws, a blade of wind slashed across Daegu's shoulder, causing him to retreat in pain and create distance between them. Helena gasped for breath, staring at the wrist guards and gloves on Daegu's hands. What were those things? Daegu noticed the confusion in her eyes and chuckled softly. He had no intention of explaining to Helena what they were. Shirina was observing when suddenly several shells exploded behind her, and other pirates from a distance were firing guns and cannons to interfere with her. Daegu took advantage of the situation to rush in again, throwing punches continuously. Shirina had no choice but to use her observation hockey to dodge back and forth. Daegu's strength surpassed Shirina's, and he also had impressive speed, coupled with his mysterious gauntlets. Even with the power of the devil fruit, Shirina couldn't use it effectively and was now at a disadvantage. A shell exploded beneath Shirina's feet, causing further chaos from the pirates. Shirina stumbled, and Daegu seized the opportunity to land a heavy punch on her head. At the moment his fist made contact with her face, Daegu activated a device on his gauntlet, and fierce flames erupted, engulfing Shirina in an instant. Helena let out a scream and flew backward. So hot. Damn it. Gritting her teeth to endure the pain, she stood up, but Daegu was already in front of her. His heavy fist struck Helena repeatedly like a giant hammer. She wanted to defend herself, but the continuous blows made it impossible for her to stop and guard. A punch landed on her head, and Helena wobbled and fell to her knees. Daegu finally stopped his attack. He looked at the boxing gloves on his hands with satisfaction. They were made from a metal called fire jade iron, found beneath a volcano, capable of absorbing extremely high temperatures and releasing them rapidly. Without this piece of equipment, you would really be in a tough spot, Daegu casually remarked. Zelina was in a daze as she transformed back into her human form. Her head throbbed, her body was covered in burns, and her internal organs were definitely damaged. What should she do? Qianlin stopped attacking, gripping her knife with both hands, raising it above her head as she looked at Banaji. Banaji had quite a few injuries on him, breathing heavily as he guarded against Qianlin. Qianlin coldly said, "It's useless. The moment I strike you, your defeat is inevitable." As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying ghostly figure suddenly appeared around Qianlin, and anguished wails echoed around them. The blade of Qianlin's knife began to glow, and crimson energy spread from the blade to her arm. Banaji quickly jumped back, distancing himself from Qianlin, anxiously staring at her. The ghostly figure on Qianlin transformed into a blood-red, shadowy wind, rushing towards Banaji. He quickly retreated, but the shadowy wind still wrapped around him, and the ghostly figure appeared above his head. Qianlin struck down heavily, and at the same time, the ghostly figure above Banaji raised a knife to strike down at him. With a swoosh, the sound of a knife cutting through flesh echoed, and a horrific wound extended from Banaji's shoulder to his abdomen, blood gushing out like a fountain. Banaji let out a scream and fell to the ground. The ghostly figure vanished, and Qianlin returned to normal. She rested the large knife on her shoulder and left the scene. Banaji was already on the brink of death, lying on the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably. What should he do? He still had some strength left, but the flames. Daegu saw that Zelina had stopped moving, thinking she had given up on treatment. With a cold snort, he said to himself that if she was looking for death, she shouldn't blame him. He raised his fist, ready to finish her off, but suddenly, a blazing fire erupted from Zelina, the intense flames forcing Daegu to retreat. Huh? What's going on? Daegu couldn't help but feel puzzled. The fire on Zelina grew increasingly fierce, until it enveloped her completely. Daegu cautiously stepped back, his instincts telling him that this woman was extremely dangerous. Could the fire on her be a fruit ability? This type of fruit ability was clearly not something a typical Zoan type could possess. The flames on Zelina suddenly erupted, spreading in all directions. The rushing fire engulfed the surrounding pirates, who let out painful screams as those not burned retreated in haste. The flames that reached Dagu were absorbed by his gauntlets, and he fixed his gaze on Zelina. Before him, Zelina transformed into her beast-human form, her originally silver-white fur turning into a glossy black. Both forearms and claws were engulfed in raging flames. Her tail transformed from 1 into 3, each tip ignited with fire. Her entire body was adorned with glowing orange patterns, and even her wolf-like maw, filled with sharp fangs, glowed with orange light. Selena looked at the 2 claws covered in flames, a voice echoing in her mind. Disaster, disaster. Helena crouched down, her hands pressed against the ground. Huado Huolioli, centered around Helena, caused flames to rapidly spread in all directions, so fast that most of the pirates were engulfed. The few pirates who barely escaped climbed to higher ground, daring not to return to the ground. Dagu absorbed the surrounding heat with her gauntlets, her expression darkening. It seemed that the high temperatures and flames had no effect on her. Selena began to inhale, and the flames around her were drawn into her body. Her chest swelled up completely, glowing with an orange light. Catastrophe, devouring flame. A pillar of fire erupted, shooting toward Dagu. Dagu crossed his arms in front of his chest. The fire jade iron absorbed the intense heat of the flames, but he was continuously pushed back by the powerful impact of the fire pillar, leaving 2 trails on the ground beneath him. Dagu thought to himself that her fire attack wouldn't have much effect on him. As the fire pillar dissipated, Dagu looked at Selena, only to see a large fireball hurtling toward him, and he could vaguely make out a monstrous figure within the fireball. Catastrophe, falling fire. While Dagu was defending against the fire pillar, the flames at the tip of Selena's tail suddenly grew larger, engulfing her entire body in fire. She jumped up and flew toward Dagu at a speed hard to discern with the naked eye. Helena crashed into Dagu, sending him towards the fortress behind. With a loud bang, the granite outer wall of the fortress shattered like a spiderweb where Dagu was hit, followed by a burst of flames. Dagu emerged from the wall, his shirt long since burned away, revealing armor made of fire jade iron underneath. If he hadn't put on this protective gear in advance, he would have been severely burned all over. Helena suddenly appeared in front of Dagu, her foot engulfed in flames as she kicked him in the face, causing a tooth stained with blood to fly out of his mouth. Dagu seized the opportunity, grabbing Helena's foot and slamming her to the ground with a loud thud, then delivering a punch to her face. As he threw another punch, she dodged it, and a white energy gathered in her hands to form a glowing sphere, which was then enveloped in flames. Disaster, light of life. She struck Dagu in the stomach with the palm of her hand, and the glowing sphere exploded instantly, the flames and blinding white light obscuring the view of the surrounding pirates. When the white light dissipated, Dagu was seen kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. His armor was shattered, and he was covered in wounds. Gritting his teeth, Dagu discarded his gloves and charged at Helena with the highest speed he could muster, his hands coated in haki as he threw a punch at her. Helena also coated her hands with haki, and when their fists collided, the shockwave extinguished the nearby flames. The two continued to exchange punches, and Dagu, with a bounty exceeding 400 million, truly surpassed Helena in strength. Even though her advantageous fire attacks had now become a weakness, she still had the power to fight. Zelina seized the opportunity and bit down on Dagu's shoulder, flames erupting from her mouth. Dagu finally couldn't help but cry out in pain. Helena flipped to Dagu's back, and with a powerful swipe of her claws, 2 intersecting blades of wind and fire struck Dagu's back. Disaster dough, fireblade. Dagu was knocked away and fell forward. Helena aimed to press the attack and charged at Dagu, who got up and pretended not to have reacted. When Helena approached from behind, Dagu suddenly turned around and struck, sending Helena flying. Zelina flipped in the air, stabilized her form, and landed steadily. Each claw gathered a sphere of light, then enveloped it in flames. The 2 spheres collided and compressed continuously, until an orange fireball the size of a ping-pong ball floated between her claws, its brightness so intense that it was blinding. Cold sweat broke out on Dagu's forehead. He knew that if he took this move, he would probably be finished here. He managed to stand up, but with so many injuries, his speed had already greatly decreased. Helena clawed at the fireball and threw it forcefully towards Dagu, the fireball flying towards him with a whooshing sound. The fireball exploded with a loud bang, illuminating the entire clearing with white light. Flames engulfed everything, and only the pirates who had fled early managed to escape unharmed. Meanwhile, inside the city of Pondo below, the knights had already invaded, engaged in street battles with the National Guard. Both sides were locked in fierce combat, and the intense explosions from the distant volcano caught everyone's attention. In the sky, Ruko, riding a giant eagle, noticed the situation over there and urged the eagle to fly in that direction. The ground was scorched earth, with most of the pirates' bodies turned to charcoal, and Daegu was burnt to the point of resembling a piece of coal, having lost the ability to move. Helena was also too exhausted to care about him. She was nearing her limit and transformed back into her human form. She collapsed on the ground, with wounds all over her body. Helena was resting on the ground when it suddenly began to shake. The fire jade iron mine beneath the volcano had long been excavated, and Daegu had originally planned to leave today, but unexpectedly, Helena had emerged halfway. However, he did not anticipate his own defeat. He had already instructed to blow up the mine and the fortress to avoid any unforeseen complications. The tremor just now was caused by the explosion in the mine beneath his feet, and the fortress nearby also suddenly exploded. After several loud bangs, the upper portion of the fortress slowly collapsed. Helena climbed up. If she didn't run, she would be crushed under the ruins. Helena! Suddenly, someone called her from above. She looked up and saw Ruko circling in the sky on an eagle. He controlled the giant eagle to fly low, reaching a height where Helena could grab onto it. The fortress behind them collapsed with a loud crash, raising a huge cloud of dust. I was wondering how you suddenly disappeared, but it's too dangerous for you to charge in there alone. Helena smiled wearily and remained silent. However, you are really strong. You actually defeated that Daegu, who for 10 years had killed countless people who challenged or tried to assassinate him. Turning to look at Helena, I found her gazing out at the sea. What's wrong? There, a fleet of pirates is sailing out. They are probably transporting the ores mined here. Forget it, we can't catch up now. Compared to that, the war will be won soon. We will finally reclaim our country. Below in the city, the National Guard has collapsed. The knights have invaded the palace. Injurder has stormed into the main hall, where only Osley is present, staring grimly at Jurder. Jurder ignored him and ordered to quickly find the escaped king. He must not be let go. The king, disguised and escorted by several guards, was running towards the city outskirts. The oppressed lower-class citizens in Pander City, seeing the knight's victory, flooded into the streets to cheer for the downfall of the king and the nobles. The king was walking with his head down when he was bumped into by a group of peasants, and he immediately shouted, "You bold rascals." After saying this, he regretted it. Look, isn't this person the king? That's right, it's him. He wants to escape. Grab him. Grab him. Hang him. We must not let him go. An angry crowd surged forward, beating the king and his guards until they were bruised and then tied them up. A day later, with bandages wrapped around her body, Helena sat in Old Pag's orchard, eating fruit heartily. Suddenly, someone stood in front of her, startling Helena and causing her to choke. Looking up, it was Qianlin. Helena was speechless. She wouldn't come to me for a fight, would she? I've been looking for you for so long, and you were hiding here. Look, I'm still not healed, so I definitely can't perform normally, right? Shouldn't we wait a few days to talk about it? Qianlin snorted and turned to walk away, and Helena let out a sigh of relief. Uncle Pag pushed his cart over and said to Helena, "A Navy warship has arrived at the port. I don't know what's going on, but is it here to pick you up?" As soon as Helena heard this, she immediately stood up. "Uncle Pag, goodbye. I have to go." "Hey, slow down. Your injuries aren't healed yet. Goodbye, little girl." She dashed out of the orchard and ran towards the seaside. Qianlin, who hadn't gone far, saw Helena running away and tilted her head, thinking for a moment, then decided to follow her. When they reached the seaside, Helena saw the warship, which was about a kilometer off the shore, and turned to head towards the dock. Qianlin ran out behind her, and Helena was a bit confused to see her following. Qianlin looked at Helena and then at the distant warship, and suddenly understood. She anxiously said, "Don't go. We need to settle this before you leave." Helena's face turned green. Regardless of Qianlin, she turned around and ran. "No, who wants to fight with you? Don't run." Helena ran wildly all the way to the port, crashing through the market at the port, with Qianlin closely following behind. When they reached the seaside, Helena looked around. She jumped onto a small boat, tore the rope tied to the wooden post, picked up the oars, and began to row. The small boat instantly shot out several meters. Helena, as if fleeing from the pursuit of a fierce beast, turned back to see Qianlin standing still on the shore and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She sat down to rest for a moment, but feeling uneasy, she glanced back at Qianlin, only to freeze in place. She saw Qianlin set the knife aside and, with an incredibly graceful motion, leap into the sea, swimming towards the small boat with the speed of a fish. "No way. Is this even possible?" She quickly picked up the paddle and began to row again, not getting far. Behind her, Qianlin leaped out of the water and landed steadily on the small boat, splashing water all over Helena. Zelina gave up on treatment, gently put down her paddle, and sat there quietly, waiting for her fate. She never expected that she could swim so fast. "Sister, are you a mermaid?" Hearing this, Qianlin's eyes flickered, but Zelina didn't notice. Qianlin shook the water from her long black hair, and the mask she had been wearing fell off, resembling the aloof beauty that Zelina had imagined. Qianlin took out a small knife, stepped forward to lift a strand of Zelina's white hair, and cut off a portion. She said, "I will make your life card, and I'll come back for you." Without caring whether Zelina agreed or not, she turned and jumped back into the sea, swimming towards the shore. Selina sighed heavily. "It's really troublesome." Helena saluted. Admiral Sakazuki, Vice Admiral Carp beside him, kept putting sunbae into his mouth. "Oh, wet she, clothes, Lina. We're specifically here to catch, find you." Carp spoke unclearly with his mouth full of sunbae. Sakazuki couldn't stand it anymore and took the lead in saying, "When you return, write a report about everything that happened since you went missing in Mariewa." "Yes," he replied. "By the way, did you take down the city crusher Daegu?" "Well, I did take down the leader of a pirate crew that was holed up in Celia's, but I don't know his name. That pirate is the city crusher Daegu Zolman, with a bounty of 430 million. Good job." Sakazuki praised him expressionlessly. Helena felt a bit nervous. Somehow, being praised by a kainu seemed scarier than being scolded by him. "By the way, how did you know about this?" Helena thought for a moment and finally asked. "We encountered their remnants at sea," Sakazuki replied. Helena didn't care anymore. It was good enough that he could answer. 6 years later, in the year 1515 of the Sea Circle calendar, Helena was now 23 years old and held the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters. Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsellino were promoted to Admiral in 1514 and 1515, while Sengoku was promoted to Fleet Admiral, and Kong became the Chief of Staff of the three armies. In the past 6 years, Helena had been regarded as the strongest among the younger generation of the Navy, standing out in many missions and earning the title of the Navy's new star. 4 years ago, the Battle of Simak broke out, including the 4 warships Helena was on. A naval fleet engaged in a skirmish with a pirate alliance that had over 20 pirate ships in the Simak Strait. The Navy was caught in a pincer attack, and at that time, all the naval forces rushing to support believed that those 4 warships would be completely annihilated before they could reach the battlefield. Upon learning this, Sengoku urgently ordered Borsellino to fly over and rescue Helena. However, when Borsellino arrived at the battlefield, he saw Helena fighting on a pirate ship. In her hybrid form, Helena unleashed fierce flames to burn the pirate ships, taking down one after another and immediately jumping to the next. While behind her lay the 6 pirate ships she had already defeated. On the Navy's side, only 1 warship had lost its operational capability. By the time Borsellino joined the battle, it was essentially one-sided, and the naval battle ended swiftly. Helena rose to fame within the Navy after a battle, with her supporters calling her the Wild Wolf and her detractors referring to her as the Mad Dog. 2 years ago, Helena was temporarily stationed at a naval base in the Kingdom of Taido when its neighboring country, the non-world government member Kingdom of Barang, suddenly launched an attack. The naval base also became a target of the assault. At that time, the 2-star general stationed at the naval base was carrying out overseas missions with most of the troops, leaving the defense in the hands of a 1-star general. Initially, the Navy held a defensive advantage and was relatively successful in repelling the Barang forces. However, the Barang army later reinforced their numbers to over 10,000 surrounding the base, which only had about 1,000 personnel left. One morning, the Barang army launched a full-scale assault, and just as they were about to breach the Navy's defenses and invade the base, they were halted at the gates by a monster resembling a werewolf. Helena fought against 10,000 men for an entire day, until the next morning when the Belong army finally retreated. A reporter from a Morgan's news agency documented this battle and published it in the newspaper. Under the headline, "A Woman Like a Monster, the Navy's Ultimate Weapon," there's a photo of Helena, covered in blood, slaughtering her way through the crowd. Additionally, she has carried out various missions, her strength long surpassing that of an average vice admiral. However, the warring states consider waiting a bit longer. They cannot be too ostentatious right now and will re-employ her when her strength further increases. Among the common people, some say she can transform into a white, sacred beast, while others claim she is a hellish hound breathing flames. Helena walked towards the deck, where an old lady draped in a justice coat stood. She was Admiral Crane. Upon seeing Helena, she said, The reason I called you for this mission is that we will be dealing with an acquaintance of yours. My acquaintance? 6 years ago, when you were captured at the auction in Sabaody, did you encounter a fisherman? Oh, it's him. It's Dariet. The warship passed through Mary Geos and reached the New World. After sailing for another week, they arrived at Naso. Naso is not actually an island, but a giant tree with its roots beneath the seabed and its trunk rising above the surface. However, the tree is already dead, yet people have established habitats within its trunk and branches. 8 years ago, several groups of mercenaries came here to establish a guild, attracting more and more mercenaries to come. It has now become a land of mercenaries. However, Naso is not recognized as a country by the world government. At most, it is considered a settlement. Helena stood on the warship, and even from over 10 kilometers away from Nasos, she could feel the immense size of the towering giant tree. As it got closer, Helena saw the roots that only protruded slightly above the sea surface, each one much larger than the warship. Buildings were everywhere on the branches of the giant tree, and the trunk had been hollowed out, divided into layers. The bottom layer had the largest area, and the layers were connected by more than a dozen elevators located in the very center of the trunk. Not far ahead, a sea creature was waiting there, and Helena squinted her eyes, noticing that there was a person standing on the creature's back. Helena immediately recognized who it was. She waved her hand and shouted, "Hey, Uncle Daliot." As the warship approached the sea beast, Helena leaned over the side of the ship, looking particularly happy. "Uncle Daliot, long time no see." Daliot smiled and waved back, saying, "Yeah, it's been 6 years, hasn't it?" Crane walked over from the side, and Helena immediately stood at attention and saluted. Crane nodded at her, then turned to Daliot. "You are the Inspector Daliot for Nasos?" "That's me. I'm responsible for guiding you. The waters here are very dangerous. There are roots everywhere beneath the surface that can easily touch the bottom of the ship, so we must follow the path we've cleared." Daliot directed the sea beast to guide the warship along the correct course. Upon reaching the port of the first layer of Nasos, surrounded by ships of all sizes, Nasos was considered a gray area since it had not been recognized by the world government. There were certainly criminals among those ships, but the Navy had no extra energy to deal with them on this trip. This giant tree was so large that a town could be built inside its trunk, and Helena and Admiral Crane, along with a dozen Navy soldiers, headed towards the central elevator. Helena walked alongside Daliot, who was introducing her to the happenings here. Because pirates often frequent this place, fights and gunfire occur almost daily. My job is to command a surveillance team organized by various mercenary groups. Uncle, did you become a mercenary after we parted ways? After I sent those 3 girls back to their hometown, I wandered around. Later, I had a conflict with a group of pirates in Magic Valley Town. Their enemies were a mercenary group who approached me and invited me to join them. After we took down that group of pirates together, I stayed with them. Then I ended up here. Oh, you are quite a celebrity, Daliot said with a smile to Helena. Huh, don't you read the newspapers? Many of the battles you've fought have been reported, mentioning you as a rising star of the Navy. I heard I made it to the papers, but not to this extent. They even gave you nicknames. Some call you Wild Wave, others call you Mad Dog. Melto. Ha. I don't even know how your name came about. People on the streets tensed up when they saw the Navy passing by, whispering among themselves. Hey, look, it's the Navy. Huh, why is the Navy here? Wait, that person walking next to the inspector looks familiar. I remember now. She asked that wild wolf Helena. It really is her. I heard she single-handedly held off 10,000 people. Oh, I've heard that long ago, and she is well-connected too. I have insider information that she seems to be specially recruited by the Navy. Highly perceptive, Helena had already heard this and shook her head, ignoring such trivial matters, and looked elsewhere. She noticed that many things here had the same decoration, a sea serpent. Whether it was on signs, flags, or even tattoos on people, that pattern was everywhere. Uncle, what is the origin of that sea serpent design? Well, Nasos has had residents for a long time, and there is a legend that a giant sea serpent would destroy Nasos, so people paint the pattern representing the sea serpent to show respect, hoping it one day come to destroy Nasos. The team boarded the central elevator, slowly ascending, while Daliot continued to introduce. There are a total of 8 floors here. The first 3 floors are markets, the 4th floor is where tasks are posted, the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors are residential areas where many mercenary groups have their bases, and the 8th floor is essentially the government headquarters of Nasos, where the mercenary guild's headquarters is located. When the elevator reached the top floor, they exited, and 2 guards by the elevator recognized Daliot and did not question them further. Daliot led the team to a hall where a man with a goatee was seated at the main seat of a large table. Seeing the Navy had arrived, He stood up to greet them. He approached Crane and said, "I am Talawan, the president of the Mercenary Guild. You must be Rear Admiral Crane?" Crane nodded and replied, "Mr. Talawan, no need for pleasantries. This is an important task. Can we bring out the scholar?" Talawan smiled and said, of course. But let us first discuss the matters of the Mercenary Guild, shall we?" Crane looked calm, as if he had anticipated this. "All right, but you must understand the importance of this matter. The Navy will not make too many concessions." I understand. "Please have a seat," Talawan insisted with a laugh, inviting Crane to sit. Helena stood behind Crane. Crane nodded to his aide, who brought up a document and placed it in front of Talawan. Talawan smiled as he picked up the document to read it. Crane briefly introduced, "This mainly contains some restrictive regulations recognized by the world government." Talawan set down the document, still smiling, but his tone became firm. "Their SA clause here, pirates are not allowed to operate in Nasos. You must know that when someone pays us to take down a pirate, their enemies are also pirates. So, isn't this cutting off our source of income? I had long suspected this clause would be a problem, and there is a revision proposal. All publicly wanted pirates coming to Nasos must report to the Navy. What do you think?" Crane crossed his arms and glanced at Talawan. "Haha, this is a bit tricky. We would lose our credibility elsewhere." Rear Admiral Crane, Talawan still smiled. "Sorry, we can't agree to this clause." Crane closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "Then let us look at the others. Is there any other issue?" "All right, this clause has some details that need to be discussed." After an hour of negotiations, Crane stood up and said, "Regarding the clause we cannot agree on, I will consult with headquarters and give you a response tomorrow." All right. Daliot, take Rear Admiral Crane down to rest." In the detention room, Miss Sailing sat in the corner, holding a crumpled piece of paper, muttering to himself, "Tomorrow is tomorrow. Tomorrow must." Suddenly, the iron door of the room clanged, startling Miss Sailing. The food delivery slot opened, and a meal was placed inside. Miss Sailing breathed a sigh of relief, not looking at the food brought in. He wore glasses, was thin, and stared intently at the paper in his hand. The paper depicted the sea serpent, common in this area, with a tree to the right of the serpent. And, at the top of the tree, a person was blowing a large horn. The style of the drawing seemed ancient. Miss Sailing swallowed hard and tucked the paper into his chest. Outside, the sky was getting darker. For him, it would be a sleepless night. Zelina walked along the main street of Naso, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the dazzling shops around her. "It's great to be with Jean. I thought she would refuse coldly, but she applied to go out for a stroll with he, and he nodded in agreement right away." Helena had been under Sakaski for 7 years. 7 years. She had never seen Sakaski smile, and the thought of asking him to go out and have fun was something she wouldn't even dare to consider. However, it seemed that Sakaski liked to cultivate flowers and plants. Recently, Sakaski was finally promoted to Admiral, and Helena also had her own warship to command. But this time she was out with Vice Admiral Crane, so it wasn't her turn to command. Not wanting to think about useless things, she hummed a tune while shopping, and before long, she had bought a whole bunch of food. Just as she was walking, someone suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her way. Helena looked down and, after realizing who it was, couldn't hold onto the food in her hands. After a moment, she turned and ran. "Why is it you again?" The person was Qianlin, and the moment Helena saw her, she was speechless. How could this person be so persistent? Over the past 6 years, she had come looking for her several times. Turning to see if Qianlin was chasing after her, she found that she was standing still, not moving at all. Helena stopped and cautiously observed Qianlin. "Wait, she seemed to be injured?" Helena saw Qianlin gasping for breath, her face pale and stained with blood. She quickly walked closer and discovered that Qianlin was indeed hurt, and it was serious. There was a deep knife wound on her abdomen. Although it was no longer bleeding, it hadn't been treated or bandaged and would definitely get infected. Helena didn't care about anything else. After all, she knew her. She took the katana from Qianlin's hand and, trying to be gentle, carried her on her back. "Hey, are you still conscious?" Helena asked. Qianlin leaned her head on Helena's shoulder. Her pale lips moved slightly, and she nodded gently to indicate that she was still awake. "All right, hang in there. I'll take you to a place to rest." Helena carried Qianlin to find Nin, as Qianlin's identity was not suitable for taking her to the place where their navy resided. As they walked into an alley, the path ahead and the entrance behind them were suddenly blocked by several people who looked like ruthless robbers. "Woman, do you know where this place is? You dare to wander in here?" "Huh?" One of the robbers said arrogantly. In fact, Helena, with her current rank of Major General, typically wore a justice coat, but she wasn't accustomed to that. Although she was a phantom beast and didn't have to worry about her clothes getting torn when transforming, It was no wonder these people couldn't tell she was a Navy officer. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to jump out and rob them. Bang, bang, bang. Several robbers flew out of the alley, lying on the street and groaning in pain. Helena ran out of the alley with Qianlin, looked around, found an inn, and rushed toward it. After securing a room, she placed Qianlin on the bed, went out to buy some supplies to dress the wounds, and began to give Qianlin some basic treatment. After a long while, she had mostly bandaged the wounds, gave Qianlin a few sips of water, and Qianlin fell into a deep sleep. She found a chair to sit down, and outside, the sky gradually brightened. The sunrise could still be seen from the first floor of the inn. Suddenly, the phone bug bracelet on her wrist rang. Beep, 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 beep. Is this Major General Helena? The voice of Crane's aide came through the phone bug. I'm here, what's up? The mission target has escaped. Please command the search on the first and second floors. Understood. Zelina got up and glanced uneasily at Qianlin on the bed before leaving the room to find someone. Helena learned from the officer that their mission target, the scholar Macelinger, had somehow faked his own death. While they were looking for a doctor, he took the opportunity to escape. It is now believed that he is hiding in the cargo elevator and has gone down. Helena commanded the Navy to search throughout the first and second layers, and also notified the port's Navy to guard the necessary passages. As morning arrived, nothing was still found. Macelinger trembled as he climbed onto the largest branch of the Naso. Although it was called a branch, at its narrowest point, it was over 10 meters wide. At the end of the branch lay a huge horn that looked ancient, exactly like the one drawn on Macelinger's paper. Finally, after all these years, Macelinger stumbled over to the horn and gently caressed the exquisite creation made of bronze. Zelina took the elevator to the 8th floor. Upon arriving in front of his aide rushed over to report. We found him, but he is threatening to die. He said that if he dies, everything he brought from the naval headquarters will be handed over to the Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary Army? How did he get in touch with them? Zelina couldn't help but ask. Now is not the time to think about those things. Let's ask about his conditions. Yes. The aide ran to where Macelinger was. Zelina looked at who nodded at her, and she followed the aide. When they reached that branch, Macelinger was warily staring at the naval soldiers in front of him. The naval personnel dared not act rashly. If they angered him, he could just jump down and end it all. Helena ran to the adjutant, who whispered to her, Major General Helena, if he jumps down, you'll have to pull him back up. Understood. The adjutant shouted loudly. Professor Macelinger, please don't get agitated. If you have any demands, just let us know. We will definitely meet your needs. Macelinger mumbled softly. What I want, you can't give me. You can't give me. After a long while, Macelinger swallowed hard and shouted. Any request is acceptable? Yes, anything. Then for a while, no matter what I do, you must not stop me. That's fine, Professor. You have to trust us. At this moment, Crane also arrived, squinting at Macelinger. What is his purpose? Crane thought. Hearing this, Macelinger slowly turned around, bent down, and used all his strength to blow the horn. The deep horn sound was very penetrating, making everyone present feel their insides trembling. The entire Nassau heard the horn sound, and many people stopped to try to find the source of the sound. Macelinger knelt on the ground, took out the paper from his bosom, and gazed obsessively at the image of the sea serpent on it. Helena rushed forward and grabbed him, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. The surrounding Navy personnel saw Helena charge in and also came forward to help. In the next moment, the branches underfoot began to tremble. The entire island of Nassau started to shake as if an earthquake had struck. Helena looked down, and a massive whirlpool appeared on the sea surface. A long, melodious sound echoed as a colossal creature slowly emerged from the center of the whirlpool. Was it a sea beast? Helena thought. The creature gradually rose from beneath the water, and Helena could finally see it clearly. It was a gigantic, terrifyingly large snake head, with greenish-blue scales and long, goat-like horns on its head. The ships that were caught in the whirlpool were only the size of its teeth. They shattered upon impact with its body, and it didn't even register these slight collisions. It slowly opened its eyes, seemingly looking in no particular direction. Helena stared in a daze at the giant serpent that had suddenly appeared. Macelinger, whom she had pinned to the ground, broke free from her grasp and ran to the edge of the branch, crying tears of joy, his face smeared with snot and tears. The sea serpent, it really exists. Macelinger exclaimed frantically, saying a lot of things that others couldn't understand. The people of Nassau all saw the giant serpent, and many locals recognized that it looked exactly like the one described in the legends. The sea serpent actually exists. I thought it would be at most the size of a ship, but I never expected it to be this big. The sea serpent slowly raised its head, and suddenly the ocean surged with huge waves, revealing more of its body little by little. The sea around Nassau also began to churn, with parts of the serpent's body occasionally surfacing. Every time the serpent moved, the people in Nassau felt a tremor. The hundreds of meters high Nassau looked like a short shrub in front of the sea serpent, whose massive head extended towards the branch where the horn was. Everyone looked up at this beast, and many naval soldiers felt an inexplicable fear. Maeslinger, as if seeing a god of his faith, knelt on the ground, extending his hands towards the sea serpent as if to embrace it. The sea serpent noticed this tiny person, its pupils slowly turning down to fixate on Maeslinger. "So beautiful. I finally see you. Those foolish idiots. They actually don't believe in your existence," Maeslinger said, suddenly becoming furious and starting to curse. The sea serpent simply remained still, showing no reaction. Maeslinger kept talking to himself excitedly, while Helena nervously glanced back at Heron, who shook his head, signaling her not to act rashly. The sea serpent slowly moved its head, gradually pulling away from the branch. It then opened its massive mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Heron realized something was wrong and quickly shouted, "Everyone, evacuate immediately." Maeslinger continued to ramble, either praising the sea serpent or cursing those who didn't believe in its existence. The sea serpent lunged down towards Maeslinger, its enormous mouth clamping down on a branch that was several dozen meters thick, snapping it in an instant. The Navy personnel who were running back only heard a loud crash, felt a violent tremor beneath their feet, and suddenly found themselves falling through the air. The lucky ones landed on other branches, though many suffered broken arms and legs. Still, they were better off than those who fell straight into the sea. Heron, the lieutenant, and Helena all landed on branches, and Heron ordered the two, "That person is dead. Quickly gather everyone and see if we can leave." "Yes." The sea serpent closed its jaws forcefully, breaking the thick branch into two. It roared towards the sky, the sound deafening. Seeing the sea serpent begin to attack, the people in Nassau rushed towards the port, trying to escape. But not long after, the serpent's body emerged from beneath the surface at the port, and the departing ships collided with it, instantly breaking apart. The entire Nassau was surrounded by its several-kilometer-long body. The sea serpent moved, lowering its head and wrapping its body around Nassau. As it tightened its coils, an immense force continuously pressed against the tree trunk of Nassau, causing cracks to appear in the tree walls supporting the fifth level. It didn't hold for long before splitting open, and the trunks above the fifth level began to tilt to one side. The Navy personnel on the branches lost their balance, and many fell into the sea. The sea serpent kept roaring and howling, seemingly extremely angry. "If this goes on, we will definitely die. I'll distract it. You all contact Marin Fando quickly," Helena suggested loudly. Heron nodded from a distance, and the lieutenant immediately took out a phone bug to call the naval headquarters. The Helena transformed into beast form, instantly increasing her speed, and, with a powerful leap, she jumped to another branch. She darted between the branches, climbing upward, heading straight for the head of the sea serpent. The sea serpent, upon seeing the 8th floor of the building, seemed enraged, howling as it opened its massive jaws to bite down. The Mercenary Guild's hall was instantly turned into ruins, and as the serpent's head moved, the entire 8th floor was destroyed in just a few minutes. Helena used the moonwalk to step into the air. Although she wasn't proficient in the Navy 6 style, practicing techniques like the moonwalk and shaving was still worthwhile. She jumped from the air onto the massive, constantly swaying body of the sea serpent, like an ant climbing up a person's neck. The sea serpent didn't notice her at all and continued to wreak havoc on the 8th layer. Selena stabilized her form and transformed into her beast shape, opening her large mouth to gather energy, then immediately spewed out a dozen or so light orbs. Lunar eclipse, connecting stars. The light orbs exploded in succession, forming a cluster on the sea serpent's neck. The sea serpent felt as if a dozen needles were stabbing its neck, becoming somewhat irritated as it shook its head. Selena, who was clinging to its neck, had a grip tightly onto the serpent's scales, lying there as if riding a roller coaster. Once stabilized, Selena stood up and made her way toward the sea serpent's head. At the top of the sea serpent's head, she transformed back in her hybrid form, her claws filled with white lunar eclipse energy, and thrust them forcefully into the serpent's scales. So thick, Selena's claws did not penetrate at all, and she pulled them out. Transforming into her disaster form, flames ignited around her, enveloping her entire body as she leaped into the sky. Aiming at the sea serpent's head, she plummeted down like a meteor. Disaster, falling fire. With a dull thud, the sea serpent seemed to be struck by a punch. its massive head pressed down by the tremendous force. Helena was also knocked away, adjusting her position in the air, and used the moonwalk to fly to the sea serpent's horn. The sea serpent realized something was attacking it from above, shaking its head up and down and side to side, while Helena held on to its horn, trying to keep herself from being thrown off. Zelina took the opportunity while it stopped to jump on its head again, gathering a glowing sphere in her claws and covering it with flames. With a strike of her hand, she slammed the glowing sphere onto the sea serpent's head, dealing another blow and making it extremely angry. It wrapped around the trunk of the tree, causing the tree to lose its support, and the upper half toppled to the side. The serpent's head plunged into the water, creating high and terrifying waves. Helena was thrown out when the snake's head plunged down at high speed. Fortunately, she landed on the broken outer wall of the 5th level. Falling into the sea would have meant certain death. Noticing the collapsed upper half of the Naso, Helena instinctively looked for the crane and her deputy. Suddenly, the sea snake surged out of the water, opening its massive jaws to bite at Helena. She jumped aside just in time, and the sea snake bit into the outer wall, making a crunching sound as a large section of the wall was bitten off. The sea snake locked onto Helena, continuously trying to bite her. Although the sea snake's speed was not fast, its enormous size meant that even a slight movement of its massive head could destroy a large area. Helena felt a bit anxious. Hiding like this was not a solution. The sea serpent had tough skin and thick flesh, and her attacks were ineffective. Just as she was lost in thought, the sea serpent lunged at her again, and this time she couldn't dodge. At that moment, a scarlet sword energy shot out from behind Helena, striking the sea serpent and inflicting a wound, splattering blood. The sea serpent, in pain, retreated. Helena turned her head and saw Qianlin standing in the ruins of the 5th floor, holding a knife. She had just saved Helena with that strike. However, her injuries were not fully healed, and after that one blow, she was panting heavily and then knelt down on the ground. Helena jumped over to help her up. "Are you okay?" Qianlin shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Helena looked at the katana in her hand and recalled how effective that strike had been against the sea serpent. "Can I borrow your sword?" Helena reached out to take the sword, but Qianlin grew a bit anxious and said no. "Oh, I'll return it to you. Let me give it a try." Then, Helena transformed into the eclipse form, infusing the katana with white energy, and the blade began to shine with a white glow. "It really works." She turned to Qianlin and said, "Stay safe. I'm going to deal with that guy." Helena stepped into the air, while the sea serpent was searching for her whereabouts, but did not find her in the sky. Although she had rarely used a knife, she thought it should be possible to create a blade of wind with one. Raising the knife above her head with both hands, she brought it down heavily. With a melodious clang, a crescent-shaped white blade of wind flew towards the sea serpent. With a splat, it struck its neck, blood gushing out as the sea serpent was hit hard, letting out a painful roar. Helena fell back to the 5th level, waving the knife in her hand. The white light on it had already disappeared, and her attempt to infuse energy had failed. "Can I come by for a moment?" "All right, I'll find Qianlin." And after placing the knife in front of her, I ran off, shouting, "Thanks for lending me the knife." Qianlin rolled her eyes. "Truly grateful that you didn't break my knife. It seems that the gale blade can cause damage to it, but a regular gale blade is not very effective. I can only use that." The sea serpent charged at Helena with its head, and Helena jumped aside. She kept running wildly through the ruins. The sea serpent was extremely agitated, unable to hit that annoying little creature no matter what. Reluctantly giving up, it twisted its body, continuously crushing the tree trunk, trying to smash the lower half that was still relatively intact. In that case, no matter how agile that ant is, falling into the sea means death. All right, taking advantage of its diverted attention, Helena stopped in place. She closed her eyes, and white energy surged from all over her body, gathering in her left hand. After a minute, the Nasu was shaking continuously under the sea serpent's immense force. Helena opened her eyes. The claw on her left hand was shining with a blinding white light. With a moon step, she flew into the air. The sea serpent saw Helena and roared as it lunged at her. Aiming at the sea serpent, she swung her left claw with force. Lunar eclipse, gale shift, a gale blade, dozens of meters wide, rushed toward the sea serpent with a sound of tearing space, cutting off one of its horns while striking its neck. The strike on its neck did not disappear immediately, but continuously sliced through its skin. The sea serpent howled in pain, falling backward and disappearing into the depths of the sea. "Have I dealt with it?" Helena breathed a sigh of relief, transforming back into her human form, and her phone buzzed with an incoming call. "Major Helena, We are currently at the harbor on the first level. Got it. I'll be there right away. Before she could finish speaking, the Nasu suddenly shook, followed by a series of violent tremors. The sea serpent burst out of the surface of the sea, crashing into the lower half of the Nasu, leaving cracks all over the section between the third and fourth levels. The sea serpent pulled its head back, then charged again with force. The outer wall of the trunk shattered with a loud crash, and the fifth level began to collapse, tilting to one side. Zelina finally steadied herself, and suddenly remembered that Qianlin was still on this level, transforming into the lunar eclipse form to search for Qianlin. When Helena found her, Qianlin was falling towards the tilted side. She flew forward to catch Qianlin and jumped onto a rooftop. Helena held Qianlin in her arms and said, "Phew, I'm glad I made it." Qianlin coughed twice and replied, "Cough, cough. You don't have to worry about me." Helena turned her head and saw the giant head of the sea serpent rushing towards her at high speed. Knowing she couldn't dodge it, she held tightly onto Qianlin and used her shield, creating a white circular barrier that enveloped them both. Bang! In that moment, Helena felt as if her body was about to fall apart, completely numb all over. Then came an indescribable pain, and a loud roar filled her ears. Where consciousness finally returned, she realized she was falling downwards. Helena struggled to look at Qianlin in her arms. Qianlin had already lost consciousness, and her wounds were bleeding again, staining Helena's clothes red. They had to think a way out. If they fell into the sea, both of them would die, Helena thought, but her body was still in excruciating pain. Even moving her arms was difficult. Damn it, she must have broken all her bones. With a splash, the two fell into the sea, and just when Helena thought it was the end for her, her body was suddenly lifted by something. Surfacing, a figure jumped in front of her. "Are you okay?" It was Dahlia. Irina released Qianlin from her arms, barely sitting up and gently placing Qianlin down. Breathing heavily, she said, "I'm okay. I saw your fight just now. I'm sorry I couldn't help." "It's all right." Dahlia looked up at the sea serpent, which was still relentlessly destroying Naso. Countless people on all levels of Naso had already been injured or killed, and all the ships in the port had been destroyed. There was no way to escape this sea area. Its body was encircling Naso beneath the surface. "So we can only take it down, right? Can you handle alone? Should we call for some reinforcements from your navy?" "I've already contacted them, but it will take some time for them to arrive." "I have to go, Uncle. Please take good care of her for me. Leave it to me." The sea serpent let out a long, ear-piercing roar that reverberated throughout the entire sea area. People were dying from falls, being crushed by debris, or drowning in the sea all over Naso. Talarin crawled up a tree root from the sea, fearfully watching the rampaging giant. "It's over, it's all over. My mercenary guild is completely destroyed." Then he broke down completely, collapsing on the ground and crying out loud. Zelina moved her body. Although there were still many places that hurt, she was able to fight. The sea serpent bit off a large chunk of the trunk's outer wall, and with a shake of its head, threw the splinters into the sea. Just as it was about to continue its destruction, a large fireball flew in from a distance and struck the sea serpent's left face. Catastrophe, falling fire. Helena transformed into her eclipse form, activating the penumbral eclipse while simultaneously using the shaving technique from the Navy's 6 styles, her speed suddenly increasing as she instantly appeared above the sea serpent's head. Energy gathered in her claws as she turned and struck. Eclipse, Gale Blade. The Gale Blade shot forth, directly hitting the sea serpent's eye. With a squelching sound, it pierced the pupil. This strike could destroy half a warship. The sea serpent let out a painful scream. It was now extremely furious, as this tiny creature, not even as large as its scales, had been attacking it relentlessly, and it couldn't kill it, driving it mad. Selena landed on a broken section of the tree trunk, coughing twice with a faint pain in her chest. Although she had inflicted numerous wounds on the sea serpent, it remained vigorous, having completely lost its sanity due to the continuous attacks and pain. It bit at Selena recklessly, while she nimbly jumped away. The sea serpent raised its head to search for Selena, and she struck it with a blade of wind. The sea serpent became active, its head diving into the sea, its massive body creating towering waves. Selena looked down in confusion as the entire Naso shook and trembled continuously. Minutes later, the sea serpent suddenly burst out of the water, crashing through the outer wall of this layer of Naso before rushing out from the other side. It then broke through the second layer, piercing through the lower half of Naso like threading a needle. The battered Naso finally could not hold up any longer and began to collapse. The outer wall beneath Selena suddenly tilted, throwing her out. Selena kept changing her footholds on the continuously collapsing wall. This wouldn't do. Its scales were hard and resilient. and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't dig in very deep. Helena came up with a terrible idea. After some hesitation, she ultimately decided to go through with it. She jumped onto the wreckage of the upper half of Nasu and charged up to use the gale shift attack on the sea serpent. The sea serpent, feeling the pain, shifted its attention to Helena, determined to kill this annoying little bug this time. It opened its massive jaws and lunged forward, but this time Helena did not dodge. Instead, she used a rebound shield to protect herself. Crack! The sea serpent bit down, crushing a large piece of the wreckage and swallowing Helena along with it. In the distance, Crane and her deputy were standing on a tree root, watching Helena's situation. The deputy, holding a telescope, anxiously exclaimed, "This is bad. Major Helena has been swallowed by the giant snake." Upon hearing this, even Crane, who had always remained calm, became a bit flustered and told her deputy. Quickly urged the headquarters to send people to speed up. Yes, Helena curled up into a ball, relying on her protective sphere, and slid down the sea serpent's esophagus. Helena felt like her brain was being shaken up. Finally, it came to a stop, and she quickly extended her claws to grip the inner wall of the sea serpent's esophagus. Her sharp claws pierced the soft flesh, causing blood to ooze out. As the sea serpent continued to move, the inner wall rolled up and down like waves. Zelina doesn't waste time and transforms into her Huido form, her chest swelling and glowing. Huido, swallowing flames. Helena spewed out a large amount of flames, continuously scorching the flesh and blood of the sea serpent. After burning for 10 minutes, Helena paused for a moment and then continued to breathe fire. Meanwhile, the sea serpent, still venting its anger by destroying the wreckage of Nasos, suddenly felt a sharp pain in a certain part of its body, the pain becoming increasingly intense. It howled in agony, but the pain would not cease. Helena saw the charred flesh in front of her and used the meteorite to strike the other side. After stabilizing on the other side, she continued to breathe fire and burn. The sea serpent felt a distinct pain, as if something had pushed it from the inside out, followed by a burning sensation. It, in discomfort, slammed its head against the nearby wreckage, continuously emitting hissing sounds from its mouth. While Helena was continuously breathing fire, she suddenly slammed her claws. The disaster, Holioli, caused flames to rapidly spread from her palms. The sea serpent felt that the area of pain had increased, becoming even more unbearable. "Commander, that giant serpent seems to be in great pain for some reason." The crane also saw this, and upon seeing the situation, her heart calmed down a bit. It seemed that Helena was not in any trouble. Perhaps that was her thought? The sea serpent dove to the seabed and then surfaced again, thrashing about. Helena intensified her firepower. The temperature continued to rise, and the flames turned purple. Helena herself also had some reactions, with slight burning sensations all over her body. It seems that she can't hold on for too long. The sea serpent couldn't endure the excruciating pain, and the esophagus contracted and squeezed, but it was of no use. Helena concentrated on narrowing the flame, continuously scorching a single point, further eroding the already decayed interior. Half an hour later, the front chest of the sea serpent was completely burned through, erupting with a purple column of fire. Helena was also propelled out, landing on the wreckage of Naso's upper half. The sea serpent shook a few times and then fell over. Its massive head crashed heavily in front of Helena, still twitching and emitting hissing sounds from its mouth. Selena seized the opportunity, turned around, and with a few punches, broke a 10-meter thick branch, catching it and hoisting it on her shoulder. She jumped high and thrust it into the sea serpent's eye. The sea serpent let out a final earth-shattering howl as the branch pierced its left eye, which had been wounded multiple times and was already blind, driving straight into its brain and ending its life completely. Finally got rid of it. Selena stood on the sea serpent's head with her hands on her hips, panting from exhaustion. Looking around, she saw that Nassau had been completely destroyed, the sea littered with corpses and injured people among the ruins. The fortunate survivors were huddled on tree roots in the water or floating on wreckage of boats. After resting for a while, Dahlia summoned a sea beast to pick her up, and she jumped onto the creature, using a phone bug to contact Crane to meet up with them. In the evening, Navy ships arrived to provide support and began treating the injured Navy personnel. Selena secured a room for Qianlin, who was still unconscious and had developed a high fever. After tending to her own injuries and wrapping them in bandages, Selena took care of Qianlin. After a long day of busy work, Selena sat down, looking at Qianlin's pale face, wondering why she was caring for her so much, but she couldn't just ignore her injuries, could she? Stepping out of the room, Crane stood nearby by the ship S railing, watching Selena. Admiral Crane. Selena saluted, and Crane nodded, asking, "Who is that girl?" "A friend of mine." Crane blinked, but didn't ask further, turning to look at the sea. Admiral Crane, does this mission count as a failure? Although it would be better if he were alive, everything he brought from headquarters has already been confiscated, so his death doesn't matter. Who exactly is he? 30 years ago. Nassau. A few children were playing soccer, and a little boy with glasses was sitting nearby, focused on reading a book. One child kicked the ball, hitting the boy on the head, causing his glasses to fall to the ground. While he bent down to look for them, the other children ran over and snatched his book away. "Give it back." The nerd Maeslinger is angry. "Do you think we like your books?" "Ha ha ha." A child holding the book casually threw it away. "All you ever talk about is the sea serpent, idiot." "Ha ha ha." Maeslinger hurriedly picked up his book, looking angrily at those kids. He knew that no matter how much he said, these foolish people would never believe in the existence of the sea serpent. He ran home, hiding in his room, which was filled with books, most of them about the legends of the sea serpent. The sea serpent was the guardian of Nassau. How could they treat it this way? Maeslinger thought. 5 years ago, Maeslinger was 33 and already a paleontologist. The sea serpent still haunted his dreams, and he did everything he could to gather information about it, including some ancient texts. This got him into trouble. O'Hara had once been the center of world academia, and many precious materials could only be found there. So he began investigating matters related to O'Hara. As expected, the Navy approached him and placed him under house arrest in a naval academic institution. The Navy treated him fairly well, allowing him to continue his research. In those 5 years, he found a method to summon the sea serpent in an ancient book. 2 weeks ago, he made a rubbing of the page that contained the summoning method and seized the opportunity to escape from the naval headquarters, returning to Nassau. Until the moment of his death, he still believed that the sea serpent was the guardian deity of Nassau. But in reality, hundreds of years ago, the sea serpent was known as Cain, while Nassau's former name was Abel. The giant tree Abel was Cain's habitat, and while Cain slept, humans occupied the giant tree Abel. When Cain awoke, humans attacked it as an invading sea beast. Severely wounded, Cain fell back into a deep sleep, and humans placed a giant horn on Abel's branches to commemorate their victory. Hundreds of years passed, and people had long forgotten many things, only remembering the legend of the sea serpent. Maeslinger mistakenly believed that blowing the horn would summon the sea serpent. But to Cain, that horn was indeed a blatant provocation. Shirina stared at a newspaper, and as soon as she opened the first page, she was speechless. The headline was about her. Titled Navy New Star Kills the Mad Sea King. Below was a photo of her standing on top of Cain with her hands on her hips, taking a break. Helena was somewhat troubled. Ever since she became famous, she could be recognized wherever she went. At first, she felt a little happy about it, but later became quite a hassle. Often, during missions, she would be recognized by others, causing the target to escape. Moreover, the military was not too pleased with this situation, and they assigned her fewer missions, resulting in a slower promotion in rank. It wasn't that she cared much about the rank. She just felt a bit constrained. Helena returned to the room and saw that Qianlin was awake, sitting there as soon as she walked in. "You're awake. You've been sleeping all day. I'll go get you something to eat." Helena felt a weight lift from her heart and turned to go out. "No need," Qianlin said. "I don't have an appetite. I can't eat," Qianlin added. "All right." Helena sat down in the chair, and the two fell into silence. Helena felt the atmosphere was awkward and took the initiative to find topic. "How did you get so seriously injured?" Helena asked. "It's none of your business," Qianlin said with a displeased expression. Halfway through, she remembered that Helena had been taking care of her these past few days. Without her, she might have died, and she couldn't bring herself to say harsh words. "It's nothing. I just lost to someone else," Qianlin replied, her expression returning to indifference as she gave a perfunctory answer. Helena swallowed hard and stopped asking. "So where are you going after you recover? You're on a naval ship now, and no one knows you're with the Revolutionary Army, except me. You should leave early." "I'm not part of the Revolutionary Army." "Huh, then I'm just repaying a favor." Qianlin suddenly turned to stare at Helena, startling her. What's wrong? You don't want to fight me again, do you?" "Please, I hope not." "No, it's not that. I'm just curious." "Curious? You're in the Navy. Why would you help someone like me who used to work for the Revolutionary Army? Haven't I also fought alongside the Revolutionary Army? That's different. You had no choice back then. Now you could arrest me at any time, so why haven't you done that? You even helped me hide my identity and reminded me to leave early." Helena scratched her head, showing a difficult expression, and after a long time finally said, "How should I put it? I don't have a bad view of the Revolutionary Army. After all, I don't really know them. As for why I'm helping you, I thought since I've gotten to know you, I can't just stand by and watch you die. We don't really have anything to do with each other. Qianlin lowered her head and replied. Although she said that, the two fell silent again. I'll get you something to eat, Helena said. Qianlin didn't refuse, so Helena left the room. What are your plans next? Helena asked Qianlin beside her. I need to find a place to improve my strength. Then are you going to challenge the person who defeated you? Heh, as long as I'm not dead. He'll come looking for me himself, Qianlin said with a bitter smile, speaking meaningfully. The ship docked, and Qianlin jumped onto the shore with her sword on her back. Goodbye. Helena waved to say farewell. Goodbye. A few days later, at the Navy headquarters, in the conference room. That's the specific situation. The monsters in the New World have been restless. Pirates in the first half of the Grand Line are becoming more rampant, and the activities of the Revolutionary Army are becoming more frequent. Now we need to make good use of the 7 warlords to help us fight against the 4 emperors, while also being wary of the Revolutionary Army. Sengoku paused, stood up from his chair, and looked at Helena, who was standing behind many rear admirals. There's one more thing, Rear Admiral Helena. Yes, Helena was suddenly called, her heart jolting, but she maintained her composure and saluted. Now, I officially promote you to the rank of Vice Admiral of the headquarters. Do you have the confidence to accept this responsibility? As soon as these words were spoken, the rear admirals present were somewhat surprised. Indeed, Helena's strength was more than sufficient for the rank of Vice Admiral, but she was only 23 years old this year, having become a Vice Admiral in just 7 years. Even the so-called monsters, Akainu and Kizaru, and even Akiji, who entered the Navy a bit later, took more than 10 years to become Vice Admirals. Not counting Helena, the youngest Vice Admiral was nearly 40 years old. Smiling, Akainu took the cigar out of his mouth and said, Well, Rear Admiral Helena's abilities are adequate. She can be a Vice Admiral. On the opposite side, Spider Demon snorted. I'm afraid she's too young. Her experience is insufficient. Meanwhile, the weasel with a mohawk just glanced at Helena sideways and said nothing. Helena certainly did not expect that. She thought that Sengoku and the others would want to keep her low-key, and that being promoted to Major General might be the pinnacle for now. But she didn't expect to be promoted to Lieutenant General so soon. However, she had no reason to refuse, so she stood at attention and replied, I have this confidence. In reality, she was quite worried. Becoming a Lieutenant General would mean a host of unexpected troubles waiting for her. After the meeting, Sengoku and Tsuru stayed in the conference room. Tsuru looked at Sengoku and asked, Why the rush? Even I don't know. Sengoku sighed and said, Kong told me that the celestial dragons are paying more attention to her. I have repeatedly emphasized to the higher-ups that she just happens to fit the characteristics of that race. They could completely slow down her promotion. Her rank is not that important in her case. If she becomes a Lieutenant General, it won't be so easy for the celestial dragons to do something to her. At this time, the Navy needs to strengthen its power as much as possible. Both she and the SSG cannot miss any opportunity. Tsuru closed her eyes, as if to acknowledge this. There was actually one more thing that Sengoku had pondered for a long time before saying. Tsuru opened her eyes and looked at Sengoku, waiting for him to continue. Sengoku mentioned Akainu, but did not elaborate. Tsuru understood. Akainu was an absolute hawk in the Navy, which did not align with the basic policies of the leadership, including Sengoku, Tsuru, and Garp. After Akainu became an admiral, even when he was still a vice admiral, radicals like Onizuka gathered around him. Sengoku initially wanted to oppose Kong handing Helena over to Akainu for guidance. He had thought of having Akiji take her instead, now promoting her to Lieutenant General, including frequently having her accompany Tsuru or Garp on missions in the past few years, was all an attempt to pull her into his faction. In the year 1516 of the Sea Circle calendar in Mariewa, before the World Conference, Kizaru was trimming his nails when the din mushi in front of him suddenly rang. BRRR, 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 BRRR. Kizaru put down the nail clipper and reached for the phone, saying, Moshi Moshi, Borsellino. A serious voice came from the din mushi. A king's ship has been attacked by pirates in the New World. You need to handle it quickly. Well, what about the Navy sent to pick up the king? Kizaru asked leisurely. The attacking pirates are high-ranking officers of the big MOM pirates, and the vice admiral sent to assist the king has already been defeated. Well, the celestial dragons have ordered me not to leave Mariewa. Lieutenant General Helena has already brought the king she picked up here. What should we do about her? Sengoku was somewhat conflicted and finally replied reluctantly. All right, let her set off quickly. Helena, wearing a coat of justice, stood at the bow of the ship as the warship sped toward the incident location. A soldier ran up to Helena, saluted, and reported, General Helena, we have completely lost contact with the naval squad at the incident site. According to their last transmission, They were attacked by Charlotte Smoothie, a cadre of the Big Mom pirates with a bounty of 640 million. Helena's heart stirred. Smoothie? She remembered the long-legged beauty, one of the sweet 3 generals 8 years later, and one of the main forces of the Big Mom pirates. However, the bounty was not as high as it would be 8 years later, and her strength was somewhat inferior to that time. The lookout on the ship reported loudly that they had found the ship of the Big and Moem pirates. Speed up, Helena ordered loudly. In the distance, Smoothie stood on a burning naval warship, surrounded by corpses, many of which had become mummies, and the badly injured rear admiral lay on the side. She looked down and picked up the king, scolding fiercely, "You dare to deceive us." "Huh? No, it's not what you think. Don't quibble. We have all the transaction records. Are you still going to lie?" Smoothie turned and threw the king onto her pirate ship. "Let Mama execute you personally," Smoothie said fiercely. "Sister." Smoothie's twin sisters, Stulong and Snamin, ran over. Stulong shouted, "Sister, a naval warship has come from kilometers southeast. It should be here for support." "Oof, what a hassle. Get rid of them," Smoothie said disdainfully. Snamin advised her sister, "Let's hurry and leave. Fighting them is pointless. It's better to just take them out." Seeing that she couldn't persuade her, Snamin had no choice but to listen to her sister. When the two sides were only 300 meters apart, Helena could already see the tall Smoothie triplets clearly. Smoothie raised her huge sword and thrust it into the body of the rear admiral she had defeated. The admiral screamed in agony as Smoothie activated her suck fruit ability, instantly draining him and turning him into a mummy. The extracted moisture entered Smoothie's body, making her already massive figure grow even larger, and Helena, hundreds of meters away, could clearly see her expanding. Helena thought it was not good. Smoothie raised his sword above his head with both hands, charging it towards the distant warship. The giant sword of the Kingdom of Wei struck down heavily, sending a purple-red shockwave imbued with a sense of destruction towards the warship. The sea was split apart, creating an overwhelming momentum. Charlena instantly activated the lunar eclipse form, leaping into the air with a moonstep, a white energy shield surrounding her to protect the warship behind her. Lunar eclipse. Recircle collided with the Kingdom of Wei, and Charlena struggled to maintain the energy shield, blocking this terrifying blow. The warship behind Zelina was affected by the energy shockwave in front, with the hull and the sea constantly shaking. Smudge was somewhat surprised, not expecting the opponent to be able to block this attack so easily. Helena squinted. The barbaric swordsmanship from Elbaf was indeed terrifying. Smuggy raised his sword again, intending to strike and deplete his opponent's energy, but unexpectedly, a fireball shot towards him at high speed from a distance, colliding with Smuggy. Smuggy had no choice but to raise his sword in front of him to block the fireball. Bang! The fireball collided with the sword blade, sending flames flying. When the flames dissipated, Smuggy discovered that the fireball was actually a werewolf with 3 tails and black fur, its hands covered in armament hockey, striking the sword blade. Smuggy exerted force in his hand, pushing Helena away. Helena spun in the air and unleashed a firestorm. Smuggy raised his sword again to block the firestorm, then plunged his sword into a nearby corpse to absorb moisture. Helena did not want to give her the opportunity to enhance her power. A light orb condensed in her hand, covering the flames. The disaster spell, Fireball, exploded in front of Smuggy, causing her to retreat repeatedly as the flames dissipated. Helena saw that she had grown a few more meters taller than before and had still managed to absorb moisture. Smuggy's size had become enormous, estimated to exceed 20 meters. Helena was somewhat speechless. Why did she always encounter opponents of such large size? Smuggy swung his giant sword down, leaving a long crack on the deck of the battleship, and Helena jumped aside to avoid it. Smuggy then swung the sword horizontally towards Helena, but she used her moon step to leap into the air, dodging the attack. The sword cleaved through the railing on one side of the battleship, leaving it in ruins. Helena used meteor fire in the air, crashing into Smuggy's head. Smuggy raised his left hand to cover with hockey to block Helena, then used brute force to knock Helena away. Selena crashed into the mast, breaking it. She grabbed the mast with one hand and unleashed a fire wave with the other, while Smuggy raised his sword again to block it. Helena understood that brute force would not work against Smuggy. As she activated her lunar eclipse form, the penumbral feeding began, and her speed instantly increased to the point of leaving afterimages. Smuggy, now massive in size, moved a bit slower, making it difficult to see where Helena was. As he activated his observation hockey, he sensed Helena, but by the time he did, she was already behind Smuggy. Helena gathered a sphere of light in her hand, and as soon as it struck Smuggy's back, a blinding white light erupted. Smuggy was blown forward, but managed to support herself with her sword and did not fall. She turned to look for Helena, but she had already vanished without a trace. Zelina moved swiftly on all fours like a real wolf. She arrived at Smuggy's feet, clawing at Smuggy's slender calf and leaving 3 deep gashes. Smuggy stomped down hard, but Zelina nimbly dodged. The wooden board where she had stomped shattered instantly. Smuggy clicked her tongue in frustration. TCH. Damn it, I can't catch her. Suddenly, Zelina appeared right in front of her, energy gathering in her right hand and wrapping around her claws, forming the shape of a wolf's head. What? Smuggy attempted to block the attack, but unfortunately, Zelina's speed was too fast. Lunar eclipse. Wolf Hunt struck hard against Smuggy's abdomen, and white energy erupted wildly from the impact area. Smuggy's massive body was sent flying, crashing into the cabin on the other side of the warship, where it fell silent for a moment. Seeing this, Selena quickly turned around and jumped onto Smuggy's ship to save the king. Smuggy's 2 sisters waved their swords, trying to stop Selena, but she deftly dodged them and headed straight for the king. She grabbed the king, and at that moment, Selena's warship had also arrived nearby, firing cannons at Smuggy's ship. Helena was about to jump onto the warship while carrying the king when a powerful and wide-ranging sword energy struck from the side, splitting the warship in half. Helena turned her head and saw that Smuggy had gotten back up, blocking her escape route with his weapon. Damn it, just as Helena was about to act, I lifted my foot and found my legs trapped by something. Looking down, I saw a large mass of blue crystal that looked like glass beneath my feet. Smuggy, I'm here to support you. I noticed you haven't dealt with this well for a while, so I came to help. A voice with a big tongue came from above, making Smuggy feel somewhat embarrassed. He said to the person, Big brother, I can handle her. Don't underestimate her. She's the so-called Mad Wolf, the naval rising star. And I heard she was recently promoted to Rear Admiral. Helena couldn't break free from the mysterious object under her feet. She looked up and saw a man dressed in a yellow suit and wearing a top hat, a long tongue extended out to lick a huge lollipop in his hand. Helena recognized him. He was the eldest brother among Big Mom's children, Perispero. With a wave of his hand, Perispero sent another large mass of syrup flying towards Helena. Finding her, Smuggy took the opportunity to leap forward and swung his sword down. Helena broke free from the restraints using her haki, crossing her arms with armament haki above her head to block Smuggy's sword. Perispero interfered from the side, waving his hand as several syrup cones shot towards Helena, piercing her. In pain, Helena lost her strength and fell backward, and Smuggy's sword cut down on her as she went down. Blood splattered. Helena gritted her teeth, trying to get up, but Perispero's syrup ensnared her again, and a minion nearby took the chance to put sea prismstone handcuffs and a collar on her, leaving Helena powerless. Smuggy approached Helena, raising his sword, intending to finish her off. Wait, Smuggy thought. Mom has been interested in her for a long time. Let's take her back to Mom. Sengoku set down the documents in his hands and took a sip from his teacup. The tea had gone cold after such a long time dealing with matters. He placed the teacup down and rubbed his temples. Recently, with the World Conference being held, the Navy's tasks had suddenly increased. They had to protect the kings attending the conference and also prevent those who would take advantage of the situation from causing chaos. A messenger rushed in, panting and saluting, reporting, Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Helena has been captured by the big MOM pirates. Sengoku jumped up, veins popping on his forehead. What did you say? The messenger was startled by the marshal's reaction, stammering. Vice Admiral Helena has been captured by Big Mom's people. Sengoku sat down wearily, calming himself as thoughts raced through his mind. Once regarded as a strategist, he could probably guess why Big MOM wanted to capture Helena. Damn it, he should have thought of that at the time. There's no point in saying those things now. All he could do was act. New World, Whole Cake Island, Tato Land. A colorful ship sailed into Cake Island through a river flowing from the west. This was the stronghold of one of the 4 emperors, Big Emon Charlotte Linlin, and her pirate crew. Cake Island formed a nation known as Tato Land, along with more than 30 surrounding islands. The 4 Emperor Big Mom was the supreme queen of this country. The ship stopped in the center of the island's town, and Helena was escorted off. She looked around at the scenery. The buildings were all shaped like various kinds of cakes, and among the pedestrians in the street, all races could be seen except giants. Directly in front of the town stood the largest building on the island, Big Mom's castle, shaped like a pink 3-layer cake. Smuggy and Perispero took Helena into the castle, arriving at a dimly lit hall inside. It was hard to see anything in the hall. Helena looked around. The hall was filled with desserts. Each dessert had a life of its own, with human faces constantly calling out, "Mom, Mom, someone's here." The entire hall instantly felt eerie, and with the castle resembling food. It was as if she was in a fairy tale world like Alice in Wonderland, but even more bizarre. The king was also brought here, trembling in place. In front of him, there was a massive throne hidden in the shadows, and sitting on it was a gigantic person. Helena looked at the monster in the shadows, and she exclaimed, Mom. A strange laugh echoed, sounding like an old woman's voice. Perispero stepped forward a few paces and said to the person on the throne, Mama, the guy who dared to deceive us and the woman you wanted is right here. The person on the throne bent down, and Helena could clearly see her face. A fat old woman with pink hair. Big Imam stared at Helena, and that terrifying gaze made Helena break out in a cold sweat. Is this the intimidation of the four emperors? Big Mom turned to the person beside her and said, Hey, you're the king of the Kazota kingdom, right? Huh? The cold voice frightened the man into silence. You bastard. Behind my back, you resold the weapons I provided through the underground black market to me. You think you're clever, huh? The chilling reprimand scared the man so much he nearly wet his pants. And no, it's not what you think. Aye. Mom. It's okay. You could just exchange something for the money you scammed from me. The man, seeing a glimmer of hope, immediately replied, Okay. I'll give you whatever you want. Right, that's how a deal works. There must be a price for what you gain. And all you need to do is trade your lifespan. The man's flattering smile vanished, replaced by despairing fear. In an instant, he felt as if he had entered another space, surrounded by boundless darkness, and the already gigantic Big Mom appeared even larger and more terrifying. Unable to bear it, the man collapsed to the ground. Big Mom cackled slyly and said, Let me think. I'll take 80 years off your lifespan to settle this. As she spoke, the power of the soul fruit activated, and Big Mom reached out her hand to grasp in front of the man, pulling a milky white soul out of him. The man's expression was one of agony, and the moment his soul left his body, he died on the spot. Mom, see, this is what happens to those who deceive me. The corpse was dragged away by homies, resembling chess pieces, and Big Mom turned to look at Helena. Hey, little girl. Big Mom called out to Helena. Your name is Helena, right? Zelina swallowed and nodded. Where were you born? I don't know. The aunt raised her eyebrows, grabbed a cake next to her, and opened her mouth wide to take a bite. Homai screamed while saying, Is it good? Mom. Is it good? Mom. Selena felt an indescribable terror in this scene. The old woman leaned back in her chair and said, Do you have no understanding of your own identity? Or are you hiding something? Helena raised her voice a bit. I really don't know what my identity is. I was thrown into the sea as soon as I was born. Helena, are you interested in joining my pirate crew? I'll be straightforward. If your identity is really what I think it is, you won't be able to stay in the Navy. Selena did not answer, remaining noncommittal. The aunt chuckled a few times and said to Perispero beside her, Hey, Perispero, take her and lock her up with Mondor. Yes, Mom. Helena was taken to an underground place filled with books, where Mundur, one of Big Mom's children, pushed Helena into a giant book, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Damn, I need to think of a way out. 2 days later, a mysterious person arrived at Cake Island, requesting to see Big Mom. She threw a piece of pudding into her mouth and chewed it loudly, looking maliciously at the hooded figure in front of her, asking, Who exactly do you work for? The Yonko Big Mom has Rear Admiral Helena in your hands, right? Big Mom slammed the armrest of her throne and shouted angrily, First answer my question, you bastard. Quickly tell me who sent you. The mysterious person took off their hood, revealing brown hair. He looked up at Big Mom, his eyes devoid of luster, lifeless. Big Mom sharply sensed that this young man had surely experienced something. She felt no emotions emanating from him. I am Rear Admiral Fina, and I represent the Navy to negotiate the redemption of Rear Admiral Helena, he stated. Upon hearing this, Big Mom chuckled meaningfully. Oh my. It seems the Navy values that woman greatly. Is it because she has something special? Big Mom feigned ignorance as she asked. No, she is nothing special. Really? Oh my. Let me guess. Who gave you the order directly? Sengoku? Fina paused slightly before answering nonchalantly. No. Then that's it. Big Mom laughed even more joyfully, as this confirmed her other guess about Sengoku's concern. She took another bite of cream cake and said, Go back and tell Sengoku that Helena has joined my ranks, and he should stop wasting his efforts. If he bothers me about this again, I'll have the newspapers publish the details of my dealings with the Navy. Someone will believe it. Oh my. Fina lowered his head and put on his hat, saying I understand. He then turned to leave. Big Mom ignored him and continued enjoying her desserts. Although Fina showed no expression on his face, his mind was racing. The direct negotiation had failed. It was time to activate the backup plan to infiltrate and rescue. That night, Fina stealthily slipped out of a hotel in the town. There were cookie soldiers patrolling the streets, and he skillfully avoided them, quickly making his way to the castle. Before he could find a way to enter, countless homies soldiers suddenly appeared around him. A tall, slender woman with an extremely long neck and a pale complexion like a corpse, smoking a cigarette and holding a famous sword called White Fish, stepped out from among the homies. Fina recognized her as Amanda, Big Mom's daughter and a hybrid of the Snakehead tribe. In the air, Munder stood on two books, disdainfully saying, "Humph, I knew you wouldn't give up so easily, homies. Capture him." Fina remained expressionless, using his exceptional martial arts to fend off the attacking homies. Amanda exhaled a puff of smoke, losing patience, and coldly said, "Enough." She drew her sword and in an instant appeared in front of Fina, striking out. Fina, being a highly trained agent, reacted quickly, using paper drawing to evade the attack. But Amanda was far stronger than him, continuously assaulting Fina until she finally had her sword at his throat. Selena sat in the book, pondering whether to first agree to join Annie's side, and then find an opportunity to escape. However, the sea slugs were everywhere in the ocean, making it nearly impossible to sneak out of the multinational hub. Mondor led a team of homies, escorting Fina to the basement and locking her in the book as well. After Mondor left, Selena kept observing Fina. Fina turned her head and looked at Selena with unangry eyes, asking, "Are you Major General Selena?" "I am. I am Brigadier General Fina, sent by the Marshal to rescue you. I'm sorry, the operation failed." "Ah, you don't need to apologize. No, this terrible situation is all my fault." Fina stopped speaking. Helena looked at him in confusion, always feeling that there was something strange about this person. Helena sighed and looked up. "Alas, there's only this one way." "Hey, Fina, I'm here. I plan to pretend to agree to join Big Mom, and then I'll try to get her to let you go. You must report this clearly to Admiral Sengoku. Don't let him really think I've become a pirate." "Major Helena, to be frank, the chances of them letting me go are almost zero. Then do you have any other good ideas?" Fina fell silent for a moment, and Helena looked at him expectantly. No, Selena was speechless. The next day, Mondor came to the basement and asked Selena, "Hey, Mom asked me to ask you, are you going to join our pirate crew or not? This is your last chance." Selena secretly glanced at Fina, hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed. "All right, I'll join you." Fina said nothing, seemingly accepting this approach. "That's right. Following Mom means there will be everything. Homies, take her out. Don't unshackle her yet, understand? You haven't shown your loyalty," Mondor instructed cautiously. "But I have a request," Zelina said. "A request? What request?" "Let him go." Zelina signaled to release Fina. "Keeping him is useless to you. If he had left directly yesterday, we wouldn't have bothered him. It was his own choice to come in and save you. We can't be blamed for that. Let me talk to Big Mom," Zelina said somewhat forcefully. Mondor's expression darkened as he stared at Zelina, who met his gaze. The two were at a standstill for a moment, but Mondor eventually compromised. "Take both of them out." Mondor led the two out of the basement when suddenly his transponder snail rang. BRR. "Hey, what's happening? Mondor, where are you? Mom is in trouble." "What? Brother Opera? What's wrong with Mom?" "Mom's food cravings are acting up. She's demanding macarons, and the chefs are rushing to make them. But Mom has already caused a scene in town." "I understand. I'm on my way." After saying this, he hung up the transponder snail. Karina realized that this was a good opportunity after hearing it. Taking advantage of Big Mom's rampage and her being too busy to pay attention to her, she quickly made her escape. Karina turned to Fina and gave her a look, which Fina understood. Fina used Shave to approach Mondor and kicked him in the face, sending him flying. Mondor slammed against the wall and couldn't get up for a moment. Fina broke free from the handcuffs with her hockey and knocked down all the homies that rushed over. Just as Mondor got back on his feet, Fina punched him in the stomach again, and Mondor fell down once more. "Damn you too." Fina searched Mondor and found the key to the Sea Prism stone handcuffs, unlocking Harina's cuffs, and the two quickly left the area. After they had run far away, Mondor took out a din mushy and shouted to Opera, "The woman that Mama values is trying to escape. Hurry and send more people to catch them." "What? Mama hasn't dealt with her side yet?" "Then notify the other islands to send people quickly." In the town of Cake Island, the rampaging Big Mom roared, her eyes becoming crazed and terrifying. "Macarons! Where are the macarons? Bring me the macarons." As she spoke, Big Mom swung her fist, demolishing the roof of an ice cream shop. The townspeople scattered in panic. and her children stood nearby, unsure of what to do. Big Mom's fifth son, the cream minister opera, kept urging the chefs through the din mushy to hurry up and make the macarons, to which the chefs replied, "It will take about half an hour. Half an hour. That's too long. Hurry up. Quickly. Mama's cravings are kicking in. Hurry." A group of homies pushed open the gates of the cake castle. And after Harina and Fina saw them leave, they sneaked out of the castle. As soon as they exited the castle, a cake-shaped roof suddenly fell from a distance, crashing down right in front of them. Helena was startled and needed to be careful not to get caught up by the rampaging old lady. Fina turned to Helena and said, "My ship is docked at the harbor on the east side of the island. Let's go there." Okay. The two of them started running towards the harbor. Munder ran out of the castle, saw Opera, and grabbed him, asking, "Where are those two people?" "I don't know. Damn it. They must have gone to the harbor. Hurry up and notify to block the harbor." Selena and Fina arrived at the eastern port, where the homage troops and pirates have been waiting for a long time. The target has appeared. Capture them. The enemies surged forward, engaging in fierce combat with Selena and Fina. Big Mom's 32nd son, Brony, charged and swinging a baseball bat, aiming a hit at Fina. Fina dodged the bat and kicked Brony away. The 33rd son, Raisin, then drew his sword and rushed at Selena, the blade covered in Conqueror's hockey, slashing towards her. Selena used her left hand, coated with hockey, to block the attack, while her right hand swung a punch, which Raisin managed to evade. Helena did not give him a chance to counterattack. Her left hand transformed into a wolf claw, and with a slash of wind, she sent Lazon flying. After the two dealt with each other, Fina led Helena onto a speedboat. The speedboat started moving, heading out towards the island. Mondor used a phone bug to call the port, and Brownie got up from the ground, replying, "I'm sorry, brother. They escaped by boat." "What? Damn it, it's fine. Someone is already on their way here and will definitely intercept them." As Helena and the other person took the speedboat out for a short while, countless boats surrounded them from all directions. We were surrounded. A man with a buzz cut and a thick mustache, looking fierce and strong, stood at the bow of one of the boats, looking down at the two of them. Helena also noticed him and recognized him as the third son of the old lady, Charlotte Daifuku. He is a user of the Suk no Mi and has a bounty of 300 million 8 years later, stationed as a minister in the Gojig Island. He is probably called over by Mondor to intercept them. "Surrender. You can't escape," Daifuku said coldly. Helena stared at him seriously and transformed into her beast form. This enemy needed to be taken seriously. Dafu saw that Helena was going to fight him and didn't waste any words, quickly rubbing his hands on his belt. A large amount of blue smoke surged out from a hole in the middle of the belt, forming a gigantic magical being resembling the giant from Aladdin's lamp, wielding a massive long-handled sword. "Mechichman! Mechichman!" The being shouted continuously as it swung the sword at Helena. Helena used her armed hockey to block. The sword collided with her black arm, producing a loud metallic clanging sound. Helena deflected the sword, and a blade of wind flew toward the magic being. However, since the being was made of smoke, just as the blade was about to make contact, Dafu controlled the being to transform back into a cloud of smoke. The blade passed through the smoke and flew away, while the smoke reformed into the magic being, which swung its sword again. Fina watched the battle between the two above, while the surrounding pirate ships began to bombard the motorboat. Fina quickly ran to control the motorboat to evade the incoming cannonballs. Zelina's repeated attacks on the demon were ineffective, so she bypassed the demon and charged towards Dafuku. Dafuku rubbed his hands faster, and a large amount of smoke erupted from the hole in the middle of his belt, forming another demon. The newly appeared one was very similar to the previous one, holding two ring blades. "Demon! Demon!" The ring blade demon swung its dual blades, knocking Zelina away and preventing her from getting close. Before she could adjust her position in the air, the large blade demon attacked. Zelina activated her circular shield to block the attack. "Demon! Demon!" The two demons pressed their advantage, attacking from two directions. Zelina activated her half-shadow eating start, suddenly increasing her speed to evade the attacks of the two demons, while the large blade demon cleaved through the ring blade demon. However, the ring blade demon quickly reformed, and the two demons pursued Zelina. Helena activated her disaster form, transforming into a fireball and charging towards Daifuku like a cannonball. Disaster, falling fire. Daifuku had two demons disperse and return to his side to form a protective shield, while also coating the smoke with armed color hockey. Helena collided with the black smoke and was bounced back. Then she used a moonwalk to jump away. Taking advantage of the fact that the demons under Daifuku had not gathered yet, she concentrated a ball of light covered in flames in her hands and threw it at the ship beneath Daifuku's feet. The fireball exploded on the hull, causing the entire ship to tremble and begin to tilt forward. With the ground unstable beneath him, Daifuku had to grab onto something for support to avoid falling, leaving him with no energy to control the demons. Helena seized the opportunity and charged towards Defu with a meteor-like speed. A majestic purplish-red sword aura came from afar, cutting through the surface of the sea. Helena had no choice but to use haki to protect herself, but she was still knocked back by the powerful sword aura and fell onto one of the enemy's ships. Helena looked up and saw Smuggy coming to the rescue. "Brother, be careful," Smuggy shouted to Dafu. "I know," Dafu replied irritably. Helena's expression was somewhat serious, and facing the two powerful enemies was still a bit overwhelming. "Big Mom, the macarons are here." "Great, give them to me." Big Mom bravely ran in front of the old lady and shouted, "Mom, the macarons are over here," pointing to a large pile of macarons beside her. The old lady slowly walked towards the pile of macarons and started to eat them eagerly. "So delicious." The old lady returned to normal. Mondor rushed over, anxiously shouting, "Mom, those two Navy men are fighting our people in the waters east of the island." "How dare they, Helena?" "I'll go myself," Big Mom said. "Zeus." "Yes, Mom." The thundercloud Zeus, wearing a baseball cap, sprang out, turned black, and gradually grew larger. Big Mom jumped onto Zeus. To the east side of the island, Smoker swung his sword, and Helena dodged, accidentally splitting her own crew's pirate ship in half. Helena turned around and unleashed a fire blast, while Smug's arm was covered in haki to deflect it. Behind Helena, the blade-wielding demon swung its weapon and charged forward, but Helena used the moon's step to dodge again. At that moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and thunder and lightning erupted. Defuka looked up at the sky and shouted to Smuggy, "Smuggy, Mom is here." "What? Mom came personally?" Before the words could finish, the ant flew over, standing atop Zeus. Mom, Helena, what do you think you're running to?" Helena gritted her teeth, realizing that things were looking grim. No choice but to fight. Who knows? If you don't drink the toast, you'll end up drinking the penalty wine, right? The tone of Big Mom suddenly turned cold, terrifying like the Grim Reaper. "Prometheus." Big Mom grabbed the little sun beside her, which instantly transformed into a fireball. Hellfire erupted in a column, shooting towards Helena. Helena did not dodge or evade. She activated her disaster form and absorbed all the flames. "This is interesting." Seeing Helena unscathed, Big Mom laughed. "Napoleon." "Yes, Mama." Napoleon transformed into his Emperor sword form. Thunderblade. Lightning wrapped around Napoleon as he swung down at Helena. Helena quickly jumped away, but in midair, Big Mom's other hand, covered in haki, punched Helena, sending her flying. Helena had not yet gotten up when the ant was already in front of her. The ant held lightning in her hand and struck down at Helena. The dazzling purple lightning blinded both Dafu and Smoogie in the distance, and the surging arcs of electricity scattered everywhere. Helena was nearly knocked unconscious by the strike. The ant grabbed Helena and held her up in front of her, staring intently. "What? Still not giving up?" Mommy, I originally wanted to have a good talk with you about your situation, but you were so eager to run away. I've changed my mind. Since you like staying with the Navy so much, go ahead. It won't be too late to join me when you learn the truth." Mommy, with a casual throw, she tossed Helena onto the boat of Fina. Dafu and Smoogie were both a bit surprised. Their mom actually let that girl go. It's something they've never seen before. Helena got up and looked at the meaningful expression on the face of the ant, feeling confused. She only knew that she seemed to have a big secret. From the ant's demeanor, it was obvious that she wanted to watch a show. "Shall we go?" Fina asked emotionlessly. Let's go," Helena said as she sat down to rest. Sengoku sat behind his desk, listening to Fina's report. After the negotiation failed, I decided to infiltrate Big Mom's castle at night to rescue Vice Admiral Helena. Sengoku was somewhat surprised to hear this. "What? Why would you do that?" "Subordinate. The operation failed." "Fina, this is not something you should have done. What happened to you?" "Subordinate. I don't know either." Sengoku wanted to explode, but seeing the lifeless eyes of Fina, the words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. "All right, this is the last time. You may leave." "Yes." Just as Sengoku sat down, a messenger rushed in to report. "Marshal, there is an urgent call from Mariehua that requires your attention." Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi, and a young man's voice came through. "Is this Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy?" "It is." "May I ask who you are?" "I am Horace Minzerland. I would like to meet with one of your vice admirals." The man interrupted Sengoku without any courtesy. Sengoku recognized the name, and his expression became serious. He had already guessed whom this person wanted to meet, but still asked, "Who do you want to see?" Helena, right? That woman. What do you want to see her for? This is confidential. By the way, Marshall, do you know what her surname is? Minzerland said indifferently. I'm not sure. She is an orphan. The name Helena was given to her by the person who adopted her. Oh, I see. By the way, Marshall, you must know something, right? Huh? Minzerland suddenly asked inexplicably. What do you mean? Forget it. No matter how I ask, you would just give me vague answers. Please inform Vice Admiral Helena to come here. After saying that, he hung up the din mushy without waiting for Sengoku's response. Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose. Things had become complicated. However, there was no choice but to have the messenger notify Helena. After thinking for a moment, he called Kizaru, who was still in Mariewa, to keep an eye on Helena and make sure nothing happened. Zelina followed a person dressed in white and wearing a white mask down the corridor of the palace. Helena was a bit nervous. She didn't know what the celestial dragons wanted from her. She looked at the person in front of her, who should be CP0. This person hadn't even spoken a word. When she saw him, he was writing on a chalkboard to communicate with Helena. It seemed he couldn't speak. Helena looked out the window, and outside was a magnificent courtyard. She was a bit dazed. The place where the celestial dragons lived was beyond her imagination in terms of luxury. Suddenly, she saw a figure by a table in the garden. Was that Kizaru? She clearly saw Kizaru holding a cup of coffee, looking at her, and giving a slight nod as a gesture. CP0 suddenly stopped, and Helena quickly halted as well. They arrived in front of a room, and CP0 stepped forward and knocked on the door. Come in. A voice devoid of emotion rang out. CP0 pushed the door open, stood aside, and gestured for Helena to enter. Helena swallowed hard and cautiously walked into the room, with CP0 following closely behind and slamming the door shut. It was a study, likely a private room. Behind the desk in front of the window sat a handsome young man with blue hair, dressed in luxurious clothing. Helena expected to meet a strange person dressed in odd clothes with a transparent shield on their head. To her surprise, Helena Minzelin spoke up. I'm here. Helena replied nervously. You have no idea about your own background, do you? No. Mentioning her background made Helena alert. Recently, the things her aunt did made her realize that there was something complicated behind her, and now even the celestial dragons. From birth until now, have you noticed anything about yourself that is different from others? I'm taller and stronger than ordinary people, but I think there are countless people with better physical qualities than me, Helena answered evasively. Is there anything unusual about your eyes? No. Helena didn't want to say much. In recent days, people kept mentioning her uniqueness, but they all spoke in riddles, and none revealed the truth, leaving her confused and somewhat annoyed. Minzelin stopped talking and stared at Helena. Helena lowered her eyes to avoid his gaze. She didn't want to provoke a celestial dragon. Suddenly, Minzelin looked at CP0, who had been standing behind Helena, and tilted his head slightly to signal him to act. CP0 silently raised his hand towards Helena, moving so quickly that an ordinary person could hardly see. However, Helena had already sensed the small movement behind her with her observation hockey. She turned around, grabbed the outstretched wrist with one hand, and with the other hand, she choked CP0's neck, pinning him to the ground. The sound of fighting in the room attracted the guards outside, who burst in to protect Minzelin. Seeing the situation in the room, they raised their guns and aimed at Helena. Helena turned her head to look at Minzelin, barely restraining herself from being disrespectful. What do you want to do to me? Minzelin remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated that CP0 would be countered by Helena. Taking advantage of Helena's gaze on Minzelin, CP0 flipped his hand and pulled out a small syringe filled with blood, plunging it into Helena's arm. Helena immediately threw the syringe away and jumped back, but a little blood still entered her body. What was that thing? Helena shouted at Minzelin, truly enraged. Everything that had happened during this time left her confused, like a clown being played with. The veins on her forehead bulged, and she bared her fangs, but she still held back from acting out. No matter what, if she dared to touch a celestial dragon, Sengoku wouldn't protect her. Minzelin elegantly crossed his arms and slowly walked up to Helena, looking up to meet her gaze. He looked into Helena's purple pupils, and that scrutinizing look made her very uncomfortable. After a long while, Minzelin spoke. Calm down. That thing is not harmful to you. Whether you believe it or not is your business. You should know, if someone wanted to harm you, it wouldn't be that complicated. Minzelin turned around, picked up the teacup on the desk, took a sip, and put it down. What he said was right. As a celestial dragon, he clearly was not one of those pampered, useless people. Helena had no chance of defeating him now. What do you want me to do? Right now? Just do what you need to do. Some things are not ready yet. How should I put it? You can consider me a collaborator. Collaborate? What do I have that makes you want to collaborate with me? Minzelin shrugged, Everyone's value is different to different people. You just need to trust me when I need you, and do as I say. It will definitely be beneficial for you. Helena squinted her eyes. Am I just a pawn in your game? I can't control what you think, but what I say is what I mean. Besides, you don't really have much of a choice now, do you? Minzelin fell silent, picked up her teacup, and continued to drink. Helena's anger has subsided compared to earlier. She asked, is there anything I can know right now? I'm sorry, there isn't. Helena closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and finally gave in. All right, I've said everything I wanted to say. You can leave now. As she spoke, the guard at the door stepped aside. Helena glanced at Minzelin with a complex expression and walked out, leaving the place. Helena sat behind her desk in her office, having become a lieutenant general and having her own office. She looked speechlessly at the person sitting on the sofa next to her, who was from CP0. Are you here to monitor me? CP0 picked up a writing board that said, I am here to assist you. I don't need any assistance. Give it up. Even if you refuse, I will stay. If you kill me, I will send someone else. Helena felt a surge of anger, as if she were being held in someone's hand at their mercy. A soldier knocked on the door, and CP0 instantly vanished. Elena replied, Come in, Major Helena. These are the bounty notices for this month for your review. All right, sir, I will take my leave. Helena supported her forehead and began to flip through the pages. But she suddenly stopped after just a few pages and picked it up to examine it closely. The bounty notice featured a beautiful young woman with long black hair, a cold expression, and sharp, menacing eyes. Her alias was Crimson Demon, and her name was Chiharu, with a bounty of 300 million berries. Chiharu? Entree No. 37 of the Sabeti archipelago, a woman entered a tavern, her face covered to conceal her identity. The tavern was filled with pirates and various criminals. And when a well-proportioned girl entered, her eyes still captivating despite her mask, many whistled at her, and some brazenly began to make lewd remarks. Chiharu ignored them and walked straight to the bar, saying to the bartender, I want to see Mr. Dre. The bartender, expressionless, replied, to see Mr. Dre, you need to identify yourself. Chiharu hesitated for a moment, but then lifted her hand to remove her mask. The bartender recognized her immediately. Crimson Demon Chiharu, right? He set down the glass he was wiping. At that moment, someone recognized her identity after seeing her true face and exclaimed, She is that 300 million bounty Crimson Demon. Isn't she? The crowd around fell silent, and someone pulled out a bounty notice to compare, confirming it was indeed her. She is the Crimson Demon Chiharu who single-handedly slaughtered a naval branch? Someone whispered to the person next to them, and those who had just made lewd comments suddenly felt ashamed. Go through that door. The bartender pointed to a door behind him and said to Chiharu. Chiharu put her mask back on and walked straight through the door. The pirates and thugs outside resumed their noisy chatter only after she left, though many still felt a lingering fear. In a dim room, an extremely overweight man sat on a large sofa smoking, while another person who looked thin and haggard sat on a sofa in front of him. Boss Dre, as long as you can invest, I dare say you will definitely make a fortune. The new location for the guild has already been chosen. Dre pressed down with the hand holding the cigarette, signaling the man to stop talking. Brother Talawan, as your brother, helping you rise again is of course no problem. However, I don't have much capital, so don't expect me to contribute too much. Also, I'm a very greedy person. I must make a killing to feel satisfied. You understand? Talawan knew he was trying to squeeze more out of him, but there was nothing he could do at the moment. Ahaha, I understand. Talawan forced a smile. Dre took a sip of red wine, and suddenly someone knocked on the door and reported from outside. Mr. Dre, someone with an appointment has arrived. So, Dre opened his palm and gestured for Talawan to leave. Talawan, understanding the hint, quickly stood up and respectfully bid farewell to Dre as he walked out. Opening the door, a masked woman in red stood outside. Talawan instinctively glanced at her, and Chiharu shot him a sideways glare, startling him, and he hurriedly left. Chiharu entered the room without saying a word and threw a bundled item onto the floor in front of Dre, the cloth stained with large patches of blood. Miss Crimson Demon, you've completed it so quickly? Dre complimented, but Chiharu ignored him. A nearby lackey stepped forward to pick up the bundled item and opened it in front of Dre. Inside was a severed human hand, covered in blood and still wearing a ring set with a huge gem. Upon seeing the ring, Dre immediately burst into laughter. He waved his hand for the lackey to take the severed hand away and instructed, bring me that knife. Dre clapped his hands and said, as expected of Miss Crimson Demon. Chiharu still did not respond and quietly waited for the lackey to retrieve the item. After a while, the lackey ran over holding a beautifully crafted katana and handed it to Chiharu. She took the knife and turned to leave, and Dre was not upset. Instead, He cheerfully called after her, "Take care, no need to see me off. Looking forward to our next collaboration." Before he finished speaking, Chiharu had already left. Off the coast of Sabaody, Helena stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the coastline of Sabaody. A communications officer ran up behind her and reported, "Major Helena, Teams 1, 3, and 4 haven't found any clues. Team 2 has grasped some movements of the target, but was attacked. The attackers were wearing relatively uniform red clothing, likely from a local gang." Sheena took off her justice coat and said to the messenger, "Notify the whole ship to stand by." "Yes." After the messenger ran off, the strange CP0 agent suddenly appeared silently behind Sheena. If Sheena hadn't used her observation hockey, she wouldn't have noticed him at all. "Do I have to take you on my mission?" Sheena said to CP0 with dissatisfaction. CP0 wrote on his notepad, "It's my duty, please understand." Sheena sighed. "So, will you help out if there's a fight?" "Within my capabilities." "All right." The two of them boarded a small boat and arrived at the bustling street near Trino. 37 in Schembot. As Sheena was thinking if the second team was ambushed here, something suddenly darted past her feet. It was a little boy, dirty all over, but as agile as an eel. As the boy ran past Sheena, he thought he needed to hurry away, but suddenly someone grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. The boy was startled, and his hands and feet moved uncontrollably. The person holding him shook him upside down, and a wallet fell out from the boy's clothes. Helena picked up the wallet and smiled at the little boy she caught. "Little brother, you can't steal from your sister, okay? Let me down, let me down." Caught stealing and still acting so arrogant. "Haven't you ever been taught a lesson?" Helena shook the little boy up and down, making him dizzy. "Let me down, you big tomboy." "Huh?" Helena was unhappy to hear that. "Who are you calling a tomboy?" "Let me down." If you keep talking nonsense, I'll hit you." Helena threatened. The child looked defiant, but settled down a bit, though he still mumbled, let me down, let me down. "If you want me to let you go, answer me a question." "What?" "Who do the gangsters in red clothes belong to around here?" "Red clothes? They should be under boss Dre." "Hey, don't say I told you," the little boy said nervously, waving his hands. "What can I find, boss Dre?" That place." The little boy pointed to a tavern in the distance. Helena looked up, and the little boy started squirming again. "Hey, let me go already." All right, I'll let you go. Now scram." The child ran off, and Helena and her companion headed straight for the tavern. When they arrived at the entrance, they found the door locked. They went around to the side of the building, and Helena used her arm color to poke a small hole in the wooden wall. Looking inside, she saw corpses everywhere in the tavern, blood covering the floor, a complete mess. There were also a few who hadn't fully died, lying on the ground groaning. Returning to the front door, they found the lock had been pried open, and CP0 was standing there with a small iron rod, watching Helena. Helena shot him an annoyed glance. The two entered the tavern, carefully stepping over the bodies on the floor, unsure where the killer had gone. Behind the bar, there was a bartender's corpse lying in a room. Pushing it aside revealed an open secret door on the floor leading to the basement. Cautiously, they descended below into a long, dark corridor. Along the way, there were also bodies that looked like the bodyguards here, and the wounds on these corpses were all cut. At the end of the corridor, there was a locked door, and sounds could be faintly heard from inside. Helena pressed her ear to the door to listen to what was happening inside. "You know where it is, don't you? Are you going to say it or not?" "Wilma Qianlin?" "Qianlin?" Helena was somewhat surprised to hear this. "Is she here too? Are they looking for her?" Suddenly, the people inside sensed someone outside the door. "Someone's outside. Not good. We've been discovered. Quickly jump away." With a harsh sound, the door and the walls on either side were split in half. With a crash, the door fell to the ground, and Helena saw the scene inside. Like in other places, there were many bodyguard corpses lying on the floor, and a big fat man was sitting on a sofa, being held by the collar by someone. The person grabbing his collar wore a distinct Japanese outfit, had his hair in a bun, wore wooden clogs, and had a blue scabbard at his waist, looking just like a samurai. Closer to the door, another samurai stood with his sword drawn, the scabbard green, indicating that the recent slash had come from him. "Hey, not bad at all. Hey, Ryzen, did you find out the whereabouts of that monster?" I found out. "Why the hurry, Mukuz? But this guy outside looks a bit tricky." Mukuzu showed a smug smile. Karina glanced around after hearing this. "By the way, where did that CP0 go?" Before she could think more, Mukuzang rushed over with a knife, moving so fast that he zipped past Harina in an instant and leisurely stopped behind her. Tiny slashes mixed with strong air currents struck Harina, leaving countless cuts on her body. This person has quite strong swordsmanship, Harina thought. "Hey, Liang Quan, what is the location of that monster? I'll go chase it first. You deal with her and catch up later." "Got it. Head east to tree number 36. Helena listened to their words. The monster they spoke of must be Qianlin. Liang Quan drew his knife and attacked Helena, who dodged left and right. Behind her, Muku had already leisurely left the underground. Liang Qian's blade struck Helena's shoulder, and he smiled wickedly as purple arcs of electricity surged from the knife's edge, shocking Helena for several seconds. After successfully landing his blow, Liang Quan intended to strike again. But Helena's hand transformed into a wolf claw and reached out. Liang Quan, with remarkable agility, quickly jumped away, looking at Helena's hand in confusion. Helena launched a gale blade, which was hard to evade in the narrow space. Liang Quan caught it with his knife, and Helena seized the opportunity to rush forward. With her claws covered in haki, she aimed to grab Liang Quan. However, arcs of electricity surged from Liang Qian's body, shocking the oncoming Helena for several seconds. Liang Quan swung his knife horizontally, and Helena blocked with her arm coated in haki, but the blade emitted electricity again, shocking her once more. Helena had to step back, keeping her distance from Liang Quan. Liang Quan swung his sword, and a purple sword aura with an electric arc shot out. Helena used her observation haki to sense it and dodged the sword aura. Liang Quan took the initiative to attack, charging at her with his sword raised. Helena dodged to the side, but Liang Quan relentlessly pursued, continuously swinging his sword and flashing with electric light. Helena seized the opportunity during his attack, covered her foot with haki, and kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying. Liang Quan slammed into the ceiling, let out a cry of pain, and fell to the ground, unconscious. Helena ignored him and stepped over him, walking towards a room at the end of the corridor. As soon as she entered, she saw CP0 sitting on top of a person who was groaning on the floor, blood seeping from his mouth, indicating he had sustained serious injuries. Dre, who was sitting on the sofa nearby, didn't dare to make a sound and quietly stayed there. CP0 was writing on a board, and when he saw Helena enter, he showed her the board. "This is your target. That defector brigadier?" CP0 nodded. Helena looked at Dre beside her. "So your boss, Dre?" "I wouldn't dare. Just call me Dre." "What did that person come to find you for?" Helena tilted her head towards the person pressed on the ground and bent down to ask Dre. He claims to have confidential information about the Navy and wants to contact me to sell the information." Helena squinted her eyes, and the perceptive Dre quickly waved his hands and said, I haven't had the chance to contact any buyers for him. Anyway, the information he hasn't leaked from me." Helena straightened up and ignored Dre. She said to CP0, "Please take it back to the warship. I have some matters to attend to and will be back shortly." CP0 did not move or respond, seeing that he remained unresponsive for a long time. Helena did not bother with him and left on her own. As soon as she walked out of the room, she saw Liang Quan getting up from the ground, looking at Helena with a fierce expression. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." Immediately, the blade of the katana in his hand was instantly covered with purple lightning, and his eyes and various parts of his body also flashed with lightning. Helena sighed and transformed into her Huido form. Liang Quan saw the tall woman opposite him suddenly glow, and when the light faded, she turned into a monster with a wolf's head. The monster opened its wolf-like mouth, and a massive burst of flames erupted, instantly filling the entire corridor. Huido swallowing flames. As the flames dissipated, the bodies in the corridor were reduced to charred remains, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Liang Quan rolled on the ground, screaming in agony, while Helena didn't spare him another glance as she walked past him. Leaving the underground, she recalled the directions mentioned in the conversation between the two warriors earlier. Just as she stepped out of the tavern, a large group of thugs and ruffians in red clothing surrounded her with weapons drawn. "Brothers, Boss Dre is in danger. We need to go save him." These people thought Helena was the one attacking Dre and rushed towards her, weapons raised. Irina sighed in silence. Qianlin sat at the top of a small hill, looking at the knife she had just retrieved. This knife belonged to her cousin, but her cousin had come to kill her. Qianlin closed her eyes, feeling exhausted after nearly 10 years of evading pursuit, including the injuries she had suffered before her chance encounter with Nasuo and Irina. "You're here, you monster," came Makuzu's voice from behind Qianlin. "You can do it. You can kill Yamashigan. However, that means you won't need a reason to kill you anymore." Qianlin didn't turn to look, but asked, "Was the plan from the start to kill me? What do you think?" Mukuzu chuckled a few times. Irina stood up, placing Shanshan's sword aside. She drew her own katana, coldly looking at Mukuzu. "Do you still want to struggle?" Mukuzu said disdainfully. "How do you know I won't win?" "Ha ha ha. It's impossible for you to defeat me now. Even if you've awakened the Crimson Blood heroic heart. So what?" Mukuzu sneered. That thing can only be used once a month by someone who just mastered it. What do you have to defeat me? Mukuzu slowly drew his sword, surrounded by a flow of air, and Qianlin felt the wind around her intensify. Qianlin gripped her sword tightly, the blade glowing with a scarlet light. Mukuzu appeared confident, one hand behind his back and the other holding his sword, showing no signs of tension before the battle. Qianlin launched the first attack, spinning around and slashing out 2 streams of red sword energy towards Mukuzu. Rakshasa, Jade Slash. Mukuzu sneered, slashing his sword horizontally, sending out a blue sword energy far more powerful than Qianlin's, which scattered her red energy and continued to strike towards her. Qianlin had to jump aside to evade, continuing her attack in midair. Rakshasa, Blade Blood. Countless small sword energies attacked Mukuzu from all directions. Mukuzu plunged his sword into the ground, and a fierce wind instantly spread from him, dispersing the sword energies. Then he pulled out his sword and lunged at Qianlin with a fierce thrust, a slender stream of energy shooting towards her heart. Qianlin blocked with her sword, the tremendous impact numbing her arm. Just as Qianlin landed back on the ground, a terrifying slash was already before her. She urgently dodged, barely avoiding the strike. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. If she hadn't evaded that attack, she wouldn't have survived. Mukuzu temporarily halted his assault, looking at Qianlin with a sneer. Do you still want to resist? How stubborn. Mukuzu grinned wickedly. What? Want to go back? There's no place for you in the family anymore. Your foolish father and monster mother are long dead. Qianlin's pupils constricted, gasping for breath. But she quickly regained her composure. She had considered this situation before. We strangled your father and burned your monster mother to ashes. Ha ha ha. Qianlin gritted her teeth, her heart aching terribly. I'm so fed up with the faces of you so-called relatives. Suddenly, Mukuzu made a heavy slash, sending a crescent-shaped sword energy flying. Qianlin raised her sword to block it. After intercepting the sword energy, she realized Mukuzu was already right in front of her. As Mukuzu slashed down, Qianlin dodged to the side, her katana glowing with a scarlet light. Rakshasa, Mysterious Cut. The katana struck down in an instant, too fast for the naked eye to see. But the airflow around Mukuzu stopped the blade, preventing it from descending. Qianlin immediately withdrew and jumped away. The spot where she had just stood was cleaved into a ravine by Mukuzu's strike. Qianlin was slightly out of breath, but Mukuzu still wore a disdainful smile, looking completely at ease. Surrounding Zelina were a group of people lying on the ground. After taking care of these minions, she immediately set off towards Qianlin. After running for a while, she heard the sounds of fighting ahead. When she got closer, she saw Qianlin jumping up to slash at Muzong, who easily deflected Qianlin's attack with one hand holding a knife, then unleashed a wave of sword energy. Qianlin barely dodged, and the sword energy split a building behind her in half. Helena's right hand transformed into a wolf claw, gathering energy to prepare for an attack on Muzong, helping Qianlin. Upon noticing her, Qianlin loudly stopped her. Helena, you must not interfere. Then he glared angrily at Muzong in the distance. Seeing Helena, Muzong realized that Liang Quan must have been defeated here. He finally retracted the smile on his face, looking serious. Muzong quietly scoffed, thinking it was just to silence Liang Quan. But he didn't expect him to be so useless and instead cause trouble. It seemed he had to finish this quickly. Muzong gripped his knife with both hands, gathering strength for a slash, unleashing a spiraling sword wind towards Qianlin. Instinctively, Qianlin raised his knife to block, but the attack had a vast range, and the sharp sword wind cut into Qianlin's arm and leg. Qianlin winced in pain, gritting his teeth, holding back his cries. Muzong then executed a cross-shaped sword energy attack, which accelerated continuously. Qianlin activated Kinbunchika Haki and jumped aside to dodge, but was still hit on the shoulder, blood splattering. Qianlin couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, but immediately raised his knife and charged towards Muzong. The blade was covered in armament haki, creating a whooshing sound as he aimed at Muzong. Muzong snorted coldly and swung his knife back, clashing head-on with Qianlin. A loud metallic clash echoed as the two exchanged several blows, but Qianlin was slightly weaker in strength. Moreover, due to the close combat, his long katana was not as agile as the knife in Muzong's hand, causing Qianlin to fall into a disadvantage as Muzong continuously struck him back. In a moment of desperation, Qianlin's eyes suddenly glowed red, and the strength in his hands unexpectedly increased, not only blocking Muzong's attack, but also sending him flying. Muzong was somewhat surprised and retreated to observe Qianlin. He noticed that the red glow in her eyes appeared only for an instant before disappearing. and now she stood there, panting heavily. Humph. As expected, she had just used scarlet blood heroism recently. There was no way she could use it again in such a short time. Mutsong thought to himself. Qianlin was not a threat. He glanced sideways at Helena in the distance. That woman had defeated Liangquan and surprisingly suffered no injuries. She posed a much greater threat than Qianlin. Helena really wanted to go up and help, as Qianlin clearly couldn't defeat that warrior. The man wasn't even serious. Qianlin not only got injured but was also a bit exhausted. However, she understood Qianlin, who was truly stubborn. But she was always on alert. If Qianlin really couldn't hold on any longer, she would have to step in. The wooden sword slashed, creating a powerful cyclone, blowing Qianlin into the air, and the sharp airflow left countless wounds on her body. The man charged at Qianlin, who was still in midair and struggling to stabilize herself, at an extremely fast speed accompanied by a whooshing sound. The blade glimmered with a blue light, surrounded by strong air currents. No, I have to intervene. Helena couldn't rest easy, activating her eclipse form, initiating the half-shadow devour, rushing towards the man, coming up behind him, and gathering energy to form a light sphere in her hand. Eclipse, radiance. The man glanced back at her, quickly turning around to block the light sphere with his blade. The blade, flowing with blue light and air currents, collided with the constantly moving white moonlight of the light sphere, producing a deep rumbling sound, and the shockwave pressed the surrounding grass flat to the ground. The intense clash of energy erupted, causing both to retreat. The sleeve of the man's right hand that held the sword was tattered from the energy erosion, and there were some wounds on his arm. Helena was lucky. She only had some minor injuries. The man narrowed his eyes, glancing at Helena and then at Qianlin, who was struggling to get up in the distance, and let out a heavy grunt, gathering strength for a slash, sending a fierce wind towards Helena. She had to grab the ground to avoid being blown away. When she looked up again, the man had already vanished. Activating her observation haki, she cautiously surveyed the surroundings and sighed in relief after confirming he had truly left. Transforming back into her human form, she approached Qianlin. Are you all right? Take a rest. Qianlin shook her head, paused for a moment, and asked, How did you end up here? By coincidence, I came to carry out a mission. What about the person who was with him? I defeated him in that tavern called Darui. Qianlin slowly walked to the side and picked up the sword that was on the grass. Were they the ones who injured you before at Nasu? Helena asked, and Qianlin remained silent, merely nodding. After a while, Qianlin raised her head and said, Thank you, I couldn't defeat him. Without you, I would. Helena smiled gently. We're friends after all. How could I just stand by? Qianlin looked into Helena's eyes, where she saw a kindness and care that she hadn't felt in a long time. Qianlin dared not look directly at Helena anymore, lowering her head and taking a deep breath. Helena thought she didn't like him staring at her and turned to look elsewhere. He will come to find you, right? Helena asked. Selena was silent for a long time, then looked up and said, I don't want to escape anymore. My loved ones are gone, and they were my motivation to live. No, Selena, you wanted to persuade her, but didn't know what to say. I want to go back, even if it means go to my death. Thank you for helping me so many times. You've changed a bit, Qianlin. Selena stepped forward a few paces. You used to be a very persistent person. You would find me again and again just to compete with me. Back then, you wouldn't give up easily. Why now? I killed someone who loved me with my own hands. Since then, I don't want to pick up the knife to fight anymore. Those who are hunting me, they are also related to me by blood. My family will not let me go. I want to go back to my hometown and settle everything. Tears welled up in Qianlin's eyes as she remembered many things. I'll accompany you, Selena suddenly said. Qianlin didn't understand and asked why. This has nothing to do with you. Realizing that her words were ungrateful to Selena's kindness, she quickly added, I'm just afraid of getting you involved in unnecessary trouble. Helena smiled and said, I hardly have any friends, but you count as one. If a friend thinks about dying, I can't just stand by and watch. At least when the time comes. I can help you with whatever you want to do, right? Qianling's pupils trembled as she looked at Helena, a tear falling. Thank you. It's nothing. Why are you crying? Qianling smiled a little. It's just that no one has cared for me like this in a long time. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside them. It was CP0. As soon as Helena saw him, she frowned and raised a hand to shield Qianling. Qianling was startled by the sudden appearance and noticed Helena's expression, as if she recognized the person. Do you know Red Demon Qianling? So what if I do? Helena said cautiously. Relax, I mean no harm. Helena stared intently at CP0, wary of his every move. CP0 wrote another line on the writing board. Mincer Lanshang has already given instructions. You can have some privileges. Helena hesitated and lowered her arms, not understanding why they would agree to let her stay with the bounty criminal. However, it was impossible to separate from the Navy and the world government. This was a blatant threat, but Helena didn't care. She and T intended to do so anyway. Wherever you want to go, I must accompany you. I hope you can understand, and whether you understand or not, you have to accept it. CP's attitude was tough, and Helena narrowed her eyes, coldly staring at him. But in the end, she still compromised. Off the coast of the Sabiti archipelago, on a Navy warship, Takaka sat in a chair with her arms crossed, squinting at the sun in the sky. At 28 years old, she had already become a brigadier general, which was considered young and new in the Navy. However, the person she assisted as an aide could be described as a monster level. Promoted to rear admiral at just 24, this was truly unprecedented. Becoming a general would likely not be a difficult task. While waiting for Helena to return, Takaka had been thinking about Helena and lamenting the gap between people. Suddenly, the snail phone on her wrist rang, and Takaka immediately stood up to answer it. Moshi Moshi, General Helena. Yes, what did you say? You're going to leave for a while? Takaka was taken aback and quickly asked, Where are you going? What do you mean you're leaving alone? Takaka showed a troubled expression because after taking office as Helena's aide, Admiral Sengoku had specifically called her to discuss and instructed her to pay close attention to Helena and report any abnormalities. What do you mean? Let me take the deserter back first and not report? That is impossible. Takaka scratched her head in difficulty, but Helena had already hung up the snail phone. Hello? Hello? General Helena? At Navy Headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku took a sip of tea and prepared to review documents. A messenger knocked and entered. Report, Admiral. There is a special communication that requires your attention. Sengoku took the snail phone. Hello? What's going on? She left on her own. Sengoku suddenly became agitated. Quick, pursue her. Sengoku paused. Helena had always been loyal to the Navy, and her leaving this time must have a necessary reason. You just follow her and keep me updated on her movements. For now, don't interfere with what she wants to do. After putting down the snail phone, Sengoku sighed again. Since Helena returned from Mariewa, some things had become strange. A few days later, a small ship was coded and prepared to dive to a depth of 10,000 meters, passing Fishman Island to head towards the latter half of the Grand Line. Helena had previously gone to the New World via Mariewa. This was her first trip to Fishman Island. Shirlena carried a box and leaped from shore onto the boat, turning back to wave goodbye to a person on the shore. Thank you, Master Lei. Laylee took a sip of alcohol and said, Be careful. The seabed is very dangerous. Got it. Goodbye. Qianlin watched Shirlena from the side, feeling a strange sense that with her on this journey, everything would be just fine. Qianlin stood there, lost in thought as he stared at her. Shirlena walked over and playfully flicked Qianlin's forehead. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help move the stuff. CP0 sat at a distance, holding a pen, with a piece of paper spread out on the writing board, continuously drawing. The drawing depicted the scene of Qianlin and Shirlena standing together. 10,000 meters beneath the sea, a massive creature suddenly swam through the dark and silent waters. It was a whale, its enormous body moving gracefully, carving beautiful curves in the pitch-black seabed. A merman swam over and joined the whale, swimming alongside it. After a while, the merman got close to the whale and stroked its back. The whale emitted a soul-stirring sound, a song unique to whales. The merman looked at the whale and smiled. Wait for me, Shachin. The whale and the merman surged out of a trench, joining a large group of whales, their calls echoing in the stillness, particularly ethereal. The merman closed his eyes, seemingly enjoying the beautiful songs. In the deep, dark seabed, a small sailboat was wrapped in a large bubble, descending towards the ocean floor. Helena was staring blankly at the surrounding sea when she suddenly thought of something. She turned to Qianlin and said, Qianlin, you've been put on a bounty, right? Upon hearing this, Qianlin froze for a moment and gently nodded her head. Yeah, she responded quietly. What did you do? How could your first bounty be as high as 300 million? I wiped out a Navy branch, plus 2 vice admirals who came to reinforce. Qianlin hesitated before saying, stealing a glance at Helena to gauge her reaction. Helena had a complicated expression, let out a hiss, and cautiously asked, Can you tell me what happened? I have a talent. Talent? My family calls this thing crimson blood ambition. She paused, turned to face Helena directly, and said seriously, Helena, if I have to use this, you must be careful. If I might harm the innocent, then kill me. Helena was startled and waved her hand, saying flusteredly, Huh? That can't be right, can it? Qianlin closed her eyes and shook her head vigorously, saying, This is really terrifying. It's only because of this that I could kill so many people. I understand now. Helena turned to look at the CP0 who was controlling the helm above. He kept glancing at the permanent pointer to Fishman Island on his wrist, adjusting the course. Helena pouted. Well, having him around was still somewhat useful. After all, his sailing skills were better than hers. The ship continued to dive, and ahead was a stretch of downward currents, creating a spectacular waterfall-like phenomenon in the deep sea. Helena was captivated by the spectacular view, excitedly standing at the bow of the ship to watch. After a while, she seemed to see a huge dark shadow below. Helena squinted her eyes to see clearly, but the seabed was too dark. Suddenly, a massive octopus tentacle, strong enough to easily crush a sailboat, surged up from below, aiming to strike the sailboat. While Zelina was still pondering what to do, Qianlin jumped up from behind, rushed out of the bubble, and drew her knife to confront the octopus's tentacle, leaving a knife mark over 10 meters long on it. The tentacle quivered and retreated. However, immediately several tentacles reached out from all directions. Qianlin was as agile as a fish, weaving between the tentacles and occasionally slashing at them, leaving the octopus below helpless. Helena stood in a daze, watching Qianlin move freely in the water like a merman. Qianlin retreated slightly, raising her knife behind her. The Rakshasa, Nightshade, shot toward the tentacle like a torpedo, instantly severing the tentacle that was over 10 meters in diameter. The octopus seemed to feel pain, retracting its other tentacles, and then fleeing. Qianlin dove back into the bubble and landed on the deck, where Helena handed her a towel, and Qianlin began to dry herself off. Helena asked, by the way, "How are you so agile in the water?" "My mom is a mermaid." Qianlin hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully. Shirlena widened her eyes, looking incredulous. Qianlin felt a bit sad and thought, as expected, she would look down on me after knowing I have mermaid blood. Wow, your mom is a mermaid? Then you must be a mermaid too, right? Where's your tail? Shirlena's eyes sparkled. She had only seen mermen before and had long imagined how beautiful a real mermaid would be. Qianlin felt a bit scared. Shirlena seemed very interested. I'm not a mermaid. My dad is human, and the offspring of mermaids and humans will only be human, just better at moving underwater than others. You're not. But that's okay. When we get to Merman Island, you'll see them. Hee. Qianlin thought of her mother and felt a bit sad, remaining silent. Helena noticed her appearance and remembered that Qianlin's mother had already been killed. She realized she had gone too far and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, your mom is fine. Don't be upset. Qianlin smiled slightly at Helena. Although she said that, Helena dared not bring it up again. A knock was heard from above, and the two looked up to see CP0 knocking on the ship's helm. When they saw the two looking over, they raised a writing board that said, "Hold on tight. We're about to enter the underwater waterfall." The sailboat plunged into the waterfall, and the bow suddenly turned downward, rushing straight down with the current. In the deep sea, 7,000 meters below the surface, nothing could be seen around. It was completely dark, with only a few lights on the ship illuminating the surroundings. Helena ran to the bow of the boat and turned on the powerful spotlight she had bought and installed there in advance. The fan-shaped area in front of the sailboat was illuminated, and suddenly a huge deep-sea monster swam by directly ahead, startling Helena. Surrounding her were countless deep-sea creatures, their massive sizes intimidating. CP0 relied on the permanent pointer to determine the direction, carefully avoiding these underwater beings. Dozens of faint lights appeared beneath the boat, and before long, a group of jellyfish surged up from below, each about the size of the sailboat. The sailboat continuously changed direction, breaking free from the swarm of jellyfish. A few hours later, the seafloor appeared beneath the sailboat, and they could no longer descend. Helena shouted to CP0, "Find a trench. Go down from there." The boat moved forward, searching for a trench. At some point, a series of ethereal calls echoed through the deep sea. Helena slowly raised her head, captivated by this enchanting sound. Is this the sound of whales? Helena strained to look into the water, but she could see nothing. She took one step after another to the edge of the boat, and the sound of the whales became increasingly clear. The world before suddenly became transparent. The previously dark water turned clear and vast. Qianlin watched Helena from the side, seeing her eyes suddenly shine with a purple glow. Afraid to approach and unsure of what to do. In the distance, CP0, though holding the helm, silently observed Helena. Zelina sensed something was wrong. She saw various colored threads flowing around the boat, some spreading like ripples in water. She noticed a dozen blue whales slowly swimming around the sailboat. But these whales appeared colorful in Zelina's eyes. She turned to Qianlin and discovered that Qianlin had transformed into a phantom made of various colors. "What's wrong with you?" Qianlin asked. At that moment, countless colorful threads spread from her body in ripple-like waves, dispersing in all directions. Helena closed her eyes and shook her head, and when she opened them again, everything had returned to normal. The surroundings were back to darkness, with only the sound of the whale's songs echoing. "Helena, are you okay?" Chihiro leaned closer and asked, looking into Helena's eyes. "Your eyes were glowing just now. What happened?" Chihiro asked in confusion. I'm not sure," Helena said, lost in thought about what had just happened. The world from that perspective was wonderful, both vibrant and colorful, yet felt dangerous, as if one could fall in and never come out. "How about you sit down and rest for a while?" "Huh? Oh, okay." The ship passed over a large underwater volcano, taking a wide detour to avoid being affected by potential eruption. Even from such a distance, they could feel the terrifying heat, and both Chihiro and Helena were sweating profusely, hoping to leave this area quickly. After several more hours of travel, the permanent pointer was pointing straight down. "This should be the trench," Helena said. No sooner had she spoken than the entire ship suddenly plunged downward, like jumping off a cliff. The people inside the ship instantly experienced weightlessness, thrown onto the bubbles. Helena gritted her teeth and barely managed to grab a mast, holding onto the wildly thrashing Qianlin. Qianlin, dizzy and disoriented, clung to Helena's arm as soon as she was caught, not knowing how long they had been falling. Helena's vision brightened as their descent suddenly slowed. The three of them landed back on the ship, and even a usually composed CP0 appeared a bit flustered as they quickly got up and straightened their clothes. Sheena lay on her back on the deck like a big character, while Qianlin was sprawled on top of her. Qianlin shook her head and sat up to look around, and Sheena also sat up. The surroundings were as clear and bright as the shallow sea during the day, with sunlight streaming in, and countless fish and marine creatures swimming in the boundless ocean. Above, there was an incredibly large bubble containing an island. Deep sea, 10,000 meters, Fishman Island. "Isn't this the seabed? Why is there sunlight?" Qianlin asked in confusion. Because of that, Sheena pointed to the bright object above Fishman Island that resembled the sun. She vaguely remembered it was called the Sun Tree Eve. How amazing! Qianlin, rarely captivated by such beauty, leaned against the ship's railing like a little girl, her eyes sparkling as she gazed in a trance at this underwater world that did not belong to humans. CP0 controlled the ship to sail towards Fishman Island, circling to the other side where there was a circular opening, and the ship lined up in a long queue to enter Fishman Island. Upon reaching the entrance, tall fishman guards holding tridents were on either side, riding giant seahorses. Helena suddenly thought of something, ran to get a rope, and came in front of Qianlin. Qianlin looked at her in confusion. "Qianlin, you better not resist." "Huh? Wait a minute." Helena quickly tied up Qianlin, who then sat down on the ground, confusedly asking Helena, "What is this for?" "You're now a wanted criminal with a bounty of 300 million. Going over so brazenly is bound to cause trouble. Aren't you in the Navy? Can't you just go through directly?" "No. Fishman Island is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, and the Navy needs to apply in advance to enter," Helena explained, raising a finger. The sailboat gradually moved forward until it reached Helena and the others. The inspection officer at the checkpoint was a fishman with a lantern on his head that was glowing. "Show your identification, or we will conduct a search of the vessel," the officer said, seeming a bit impatient. He glanced at the people on the boat, and when his gaze fell on Qianlin, his eyes suddenly widened. "It's a wanted criminal." The officer blew the conch horn hanging from his neck, and immediately dozens of fishman soldiers surrounded the sailboat. Helena quickly said, Calm down. I'm a bounty hunter. The wanted criminal is already under my control." "Look, she has tied up." "Bounty hunter?" The inspector frowned and said, "Even so, we still need to conduct a search." "Sure. Of course," Helena replied. A dozen guards came aboard the ship to search, and after several minutes, one of the guards approached the inspector and said, "Sir, we didn't find any dangerous items." The inspector sighed in relief and said to Helena, "All right, you can pass. However, your ship has no recorded number, so it must be confiscated to allow you legal entry." Okay." The guards cleared a path, and the ship sailed into Fishman Island. After passing through a water-filled passage, it entered a bubble underwater, rising to the sea level, and the bubble burst with a pop. Upon reaching the port, Helena carried Qianlin and CP0 off the ship while the guards controlled a large sea turtle to pull the ship away. The three of them went to a less crowded corner, where Helena untied Qianlin and put a mask on her. "It's better to cover your face, just in case." Qianlin nodded. "Now that we lost the ship, the money I have is only enough to buy that previous one. We need to find a way to leave." CP0 raised a writing board to show the two. Don't worry, your expenses can be covered by that noble. Saying this, he took out a card with the world government's emblem embossed in gold. Helena recognized it as a card used by the celestial dragons for payments. What? You have such a good item. No need to worry about money now. Wait, then why didn't you mention this when I was buying the ship before? You went out alone at that time, and didn't T tell us what you were doing? By the time you came back, the purchase was already done. What could I do? CP0 shrugged helplessly. That little sailboat was sold by a shady merchant in Sabaody for hundreds of thousands of berries, and Helena has heart ached. All right, you go buy a ship, and we'll buy other things, but you need to reimburse me. CP0 didn't refuse, and turned to walk away. Let us go. Helena bent down and grabbed Qianlin's arm, heading into the island. The two walked along the main street, which was filled with fishmen and mermaids, with only an occasional human in sight. Helena finally saw the mermaid she had been looking forward to. Indeed, they were extraordinarily beautiful. The buildings on the street were made from gigantic shells, conchs, and corals, and the ground felt like the rocky shores of the sea. They entered a department store where the staff were all mermaids, wearing bubble belts that allowed them to float on land, greeting the two with smiles. Welcome. How can we assist you? We'll just look around. One mermaid staff member started chatting with another. Hey, the day after tomorrow. That's the day. The day after tomorrow? What day is that? Right? It's Miss Mitya's Memorial Day. Boo, the whole Fishman Island will be in mourning then. At this moment, the mermaid who had spoken glanced sideways at Helena and Qianlin, her smile fading. Qianlin noticed the change in her expression. Selena was drawn to the anniversary of the death of Mithya, which made the entire Fishman Island fall into mourning. What kind of person was she? Curious. She approached to ask, but the staff all avoided her and did not answer. The situation was a bit awkward, but fortunately, a seemingly kind mermaid responded, probably thinking it wasn't right to leave Selena, a customer, hanging like that. Miss Mithya was once the most famous singer on Fishman Island. So how did she die? Selena guessed it had something to do with humans. She was killed by humans while performing in Sabaody. Helena opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, and finally just asked, why was she killed? A more hot-tempered mermaid shouted at Helena. Why? How would we know? It's you who killed Miss Mithya, and you still have the nerve to ask us why. A staff member nearby pulled her back and advised her not to act like this. Selena and Qianlin exchanged glances, with Qianlin signaling to hurry and leave. After Selena bought her things and paid, the two of them exited the store. Once outside, Selena remained silent, prompting Qianlin to ask, what's wrong? It's nothing, Selena replied. The two passed through a square where some fishmen were erecting a statue in the center. The statue depicted a scene of a female mermaid embracing a male fishman. Selena looked at it a bit longer before Qianlin pulled her away. We should leave as soon as possible, Qianlin said nervously, adding that it would be best to leave before the anniversary of that myth. I understand what you mean. Back at the port, CP0 was sitting on a pile of wooden crates waiting for them. Upon seeing the two return, he jumped in front of them and quickly wrote on a board, the ship has been purchased, with the paperwork and some other matters. The earliest we can depart is the day after tomorrow. Qianlin sighed, and CP0 tilted his head, noticing their gloominess, and wrote, what happened? Helena recounted the story of Mitya to him, then said, those mermaids in the store just now have already treated us with cold eyes. Helena's expression was complicated as she gazed into the sky. The mermaid, songstress Mitya? I've heard of her, CP0 said, and both Helena and Qianlin looked at him. He continued, Mitya became famous when she was only 18, and the entire Fishman Island was her fan. Later, she was invited to perform at the Sabaody archipelago, but just before she was about to go on stage, she was stabbed in the heart and killed backstage. CP0 wrote down this long passage for the two to see. Helena asked, who was the murderer? Or rather, who was behind it? What was the motive? The final suspect was a pirate, but he has not been caught until now. However, there is one thing that needs attention. What is it? Mitya's body was stolen before her burial. Both Qianlin and Helena were taken aback. Stolen? By whom? Cyril Mayan, a male fishman, was previously a musician who could rival Mitya, skilled in playing an instrument called the choral piano. The two had collaborated on a grand performance at the Pearl Opera House on Fishman Island. What does this have to do with him stealing Mitya's body? They fell in love. CP0 emphasized this sentence. When Mitya went to Sabaody, Cyril accompanied her. After returning, he locked himself in his room for 3 days, devastated. On the day of Mitya's burial, people discovered that her body was missing, and Cyril also disappeared. People concluded that he took Mitya away. Some felt it was a tragic love story, while others thought Cyril was selfish for not allowing Mitya to rest in peace. Helena and Qianlin looked at the story on the writing board, with expressions of nostalgia. Somewhere in the sea surrounding Fishman Island, a tall tower made of coral stood atop a sea cliff. Below, it was a vast sea of glowing flowers. A fisherman slowly pushed open the tower's large door. The inside of the tower was completely empty, with a ceiling made of various colored glass. The light from the sun transformed into different colors as it passed through the glass. Directly in front of the door, on a round platform, lay a crystal coffin with a transparent lid, inside which rested a beautiful mermaid, though her skin and lips were pale. The fisherman swam to the coffin, extended his hand, and gently placed it on the coffin. Gazing lovingly at the mermaid inside, he murmured, "Mitya will be here soon, don't be sad," and tears streamed down Sealer's face. 2 days later was the anniversary of Mitya's death. Every street on Fishman Island was crowded with mermaids and fishmen. Some were silently crying, while others wept uncontrollably. People slowly made their way to the square where Mitya's statue was erected, and many were riding fish or sea turtles in the air towards the square. "Look, it's the Dragon Palace's ship." A red eel carried the Dragon Palace's ship, flying over the square, with the mermaid Prince Sharkstar standing at the bow. The Dragon Palace sent Prince Sharkstar to attend the memorial event. Even King Neptune coming to attend Miss Mitya's memorial wouldn't be too much, one mermaid cried. Alas, Miss Mitya's body was actually stolen. How could this happen? That's right. How dare anyone defile Miss Mitya? It must be those lowly humans. They all deserve to die. But it could also be Mr. Sealer. He has been missing for a year. That's indeed possible, but that wouldn't be too surprising. After all, those two were in love. It's understandable for Mr. Sealer to take away his beloved's body. Their love is truly enviable. Both are so talented, and their collaborative performance was truly spectacular. Stop talking. It's starting. On a high platform set up in the square, an old fisherman began reading a memorial article written for Mitya. After finishing, the old man waved his hand, and the fisherman singers standing on either side began to sing Mitya's famous song. Many people present couldn't help but shed tears upon hearing the familiar song. And occasionally someone shouted Mitya's name. Outside Fishman Island, Sealer looked up at the sun tree ever above. The fruits of the sun tree illuminated the entire seabed, and Sealer had come here to take the fruit. He held a conch horn in his hand, blew the horn, and 3 giant island whales swam out from the trench behind him. Sealer swam towards the sun tree Eva, blowing the horn as he advanced, with the island whales singing whale songs following him. The guards outside Fishman Island had already spotted the 3 island whales and reported to the Dragon Palace. "Hello. This is the west side outside Fishman Island. We've spotted 3 island whales moving towards Fishman Island, but we don't know the reason." "Wait, that seems to be Mr. Sealer." Sealer didn't stop for a moment, when suddenly a group of guards appeared ahead. "Mr. Sealer, please stop. Where are you going? What about those island whales behind you? Did you bring them?" The guards shouted to Sealer from a distance, but Sealer didn't want to pay them any mind, bypassing them and continuing forward. The guards wanted to stop him, but they couldn't block the rapidly moving island whales. People were still mourning for Mitya when suddenly the sky darkened, and the shapes of 3 whales appeared through the clouds, accompanied by the soul-stirring sounds of whale songs. The singing mermaids stopped, and all looked up at the sky. On the east side of Fishman Island, Helena and the others stood on a ship bought from CP0, watching the giant whales in the distance. "What's going on?" "Those are island whales, but that kind of whale usually doesn't come to the deep sea," Qianlin said in confusion. Helena looked towards the whale with her shockingly good eyesight. There seemed to be a person there. Cyril squinted, adapting to the dazzling light around him. The core of the sun tree was its fruit, and its glowing roots and branches depended on the fruit for support. If the fruit was taken away, the entire sun tree would extinguish. Cyril slowly approached the fruit and reached out with both hands to pluck it. Countless guards surged up behind him, led by Neptune, the king of Fishman Island. "Cyril? Is that you? What are you doing?" Neptune shouted as he swam rapidly towards Cyril with his trident. Cyril turned back and glanced at him expressionlessly. "You can't stop me." He forcefully plucked the fruit, and all the glowing parts of the sun tree began to extinguish one by one. People on Fishman Island felt the sky growing darker, and panic began to spread. "What is happening? Why has it suddenly turned dark? Is something wrong with the sun tree, Eve? What do we do?" Not only Fishman Island, but the entire seabed lost its light and was shrouded in darkness. Thousands of fish were startled by the sudden darkness, scattering in all directions. Apart from a few scattered lanternfish lights on Fishman Island, the only source of light was the sun tree fruit in Cyril's arms. Flickering like a candle in the vast ocean, the royal guards of Fishman Island quickly reacted, bringing over dozens of lanternfish mounts to illuminate a small area of the surrounding sea, at least allowing them to see what was around them. At the same time, they called upon deep-sea fishmen with exceptional vision in the dark for support. Neptune's beard trembled with anger as he shouted at Cyril, "Cyril, put the sun tree fruit back." He turned to the guard beside him and ordered, "Quickly capture him, and call more people to remove these island whales." The guard sprang into action, rushing towards Cyril. Cyril coldly glanced at them and blew the horn, causing the whales that had been swimming slowly around to become agitated. They automatically sought out living things to attack, opening their mouths wide to swallow the guards. The guards had no choice but to scatter, unable to get close to Cyril. Cyril didn't want to waste any more time. The sound of the horn changed, becoming deep and melodious. The whales calmed down, following Cyril as he headed eastward towards Fishman Island. "Chase, gather more troops. We must retrieve the sun tree fruit." "Your Majesty, what about those whales?" "Use the Sea Emperor harpoon cannon." Helena and the others were startled by the sudden darkness, unable to see anything and feeling a bit panicked. But soon, Helena calmed down, thinking of opening a peculiar perspective like she did last time. She closed her eyes, focused her mind, and sought that feeling, sensing an energy gathering around her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the underwater scene underwent a dramatic transformation. Everything around her was painted with rich colors, and every sound materialized into colorful threads swirling around her. Helena couldn't help but reach out to wave those colorful threads. From a perspective of Qianlin and CP0, two purple lights suddenly illuminated the darkness. Helena slowly moved her steps, enchanted by the dazzling otherworld. Hearing the song of the whale, she turned to see countless red threads forming the shape of a whale, which opened its mouth and bit towards the ship. "Humans all should die." The face of Cyril, reflected in the light of the fruit of a young tree in her arms, grew even darker. Sheena widened her eyes, realizing something was wrong, and instinctively shouted, "Run." The ship has been capsized by the strong currents caused by the whale. Qianlin was thrown out, wrapped in bubbles, away from the ship. Qianlin kept tumbling in the water, but her mermaid lineage allowed her to be as agile in the sea as any fishman, quickly finding her balance and stabilizing her form. The whales swallowed the ship in one gulp, and Sealer kept blowing the horn, directing several whales to help him leave. "Sheena, damn it." Qianlin felt a bit flustered, unsure of how Sheena was doing. Suddenly remembering something, she frantically searched her body and finally found a small piece of paper. The life card was intact, thank goodness. After confirming that Sheena was safe, she needed to think about how to find her. How lucky! She had been wrapped in bubbles when she was thrown out. In the distance, dozens of light spots appeared, and as they got closer, she discovered they were fishermen soldiers riding lanternfish. "Quick, catch up with those whales." It seemed that following them would lead her to Sheena. At the back of the group, Qianlin noticed a few seahorses pulling an extremely old-looking ship, which had a terrifyingly large cannon at the bow. An idea struck her, and she swam towards the ship, climbing aboard so she could follow the soldiers to find whales. Inside the island whale's stomach, Sheena lay on a piece of wood, floating above the whale's gastric acid. Before long, this piece of wood would be corroded away. Sheena looked around, realizing she needed to find another place to land. Just then, a white figure darted out beside her. It was CP0, whose mask revealed no emotions or panic. He moved between various landing spots, touching each one with his hand, leaving behind a blue thread that he pulled. After going through the wreckage of ships, wooden planks, barrels, and so on, CP0 jumped to Sheena's side. With a tug, everything around them was pulled towards the piece of wood they were on, creating a series of continuous crashing sounds. Finally, everything pieced together, each part fitting together extremely securely. Sheena stared in astonishment at all this, and CP0 wrote on the board, "I am a user of the patch fruit. Their ship is not as big as a whale's tooth. Yes, I'm a patchwork person who can stitch any organic matter together, unless the object itself is destroyed. It is impossible for the two things stitched together by me to be separated." Zelina looked around. Is this the stomach of a whale? It seems so. I have to find a way out. Zelina stretched her arms, considering how to break through from inside the whale. CP0 stepped forward and wrote on the board, "Did you notice that the bubbles on us have burst?" "Yeah, so what? The stomach of the island whale is big enough and has plenty of air, so you didn't notice the bubbles bursting. Once we break its belly, we'll be exposed to the depths of the ocean at a depth of 10,000 meters and will be crushed instantly. So what should we do? We can only find the whale's drainage hole and wait for it to reach the surface, then get sprayed out with the water from the drainage hole." Helena looked unwilling. "Is there really only this way?" CP0 shrugged and wrote, "As for that woman, You don't need to worry too much. She's a half-mermaid and has a strong ability to protect herself in the sea. However, the probability of dying from water pressure is quite high. Hopefully, that won't happen. Helena's face was grave. She didn't understand why the sea had suddenly turned dark or why the whale was attacking them. Cyril returned to the tower, and the three whales swam slowly above without his command. He approached the crystal coffin, pushed a switch on a device, and 4 iron chains descended from the top of the tower, each with a hook at the end. The hooks latched onto the 4 corners of the coffin, and when he pushed the device again, the chains slowly retracted, lifting the coffin upward, holding the sun tree fruit. Cyril swam above the coffin and looked through the crystal lid at Mythia inside, tears streaming down his face. After a year of effort, he was finally about to fulfill Mythia's wish while she was alive. Cyril, hurry up. Ha! Mythia's laughter, like silver bells, rang out as she led the way, urging Cyril to catch up. I know, slow down. Cyril smiled as he looked at the beautiful figure in front of him. Reaching Mythia's side, Cyril asked, You're supposed to be rehearsing for the performance in the upper world the day after tomorrow. Why are you still out here wandering around? Oh, I've rehearsed enough. I just wanted to come out and relax, Mythia said, stretching comfortably. Cyril chuckled and let her go, following behind as she frolicked and played. After an unknown amount of time, Mythia felt a bit tired and stopped, sitting on a large rock. Below them was a trench filled with thousands of jellyfish, glowing in various colors. Mythia opened her mouth in awe at the spectacular scene. Cyril sat beside her, not paying attention to the beautiful view below, but instead gazing at Mythia's beautiful profile. Hey, Cyril, do you know what I often dream about? Cyril shook his head with a smile, dreaming of the dreaming flower. Mythia turned to look into Cyril's eyes as she spoke. The dreaming flower? That's just a legend. No one has ever seen it. How could you dream of it? I don't know. I can't describe it. I saw the whole world covered in various glowing colors, like those jellyfish, even more brilliant. Mythia said, her eyes sparkling. I think that's what the dreaming flower looks like when it blooms. She gazed longingly into the distance, wishing to see it with her own eyes. Cyril looked at the jellyfish below, wrapped his arm around Mythia's slender waist, pulling her closer. Then when you come back from the performance, let's go find the dreaming flower. Just the two of us. Mythia's face slowly turned red. Her pupils trembled as she looked at the gentle man in front of her, biting her lip and gently nodding. Cyril also began to breathe heavily, his heart racing. Mythia in his arms was exceptionally cute and beautiful. Their faces slowly drew closer. A large group of colorful jellyfish swept past them, scattering behind like stars in the sky. Mythia buried her head in Cyril's embrace. It wasn't their first kiss, so why was she still so shy? Mythia thought nervously. Mythia pushed Cyril away, using her tail to propel herself upwards. Her face flushed. She looked at Cyril with affectionate eyes and began to sing a song she had composed for their love. Cyril would never forget that song, the one sung just for him. They were both musical geniuses, falling in love in the enchanting music created by each other. Cyril's tears mingled with the seawater. The coffin had already risen to the top of the tower. The crystal lid opened, and Mythia's hair was gently stirred by the sea. Cyril gazed at Mythia with deep affection and obsession, then turned to swim upwards towards a circular device. This device and the tower were relics of ancient times. The people of Fishman Island did not know of their existence. Its purpose was to cultivate the dreaming flower. After Mythia's death, heartbroken, Cyril once thought of ending his life. But remembering Mythia's wish, he decided to find the dreaming flower for her. However, the dreaming flower was a rare plant in the past with extremely harsh growing conditions, which is why this tower was built above the trench, as the trench provided the best growing environment for the flower. He traveled the seabed and even went to land in search of the dreaming flower seeds, enduring countless hardships before finally finding them. Only one last step remained, the illumination of the sun tree fruit. He didn't know how the problem was solved in the past when planting the dreaming flower, but now there was only one fruit, and he had to obtain it. Cyril placed the fruit into the circular device, and the outer ring of the device began to rotate, adjusting its position and moving behind several prisms. The device opened, and the light from a sun tree fruit shone onto the prism, refracting and instantly illuminating the entire trench. Below, all the dreaming flowers waiting to bloom were illuminated by the sunlight. As if awakened from sleep, their glowing blue flower cores lifted their heads and slowly blossomed. Under the bright light, the vibrant colors of the dreaming flower remained captivating. The entire trench looked as if countless paints had been poured into it, all colors blending together. Each flower gently swaying, making the colors flow like waves. Cyril stopped beside the coffin, not caring about the beautiful scene below, but staring straight at Mythia's still beautiful yet pale face. He gently picked up Mythia and swam above the trench, tears streaming down his face, but being in the sea, his sorrowful tears would wash away with the water. Light shone upon them. Mythia's life was gone, but the crystal coffin could preserve her body from decay, and her face sparkled under the light. "Your Majesty, there is an unusual light ahead." Neptune and a large group of royal guards approached, trailing an ancient ship behind them. Neptune spotted Cyril at a glance. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Mythia in his arms. He remembered when Mythia had just risen to fame, and he had met her in the Dragon Palace. That vibrant young singer, now turned into a pale corpse. "Cyril, you really stole Mythia's body." Cyril glared coldly at Neptune, seemingly disdainful of speaking to him. "Return the sun tree fruit. The entire Fishman Island has lost its light. If this continues, something terrible will happen. And so what? What does it have to do with me?" Cyril replied coldly. "She's the only one I care about." Neptune was so furious he didn't know what to say. Qianlin jumped out from the ship's hold, bringing along 2 sea snails used to generate bubbles, swimming towards the 3 slowly circling whales. Cyril shouted at Neptune, "Why didn't you investigate thoroughly back then and execute the human who killed Mythia? At that time, it was crucial for us to befriend the surface world. We couldn't afford to break relations with them. Haha, those humans deserve to die. You coward." Neptune's eyes fell on the sun tree fruit on the device at the top of the tower, and with a wave of his hand, he ordered, "Go. Retrieve the fruit." The guards obeyed and swam towards the tower. Without sunlight, the dreaming flowers would wither. Cyril wouldn't allow that to happen. He picked up the horn and began to blow it. The whales received the command and swam down, while Qianlin stopped halfway, dodging to the side to avoid being bumped by the whales. Neptune turned to the guards on the ship and commanded, "Use the Sea Emperor cannon." "Yes." The guards brought over a giant dark blue crystal ball, 2 meters in diameter, and stuffed it into the massive cannon at the front of the ship. Qianlin looked at the cannon, thinking it was just a decoration. Boom! The cannon's muzzle glowed with blue light, and a blue energy sphere shot out, creating ripples in the sea centered around the cannon's mouth. The shell was aimed at Sealer, but it missed him, exploding several hundred meters in front of him. The blue light suddenly became blinding, and Sealer instinctively closed his eyes. However, the expected explosion did not occur. Before he could open his eyes, Sealer felt a tremendous force pulling him forward, and then he was instantly pushed away, with the surrounding seawater also being displaced. His body suddenly lifted off the ground and began to fall downwards. After the blue energy sphere exploded, it pushed the surrounding seawater outward, creating a gigantic semicircular space nearly 1,000 meters in diameter at the seabed, free of water, with the edges covered in blue ripples. The tall towers and trenches below were encompassed within this space, and the dreaming flower sea was pressed to the ground by the sudden influx of water. An island whale was caught in this space, detached from the seawater, and fell downward, crashing onto the seabed with a loud bang. Lying on its back and continuously calling out, Zelina and the others felt as if they were trapped in a giant washing machine inside the whale's stomach, rolling around endlessly. They relied on their fruit abilities to avoid injury. Qianlin fell onto the seabed, dazed and disoriented, and staggered to her feet, seeing a beached whale ahead. She took out Zelina's life card from her pocket, and the small piece of paper moved slightly towards the stranded whale. "This is it." Qianlin picked up a knife and ran towards the whale. Sealer fell onto the top of a tall tower before he could assess his injuries. He remembered Mitya and looked up to see her body falling. He desperately got to his feet and ran towards the spot where she was about to land. He lunged forward and caught Mitya's corpse. Sealer's heart finally settled as he sat up, holding Mitya, kissing her wet hair. Neptune, wrapped in a ring of bubbles to move on land, brought the guards around. The guards raised their tridents, pointing them at Sealer, forming a circle around him. Sealer glared at Neptune with immense hatred. He would ruin everything. He would destroy Mitya's dream. Qianlin jumped into the air, raised her knife, and slashed out a sword chi towards the whale, creating an opening in its belly. Shurina's observation Haki sensed Qianlin's attack. "Qianlin? She's outside now." Qianlin landed on the whale's belly, plunged her knife into the wound, and forcefully sliced it while running to the side. The wound grew larger, and the whale cried out in pain. Helena opened that special perspective, and through the whale's belly, she saw the 1,000 strands made of red and black threads. Clearly understanding what she was doing, Zelina suddenly jumped up. She wanted to respond to Qianlin and quickly leave the whale's body. Qianlin had opened a wound several dozen meters long on the whale's belly, but only broke through the outer layer of skin, and he needed to use even stronger attacks. Leaping into the air, he raised his sword above his head with both hands. Raksha, Xianjin Luo, after gathering strength in the air for several seconds, the blade glowed red, and he instantly smashed down, delivering an incredibly powerful slash onto the whale's wound. Blood gushed out, and the terrifying destructive force turned the area around the wound into mangled flesh. Harina transformed into beast form. Haku dove within the whale, her fur turning jet black, engulfed in roaring flames. Hakudo, meteor strike, flames enveloping her entire body, shot forth like a bolt from crossbow, more powerful than falling fire, a strength achievable only in beast form. She charged towards the corresponding position of the wound inflicted by Qianlin. Outside, Qianlin's slashes and the immense impact from within continuously eroded the whale's flesh and blood. As the force of Qianlin's slash dissipated, a dim orange light suddenly illuminated the wound before her. Qianlin immediately jumped back, and, just as she did, the wound was completely pierced through, a gaping hole erupting with fierce flames, accompanied by a massive black silhouette. Tengu Haku Do landed before Qianlin, who was overjoyed, her face beaming, rushing forward to embrace Harina's wolf head. "You're okay. That's great." Helena was startled and transformed back into her human form, while Qianlin hugged Helena's neck. After a long while, Qianlin finally let go and said to Helena, "I was really worried something would happen to you." Helena blinked and smiled. CP0 emerged from the whale's belly, covered in blood, but their mask was spotless. In the distance, Neptune saw several people suddenly jumping out from the whale's belly and ordered a few guards to find out who they were. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Helena and the other two, Sealer forcefully crushed the horn in his hand, producing a piercing sound that spread in all directions. Suddenly, two other whales in the sea went berserk, with one charging toward the ship carrying the Sea Emperor cannon, smashing it to pieces and breaking the cannon's barrel in two. As if losing support, the outer wall of this space without seawater suddenly writhed like waves, then shattered and disappeared, allowing seawater to rush in from all sides. In this critical moment, Qianlin took out two bubble conches and fitted Helena and CP0 with bubbles. "What about you?" Helena asked anxiously. Qianlin didn't know what to do. One bubble conch couldn't create two bubbles in a short time, and she had only thought about not letting anything happen to the two of them. CP0's hands glowed blue, and they touched the bubbles around themselves and Helena, pulling out two bubbles while the bubbles on them shrank a little. The two bubbles merged together and immediately fitted onto Qianlin. The surging seawater rushed in, violently sweeping the three in different directions. Neptune and his guards were also tossed around, being swept up and down by the water. Sealer, holding Mattia, took the opportunity to swim upstream and reach the top of the tower. He carefully placed Mattia in the crystal coffin, closed the lid, and turned to approach a strange object nearby. It was a piano, supported by coral, with three thick hollow corals behind it. Sealer sat down in front of the coral piano, placed his hands on the keys, and began to play a solo for his love. The ethereal and melodious piano sound, enhanced and amplified by the hollow coral, resonated throughout the entire sea area, captivating the hearts of all who heard it. Qianlin crawled up from the seabed, and upon hearing the piano sound, looked up and was momentarily entranced, enchanted by the music. Helena shook her dizzy head, feeling as if she had just been tossed around in a washing machine for a while. When she heard the sound of the piano, she became a bit alert. What kind of trouble was about to happen? Is that figure in the distance Neptune? Where are we? Why are those whales attacking us? Are they being controlled by someone? Selena was filled with questions, and before she could think too much, the surrounding currents suddenly surged again. She managed to stabilize herself and maintain her balance. Looking up at her surroundings, she was stunned by the sight before her. Countless fish were swimming rapidly from all directions, a dark mass of colorful schools disturbing the nearby waters. All the fish eventually gathered above the tall tower, swimming around its center and forming a whirlpool made of fish, with two whales circling above the whirlpool around the tower. Cyril's subordinates did not stop for a moment. The music changed from melodious and gentle to passionate and surging, and one could sense an indescribable anger in it. As the style of the music changed, the dark mass of fish suddenly split into several schools, heading straight for Selena. Her two companions, Neptune and his guards. Helena transformed into her beast form, unleashing a burst of light that struck the approaching school of fish, creating a gap. But it was quickly filled by other fish. Qianlin swung her extremely long katana, each swing managing to slay a large number of fish. But it was impossible to kill them all. CP0, relying on his extraordinary agility, constantly changed positions, with the school of fish failing to touch him even once. Rakshasa, Jade Slash, Qianlin unleashed a wave of sword energy, cleaving a path through the school of fish, while the slain fish remained there, smashed by other fish. However, at this rate, the school of fish would eventually devour her, tearing her to pieces. Neptune and his guards gathered together to block the fish's assault, achieving some effect. But it surely wouldn't last long. Helena used a protective sphere, encasing herself in a white shield as the school of fish continuously collided with it. Inside, she gathered a light orb in each hand and then compressed them together. Lunar eclipse, radiance. The shield dissipated and the fish surged forward. Helena slammed the radiance into the ground, emitting a blinding light. The immense shockwave cleared the surrounding area, shattering the seabed surface and leaving a large pit beneath her. Although the radiance in its lunar eclipse form wasn't as powerful as in its catastrophe form, it was the only option she had underwater. Helena took the opportunity to transform into her beast form and ran away before the surrounding fish gathered. With the activation of Shadow Start, her speed instantly increased, leaving the school of fish far behind. Helena, help me deal with these fish. I'll go take out that musician. Understood. Helena stopped and continuously shot out light orbs from her wolf maw. Lunar eclipse, constellation. Dozens of light orbs exploded among the fish, scattering them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qianlin slashed heavily with her sword, sending a crescent-shaped red sword energy flying out, clearing a large number of fish in front of her. Qianlin surged forward, skillfully breaking out of the encirclement of fish, swimming straight towards Sealer. Sealer, focused on playing, changed the melody again, causing all the fish to rush towards Qianlin. Chasing her from behind, Helena continuously emitted light from below to protect Chihane, preventing the school of fish from catching up to her. However, two whales appeared in front of her, both charging towards her. Chihane gritted her teeth and had no choice but to use that. She dragged her sword behind her, blood-red energy bursting forth from her body, her eyes filled with crimson. Great Demon Blade, blood surge. Chihane instantly charged forward, leaving a red trail behind. The longsword spun rapidly in front of her, like a meat grinder, and when it made contact with a whale's fin, it sliced through instantly, the blade edge looking terrifying as if it had been bitten. The whale let out a painful howl, losing its balance and thrashing around in the water. The other whale, seeing this, tried to swim away in fear, but was controlled by the sound of the zither, continuing to charge towards Chihane. Chihane stopped, seeing the other whale relentless. She gripped the sword with both hands, raising it in front of her face, the blade glowing with a red light. Great Demon Blade, slippery ghost. With a swing, a red demon with a large mouth flew towards the whale, continuously biting it, circling around its body. The whale, in excruciating pain, struggled endlessly. By the time the demon dissipated, the whale was covered in wounds, barely alive and unable to move. Chihane turned around and shot towards the top of the tower like an arrow. Sealer was still controlling the school of fish to intercept her, but it was futile. Chihane reached the top of the tower in an instant, dragging the long sword behind her, slashing out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Great Demon Blade, mysterious cut. The entire top of the tower, along with the devices and coral zither, was instantly cut in half, and Sealer was bisected, blood and innards spilling out. Blood spread in the seawater as his arms flailed helplessly, his expression twisted. But his eyes remained fixed on the crystal coffin until he finally breathed his last. After taking care of Sealer, the red energy on Chihane dissipated, and she slowly sank towards the seabed, exhausted. Helena rushed over to catch Chihane. The school of fish lost control and scattered in all directions. Helena held Chihane and reproachfully said, "Why do you always make yourself so weak? Can't you leave some strength for later?" Chihane, too weak to respond, furrowed her brows and nodded slightly, then nestled her face against Helena's embrace. Neptune instructed the guards to retrieve the sun tree's fruits and approached Helena. With his arms crossed, he said, "Thank you both for your assistance. You are the king of the merfolk." "Neptune? I am." "Then who exactly are you?" "A person who strikes conservatively." Fisherman Island remained shrouded in darkness, panic still persisting. In the sky, or rather in the outer sea, a point of light streaked through the air. Look, something else passed by shining. The people on Fisherman Island noticed the anomaly. Neptune placed the sun tree's fruits into its massive, complex root system, and the entire root of the tree began to emit white light, spreading illumination outward. The whole root system lit up, and the sea returned to brightness. Neptune led the guards back to Fisherman Island, and the citizens cheered upon seeing Neptune return from outside. Your Majesty, you are truly our God. Your Majesty, it is you who brought back the light to us. Your Majesty. But Neptune knew that without those two humans, he might not be here now. A newly gilded ship surged out of the trench, coming to the volcanic area 10,000 meters under the sea. Helena patted the railing of the new ship with satisfaction. Feeling great about the reimbursement, Qianlin walked out from the nearby captain's cabin, and upon seeing her, Helena asked with concern, "Are you feeling better now?" Qianlin smiled gently and replied, "Yeah, I'm fine now." Charlena stared at Qianlin, who asked in confusion, "What's wrong? You haven't told me where you're from." "Did I not say?" Qianlin replied, Let me guess. Is it the land of harmony?" "How did you guess?" "Your name, and the samurai coming to find you. It must be from the land of harmony." Mentioning the land of harmony reminded Qianlin of her relatives, and her expression darkened. She walked to the railing, sat down, and stared blankly at a spot, lost in thought. Zelina bent down, placed her hand on her head, and quietly stayed by her side. "Zelina, how long has it been since you last saw your family?" Qianlin asked, looking up. "Me? I'm an orphan. I don't have much family," Zelina replied. Qianlin was taken aback. Not knowing what to say, Zelina sat down beside her and said, "Actually, the other people in the village take good care of me, but they are not really my family." Helena paused for a moment, then suddenly turned to Qianlin and said, "Qianlin, no matter what you want to do, promise me you won't die, okay?" Qianlin looked into Helena's purple eyes, which were filled with concern. She solemnly nodded. CP0 stayed at the helm, not steering the ship, but continuously writing something. The Kingdom of Ikelson is a well-known luxury trading market where countless precious jewels, fabrics, and rare beasts gather and flow out. It is a paradise for the wealthy and powerful, with the entertainment and financial industries thriving here. Many people have made huge fortunes, while countless others have become destitute. The master of this country is Duke Halifax, who, despite being a duke, is essentially the king. The bustling port is filled with luxurious ships. In a few days, the recently famous genius magician, the White Hat, will perform here as the final stop of his world tour at the Hylia Grand Theater in the city center. The king and nobles are drawn here, eager to witness the spectacular performance of the world's greatest magician. In the Silja Grand Theater, a blonde woman pushed open a door and had just entered the room when a person dressed in a white suit, wearing a white hat and a black mask, fell from above. Landing in front of the woman, he exaggeratedly bowed to her, and a man's voice rang out, "Miss Vivian, please come and sit over here." The man in white gestured for her to take a seat. As Vivian sat down at a table, another person, identical in size and appearance to the first, suddenly emerged from elsewhere, holding a bottle of red wine and a wine glass. The glass was placed in front of Vivian, and the other man in white took the bottle to pour wine for her. Once the wine was poured, both men in white danced away in a choreographed manner. Vivian did not drink, but spoke up. "Mr. Claude, what did you want to see me about?" The two men in white danced exaggeratedly, performing bizarre movements that seemed impossible for the human body, and reached either side of a sofa where a third man in white was sitting. The third man stood up and walked over to Vivian, saying, "Of course, it's about rehearsal. The performance is just a few days away. We must rehearse, or it would be disrespectful to my title as the first magician. I think we've already rehearsed enough." "Enough? No, certainly not enough." Hee. Claude suddenly stopped, turned around, and rushed over, bringing his masked face close to Vivian. He ominously stated, "I want Halifax to see everything he has missed." CP0 brought the ship into the port of Vikralin. Once the ship was docked, he handed a card used by celestial dragons to Helena. "Buy whatever you want. If you're interested, you can go see the performance of that magician known as the White Hat." Helena secretly glanced at Qianlin, who was now solely focused on returning and should have no interest in the performance. But she really wanted to go see it. Noticing Helena's unusual demeanor, Qianlin nudged her arm and said, "If you want to see it, let's go. But you don't have to worry too much. I can't bind you just because of me. I'm already grateful that you're willing to accompany me. How can I ask for more?" Helena smiled and bent down to pat Qianlin's head. "Stop patting my head all the time. It makes me feel like a child," Qianlin said unhappily. Okay, I won't do it anymore." Duke Halifax got off the carriage, and a servant beside him led him towards the hall. Along the way, they encountered dignitaries from various countries or wealthy tycoons, all of whom greeted Halifax, and he returned the gestures one by one. Upon entering the hall, they found a ball in progress, with elegantly dressed people dancing gracefully in the ballroom. Halifax simply took a glass of red wine from a servant, drinking while watching the people below. His secretary approached and whispered in his ear, "Your Grace." He declined the invitation, stating he didn't want to reveal his identity. Understood. Halifax nodded without showing any emotion. Also, the batch of banned explosives has been traced back to the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing this, Halifax frowned. The Revolutionary Army? This could be troublesome. After instructing his secretary quietly, Halifax walked toward the king and began to converse with him. In the center of Vickelson Island, there's a river called Tayswind that runs through the entire island, with various boats on it, including cargo ships and yachts for the wealthy to enjoy. On one yacht, people were engaging in social activities typical of high society, while a nearby band played an elegant tune. Two gentlemen held wine glasses and chatted near the side of the boat. Although they appeared calm and smiled, they occasionally cast glances around them. Suddenly, one of them lowered his voice and said, "Philip, look on the shore." "Isn't that Philip?" Philip glanced at his watch, pretended to adjust his position comfortably, and peered towards the shore, his eyes moving but his expression unchanged. "It's her, Qianlin," Philip said quietly. "Why is she still here? Could it be no? It must be a coincidence. But we should keep an eye on her. She might interfere with us." Just as Philip was speaking, he suddenly noticed Helena beside Qianlin. "Wait, that woman," another man, attracted by Philip's words, looked over and exclaimed, "Isn't that Vice Admiral Wild Wolf Helena? Why is she with Qianlin? Isn't Qianlin already wanted?" Philip frowned slightly, feeling that things were getting complicated. It seemed they needed to be cautious. Helena and Qianlin were strolling down the street, with all sorts of shops lining both sides and countless street performers. Passing by a casino, a giant holding a massive advertisement board beside the casino boomed. "Want to get rich? Want to become wealthy? At Karis Grand Paradise, you can have it all." Qianlin looked at the bustling streets, momentarily dazed. It had been nearly 10 years since she left Wano country, but she felt the vastness and vibrancy of this world. She had rarely seen such a prosperous scene. Even the grandeur of Chambord Island paled in comparison. Although Wano country had the flower capital, a place of prosperity, for certain reasons, she had never been there. As she watched, Qianlin's steps involuntarily slowed down, and a hand grabbed her arm, pulling her to run. Looking at Helena ahead, she felt as if everything around her had slowed down, and only Helena remained in her sight. "Qianlin, come here. There is something beautiful over here." Philip and another person approached a hotel, returning to the room they had booked. Each stood by the door, ensuring the surroundings were safe. Philip took out a pocket phone bug. "Hello." The phone bug on the other end didn't respond immediately. After a few seconds, the voice asked, "What type do I like?" "A blonde hermaphrodite." "Code correct. Is that you, Philip?" The person at the door, hearing the code, clicked their tongue in silence. Yes. It's me, Philip. What is the situation with that batch of explosives?" "The Navy is involved." "The Navy?" "Yes, what bad luck. They just happened to come into port with the Navy warship." "Sigh, now the enemy will be on guard. Everything was going smoothly before. Don't be discouraged. It's too early to say it's a failure." "Understood. We'll act immediately and wait for our intel." "Good luck. Hope everything goes well." Just as Philip put the phone bug back in his pocket, outside the window, a CP0 member at the top of a distant clock tower was watching the two inside the room and picked up a phone bug. "Don't mind them. Vickelson doesn't have my betting," the phone bug said. CP0 quickly wrote on a notepad, "Does Halifax need to be covered?" After finishing, he took a photo with a specially made phone bug and sent it. "Halifax has someone backing him, so we won't get involved." Hanging up the phone bug, CP0 stood up and suddenly lunged forward, falling from the tower. In midair, he turned back and saw that where he had just stood was a cloaked Revolutionary Army member. Just now, he had sensed the presence of the ambusher with his exceptional observation hockey. "Have I been exposed?" With a step in midair, he moonwalked to another building. However, the Revolutionary Army acted quickly, surrounding him with 5 or 6 people. "Go!" one revolutionary shouted. The revolutionaries charged at him with swords and knives, and CP0 nimbly dodged, striking hard when they exposed a flaw. A blue light appeared in his hand, and with a gentle touch on 2 of them, they flew towards each other. Their clothes entangled as they fell to the ground, unable to separate. CP0 continuously activated the abilities of the Pika Pika fruit, binding the 5 people together. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, ready to leave. Capturing these people was meaningless, and his current main task had nothing to do with them. A torrential rain fell, a rare weather phenomenon in Vickelson, but the heavy downpour did not overshadow the prosperity of the country. Halifax straightened his collar, preparing to go out and visit the magician. The Duchess approached, gently dragging her skirt, and said, "My lord, why must you go? It's raining so heavily outside. This person's performance could earn us a fortune. We must cooperate with him well," Halifax replied nonchalantly. The butler came over and whispered, "My lord, the carriage is ready. Halifax took his cane and followed the attendant out the door. Before reaching the entrance, the doorman, drenched in rain, rushed over from the front door to report, "My lord, a young lady has arrived outside, claiming to be the assistant of the magician, sent to visit you." Halifax was taken aback and immediately asked, "What about the magician?" It seems that the young lady is the only one outside. He probably hasn't come. Please let the young lady in." Halifax took a sip of hot coffee, feeling a chill after being outside for a while. He set the cup down and looked at the young girl sitting across from him. The girl did not drink the coffee in front of her. She simply sat there, staring at the table, expressionless and silent. "Miss Vivian, right? I was just about to visit the magician." "To be frank, your grace, he won't see you even if you go," Vivian replied. Halifax only smiled, but a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. What an arrogant person. Just because he holds the title of the world's #1 magician, he dares to act this way? Who does he think I am? I am a master of victualling. However, he did not lose his temper and simply nodded. Vivian took out an envelope from her coat and said, "This is the reason for my visit, your grace. This is a letter he wrote for you." Halifax narrowed his eyes. What could be so important that it couldn't be said in person and had to be written? Is he really that unapproachable? Halifax slowly opened the envelope, taking out the letter, which was printed, indicating he didn't even want his handwriting to be seen. The letter contained only one paragraph. "Dear Duke Halifax, I am an old acquaintance of yours. As far as I know, you once fervently loved magic performances. You were once a person with dreams, weren't you? I look forward to seeing you tomorrow." After reading the letter, Halifax furrowed his brow, looking at Vivian with a strange expression, his hand holding the letter trembling slightly. "May I ask, Miss Vivian, could you tell me the real name of Mr. White Hat?" Halifax forced himself to calm down and asked, but his voice trembled slightly. "I'm afraid I can't disclose that," Vivian replied, shaking her head with her eyes closed. Halifax put down the letter, supporting his forehead, speechless. The clock struck 10 times, and Vivian slowly stood up, bidding farewell to Halifax. "I have no other business, if possible. I will take my leave now, Mr. Halifax." Halifax ignored her, and she left on her own. Halifax gradually began to breathe heavily. He finally couldn't hold it in any longer and suddenly stood up, running towards the door to chase after Vivian. The butler, seeing his master not changing clothes or taking an umbrella, pushed the door open and rushed out, shouting from behind, "My lord, slow down." Vivian, holding an umbrella, walked with her head down towards the entrance. Halifax called out to her from behind, "Miss Vivian." Vivian stopped, slowly turning around, and politely asked, "Is there anything else, Mr. Halifax? Please take me to see Mr. White Hat, Miss Vivian." Halifax pretended to be calm, making his request to Vivian. "I'm sorry, Mr. Halifax," Vivian said, tilting her head slightly to the side. "He doesn't wish to see anyone." Halifax clenched his fists, crumpling the letter in his hand. He raised his hand, about to lose his temper, when he heard a voice from above. "Halifax, you think of me this way? I am truly touched." Halifax seemed to be electrified, his eyes wide open as he suddenly looked up to find the source of the sound. A person in a white suit wearing a mask floated down from the air, moving gracefully and descending slowly like a feather. As he landed softly behind Halifax, he hurriedly turned around to look, but couldn't find him. "Long time no see, old friend." The voice rang in his ears. Halifax turned to see a pale mask with a strange smile facing him, and instinctively shivered, stepping back. He raised his finger to point at him, his voice trembling. "Claude, is it really you? Aren't you dead?" Claude let out a somewhat mocking laugh and said, "Thanks to you, I'm still alive." He took off the mask, revealing half of his face to be withered and burnt, covered in scars. The other half of his face, though intact, wore a horrifying and sinister expression, grinning malevolently at Halifax. This was completely not the young, sunny, handsome Claude he remembered. Halifax opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Claude put the mask back on, laughed a few times, and said, "He-oh, Vickelson is truly thriving, isn't it, Duke?" Claude's tone was dripping with sarcasm. Halifax, uninterested in that, questioned, "You came here just to perform?" Claude walked around Halifax, replying, "Of course, and to show you the fruits of my years of hard work in mastering magic. And to fulfill our dream from back then, old friend." At the mention of dreams, Halifax swallowed hard, nervously glancing at Claude. Claude patted him on the shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Oh, it's been so long. I understand you, don't worry." Claude suddenly flashed to Vivian's side, bowed to Halifax, and loudly said, "All right, I'm heading back now. Make sure to come see my performance tomorrow, Duke." He then left with Vivian. Halifax stood in the rain, staring at the two, gradually moving away, motionless. After a while, The butler hurriedly ran out with an umbrella to shield Halifax from the rain. The butler nervously explained, "Sir, I don't know what happened. My body suddenly couldn't move." Halifax ignored him, still lost in thought, gazing in the direction Claude had left. After a long time, he finally took the towel the butler handed him to wipe his face and turned to go back inside the house. Zelina and Qianlin were squeezed among the crowd on the street, watching a street performance. Suddenly, Zelina felt something was off and activated her observation hockey, discovering that someone in the distance was secretly watching them. She turned to look at Qianlin, who also noticed the person spying on them. The two exchanged a gentle nod and left the crowd, walking towards an alley. The follower trailed behind them, and when they entered the alley, the follower peeked inside, but surprisingly couldn't find their figures. Confused, the follower walked into the alley, only to have a hand suddenly reach out from the shadows, covering their mouth and pulling them away. Helena and Qianlin tied the person up tightly. Helena threatened, "If you dare to shout, I'll kill you right away." The stalker quieted down, waiting for their fate. Helena patted his head and asked, "What is your mission? To monitor our movements? Or is there another purpose?" The man looked at Qianlin and then at Helena, but in the end, he remained silent. Seeing his determination, Helena hissed and clenched her fists, preparing to get tough with him. "Helena, you won't get anything this way. I have an idea to use him as bait." As bait? The rain continued to fall as Philip rushed to the location where his subordinate had disappeared. Damn it, something went wrong again, but he didn't plan to use any tricks. The other party was Qianlin, someone he had worked with before, and if they clarified things, they should be able to let him go. Upon arriving at the alley, Philip maintained a blank expression, discreetly surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he saw Qianlin standing right behind him. Philip's pupils contracted, but he quickly calmed down. "Philip, is it you? Have your revolutionary forces come here?" Qianlin recognized the person in front of her. She and Philip had both participated in the Battle of Sirius. "Qianlin, we sent someone here just to confirm whether you would pose a threat to us. After all, you are with a Navy officer. Please understand," Philip said sincerely. Qianlin sighed and replied helplessly, "You can rest assured. I have other matters to attend to with that Navy officer. I'm not here to cause you trouble. By the way, are you planning to incite a riot here?" Philip paused for a moment and said, "No, we're just passing through, resting here." "So where are my men?" Qianlin tilted her head toward a dark corner behind her. Philip walked over and found his unconscious subordinate, carrying him on his back. Before leaving, Philip turned and said, "You can rest assured, Qianlin, we won't trouble you again." Qianlin nodded. After Philip left, Qianlin turned to walk away, but saw Helena sitting on the roof with a smile on her face, looking at her. "Helena, what are you doing here? Now I understand why you sent me away. It turns out to be the revolutionary forces. You actually knew it was them all along, right?" Qianlin's face turned slightly red as she awkwardly nodded. Selena pushed herself off and jumped down from the roof, landing steadily in front of Qianlin. Standing up straight, she looked at her and said, all right, I know your concerns. Don't worry, I'm not here as a Navy officer." After saying this, she smiled and reached out to pat Qianlin's head, saying, "You're not very good at pretending. I could tell at a glance." Qianlin didn't know how to respond and just murmured, "Don't always pat my head." After thinking for a moment, she added, "Selena, I should be more careful. Those revolutionaries are not to be trifled with." Meanwhile, Philip, rushing with his subordinates, was using a telephone bug to connect with someone. "Everything is ready." Halifax sat on the sofa with a serious expression, showing no intention of sleeping, with a letter right in front of him. Claude stood at the highest tower of Vikershyn, letting the rain soak his clothes, arms wide open facing the entire Vikershyn. Vivian, holding an umbrella, looked up at Claude, her gaze flickering uncertainly. The next morning, the sky had cleared, and the entrance of the Assyria Grand Theater was crowded with people. Nearby, dozens of luxurious carriages of dignitaries were parked. Nobles and wealthy individuals were led by servants into the performance hall. But to everyone's surprise, Halifax was already seated in the VIP section, looking like he had been waiting there for quite a while. His expression was gloomy. When someone greeted him, he merely nodded slightly without saying a word. This surprised others even more, as Halifax was known for being very composed. Yet now he was showing his emotions on his face. What had happened? At this moment, Halifax had no intention of acknowledging anyone else, his gaze fixed intently on the curtain, waiting with bated breath. Backstage, Claude also peered through a gap to look outside, seeing Halifax's serious expression, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. He muttered to himself, "What's wrong, Halifax? Weren't you always so graceful and confident?" Ha 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 ha. Claude was lost in his own madness, while Vivian stood behind him with her arms crossed, watching him silently, though her restless pupils revealed her inner turmoil. Outside the theater, Selena stood among the crowd with two others. Can we really get in just with this card? It can't be that easy. Selena held the Celestial Dragon's gold card up to the sunlight, doubting that such a small item could have such great influence. CP0 jumped up, snatched the gold card, waved it between his fingers, and held up a clipboard in front of Selena, which read, "The power of those adults is beyond your imagination. Just enjoy this privilege and don't think too much." Helena spread her hand and pouted, saying, all right. CP0 handed a white cloak and a white mask to Chinlin. After Chinlin took them, CP0 wrote on the writing board, "Put these on and pretend to be a member of CP. Otherwise, it would be strange if you didn't get recognized immediately with a face that's worth a bounty of 300 million. After Chinlin put on the cloak and mask, the three squeezed through the crowd to the entrance where the wealthy were entering the Grand Theater. The butler of Halifax was at the door receiving the guests and frowned slightly when he saw Helena and the others pushing through. The strange outfits of CP0 and Chinlin made him a bit wary. "Ladies and gentlemen, please enter through another entrance. This passage is reserved for guests with reserved VIP seats," the butler said politely, not knowing their identities. CP0 stepped forward and handed a gold card to the butler. The well-informed butler's eyes widened suddenly upon seeing the card, but he immediately leaned closer to CP0 and suspiciously whispered, "Why didn't that esteemed noble inform us in advance? Don't worry, my lady is just out traveling. If you don't believe us, you can have the card verified. We can wait." CP0 quickly wrote on the board. I wouldn't dare. Please follow me. I will personally arrange seats for you," the butler said. Following the butler into the theater, they went through a small passage directly to the second level of the audience seats, where many dignitaries were already seated. My lord, you." Helena glanced at CP0, who nodded slightly. Helena had no choice but to respond. "Call me Saint Helena. Please take a seat here. I will go find our master right away." "Hey, no. I'm just here to watch a performance. Don't treat me specially." "Oh, yes. The butler still went to find Halifax and whispered a few words in his ear. The originally vacant gaze suddenly trembled, and he immediately sat up straight and turned to look back. "Damn, a celestial dragon has come, and I actually neglected them. This is going to be trouble." "Master," that gentleman said not to mind them. He probably doesn't want to be disturbed. "Then hurry up and prepare the best drinks for the gentleman. Quickly." "Oh, yes. The butler hurriedly ran off. After most of the guests were seated, the audience began to come in one after another. Although these audience members were not very wealthy, tickets for this performance were hard to come by, and those who could buy tickets had paid a great price. Thousands of people settled in the hall, and the noise was very loud as everyone excitedly chatted with those around them. Helena was also quite excited, looking around curiously, while Chinlin smiled at her somewhat childish and adorable demeanor. The lights in the hall gradually dimmed, and people slowly quieted down, all waiting for the performance to begin. After a few minutes, the laser lights suddenly lit up, illuminating a small circular area on the left side of the stage. Vivian stood there, dressed in a gorgeous yet practical gown, with a dove perched on her outstretched arm. As always, she had a blank expression, her eyes half closed, as if she too was waiting for something. She slowly raised the arm with the dove, and it flew away. The spotlight followed, and the dove suddenly burst into dozens of doves that flew around the hall, eliciting gasps of surprise from some audience members. All the doves returned to the stage, and Vivian threw a white hat into the air, with the doves swirling around it. The hat descended slowly, and finally, all the doves converged together with a bang, releasing a large amount of smoke. As the smoke cleared, Claude emerged from within, slowly placing the hat on his head. Seeing Claude appear, some audience members cheered. Claude leaned forward, dramatically raising a finger to signal everyone to be quiet. Halifax showed no interest in the recent performance, just staring at Claude, gripping the armrests of his chair tightly enough that his nails turned white. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my performance." Claude spoke, not particularly loudly, but everyone in the hall could hear him. "I will present you with the most marvelous visual feast." Claude slightly raised his head and glanced at Halifax, who shivered. Claude made a grand turn, transforming into a white cloth, and the person vanished. Vivian quickly stepped forward to catch the white cloth, waving it a few times before tossing it into the air. For some reason, the cloth suddenly enlarged, flying upwards without wind, instantly dispersing into countless colorful paper pieces that filled the banquet hall. The paper fell on everyone, and people cheered at the spectacular sight. Chinlin reached out to catch a red paper piece, turned to look at Helena, and found her excitedly watching the performance below. Chinlin secretly smiled. With a wave of her hand, Vivian conjured a door out of thin air, which suddenly opened, and Claude jumped out. He snapped his fingers, and 2 more doors appeared beside him. He danced for a moment, then turned to open the middle door and walked through it, closing the door behind him. The next moment, the door on the right suddenly opened, and Claude walked out from there. He circled back behind the right door, and the next second emerged from the left door. Then he clapped his hands, and the 3 doors instantly transformed into blue smoke. He leaned back, hands outstretched as if attracting something, and all the smoke gathered between his palms, forming a small blue ball. He grabbed the ball, pretended to examine it closely, then threw it behind him. The ball hit the ground and exploded instantly, with blue and red smoke spreading out, floating upwards and forming countless flowers. The audience watched in astonishment, but when the sea of smoky flowers appeared in the air, the whole hall erupted with cheers and screams. Philip strolled at the port, looking like a leisurely young gentleman out for a walk. However, his eyes were constantly observing his surroundings. In the distance, a dock worker unloading goods glanced at Philip and nodded. A clerk making registrations nearby shook off the yellow scarf around his neck and across the street. A coachman saw Philip and turned on the lights of the carriage. Everything was ready. Philip quickened his pace and left the port. Once he confirmed that there were no observers around, Philip rolled up his sleeves and spoke in a phone bug. Everyone be patient. It's almost our turn to go on stage. In the Hilliard Grand Theater, Claude's performance was still ongoing. He held Vivian's hand and danced the tango. As Vivian turned her body, Claude suddenly appeared on the other side to catch her, and no one saw how he got there. The two separated, and Claude waved his hands, causing huge piano keys to fly out from nowhere, floating in the air to form a spiraling staircase. Claude stepped onto the staircase, walking step by step into the sky, the piano keys producing crisp and melodious sounds. When he reached the top, he snapped his fingers, and the piano keys turned to smoke and vanished. Claude floated in the air, his hands moving slowly, creating golden liquid-like forms in the air. He waved his hands continuously, and the liquid transformed into roses, then into flying birds, and in the next moment, into 2 people clapping hands. Halifax's pupils constricted at this sight, biting his lip. His eyes filled with panic. At some point, the performance ended. Claude kept bowing to the audience, who responded with applause lasting several minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming to watch my performance. Thank you. As the applause gradually subsided, Claude looked up at Halifax and said, "You may not know, but I'm the best friend of the owner of this country, Duke Halifax. When we were young, we were the most in sync and the best magic partners." The people in the audience and the nobles above began to murmur. No way. Duke Halifax was once a magician? I've heard this rumor, but there was no evidence. And now the world's #1 magician has admitted it. Yes, His Grace traveled abroad for years when he was young. It must have been during that time. Halifax ignored the surrounding chatter. He didn't care whether they praised or criticized his past. Right now, he only had eyes for Claude on the stage. We dreamed of becoming world-renowned magicians, and we made an unshakable vow. But why has he now become the high and mighty Duke Halifax, the ruler of Ickelson? Claude spoke loudly, causing everyone present to be puzzled. Meanwhile, Halifax trembled, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Because he is a liar, a deceiver, a coward who has betrayed his vow. Claude suddenly lost his previous elegance, erupting in anger, his voice becoming harsh. Halifax's mouth twitched, his expression distorting. Our vow is worthless in the face of power and money. He has betrayed me without hesitation. To inherit the position of ruler of Ickelson, he abandoned me and everything we once had, just like that, without a second thought. The audience began to murmur. No way, His Grace would do such a thing? I don't believe it. This person is slandering His Grace. Huh, if it were me, I'd do the same. Why give up being a good duke to become magician? The nobles above scoffed at Claude, considering him nothing more than a clown. Security personnel rushed in from backstage and the back of the audience, surrounding Claude on stage. Halifax straightened his clothes, swallowed hard, calming himself. He stood up and walked to the edge of the second floor. I don't know what you're talking about. We have never met before, let alone talk about any vow. Security, seize him. I want to accuse him of slander. Halifax shouted loudly. Ha! You really have no shame. Halifax! Claude shouted in rage. The security guards rushed forward, trying to capture Claude. Just as they were about to reach him, he vanished in an instant, leaving only a piece of white cloth and a pile of dust. Qianlin whispered to Selena beside her, "Something's not right. It might get messy. We should leave." Okay. Philip kept checking the time. Although it wasn't the first time he had carried out such a task, he was still feeling his heart race. Suddenly, shouts came from afar, followed by gunfire. Philip immediately stood up and ran towards the port, calling his companions on the phone bug as he ran. What happened? Respond quickly. We've been exposed. The Navy and city defense troops have surrounded the port. Philip gritted his teeth. Damn it. Detonate the bombs immediately. We can't wait any longer. A few minutes later, several explosions were heard from the port in the distance, but it was fewer than expected. Damn it. If we don't hurry, the operation will fail. Everyone looked around, searching for Claude's figure. Halifax, look around you. The high officials and nobles all look up to you. And those foolish people adore you so much that they can't even imagine you are a coward. Claude's voice came from above. Everyone looked up to see Claude standing on one of the enormous crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. Claude laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, everyone. Do you still want to see the magic performance? Oh, no. How about everyone participating together? As for the audience, let's show the whole world. Ha ha ha. Countless purple silk threads surged from Claude's body, and at the same time, identical figures of Claude appeared all over Vickelson. They simultaneously shot out purple threads, which hit the people before they could react. Those struck trembled, their bodies instantly becoming uncontrollable. In the theater, everyone, including Selena and Qianlin, was hit by the threads and stood frozen in place. Halifax stared at Claude in terror. Although he couldn't move his body, his mouth could still speak. What have you done? Claude jumped down from the chandelier, landing in front of Halifax, roughly grabbing his collar, and said fiercely, What have I done? You'll find out soon enough. I'm just bringing a carnival to Vickelson. Then he took a few steps back, raised his foot, and stomped on the ground. Purple energy waves spread from under his feet, rapidly enveloping the entire island. Claude removed his mask, revealing his grotesque face, which was now smiling. He said, Now, the carnival begins. In the theater and all over the island, everyone struck by the purple threads began to tremble in unison, then started to move. Initially, their movements were like those of rusty robots, stiff and awkward, their bodies completely beyond their control, with terror etched on their faces. After a few minutes, their movements became more agile, but they still couldn't regain control of their bodies. Some even picked up nearby objects, and soon, everyone rushed towards those around them to attack. Regardless of age or gender, those with weapons used them as weapons, while those without weapons threw punches. People screamed, their bodies moving like puppets on strings. Then, the island echoed with horrifying screams. The people in the theater gathered together, the scene resembling hell, as they frantically rushed towards each other, their faces filled with terror. Help! Help! Someone stop me! What am I doing? I killed someone. I killed someone. Mommy. Woo-woo. Halifax remained motionless, staying in place, likely a deliberate act by Claude. Claude always wore a morbid grin on his face. At this moment, he leaned closer to Halifax, his murky eyes staring at him in a chilling manner. Halifax looked at Claude in fear, unable to speak. The demon murmured softly. Claude pretended not to hear, leaning in as if to listen. Am I a demon? Claude laughed loudly. I only bring joy to everyone. How can I be a demon? Ha ha ha. After finishing his laugh, Claude slowly said, Knowing that I'm not dead, aren't you happy, old partner? Halifax swallowed hard and did not respond. Not talking? All right, then let's continue watching this performance. Below, among the frenzied crowd, two people remained unmoved, Qianlin and Zelina. Zelina speculated that the purple thread was the ability of a devil fruit, straining to resist with her haki. While Qianlin's face turned pale, Helena heard a crisp sound, and the restraints on her body were instantly released. She moved her arms, and she finally regained control of her body. Helena turned to Qianlin, and a red phantom appeared on Qianlin, resembling a malevolent spirit. The phantom let out a piercing scream, extending its ghostly hand to pull out a purple thread from Qianlin's body and abruptly snapped it. The phantom returned to Qianlin's body, and Qianlin broke free from the restraints. Once the two were unbound, Claude immediately sensed it. However, he paid no attention. His goal was about to be achieved. Qianlin and Helena exchanged a glance, and Helena said, We have to stop that magician. I'll follow your lead. Claude was still laughing heartily in front of Halifax when a scarlet sword, aura, and a white blade of wind flew in from both sides, tearing Claude's body to pieces. Yet, the fighting did not cease. Helena and Qianlin were somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the one they just struck was not the real ability user? Helena, look! Qianlin pointed at Claude's remains on the ground, and Helena looked closely. Was that wood? Was that not a real person? Why aren't you two joining our performance? Claude's voice came from above, and Helena and Qianlin looked up to see a figure identical to Claude floating in the air. Let us try attacking again. Shirlena unleashed a blade of storm, and Claude did not dodge, getting cut in half, yet not a drop of blood flowed out. It wasn't his true form. What kind of ability was this? Suddenly, two more Claudes appeared out of nowhere, floating in the air and laughing maniacally. Why are you two pointing your swords at me? A voice came from one of the Claudes, and Charlena and her companion watched them warily. Suddenly, Claude stopped, chuckling, and said, I just had a new idea. Hey, hey, hey. Immediately, the fighting in the entire theater came to a halt, and all the controlled individuals rushed towards Charlena and her companion at once. Not good, let's go. Charlena and her companion quickly left their original position, but they were on the second floor, and the entrance was blocked with no way to escape. Go upstairs. Qianlin swung her sword, unleashing an extremely wide sword aura that shattered the dome of the theater across from them. Selena activated her calamity form, picked up Qianlin, and charged towards the breach created by the strike with a meteor fire. Helena rushed out of the dome holding Qianlin, landing on a pillar outside the theater. She turned back to look and saw countless white figures suddenly flying out from inside the theater, like a swarm of white locusts. They were numerous clawed puppets. These puppets dove towards the two, and Helena opened her mouth, unleashing a thick pillar of fire. Disaster Devourer, Flame. The puppets kept multiplying, and the flames gradually became unable to hold them back. Qianlin jumped up, holding her knife horizontally in front of her, spinning rapidly to create a blood-red vortex aimed at the puppets. Demon, Blood Vortex. The vortex shattered a large number of puppets, but several had already charged close, each armed with a knife, attacking the two. Zelina and Qianlin had no choice but to keep attacking, but the number of puppets kept increasing. Helena shouted to Qianlin, We need to go. We can't waste any more time. After saying that, she gathered energy in her hand to form a burning orb of light, then crushed it. A violent explosion shattered the puppets within a radius of several meters. Qianlin used Xianding to charge out from the crowd of puppets. The two of them jumped down from the pillars of the theater, plunging toward the theater square, where countless controlled people were fighting. Selena reached out and pulled Qianlin into her embrace, using meteor fire to fly to the top of another building. Damn, where's his true body? Selena was somewhat irritated, and Qianlin said, Don't rush. These puppets pose no threat to us right now. But we can't keep being worn down like this. These ghostly things are really annoying. Selena opened her wolf kiss, and energy surged from all over her body, gathering into her mouth, gradually forming a huge orange energy ball. The bright orange light was so dazzling that Qianlin could barely open his eyes. Catastrophe Chaotic Star, the energy ball shot out, suddenly dispersing into countless small energy balls during its flight. When the small energy balls hit those puppets, they exploded, shattering the puppets into pieces. Although the number of puppets was still countless, the assault had been temporarily halted. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from a distance, and the ground began to shake violently. Selena and Qianlin steadied themselves at the top of the building. What happened? 20 minutes earlier, at the port, Philip arrived at the port, where the Revolutionary Army was engaged in a firefight with the enemy. Philip, why are you back? You can't get into any trouble. Philip approached the person who called out to him and asked, What is the situation? How many of the planned demolition points have successfully detonated? 4 have succeeded, but 8 have failed, and we have to abandon 1 point. Huh? Why? There's a ship loaded with Imperial explosives there. Imperial explosives. Why is that kind of thing here? Imperial explosives come from an island in the South Sea that produces various explosive materials. Their power is immense. Classified by the Navy as an unconventional weapon, generally used only in demon-slaying orders. We've already sent people to dismantle the demolition point there, but they haven't reported back yet. Philip's expression turned serious as he said, If we keep dragging this out, we're doomed. We need to retreat. This mission has failed. Damn it. All right, I'll contact the few people we sent out right away. At that moment, purple threads began to surge from the island, striking everyone at the port, freezing them in place. Philip's body was immobilized, but his mind was still able to think, though he was already panicking. After a while, everyone was controlled and began to swing their fists and weapons at each other. Somewhere in the port, several revolutionaries were attacking each other, next to the demolition device that hadn't been dismantled and up to a ton of Imperial explosives. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed through heaven and earth, and a black mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The violent explosion blasted a section of the nearby seawater, causing the foundation below the port to crack and collapse, with seawater rushing into the collapsed underground port, washing away the surface. The port continued to collapse, and the surging seawater rushed into the port like a ferocious beast. The foundation's collapse continued to expand, and the ground where Philip and the others were located began to crack, while the distant flood submerged many buildings, heading towards the interior of the island. Helena, with her excellent vision, saw the devastation on the other side of the island, while the tremors beneath her feet continued unabated and buildings nearby kept collapsing. This is bad. The island is doomed. Behind her, those annoying puppets attacked once more. Helena activated Flame Devourer, temporarily blocking the puppet's assault. Damn it, where's his real body? Helena felt a bit anxious, suddenly remembering something. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they glowed with purple light. The entire world became vibrant and colorful, with each puppet in the air emitting a purple glow, connected by a purple thread and countless purple lines visible in the city below. All these threads pointed in one direction, underground of the Grand Theater. Qianlin, I found out where he is. Before she could finish her sentence, the entire island began to shake violently again. Helena looked at the collapsing land in the distance and said to Qianlin, Qianlin, let's split up. You go stop the seawater. Otherwise, it keeps flooding in, and the whole island will sink eventually. I'll go take out that coward hiding underground. After saying that, Helena was about to leave when Qianlin grabbed her and said, I'll go take out that person. You go stop the seawater. Huh? Why? You're the Navy. It's more reasonable for you to handle this, and it won't cause any trouble. That's true, but that person is hiding in the theater underground. I'm leaving. Be careful. With a loud bang, Helena activated Meteor Fire and headed off into the distance. Qianlin turned to face the puppets rushing towards him, raising his katana above his head, the red light covering the blade, and slashed out several sword energies, shattering the incoming puppets. Seeing the puppets temporarily unable to get close, he flipped and jumped down from the rooftop. In midair, he suddenly shot towards the theater like a bullet, leaving a long red trail behind him. As the puppet Risetsu, Suru chased after Qianlin, they both rushed into the theater. Qianlin arrived in the theater hall, raising his sword behind him. The blade, elongated and, at an almost imperceptible speed, slashed out continuously, creating several straight cracks in the hall's floor, which then shattered with a loud noise. As he arrived underground, Qianlin looked around. It was a very long corridor with a corner at the end, and on both sides of the corridor were individual rooms, all lavishly decorated. The seawater continued to crash against the foundation, which kept collapsing, with large areas of land already submerged in the sea, and many people had drowned. Qianlin landed by the seaside, observing the continuously surging seawater around him. Taking a deep breath, he transformed into the eclipse form. Just as he was about to do something after shifting from human beast form to beast form, a person suddenly appeared behind him. Selena turned her head and was surprised to see CP0. Right? I haven't seen you since just now. Where have you been? Selena asked. CP0 wrote on the notepad. I went to investigate something. It took a lot of effort to break free from that purple line. Just in time. You came to help me. Otherwise, this island is going to sink. Okay, how do you want me to help you? Helena thought for a moment and asked, Can you piece together the land? CP0 nodded and said, All right, I'll block the seawater, and you piece those broken lands together to form a wall to stop the seawater. CP0 observed the situation below and nodded. Okay, I'll do my best. Zelina no longer wasted time, lifting her enormous wolf head and opening her wolf maw, a dazzling white light shining from her mouth. Immediately, a beam of light shot straight into the sky. When it reached a certain height, the beam dispersed, forming a barrier around the island, encasing the entire island within. Moon Eclipse Huling CP0 was somewhat astonished by this scene. Zelina's fruit was indeed quite practical. Helena's eyes darted around, seeing CP0 still standing by, not working, and she became a bit anxious. She sprayed beams from her mouth, unable to speak, only able to make muffled sounds. If this went on, she wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. This move was quite physically demanding. CP0 understood her meaning and immediately took action, using Moonwalk to reach a place that had been submerged by seawater, with only some buildings and broken ground exposed. Squatting on top of a building, blue light flashed from his hands, gradually covering the entire building. He jumped to another piece of rubble, again covering it with blue light. Clasping his hands together, the two pieces of rubble began to move slowly, producing a rumbling sound. After a dozen seconds, the two pieces collided with a thud. The connection point sealed tightly with not a drop of seawater seeping through. CP0 continued this method, constantly connecting rubble and moving them into position. Dozens of pillars constructed from buildings appeared on the sea surface. Now, they just needed to be connected together to form an entire wall. Qianlin was running through the underground corridor, with noisy sounds coming from both the front and back. Turning a corner, she saw a large group of people rushing towards her like beasts, exaggeratedly postured. Claude controlled these people to catch Qianlin. She couldn't attack them. And looking back at the corridor she just passed, another group was rushing towards her. Qianlin shattered the ceiling and jumped to the first floor of the theater, where a swarm of puppets came at her like locusts. It seemed she had to destroy the entire first floor of the theater to drag him out. Qianlin raised her katana above her head and began to spin. With her legs charged, she leaped into the air, and the spinning katana tore through the puppets, blocking her path. In midair, the puppets followed her. She brought the blade behind her. Crimson energy gathered on the blade, while the entire blade was coated in armament hockey, turning pitch black. Rakshasa, decapitation prison. A cone-shaped sword energy intertwined with black and red shot out, and the puppets reaching upwards were annihilated by the violent energy, turning to dust upon contact. The sword energy struck the floor, drilling like a bit and creating a gap several meters in diameter. Then, the surrounding area couldn't withstand the strong impact and began to collapse. Most of the first floor caving in, exposing the basement. As Qianlin fell, she noticed in the center a group of puppets surrounded a small area, tightly packed. That must be where he was. She felt something behind her, and before she could turn around, a massive iron hand grabbed her, squeezing tightly. Qianlin unleashed her demon form. The evil spirit raised its sword and struck down heavily at the iron hand's wrist. Although she successfully shook the iron hand loose, the attack left almost no trace on it. Turning back, Qianlin saw a 20-meter-tall steel puppet standing there, swinging its arm to strike at her. Qianlin landed on the ground, skillfully dodging its attacks. Its large size made it somewhat slow. In the intervals of evasion, she attacked the joints of the steel puppet's limbs. But the hardness of the metal used to create this puppet was terrifying, and all her attacks merely left a few cuts on the surface, hindering its movement slightly. At this moment, Vivian appeared beside a massive piece of rubble in the distance, her hand glowing with orange light. Placing her hand on the rubble, the orange light gradually enveloped the entire piece, and the rubble began to change shape within the orange glow. Once the orange light dissipated, the rubble transformed into a second steel puppet, identical to the first. The second puppet stood still, and a purple silk thread shot out from the area surrounded by the puppets, hitting the puppet. It slowly raised its steel head, producing a harsh sound of metal scraping. Qianlin dodged the foot of the first puppet that came down, while behind her, the second puppet was already charging forward. On the sea's surface, surging tides continuously flowed onto the land between the separated pieces of rubble, which were gradually closing together. Boom! All the rubble completely closed, forming a dam made up of various buildings that surrounded the already shattered port. When Helena saw that the seawater was successfully blocked, she removed the protective shield. However, monstrous waves surged in from the outside, but the dam was very sturdy and successfully held up without collapsing. Helena's stamina was completely depleted, and she collapsed back into her human form. CP0's moonstep returned to Helena's side and wrote on the board, "Can you hold on?" Helena slowly nodded and weakly replied, "Just need to rest for a bit." "What about Wuma Qianlin? She want to deal with that, Claude. By the way, what kind of ability is this? Is it devil fruit?" "Yes, it's the puppet fruit. The devil fruit encyclopedia says it can control all objects." Helena forced herself to get up and said, "I'm not very at ease with Qianlin. You should rest now. You can hardly move, let alone help her." Helena had no choice but to compromise. Qianlin darted and dodged, constantly avoiding the two puppets. To launch an effective attack against them, she needed enough time. Otherwise, if she continued to exhaust herself like this, she would eventually lose. Damn it, what should I do? Do I really have to use that? I'm still not strong enough. While Qianlin was fighting the two steel puppets, Vivian created 3 more puppets. The 5 puppets surrounded Qianlin, trapping her. Qianlin dragged her sword, looked around, sighed, and closed her eyes. One puppet swung its massive hand down, but suddenly a scarlet energy erupted from Qianlin's body. She crossed her sword in front of her chest and began to spin rapidly. Great demon sword, blood surge. The blade, spinning like a fan, collided with the steel giant's hand, sending sparks flying and creating a deafening screech. The puppet's giant hand was shredded, and Qianlin leaped up, landing on the puppet's arm and rushing towards its head. The puppet raised another hand to strike, but Qianlin jumped forward, leaping over its head and landing on its back. The blade unleashed a violent scarlet energy, plunging into the neck of the puppet. Great demon sword, inner sparrow. All the scarlet energy surged into the puppet's interior, and seconds later, the puppet's waist was sliced open from the inside, a horrifying gash nearly cutting it in half. The upper half of the puppet swayed and then collapsed as the remaining connection at the waist snapped with a crack. Qianlin jumped back just in time to avoid an attack from one puppet, positioning herself level with its head. The great sword rested behind her, scarlet energy flowing from her eyes. Great demon sword, mysterious cut. With a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, Qianlin severed the puppet's head. But its movements did not stop. The head was likely not a critical area. Qianlin then raised her sword above her head, the scarlet energy extending the blade to over 10 meters, and struck down heavily. Great demon sword, killing Shura. The puppet was cleaved in half from head to toe, and within less than a minute, 2 puppets had been taken down, while Vivian had only just begun to create another puppet. On this side, 3 puppets surrounded her and attacked simultaneously. Qianlin chose not to jump away to evade. Instead, her ghostly form appeared behind her. The long sword held by the long-haired ghost was like an enlarged version of the one in Qianlin's hand. The ghostly form gripped the sword with both hands, blocking the attacks of the 3 puppets, then let out a mournful howl. The long sword in the ghost's hand unleashed scarlet energy, pushing back the 3 puppets and leaving numerous gashes on them. The ghost swung at one puppet, severing its arm, while Qianlin cut off a leg from another puppet. Soon, all 3 puppets were taken down. Qianlin ignored Vivian and turned to the group of puppets, lowering her body. Great demon sword, Knight of Susa. Like a bullet, she charged towards the pile of puppets, raising her sword to strike down. 2 extremely thin purple lines controlled 2 massive stones that came crashing from either side towards Qianlin. The speed was so fast that Qianlin barely had time to react. She swung her sword in a circle, shattering the 2 stones. Another massive stone fell from above, forcing her to jump aside to evade. From a distance, she slashed out a sword energy shaped like a ghost, grinning as it charged towards the pile of puppets. Great demon sword, slippery ghost. The ghost continually bit at the puppets in front of it, finally tearing open a gap. Qianlin glanced inside and saw a person, bare-chested, covered in purple patterns. Seizing the opportunity, Qianlin spun rapidly in the air, unleashing a blood-colored storm that swept towards the pile of puppets, scattering them completely. The person protected within was also swept away, covered in wounds. The person fell to the ground, barely sitting up. Qianlin looked over, realizing it was Claude, who was glaring at her with a twisted expression. Qianlin didn't want to give him a chance to catch his breath, and charged towards him with her sword raised. Claude controlled the nearby puppets, hurling debris and other objects at Qianlin in an attempt to stop her. Qianlin kept swinging her sword to shatter these obstacles. I need to be faster. If this drags on, it could be the end for me. Qianlin quickened her pace and reached Claude. At that moment, a giant hand came crashing down. Another steel puppet was created to block her. Vivian also approached nearby and shouted to Claude, "Mr. Claude, get up." Qianlin swiftly dodged the puppet's attack and, without bothering to respond, raised her sword to stab at Claude on the ground. But as she struck, she found another person in front of her, her sword piercing into that person's abdomen. It was Vivian, and Qianlin looked at the young woman in surprise. Vivian stared at the sword embedded in her stomach, disbelief etched on her face. Claude had controlled Vivian to step in front of him to block Qianlin's strike. Fear was written all over Vivian's face as she slowly turned to look at Claude. Claude, however, continued to control her, making her grip Qianlin's sword with both hands. "Why, Mr. Claude?" Claude ignored her, quickly getting up and jumping away. Qianlin looked at Vivian with a complicated expression and slowly pulled the sword out of her. Vivian trembled, collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain as blood pooled beneath her. Just as Qianlin was about to search for Claude, a massive stone suddenly flew towards her from behind, and she quickly ducked to avoid it. The stone missed Qianlin but continued moving, flying towards a certain spot. Qianlin looked over and saw Claude floating in the air, surrounded by debris, large stones, and the remains of puppets forming layer upon layer around him, creating an ever-expanding sphere. Qianlin raised her sword and unleashed a sword energy, but it had little effect, only cutting off a small portion, which was immediately replenished. The sphere expanded to a radius of about 40 meters, and the objects flying towards it no longer landed on the sphere, but formed arms around it. The arms began to swing, striking at Qianlin. Each arm was several meters thick. Qianlin raised her sword in front of her, and when the arms reached her, the upright blade cut them off. The severed parts hadn't even hit the ground before they were joined behind her, then turned around to strike at her from behind. Qianlin was hit hard from behind and was sent flying. She rolled on the ground twice, but quickly got up, with arms swinging at her from both sides. Gathering her strength, she jumped, and the 2 arms crashed together beneath her, producing a dull thud. She landed on one arm, dragging her sword behind her, and slashed out a ghost-shaped sword energy. Great demon sword, slippery ghost. The sword energy surrounded the arm, continuously eroding it, but the arm couldn't withstand it and broke. However, the broken part instantly returned to its original position. Qianlin landed back on the ground, realizing her attacks hadn't caused any real damage. Her brow furrowed as she contemplated a strategy. Suddenly, a wall above the Grand Theater was smashed open, and a fireball fell from the sky, crashing towards the stone sphere. The arms surrounding the sphere tried to block it, but were shattered instantly, although they restored themselves immediately. The fireball still barreled directly into the stone sphere protected by the arms. Boom! Flames erupted, and the stone sphere trembled violently, but it still couldn't break through its defenses. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Selena condensed a ball of light in her hand and struck it fiercely against the stone ball. The devastating explosion created a breach in the stone ball, but it instantly restored itself, rendering the effort futile. A nearby arm swept towards her, and Selena coated her fist with armament color and punched forward, shattering the arm into two pieces, which did not regenerate this time. Helena jumped down, and Qianlin shouted at her, "Helena, use your domineering attack on him. Otherwise, he will recover quickly." Understood. Helena slightly crouched down, transforming into her eclipse form. The half-shadow devourer activated, and her speed instantly reached a level that was almost invisible to the naked eye, making her disappear. Claude shielded the surroundings with his arm, and Helena appeared in the weakest point of defense. Energy condensed in her hand, forming a wolf's head, which was then coated with haki. Eclipse Wolf Hunt. The powerful attack instantly severed several arms, while a few others, like octopus tentacles, reached out from all directions. Helena covered her hands with haki and shattered one with a punch. Qianlin raised her sword, ready to attack, but the whispers of the evil spirit echoed in her ears. "No, this is the final strike. I can't maintain it any longer." The katana was covered with haki, becoming a black blade, accompanied by red energy. Great demon sword, slash luo. The black and red sword energy struck the massive stone ball, continuously impacting its surface and creating a deep crack. Qianlin, feeling the connection with the crimson blood ambition, was about to exhaust her strength and collapse to the ground. Helena aimed at the crack, hitting it repeatedly with her fist, coated in haki, causing the gap to widen continuously. The tentacles nearby tried to stop her, but were sent flying with each punch. Below, CP0 suddenly appeared beside Qianlin, helping her sit up. Qianlin suddenly remembered something and said to CP0, "Go check on that person." Qianlin pointed to Vivian, who had fallen unconscious due to severe injuries. CP0 wrote on the board, "Who is she?" Qianlin replied, "She was originally an enemy. Don't worry about that for now. See if you can save her." CP0 approached Vivian, briefly treated her wounds, and carried her to the side. Then, returning to Qianlin, CP0 wrote, "There are no injuries to vital areas, but if we delay any longer, there could be a risk to her life." Helena kept hammering at the crack as a breakthrough point, and, after digging to a certain depth, she grasped both sides of the fissure with her hands. With all her strength, she pried it open, revealing the scene inside. Claude was floating in the center of a spherical space, with countless purple threads converging and radiating out from his body as the source. In the wolf kiss of Shirlena, energy is converging. Claude is somewhat flustered and controls the tentacles to attack Shirlena, but the tentacles all collide with a white shield. Shirlena had already set up the revival circle. The sphere of light from Selena's mouth grew increasingly like the moon, jetting out towards the interior of the stone sphere. The lunar eclipse birth of light surged with energy, instantly filling the entire spherical space. The stone sphere could not withstand it. Cracks began to form all over its surface, eventually exploding like a bomb. Bang! Countless tentacles immediately disintegrated, turning into countless fragments that fell to the ground. Selena was thrown by the explosion she created, but stabilized herself in the air and landed next to Qianlin and the others. Helena looked at the crumbling ruins and saw Claude's figure. His body suddenly became withered, and he aged instantly, falling into a pile of rubble, buried by the debris. What was happening? The side effect of the puppet fruit is that it consumes life force, CP0 wrote leisurely. Inside the theater, across the island, the people who were constantly fighting suddenly stopped at the same moment. Some completely collapsed, slumping to the ground. Others found their relatives and friends who had been killed by others and began to cry. Halifax regained control of his body, sweating profusely, kneeling on the ground, not knowing what to do. He looked around, and the noble officials had lost their usual composure. They were either hurriedly leaving or being carried away by their attendants. It's all ruined, my everything, Halifax muttered. What did I do wrong? I just came back to inherit what belongs to me. Why am I being forced like this? He suddenly exploded in anger, pounding the ground with his hands, cursing fiercely. Claude, you truly deserve to die. Sticking to that worthless dream. 20 years ago, in a small theater, the audience erupted in cheers and applause. On the old, shabby stage, a young Halifax in his 20s wore a magician's hat and made comical gestures. Behind him was a door. Halifax opened it to show the audience that there was nothing behind it. Then he closed it, and a few seconds later, he suddenly opened it again, revealing a young Claude, who appeared unexpectedly. The audience applauded again, some even whistled. After the performance, the two kept bowing to the audience in gratitude. Once the audience left, Halifax was tidying up the props on stage when Claude came over with a full bag and placed it in front of Halifax. Opening it, a number of coins spilled out. We earned 100,000 berries tonight. Let's go pay the rent first, Claude happily said to Halifax. When can we perform at the Grand Theater in your hometown of Icleason? By then, we would be famous overseas magicians. Someone shouted from outside the theater. Hey, is Halifax here? You have a letter. Coming. I'll go get the letter. You tidy up. Halifax went outside and took the letter from the postman. He opened it and quickly glanced at it, suddenly widening his eyes, frozen for a moment. Inside, Claude had basically finished packing up, seeing that Halifax and T returned. He shouted outside, Halifax! Halifax! What's wrong? Halifax had a complicated expression, thought for a moment, put the letter away, and replied, Oh, it's nothing. Then he returned inside. Claude approached Halifax and said to him, Halifax, how about we perform that magic trick next week? It will definitely be a hit then. Halifax was still thinking about the contents of the letter, not paying attention to what Claude said, and only after a while did he react. Huh? That performance? But we're not very skilled yet. You almost got hurt last time. Don't worry. How many times have we practiced? At least 3 months of preparation. After saying that, he didn't wait for Halifax to retort and ran off to do something else. Halifax hesitated behind him, unsure of what to say. 5 days passed, and Halifax kept thinking about the contents of the letter. That night, Halifax approached Claude and expressed that he wanted to talk. Huh? What's wrong? What happened? Claude asked with concern, looking at him with a worried expression. Halifax didn't know how to start. I. Halifax sighed and said, I'll tell you the truth. My father is actually the Duke of Icleason. Claude's eyes widened in shock. What? Your dad is the Duke there? You said your parents were merchants. You've been lying to me all this time. Claude suddenly realized something and said quietly, You have more to tell me, don't you? Halifax lowered his head, not daring to meet Claude's eyes. My father passed away 2 weeks ago. I have to go back. When will you be back? Claude guessed something, but still asked. I'm the first heir of the family, so I want to be coming back. Halifax mustered the courage to say, What did you say? Claude's voice was not loud, but to Halifax, it felt like a knife cutting into his heart. Just leaving? Want to give up just like that? I wondered why you've been so restless these days. Turns out you were thinking about how to get rid of me. Why do you say that about me? What should I say about you? Look at what you've done. You treat our oath as nothing. Halifax didn't know what to say. Claude continued. Our career is just taking off, and you want to quit? Taking off? We barely make ends meet. When times are good, we can earn a few thousand, and when times are bad, we have to owe rent for the stage. You call that taking off? You always ask me where I got the money from, right? That's all money I beg from my family, you know? My family looks down on me, thinking I'm embarrassing them by being a magician. This was my last chance. If I don't go back, they will cut ties with me forever. Sorry, I want to think about myself. Halifax spoke somewhat resolutely, and after finishing, he stood up and walked towards the door. After walking more than 10 meters, Claude also stood up and said, The day after tomorrow, the last show, at least accompany me to finish this last performance before leaving. No, I want to perform. You shouldn't either, or change to another program. That's too dangerous. I'll leave you a sum of money. Consider it my last contribution to you. After saying that, he left without looking back. Claude stood there, silent. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, he picked up a chair and threw it. Halifax, you untrustworthy bastard. Claude shouted angrily. 2 days later, Halifax sat in a carriage heading to the port, preparing to leave and return to Icleason to inherit the family business. The carriage passed by the small theater where he and Claude often performed. The notice board in front of the theater announced tonight's program, and Claude's magic performance was listed among them. Halifax turned his head and stopped looking. On the second floor of the theater, Claude looked at the scenery outside, looking haggard. Halifax's carriage passed below, but Claude couldn't see Halifax inside. He only knew that Halifax would leave today. That night, the street was relatively quiet, with only applause and cheers occasionally erupting from the small theater. Suddenly, the cheers turned into gasps, and many people panicked, running out of the theater. "It's on fire. Quick, go save it. What happened? How did it catch fire?" That magician, his magic performance failed, and the torch ignited the stage. The fire burned all night, and the theater was reduced to a pile of ruins. No one knew where Claude was. When mentioning the incident, people said that the magician must have died in the fire. Claude woke up in a church hospital in the small town, a nun beside him wringing out a towel. Claude moved slightly and felt a sharp pain in the left side of his body, then realized he was wrapped in bandages. The nun noticed he was awake and said to him, "Don't move. Your burns haven't healed yet. It will take a few more days." Claude closed his eyes to rest. A week later, the bandages on his body were removed, revealing scars from burns all over his left side. And the nerves in his left hand were burned, making his fingers stiff like a puppet. He could no longer be a magician. Everything was ruined. Halifax signed a contract. His father had passed away, and many family assets had changed, including the inheritance given to other brothers. He was busy during this time and had no energy to deal with other matters. The butler came in and placed a stack of documents on Halifax's desk. "Your Grace, this is a report submitted by the Dockworkers Union." Halifax rubbed his aching temples and took the documents to flip through them. "Also, I inquired about the matter you wanted to know." Halifax looked up. "A fire occurred at the theater in Meltown a few days ago. It seems to have been caused by an accident during the performance of that magician you partnered with. And that magician has no news now." Halifax lowered his head, gripping the pen tightly. "Don't think too much. He will be fine." Halifax couldn't sit still, standing up and walking to the window. Outside was a vast, magnificently beautiful garden, but Halifax had no heart to enjoy the scenery. The bright sunlight hurt his eyes. "No." Claude limped over to a shabby carriage, which was already crowded with 4 people. "Hurry up, layman. Don't keep us waiting." Claude ignored him and slowly climbed onto the carriage. The carriage slowly left Meltown, and just as it departed, a splendid carriage arrived from another road at the inn. The butler approached the carriage door to assist Halifax down, but Halifax jumped down directly. He and the butler arrived at the site of the theater, where 5 or 6 people were cleaning up the ruins. Halifax felt anxious, looking around and grabbing someone to ask, were there any survivors from that big fire a while ago? Survivors? Those rescued were all sent to the church hospital. Halifax quickly went to the church hospital, entering a spacious ward with rows of beds on either side. He grabbed a nun and asked if she had seen someone named Claude. He asked several people, but no one remembered. Well, those few were the injured from that fire. The rest either died or had been discharged. Halifax hurried over, but couldn't find Claude. After waking up, Claude hadn't said a word, leading the nuns to think he was mute. When they asked for his name, he ignored them, so they decided to discharge him as soon as he healed. After staying in Mel for 3 days, the butler advised him that there were many important matters in the family that needed to be dealt with, and he should return quickly. With no other option, he had to go back to Vicresen. Claude wandered around, unable to perform magic and lacking any other skills to make a living, and he couldn't go on like this. He began to steal and rob, getting imprisoned several times. One night, while rummaging through a garbage heap, he opened a cardboard box to find a sleeping baby girl inside. Claude was stunned, then gently picked her up. There was nothing else in the box, and the blanket wrapped around the baby girl was embroidered with Vivian, which he assumed was her name. Claude took her to several orphanages, but none would take her in. He had no choice but to keep her with him, spending 10 berries each night to stay in a shabby shelter to care for her, to survive for himself and Vivian. Claude chose to get involved in the underground black market, helping gangs transport goods. It was dangerous, but paid well. With one more person to take care of, he had to take risks. One night, while helping transport a box, the town's police came to catch him, and he dodged them. While hiding, the box fell to the ground, and its contents spilled out. Claude bent down to pick it up and froze when he saw what it was. A devil fruit. A fruit that was entirely dark green and black, resembling a pineapple. Claude wasn't sure if it was truly a devil fruit, but items traded in the underground black market were definitely valuable, though it could just be a rare plant. Forget it. I'll eat it first. He picked up the fruit and took big bites, grimacing in pain. Ugh, this tastes terrible. Claude looked for any changes in his body, but before he could inspect himself properly, the police found him. There he is. More than a dozen police officers surrounded him, and Claude felt a twinge of anxiety. Damn it. One officer swung a baton at him, and Claude dodged to the side, evading the blow, but lost his footing and fell to the ground. The officer struck again, and Claude instinctively raised his hands to block. A thin purple thread shot out from his palm, aiming at the baton. Huh? What's happening? The baton suddenly flew out of the officer's hand and into Claude's. Claude was also dumbfounded. Could this really be a devil fruit? He raised his palm towards the police officer in front of him, and a purple line shot out, freezing the officer in place. Claude moved his hand to the left, and the officer's body swayed, left as well. What's going on? The others were scared, while Claude smiled wickedly. 5 years passed. Claude was walking in a small town with little Vivian. At the corner ahead, a crowd was gathered, and Claude paused, glancing into the center of the crowd. It was Halifax. It was a newly opened bank, and Halifax was cutting the ribbon at the entrance with a few other well-dressed people. Halifax wore a smile, but to Claude, that smile was utterly disgusting. Vivian looked at Claude with confusion, unable to see what was happening inside and unaware of the backstory. Claude led Vivian away, and since then, he used his fruit's abilities to obtain a copy of a devil fruit for Vivian and returned to being a magician thanks to this power. Until today, Vivian slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness still a bit hazy. After becoming a little more awake, she felt the sensation of swaying and looked to the side. She was in a cabin on a ship. Struggling to sit up, she felt pain in her abdomen and instinctively touched it, finding bandages. She recalled what happened before she lost consciousness, remembering how Claude treated her like a tool to be discarded, leaving her feeling confused. If he didn't care about Vivian, where'd she go? She had been trained by Claude since childhood, serving as his magic performance partner. She was not allowed to do anything else, had no friends, and had never experienced anything worth being happy about. On the contrary, following Claude in the underground world, she had seen nothing but dirt and darkness. The door was pushed open, and Qianlin walked in. You're awake? Are you feeling unwell? Qianlin asked, suddenly recalling a year ago when she was injured and lying in bed. And Selena had come in to check on her, unable to help but chuckle. Vivian didn't respond, watching the black-haired woman in front of her warily. It was her who had stabbed her, though it couldn't entirely be blamed on her. I'm sorry for injuring you so badly. Qianlin walked to the bedside, picked up a chair, and sat down. You and that magician. Qianlin probed. Vivian averted her gaze from Qianlin's piercing eyes, ignoring her. Father and daughter? Qianlin then asked. After a long while, Vivian finally squeezed out 2 words, adoption. Qianlin had nothing more to say, and the two of them sat quietly there. Why did you save me? Vivian looked at her hands and asked softly. The feeling of betrayal must be very painful, especially from your adoptive father, Qianlin said sadly. Where are you taking me? You need to ask another person about that. I'll go get him. Qianlin stood up and walked out of the room. After a while, she returned with CP0. Vivian cautiously eyed the masked stranger. CP0 raised a writing board and wrote, Do you have questions about how we will handle you and where we will take you? First, tell us your plans. I don't know where to go, Vivian replied. CP0 turned to Qianlin and wrote, Miss Qianlin, could you step outside for a moment? Qianlin shrugged and walked out of the room. After a while, CP0 came out. Qianlin was by the ship's railing, enjoying the sea breeze, and when she saw CP0, she asked, Where are you taking her? After everything is over, she will come with me. You don't need to worry about that, CP0 replied. Qianlin shrugged. As long as it didn't interfere with her, it was fine. Helena was buying a newspaper from Seagull. The headline read, Revolutionary Army causes chaos in Vickers. Navy rising star General Helena defeats Revolutionary Army, saves the people. Helena was speechless. This made her fame grow even more, and she would encounter more troubles in the future. A month later, Vivian recovered quickly and started helping with some chores as her injuries healed. Helena was surprised to see her, so elegant, willing to do all sorts of dirty and tiring work. Helena thought she wouldn't show a good face to others since they were enemies before. In the evening, while Vivian was cleaning the deck, she felt the ship rocking more and more violently, with the waves and wind on the sea growing stronger. The others also came out from the cabin, and Helena looked at the sky covered by dark clouds, not letting a bit of sunlight through, and said, A storm is coming. An hour later, sure enough, a storm broke out, and the ship was as fragile as a leaf on the churning waves. Vivian and Qianlin were controlling the sails with ropes, while Helena struggled to steer, not daring to use too much strength for fear of breaking the helm. A massive wave surged from behind, engulfing the small boat and tossing the people aboard in all directions. After several more giant waves, the small boat couldn't hold up any longer and capsized, throwing everyone into the sea. Vivian managed to cling to the small boat and was not swept away. While CP0 had anticipated the boat would capsize and had already grabbed the mast to avoid falling into the water. Qianlin immediately surfaced, looking around, but could not see Helena. Helena! Helena! Qianlin called out anxiously, plunging into the water. Charlena lost all her strength the moment she fell into the sea, slowly sinking towards the bottom. Before she fainted, she only saw Qianlin swimming towards her. Helena had a dream, just like the one when she fell into the sea from the Red Earth continent. In this dream, she found herself in the water, but this time she saw two vague shadows. Just as she was about to see them clearly, she woke up, startled awake. Helena suddenly sat up in bed. After a moment, she looked around. She was lying on a small bed, so much so that her legs were hanging off the edge. It was a small room, the walls made of wood, resembling a quaint country cottage. The room was tidy, and besides the usual furniture, there was a globe and a model airship on the desk by the window. On the wall-mounted cabinet, there was a photo frame containing a picture of a couple with their daughter. The father had a serious expression, the mother smiled gently, and the girl looked very young. About 5 years old, Vivian was sitting on a stool beside the bed, looking like she had just woken up from sleep. After being disturbed by Helena's movement, she groggily sat up and said, "You're awake," while rubbing her eyes. Huh? Helena suddenly realized something was off. She looked down and discovered she was completely naked, instinctively clutching the blanket tighter, her face turning a bit red. Seeing her embarrassment, Vivian explained, "Don't worry, it was Miss Qianlin and I who took off your clothes. Your size was just too big, and we couldn't find anything to change you into. But your clothes have already dried. I'll go get them for you." With that, she stood up and went outside to fetch Helena's clothes. Helena took the clothes awkwardly and cast a shy glance at Vivian, who turned her head away, quickly getting dressed. Helena stood up and asked Vivian, "How long did I sleep?" "About a day." Helena walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and saw that it was still pouring rain outside. She asked, "Were we rescued by someone?" "Yes, the owner of this house brought us to this island in his airship." Zelina glanced at the model on the table. "Where Qianlin and the others? They went to the town to buy something. This house is built far away from the formation by the seaside." Helena walked out of the room and found herself in a very ordinary living room, with the kitchen on the other side. Next to the window in the living room sat a person in a wheelchair. Hearing a sound behind them, the person turned the wheelchair around. Seeing Helena come out, they happily said, "You finally woke up?" Helena turned her head and saw a girl around 17 or 18, looking at her with a smile. "My name is Sally, and you must be Helena. I heard that black-haired sister introduce you." "Yes, I am. Were you the one who saved us?" "Me? No, it was my dad who found you and brought you back in his weather boat." "What about your dad?" "He's in his workshop." Selena stood quietly for a moment and suddenly asked, "By the way, why are they going shopping now? Why not wait until the rain stops?" "Because this heavy rain will last for a whole month." Qianlin and CP0 arrived in the town. This small town is quite large, but many houses are uninhabited and in ruins. Only a small area on the edge of the town still has people living in it, where the lights are on. Qianlin and CP0 walked towards that direction when an old man approached them. He was short, wearing a raincoat, with a monocle over his left eye, and his long white beard looked like it hadn't been groomed in a while. He was holding a flashlight. "Hey, you two, you aren't from this island, are you?" "Sir, we capsized in the storm. We were rescued and brought to the island." Qianlin replied. "Rescued? By someone flying an airship?" "Yes. Kylos is out at sea again with the airship. He really doesn't learn his lesson." Qianlin was taken aback, not expecting the old man to suddenly get angry. The person who saved them was named Kylos. Qianlin remembered that after boarding her airship, that person had said no more than 10 words, a taciturn individual. And after arriving on the island, he never came out again. It was his daughter, Sally, who attended to them. "What are you here for?" "To buy some maritime supplies." "Buying now? Isn't it a bit too early?" "Too early? Why do you say that? This heavy rain won't stop for another month." "A month? Why so long?" "It's a long story. Let us talk inside. Oh, by the way, what is your name?" "Call me Bet." The two followed old Bet to the general store in the town, where an old lady was dozing off. Bet pushed the door open, and after everyone entered, he slammed the door shut. The old lady was awakened and grumbled at Bet. "You old bastard. Don't you know I'm napping at this hour?" All right. We have guests." Bet took off his raincoat and hung it on the wall. The old lady put on her reading glasses, squinted at Qianlin and CP0, and said, "See for yourselves what you need." The store was relatively well stocked. Everything they needed was for sale, though everything was a bit old. Qianlin looked around and then turned to Bet. "Old Bet, where have all the townspeople gone?" "People? They've all gone out to sea to settle elsewhere. The rest of us are just these old folks left behind." Bet answered casually, while the old lady complained, "Who has an old fossil? Don't include me. Come on. How long have those dentures been in your mouth? There used to be quite a few people here, right? Why did they all leave? Was it because of the rain?" Qianlin guessed. "Yeah, this rain lasts a month. The whole island is surrounded by storms. and ships can't come in or go out. In the beginning, the storms lasted much longer than they do now. The longest one lasted a full 6 months, completely flooding the port on the east side. And who knows how many people died. Besides, the frequency is unstable. Sometimes it comes back after a week. It just became unbearable, so everyone left. Now it happens once a year, lasting a month, and those who stayed have gotten used to it. Since when did this weird weather start? The old man squinted his eyes, starting to recall. About 40 years ago, I was just over 30, an apprentice mechanic, just finished learning my trade when this storm came. Ah, the old man sighed and lit a cigarette. You old bastard. Don't smoke in my store. The old lady scolded again. At this moment, CP0 leaned over and raised a writing board to show the old man, on which was written, "Sir, is this Lighthouse Island?" The old man nodded after reading the question. Lighthouse Island? Was it famous before? Qinlin asked curiously. Not just famous. It said that nearly 1/3 of the mechanics on the Great Sea Route came from here. It was an island renowned for mechanical manufacturing, CP0 wrote on the board. That's an exaggeration. How many people were there on this island? But the mechanical manufacturing here was indeed the most advanced at the time, though it wouldn't be the first. It was very prosperous back then, the old man sighed. So what is the cause of this storm? Qinlin asked again. Do you know about atmospheric monsters? The old man inquired. Qinlin shook his head, and the old man flicked off the ash and continued. Actually, we don't really understand it either. This was told to us by Kylos. When he was young, he went to a place to learn about meteorology, and after returning, he did several years of research and came to this conclusion. The storm is caused by a creature called an atmospheric monster, and every time a storm comes, it's when that thing comes out to act. At first, no one believed him, until about 3 years ago, when the atmospheric monster flew over the island closely, and most people on the island saw it. What does that thing look like? Hiss, it's huge, like a jellyfish flying in the air. The old man lit another cigarette. Kylos has been researching that atmospheric monster. Every time a storm appears, he flies into the storm with the airship. I've urged him many times to take Sally and her mother away from here, but he wouldn't listen. Really? Bet suddenly became a bit angry. By the way, we haven't seen Sally's mother. Where is she? Qinlin asked. Sally's mother? Well, she has passed away. Sally's face darkened. Helena awkwardly waved her hand and apologized, saying, sorry. It's okay. You don't understand either. Celia's face regained a smile. 3 years ago, my mom died in that storm. The old folks in town say it was the biggest storm they had ever seen. Dad took the airship out to sea, and my mom and I were hiding in the old house, but the house couldn't withstand the storm. It was Grandpa Bert from town who found my mom and me. Celia said, a tear rolling down the corner of her eye. Helena didn't know what to say, so she bent down and patted Sally's head. Suddenly, the front door of the house opened, and a person in a raincoat walked in, slamming the door shut. They turned around and looked at Helena without saying a word. Dad, you're back, Sally said, pushing the wheelchair to the side to grab a towel and handed it to Carlos. Carlos quietly said thank you. Mr. Carlos, thank you for saving us. Helena expressed her gratitude to Carlos. He didn't look at her, just nodded in acknowledgement and turned to go back into the house after tidying up his things. Celine felt a bit embarrassed, and Sally quickly said, my dad isn't good at communicating with people. It's not that he dislikes you. It's nothing. Sally looked at the tightly closed door, and a trace of sadness suddenly appeared on her face. Celine keenly noticed the change in her mood and cautiously asked, what's wrong? Sally lowered her head and was silent for a long time before saying, I'm worried about my dad. He's definitely going to take the airship out again tomorrow, and I'm afraid something might happen to him. Hasn't he been doing this for many years? It should be fine, right? Celine comforted. Sally shook her head and said, sometimes I sneak into his workshop to take a look. Besides the meteorological instruments and things for repairing the airship, there are also weapons. Weapons? Yes, there are a lot of cannons. I asked my dad who these cannons are for, and he either doesn't answer me or changes the subject. I suspect he is attacking the atmospheric monsters. Attacking the atmospheric monsters? Does that mean he wants to kill or drive away that creature so that this island won't be shrouded in storms anymore? Sally nodded. Yeah, it should be like that. But it's too dangerous. Many times the airship has come back in tatters, and I was curious about how the storms at sea could be so severe. Now it seems it must be because of the battles with the atmospheric monsters. Haven't you tried to persuade him? Of course I have, but he never responds to me. Sally stopped talking. After a while, Sally raised her head and said, are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat. Just as the food was ready, Kairos suddenly pushed the door open, holding a package and walking towards the door to put on a raincoat. Sally worriedly asked, Dad, are you going to the workshop again? Kairos glanced at her and nodded. Are you going to take the airship out tomorrow? Selly continued to ask. Kairos lowered his head and did not answer. Are those cannons on the airship for fighting the atmospheric monsters? No answer. Dad, why won't you answer? Selly stopped talking, rolled her wheelchair in front of the door, and firmly looked at Kairos, saying, Dad, you can't take risks anymore. I've already lost my mom. You can't get hurt. Kairos's expression shifted slightly, but he still did not speak. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Celine hesitated for a moment, then walked over to open the door. Cold wind and rainwater rushed into the room, and Qianlin, CP0, and Beat stood outside with big and small packages. After a few people entered the house, they were a bit confused by the situation. Selly turned to Beat and said, Grandpa Beat, Dad still wants to take the airship out tomorrow. Can you help me talk him out of it? Beat heard this, and his beard trembled with anger as he pointed at Kairos and shouted, You still dare to go out? Don't you remember what happened before? Kairos lowered his head in silence. Qianlin and CP0 dared not speak and quietly moved aside to put down their things. Qianlin quietly asked Celine what was going on, and Celine briefly explained what just happened. Beat and Selly continuously urged Kairos to give up the idea of going out. After a long time, Kairos finally said in a low voice, I understand. Then he turned and went back into the room. Beat sighed heavily. He is really stubborn. He won't give up so easily. Keep an eye on him. Thank you, Grandpa Beat, Selly said gratefully. It's nothing. You're also quite pitiful, having such an irresponsible father. Don't say that, Grandpa Beat. Take care. Kairos returned to the room, where a family photo of the three of them was on the table. His wife's smiling face pierced his heart. A few hours later, at night, the world was shrouded in darkness. He picked up a flashlight, draped on a waterproof cloth, opened the window and climbed outside. Meanwhile, in Selly's room, Qianlin, CP0, and Vivian were sitting beside her. Vivian comforted her. Don't worry, Sister Celine is going with him. Nothing will happen, don't be anxious. Kairos walked for about half an hour and arrived at a cliff by the sea, where there was a large workshop. He took out the key to the workshop door and was about to unlock it when he heard a woman's voice behind him. Mr. Kairos, can I accompany you? Kairos turned around to see a tall woman, nearly 3 meters high, standing in front of him. The flashlight illuminated her face, her white hair and purple pupils shining brightly. He looked at Celine for a long time and said, It's too dangerous. I'll go alone. Because it's dangerous, Selly asked me to accompany you, Celine replied. Kairos remained silent, just staring at Celine, who carefully observed his tired and hesitant eyes and his unshaven face. Kairos turned around to unlock the workshop door and began to pull up the rolling door. Suddenly, a hand reached over his head, grabbed the chain, and quickly pulled the rolling door all the way up. Kairos glanced at Celine and then walked into the workshop, with Celine following him inside. Kairos turned on the workshop's electrical switch, and the entire workshop lit up. The ceiling of the workshop was about 10 meters high, and in the middle of the spacious area was the airship, its exterior completely covered in steel and riddled with patches. The airship wasn't very large, about 10 meters long, with 3 cannons mounted on each side. Having been in the Navy for a long time, Celine was very familiar with weaponry. She immediately recognized that these cannons were standard issue for the Navy. She took a few steps forward and asked, Where did you get these cannons? During storms, some military ships get destroyed, and the wreckage is washed up on the island. I dismantled these cannons and repaired them, Kairos replied. This was the first time Celine had heard him speak such a long sentence. She had thought Kairos would ignore her. Kairos found the repair tools and began to check the airship. He opened the airship's hatch and jumped inside, making clanging sounds as he repaired things, while Celine began to explore Kairos's workshop. After nearly an hour, Kairos finally finished the repairs, jumped into the airship, and left the hatch open, which confirmed that he agreed for her to follow him. Upon entering the airship and closing the hatch, the space inside was a bit cramped, suitable for only Kairos. Of course, but Celine had no seat and couldn't straighten her back. Kairos sat in the pilot's seat, surrounded by instruments and switches, which made Celine feel overwhelmed. Kairos took out a remote control, pressed a button, and the door on the other side of the workshop slowly rose. Kairos maneuvered the airship to exit through that door, and Celine looked out the pilot's window to see a straight road ahead, with rows of sequentially lit indicator lights on both sides. Selena guessed that the purpose of this road should be similar to that of an airplane runway. Kairos controlled the airship to move forward, gradually increasing its speed. Bet lay in bed, anxious and worried that Kairos would do something foolish again. Tossing and turning, she couldn't fall asleep. So she sat up in bed and remembered that she hadn't cleaned that place in a long time. With a sigh, she got out of bed, put on her clothes, grabbed a flashlight and went out. She walked out of the town, heading towards the mountain in the center of the island. The heavy rain washed over the road, and Bet walked carefully. At her age, a fall could be disastrous. When she reached halfway up the mountain, she looked up at the peak and saw a huge building vaguely appearing in the mist brought by the storm. Turning back to look down the mountain, she was suddenly attracted by a faint row of lights in the distance. Hiss! Are those the signal lights of the airship runway? That bastard Kairos. Bet hurriedly ran down the mountain. The airship's speed was sufficient for it to take off. So Kairos retracted the wheels at the bottom while the 4 propellers on the 2 pairs of wings began to work. During the ascent, the airship shook quite violently, and the whole body emitted a buzzing sound. Selena glanced at Kairos and saw that he remained expressionless and did not make any moves. It seemed this was a normal phenomenon, so she relaxed. After the turbulence ended, the airship stabilized in speed and altitude. Selena looked out of the porthole. It was dark, with thick fog, and the rain hitting the glass blurred her vision, making it impossible to see anything clearly. You want to kill that atmospheric monster, right? How will you find it? Selena asked. We can't see it here. We need to go to the center of the storm. Once we get there, it will come looking for us, Kairos replied softly. But how can we determine the direction when we can't see anything? And how do we get back? Selena asked again. This. Kairos pointed to a dashboard with scales and needles. This is the permanent pointer of Lighthouse Island. I've modified it for the airship. Selena swallowed hard. Mechanics really could do anything. Bet arrived at Kairos' workshop and found that both the airship and Kairos were missing. She slapped her thigh and began to curse. That irresponsible bastard. Turning around, she ran towards Kairos' house, and when she reached the front door, she knocked and shouted, Selly. Selly, wake up. The door opened. It was not Selly but Vivian. Selly was in a wheelchair behind her. Bet looked at her and asked in confusion, Selly, do you know your dad went out again? Yes, after Dad came back to the house. Sister Selena told me that Dad might go out at midnight. I asked her how she knew, and she said she could sense it. I didn't understand, but Dad really did go out at midnight. So I asked Sister Selena to go with me. You let that white-haired girl follow along? Why involve others? It's so dangerous. Qin Lin walked out of the room and comforted her. Don't worry, ma'am. Selena is not an ordinary person. She can definitely ensure her safety and Mr. Kairos's. Well, by this time, they must have set off already. It's too late to stop them now. Sigh. The airship passed through a thick layer of clouds. And at that moment, a flash of light appeared ahead. It was lightning. The center of the storm had a vast space filled with thunder and lightning. Helena was a bit worried, and before she could ask, Kylos said, I've applied an insulating coating on the outside of the airship. Helena swallowed. It made sense, after all. He had been doing this for many years and must have considered all potential issues. After moving forward for another 10 minutes or so, a faint sound of buzzing began to echo, sometimes close and sometimes distant, as if it were hovering around the airship. That is, Kylos focused intently on the front, and Helena asked, How will it attack us, right? Before she could finish her sentence, a gray tentacle suddenly emerged from the mist ahead, extraordinarily thick, about the same width as the airship, with a length that was impossible to measure. The tentacle came crashing down, and Kylos calmly maneuvered the airship to avoid it. As the tentacle swept past one side of the airship, Kylos pressed a switch, and a small shell was fired from the side, hitting the tentacle without exploding. The tentacle disappeared, and Kylos quickly glanced at a nearby display screen, which showed a moving signal like radar. What was that just now? A beacon, used to determine its position. By the way, how are you going to kill it? It looks like this thing is quite large, and those cannons are all medium caliber, with limited lethality, plus your airship isn't big and can't carry many shells, right? Kylos didn't respond, focusing on the display screen. Seeing the beacon suddenly accelerate towards the right side of the airship, he immediately activated the right side cannon, waiting for the right moment to fire. A blue shell shot out, breaking through the mist and exploding on the approaching tentacle, releasing white gas that instantly spread out, freezing large areas of the tentacle's skin into ice. Kylos pressed another button, and another cannon fired a regular shell, shattering all the frozen parts. Attacking its tentacle is meaningless. We need to target its torso, Kylos said softly. Helena thought for a moment and said, To find its body, you can follow its tentacles. I'll go outside to cover the airship, and you keep the shells to shoot at its body. Kairos was a bit confused and didn't know how she would provide cover, but he still trusted her and opened the hatch. Rain and cold wind rushed in as Helena tied 2 steel cables around her waist and secured them to the airship before jumping onto the top of the airship. A tentacle came swinging towards her, and just as Kairos was about to dodge, a bright white light suddenly illuminated the top of the airship. Lunar eclipse, Jade Fawn. A white beam shot from the top, piercing through the entire tentacle, which twitched a couple of times before falling to the side. Kairos looked up and saw a werewolf covered in white fur standing above. He was somewhat surprised, but quickly regained his composure. Taking advantage of the moment, Kairos launched a beacon at the tentacle Helena was attacking, following it to search for its body. As they moved forward, more and more tentacles appeared, and Helena continuously shot beams of light to fend them off. In the distance, a silhouette began to take shape, and as they got closer, Helena saw that the massive atmospheric monster was a gigantic jellyfish. Its entire body was writhing, and countless tentacles were continuously releasing mist. Several tentacles of the atmospheric monster came at the same time, and Helena gathered energy in her mouth, shooting out dozens of small white beams. Lunar eclipse, rainfall. The incoming tentacles were shattered by the beams, but the atmospheric monster released even more mist, and its colossal body gradually faded away. Not good. Kairos accelerated the airship towards it, aligning the side wing with the atmospheric monster to launch the beacon. However, the beacon was knocked away by a tentacle, and even the airship was hit by a tentacle attacking from behind. The airship shook violently, spinning a few times in the air before Kairos managed to stabilize it. Helena felt a bit dizzy on top. Seeing another tentacle coming, she kept using Jade Fong to fend it off. With the atmospheric monster disappearing, Kairos and Helena had no choice but to use the same tactic again, following the tentacles to search for its body. After more than 10 minutes, the last beacon was used up, and they finally found the true form of the atmospheric monster. The mist released by the atmospheric monster suddenly turned red, and the mist spread towards them. Seeing this, Kairos quickly pulled the airship back, distancing themselves from the red cloud. "What is this? Why are we retreating?" Helena asked in confusion. The chemical components in this red mist are corrosive and can easily ignite when they come into contact with fire. Helena looked up at the atmospheric monster, which was about to disappear into the fog again. "Damn it, it's going to escape. Wait, burning?" Helena thought of a way and quickly shouted to Kairos, "Drive the airship into that mist." Then she transformed into her demon form. Kairos looked up at her current appearance and anxiously shouted, "Did you not hear? That mist is highly flammable. Trust me." Kairos glanced at the mist and then at Helena. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the airship's power to the maximum and charged into the mist. The moment they entered, the heavenly fire on Helena ignited the red mist. The flames instantly spread across all areas of the red mist, and Kairos felt a jolt in his heart, thinking it was all over. But the moment the flames ignited, Helena opened her wolf maw and absorbed the flames. Within seconds, all the flames were extinguished by Helena, and her entire body turned a glowing dark red, resembling magma that had not fully cooled. Helena broke the 2 steel cables around her waist and leaped out. Kairos was startled and leaned forward to see where Helena was. After falling several meters, Selena erupted in flames, resembling a miniature sun, charging towards the atmospheric monster. The disaster, meteor fire, absorbed so much flame that it had enough power to catch up with the atmospheric monster hundreds of meters away. Selena left a trail of black smoke behind her, and in this dim and dark place, the continuously burning Selena was quite dazzling. Kairos was somewhat taken aback, stunned for a moment, before immediately piloting the airship to catch up. The atmosphere monster trembled all over as Helena crashed down on it with a loud bang. Helena slapped her hands against its body, and flames erupted, quickly expanding. The atmospheric monster was still trembling, its entire body gradually changing from a gray-black to a bluish color. The bluish skin was impervious to the flames, and its toughness had significantly increased. Helena transformed into her eclipse form, gathering white energy in her hands. After several seconds, she unleashed a terrifying gale blade. Eclipse, gale shift. The gale blade sliced through its body for over 100 meters, leaving deep marks in its wake. It's effective. The atmospheric monster suddenly began to move, curling its body and rushing upwards. Helena dug her claws into its skin with force to avoid being thrown off. Kairos was raising the beacon-controlled airship upward. The atmospheric monster burst through the cloud layer, emerging above the sea of clouds, where the bright moon cast silver moonlight across the entire expanse of clouds. Helena was illuminated by the moonlight, her entire body glowing, and her eyes streaming with lunar eclipse energy. This as Helena looked up at the moon, and the energy of the lunar eclipse burst forth from her body, causing one side of the moon to be obscured. Lunar eclipse. Penumbral eclipse begins when the moon is half consumed. Purple patterns resembling those of a devil fruit gradually appear on Helena's body, and the once pure white wolf tail turns purple at the tip. Lunar eclipse. Penumbral eclipse ends. Selina's speed reached its peak, and in an instant, she crossed hundreds of meters to arrive in front of the atmospheric monster. The energy she gathered in her hands transformed into a blend of white and purple, forming a spear aimed at the atmospheric monster, which she threw in an instant. The speed was so fast that it exceeded the speed of sound, and, as the sonic boom erupted, it struck the atmospheric monster. The spear's terrifying cutting power creating a gaping hole over 10 meters in diameter on one side of the monster's body. As Kairos ascended, he heard a brief loud bang, and simultaneously felt as if a flash of lightning had streaked before him. Instinctively glancing to the side, he saw the massive body of the atmospheric monster plummeting downward. Kairos looked at the falling atmospheric monster, somewhat in disbelief. Had it really been killed? Had he finally achieved his goal after more than a decade? At that moment, he felt immense gratitude towards the tall, white-haired woman, thinking that her incredible ability must be a devil fruit power. Not long after the atmospheric monster disappeared from view, a tentacle suddenly broke through the mist and struck the airship. With a loud bang, the airship spun around, and Kairos desperately gripped the control stick to stabilize its balance. Glancing at the instruments beside him, he noticed a power failure, forcing him to activate the backup power. Just as the power was returning to normal, another tentacle struck again. Kairos maneuvered the airship to evade urgently, the tentacle brushing past the edge of the airship, but another one was coming from behind. In a moment of crisis, a purple flash descended from the sky, instantly severing one tentacle. After shooting out for several dozen meters, it paused for a moment before rapidly darting toward the other tentacle and cutting it off. The atmospheric monster reappeared in the mist, its size smaller than before, making the tentacles below appear even thicker. Its body had turned red, with a notch at the top, emitting a fluorescent glow from within. It aimed its mouth parts between the tentacles at the airship and unleashed a violent wind, causing the airship to lose control. Helena's body glowed with a purple light as she charged towards the atmospheric monster. The atmospheric monster twisted its tentacles together, while its outer skin turned blue. Helena collided with the blue tentacles, and a violent surge of energy erupted. Helena gathered energy in both hands, forming two spear-shaped beams of light. Lunar eclipse, penumbral feast, purple nightshade. With a whoosh, she hurled them, colliding with the sky-blue skin that was harder than metal. After a few seconds, the beams finally broke through the defense, severing numerous tentacles. The atmospheric monster was frightened and spewed mist, preparing to flee. In the next second, Helena appeared atop it, gathering energy in her hands and slashing down heavily with her claws. A purple-white, dozens of meters wide storm blade struck the atmospheric monster. Lunar eclipse, penumbral feast, storm shift. The immense impact continuously tore apart the atmospheric monster's body, and within seconds, it was bisected. Kairos watched Helena, who looked like a deity, transform back into her human form and fall from the sky, as if losing consciousness. Kairos hurriedly controlled the airship to fly over, pressing a button to launch two grappling hooks as he got closer to Helena. After catching her, he balanced the airship, left the pilot's seat, and opened a hatch on the side, gradually pulling Helena up. Kairos sat on the ground, panting heavily, realizing Helena hadn't lost consciousness. She was just completely exhausted. He made her comfortable before returning to the pilot's seat. Looking at the eternal pointer, his heart sank. The glass cover of the eternal pointer was shattered, and the needle was spinning chaotically, likely damaged during the recent tentacle attack. There was no choice but to reduce speed to conserve power and head in one direction. Hours later, they were still navigating through the mist. Although the fog had cleared somewhat, the storm would take quite some time to completely dissipate. Beth paced nervously on the floor. Qianlin comforted her. Don't worry too much. How can I not be anxious? What if something happens to him? What will Selly do? It's been so long. This is the longest wait. Beth exclaimed. With this thick fog, what if they get lost? They won't. He has the eternal pointer on that airship. He won't lose his way. I made that eternal pointer for him, Qianlin reassured. But the more Beth thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. From what she heard from the girls, Kairos usually went out to kill that atmospheric monster, and she was furious when she first learned about it. Since there's a battle, could the eternal pointer have been damaged during the fight? The thought made Beth increasingly anxious. She stopped, leaned against the wall, and said to the others, I need your help. What do you want us to do? Light up the lighthouse. Lighthouse. You'll know when you get there. Okay, Vivian. You stay and take care of Selly. Got it. Qianlin and CP0 followed Beth toward the center of the island. After a few dozen minutes, they climbed a mountain where a massive lighthouse stood at the peak. The lighthouse was about 100 meters tall, previously hidden by thick fog, so they couldn't see the structure. Beth opened the door and led the two inside the lighthouse. It was dark inside, and Beth used a flashlight to look around, telling them, "I'm going to restore power. And then we need to get the searchlight at the top working." Without further ado, Beth dashed into the darkness, the flashlight flickering. After about 10 minutes, the lights on the walls clicked on one by one. The two finally saw piles of mechanical parts around them. The air was damp, and many parts were already rusted. A spiral iron staircase led straight to the top of the tower, with an elevator in the middle. Beth emerged from somewhere, brushing off the dust and mold from his clothes, saying, "The remaining power can last for a few hours. Let's hurry up and light up the lighthouse to guide them." The three reached the elevator, and Beth pressed the switch. The elevator door creaked open slowly, but got stuck halfway. Beth sighed and said, "Forget it. Let us take the stairs." The three ascended the staircase, which was also in disrepair, creaking loudly with every step. Beth lagged behind, soon panting and slowing down. He stopped to catch his breath, and suddenly, a section of the staircase collapsed beneath him. Beth was startled, nearly having a heart attack, but Qianlin quickly grabbed him. The three carefully made it to the top of the tower, where a massive searchlight appeared before them, surrounded by glass, with 2 tracks on the outer side, and a set of lenses mounted in the middle of the tracks. Beth nostalgically said, "This lighthouse is the namesake of this island. It has existed for a long time. Even the people who lived here 50 years ago were newcomers. We, the engineers, came here in response to the government's call to repair and maintain this lighthouse." Beth slapped his forehead, muttering to himself, "What am I doing at a time like this?" He pointed to the 2 handles of the wheels beneath the searchlight, telling the two, "See that? The control wiring for rotation is broken, so you 2 push it to get the searchlight to turn. I'll light it up. Let us go." Qianlin and CP0 jumped onto the base of the searchlight, each grabbing a handle. "Push it clockwise." They began to push the wheels with all their might, and the sound of heavy gears echoed from below. The searchlight started to rotate, and the lenses on the outer track began to move along the track, maintaining the same position as the searchlight. Beth found the large battery for power supply and dragged it to the power box next to the searchlight, using all his strength to lift the heavy battery and install it in the power box. He closed the power box and pulled the switch. The high-powered searchlight burst to life with a loud bang. The light was incredibly bright, and through the lens, it illuminated the area for dozens of nautical miles, enough to penetrate the fog created by the atmospheric monster. Seeing the searchlight's rotation stabilize, Beth shouted to the two, "That's it, stop." Qianlin and CP0 stopped pushing the wheels and jumped down from the light base. Beth panted heavily, saying, "Now it can guide him back. We can only pray that he makes it back alive." Not long after, there was a crisp snapping sound, and the base of the searchlight emitted a harsh, grinding noise. Seconds later, the searchlight slowly came to a stop. Beth frowned, took out his flashlight, and ran to the base, opening a small iron door and bending down to enter. A few minutes later, Beth shouted outside, "Damn it, one of the levers is broken. Go find lever number 3. You don't know it? I'll go find it." CP0 wrote something on a notepad, and when Beth emerged, he handed it to him, which read, "Let me see." Beth, puzzled, said, You understand this?" "No, you don't get it. That lever is broken. It needs to be replaced with a new one." CP0 took Beth's flashlight and crawled inside. A little while later, he came out and gave Beth an okay gesture. Beth blinked, incredulous, crawled inside to take a look, and found that the broken lever was indeed reattached. The break perfectly seamless and unnoticeable. Beth quickly crawled out. "How did you do that?" Before he could finish his sentence, CP0 held up the notepad in front of him, which read, "I'm a devil fruit user." Beth wiped his sweat and nodded. Kairos felt increasingly hopeless. The remaining power in the airship was running low, and he could only make an emergency landing on the sea. Suddenly, a beam of light broke through the thick fog from somewhere far behind the right side of the airship and began to spin to the right. "Is that the lighthouse?" Kairos quickly adjusted the airship's direction and headed towards the light source. Helena sensed the movement of the airship, sat up, and asked, "What's wrong? Have you found the direction?" We're heading back now." A few days later, in the evening, the storm had long passed, and the weather on Lighthouse Island was mild and cool. The people still living on the island had been celebrating the storm's retreat for several days. In a small town, Vivian was pushing Sally for a walk, while CP0 was sketching at the top of a small hill. Bert and Carlos were repairing the airship in the workshop. Bert scolded Carlos angrily, "You forgetful bastard. Luckily, we had these kids with us this time. Otherwise, you might not have made it back alive." Carlos remained silent. The expression that used to be frozen on his face had disappeared, and there was a flicker in his eyes from time to time. "Have you seen Sally's mother?" Bert thought for a moment and still asked this sensitive question. Yeah. Carlos straightened up and looked at Bert, saying, I want to take Sally out to sea and let her see the outside world. Bert was taken aback for a moment, but didn't react too strongly. After a while, he asked, is Sally's leg convenient? So, I want to ask you to make her a prosthetic limb. Bert turned to look at him, his eyes trembling slightly. He said somewhat uncertainly, why come to me? You know, I haven't touched those for many years. You have clearly been researching it, haven't you? How'd you find out? Aunt Ollie told me. Bert suddenly recalled the old lady in the town's grocery store who had a look of disdain on her face. Damn. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the world gradually dimmed. Selena stared at the moon in the sky, trying to activate the penumbra feast. Qianlin stood hundreds of meters away with a knife in hand, focusing intently on Selena. Minutes passed, and Selena remained still. Qianlin's tense body relaxed slightly as he looked up and shouted, Are you done yet? Helena awkwardly responded, No changes. Qianlin stood up, somewhat puzzled. She was pulled over by Helena to try out her new form, but she couldn't activate it? Helena closed her eyes, channeling the lunar eclipse energy within her. Searching for the feeling from that time, the lunar eclipse energy began to circulate faster and more violently within her body. When she opened her eyes again, they were filled with a purple glow. Transforming into her beast-human form, the purple lunar eclipse energy surged throughout her body, and glowing purple patterns appeared on her skin. Seeing this, Qianlin understood that Helena had successfully activated the new form she had mentioned. She positioned her blade in front of her, ready to confront Helena. Helena crouched down with both hands on the ground, adopting a starting position, and instantly disappeared. Qianlin was startled, unable to see any trace of Helena's movement at all. Suddenly, a tall figure filled her vision, and Helena appeared right in front of her. Qianlin instinctively swung her blade, the edge slicing into Helena's body. Not good. But Qianlin quickly realized something was off. There was no resistance as the blade struck, and Helena's entire body remained motionless as if she had no sensation. Is this an afterimage? Helena's figure suddenly vanished, and at that moment, a terrifying aura surged behind Qianlin's head. As the aura dissipated, Qianlin turned her head, and Helena was right behind her, her raised fist just a few centimeters away from the back of Qianlin's head. So fast, Qianlin couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Helena released the half-shadow's final form, feeling a bit exhausted, bending over and panting heavily, with sweat dripping from the tip of her nose. Is the cost a significant amount of stamina? Qianlin asked as she put away her knife. Selena nodded, then straightened her back and said, All right, let's put other matters aside for now. I have something to ask you. Yes, go ahead. You said you want to settle things with the kingdom of He. What exactly do you plan to do? Qianlin lowered her eyes, took a deep breath, and replied, My relatives, my immediate family, were killed by the Branch family. I am from the main family, and they have always been jealous of our dominant position in the family. My father fought hard to send me out of the kingdom of He, and they sent people to chase after me. It happened before its abaety, and the time I was wanted was also because I accidentally ran near that branch when I was being chased, and I was forced to activate bloodthirsty ambition, which allowed me to wipe out the entire branch. In my understanding, the main family should be stronger than the branch family in the family. So why were they defeated? That's true. But 10 years ago, my grandfather died in battle, and my father is not interested in swordsmanship. He is focused on forging swords and has never been able to inherit the family's secret techniques. My father has no siblings, and after he had me and my sister. You have a sister? Yes, but I don't know her current whereabouts. At that time, she and my mother ran in another direction. Neither my sister nor I were able to inherit the secret technique, which is bloodthirsty ambition. So, after my grandfather's death, the Branch family couldn't hold back any longer and drove us out of the family. A few months later, they planned to eradicate us completely. Who did your grandfather fight against the death? As the head of the family, he must have been very strong, right? I was still young at that time and didn't know much. They told me my grandfather went to suppress a usurper. Zelina had a feeling that Qianlin's grandfather most likely died in battle while fighting against the black charcoal snake in Kaido. So you say you want to put an end to it? I want to go back and properly bury my family, and I also want to avenge them. But no matter how strong you are now, it would still mean going back to die, right? Even with me, there are quite a few capable people in the Branch family. Helena suddenly became serious, bent down, and pointed her index finger at Qianlin's forehead. I can tell you, when the time comes, I will follow your plan and do my best to help you. But if your life is in danger, I will take you away whether you want it or not. Helena said in an undeniable tone. Qianlin widened her eyes and looked at Helena, tears sparkling in her eyes. Thank you. Of course, if I can't escape either, then we can only say goodbye together. 1 week later, in the first half of the Grand Line, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku took a sip of tea while listening to the report from the Den Mushi in his hand. After leaving Lighthouse Island, Major General Helena headed straight for Wano country. Sengoku spat out his tea, anger rising to his head. He said urgently, quickly catch up with them. Bring them back. Huh? This is... The Den Mushi on the other end, Takaka, showed a troubled expression. Catching up with Helena wasn't a problem. But how to bring her back? There was no choice but to grit his teeth and go after her. A few hours later, Helena stood on the small boat looking up, while Takaka stood on the warship looking down, the two exchanging fierce glances. Takaka couldn't hold back any longer and called out awkwardly, General Helena, you really need to come back with me. This is an order from the Marshal. No. Why? I can't tell you. Do you know who is occupying Wano country? Of course, the great pirate Kaido of the beasts. Since you know that, why do you still want to go? You're very strong, but if they discover you, you will definitely be in trouble. I'm not going there to challenge them. Wano country is so big, I won't be easily discovered. You don't understand what I mean. If we get close to Wano country to avoid conflict, the Navy won't be able to go there. If something happens, we won't be able to provide support in time. Give it up, Takaka. I won't change my mind. Helena said firmly, then transformed her hand into a wolf claw and struck with a gale blade, cutting down one of the warship's masts. The falling mast startled the surrounding Navy soldiers. General Helena, Takaka looked at Helena in disbelief. Zelina urged others to hurry and leave on the boat, then turned to Takaka and shouted, just deduct the repair costs from my salary. Zelina and the others left triumphantly, while Takaka held his forehead and gave up on the treatment. Helena and the others had been sailing for about a day when the sea in front of them suddenly became turbulent, and the waves crashing against their small boat grew increasingly fierce. As they ventured deeper, countless solitary peaks emerged around them, and the small boat had to not only avoid being capsized by the waves, but also prevent crashing into these peaks and cliffs. Qianlin ran up to the deck and shouted to Helena, watch out for your surroundings. Before he could finish speaking, a goldfish larger than the small boat leaped out of the sea on one side. Helena, catch it, or we won't reach the land of harmony. Understood. Helena grabbed a large bundle of chains with a grappling hook, spun it a few times in the air, and threw it out, hooking the goldfish by the mouth. The goldfish, feeling pain, began to leap up and down. Helena held onto the chains tightly, but it seemed she couldn't hold on for much longer. Vivian ran over with a large bundle of ropes, one hand touching the chains and the other touching the ropes. In the next moment, the ropes transformed into a chain that looked exactly the same. Qianlin ran over, picked up the chain, swung it a few times, and threw it to hook the other side of the goldfish's mouth. CP0 firmly controlled the ship's helm to prevent the small boat from capsizing. Ahead appeared a huge waterfall, with countless giant carp leaping from the sea to the waterfall, including the one Helena was holding. The small boat followed up the waterfall, tilting completely upright, while Helena and Qianlin leaned tightly against the ship's railing to avoid falling off. The carp leapt up, soaring over the waterfall and landing in the nearby sea of Wano country. Both Qianlin and Helena let go of the chains, and the carp instantly swam away and disappeared. Be careful. There's a huge whirlpool ahead, Qianlin shouted. CP0 returned to the helm and turned it sharply to one side. We need to travel from the north to the other side of this country. My family is in Suzuho in the eastern part of Wano, and right now we are near Jiuli in the west. Suzuho and Yukiguni? Helena asked. How do you know? Qianlin asked curiously. I know people from Wano in the Navy, so I could tell from your name that you are from Wano. Helena said, flashing a hint of panic. Qianlin stared at Helena for a few seconds without saying a word. A few hours later, the boat docked at a small port in Jiuli. The people at the port were all wearing tattered clothes and had traditional Japanese hairstyles. Some whispered, outsiders have come. Hurry and hide. If they fight with those bandits, we will be in trouble. By the time Helena and the others' boat stopped, there were only 1 or 2 people visible in the entire port. How come it's so serious now? It wasn't like this back then, Qianlin said, unable to look at the dilapidated port. This wasn't the Wano country she remembered. Although there were uprisings back then, it was nowhere near as ruined as it is now. After disembarking, CP0 wrote on a board, "We need to change our clothes. Wearing these will definitely attract attention. I'll go buy some outfits," Qianlin volunteered. After several minutes, Qianlin returned with a large bundle, and they went back to the ship to change clothes. Qianlin donned a Ronin outfit, Vivian wore a hakama, and CP0 dressed in loose clothing typical of a child, complete with a straw hat and a fox mask. The three of them simultaneously looked at Helena, who was somewhat speechless. She stepped forward and pointed at Qianlin's forehead, saying, "Wait, why is it that only I don't have clothes to change into? I'm really sorry, but there were no sizes you could wear. I only bought men's clothes that would fit me," Qianlin explained apologetically. Helena rolled her eyes. "This height is really annoying. What are you going to do?" Qianlin asked softly. Helena sighed, and suddenly a white light flashed around her. After the light dissipated, a small, pure white wolf floated in the air, with a few small clouds floating beside its body. The small wolf's purple eyes looked mournfully at Qianlin. She didn't want anyone to see her like this. "Well, I can only move in this form," Helena said irritably. Qianlin looked at Helena, her face slightly flushed, and slowly reached out her hand. "Don't touch me, ah." Helena was grabbed by Qianlin, who pinched the small wolf's belly. "So cute. Don't say I'm cute." Helena broke free from Qianlin's hand, shouting in dissatisfaction. But to Qianlin, Helena's angry appearance was also very cute. Helena tossed her head and snorted, then flew to Vivian's shoulder to sit down. Vivian smiled at Qianlin, then glanced at Helena. "Let's go. We have several days of travel ahead." In the capital city of Wano, the flower capital, Mukuza and Ryzen were sitting in a tea house. Ryzen was munching on pastries while Mukuza took a sip of hot tea and put down his cup. "Why come back? What is so difficult about catching up and dealing with her?" "It's all because of you. Look at the state you're in. Where did all those burn scars come from?" Mukuza said irritably. Ryzen awkwardly scratched his head, and Mukuza picked up his teacup without drinking, continuing, "Besides, she's not alone. There's a tall woman with strong abilities by her side. If it comes to it, they could gather people for an ambush." After finishing his tea, Mukuza stood up and said, "All right, we should go. Your father urged us yesterday." Meanwhile, a few streets away, Qianlin and the others were walking down the street with the beast form of Helena. Helena lay on Vivian's head, observing around her, thinking, "It really feels like I've come to ancient Japan." Suddenly, a loud shout came from the side as a man rubbed his hands and rushed out of a shop. Running up to them, "What kind of rare beast is this? I've never seen it before." The man had a handlebar mustache and stared intently at the beast form of Helena, mumbling something inaudible. "Little girl, is this wolf yours?" he asked Vivian with a flattering smile. Before Vivian could respond, the man continued, "This is truly a rare animal. Are you interested in selling it?" He did not hide his intentions and directly offered to buy Helena. "No, I'm not selling," Vivian replied straightforwardly. "The price is negotiable. Business is about discussion, right?" The man persisted. Qianlin walked over, took the knife off his back, and rested it on his shoulder, expressionless as he said, "We're not selling." The man squinted and began to back away. "Oh, fine, I want to insist then. Goodbye." He turned and returned to the shop, whispering to someone, "Follow them and contact me with a snail." A few hours later, Qianlin and the others left the city and were walking on the main road. Not far along, a group of masked bandits with knives jumped out from the roadside. Helena was somewhat speechless. Could there really be bandits on the main road in broad daylight? "Hey, don't resist. That woman, throw the knife over." One bandit shouted arrogantly, but Qianlin ignored him and just stood there. "Hey, didn't you hear me tell you to throw the knife?" As the man approached Qianlin, he stepped forward and punched the man in the face, causing him to scream and fall backward. The others saw this and rushed in shouting, "Ouch! My arm!" Qianlin brushed off the dust on his clothes and looked at the bandits lying on the ground, all of them moaning in pain. CP0 took out a length of rope, while Vivian gathered a large pile of branches to create dozens of identical ropes. CP0 connected the ropes together. They tied the bandits together and hung them from a tree by the roadside, leaving them to their fate. "Let's go," Qianlin called out. After they left, someone in the distance saw the bandits hanging from the tree and immediately returned to the flower capital to report to the man who wanted to buy Helena. "What? All the people sent out were defeated?" The man stood up and left the shop, heading outside the city. In the southern seas of Wano, there was an island that looked like a giant skull with two horns. This was Onigashima, the headquarters of the beast pirates. A few henchmen were walking in the corridor when suddenly sounds of fighting came from afar. "Let us go see what is going on." When they arrived, they saw a tall woman in white clothes with golden pupils and long white hair with blue tips. The woman was handcuffed and wielding a spiked club, rampaging among the pirate henchmen. She swung her club and sent several pirates flying, angrily shouting, "Get out of my way. Lady Oni Princess, please stop." One pirate called out, "I don't want to waste my breath on you. Just get out of the way." The woman raised her spiked club over her head and smashed it into the ground, shattering the floor within a radius of 5 or 6 meters, causing the pirates to be knocked down. She dragged her club and quickly ran away, stepping on wooden clogs. Hey, what's going on? Why is it so noisy? A loud voice came from another direction as a large, bulky man with braids and 2 mustaches, wearing sunglasses and smoking, approached. Master Queen, the Oni princess is causing a ruckus up ahead. A pirate ran over to report. Just then, the woman charged in, brandishing her spike club. Queen stood in front and shouted, "Hey, that's enough." The woman leaped up, and her spike club was enveloped in black hockey. "Don't block my way," she yelled, bringing the club down hard on Queen's head. Bang! Queen's eyes bulged as he staggered back, a bit unsteady. The woman flipped in the air and jumped behind Queen to escape. Queen shook his dizzy head and cursed. Damn it, what a heavy-handed brat. Above, in a pavilion, a girl was hugging a boy tightly. "Little Pei, poor little Pei. Sister will take good care of you," the girl exclaimed loudly, while the boy in her arms was nearly choked to death. After finally breaking free, he gasped for air at the railing. Noticing the commotion below, Pijuan said, "Sister, something's happening down there." Rennie had been watching for a while and snorted, saying, "It's that bastard Yamato again. Is Kaido really capable? He can't even manage his own daughter." "Hey, what are you talking about?" Yamato jumped out of the giant skull, looked around, and leaped onto a 10-meter-high pillar, shouting, "Kaido, come out." The pirates below saw Yamato looking for Kaido and scattered in all directions. Not good. The Oni princess is looking for trouble with the governor again. Run. If you get caught up in this, you won't be able to escape. After a while, a thunderous sound came from afar as a blue dragon suddenly burst out from the top of the giant skull. The blue dragon circled in the air, then suddenly descended, floating around the pillar where Yamato stood. The dragon lowered its head slightly, looking down at Yamato. "Yamato, are you still not giving up? Why are you limiting my freedom? There's no reason." "Damn it." Yamato crouched down and gathered strength to jump, shattering the pillar beneath him. The spike club in his hand was enveloped in hockey, and he shot towards the blue dragon's massive head like a bullet. Boom! The blue dragon didn't dodge, taking the hit directly and being pushed back by the tremendous force. Yamato noticed that the dragon's gaze was somewhat unfocused and sneered. "Drunk again, huh?" The blue dragon slowly shifted its gaze to Yamato in the air, disdainfully saying, "I really don't understand what you're holding on to. My ambitions don't need you to deny them." Mingy swung the wolf fang club heavily in the air, creating an arrow-shaped shockwave that struck the chin of the Qinglong, causing its head to tilt back. The nonsense was about to end. Kaido brought his dragon head back, opened his large mouth, and gathered energy. The scorching breath erupted, and Yamato crossed the wolf fang club in an attempt to block it, but was still sent flying hundreds of meters away by the tremendous impact, crashing into a massive boulder and shattering it to pieces. Damn it! Yamato pushed aside the stones pressing down on him, lifted the wolf fang club, and charged out of the rubble like an arrow. "Give me back my freedom!" The conqueror's hockey wrapped around the wolf fang club, generating black lightning and an overwhelming aura. Raime Bagua rushed up to Kaido, striking him in the stomach with a powerful blow that sent Kaido flying backward. Kaido leaned on the wolf fang club, wobbling as he stood up. Yamato rushed in to attack again, and Kaido lifted the club, also enveloped in conqueror's hockey, with black lightning surging, his aura several times stronger than Yamato's. "You just stay here obediently," Kaido shouted. Raime Bagua swung the wolf fang club, thicker than Yamato's body, heavily towards Yamato, who was knocked into the air like a baseball, crashing into one of the giant skeleton's horns and then bouncing away, landing on the other side of Onigashima. Yamato lay in the deep pit created upon landing, gasping for breath, unwillingly shouting, "Damn it!" Kaido rubbed his dizzy head, muttering to himself, "I should go have another drink." In the snow country, Bellflower sneezed. It was cold all year round, with snow falling at all times. Seeing that Bellflower seemed to be freezing while lying in her arms, Shirlina opened her little wolf mouth and blew out a ball of white light, which flew to Bellflower's forehead and spread, covering her whole body. "Still cold?" "No, not cold anymore, thank you." "Thank you for what?" The group moved towards a bridge, and Qianlin introduced. Ahead is the Northern Cemetery, where countless warriors are buried, often with their weapons as grave goods. "What's happening up ahead?" The group heard sounds of fighting coming from the direction of the bridge. When they approached, they saw a towering muscular man standing on the bridge, wielding a long-handled saber. At his feet lay several Ronin-like figures, and the muscular man was picking up their weapons and putting them into his pack. Zelina immediately recognized that this was the fox Gyukimaru, who had eaten a devil fruit. Gyukimaru spotted Qianlin and the others, and upon seeing the sword on Qianlin's back, he raised his large sword and threatened them, saying, "Hey, little girl, Leave your sword behind, and I'll spare your life. Qianlin squinted her eyes and coldly replied, what if I don't? She then took down her sword. Then don't blame me for getting violent. Gyuki Maru charged over, swinging his large sword, but he kept a close eye on Qianlin's movements. If she showed any signs of weakness, he would immediately stop. However, Qianlin did not retreat and didn't even show a hint of panic. I've given you a chance. The large sword came down heavily. Clang! The sharp sound of clashing weapons rang out, and a shockwave swept away a layer of snow around them. Gyuki Maru looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief, not expecting her to block his attacks so easily. It was like hitting an iron plate. Qianlin forcefully deflected Gyuki Maru's large sword, then jumped up and slashed down, leaving a wound on Gyuki Maru's chest. Gyuki Maru quickly retreated and turned to run. He didn't want to clash with that girl. Qianlin did not pursue him, as it would only create more trouble. In the distance, on a tree, Muku felt the battle aura coming from Qianlin's side, squinted his eyes, and muttered to himself, well, she dares to come back. Is it a case of when the pot breaks? Just let it break her. Is she well prepared? That night, the group found an abandoned inn, started a fire, and settled down temporarily. Helena transformed back into her human form with a bang, stretched lazily, and sat down next to Qianlin. Tell me your plan. You want revenge. But it can't be just charging to the family doorstep and fighting to the death, right? Upon hearing this, Qianlin lowered her head, her face turning red. Helena's teasing expression gradually turned to one of speechlessness as she asked, you can't be seriously planning this, right? Qianlin shamefully nodded. I really don't know how to say this to you. Hey, Helena, Qianlin suddenly said. What's wrong? I might really be going to a point of no return. With your strength, you can definitely retreat safely. You must not risk yourself. You're the only one who still cares about me. You can't get hurt, Qianlin said, somewhat agitated, looking up at Helena's purple eyes. Helena's eyes sparkled as she locked eyes with Qianlin. After a long moment, she slowly raised a hand and pressed it against Qianlin's forehead. I'll listen to you. At midnight, a bright full moon hung in the sky. The heavy snow continued to fall around them, with only the sound of the wind occasionally breaking the silence. A group of over 10 people, clad in cloaks and wide-brimmed hats, moved swiftly through the snow that reached their calves, all wielding swords, clearly with ill intent. They arrived at the front of the inn where Harina and the others were staying and quickly surrounded the area, blocking all exits. Attack! Shouted the leader, and all the samurai drew their swords, with a few stepping forward to kick open the inn's door. What? In a mountainous area, a magnificent mansion stood, located halfway up the mountain, with buildings extending down to the foot of the hill. The main city of the Wuma clan was surrounded by family members, while those below were civilians protected by the clan, gradually forming a settlement centered around the main city. On the highest level of the main city, 2 men were drinking on tatami mats. One was a tall, robust, middle-aged man whose expression exuded a sinister aura. This man was the current head of the Wuma family, Wuma Ichuan. Wuma Ichuan finished a cup of wine, set down the glass, and looked at Muku, saying, Muku, with your abilities, this matter hasn't been handled satisfactorily. Muku remained silent, staring out at the swirling snow. After a long while, he turned his head and said, Master, those Ronin you hired likely won't be able to take care of them. Oh, what wave can they still stir? Wuma Qianlin has some strength herself, and the 2 people around her are unknown entities. Do you have any ideas? Regardless of what she plans to do, she will surely come looking for the family in the end. We can just wait for her to come to us. At that moment, someone knocked on the door reporting, Master, someone from Onigashima has arrived. Tell him I'm coming right away, Wuma Ichuan said, standing up and walking toward the door. He arrived in the reception hall and immediately saw a towering figure over 6 meters tall, dressed in a black warden's uniform, wearing a mask and carrying a sword, with a pair of massive black wings on his back, flames burning behind him. Mr. Jean, what brings you here personally? Wuma Ichuan said politely. Cut the nonsense. You know better than I what your family has done. That sunken ship? Of course, Mr. Kaido wants those 2 fruits and the sea stone. Take anything else. This is our biggest concession. Jean replied firmly. Please don't rush. We are friends with the beast pirates. We won't do anything behind your back that would put you at a disadvantage. It better be that way. The salvage team won't be back until tomorrow. I'll send someone with what you want. No need, I'll come myself tomorrow. After saying that, Jean turned and walked out without waiting for Wuma Ichuan's response. Ichuan coldly watched Jin's departing figure, disdainfully thinking, just a mere pirate. The samurai stared at the empty inn, stunned. The leader quickly reacted, shouting, not good. We've been discovered. Before he finished speaking, screams echoed from outside, and the samurai inside rushed out to see a woman dressed like a ronin wielding a katana. Those left outside attempted to fight back, but they couldn't get close to her. In just a few seconds, 5 or 6 of them fell. Qianlin took the initiative, attacking with her sword and knocking them down one by one, completely evading their strikes. When only 3 samurai remained, a nimble figure suddenly appeared behind them. CP0 swiftly touched the 3, and 3 threads appeared in his hands. With a hard pull, they crashed into each other and fell to the ground. Their clothes intertwined so they couldn't separate. As the dust settled, Vivian emerged from the shadows, holding a small wolf-like hyena. Qianlin approached and placed her sword against the neck of the leading samurai, coldly staring at him, suddenly asking, "Was it the Wuma family that sent you?" The samurai didn't respond, his gaze flickering, and Qianlin confirmed he was sent by the Wuma family. She shook the blood off her sword, sheathed it, and walked over to Vivian, with CP0 following closely. "Tomorrow, I plan to go directly to the family's residence to settle the score with them. There are 2 samurai statues at the entrance. Those are the defensive mechanisms that can automatically attack intruders. I hope you can help me deal with them then, so I can conserve my strength," Qianlin said. Helena flew out from Vivian's arms and landed on Qianlin's shoulder, saying, "I will stay in this form and go in with you, to surprise them later. Can you try not to take action if possible? Is that okay?" Zelina looked at her and sighed. "All right then." The next day, at the highest level of the Wuma fortress, Wuma Ichuan lay on his side, drank a cup of wine, and looked at the 2 boxes in front of him, each containing a devil fruit. "Is this what those pirates want? Eating it grants special powers, right?" Wuma Ichuan said slowly. Muzong replied, "Yes, many people overseas have become local tyrants because of this." Liang Quan interjected, "Father, then why don't we keep it?" "This nonsense. How could you have such a foolish idea? For someone like Kaido's second-in-command to come personally, this is not something to be taken lightly." Wuma Ichuan scolded with a frown. At that moment, someone came to report from outside. "Master, at the fortress gate, a young Ronin woman requests to see you." The guard tried to drive her away, but were countered. "A woman?" "Yes, and judging by her appearance, she looks like the child of that criminal." Muzong and Wuma Ichuan exchanged glances. Muzong stood up with his sword and said, "I'll go take a look." "Brother Muzong, I'll go too." Liang Quan also stood up. "Liang Quan, you stay. Your cousin Muzong can handle this alone." Ichuan stopped Liang Quan from following, and Liang Quan had no choice but to sit down reluctantly. At the fortress gate, Qianlin held a sword, several guards lay on the ground, and dozens of people armed with weapons stood in front of the gate. Zelina lay quietly on her shoulder, and Qianlin took a deep breath, raised her sword behind her, and then swung it down heavily. The wide and swift sword energy flew towards the dozens of people, knocking them all back before they could react. The momentum of the sword energy did not diminish. It directly cleaved the oak gate of the fortress, splitting it into 4 pieces, and the gate collapsed with a loud crash. When the outer wall of the fortress was attacked, 2 2-meter-tall warrior statues beside the gate reacted, slowly starting to move. With red light flashing from their bodies and eyes, 2 figures dashed out from the forest, one of them circling around the feet of the 2 statues a few times, causing the statues' feet to become fused with their bases, unable to separate. There were originally mechanisms that allowed the statues to detach from their bases and move. The warriors rushing in from inside the gate did not dare to approach, puzzled by the situation of the defensive warrior statues. "What's going on? Why aren't the warrior statues attacking the intruders?" CP0 stopped and made a gesture indicating that it was handled to Vivian, who then raised both hands towards the 2 statues, sending 2 yellow energy orbs flying toward them. Upon contact, one of the statues was gradually covered in yellow light, and after several seconds, the red light on that statue turned blue, while the rest remained unchanged. CP0 snapped his fingers, and the statue moved freely, stepping off its base. It swung the samurai sword made of machine-hard rock down. One arm of the other statue was chopped off, and the blue light statue struck several more times, shattering the red light statue to pieces. The warriors inside the fortress were shocked and stood frozen in place. Why are the warrior statues attacking each other? Wait, is it coming towards us? The statue turned and walked towards the interior of the fortress, smashing the door frame to pieces and heading towards the warriors. CP0 and Vivian stood on the shoulder of the warrior statue, with Vivian controlling the statue and CP0 ensuring her safety. "This is a fruit ability I just developed. If the copied object has autonomous action ability, then its copy will unconditionally obey the commands of the user, but it can't be too far apart," Vivian explained. Qianlin held her katana and stepped into the fortress. Looking around, she saw many changes over the past 10 years, yet it felt fundamentally the same. This strange yet familiar feeling made her feel a moment of unease and confusion. Many ordinary citizens were fleeing, and some recognized Qianlin as the daughter of the former head of the family as she entered. "Hey, isn't that Lady Qianlin?" "It really is. She's still alive? Is she back to show?" "Don't say too much." Many people recognized the identity of the intruder, and they vividly remembered the turmoil from 10 years ago. It was clear to everyone that Wuma Yichuan had killed the original head and seized the family, and they all understood that Qianlin's return was for revenge. Qianlin walked along the main road and saw a group of people coming out from a main city to this lowest level, led by Mutsong, with the warriors behind him exuding an entirely different aura compared to the rabble. These were all members of the family. Mutsong tilted his head and said to the people behind him, "You all split up and take care of that statue." "Yes." Mutsong and the remaining elite warriors surrounded Qianlin. Mutsong drew his sword and pointed it at Qianlin, saying, "What gives you the confidence to return here?" "It has nothing to do with confidence. I never planned to survive." Qianlin coldly stared at Mutsong, speaking each word clearly. What about that woman who helped you back then? Didn't she come with you?" Mutsong slowly paced, the tip of his sword always aimed at Qianlin. Qianlin did not respond, keeping a close watch on Mutsong's movements. Mutsong signaled to the surrounding warriors, who understood and immediately took action. Qianlin quickly crossed her sword in front of her chest and spun her body at high speed. Rakshasa, blood whirlpool. The swirling red sword energy pushed back the warriors, and the next moment, a fierce wind blew in. Qianlin held her sword to block it, but her body was still cut with numerous wounds. Mutsong had somehow approached Qianlin, crouching low as he slashed towards Zelina's abdomen. Zelina's arms sank, covered in armed color hockey, with a metallic clang as she blocked the strike. Qianlin swung her arm to deflect Muku's blade, then slashed down, but Muku stood firm, the swirling air around him acting like armor, preventing Qianlin's sword from moving down even slightly. Qianlin withdrew her sword and jumped back to create distance. A sword aura flew towards her, and she swung her sword to avoid it, while Muku leaped above her, striking down fiercely. Qianlin raised her sword, unleashing a conical sword aura that shot up into the sky. The Rakshasa, decapitation prison conical sword aura collided with Muku's blade, sparking, and Muku applied force, dispersing the sword aura. He spun in the air and unleashed a wide pale blue sword aura. Mountain wind. Qianlin sensed the power of this move and immediately jumped away. But when the sword aura hit the ground, it suddenly exploded. Qianlin quickly braced her sword, covered in armed color hockey, while an imperceptible white light enveloped her. Muku narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off with Qianlin. After blocking this powerful strike, Qianlin whispered, "Thank you." Helena gently patted her shoulder with her small paw, signaling her to focus on the enemy. Muku landed back on the ground, and several elite warriors surrounded them. "I'll take care of these minions. You focus on that person," Helena whispered in Qianlin's ear. The warriors closed in, but Qianlin remained still. Muku sensed a sudden presence and immediately shouted to stop the warriors from advancing. But it was too late. A white beam shot out, knocking several people away, followed by a burst of white light in the air. Some warriors died on the spot, while others lay on the ground moaning. Once the dust settled, Muku focused his gaze and saw a giant white wolf suddenly appear next to Qianlin, its white tail protecting her. The giant wolf was surrounded by flame clouds, its purple eyes beautiful yet dangerous. The giant wolf opened its mouth wide and shot out a beam of light straight at Muku. Lunar eclipse, jade fangs. Muku horizontally blocked with his sword, but the next moment, a crimson sword aura approached. The wind around Muku swirled, keeping the sword aura at bay half a meter away, preventing it from advancing. Qianlin stepped in front of Muku, raising her sword above her head, covered in armed color hockey, and struck down. Rakshasa, Shindang. Clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out, the shockwave from the clash blowing the grass on the ground flat. As expected, she's still by your side. That monster is that woman, right? Muku sneered at the giant wolf battling the elite warriors, then forcefully pushed Qianlin's sword aside. What do you call her? Qianlin retreated several meters, her eyes wide with anger. Muku, Liangquan, Wuma Yichuan. The monsters mentioned by these people are nothing but insults and mockery. Her mother had been treated as a curse by many in the family after her father married her against their opposition. Behind their backs, openly, they called her a monster. Qianlin knew her mother was different from others. For instance, her mother's legs turned into beautiful fish tails in the water. Even Qianlin herself was more adept at moving in the water than anyone in the family except her mother, which led her peers to label her as having the blood of a monster, since her father was not skilled in swordsmanship and didn't fit into the family. Even though Qianlin was the daughter of the future family head, she faced exclusion. It wasn't until recently, when Qianlin reached Fishman Island, that she realized in the outside world, mermaids and humans were just concepts of race. Mermaids also had their own countries, and her mother had never told her where she came from. Say that again. I'll cut off your tongue, Qianlin said fiercely. Then come and try, daughter of a monster. A piercing scream rang out as an evil spirit appeared behind Qianlin, swinging a large blade at Muku. Muku's blade was surrounded by blue air currents. Bang! The sound of sword and blade colliding echoed. Above, Wumai Chuan, holding a wine cup and drinking, sensed the battle below and muttered to himself, demon body, growing quite fast, huh? Just half a secret technique, and it can reach this level. The Crimson Blood heroic heart should be able to activate now. The evil spirit howled, spinning its large blade in the air before striking down hard. Muku nimbly dodged to the side to avoid the slash, then unleashed a pale, blue sword aura that scattered the upper half of the demon body. Taking advantage of the demon body's momentary restoration, Muku approached Qianlin and slashed down. Qianlin stepped back half a pace to evade the vital points, but the blade cut into her raised arm. Muku sensed something was off. Why didn't she use armed color to block? Blood oozed from Qianlin's wound onto Muku's blade. Muku pulled back his sword, and Qianlin let out a muffled groan from the pain. At that moment, the demon body restored itself, slamming down with a large hand. Muku raised his sword overhead to block the attack, then immediately jumped back. He landed at a distance, keeping a wary eye on Qianlin, who raised one hand. Muku immediately raised his sword, ready to respond. Qianlin grasped at the air and pulled back, causing Muku's sword to be pulled towards her hand unexpectedly. Muku was startled and quickly tightened his grip, noticing Qianlin's blood on the blade, leading him to a guess. Is it because of her blood? Not good. The evil spirit's large blade swept towards Muku. If he wanted to dodge, he would have to let go of the sword. Damn it! Countless gusts of wind suddenly converged around Muku, scattering the demon body's blade before it could reach him. Qianlin also lost her control over Muku's sword, and she released the demon body as well. Muku glared at Qianlin fiercely, saying, "You forced me to use this move. You've improved quite fast." Muku crouched down as the surrounding air currents intensified. Floral wood path. A thick tornado shot up into the sky. Qianlin retreated, but the range was too large, and she was also blown into the air, suffering countless cuts from the sharp air currents. On the ground, Muku extended his empty left hand, gathering the air currents, and the sleeve of his left arm was torn apart. A blue long sword formed in Muku's hand, striking up fiercely. One real and one illusory sword swiftly slashed at Qianlin. Qianlin adjusted her posture in midair, covering her sword with armed color, bracing to take the hit. Clang! Qianlin was slammed down to the ground by the immense force, creating a large pit. As Muku descended, he raised his sword to strike again, but a cannonball-like light sphere flew from a distance. Muku had to use both swords to guard in front of him, deflecting the light sphere, which then exploded against a distant building. Muku looked towards the direction from which the light sphere came. The giant wolf was baring its fangs, energy still gathering in its mouth, surrounded by a group of fallen warriors. This is also a troublesome opponent, Muku thought. Qianlin crawled out of the pit, spat out a mouthful of blood, and shouted, "Helena, you must not intervene." The action of Shirlena came to a halt as she looked at the rising Qianlin. She continued, "I will avenge my own grudge." Muzong scoffed and laughed. "Then come and try." Qianlin suddenly raised her head, her blood-red eyes truly resembling those of a demon. She instantly disappeared from her spot and charged toward Muzong. Muzong sensed her speed and muttered, "Interesting." Two blades crossed and slashed out, attempting to intercept Qianlin. Qianlin's body was struck, but suddenly transformed into a blood mist and dissipated. "Rakshasa, mist demon." Muzong's eyes widened, and he immediately crossed his dual blades behind him. With a sound of ping, Qianlin appeared behind Muzong, her katana heavily coated with haki, and swung down fiercely, nearly catching Muzong off guard. Muzong summoned a massive flow of air around him, and then suddenly exploded outward, pushing Qianlin back. Gathering ruins, Qianlin flipped in the air and charged toward Muzong again. Her katana dragged behind her, red energy surging around her. "Rakshasa, Susan." Muzong gripped his sword with the reverse hand and thrust upward, firing two intersecting sword waves. Qingmu Fania. Qianlin dispersed the sword waves and swiftly zipped past Mutsong. A blood arrow shot out, slicing Mutsong's right arm. Damn it! Mutsong was somewhat surprised, looking at Qianlin behind him, no longer underestimating her. He spread his arms and spun at high speed like a drill, flying toward Qianlin. Bird! Numerous demons appeared around Qianlin, entangling her body, while more climbed up the blade of her katana. With an overwhelming momentum, she raised her katana high and swung it down. Rakshasa, Blood Demon Curse. The two powerful attacks collided, creating massive waves above the entire base. The demons on Qianlin's katana flew out, wrapping around Mutsong and gnawing at his body. Although his flesh wasn't truly harmed, the pain was excruciating. As he fell from the air, Mutsong barely managed to stand up, using haki to shatter the demons. Qianlin appeared before him, red energy surging in her eyes. She lifted her sword high and swung it down in an instant, and even Mutsong could only catch a glimpse of her afterimage. Great Demon Sword, Shin Cut, SSS. Blood sprayed as a gruesome wound extended from his right shoulder all the way to his left rib, and Mutsong was sent flying. Lying on the ground, he tried to get back up, but the intense pain from the wound prevented him from gathering any strength to argue. Looking down, he saw the wound surrounded by a blood-red energy. Qianlin was already in front of him, stepping on his chest, her red eyes fixed on him. Damn it! Mutsong was unwilling to accept this, and raised his arm in an attempt to break free from Qianlin's control. Qianlin swung down her sword, severing his right arm, and then stomped hard on the wound on his chest. Mutsong cried out in agony as Qianlin raised her sword to take his life. A blue sword wave, crackling with electricity, flew from a distance, so fast that Qianlin could only cross her sword to defend, unable to dodge. The sword wave struck her katana, releasing a surge of lightning, and Qianlin felt her arm go numb. She quickly jumped back and looked up at the main city. Wuma Ichuan walked down the steps with his sword on his shoulder, glancing at Mutsong with an expressionless face. Mutsong, what's going on? She defeated you without even using her crimson blood heroic heart? Mutsong strained to sit up, holding his severed right arm with his left hand, too pained to retort. Wuma Ichuan glanced at the samurai idol entangled with a group of warriors in the distance, and casually swung his sword, sending another lightning-charged sword wave flying. Get out of the way! Both Qianlin and Shirlina shouted toward Vivi and CP0. CP0 acted quickly, picking up Vivi and jumping away just as the samurai idol was sliced in half by the sword wave. Wuma Ichuan unleashed several more sword waves, and Qianlin dodged left and right to evade the attacks. She countered with a swing of her sword, unleashing a crimson sword wave that collided with a lightning sword wave. The crimson wave dissipating in less than 2 seconds. The lightning sword wave was about to hit Qianlin when a beam of light came from the side, dispersing the lightning sword wave. Solar eclipse, Jade Fong. Qianlin, let me kill them myself. Don't interfere. Qianlin shouted loudly, then dragged her katana behind her, slashing out a spiraling conical sword wave that attacked Wuma Ichuan like a power drill, leaving a trench in the ground. Rakshasa, decapitation prison. Wuma Ichuan's sword tip flicked upward, unleashing an even more ferocious attack filled with electric arcs that tore through the ground, easily dispersing the conical sword wave and continuing straight toward Qianlin. Qianlin's demon form appeared, and the demons reached out with their hands to hold back the relentless lightning strike. With a howl, the demon form dissipated. Although she wasn't directly hit, the scattered lightning still shocked Qianlin significantly. Helena disregarded everything else, opened her wolf-like mouth to gather energy, and Wuma Ichuan glanced at her. In the next second, he was enveloped in blinding lightning and appeared in front of Helena at an almost imperceptible speed. Helena couldn't keep up with him as Wuma Ichuan slashed down. The lunar eclipse's restoration, a white energy barrier protected her front. Wuma Ichuan's blade struck it with increasing force, and the barrier shattered like glass. Helena transformed into her beast-human form, her arms covered in armed color, ready to take the hit. Ding! Helena only felt a tremendous force crash into her arm, and then she lost consciousness for a moment from the lightning on the blade. Taking advantage of this moment, Wuma Ichuan clenched his fist, which was entwined with lightning and armed color hockey, and struck Helena in the stomach. Helena was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing through several buildings and getting buried under the rubble. After a few seconds, she pushed aside the debris and crawled out, gasping for breath while holding her stomach, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. So strong. Wuma Ichuan once again rested the blade on his shoulder and disdainfully said, "With just this level, you still think about revenge?" Qianlin did not rashly make a move again, To deal with him, she could only use her crimson blood heroism. At that moment, a sound of breaking air echoed in the sky. It was now nighttime, and the world was dim. In the distance, there was a bright spot in the sky, moving at an extremely fast speed, and before long, it arrived above the base. Helena looked up and saw a huge black, toothless pterosaur circling in the sky, flames burning from the back of its neck. It was Jean. Helena immediately recognized it as Kaido's right hand, one of the three calamities, Flame Calamity Jean. Why would Kaido's people come here? Were they drawn by the battle? Helena was puzzled. Jean transformed into human form and landed steadily on the ground. Glancing around, he said to Wu Ma Yichuan, "I'm here to take what belongs to us." Wu Ma Yichuan shrugged and pointed to the surroundings, saying to Jean, "You see, I'm having a bit of trouble right now. Could you wait a moment? Stop talking. Give me the stuff now." Jean said sharply. Wu Ma Yichuan pointed at the distant Qianlin and said, "That person wants my life. I can't leave for the moment. And I also don't remember where I put the stuff. How about you help me deal with them quickly?" As he spoke, he sheathed his sword. "What are you? How dare you order me?" Jean said coldly. Hey, I wouldn't dare. It's just that I'm indeed in a bit of trouble right now. You can either wait over there for a while, or we can quickly take them down together." Jin's terrifying gaze locked onto Wu Ma Yichuan, who narrowed his eyes and met his stare. After a few seconds, Jean snorted coldly, flames suddenly igniting in his hand. With a wave, a fireball flew towards Qianlin. Flame Emperor, a black figure rushed in from a distance, opening its wolf-like mouth and swallowing the fireball. Selena transformed into her Huido form and said to the behind her, "Leave that person to me." Then she shouted to the distant, "Hey, your opponent is me. Don't interfere in their battle." Laughed, "Haha, do you think this is a duel? What a ridiculous little brat. Try saying that one more time." Suddenly exploded in anger and charged forward with her sword, ignited flames in his hands, raising them to attack the oncoming. Selena crouched down, flames blazing on her body, and launched herself at like a cannonball. Huido, falling fire, crossed his arms over his chest, using his haki to defend. With a loud bang, Selena's punch hit his arm, but deflected her fist with a barrier, and a spike protruded from his fist as he struck Selena. "Ah, damn it." Helena flew backward for dozens of meters, adjusting her posture in the air before landing on the ground. No, the flame in her disaster form wouldn't work on him. Immediately, Helena transformed into her eclipse form. Jean had already turned into a toothless wyvern, flying towards Helena at high speed, leaving a trail of flames in the air behind him. The flame bow Emperor Jean almost instantly appeared in front of Helena, sweeping his enormous wings, sending Helena flying into the air. Jean aimed at Helena, flapping his wings, and fired fire bullets from the flames behind him with a fast and dense rate of fire. Blades dual emperors. Helena gathered energy, forming a barrier to protect herself. Lunar eclipse. Rebirth temporarily blocked this wave of attacks, and Helena immediately counterattacked, extending her two claws to unleash 3 blades of wind, flying towards Jean from 2 directions. Lunar eclipse. White Fox Jin's wings were covered with armed color haki, enveloping his body to withstand these blades of wind. Then, as he spread his wings, he shot out countless fiery bullets. Blade of the Twin Emperors. Selena moved quickly, with fire bullets chasing her footsteps. Zelina jumped into the air, and Jean flapped his wings to chase after her. Zelina raised her hands above her head, gathering energy, and as Jean got closer, she unleashed a powerful storm blade downwards. Eclipse, storm shift. Jean coated his wings with armed color haki, accelerating again, not dodging or evading, charging straight towards the massive Stormblade. Denbo Emperor. The wings collided with the Stormblade, producing a fierce shockwave, and ultimately, the Stormblade was overwhelmed by Jean and shattered. Jean pulled his head back, building up power like a slingshot, and then with a bang, a powerful shockwave shot towards Zelina like a laser beam. Weasel Self-Esteem Emperor. Helena raised her arm, coating it with haki to block. The shockwave directly pierced through her shoulder, causing Helena to grunt in pain and lose her balance, tilting her body as she fell towards the ground. Jean did not miss any opportunity, once again flapping his wings and unleashing dual emperors from his blades. Countless fire bullets surged towards Helena. Helena was continuously hit and crashed into a building with a thud, causing the structure to collapse, momentarily silencing everything. Bang! Qianlin braced herself against the katana, trying to withstand Wu Ma Yichuan's attack, but the lightning on Wu Ma Yichuan's blade caused her unbearable pain. "It's not easy to kill you overseas, yet you came back to deliver yourself to death." Wu Ma Yichuan mocked, kicking Qianlin away. Qianlin rolled on the ground a few times before slowly getting up. Wuma Ichuan did not continue his attack, seemingly just toying with her. Suddenly, Qianlin's eyes filled with crimson energy, her teeth sharpened, and her entire aura became terrifying. Wuma Ichuan, wielding his sword, watched Qianlin with great interest. Oh, finally willing to unleash your crimson blood heroism? Qianlin vanished from her spot, and, in the next moment, appeared above Wuma Ichuan, her katana suddenly extending as she struck down heavily. Great demon sword, Xian cut. Ding! The crimson energy clashed with the lightning, and seeing her attack was ineffective, Qianlin immediately created distance, turning in mid-air to slash, sending a crimson evil spirit flying towards Wuma Ichuan. Great demon sword, slip-headed ghost. Wuma Ichuan slashed diagonally, splitting the crimson evil spirit in half, carving 2 deep furrows into the ground behind him. With a sneer, Wuma Ichuan's blade crackled with lightning, and he unleashed a blue sword energy shaped like an eagle's head, rapidly striking towards Qianlin amidst a strong current. Qianlin crossed her sword in front of her chest and spun at high speed, resembling a meat grinder. Great demon sword, blood torrent. The eagle head and the spinning katana collided, energy bursting forth. Although the sword energy was continuously cut, the current attached to it left numerous scars on Qianlin's body. As she landed back on the ground, her world was entirely blood red. She tapped her head, trying to maintain her sanity. Wuma Ichuan, seeing this, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Qianlin. My niece, how long do you think you can keep your sanity intact? Killing you is enough. Jean transformed into a humanoid form, standing before the collapsed building where Helena was. The ruins suddenly exploded open, and Helena emerged, clutching her shoulder. Jean drew his sword and pointed at Helena, saying, "Hey, you're from the Navy, right?" Helena looked up at Jean, non-committal. "That recently rising general, is it you?" Jean continued to press. "What is your purpose in entering the land of harmony?" Jean shouted. "It has nothing to do with your beast pirates." "Oomph. Whether it has anything to do with us or not, the Navy that dares to invade the land of harmony can only meet death." After saying this, the flames behind him extinguished, disappearing in an instant, and the next moment he appeared behind Helena, slashing down with a knife. Selena crouched down, narrowly avoiding the knife. Jean raised his leg and swept it towards her. Selena lifted her arm to block, but was still kicked away. Jean relentlessly pursued her, slashing with one knife after another, while Selena dodged left and right, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. "No, he is too fast. I need to create some distance and use that," Selena thought, just as a knife came down towards her head. One hand, covered with hockey, blocked the strike, the immense force causing Selena's knees to bend. With her other hand, she gathered energy, and a ball of light appeared in her palm. Lunar eclipse, radiance. She slammed it down onto Jin's knife, and a violent explosion forced Jin to retreat, allowing Selena to quickly create distance. She looked up at the moon, letting its light shine into her eyes, while at the same time, the moon began to be eroded. Jin noticed the abnormality of the moon and then saw Selena's strange expression, immediately raising his knife and leaping forward. He arrived almost instantly in front of Selena, slashing horizontally. Selena remained motionless, but Jin saw purple, swirling patterns gradually appearing on her body, her eyes filled with lunar eclipse energy. Bang! Helena's hand was covered in purple energy, glowing as she directly caught the incoming knife. With a swift motion, she deflected the knife, and the energy in her hand transformed into a sharp spike, thrusting towards Jin. Jin blocked with his sword, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange for several rounds. Both retreated simultaneously, and Helena's spike elongated at both ends, resembling a javelin as it was thrown at Jin, the spike slicing through the air at high speed. Lunar eclipse, half-shadow devourer, purple Yasha. Jin focused on the blade, and with a clang, the spike collided with the sword. After holding for a few seconds, he managed to deflect it off course. Turning back, Helena charged forward with spikes formed from energy gathered in both hands, and Jin immediately swung his sword to meet the threat. Zelina uses her spikes as weapons and engages in a fierce battle with Jin for dozens of rounds, with no clear winner. After they separate, Jin lets out a cold snort. "Humph, you want to compete in speed, huh?" Jin transforms into his beast form, merging his arms and wings, reaching peak speed. Helena spat, gathered her strength slightly, and charged at Jin like a bullet. To others, it seemed as if there were no people around, only two blurry shadows moving at high speed, occasionally accompanied by a loud explosion, as a building suddenly collapsed, yet it was completely unclear what had attacked those structures. Jean stopped flapping his wings and unleashed powerful wind blades, which Helena either dodged or blocked with the spikes she had condensed in her hand. The two were at a stalemate, and the battle continued. On Ghost Island, Kaido rested his head on his hand, watching in front of him as Rundi, looking quite energetic, was saying something to Kaido, while Pejuan stood nearby, looking terrified and trying to stop her sister from continuing. "Hey, Kaido, didn't you say we could eat devil fruits today? Why is it taking so long? We're just waiting here." Rundi boldly questioned Kaido without fear. Pejuan was so scared that her heart felt like it was about to jump out. Seeing her sister wanting to step forward, she quickly hugged her and pleaded, "Please, sister, don't say any more." Kaido looked at Runti and gently raised a hand, saying, "Don't worry, Runti, Jean has gone to get them personally. If he hasn't returned yet, he must have encountered some unexpected situation." Runti stomped her little foot in anger, turning her head away from Kaido, while Pejuan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Helena threw a sharp spike, but Jean flipped to the side to dodge it. The spike pierced through a huge rock in the distance. Jean flapped his wings, unleashing several wind blades, which Helena defended against with her armed color. Jean approached above Qianlin, his two wings coated in armed color, crossing as they swept down. "Dan Gonghuang." Helena leaned back, her wings brushing past her nose, and she took the opportunity to kick Jin in the face. Jin temporarily retreated, spiraling around Helena in the air at high speed. Selena did not chase after to attack. Jean occasionally unleashed a blade of wind, which Selena either dodged or blocked. Jin's speed increased, and he began to fly freely, launching wind blades at an ever-increasing frequency. Helena was a bit caught off guard, almost getting hurt several times. No, she needed to see his movement trajectory. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the whole world became colorful and also slowed down. A blade of wind was flying towards Helena, but she easily dodged it and then looked for Jin's trace. Seeing him soaring in the air, leaving a long red trail behind him, Helena waved her hand in front of her, conjuring a row of 5 purple energy spikes, which then shot toward Jean like crossbow bolts. Lunar Eclipse, Half-Shadow Devourer, Purifying Arrow. Jin's eyes widened as he saw the 5 spikes flying towards him, blocking his escape route. He could only defend himself, but couldn't block them all. Jean then used his wings to shield his body, but even so, 2 of the spikes still managed to injure him. Flames reignited behind Jean, spreading over his 2 wings, and he then swung his wings forcefully, unleashing a massive wave of flames. Flame Emperor. Zelina jumped away, throwing out several spikes in the air. As the power of her wings diminished, she rapidly descended and, at a height close to the ground, flapped her wings again, diving towards Zelina. Helena Jean, who unexpectedly stopped abruptly about 10 meters in front of her, then swung his wings vigorously, sending a massive wave of wind blades imbued with flames towards Helena. What the hell? At such a close distance, and with the high-speed wind blades, Helena couldn't dodge at all and could only try to defend herself. Dozens of cuts were made on her body by the wind blades, and the flames on the blades further aggravated the wounds. With a loud explosion, a beam of light shot out, piercing through Helena's abdomen. Helena endured the pain and threw out 2 purple spikes. The flames behind Jean extinguished, and his speed instantly increased. After dodging the spikes, he charged straight at Helena, armed with Haki on his wings. Dambao Emperor bang! Helena was thrown back, and Jean gave her no time to breathe. Flames erupted behind her as he spread his wings and shot out countless fire bullets. With the dual Emperors ablaze, the bullets poured out, and Helena was continuously pushed back, unable to find any openings to defend or dodge. It's frustrating if this continues. Activating the Calamity form won't allow her to keep up with his speed, and the Half-Shadow Feast can't defend against his flames. Helena crashed into a small hill, and the surface on one side of the hill was shattered by flame bullets. Jean fired while getting closer, and when he was less than 10 meters away, the flames extinguished, reaching peak speed as he instantly appeared in front of Helena, delivering a powerful kick with his massive dragon claw that shattered the hill into several pieces, sending Helena flying another 100 meters away. Jean wanted to rush in to continue the attack, speeding towards her with his enormous wings about to strike Helena. At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Helena, and a gray shockwave spread outwards. "Get away from me!" Helena roared, and Jean felt his whole body tremble, breaking out in a cold sweat, unable to continue moving forward and letting Helena fall back to the ground. Helena landed in a clearing, kneeling on one knee while covering her injured abdomen and using the energy of the lunar eclipse to heal herself. panting heavily and keeping a wary eye on Jean. Jean hovered in the air, not rushing forward. Was that Conqueror's haki just now? If Kaido's Conqueror's haki felt like a world-destroying evil dragon, then Helena's presence gave Jean the impression of a fierce and ruthless evil wolf. Helena was also a bit surprised by the recent situation. What just happened? Why was there such a strong aura that could force Jean to retreat? Is it Conqueror's haki? On Onigashima, Kaido, who was drinking, suddenly looked towards the northeast direction. He sensed the presence of Conqueror's haki, like a fierce wolf challenging him with its power. Is that where Jean went? Oh, it seems something interesting is happening there. He immediately stood up, grabbed his kanabo, and walked outside. Runny, seeing him suddenly want to go out, angrily said, "Hey, Kaido, are you going to leave us behind? Come back." Peggy-wan quickly covered her sister's mouth, whispering in her ear, "Hey, sister, what are you doing?" Kaido turned to Runty and said, "Well, I want to see some things for myself. You all wait here." Then he transformed into his azure dragon form and shot into the sky. At that moment, at the top of Onigashima, Yamato was sitting there eating rice balls while looking into the distance, towards the direction of Swearin. What just happened over there? There was such a strong aura, similar to my father's and mine. Suddenly, Kaido burst out beside her, startling her, and she quickly realized that Kaido was also drawn to the disturbance over there and was about to investigate. Yamato strapped on her weapon and leaped onto Kaido's back. Kaido glanced back and muttered to himself, "Yamato? Well, if you want to come along, then come along." Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, obscuring the moon, and both Helena and Jean looked up at the sky. Jean immediately knew what it was, and Helena guessed it was close to the truth. A massive azure dragon broke through the clouds, descending on flaming clouds. Kaido and Helena looked serious as they murmured. Kaido glanced around and saw that Jean and Helena had already fought far from the Wuma family's base. Kaido transformed back into his human form, throwing Yamato off his back during the transformation. Ugh, damn it. With a loud bang, Yamato landed not far from Helena, who looked over in confusion and saw a young girl with white hair and blue tips, sporting horns on her head, and suddenly realized, "Isn't this Yamato? How did she come out? Did she follow Kaido?" Helena shook her head, dismissing her thoughts. Jean approached Kaido and quietly said, "Sorry, Mr. Kaido, I failed. It's nothing. I'll deal with this little brat." Kaido replied. Shirina coughed up blood and shouted at Kaido, "Kaido, I have nothing to do with you. Stop bothering me." Jean sternly said from the side, "Mr. Kaido, this woman is a Navy admiral. She dares to come here and must be eliminated. The Navy, huh? No problem. Jean, don't interfere. I want to have a few rounds with her." Jean stopped talking and stepped back. "You brat, come fight me. I want to see your abilities." "Damn it. Why do you have to get in my way? If you fight until I'm satisfied, I won't interfere with you anymore. How about that?" Zelina spat fiercely and stopped wasting words. The purple energy surged on Selena, gathering in her mouth. Kaido stood there, holding his kanabo, watching Selena. The lunar eclipse, half-shadow devourer, purple jade storm instantly unleashed countless purple beams, striking Kaido and his surroundings, creating deep rifts in the ground. Kaido was continuously pushed back, not dodging or evading. Shirina rushed towards Kaido, leaving a purple afterimage. Purple energy climbed up her claws, and the two claws instantly elongated, reaching close to Kaido, crossing to grab out. Lunar eclipse, half-shadow, eating in-ring dog. Shirina firmly grabbed Kaido's abdomen, where there was a cross-shaped scar left by Odin. With a loud bang, Kaido was sent flying and crashed into a distant small hill. He jumped out from the hole he created, a relaxed smile on his face. The force was decent, but if you want to hurt me, you're still a bit short. Helena let out an unwilling hiss, gathering energy in both hands. A long, sharp spike covered in armament haki appeared in her grasp and was thrown with great force, much stronger than the previous spikes. Lunar eclipse, half-shadow eater, purple doom. Kaido chuckled softly. Interesting. He raised his kanabo, and the spike struck hard against it. After a stalemate of 2 to 3 seconds, Kaido flipped his hand and deflected the spike to the side, piercing through a forest for hundreds of meters. "This isn't your limit, is it, kid? Damn it. Does it mean only flowing cherry and haki can harm him?" In the distance, Yamato saw that someone was fighting Kaido and wanted to step forward to see if they could defeat Kaido together. Just a few steps in, a knife was placed horizontally in front of him. "Young Master Yamato, do not interfere in Mr. Kaido's battle," Jean coldly said to Yamato. Yamato glared back, unceremoniously reprimanding Jean. "Don't block my way. Young Master Yamato, I advise you to stay put." Yamato picked up an iron rod and leaped into the air, striking towards Jin's head. Jean raised his knife to block the attack, and the weapons clashed, producing a crisp ding sound. With force in his arm, Jean deflected Yamato's iron rod, and Yamato spun in midair to unleash a shockwave. Rumbling arrow. Jin's flames extinguished behind him, transforming into his hybrid form, flying to the side to evade the shockwave, leaving only an afterimage. He appeared behind Yamato, and his enormous wings struck down heavily. Yamato raised his kanabo, covered in armament haki, behind him, blocking Jin's attack with a loud bang. Although Yamato's speed could not keep up with Jin's, his reflexes were extremely quick. Jin attacked several times, all of which were successfully defended by Yamato, and the two fell into a stalemate. Helena felt the domineering energy flowing within her, trying to guide it. How did the original text describe gathering it to a point and then releasing it? Shirina tried to summon her conqueror's haki in her hand, gathering it for half a day, but it only covered the surface of her entire hand. Damn it, what? Kaido suddenly closed in, swinging his club down, with black lightning crackling around the spike club. Thunderbawa, there is no time for you to try things out during a fight, kid. Shirina raised her arms to block it, and with a loud bang, she felt as if a mountain had crashed onto her hand. The ground beneath her feet shattered like glass, and Shirina was about to falter. The spike club broke through Shirina's defenses, knocking her down, with the Conqueror's haki-wrapped club pressing down on her, shaking her spirit. Zelina struggled to keep herself from being overwhelmed by Kaido's Conqueror's haki, gritting her teeth and growling as a gray Conqueror's haki suddenly erupted from her, clashing with Kaido's. Interesting. Oh ho ho ho. Kaido laughed heartily, intensifying his haki, while Zelina poured all her strength into releasing her Conqueror's haki as much as possible. The two haki dissipated simultaneously, and Kaido raised his kanabo while Zelina lay in a large pit, gasping for breath. Hey, kid, how about joining my pirate crew? Kaido extended the invitation. Helena pulled herself up by the edge of the pit and, after a moment, looked up at Kaido and said, I refuse. Kaido laughed and asked, what's the matter? Is there anything in the Navy that you care about? For me, standing firm in the Navy's position is what I should do. Helena answered seriously. Interesting response. It reminds me of you, that Navy star. Oha, ho ho ho. Show me what else you can do. At the Wuma family's base, a bolt of lightning split the sky, sending Qianlin flying backward. She rolled on the ground a few times before getting up, but was already somewhat unsteady. Qianlin was now covered in wounds, with cuts and marks from lightning all over her body. In contrast, Wuma Ichuan in the distance was basically unharmed. Though not as composed as at the beginning, he still appeared quite relaxed. Your willpower is quite strong. You can still maintain your rationality, Wuma Ichuan said lightly. Qianlin gasped for breath, her eyes filled with a crimson energy. Her emotions became increasingly difficult to control, and she exploded in anger several times. Am I going to lose my mind? It seems my abilities are still insufficient, Qianlin thought, her consciousness gradually fading. Ahead, Wuma Ichuan's lightning sword energy came at her, but Qianlin could no longer control her body and couldn't dodge. Ding! Zzz. Qianlin instantly raised her sword to block the sword energy, which was continuously electrocuting her. Yet she showed no reaction. As the sword energy dissipated, Qianlin bent over, dragging her sword on the ground, and slowly walked forward, her steps resembling those of a drunkard. Suddenly, she looked up at Wuma Ichuan, her two red eyes completely devoid of light, and let out a roar like a true evil spirit, charging toward him. A demon seeking vengeance, Wuma Ichuan slashed out several sword energies to block Qianlin's path, but she surprisingly jumped in place, evading all those sword energies. In midair, she raised her sword and charged toward Wuma Ichuan on the ground. Bang! A crisp metallic clash sounded, and a shockwave erupted. Qianlin's strength far exceeded her previous level, forcing Wuma Ichuan's arm down. Have you finally lost your rationality? Lightning erupted from Wuma Ichuan's body, blasting Qianlin away. In midair, Qianlin did not adjust her posture, letting herself fall straight to the ground, and then got up again. The wounds on her body did not affect her actions, for she was now devoid of consciousness. Unable to feel pain, she would only stop when she ran out of strength. Once again, she charged at Wuma Ichuan at maximum speed, continuously slashing at him. Wuma Ichuan blocked left and right, retreating to dissipate Qianlin's aggressive momentum. Qianlin's attacks were wild and open, exposing almost all her flaws. Wuma Ichuan seized the opportunity, flipping over and darting past Qianlin's left side, landing a heavy slash on her left rib. Qianlin struck back with a reverse slash, but Wuma Ichuan crouched to dodge, then slashed upward, cutting into Qianlin's abdomen. Blood flowed freely from Qianlin's wounds, but this did not make her pause. Instead, it drove her into further madness. Qianlin's breathing quickened, and red patterns began to faintly appear on her body, resembling blood vessels. After a few seconds of stillness, Qianlin suddenly let out a piercing howl, raising her sword to heavily slash down at Wuma Yichuan before her. Wuma Yichuan had already jumped away, and Qianlin's sword struck the ground, unleashing a red sword energy that left a terrifying trench several meters long. Qianlin staggered a few steps forward, then suddenly shot out like an arrow. Dragging her sword behind her, her face twisted and her teeth becoming sharp. Locking onto Wuma Yichuan, she approached with a terrifying momentum. Wuma Yichuan continuously slashed out sword energies, but the effect was minimal, merely slowing Qianlin's speed. As Qianlin reached him, she swung her sword down. Wuma Yichuan sidestepped to avoid it, then slapped Qianlin's abdomen with his palm, gathering all the lightning into his palm. The violent lightning exploded in Qianlin's abdomen, sending her flying. Qianlin lay on the ground, stood up straight, blood seeping from her mouth, but she immediately charged at Wuma Yichuan again. TCH really troublesome. Engaging Qianlin in a head-on battle was very disadvantageous. She was in a frenzied state, and he would wait until her stamina was nearly exhausted to subdue her. Wuma Yichuan kept retreating to evade, avoiding Qianlin's sharpness, and her attacks gradually began to show signs of fatigue. Qianlin slashed out a blow. Wuma Yichuan jumped to dodge, and Qianlin missed her strike, losing her balance for a moment. Good opportunity. Wuma Yichuan's katana was wrapped in lightning, glowing with a blinding light. With an extraordinary momentum, he slashed down, and Qianlin raised her sword to block, but the raging lightning shattered the ground around them. Qianlin failed to defend against it, and a lightning blade struck into her right shoulder. The fierce lightning continuously electrocuted her. Qianlin's movements temporarily slowed down, and Wuma Yichuan raised his sword, intending to strike again. Qianlin suddenly roared, her explosive momentum forcing Wuma Yichuan to retreat. The demon form appeared behind Qianlin, swinging its large sword to sweep the surroundings. Is she starting to backlash? Well, although she would die from the backlash soon, he might as well use it. Wuma Yichuan took out a blood-red talisman inscribed with mysterious symbols. Chanting a spell, he then opened his palm, and the talisman flew out on its own. The talisman flew above Qianlin's head and began to burn. The ashes glowed a crimson light, spreading around Qianlin. These glowing ashes suddenly coalesced together, forming a crimson cage. Once trapped inside the cage, Qianlin's demon form began to burn, emitting painful howls. The demon form swung its large sword at the prison, but as soon as the blade touched the cage, it turned into light points and dissipated. The Qianlin beneath the demon form also showed a painful expression, kneeling on the ground, holding her head with both hands, her body trembling uncontrollably. Wuma Yichuan leisurely sheathed his sword, glanced at Qianlin, and then at the surroundings, spitting and saying, well, that pesky little demon. Even if he messed up the base like this, we can just recruit some more refugees. Helena was sent flying by a blow, crashing into a giant rock. She charged out of the rubble, her hands gathering sharp spikes and throwing them at Kaido, the spikes whistling through the air as they flew. The spikes hit Kaido, who took them head-on, being pushed back a few meters and leaving 2 trails on the ground. This isn't working. I need to focus more, focus more, focus more. The longer this drags on, the less stamina Helena has left, and drawing on her haki is becoming increasingly difficult. Kaido let out a chuckle, spinning the 8 precepts, covering it with armament haki and conqueror's haki, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Diamond Arrow. Zelina increased her speed just enough to narrowly avoid the attack. She threw several spikes back at Kaido to create an opportunity for shuriing. Kaido swung his kanabo, knocking all the spikes away. Then he loudly said, "My muscles haven't even warmed up yet. Let's have something interesting." He then transformed into his hybrid form, scales and dragon skin appearing on his body, sharp teeth growing in his mouth, dragon horns sprouting from his head, and a dragon tail swaying behind him. He lifted the kanabo over his head and charged at Zelina. Lightning coursing along the iron stick, bringing down a heavy blow infused with conqueror's haki and armament haki. The overwhelming force of the roar and thunder surged like a flood, making it extremely difficult for Zelina to dodge. She could only cross her arms and cover her head with armament haki, while try her best to unleash conqueror's haki to withstand Kaido's pressure without being stunned. Boom! The ground within a radius of hundreds of meters shattered like a spider web, and the powerful shockwave blew away the surrounding falling snowflakes, creating a brief vacuum. Helena's consciousness faded for a moment. Then a sharp pain struck her. Her hands felt nothing but pain. There was no other sensation. The bones in both arms were shattered, hanging limply at her sides and unable to be raised, and her entire body was in excruciating pain. Shirina can only hold on and not faint. But she can't move now and is in a state of being at the mercy of others. Kaido did not continue to attack, but instead rested the kanabo on his shoulder and silently watched Shirina. After a long while, he finally said, "Did I go too hard?" Helena trembled as she lifted her head, her purple pupils locking onto Kaido's gaze. Under the scrutiny of those wolf-like eyes, Kaido felt a rare sense of threat. He chuckled. "Even though you can barely move, you still have this kind of aura? I'll ask you one last time. Will you join my pirate crew?" Coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, she simply stared at Kaido without answering. "I understand now. What a pity. It seems you're not the one," Kaido remarked, raising his kanabo and looking at Helena with a tone of regret. In the distance, Yamato struck back against Jean, then turned to this side. Seeing that Helena was about to be killed by Kaido, Yamato showed a reluctant expression, unable to watch any longer. Jean also noticed the situation here, and, seeing Yamato stop, ceased his attack as well. Shirina no longer looked at Kaido and closed her eyes. Dying under Kaido's club wasn't unjust. In this lifetime, she had at least made a name for herself. Zelina is comforted by her lack of fear in the face of death. If it were her former self, she would have probably been scared and crying out by now. Helena recalled her past life, the scenes becoming somewhat blurry. The girl who hid herself in a hood in the night, finding spiritual solace only in the worlds of games and anime, felt both strange and incredibly familiar. Speaking of which, she had truly changed completely. Compared to before, Qianlin was different. She hoped she could successfully take revenge and not meet her in hell. In the ethereal space, a haunting voice echoed, deep and captivating. What was that sound? Helena wondered. Suddenly, her entire consciousness entered a vibrant space, boundless and empty. From nowhere, two orbs of light approached her like swimming fish. One was a mix of white and purple, while the other was black and red. The two orbs circled around Helena's consciousness, leaving her puzzled. The various colored lights around gradually gathered together, forming a golden orb of light, with the three orbs dancing up and down around her awareness. The golden orb suddenly expanded, filling the entire space. Kaido's kanabo came crashing down, and in that suffocating moment, golden energy surged from Helena's body. She opened her eyes, her pupils turning golden. The mysterious and noble golden energy pushed Kaido away. After retreating to a distance and steadying himself, Kaido was first briefly surprised, then burst into loud laughter. "Oh ho ho ho! What is this? A fruit ability? What a powerful fruit! This is interesting. Oh ho ho ho!" Helena transformed into her beast form, a giant wolf with pure white fur that shimmered with a golden luster. Golden patterns and flowing light appearing on her body. Her massive tail was covered in golden light, and golden antlers grew from her head. The giant wolf howled to the sky, leaping up with golden clouds forming beneath her feet, floating in the air. In the distance, Jean and Yamato looked on in shock, unsure of what was happening. The divine wolf looked down at Kaido from the sky, quietly hovering in midair. Dodo fruits, milhikel suen, tengu fom, divine tengu. Qianlin suddenly woke up, gasping for breath as she looked around. Everything was pitch black, with nothing in sight. Looking down at herself, she found she was kneeling in blood, her hands raised, shackled by chains that reached into the darkness. She tried to break free from the chains, but to no avail. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the empty space. Qianlin felt very cold and began to tremble, murmuring to herself, "Where am I?" A piercing scream echoed in her ears, the voice of a demon. But why did it become more chaotic? A red light illuminated in front of her, and Qianlin saw a massive evil spirit kneeling there, its blood-red eyes fixed on her. This is the demon body? Qianlin recognized that this giant evil spirit was the embodiment of the demon body. What is going on? The evil spirit slightly opened its mouth, foul-smelling saliva dripping into the sea of blood below. The evil spirit slapped its hand, splashing the blood onto Qianlin, who immediately felt unbearable burning pain and couldn't help but moan in agony. Time passed, and the evil spirit howled, causing the surrounding blood to ripple. Withering arms reached out from the blood, grasping at Qianlin, the demon's sharp nails piercing her skin. Qianlin struggled to break free from the demon's grip, the chains clanking loudly. "Get away, you vile creature!" Qianlin's face was filled with anger. Countless little demons crawled out of the blood, either walking or crawling slowly towards Qianlin, instilling a sense of fear in her. No! The little demons grabbed Qianlin, their grotesque faces filling her vision. They began to gnaw at her body. Sharp pain surged through her, and Qianlin screamed in agony. The pain seemed to last forever, and she didn't know how much longer it would continue. Qianlin's consciousness began to blur, filled with unwillingness and fear. No, I haven't avenged my mother, father, and little Qian yet. Memories began to swirl before her eyes, and she inadvertently recalled her grandfather's words. Qianlin, remember we are a cursed bloodline. Do not fear it, conquer it, and it will be yours to command. Do not be afraid. Qianlin suddenly opened her eyes wide, her blood-red pupils staring directly into the demon's eyes. Enduring the terrifying pain, she maintained her consciousness, facing the enormous evil spirit. The evil spirit seemed provoked and roared in anger, raising its massive blade and howling as it swung down at Qianlin. A scarlet light appeared around Qianlin, shaking off the little demons that had been gnawing at her, turning them to ashes. The blade struck the red light and dissipated instantly. Blood surged up Qianlin's body, healing the wounds caused by the little demons. The blood crept up her arms, corroding the two chains. Clang! Clang! The crisp sound of metal breaking echoed as the chain snapped, and Qianlin moved her sore hands, standing up. Blood gathered in her hands, forming a nearly 2-meter-long katana. Qianlin focused ahead, leaping into the air and shouting as she slashed at the evil spirit. The evil spirit let out a chilling howl. Its body began to crumble, exploding violently and shattering the entire space. Wuma Yichuan waited for Qianlin to be backfired to death, pacing around, impatiently looking at his surroundings. Suddenly, the prison in the distance ignited with blood-red flames, and Wuma Yichuan frowned. What was happening? He had an ominous premonition. The flames burning on the prison grew stronger, engulfing the entire cage. Wuma Yichuan placed his hand on his sword, warily watching the blazing fire. Suddenly, a blood-red sword energy, carrying an oppressive force, cleaved through the flames. Rushing straight at Wuma Yichuan, Wuma Yichuan drew his sword to block it, startled as the power struck his blade. The sword energy grazed Wuma Yichuan's side, leaving a deep gash on his left arm. Footsteps echoed as Qianlin slowly walked out of the raging fire, dragging the katana behind her, surrounded by ribbon-like scarlet energy. Two long, curved horns growing from her head and several bone spikes protruding from her back. Wuma Yichuan widened his eyes and gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn." So quickly overcoming the demon body backlash. Such a cursed bloodline. Qianlin swung her katana, shouting, "Wuma Yichuan, hand over your life." Wuma Yichuan sneered. "Humph. So what if you've overcome it? It won't be long before you exhaust your strength. Come try to kill me." Kaido observed the golden giant wolf in the sky, its noble and mysterious aura overshadowing everything. Helena opened her wolf mouth, and surging golden energy gathered in her mouth, causing the space around her to appear somewhat distorted. The divine being, golden extreme white, unleashed a beam of light that surged towards Kaido. Kaido swung his kanabo, crackling with electricity. The thunderous beam collided with the kanabo, which was wrapped in haki, and the intense impact scattered energy that shattered the ground around them. In the distance, Yamato and Jin were also affected by the shockwave from this clash. Yamato drove a metal rod into the ground to stabilize himself and prevent being blown away. So powerful! Yamato couldn't help but exclaim. Hirina transforms into a beastly form, with clouds swirling around her shoulders and golden patterns shimmering on her pure white fur. Her claws are filled with golden energy, faintly glowing with a golden light. The antlers on her head are flawless, with every curve perfectly shaped. The end of her huge wolf tail stirs like flames, scattering golden specks of light with every movement. Kaido lets out an excited laugh and leaps high, raising the 8 trigrams. Descent of the 3 realms. Summon the Naraku. Kaido spins the kanabo, with haki and conqueror's haki entwined around it, and the kanabo shoots out purple-black lightning, crashing down heavily. Helena waved her right hand, and a golden light curtain appeared in front of her. Kaido's spiked club struck the light curtain, and lightning scattered along with golden light points. Shirina leaped into the air, her hands intertwined with armed color and golden light, as black and gold streams overflowed. Suddenly, energy erupted, enveloping her entire arm. The divine god of respect, the golden spirit staff, struck forward with a fist wrapped in powerful energy. Kaido gripped his wolf fawn club with both hands, raising it behind him, as black lightning burst forth and was unleashed in an instant. The thunderous 8 trigrams unleashed a violent explosion of energy, with lightning and golden streams alternating to devastate the earth, leaving the surrounding terrain in utter ruin. Helena threw a punch, and the golden energy exploded upon hitting Kaido. The divine god of respect, spirit mounting the swift wolf, created a deafening blast as Kaido flew out like a cannonball, stopping after crashing into a small mountain. Kaido became increasingly excited, jumping out of the hole he had created and immediately charging towards Helena. The dual-colored haki from his 8-treasure ring wrapped around his hand, and the raging lightning was countless times stronger than before. Thunder rained down from the sky, striking Kaido's wolf fawn club. The great might of thunderous 8 trigrams unleashed a thunderous bolt, the ferocity of the evil dragon intimidating all around. As the air was compressed by the incredibly swift iron rod, producing a piercing sound of breaking through the air. Helena's hands were filled with golden energy as she prepared to clash with Kaido. From a distance, Jin and Yamato felt their bodies tremble for a moment, followed by a blinding golden light and purple lightning shooting towards them. Yamato was thrown back by the shockwave, while Jin immediately transformed into his beast form and flew into the air. From above, he saw the area within a few hundred meters around Helena and Kaido, where gorges spread out centered on the two, while Helena and Kaido remained still. After a while, Helena swayed a few times and fell face down to the ground, losing consciousness. The fruit's ability made her revert to her human form. Kaido also transformed back into his human shape, resting his kanabo on his shoulder as he watched Helena. Kaido's arms were still faintly sore. He knew Helena fainted not from his attack, but from exhaustion. Can't she control her awakened ability yet? Kaido murmured. Jin approached Kaido and said, Mr. Kaido, we must eliminate her completely. Otherwise, letting a tiger return to the mountain will only strengthen the Navy. No, Jin, I appreciate her. I want to see how far she can go in the future. Then why not capture her? If we do that, those old geezers in the Navy will probably come personally to demand her back. She's just the perfect bargaining chip. I've already promised her that if she satisfies me, I won't interfere with her. All right, Jin, go retrieve those 2 fruits. Jin didn't want to say more and replied, Understood, Mr. Kaido, before spreading his wings and flying towards the witch horse base. Kaido turned to leave, but suddenly remembered Yamato was nearby. He looked back and saw Yamato slowly walking towards the unconscious Helena. Kaido didn't stop her or say anything, allowing her to act. Yamato reached Helena's side and carefully took a small handful of her hair. One day, when I go out to sea for adventures, I will definitely come find you. Yamato thought to herself, Hey, Yamato, it's time to go back. Upon hearing Kaido's voice, Yamato's expression turned serious as she turned to him, gripping her iron rod. Kaido casually remarked, Looks like the handcuffs need an upgrade. Qianlin raised her katana behind her, leaping into the air and slashing out a blood-red sword aura over 10 meters wide. Lightning erupted from Wuma Ichikawa as he raised his glowing sword filled with lightning to block this sword aura. Wuma Ichikawa was continuously pushed backward, straining to hold his ground. How infuriating, he's actually improved so much. If I don't show some real skills, I won't be able to deal with you. The lightning on Wuma Ichikawa became increasingly active. His eyes filled with lightning as he gripped his sword, charging towards the descending Qianlin, surrounded by lightning, his sword aimed straight at her. Qianlin spun her katana at high speed, the released sword aura shredding everything around her. Red blood ambition, blood slash. Wuma Ichikawa's sword struck against Qianlin's spinning blade. Sparks and arcs of electricity flying, the astonishing destructive power reducing the already damaged buildings to rubble. One strike failed to land, and Wuma Ichikawa continued to intensify the surging lightning on his body, feeling a slight overload and tingling sensation. As he slashed, Qianlin also coated her blade with haki and overlaid it with blood-red energy. Red blood ambition, mystic cut. The 2 swords clashed, producing shockwaves that swept away everything around them. And after a few seconds of struggle, they both retreated simultaneously. Wuma Ichikawa's arm wound burst, bleeding profusely. He was now filled with rage, as the little brat he had always suppressed was now easily gaining the upper hand. He loathed his family's innate bloodline. Qianlin took the initiative to attack, raising her sword, the blood-red energy crawling up the blade, and her katana instantly grew over 10 meters long as she slashed down rapidly. Red blood ambition, killing Azura. The sword aura, capable of cutting through everything, surged towards everything directly in front of Qianlin, producing a deafening clang, followed by all the buildings caught in its path collapsing neatly in one direction, including the main city. Wuma Ichikawa channeled all the lightning in his body to his sword to withstand this attack. After a fierce collision, Wuma Ichikawa was sent flying to the side. His arm's blood vessel shattered. Meanwhile, in the main city, Liang Quan looked greedily at the two devil fruits in front of him, picking one up to examine it. Eating this will grant me power? How miraculous! The cost is that I can't swim? What kind of price is that? He grinned wickedly, opening his mouth to consume it. Suddenly, a flash of red light caught his eye, followed by an earth-shattering clang. Liang Quan was startled, and the ceiling above him began to collapse. He pushed away the wooden boards that had fallen on him, unsure of what was happening. Damn, what's going on? Suddenly, everything went dark as a massive black dragon descended in front of him. Jin glanced around, found the two devil fruits on the ground, and walked over. Hey, pirate, don't move. You can take them when I say so. Do you hear me? Liang Quan shouted arrogantly. Jin ignored him and continued toward the two devil fruits. How dare you ignore me? Liang Quan roared in fury, enraged that a filthy pirate dared to dismiss him. Liang Quan drew his sword and leaped to slash at Jin. Jin impatiently glanced over, drew his sword, and slashed down. Liang Chuan's body was cleaved in half, falling to the ground motionless, his innards and blood spilling everywhere. Jin glanced at the battle below, wanting to avoid any complications, and quickly left with the two devil fruits. Below, Wuma Ichikawa staggered out of the ruins, his body covered in wounds from their clash. His observation Haki sensed someone attacking from behind, and his hair stood on end as he raised his sword to slash backward. The strike missed, and Qianlin crouched down to cut at his legs. Wuma Ichikawa's eyes widened as he covered his legs with Haki to defend. Thud! Two jets of blood shot out as both of his legs were cut. Zelina raised her hand and punched Wuma Ichuan in the face. Wuma Ichuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and Qianlin swung a knife at him. Wuma Ichuan let out a loud roar, and lightning exploded from his body, deflecting the blade. Qianlin grabbed Wuma Ichuan's right arm and twisted it hard, causing Wuma Ichuan to cry out in pain. Qianlin then kicked him, sending him flying. Wuma Ichuan's knife fell to the side, and as he attempted to get up to retrieve it, a sword energy struck, knocking the knife away. Qianlin held the knife against Wuma Ichuan's neck, who looked back with unwillingness and anger, never expecting to fall at the hands of this little brat. Wuma Ichuan coughed up blood and suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, so you came looking for your monster mother and useless father, right? Haha, do you know how I killed them? My dad made your dad die first. And then Qianlin swiftly struck down with the knife, severing Wuma Ichuan's head and shaking off the blood. The state of Crimson Blood Hero was released, and Qianlin collapsed to the ground, lying there to rest. Remembering her deceased parents and sister, tears streamed down her face. Footsteps sounded nearby, and Qianlin raised her head warily. It was Vivian. Vivian squatted down and took out a handkerchief to wipe Qianlin's face. Qianlin asked her, "Where's Zelina?" "She is not dead, just fainted. Don't think too much about it. Just rest," Vivian replied. The knife must be steady when drawn, otherwise it will show flaws. Snap, snap. Don't be careless with your feet. Always pay attention. Snap, snap. Ouch. The wooden sword in little Qianlin's hand was knocked away, and she fell backward, landing on her bottom. Grandfather, this wooden sword is too light. Qianlin pouted, unhappy as it felt like she was holding nothing. Wuma Qianlin's grandfather, Wuma Shanming, thought for a moment, turned and walked into a room, then came out with a wooden tachi and handed it to Qianlin. How about this weight? This is good. Thank you, grandfather. Qianlin's father, Wuma Yuzheng, who was sitting to the side, spoke up. Father, let me forge a tachi for little Qianlin. Wuma Shanming nodded. Sister, a 6-year-old girl ran out from behind Wuma Yuzheng, followed by a beautiful young woman. Xiao Qian, slow down, unworriedly said, as Qianlin's sister, Wuma Shuangzhayan, ran to Qianlin, showing her what she had in her hand. Xiao Qian held a ladybug and excitedly said, "Sister, look, this little bug is so pretty." After saying that, the ladybug flew away. Oh no, it flew away. Sister, can you take me to find another one? Okay? In the distance, Wuma Ichuan passed by, expressionless as he glanced at the warm scene, then turned and walked away. Wuma Yuzheng noticed his departing brother, and the smile on his face gradually faded, his expression becoming complex. 6 months later, Qianlin looked at her father with anticipation, and Wuma Yuzheng smiled and patted her head, saying, "Don't rush, don't rush." He then carefully turned and took out a tachi, the hilt dark red and the blade red, radiating a dangerous aura. "I name this sword Blood Still Rakshasa. From today on, it will be yours." Qianlin swallowed hard, raising the sword solemnly with both hands. Before the two women could say anything, Qianlin's mother knocked on the door from outside, saying, "The head of the family seems to be going out for something. Yuzhen, go check it out." "What happened?" And Wuma Shanming led the clan elites forward, and Wuma Yuzhen stepped out from the side, within and Qianlin following behind. Shanming saw him and stopped, saying, "Yuzhen, I was just looking for you." The two leaned in close, whispering for a long time, while behind them, Wuma each one coldly watched the two. "All right, that's it. We're leaving." After saying that, Shanming led a group of elites away from the base. "Father, where's grandfather going?" "Ah, it's nothing. You go try your sword." Yuzhen urged Qianlin to leave, but stayed behind to watch Shanming and the others depart, and led Qianlin away. And as they walked, Qianlin turned to look at her father, noticing the worry on his face. A few days later, the returning group was much smaller. Yuzhen went out early to greet them, but did not see Wuma Shanming. He grabbed Wuma Ichuan, who was at the front of the group, and asked, "Where's father?" Wuma Ichuan looked up at him, tilting his head aside. Yuzhen looked over and saw a person lying on a stretcher, covered entirely with a white cloth. Yuzhen couldn't believe it, kneeling on the ground, heartbroken. 2 years later, on a stormy night, Yuzhen sat at the highest level of the main city, drinking alone. Wuma Ichuan entered with a sword, pushing the door open. Yuzhen looked at him in confusion as Wuma Ichuan placed his hand on the sword, standing in front of Yuzhen. "Brother, I came to talk to you." Saying this, he drew the sword and ran his hand along the blade, causing sparks to fly. "What do you want to talk about?" Yuzhen guessed, frowning and staring at Wuma Ichuan. "Give me the position of head of the family." Wuma Ichuan suddenly pointed the sword at Yuzhen. "Umph. Why should a waste like you enter the main family, while I can only waste my life in the branch family?" "Huh? Tell me." Yuzhen's face was filled with anger, and after a long pause, he closed his eyes, suppressing the anger within, and said, "Even if I agree, the elders of the clan won't." "They? Huh. That's no longer a problem." "What? You actually? I only have one request. Protect my family." Wuma Ichuan sneered. "Fine. I agree." Yuzhen carried Shuangzhian within and Qianlin following behind, as they carried various bags and packages, trudging through the heavy snow to an old house in the woods. "Father, where is this? Why are we out here?" "Achoo!" Shuangzhian sneezed and asked. "Little Qian, from now on, we will live here. You must be obedient, okay?" "Got it, father." "It's so cold. Let us hurry inside." A few months later, one night, Qianlin suddenly woke up, her body covered in sweat, sensing danger approaching. She ran barefoot to her parents' room, waking them. "Father, mother, wake up. It seems someone is coming." Yuzhen stood up and walked to the window, poking a hole in the paper to look outside, but saw no one. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to trust Qianlin's words, turning to her, and saying, "Qianlin, go wake up Xiao Qian. Dear, pack your things. We need to leave quickly." "Where are we going?" "To the City of Flowers. There are many people there. They won't dare act recklessly. Hurry." Qianlin turned and ran back to the room, shaking the sleeping Shuangzhian awake. "Sister, what's wrong? What happened?" "Sister?" Shuangzhian, still groggy, was pulled up by Qianlin, who hurriedly dressed her while saying, "Little Qian, don't cry or make a fuss. We need to follow father and mother and leave quickly. Understand?" Shuangzhian, clearly frightened, nodded obediently. Qianlin finished dressing her, turned to gather their things, grabbed the tachi, then turned back to carry Shuangzhian out of the room. The family of 4 took only some necessities and money before leaving the house. Shortly after they left, 6 warriors in black robes arrived, and the leader glanced at the footprints in the snow, realizing they had run away, and ordered, "Quickly, chase them." For people were running in the woods when a sword chi shot towards them from behind. Qianlin, carrying Shuangzhian, widened her eyes as she watched the sword chi flying towards her. Qianlin lunged forward, and the sword chi swept over her head. Qianlin and Shuangzhian fell to the ground, and Qianlin quickly got up, discarded the clutter on her, picked up the small shuang and the knife, and hurriedly ran. The 6 pursuers were hot on their heels. The 4 of them reached the seaside, where a fisherman's boat had its lights on. Yuzhen rushed to find the fisherman on the boat, giving him all the money he had. "Please, set sail immediately." The fisherman was taken aback, but seeing the money in his hands, he hesitated for a moment before getting up to prepare the boat. And then the 2 sisters boarded the boat, and just as it sailed a few meters out, Mutsong and the others arrived. Mutsong struck out with a sword chi, slicing off a piece of the boat's canopy. The others boarded other fishing boats and jumped onto this one. Yuzhen held the oar at the front, while sensing the crisis, took out a conch shell from her clothes, which contained a transparent liquid, and poured it over Qianlin, and said to Qianlin, "Qianlin, you take Shuang and hurry away. Don't worry about us. Don't hesitate. Do you hear me?" A tear slipped from the corner of Qianlin's eye, and Shuang couldn't hold on anymore and cried out loud. Just then, Yuzhong was subdued from behind, and those people grabbed him, in a moment of desperation, and pushed Qianlin and Shuang into the sea. Once they entered the water, the transparent liquid on Qianlin's body expanded, forming a bubble that enveloped both Qianlin and Shuang. The bubble was carried around by the waves in the sea, and Qianlin held Shuang tightly as they saw the bubble crash against a reef, bursting with a loud bang, and seawater rushed in. Even Qianlin, who was familiar with water, found herself helpless in the surging sea. When Qianlin woke up, she found her hands and feet tied up, locked in a cabin on a boat. Someone pushed the door open, and judging by their appearance, they seemed to be pirates involved in smuggling between the land of Harmony and overseas. That person threw a piece of hard bread and a bottle of water at Qianlin and left. After the door closed, Qianlin heard voices outside. He didn't expect to pick up a little kid. We can make a profit by selling her as a slave. Qianlin felt scared, but she soon realized that with her strength, she could easily break free from the ropes binding her. By nightfall, the boat docked. With a slight effort, Qianlin broke the ropes on her wrists and then tore off the ropes around her feet. She quietly approached the door, carefully pushing it open and seeing no one outside. She stealthily stepped out. The scene on the distant shore was something Qianlin had never seen before, and her heart sank as she realized she had left the land of Harmony. After her eyes adjusted to the darkness, Qianlin began searching for her sword. The boat was not large, and she quickly found her katana propped up in a corner of a room filled with clutter. A drunken pirate was sprawled on a nearby table. Qianlin slowly approached the sword, gently picked it up, and when she turned around, she saw the pirate slowly raising his head. Hick! The pirate, noticing Qianlin, staggered to his feet and pointed at her, shouting, "Don't move! Someone! Help! Someone!" Qianlin felt anxious. If she attracted others, she wouldn't be able to escape. In her panic, she gritted her teeth, raised the sword, and stabbed it into the pirate's chest. The pirate's scream was instantly caught in his throat, and blood poured from his mouth. Qianlin withdrew the sword and trembled as she watched the pirate fall to the ground, motionless. Breathing heavily, she leaned against the wall to steady herself before leaving. She reached the side of the boat, flipped over, and jumped into the sea, swimming towards the shore. In the land of Harmony, Jiuli, a tall and elegant woman was holding the still dizzy Shuangziren, having already changed her clothes. Such a small child, Yuzhong thought, feeling frustrated as he walked aimlessly. His father had just taught him and his brother sword techniques, but he couldn't learn anything. Am I really not going to become a qualified warrior? He left the family residence, walking toward the seaside through the heavy snow, the cold air making him feel somewhat refreshed. Arriving at the seaside, he gazed far into the distance, noticing something on the surface of the sea. What is that? In the distance, half a shipwreck was floating on the sea, and the style of the ship didn't look like it belonged to the land of Harmony. I hope those overseas people are safe. A voice suddenly came from a cluster of rocks below. Yuzhong looked down to see a blue-haired woman lying on the rocks, wearing only a thin, wet garment on her upper body. Yuzhong hurriedly ran towards the woman, calling out, "Miss, are you all right? I'm coming." Upon reaching her side, Yuzhong took off his cloak and was about to drape it over her when he gasped and took a step back. A sea demon, a monster. He saw that the woman's face was extremely beautiful, but her lower body was a fishtail, causing him to back away in fear. The mermaid quickly said, "I am not a monster. I won't hurt you," and looked at Yuzhong with a pitiful expression. Yuzhong, still shaken, saw her slender body trembling from the cold, sneezing repeatedly, and threw the cloak over her, saying cautiously, you put this on first." The mermaid wrapped the cloak around herself, and, noticing that Yuzhong was hesitant to approach, said sadly, "Don't be afraid, I don't eat people. Haven't you ever seen a mermaid before? Are you from overseas?" I was supposed to be captured and sold as a slave, but then the shipwreck happened, and I escaped here." "Slave? In overseas, people like you." Yuzhong didn't know how to describe it. "Race," the girl provided. "Oh, is that common overseas?" "Not really, but many people know about our existence." "I'm sorry. This country doesn't have your kind, but there are legends of sea demons. I guess someone from the past might have seen your kind." As she spoke, the girl sneezed again. You're freezing. Can you live on the shore?" The girl nodded, and her fishtail gradually transformed into two long, snow-white legs. Yuzhong stared in astonishment. The girl blushed and slightly tucked her legs, realizing Yuzhong was staring, and he too blushed, quickly apologizing. "I'm sorry. I'm so rude. Can you walk? Or should I carry you? I'll take you to find a place to stay." The girl hesitated, but Yuzhong waved his hand, saying, "Please believe me. I'm not a bad person, really." After thinking for a moment, the girl finally nodded. You carry me. I haven't really walked much on legs. Oh, okay. My name is Wuma Yuzheng, and you? My name is In. In. Yuzheng brought a bowl of hot soup and some food, and was curled up in a blanket, smelling the aroma of the food. She poked her head out from the blanket and slowly moved to the table, reaching for the bowl of soup. Just as she was about to drink, she suddenly felt it would be impolite to eat directly, glancing cautiously at Yuzheng, who had just sat down. Seeing In's expression, he said, "You eat first, don't mind me. Aren't you going to eat something?" "I don't want to eat," Yuzheng said, suddenly looking a bit troubled, which In noticed. After sipping a few mouthfuls of hot soup and eating some food, and watched Yuzheng while he gazed out at the swirling snow outside in a daze. "Do you have something on your mind?" "Huh? Oh no, it's nothing. Your face looks as sour as an octopus. It can't be good, right? If you don't want to talk, I won't ask," and continued to eat. Yuzheng hesitated for a moment, but still wanted to talk to someone. So he said, "My family is a family of warriors." "Warriors?" "My father is a very powerful warrior. He teaches me and my brother sword skills. My brother is very talented, but I can't learn anything," and blinked and said nothing. "Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, I will take over this family in the future. It's ridiculous for the head of a warrior family to be a waste in swordsmanship." Yuzheng fell silent. After a while, and spoke up, "Do you have any other skills you're good at?" Upon hearing this, Yuzheng suddenly became enthusiastic. "Of course. Although I am not good at swordsmanship, I love forging swords. The swords I forge are very popular in Jiuli and Huaji City. But my family thinks that being a swordsmith is not a good profession, so they don't support me." And leaned closer to Yuzheng, looked into his eyes, and said seriously, "If you like it, keep at it. Don't leave yourself with regrets. If you don't care much about being the head of the family, then go pursue what you love." Yuzheng, initially a bit shy because she was close, felt grateful after hearing her words, and said, "Thank you for encouraging me." "No, I should thank you for saving me," and took a big bite of tempura and couldn't help but exclaim, "So delicious." She picked up a piece and handed it to Yuzheng. "Hey, you should have a bite." Yuzheng carefully ate the piece of tempura, and both of their faces turned red. The two had been together for a month and had already fallen in love with each other. Although they hadn't said it out loud, they both understood. Yuzheng glanced at the bustling street scene of Huaji City below and couldn't help but smile. This past month had been the happiest time of his life. At that moment, a messenger pigeon flew in and landed on the windowsill. Yuzheng immediately saw the family crest hanging from the pigeon's neck. Yuzheng put away his smile, took the letter from the pigeon's leg, and began to read. After finishing the letter, he turned to In, and had been staring at him, a bit nervous. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" It's nothing. The family want me to go back, saying I've been away for too long." And lowered her head, her body shaking slightly, and after a moment of silence, said, "So, we have to part ways, right?" Yuzheng gasped, thought for a moment, and resolutely said, "No, I want to take you back with me. I don't want to be apart from you. Your family won't accept me. Then we can leave, away from my family. Although there are many things I cherish there. I don't fit in with my family. I'm an outsider. The time spent with you has been the happiest for me." And stood up, stepped forward, and hugged Yuzheng, starting to sob. "But I don't want to make you lose what you should have because of me." Yuzheng whispered in her ear, "But leaving you is something I can't accept," and stared blankly at the two tall warrior statues at the entrance of the Wuma family residence. She had imagined that Yuzheng's family was very large, but she didn't expect the entire city to belong to them. Yuzheng took her hand and said, "Let's go inside." Next to the city fortress, a river ran through the entire fortress, and on a bridge, a group of children was playing. Suddenly, one of the children accidentally fell off the bridge and into the river. "Help! Help me!" the child cried out loudly. The women around were washing clothes and didn't know how to swim. Unable to go into the water to save the child, they could only scream loudly. And then Yuzheng happened to be passing by, and as Yuzheng was about to rush to save the child, and had already taken off her outer clothing and dashed out, Yuzheng didn't react in time, and had already run far away. And reached the riverbank, jumped into the water, and for the first few moments after entering, there was no movement. Soon, and surfaced, dragging the child up. She quickly swam to the shore and handed the child to the people on the bank. "Thank you for saving him," the woman exclaimed, having seen N's lower half underwater. The people around immediately stepped back, muttering, "Monster! Monster!" Yuzheng ran over, worried about just that. A few people came running from afar. It was Wuma Yichuan, who had just returned with several warriors. Hearing that someone had fallen into the water, he rushed over. Upon getting closer, he saw his brother pulling a woman up from the water. "Wuma Yuzheng? When did he come back? Wait, what is that?" Wuma Yichuan squinted at N's fishtail and placed his hand on his sword. Seeing his brother arrive and ready to draw his sword at him, Yuzheng anxiously shouted, Ichuan, wait. She is not a monster. Then he turned around and draped his outer clothing over him. Although Wuma Ichuan didn't take further action, he still stared at him with suspicion. Then how do you explain her fishtail? In a main city conference hall, Wuma Shanming sat at the head, with Wuma Ichuan beside him, surrounded by several of the most respected elders of the family. Yu Zheng and sat opposite these people, with Yu Zheng explaining their situation. So that's the case. She is not a monster. In overseas regions, her kind are not seen as outsiders. Upon hearing this, and felt a bit sorrowful but remained silent. Moreover, we are already in love. What? This is outrageous. Even if she is not a monster. As the future heir of the Wuma family, this is too against the rules. An elder said sternly, and the others echoed. Yu Zheng became anxious, unsure of what to say. You were already not diligent enough in learning sword skills, and now you're doing something so improper. Truly a failure. Before Yu Zheng could respond, and suddenly stood up and angrily said, You can't say that about him. He has his own skills, his own talents. You can't belittle him just because he can't learn sword skills. Yu Zheng looked at him in surprise, not expecting her to stand up for him against the elders. Bold monster, you have no right to speak here. You. En's face turned red with anger. All right, everyone be quiet. Wuma Shanming spoke up. He sat up straight, looked at En, and said, This young lady, you truly love Yu Zheng, right? And solemnly replied, Yes. You know that Yu Zheng will become the head of this family in the future. Upon hearing this, Wuma Ichuan's eyes flashed. If you really want to become Yu Zheng's wife, then you will certainly enjoy wealth and honor in the future, but you must also bear some responsibilities. Are you psychologically prepared for this? And firmly nodded and said, I have nothing to begin with. Yu Zheng saved me. I'm willing to accompany him for eternity, as long as he wants. Good. I won't interfere with what you two want, as long as Yu Zheng can be happy. What? This is unacceptable. That's right. How can the Wuma family allow a monster to enter? All right, it's decided. If you two have made up your minds, just let me know. We'll hold the wedding soon. Now, everyone disperse. After leaving the room, Yu Zheng hugged In, excitedly saying, I knew my father would support me. After hugging for a while, he noticed and was actually crying in his arms. Oh, those elders in your family are so scary. The way they looked at me was like they wanted to eat me. All right, it's okay now. Yu Zheng gently stroked En's head, continuously comforting her. Yu Zheng looked at En, who was covered in wounds, and felt pain gnawing at him as he nearly ground his teeth to dust. He glared at Wuma Ichuan, trying to break free from the chains binding him. Wuma Ichuan, why do you want to hurt her? Why do you want to annihilate us? I've already given you the position of head of the family. What more do you want? Wuma Ichuan sneered a few times. I just want to see you all die, nothing more. Brother, we have no blood relation, but how can you, with this bloodline, become the head of the family as a useless person? Why? He then waved his hand, and Yu Zheng and were both lifted up. The ropes were tightened around their necks, and at that moment, En raised her head, gazing affectionately at Yu Zheng. Seeing her in such torment, Yu Zheng couldn't help but cry. I'm sorry. En, I'm sorry for being so incapable. I can't even protect my family. I'm a useless person. I'm sorry. And smiled weakly and said to Yu Zheng, What nonsense are you saying? Aren't you a master blacksmith? Cough. Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault, really. Yu Zheng, do you remember what you once told me? Now, I want to tell you. Yu Zheng looked at En, who shed tears, and said, Let me leave you. I can't accept it either. Crack. The wooden board beneath them was pulled away, and their necks were instantly broken. Wuma looked expressionlessly at the two corpses and said, Burn that monster. It's bad luck to look at it. Qianlin sat cross-legged in front of his parents' graves, hands clasped, bowing his head in silence. He picked up a knife, stood up, and turned to leave, only to see Zelina standing under a tree in the distance. Qianlin slowly walked over, keeping his gaze on Zelina. You can be considered to have fulfilled your wish now, Zelina said softly. Qianlin nodded, looking at Zelina with teary eyes. About to cry. Suddenly, he stepped forward and hugged Zelina, sobbing quietly in her arms. Shirlina didn't speak, lowering her head to look at Qianlin, and reached out to touch her head. Qianlin looked up and said, That little guy in a mask said you encountered a very powerful pirate named Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Well, it's like this. Shirlina, thinking that Kaido is very likely the one who killed Qianlin's grandfather, didn't dare to mention it much. However, considering that Qianlin has lived in the family since childhood and knows very little about other places in Wano, Shirlina decided to hold off on mentioning it for now. He said, You almost got killed. I'm sorry. Helena pinched Qianlin's face and smiled, saying, At this time, you're still apologizing to me, treating me like an outsider, right? No. I'm just worried about you. You've been hurt quite a bit too. So what do you want to do next? I want to find my sister. As long as there's no confirmation, I believe she is still alive. Qianlin looked sadly at the sky. By the way, you're going back to the Navy, right? Qianlin asked. Yeah, I've been out long enough. If I don't go back soon, they'll come looking for me and forcefully take me back. Qianlin reluctantly held onto Helena's hand, tears welling up in her eyes again. Zelina flicked her forehead and said with a smile, You were so ruthless when you were killing people. Why are you crying so much now? I have to tell you, you're on the wanted list. If we meet again out at sea, I can't let you go. Helena thought for a moment and then said, Or if you want to meet me normally, you could become a warlord of the sea, but that's not a good position. Warlord of the sea? Is that a pirate working for the world government? Yes. With your strength, it's completely enough. But I advise you not to join unless absolutely necessary. It will be very troublesome. Just think of it as a fallback. On the coast of Wano country, Qianlin waved at the ship on the sea and couldn't help but shout, Helena, thank you. We must meet again. Sheena jumped to the top of the mast and shouted back, Of course. Tears of reluctance sparkled in Qianlin's eyes as she watched Sheena until her ship plunged down the waterfall. Over a month later, in Mary Geos, Takaka looked helplessly at Sheena, who was slumped in her chair with a look of melancholy. Sheena mumbled, What should I do? What should I do? Sengoku is definitely going to give me a hard time. What should I do? Takaka shrugged and said, I advised you so many times in the beginning, but you didn't listen, so I can't do anything about it now. Helena ignored her, lost in her own melancholy. A person pushed the door open, wearing an eye-catching yellow suit with orange-tinted eyes and a lazy, somewhat lewd expression. Oh, General Helena, you're finally back. The Marshal has been quite angry during your time away. A somewhat frivolous voice rang out. Helena turned to glance at the newcomer and sighed, saying, I know, Mr. Policelino. No need to remind me. Well, the Marshal is coming over right now. Before the words were finished, the door was pushed open forcefully, and Sengoku stormed in, standing in front of Helena. Helena quickly stood up in a military posture. Sengoku shouted at her, Helena, do you know how long you've been out there acting crazy? Huh? Helena couldn't help but lean back slightly, swallowing hard, and replied, Almost 2 to 3 months. Sengoku slammed a stack of papers on the table, pointing and saying, Onigashima, Vinsmoke. Why is it that wherever a big incident happens, you're involved? Huh? And this? Sengoku flipped through a newspaper from a few weeks ago and held it up in front of Helena. The headline featured 3 photos. In the center was Kaido's bounty poster. On the left was Helena, and on the right was a photo of Chiron's bounty. The headline read, Naval News Star challenges Beast Governor Kaido. Suspected to be accompanying the notorious criminal Red Demon, which Chiron, with a 300 million bounty. Sengoku huffed angrily, speaking each word slowly. What on earth is going on? In a certain area of the Grand Line, a World Economic Journal hot air balloon was moving through the sky. Inside the balloon, Morgans was drinking coffee, laughing at an image transmission snail. Ha 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 ha. Those photo-taking crows I trained are just too useful. The photos taken in Kaido's territory were all thanks to my crows. A strange laugh came from the image transmission snail. Mommy. Did Kaido encounter that Helena? She's growing so fast, managing to exchange a few blows with Kaido. On the other end was Big Emon. Ha ha ha. Stirring up this world is my greatest pleasure. Year 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar. Bang, bang, bang. At the Marine Headquarters Marine Fort, in the innermost part of the training ground, the sound of strikes echoed continuously. Nearby soldiers carefully kept their distance, afraid of interrupting the person who was training. Hey, come here. It's over here. Is she? She looks so young. You didn't know? She's not even 30 yet. She's only 26 this year. But why is an officer of her level training here? I heard her specialized equipment has already been broken. It's terrifying how strong and hardworking she is. Helena punched a thick iron plate repeatedly, concentrating her armament hockey into one point and releasing it. Bang! A hole suddenly appeared on the other side of the steel plate, and the people around exclaimed, How did she do that? Helena panted as she withdrew her stance and began to unwrap the bandages around her hands. Her refined muscles and towering height of 3 meters made others feel intimidated. After many years in the Navy, Helena had developed a strong demeanor, unconsciously exuding authority when her expression was blank. Selena was drenched in sweat. She grabbed a towel from the side and draped it over her shoulders before heading out of the training ground. In the distance, someone shouted, Major General Selena, the Marshal is calling you for an emergency meeting. Understood. I'll be there right away. In the conference room, almost all the vice admirals, including Fujitora, Kizuru, and Akainu, had gathered. Brand New slapped several bounty posters onto the blackboard and announced loudly, According to reports, a distinguished individual has been kidnapped by a group of pirate alliances, and these pirates are demanding a ransom from the world government. The world government has ordered us to organize a rescue operation immediately, and the CP system will cooperate with our actions. CP? This person must be extremely important. Yes, it could be. Brand New continued. Intelligence indicates that the main members of this pirate alliance include Bad Tooth Guttis with a bounty of 870 million and Blasterink with a bounty of 1 billion. Their leader, the notorious Silver Axe, was once a member of the Rocks Pirates and has a bounty of 2.5 billion. In addition, there are 30 other small and large pirate crews. Sengoku crossed his arms and looked around before saying solemnly, Borsalino, you will be the overall commander of this operation. Doberman, Spider, and Squirrel. You three will lead your own teams. Fire Mountain, Steel Res, Bastille, you will remain on standby around the area. Yes. Doberman and the others stood up to accept their orders. Kizaru suddenly raised a hand, indicating he had something to say. I have a suggestion. Why not bring Selena along? Everyone looked at him, unsure of his intention. If something goes wrong, let Selena take the lead while I cover for her. How about that? No way. The target of this operation is too important. We can't be so reckless. Why should she go? Sengoku asked, puzzled. Well, if Selena can achieve a great feat, it would be enough for her to be promoted to admiral. Everyone was a bit surprised, including Selena herself, who didn't understand why Kizaru suddenly brought this up. Sengoku frowned, seemingly considering Kizaru's words, while Akiji and Akainu remained expressionless. Kizaru continued, Selena has only been in the Navy for 10 years, but her accomplishments far exceed ours at the beginning, especially from an outsider's perspective. Selena has even fought against one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, and managed to escape from Big Mom without sustaining much injury. Her strength may be slightly inferior, but if she can defeat a major pirate, it would be enough to prove her worth. From Selena's perspective, Kizaru's tinted glasses reflected light, obscuring his eyes. Sengoku squinted and asked, why this sudden proposal? The Navy's tasks are becoming increasingly heavy. The 4 emperors in the New World, the pirates from all seas coming to the paradise, and the scattered revolutionary army all require Navy manpower. Many things on Vegapunk's side are still not ready for practical use, so. Sengoku closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead. After a moment of silence, he said, we'll discuss this after this matter is settled. After all, the position of admiral is too important. Let Selena go along. Yes. After the meeting disbanded, Sengoku and Tsuru remained in the conference room. What is Borsalino trying to do? Sengoku muttered in confusion. Tsuru adjusted her collar and slowly said, what he wants is probably a more balanced navy. However, Selena is a very unstable factor. I'm afraid things won't go as he hopes. In a sea area somewhere in the New World, a medium-sized island named Spring Island had a rugged fortress built on it. Surrounding the island were various ports, with over 30 pirate ships circling nearby. Inside the fortress's largest building, a banquet was being held. At the banquet, a giant lifted a wine glass taller than a person and gulped down the wine, splattering it all over his beard. This was a giant over 10 meters tall, bare-chested, with a massive machete about 7 to 8 meters long resting beside him, its broad blade covered in scratches. Bad Tooth Guttis, a Zoan-type crocodile fruit user. A long-snout crocodile form ability user, with a bounty of 870 million. He came from Elbaf and was once a member of the giant warrior pirates a century ago, escaping during the surrender. Later, he ate a devil fruit, destroyed multiple Navy bases, and has been active at sea ever since. The pirates below were drinking and having fun, while one person was fiddling with several bottles of chemical agents, suddenly jumping up and shouting nervously, it's going to explode. It's going to explode. It's going to explode. He then casually threw the chemical agents away, causing them to shatter and explode, blowing a hole in the floor and affecting several nearby pirates. Blasterink, a long-armed tribe chemist, the developer of King Bomb explosives, an expert in explosions, was a madman who enjoyed destruction. He had caused the collapse of numerous landmark buildings and directly or indirectly led to the deaths of tens of thousands. Durink, if you keep throwing your junk around, I'll stomp you flat. Guttis roared in dissatisfaction, his voice booming. Hey, don't be so tense, don't be so tense, it was just a little joke. A little joke, a little joke, he. In contrast to the commotion outside, in a quiet room inside the fortress, a blue-haired boy was locked in a cage. The surroundings were dimly lit, with only a few candles flickering on the walls. In the weak light, a tall and strong figure could be vaguely seen, but the shadow was angular, seemingly covered in armor. At the watchtower on the island, a pirate was wolfing down meat and casually glanced at the sea, noticing several small dots appearing on the horizon. The pirate tossed aside the meat, picked up a telescope to identify them, and confirmed they were Navy ships before immediately sounding the alarm. The shrill alarm echoed throughout the island. On the sea, 7 warships were approaching, 4 in front and 3 behind. The number of warships was nearly at the standard for a demon-slaying order, and the officer configuration was extraordinarily luxurious, with 7 vice admirals and 1 admiral. The well-informed Morgans had written a report the day before. Major operation. The Navy is deploying 7 vice admirals and 1 admiral, possibly to engage in battle with the notorious pirate Silver Axe and his pirate group. Kizaru held the newspaper and handed it to Selena beside him, saying, "Look, this matter has attracted quite a bit of attention from the outside world. Whether it will be your battle of establishment or your defeat depends on your performance." Selena took the newspaper and glanced at it, but didn't reply. Although Kizaru had already explained in the meeting why he proposed Selena to be promoted to admiral, she still had doubts about his motives. "If you mess up, I'll be in trouble too. Well, I don't think that will happen." A messenger ran over, standing at attention to report to Kizaru. Report. Vice Admirals Fire Mountain, Steelres, and Bastille have arrived at the standby location and request to halt progress. Requesting approval, and all warships are to prepare their firepower in case of an unexpected battle. After the messenger left, Selena asked Mr. Kizaru, "Why do you and Admiral Sengoku both believe these pirates will take action?" "Well, it's just a guess. But you're not the only one preparing for a battle of establishment." "What do you mean?" "The infamous Silver Axe, a member of the Rocks Pirates, was among the remnants of the Rocks crew, which first included the likes of the Golden Lion and Whitebeard, who later were also recognized as 4 emperors alongside Big Mom and Kaido. Wang Ji occupied the former lair of Rocks, Hive Island, and gathered a group of ruthless pirates. Captain John has been killed, and the Silver Axe has been silent for so many years. Now, making such a high-profile provocation against the world government means either he truly has that strength, or he is foolish enough not to recognize his own status. However, both possibilities share a common goal: to make a name for himself and attract talent to compete in the great pirate era. Speaking of which, what is the real name of Silver Axe? His bounty poster doesn't even mention it. Is it still unknown to this day? Yes, ever since he became a pirate, he has worn a full-body silver armor. No one has ever seen his true face, nor has anyone heard his name. He wields an incredibly hard silver giant axe, which is the source of his title. The messenger has come to report. "Report, sir. We have just learned that there are 30 pirate ships of various sizes gathering around 7 islands. If they all arrive, the number of pirates is estimated to reach 10,000. The Navy here has about 4,000 men. Although we are at a numerical disadvantage, the quality of our warships is far superior to those pirate ships that were taken from who knows where. Understand, Helena, they're clearly looking for a fight." Kizaru casually remarked. "Order the troops from G54 and G11 branches nearby to prepare for support," Kizaru commanded. Selena did not respond, focusing her mind on the increasing number of pirates gathering around the distant island. Inside the fortress on the island, Silver Axe stood up, each movement accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. He reached out to lift the iron cage containing the blue-haired boy, took up his massive silver axe, and walked out. The fortress's main gate slowly opened, and Silver Axe stepped out, dragging his axe with each step. Outside, the pirates were eager and ready for action, cheering loudly as their leader appeared. "Silver Axe, let's take down those Navy guys. I heard the Navy even sent a general. They definitely can't match up to Silver Axe." Silver Axe remained silent, ignoring the pirates' boastful shouts, and walked straight toward the dock, where an ironclad warship was anchored, Silver Axe's flagship. Boarding the warship, a large group of pirates also climbed aboard, setting sail from the port alongside the flagship, heading toward the Navy's warships. Goods and dueling stayed on shore, directing the pirates to prepare the coastal defense cannons. These massive cannons were equipped with Dueling's specially crafted shells, boasting an impressive range and tremendous power. The pirates were eager, waiting for their captain's command. The sky was overcast, and the 2 fleets were only a few hundred meters apart, with the Navy's flagship almost touching the ironclad warship of the pirates. Kizaru stood on the bow of the ship, while Selena stood below, watching the incredibly tall figure in silver armor on the opposing ship. Silver Axe leaned on his axe with one hand, holding the cage with the other. "So this is my opponent?" Kizaru spoke first. "Silver Axe, right?" Silver Axe did not respond. "Where's the person we want to redeem? Let us confirm his safety first," Kizaru said leisurely. Silver Axe remained silent for a long time before finally answering in a harsh, dry voice. "Why is it the Navy that has come?" Kizaru smiled and replied, "Dealing with pirates is our Navy's job, isn't it?" Silver Axe waited a bit longer before saying, I don't see you bringing what I want. Kizaru raised his hand to adjust his glasses and said, what you want? 20,000 guns, 50,000 rounds of ammunition, 1,000 heavy cannons, 5,000 shells, 10 large warships, and various supplies. When you brought this up, did you really think we could agree to it? Silver Axe snorted coldly. Say what you want. But this person in my hands is worth all of that. As he spoke, he shook the cage vigorously. The boy inside, still unconscious, was jolted against the bars, letting out a muffled groan from the pain. Kizaru lowered his head slightly, as if deep in thought. Well, this is quite troublesome. Helena's body began to tense up. The situation had become very serious. It was estimated that once the fight broke out, after Kizaru rescued the boy, it would all depend on him. Kizaru looked up and said, what a pity, we cannot accept your terms. Silver Axe fell silent, and the two sides remained at a standstill. A few minutes later, Silver Axe suddenly raised the massive Silver Axe and swung it toward the cage. At that moment, Kizaru accumulated a light that resembled a mirror in his hand. In the next second, he appeared in front of Silver Axe. With the Yata mirror, he kicked out, producing a loud bang, as he blocked the giant axe that was aimed at the cage. On the other side, although Helena couldn't match Kizaru's speed, she quickly entered her beast-human eclipse form. She leaped into the air, white eclipse energy enveloping her hands, coalescing into a wolf's head that struck at Silver Axe. Eclipse, wolf hunt. Silver Axe raised his arm to block Helena's attack. Seizing this opportunity, Kizaru's leg transformed into a yellow flash, and with a whip-like kick, he sliced open the cage, grabbed the boy, and then extended a finger, shooting out a laser beam. Silver Axe was pushed back several steps by the laser beam. Kizaru returned to the warship with the boy and said to Helena in the distance, it's up to you from here on. Then he raised his arm and issued an order to the black listening bug on his wrist. All personnel, engage in battle. This bug couldn't be used for communication. I forgot again. Without Kizaru issuing commands, both sides have been on high alert. Upon seeing the negotiations break down, they immediately engaged in combat, beginning to bombard each other. In an instant, the entire sea area was filled with the sounds of cannons and smoke. Silver Axe felt the immense power coming from his arm and couldn't help but look directly at the young Navy officer in front of him. You, state your name. Vice Admiral. Helena. Helena retracted her hand and spun in the air to kick. Silver Axe blocked again, using his strength to push hard, sending Helena flying into the air. Helena raised her arm, and with a claw swipe, a blade of wind several meters wide struck towards the Silver Axe. Moon eclipse, wind transition. The Silver Axe did not flinch or evade, standing still as the wind blade hit heavily against him, producing a sharp metallic grinding sound, yet the Silver Axe remained unmoved. As the wind blade dissipated, the area suddenly darkened. Helena had already approached closely, dropping directly from the air, hands clasped together, and struck down heavily on the Silver Axe's head. Thud! The entire ironclad battleship sank at the bow, its stern lifting up. The metal floor beneath the Silver Axe dented downward, but he merely lowered his head slightly, as if nothing had happened. Immediately after, the Silver Axe swiftly extended his large hand, grabbing Helena's arm and violently throwing her away. Helena adjusted her posture, turned sideways to brace against the wall, and propelled herself forward with force. During her advance, she transformed into her disaster form, flames igniting and enveloping her. Disaster, falling fire. The Silver Axe raised his silver giant axe to block. Helena crashed into the axe handle, flames bursting forth, but she could not harm the Silver Axe. On the shore, heavy artillery began to unleash its power. A shell exploded on a warship with immense force. The retreating pirate fleet on the sea held their ground against the Navy's assault with the assistance of these coastal defenses. If the warship were hit by those heavy cannons 5 or 6 times, it would likely sink. Seeing this, Kizaru flew into the air, watching dozens of shells flying towards him. He raised both hands, twisted his fingers, and shot out countless light bullets. 8-foot mirror. All the shells were intercepted, and Kizaru, accumulating light in his hands, shot out a beam of light that instantly reached above the island. 8-span mirror. Kizaru raised a finger, and a laser beam shot out, destroying several coastal defenses, causing explosions that affected over 100 people. At this moment, the pirates realized that the enemy had arrived right before them. Some raised their guns, aiming at Kizaru, but he let the bullets pass through his elementalized body. Raising his hand to fire another laser beam, he sensed an attack from behind, accompanied by Haki, and used the 8-span mirror to disappear from the spot, narrowly avoiding a massive blade that swung through the air. Oh, how scary. That was close. Kizaru looked over and saw a bare-chested giant swinging a huge cleaver, which was also infused with hockey. "You must be Bad-Tooth Guttis?" Before the words finished, Kizaru instantly appeared in front of Guttis, kicking him in the face with a thud. Guttis fell backward, his massive body crushing several pirates who hadn't managed to escape. Guttis quickly got up, and Kizaru didn't rush to attack, casually firing a laser beam at a location, flipping several coastal cannons. At the top of the fortress in the center of the island, Durink instructed a group of pirates to bring up a terrifyingly large cannon. Durink patted the cannon barrel and nervously shouted, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" He. The pirates had everything prepared, aiming at a bunch of ships on the sea, regardless of friend or foe. Boom! The terrifying recoil of the giant cannon made the entire building tremble slightly, and the shell flew towards the center of the battlefield at sea. On a pirate ship, someone heard the sound of the shell approaching, looked up, and immediately shouted in terror, "Emperor's dynamite! It's Emperor's dynamite!" Boom! The shell hit the pirate's ship, exploding with a loud bang, obliterating the entire ship into ashes. The massive explosion caused extremely high waves, rocking nearby ships. Several had already capsized. Kizaru looked at the explosion on the sea with slight surprise, muttering to himself, "Oh, that's really terrifying, the power of this shell. What must be that Durink's doing?" The giant cannon continued to fire, causing several black smoke clouds to erupt on the sea surface. A warship was hit, and the entire ship's hull broke into two. Kizaru tracked the position of the giant cannon, shooting out a thicker laser beam. Durink, as if foreseeing the attack, shouted and jumped off the top of the building, leaving the giant cannon and pirates above to be hit, with a violent explosion collapsing half the building. But Durink had already run far away, disappearing without a trace. Turning back, a gigantic monster swung its cleaver towards Kizaru. He dodged to the side, avoiding the attack and looking at the monster. The creature was covered in scales, dragging a thick and long tail behind it, with a head resembling a crocodile with an extremely long mouth. Guttis was a croc fruit user in a long-snouted crocodile form, and he shifted into his hybrid form, resembling a prehistoric giant beast. Guttis gripped the cleaver with both hands and swung it towards Kizaru, who slightly twisted his body, causing the cleaver to miss his justice coat sleeve. The cleaver struck the ground with a massive sound, kicking up a large amount of rubble and creating a trench. A laser beam from Kizaru hit Guttis's chest, but it did not penetrate his skin to cause any damage. "Hey, such strong defense," Kizaru casually remarked, dodging another strike from Guttis. Guttis opened his mouth, over 10 meters long, covered in hockey, the entire upper and lower jaws and teeth turning black, gleaming with a metallic luster. Guttis bit down, the hardened upper and lower jaws clamping together like massive pincers, creating a loud explosion and sending shockwaves around. A cluster of light points gathered above Guttis, and Kizaru's right leg lit up with yellow flashes, instantly kicking down onto Guttis's head. Guttis only felt something touch him from above, and then his entire head slammed down onto the ground with a thud, creating a large pit, lifting his body up. Guttis became dizzy and disoriented, unable to react. Kizaru glanced at the coastal cannons that were still firing, raising both hands to unleash countless light bullets. 8-foot mirror. On the distant sea, Doberman saw a series of intense explosions on the shore, realizing that Kizaru had cleared the coastal heavy artillery for them, and immediately commanded, "Advance." 7 relatively intact warships advanced one after another, with their cannons significantly more powerful than the inferior ones used by the pirates. Most of the soldiers from the warship that had been blown in half transferred to other ships, and more pirate ships and supporting warships were heading towards the battlefield. Bang! The silver axe punched Helena's crossed arms, which were covered in hockey for defense. She flipped and kicked the silver axe on the head, feeling as if she had struck a solid iron lump. The armor's material was definitely not ordinary metal. Helena noticed that the spot she attacked didn't even have a scratch, which was very unusual. The silver axe swung his giant axe horizontally, and with no place to dodge, Helena had to lean back to avoid the massive axe. "This won't do. I can't unleash my full power here. I need to find another place to fight." Helena erupted with divine golden energy, and the silver axe was forced to retreat by the violent energy impact. Helena activated her divine form, extending her hand as golden energy wrapped around it, forming a giant golden hand that grasped the silver axe. Divine being, giant spirit god. Helena raised the silver axe and hurled it fiercely, the silver axe flying out of the ironclad ship and crashing onto another pirate ship, breaking that ship's mast. Just as the silver axe got back up, Helena jumped in front of him, her legs filled with a violent golden energy. She swept her leg out, kicking the silver axe at the waist, and the energy exploded instantly, sending golden streams in all directions. The divine spirit, Ling Chung, galloping wolf. The silver axe flew sideways like a cannonball, falling into the sea. However, during its flight, the silver axe adjusted its position and surprisingly landed steadily on the surface of the water, not sinking, as if something were supporting it beneath, floating on the sea surface. Helena was a bit surprised. What is going on? Could be a fruit user? Silver axe raised the giant axe behind him, black hockey enveloping the blade, and swung down heavily. A white shockwave, accompanied by a deafening thud, rushed towards Helena, distorting the space around the shockwave. Helena transformed into beast form, stepping on clouds to fly into the sky. The pirate ship was cut in half, and the wreckage was overturned by the residual force of the shockwave. Toppling into the sea, the pirates on the ship fell into the water, with some drowning on the spot. Helena gathered energy in her mouth and unleashed several shimmering golden beams, striking the surface of the sea and creating towering waves. The deity, Jinji Bai, positioned his silver axe horizontally across his chest, coated with black arm hockey. The beams hit it, pushing the silver axe back several dozen meters, yet it remained unmoved, maintaining its stance, with both the axe and his body completely unscathed. This is troublesome. Helena sensed something was off with the silver axe, but did not cease her assault. Transforming into her beast-human form, Helena charged towards the silver axe like a bullet, concentrating her hockey into a point and utilizing flowing cherry blossom. As she approached the silver axe, she threw a heavy punch at it, her hockey penetrating the armor of the silver axe and exploding from behind, creating a chasm in the sea behind him. The silver axe's body finally trembled slightly. It worked, but the silver axe quickly reacted, delivering a punch towards Helena's face. Infused with armed hockey and exuding an overwhelming aura, Helena opened her wolf kiss, and golden flames surged forth, forcing the silver axe to retreat due to the intense heat. The surrounding seawater could also be ignited by this golden fire. Divine fire of the divine god, Lulon, with a wave of the silver axe's massive hand. Helena did not see anything appear, but felt as if the air around her had solidified. Suddenly, she was violently struck by something and sent flying. Yet there was nothing in front of her. Helena transformed into her beast form in the air, summoning clouds to prevent herself from falling into the sea. What has happened? What hit me? Helena's confusion deepened. She was sure that the silver axe was a devil fruit user, but she still didn't know what ability it had. No, I need to fight on the shore. It's too limiting if I fall into the sea. Helena gathered energy in her mouth and unleashed a thick golden beam towards the silver axe. The silver axe calmly raised his giant axe to block. And although it still couldn't inflict damage on him, the beam stirred the surrounding seawater, making him somewhat unsteady. A giant golden hand broke through the waves and grabbed the silver axe. Helena employed the same trick again, this time spinning in the air to gather power and throwing the silver axe towards a distant island like a discus. Whoosh! The silver axe flew over the battlefield and directly crashed into the fortress on the island. Kizura looked up and casually kicked away the large sword that Goods had swung at him, saying leisurely, "Oh, they've made it this far." The silver axe pushed aside the rubble and stepped out, his armor showing only dust with no signs of damage. Helena came over like a meteor, crashing into a building, and as the golden light dispersed, she clung to the outer wall like a monkey on a tree, with her body suspended in the air on the other side. She looked down at Silver Axe, who leisurely rested the giant axe on his shoulder, as if to say, "Come on, let me see what you're capable of." Helena released her grip and fell to the ground. After stabilizing herself, she raised her claws, and golden energy wrapped around her hands. With a heavy grasp, she unleashed 10 golden shockwaves, each several meters high, directed at the silver axe. As they advanced, they continuously accelerated, leaving behind rows of trenches in their wake. The divine ruler, with divine authenticity, swung the giant axe toward the 10 shockwaves. With a loud bang, they collided and held for a few seconds before the shockwaves were deflected, crashing into other areas and causing significant damage to several buildings. Helena stomped heavily on the ground, and countless golden torrents surged from beneath her feet, striking like giant whips at the silver axe. The divine god of heaven, under the clouds, was battling fiercely, swinging the giant axe and throwing punches to fend off these attacks, causing the surrounding environment to be utterly destroyed by the shockwaves of their clash. As the golden torrents dissipated, they transformed into countless specks of light, from which Helena burst forth, her fist imbued with flowing cherry blossom aura, aimed at the silver axe's head. The silver axe slammed the axe handle hard into the ground, and once again, an invisible force pushed Helena and the surrounding debris away. Helena crashed into a building, flipped over and leaped out, golden energy exploding around her, wrapping around her body, and her speed suddenly increased, leaving a golden trail behind. In an instant, she arrived behind Silver Axe. With her aura gathering in her fist, she delivered a heavy blow to his back. Silver Axe tilted slightly forward as the giant axe came down. Helena nimbly supported the giant axe with her hands and flipped over it. A kick landed on the head of Silver Axe, and her aura exploded, causing the axe head to tilt to the side. Helena's attack was effective, and she immediately created distance. Sure enough, Silver Axe moved his neck a few times, looking as if the attack had no effect on him. Guttis, in frustration, wrapped his knife with armed color and began to gather energy, unleashing a massive shockwave with great momentum. The Bagoo Kingdom's yellow ape transformed into a flash, quickly dodging the shockwave, which struck the pirates behind him, resulting in numerous casualties. Lord Guttis, please be careful not to hit our own people. Damn it! Guttis roared to the sky, feeling utterly helpless against the yellow ape. The yellow ape reappeared above, his right leg turning into a flash again, delivering a whip kick that sent Guttis's massive body flying to the left like a kite, smashing several coastal defense cannons. The yellow ape raised his hand, crossing it over his chest, and fired countless light bullets, relentlessly striking the fallen Guttis. After a dozen seconds of the Eichakiyata no Kagami attack, the dust settled, revealing various degrees of damage to Guttis's scales. Although he was not incapacitated, he was still panting heavily and had no strength to fight back. The yellow ape brushed the dust off his body, looking down at Guttis from above. Hey, are you still not going to surrender? Then I guess I have to hit a bit harder. The yellow ape raised his hand, and a laser beam prepared to fire illuminated his entire figure, with his orange glasses perfectly hiding his eyes underneath. A powerful laser beam shot from his fingertips, directly hitting Guttis's chest, the immense destructive power stripping the surrounding land layer by layer. Nearby pirates were severely injured by the shockwave, while those further away were blinded by the dazzling beam. The light from the beam illuminated the entire area along the shore. As the beam faded, Guttis lost consciousness, his chest a bloody mess. The yellow ape, with his hands in his pockets, casually mocked, "Hey, that really took a lot of my effort." At sea, the pirates, having lost support from the coastal defense cannons, were unable to fight back against the Navy fleet and gradually retreated. However, newly joined pirate ships temporarily held back the retreating pirates, while Navy reinforcements still needed some time to arrive. The yellow ape did not go after those pirate ships, but instead flew towards the center of the island with the Eichaka mirror, looking for Helena and Silver Axe, who were engaged in battle. With a fist infused with golden energy and black armed hockey, he struck, resulting in a loud explosion. The golden rod clashed with Silver Axe's giant axe as the two forces collided. They held each other for a few seconds before bouncing off and engaging in several more rounds without gaining any advantage over one another. Suddenly, Silver Axe launched an attack, bringing the giant axe down heavily onto the ground, causing the surrounding surface to shatter like a spider web. Helena was jolted into the air, and as Silver Axe swung his giant axe towards her, Helena swiftly drew her hand, and a golden light curtain appeared beside her. The divine god of respect, heavenly canopy. With a loud bang, the giant axe struck the light curtain, and the fierce collision sent golden light points scattering everywhere. Selena fell back to the ground. Before she could make any move, Silver Axe took a step forward, his fist coiled at his waist, and unleashed a swift, powerful straight punch. Selena was more than 10 meters ahead, and this punch didn't actually hit her, but it felt as if there was an invisible drill in front of Silver Axe, striking towards Selena. The ground was plowed into an extremely deep and wide chasm, and Selena was sent flying backward by this sudden attack. Throughout it all, Selena saw nothing. She couldn't figure out what Silver Axe had done all. Emerging from the ruins, Selena did not rush forward. Instead, she activated her special perspective, and the whole world became vibrant and colorful. Selena saw that there was nothing in front of her, only the faint hues of the air slowly swirling. Silver Axe coiled his fist again, and the air in front of him suddenly froze, then was struck by Silver Axe's punch. Helena quickly jumped to the side, dodging the attack. What? He can control the air? What kind of ability is this? Helena frowned, feeling quite troubled. With an impenetrable defense and unparalleled brute strength, she was at a loss as to how to defeat him. The yellow ape flew to a nearby ruin, watching the battle below with great interest. Helena's hands surged with golden energy, forming a giant hand that swung a powerful fist down towards the silver axe. The silver axe raised its arm to block, and the ground beneath it sank from the impact, but the silver axe remained unscathed. Selena approached, her hands intertwined with armed color hockey and golden energy, charging straight at Silver Axe's face. With a wave of his hand, Silver Axe caused Selena to strike the air in front of him, as if hitting a wall. Unable to advance even an inch, Helena quickly stepped back, her hands plunged into the ground, lifting a large chunk of the surface. The rock pressed against the Silver Axe, which shattered it with a punch, revealing Helena's figure amidst the broken stones. She hovered above the Silver Axe, holding a cone-shaped golden energy in her hand, which was entwined with gray Conqueror's hockey. The conical energy pierced into the Silver Axe's chest, pushing it down with immense force, causing the ground beneath it to continuously collapse. At the same time, the Silver Axe felt an uncontrollable tremor in its mind as the Conqueror's hockey relentlessly assaulted its soul. The Silver Axe immediately swung its giant axe, and that invisible force pushed Helena and everything around her away, allowing Helena to perform a flip in midair and land steadily. Helena pondered for a moment. Both Flowing Cherry and Conqueror's hockey could harm him, but the energy consumption was too fast. She couldn't drag it out for too long. His abilities were still unclear, but it was truly troublesome to have a fruit power that could enhance his defense and also use the air for both defense and attack. Silver Axe did not remain stationary, but took the initiative to attack, charging towards Helena at high speed with his giant axe coated in hockey. Helena gathered energy in her mouth and released a thick beam of light. The beam of Divine God, Golden Extreme Cloud Fong, struck directly against the Silver Axe. But the Silver Axe did not lose momentum, charging right up to Helena and swinging down. Helena crossed her arms in front of her chest, covered in armed hockey, to block the attack of the Silver Axe. The Silver Axe continued to strike down repeatedly, its speed and power so great that Helena couldn't find a gap to escape. Helena finally found the opportunity, leaping to the side as the giant axe struck the ground, creating a fissure several dozen meters long that spread out, sending shards of stone and dust flying everywhere. Helena gathered golden energy in her hands and swung it back. The golden energy exploded instantly, and the dust raised around was blown away in an instant, scattering golden streaks in all directions. The divine beast of the Divine God, the Silver Axe, stumbled, and Helena keenly observed that a crack appeared exactly where her fist struck. An attack beyond mere might was effective. What on earth is happening? Helena launched another kick, golden energy surging in her leg, instantly striking towards the head of the Silver Axe at an almost invisible speed. The divine being, looming the Silver Axe, spread his legs wide and caught the blow without being knocked down. The giant axe swept horizontally, and Helena intended to roll away, but her body was suddenly pressed down forcefully by the air, rendering her unable to move. Just as the giant axe came down on her, the air's confinement was finally lifted, but it was already too late. With a whoosh, a stream of blood shot out, and a gruesome wound was carved from her shoulder all the way to her abdomen. Helena endured the pain. Golden energy erupted from her body, forming tentacles that all attacked the Silver Axe, sending it flying away. Divine God, Dancing Silk Spirit. A soft golden light emerged from Helena's hands as she placed them over the wound, and the injury slowly began to heal. What kind of fruit has he eaten? Helena's expression was serious. Up to now, the damage she could inflict on the Silver Axe was very limited. But if she were careless and got attacked by the Silver Axe, she wouldn't be able to handle it. With a muffled sound, the Silver Axe pushed aside the giant rocks piled on him and stepped out, dragging the massive Silver Axe with him. Helena extended her hand, and golden tentacles coalesced into a massive sphere of light, which lingered for a moment in her hand before shooting out like a cannonball. The Divine God of Respect, the Golden Spirit, with armed color on his Silver Axe, took a step forward and punched the sphere of light that flew towards him. Energy scattered in all directions, and after a few seconds, the sphere exploded. The Silver Axe walked step by step out of the shower of golden light, and his silver armor was almost undamaged. Flashy tricks are useless, huh? Helena spat, intertwining her armed color and golden energy in both hands, and struck heavily towards the ground. The Divine God of Respect, the golden staff, caused the ground within a few hundred meters to instantly crack, and the ground beneath the Silver Axe also split open, making his footing somewhat unstable. Helena rushed out instantly, her fist enveloped in gray Conqueror's hockey, delivering a powerful blow towards Silver Axe. Silver Axe, covered in armament hockey, felt the surrounding air begin to solidify. Boom! The two fists never made contact. Only a few centimeters apart, violent energy collided continuously. The shattered ground was once again broken apart, smoothed over by waves of incoming energy. Neither of them retreated, exchanging punches that neither could avoid. In the distance, Kizaru stood high up, his coat billowing in the aftermath of the battle between the two. He felt the overwhelming pressure of Helena's conqueror's haki and couldn't help but murmur. Such a formidable presence of King. Silver Axe seized the opportunity, striking Helena's stomach with the axe handle, sending her flying backward. Before she could travel far, Silver Axe suddenly reached out, and Helena's body seemed to hit a pause button, freezing in midair. The surrounding air solidified, trapping Helena in place. Although her haki erupted, it was of no use. She noticed a faint black mist surrounding her. Did he merge his haki into the air? Silver Axe continuously tightened the space enveloping her, compressing her body. Yet Helena could not break free. Her body began to crackle. Seeing this, Kizaru's body glowed with yellow light. If Helena were in any danger, he could rush to her aid immediately. Aya! Helena roared, and the Grey Conqueror's haki exploded forth as she unleashed it without reservation. Kizaru felt a gust of wind rush past him, followed by a few jolts to his soul. Even if the target isn't me, it can still have such an impact? Truly terrifying. Many pirates and Navy personnel far out at sea suddenly felt a force that made their spirits tremble uncontrollably, and many stopped to look towards the island. They even felt as though a colossal beast from ancient times was hidden on the island. Silver Axe was forced to loosen his grip, retreating several dozen steps, his hands slightly trembling, but he quickly regained control. As the target of Helena's conqueror's haki, Silver Axe felt as if he were being watched by a ferocious and cruel wild wolf. Helena fell back to the ground, starting to breathe heavily. Just now, releasing her conqueror's haki was still a bit too much for her. She had to give it her all. Helena wrapped her hands around golden energy and flowing cherry blossom aura, charging towards the Silver Axe like an arrow released from a bow. The Silver Axe raised its giant silver axe and swung it, sending a white shockwave flying towards Helena. Her fist collided with the shockwave, the aftermath shaking the debris on the ground around them. Helena did not stop. Golden energy surged from her body as she leaped into the air, hovering. With her arms spread wide, the golden energy around her formed 4 blades over 10 meters long behind her, entwined with Grey Conqueror's haki. She pushed her hands forward, and the 4 blades descended like divine punishment, striking towards the Silver Axe on the ground with a devastating force. The Silver Axe raised its giant blade above its head, and with a muffled bang, a black haki shield interwoven with silver air currents appeared around it. The 4 blades struck the shield, unleashing gray lightning that swept away everything around. The waves of residual energy were enough to devastate the area. Seeing that the place where he stood was immediately affected, Kizaru used the Pika Pika no Mi to shift his position to a distance, just as the Den Den Mushi rang. Kizaru, how's the situation on site? Has the target been successfully rescued? Yes, the target has been rescued, but the battle is still ongoing. What about Helena? She's fighting the Silver Axe right now. It's still impossible to determine the victor between them. Kizaru, if she is at a disadvantage against the Silver Axe, save her immediately. She cannot make any mistakes. Understand? Understood. Everything settled down. The Silver Axe's handle had already broken, and his silver armor was covered in cracks. He casually threw the broken axe to the ground. Then, his aura erupted. The cracks in his upper armor multiplied and suddenly exploded, scattering fragments everywhere and revealing an incredibly strong physique underneath. The helmet of the Silver Axe had also shattered, exposing his true appearance. His bald head was covered in tattoos, his features looked extremely tough, but his entire chin and neck were made of silver, seemingly modified. Helena landed on the ground, and after steadying herself, she looked up at the Silver Axe not far away. Both of them understood that it was time for a hard clash. The Silver Axe took a horse stance, his fists tucked at his waist, and after gathering his strength for a moment, he unleashed a powerful straight punch imbued with armament haki. The black, swirling air carved a gash in the ground, rushing straight towards Helena. Hirina gathered golden energy in her hands, opened them to catch the fist's wind, and after neutralizing it, the golden energy on her hands surged along with Grey Conqueror's haki, forming a massive wolf head that lunged at the Silver Axe. Respect the celestial god, fade out god wolf. The Silver Axe pushed its hands outward, stirring silver and black air currents that swirled around it, colliding with the approaching giant wolf head. As the wolf head dissipated, a giant golden hand suddenly reached out and grasped the silver axe. Respect the celestial god, giant spirit god. The muscles on the silver axe tensed, veins bulging, as it exerted all its strength to shatter the giant hand with its haki. Then it raised its hand and waved, causing the black air currents to press down on Hirina. Hirina knelt on one knee, as if supporting a mountain. Golden energy accumulated in her mouth, aimed at the silver axe, and then spewed forth. Respect the celestial god, golden extreme, cloud fawn. A thick golden beam forced the silver axe to cross its arms in front of itself for defense, pushing it back several dozen meters. Once the beam dissipated, Hirina was already in front of it. With a fist wrapped in haki, she struck heavily, and the silver axe also swung its fist, infused with haki, toward Hirina. As their fists collided, a loud explosion echoed, and haki scattered in all directions. The two continued to exchange blows until their arm veins burst, blood pouring out. Helena was panting heavily, continuously using her conqueror's haki until her stamina reached its limit. At this moment, Silver Axe was also unsteady on his feet, having repeatedly endured the impact of the conqueror's haki, and his mental state was on the edge of collapse. Helena poured all her strength into her body, roaring as she infused her hands with conqueror's haki once again, delivering a heavy blow to the abdomen of the Silver Axe. The Silver Axe tried to raise his hand to block, but it was already too late. Both body and mind suffered a heavy hit, and consciousness finally crumbled. The whole person flew backward like a broken kite, crashing through several buildings before falling silent. Zelina insisted on standing there waiting for Silver Axe to come out. After a long wait with no sign of him, she finally couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground. Her beast form was lifted, and her hands were almost numb, with her entire arms soaked in blood. A flickering yellow light appeared beside her, and the yellow ape casually leaned against a wall. "Hey Zelina, congratulations on defeating Silver Axe. The position of general is just around the corner." Selena had no strength or energy to respond to Kizuru, merely sitting in place to rest. Kizuru glanced into the distance and said, "Well, you rest here. I need to go deal with the battle over there." In the ruins, Durink was dragging the unconscious Silver Axe away bit by bit, with wires trailing from his body. At sea, reinforcements from both sides had arrived on the scene. The Navy had lost 6 warships, but on the other side, the pirates had already lost over 20 ships that were no longer combat effective. The scattered and disorganized pirates ultimately could not match the well-trained and disciplined Navy, as the pirates had no advantages apart from their number of warships. A yellow flash streaked across the sky above the battlefield, followed by countless light projectiles falling from the sky. The Hakishaku-kei Gyoko light projectiles hit the pirate ships, as if bullets were piercing through paper. The pirate ships were utterly defenseless. After a wave of light projectiles, hundreds of laser beams followed. The pirates screamed, and at that moment, they no longer cared about the Pirate Alliance or their captain Silver Axe, turning around to flee in panic. The Navy began to pursue, with Kizuru continuously using lasers and light projectiles to sink pirate ships from the air. On the other side of the island, Durink had already moved Silver Axe onto a small submarine, which sank to the seabed, drifting far away from the island. Beneath the fortress at the center of the island, a massive space was filled with royal explosives, among which was a time bomb. Selena stood up, her hands still trembling. She realized that staying here wasn't an option, so she decided to head toward the sea. Suddenly, the hairs on her body stood on end, and she turned to look around, finding no immediate danger. She could only hear a rumbling sound growing louder in her ears, and a blinding light suddenly illuminated a spot in front of her. Boom, boom, boom. A mushroom cloud, accompanied by flames, rose up from the center of the island, startling both the pirates and the Navy on the distant sea with the sudden explosion. Following, there was a series of deep, resounding booms. Then intense, shaking, and towering waves centered around the island. "Quick, tighten the mainsail." "No, the mast is broken. The ship is going to capsize. Jump." In an instant, nearly 100 ships on the sea were tossed left and right by the tsunami triggered by the shockwave. Kizuru put away his lazy smile and, using the Pika Pika no Mi, appeared a kilometer away from the explosion center. The mushroom cloud was now within reach. Suddenly, a wolf howl pierced the sky, and a giant claw, dozens of meters wide, swung out from the mushroom cloud, revealing an incredibly massive wolf head right in front of Kizuru. The golden giant wolf, hundreds of meters long and over 100 meters tall, resembled a primordial beast, an entity that seemed out of place in this world. Helena transformed into her beast form's full release state to counteract the terrifying explosion. However, her stamina was nearly depleted, and the golden giant wolf turned into countless specks of light, drifting away with the sea breeze. Kizaru landed on the ground, looking at Helena, who was lying in front of him and breathing slowly. He looked up at the sky and said, "Well, you really scared me, but you also surprised me. I really want to see your future achievements. Is that why you made me a general?" Helena, lacking strength, asked in a halting manner. "Well, think what you want." Kizaru replied casually. "Miss Peach Rabbit and Mr. T Pig are the substitutes for the generals. Shouldn't they be the ones promoted first if there's a new general?" No. Their roles aren't meant to be shown at this time. Although they recommended you for the general position, if you don't want it, you can definitely refuse. Seeing how hesitant the marshal is, if you express that you don't want to be promoted, he will surely agree, Kizaru said nonchalantly. Selena stopped talking, lying there and staring at the sky. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, in the office of Sengoku, a blue-haired boy sat on the sofa while Selena sat beside him. Observing him, Kizaru was sitting to the side, trimming his nails, while Sengoku paced by the window. A knock was heard. Kumin, two figures in white entered. One was the short CP0 member, and the other, a masked person whose posture and attire suggested she was a woman. As they entered, the CP0 member gave a symbolic bow to Selena, and the woman spoke. "Long time no see, Miss Selena. Are you Vivi?" Indeed. It had been 2 years since CP0 took Vivi away after returning to Mariehua, and now they were meeting again. Sengoku approached and asked, "Are you the ones here to escort him?" The CP0 member wrote on a whiteboard. "Yes, just leave everything to us from here." The two led the blue-haired boy out the door, and before leaving, the CP0 member glanced back at Selena. Helena stood up after a while and said, "I'm leaving first." You can go," Zhangwa nodded, looking out the window and not speaking anymore. When she reached the door, CP0 was indeed waiting outside. He revealed a writing board that said, "Minister Mintzelen has already learned that the Navy is preparing to promote you to general. He hopes you can consider it carefully." Without waiting for Helena to respond, CP0 made a farewell gesture and left on his own. Helena stood on a terrace, her expression complex. In the distance, the sunset was falling, and the orange glow illuminated Helena's right cheek, causing her to squint her eyes. The promotion to general had basically been agreed upon by the higher-ups. Now it just depended on Helena's own decision. It was only at this moment that Helena realized she was just one step away from the center of this world. This era's whirlwind. Looking back on the 18 years since she came to this world, the experiences she had gone through made her feel a moment of hesitation. It seemed like she had experienced everything and seen everything, but what had she gained? This was truly worth contemplating. However, she had also encountered a close friend who had stood by her side through life and death. And a flash of red clothing and a strand of black hair appeared in her mind. Helena chuckled unconsciously, not knowing where Qianlin was now. She heard footsteps behind her and turned to look. It was Akainu. "Mr. Sakazuki." Akainu nodded indifferently in response. "What are you doing here?" He said emotionlessly. "I was thinking about the admirals. Isn't it a bit unfair for you, Mr. Kazan and Mr. Borsellino? 10 years ago, I was just a trainee officer under you, and now I'm almost at the same level as you. Fairness? Who defines it? If you ask whether you're qualified to be an admiral, absolutely. But do you think that becoming an admiral means you can have everything we have?" Akainu fell silent for a moment and then spoke. Helena looked up at him, and Akainu was gazing at her with a meaningful expression. "Nothing is only a good side, especially someone as special as you." After leaving the sentence, Akainu turned and left. Helena watched the retreating figure of Akainu, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. In the year 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, tens of thousands of Navy personnel stood in neat rows in the square, all wearing justice coats, which indicated they were officer-level ranks. They were arranged in 2 formations, leaving a wide passage in the middle. The area was silent, and everyone wore serious expressions, standing in perfect military posture. A group of people ascended the high platform, with Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Chief of Staff Crane at the forefront, followed by Carp and 3 admirals, and then a number of vice admirals. The core high command of the Navy was assembled, lined up on the platform, with vice admirals standing in 2 rows, Sengoku at the front in the middle, Carp and Crane on either side of him, and the 3 admirals spaced further back. Helena appeared at some point behind the 2 formations, standing in the central passage. Helena was dressed in an elegant white suit, draped in a justice coat. She had set aside her previous careless style, becoming graceful and exuding an outstanding temperament. yet still embodying the firmness of a soldier and the spirit of a woman. Her beautiful face was extremely serious as she lifted her leg and walked towards the elevated platform with the most standard stride. Her impressive 3-meter stature stood out remarkably in the crowd, causing nearby sailors to involuntarily glance at Helena as she passed by, stirring excitement among them. It's her. Oh my, finally seeing her in person. Shoo, quiet. A restrained murmur arose in the venue, quickly returning to silence. Helena walked step by step onto the high platform, her gaze fixed straight ahead at Sengoku, and approached him. Sengoku looked at Helena with a complex expression, while Crane silently observed, watching both Sengoku and Helena. Admiral Helena, I ask you, do you have the confidence to uphold the banner of justice and become the messenger who clears evil from the world and brings justice? I have confidence. Do you have the confidence to be a leader, commanding brave and fearless naval soldiers in battle? I have confidence. Sengoku stepped forward and personally presented Helena with the Admiral's exclusive ribbon, shoulder insignia, and chest insignia. From this day forward, Helena is promoted from Vice Admiral to Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, codenamed by Zay. Helena turned around and scanned the ranks of generals standing on both sides. Whether their gazes were filled with admiration, jealousy, curiosity, or indifference, she realized that this moment was extraordinary. Looking down at the tens of thousands of people, they all focused on the young woman on the platform, who commanded respect without anger and exuded the demeanor of a strong leader. Some looked on in disbelief, while others were filled with immense admiration. Helena clenched her right fist against her left chest and shouted loudly, "Justice must win." The two formations below immediately echoed, "Justice must win. Justice must win. Justice must win." From the places of the Grand Line, Zoe, Dressrosa, Tato Land, Alabasta, Mary Geos, Coast Guard, Surreyas, Vekholsen, Lighthouse Island. Hundreds of thousands of newspapers printed by the World Economic News Agency were scattered across the world. When people received the newspapers, the first thing they saw was the headline occupying most of the page. Unprecedented. The youngest 26-year-old admiral promoted in history. People exclaimed, "Look, look, the Navy has a new admiral promoted. Who is it? Who is it? Admiral White Wolf Helena. It's that mad wolf Helena. Really? I only heard she was growing rapidly before, but I didn't expect her to become an admiral now." Tato Land, Cake Island. Mondor held up a newspaper and told Big Mom about this event. Big Mom laughed heartily. Mom, so soon? Really anxious. Wano Country, Onigashima. Jean held the newspaper and said gloomily, "The previous Navy person is now an admiral." Kaido swallowed a mouthful of alcohol and burped. "Oh? I heard she defeated the recently resurfaced Silver Axe. Not bad, huh?" Somewhere in the Grand Line, a one-armed man with red hair wearing a black cloak sat in a tavern, next to his companion. Shanks put down his glass and picked up the newspaper, pondering and murmuring, "A new admiral? I'll have a chance to see." Suddenly, a strange young woman leaned over from the next seat and asked the red-haired man, "Can I borrow the newspaper to take a look?" Of course. Qianlin took the newspaper, saw Helena's photo, and couldn't help but smile. In the year 1522 of the Sea Circle, Mary Geos. As the location of the highest authority of the world government, it can be said that most of the world's messages and information flow into this holy place that ordinary people would never see in their lifetime. The intelligence department here is constantly ringing with the calls of telephone bugs, with intelligence personnel sending and receiving messages every moment. A Navy officer rushed toward a luxurious conference room, where even the rank of the reporting Navy officer was colonel level. Running into the conference room, the Navy officer knelt on one knee and reported to the 5 figures in the room. "Report, 5 Elder Stars. The fleet sent to the New World 2 days ago has been completely annihilated. Red-haired and Whitebeard. They are about to officially make contact." "What?" A 5 Elder Star with greenish hair said seriously, sitting up. Another bald, old man sitting cross-legged on the sofa, holding a knife, tapped his forehead with 2 fingers and thought for a moment before giving the order. "Quickly notify Marineford. Let Sengoku take action. Monitor the movements of red-haired Shanks and Edward Newgate. Ensure that all incidents are eliminated." Yes, on the vast sea, 2 ships, one large and one small, were about to meet. The bow of the large ship was a whale, while the smaller one had a dragon's head. Shanks held a huge wine jug, larger than both of them, looking at the equally massive Moby Dick. Ben Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke and asked, "Are you ready, Captain?" "Almost." A black-haired woman in red clothing walked out of the cabin, holding a katana. She approached Shanks and Beckman, looking at Moby Dick, and asked, "The man known as the strongest in the world is on that ship?" Shanks nodded. Yeah, about 10 nautical miles north of the two ships. A large warship was anchored in place, with Navy soldiers on board feeling somewhat tense, thinking they might be witnessing a moment that could change the era. The ship's rear admiral commanded everyone to be on standby at all times. On Moby Dick, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the White-Beard Pirates, stood up and said loudly, "Youngsters, go back, your bodies can't take it." "Can't take it? What do you mean?" Just as he spoke, the weaker pirates began to fall to the ground, and Shanks stepped forward, holding the wine jug. "Sorry, I just came aboard and gave show of strength." In front of Shanks, a strong old man over 6 meters tall sat there, with many 4 drips on him. His signature crescent mustache indicated his identity. "Seeing your face reminds me of the pain from the bastard's wound. He left me," Whitebeard said in a deep voice. "I brought healing water. I have no intention of fighting. I want to discuss something with you." "Is this what a domineering man would say?" "You bastard." "Ha ha ha," Whitebeard teased. "Hey, Shanks, what have you done to our ship?" "Marco Shouti dan Hapeli." "It's Marco from the 1st Division. Do you want to come on my side?" "Don't talk nonsense." Diamond Jozu said, "Old man, what about us?" "Well, he's not here to fight. Let's talk alone for a while." After everyone left, just as Shanks was about to sit down, he suddenly noticed something and said, "There's someone in the distance who wants to eavesdrop. We need to ask him to leave." Whitebeard raised an eyebrow and said, "That bastard Sengoku?" "Yes, let his people not come to cause trouble." Shanks raised his head to look in the direction of the Navy warship, and an overwhelming conqueror's haki was released, attacking the anchored warship. The people on the warship felt as if something was pressing down on them, and just as the soldiers were about to collapse from somewhere on the ship, a gray conqueror's haki also erupted, countering Shanks' haki, protecting the people on the warship. The two haki clashed violently on the sea, although the gray haki was slightly weaker. Shanks could not completely overpower it. Both Shanks and Whitebeard were slightly surprised, and then laughed together. Shanks said, "Looks like an interesting person has arrived. This feeling is somewhat unfamiliar, and I have a guess in my heart. That person? I've heard of them too, so young, yet they're making a name for themselves." Below on Shanks' ship, Qianlin, who was sitting on the railing, was lost in thought looking at the sea, when she suddenly felt a familiar aura accompanied by Conqueror's haki approaching. She stood up abruptly and looked in the direction of the warship. Is it her? On the warship? The soldiers were so scared they didn't dare to make sound. The cabin door of the captain's room was pushed open, and a tall woman bent down as she walked out. Under the justice coat was a white suit, though the collar was half open, making it look somewhat informal. The woman had her hands in her pockets, and her black mid-heel boots made a clacking sound on the wooden planks. She stopped on the deck, spread her legs, and straightened her body, facing the direction of the two emperors meeting. "You all perk up. Don't be stunned. Ah, it's her. I didn't even know our commander this time was her. Isn't she's supposed to be a rear admiral? Why was she secretly shipped aboard?" Standing in front of them was Admiral Shiraz of the Navy headquarters. Red-haired and Shiraz both withdrew their conqueror's haki. Seeing that Shiraz didn't make any further moves, Red-haired said, "It seems she's just here to watch us and won't interrupt our conversation. Let's get started." Helena slowly walked to the edge of the ship and leaned against the railing, while the surrounding Navy personnel stared at her, not daring to move. Helena looked around, blinked, and asked him, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me?" The Navy personnel came to their senses and replied no, then returned to their posts. Takako walked over, hands on her hips, and said, "Honestly, I thought I could enjoy a bit more spotlight." Helena smiled and patted her shoulder, saying, "All right, why bother with that?" Just as they were chatting, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Helena felt two powerful auras colliding in the direction where the two emperors were meeting. And the clouds in the sky, no, the entire sky, seemed to be tearing apart. After a while, the two ships chose different directions to leave. "All right, we should go too." A week later, near the city of Water 7, on a small island. In the middle of this island was a small town, surrounded by several giant rocks, but now it was filled with ruins, and several of the giant rocks had collapsed. Many of the house remnants showed signs of burning, as if a fierce battle had just erupted here. A burly pirate was drinking, wrapped in bandages, missing a few teeth, and standing next to a few people. The pirate laughed heartily. "The Navy should be arriving today, right?" From a high point, Van Oka was observing the sea through the scope of his sniper rifle and replied, "Yeah, they've already arrived." Upon hearing this, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach threw down his cup and walked toward the port. Basis lifted a youth shackled by sea stone. The youth was covered in injuries, his upper body bare, revealing the large white-beard pirate's mark on his back. The Navy warship docked at the shore, and Blackbeard and his subordinates stood there. Takaka led her people down from the ship and approached Blackbeard, asking, "Are you Blackbeard?" "Indeed, that's me." Then this must be Fire Fist Ace. Takaka glanced at the person Basis was holding and asked. That's right. So, is this man's head enough for me to become a warlord of the sea? Don't ask me about that kind of thing. I don't have the final say. Now, hand him over to us. Blackbeard raised an eyebrow and laughed. Ha ha ha. Not a chance. I can't give up this bargaining chip before becoming a warlord of the sea. Takaka irritably touched her forehead, saying, I advise you not to hold on to this. What do you mean by that? Just as the words fell, a footstep sounded, and a figure emerged from the ship's railing, a justice coat billowing in the wind. His pure white suit strikingly noticeable. Blackbeard's arrogant smile faded, his eyes widening slightly, and cold sweat began to form on his forehead. What? Why? Why is an admiral here? Selena sat on the railing with her arms crossed, looking down at Teach, and said, Give us the person. That's the order I've received. If you don't blame us for being tough. Selena said calmly, leisurely adjusting her clothes. Admiral Baisha. Can I trust the Navy? Blackbeard asked loudly. If I wanted to rob, why wouldn't I just take action directly? Selena tilted her head and retorted. Besides, compared to you as a traitor, who is really less trustworthy? Selena mocked. Huh, a traitor? So what? As long as I can get what I want. What does it matter if I'm a traitor? Blackbeard said proudly. Shirina tossed her hair and said with a click of her tongue, All right, enough talking. Hurry up and hand him over to us. Blackbeard gestured to Basis beside him, and Basis threw Ace out of his hands. Ace fell to the ground with a muffled grunt. Several Navy officers came forward to help him up and escorted him onto the warship. Shirina stood there watching as Ace gradually approached, letting out a long sigh. A tragedy was about to unfold, Shirina thought. Ace slightly raised his head and glanced at Shirina, and she saw unwillingness and defiance in his eyes. Shirina turned her head and said below, Takaka, let's go. The Grand Line impelled down. Shirlina looked up at the enormous gray city gate in front of her. The cold steel door separated the outside world from the interior. The heavy gray walls created a suffocating feeling for anyone entering here. Behind the iron gate was the first floor of the prison above the sea, and beneath the surface of the sea, there were 6 levels leading directly to the seabed. The entire Push City was essentially a massive tower, mostly submerged in the ocean. The waters surrounding Push City were filled with sea kings, making escape nearly impossible, not to mention the prison guards as well. A tall man stood in front of Zelina, dressed in a black warden uniform, with demonic horns on his head and a pair of enormous black wings on his back, looking fierce and menacing. Beside him were 2 others. One resembled a combination of a demon and a pharaoh, also with black wings on his back, while the other was a woman in a guard uniform wearing sunglasses. The man in black exhaled, and a cloud of purple, poisonous gas spewed from his mouth, causing his 2 subordinates to stand far away from him. Selena walked up to him, while Takaka and several Navy officers were escorting Ace, who was locked in sea stone shackles. Magellan looked at the woman in front of him, who exuded a faint aura of authority, and curiously said, You are Admiral White Zetsu? You really are young. Nice to meet you, Director Magellan. Hannibal, who was beside them, muttered loudly, Tisich, one day I'll also become a director, and everything in this prison will be mine. Oomph. Magellan gave his head a light tap and scolded, You brat. What are you babbling about in this situation? Helena watched with interest as Hannibal casually expressed his thoughts. She remembered that he was someone who would not back down against any formidable enemy for the sake of the people. Magellan turned around and said, All right, this must be Fire Fist Ace. Hand him over to us. Helena tilted her head, and the Navy personnel handed Ace over to the prison guards. Takaka's snail phone rang. Yes, I am the Vice Admiral of Admiral Baizé. Understood. I will urge her immediately. After hanging up the snail phone, Takaka walked over to Helena and said, The Marshal is urging you to hurry back for an emergency meeting, telling you to make it quick. Okay, I got it. By the way, why do I have to hold on to the snail phone for direct communication with the Marshal? Can you not be so troublesome? Takaka sighed, poking Helena in the chest. You've worked hard. So they're urging me over there, right? Let us set off now. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford. In the conference room, all the vice admirals and admirals from the headquarters, including Garp and Tsuru, the 2 admiral candidates, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and all the high-ranking officials were present. Opposite them was a visual snail phone, and on the other end were other summoned vice admirals and several giant vice admirals. Helena sat next to Akainu, who remained silent with his eyes narrowed, watching Sengoku. Helena took a sip of water and leaned back in her chair, waiting for the meeting to begin. Sengoku and Brand New arrived at the front of the meeting room, and Sengoku gestured for him to start. Brand new pinned several bounty posters to the whiteboard. Recently, a pirate claiming to be Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, defeated the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Porkass D. Ace, and demanded to become a warlord of the sea. The world government has now approved his request, but more importantly, how to deal with Fire Fist Ace. Akiji spoke up. Isn't this person already being escorted by Helena to impel down? What else is there to discuss? Sengoku cleared his throat and said, yes. I have a very important idea. The Whitebeard Pirates, to which Fire Fist Ace belongs, have always placed great importance on the lives of their comrades, especially someone as significant as the captain of the 2nd Division. Whitebeard treats these people like family, and if their lives are threatened, Whitebeard will undoubtedly take action. Sengoku paused and continued. Therefore, I have decided to publicly execute Porkass D. Ace in order to lure the Whitebeard Pirates to come for a rescue, while we prepare for battle, aiming to annihilate the Whitebeard Pirates. Upon hearing this, most people present were surprised, not expecting the admiral to have such boldness, wanting to directly take down an emperor of the sea, especially Whitebeard, who is the most famous among the 4 emperors, enough to rival the pirate King Roger. Helena glanced at Carp, who sat there silently staring at the table. Sengoku, and he must have discussed this in private, but his feelings must be quite complicated right now, as Ace is like a grandson to him. Sengoku also looked at Carp, but continued, not only must we publicly execute him, but we must also invite the media to report on it, maximizing the notoriety of the execution. If we truly go to war with Whitebeard, this will be a battle that determines the course of the era. At this moment, Brand New brought out the bounty posters of Whitebeard and over 50 others, spreading them across the table. These are the bounty posters of Whitebeard, all the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the 43 captains of pirate crews under Whitebeard's command, all of whom should not be underestimated. Sengoku took over the conversation, discussing the Navy's combat preparations, order 50 large warships to protect Marineford, and summon 100,000 naval officers of lieutenant rank and above from the New World and the Paradise. All vice admirals and admirals. You will be the main force, and must ensure the execution of Fire Fist Ace proceeds smoothly. Furthermore, forcibly summon all 7 warlords to assist in battle. Notify all Navy families in Marineford to take refuge in Sabaody, and set up a projection of the image transmission snail for the outside world to watch. At this moment, Helena raised her hand to speak, and Sengoku nodded in agreement. She said, I want to remind everyone to be cautious of Blackbeard. Sengoku asked, what do you mean by that? This person has great ambitions, but has been able to endure for so many years, which is quite frightening. Moreover, his clear goal is to become a warlord of the sea. I'm afraid the warlords are merely a stepping stone for him to achieve his objectives. Sengoku nodded, indicating that he would take note of this, and then discuss some specific details with everyone. A few days later, Helena was flipping through the latest bounty posters, and the first one was a very familiar name, causing her to pause slightly. Captain Eustace Kidd? Bounty of 315 million berries. Wait a minute. The bounty posters are arranged from highest to lowest. The next one can't be. She quickly flipped to the next one, and sure enough, a big smiling face appeared in her sight. The cheerful young man, giving off an innocent and sunny impression. Straw Hat Kid Monkey D. Luffy. Bounty of 300 million berries. Terkaka, who was flipping through a newspaper nearby, heard Helena's words, brought the newspaper over to show her, and said, that Captain Kidd, along with the Straw Hat Kid Luffy who previously caused a ruckus at Judicial Island, and 10 other pirates, all have bounties over 100 million. They are referred to as supernovas. This year is truly chaotic. Helena breathed out and calculated the time. It was indeed when the Straw Hat crew arrived at Sabaody. Wait, besides Kid and Luffy, there are still 10 other people? Aren't there 11 supernovas? Helena didn't ask Takaka, but continued flipping through the bounty notices in her hand. I remember the 3rd highest bounty at that time was the fortune teller Hawkins, right? The next bounty notice was not that handsome blonde man, but a young woman with black hair, red eyes, and an extremely beautiful appearance. Helena trembled at the first sight of her. This familiar face caught her off guard. Is this Qianlin? No, it can't be her. Qianlin's bounty notice doesn't look like this. She quickly glanced at the name on the bounty. Xian Yishuang, with a bounty of 280 million. Could it be? Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Helena said, come in, and the person pushed the door open. It was Vivian, who said to Helena, Miss Helena, the Holy Minzerland wants to see you. On the Shambadi Archipelago, in a restaurant beneath the Red Tree on the 24th. Many pirates gathered here because it is an extra-legal place. A man with red hair and a fierce face was drinking. Suddenly, he noticed a long-handed creature at the opposite table, dressed in a ridiculous way, with teeth that looked like piano keys. Hey, who is that guy? Oh, that's Apu the Sea Howler. Apu seemed to notice Kid's gaze and provocatively raised a finger at him. Kid put down his drink and grinned wickedly. Boom! With a loud explosion, a wall of the tavern blew open. Apu jumped out and landed steadily. Kid walked out through the gap created by the explosion. Looking at Apu with interest, Apu pointed at Kid and said, Hee hee, I'm always up for a fight. Kid drew a knife from his waist and cruelly said, You bastard. I'm going to kill you. In the distance, a tall, middle-aged man was wielding a gigantic stone pillar with a pair of wings on his back, apparently from Sky Island. Fighting him was a masked man, each hand holding a spinning blade. As they fought, a man dressed like Zorro, with an X-shaped scar on his chin, blocked the two. You should go to the New World to fight. Ulki maintained his unchanged smile while looking at the person in front of him, saying, It's the fallen Navy Major Drake. Drake retracted his weapon and led his men back. Beside him sat a young man with a sealskin pattern hat, covered in tattoos. The young man smiled at Drake. You're on a roll, Drake. How many have you taken down? Before Drake could answer, a black figure approached. Dressed in a black trench coat and mask, with black hair, red pupils, and a tall figure, she carried 2 black longswords on her back. She exuded an aura of coldness and danger. Trafalgar Law saw her and said, Oh, isn't this Xinyi Shuang? This is quite lively. Shuang walked up to Law and stopped, squinting her eyes at him, and asked, Are you looking for me? What do you want? You're a doctor, right? A hoarse, stuttering voice echoed. It seemed Shuang's throat had been severely injured. So what? Law retorted. I want to ask you to treat someone, Shuang persisted. Oh, I'm not a good Samaritan. I don't have the time to save someone who has nothing to do with me, Law said bluntly. I will pay all expenses, or if you want something else. I can do that, Shuang insisted. Law raised an eyebrow and asked, Can you guarantee that treating this person won't get me into trouble? Shuang slightly nodded, indicating Law could rest assured. Law stared into Shuang's somewhat hollow eyes. After a moment, he became interested and stood up, saying, Take me to see. Shuang remained silent and immediately turned toward a crowd of people gathered. As soon as those people saw Shuang, they quickly moved aside. Hey, don't get close to her. That was her just now. Oh my God, that's terrifying. I've never seen anything like this. Yeah, Law noticed the whispers around him and felt something was off. He looked at the mysterious woman in front of him. The external information about her was almost zero, and the authorities had deliberately covered up all events related to her. Just like in his hometown. Law shook his head, and Shuang stopped in her tracks. In front of her lay a man, and when Law looked over, his eyes widened slightly. The man on the ground had all his veins bulging, beating beneath the skin with each heartbeat. There was a knife wound on his right arm. The wound had turned black, and his entire arm had become a toxic purple. His expression was contorted, staring wide-eyed as if his eyeballs were about to pop out. His mouth was agape, foaming, and he had lost consciousness. Law frowned, put on gloves and a mask, approached to examine him, drew some of the man's blood for analysis, then stood up and asked Shuang, What poison is he affected by? I've never seen it before. This poison has no name. Law glanced at her, then squatted down to check for a long time, then stood up with his eyes closed, took off his gloves and mask, disinfected his hands, and told Shuang, This person is beyond saving. I have never seen an antidote for this poison. His bodily functions have deteriorated to an irreversible state. Just as he was speaking, the man on the ground coughed a few times. Purple blood flowed from all his orifices, and then he breathed his last. Shuang closed her eyes. A tear rolled down her cheek. Law looked at Shuang and asked, Who is this person to you? He is a bounty hunter chasing me. Law furrowed his brow and asked, Why are you crying for the death of your enemy? The poison in him was released by me. Didn't you say you didn't know the name of this poison? Shuang did not respond, but raised her left hand, took off the black glove, and purple wisps of smoke swirled around her hand. I'm a devil fruit user. That poison is a plague I unleashed. I killed him and his family. Shuang said hastily, and Law did not interrupt her. I fought in this man's hometown and released the plague. That village, including his family, was killed by me. Since it's your fruit ability, why not undo it? I can't undo it. Then this man came to hunt me down. He was quite troublesome, so I used the plague again. TCH, what kind of fruit has such terrifying abilities that even the user cannot undo? Shuang took a bottle of alcohol, walked to the corpse, and poured it over him. Then she set the body ablaze to prevent the plague from spreading. Doctor, thank you for your help, your payment. No, I didn't do much. It's nothing. Shuang didn't insist, slightly nodded in gratitude, and turned to leave. Law watched Shuang's departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. How could such a contradictory person exist? What kind of ability is that? At the Holy Land, Mary Yehua, Helena walked into Minzelin's study, where Minzelin was guiding a young boy in reading. Helena immediately recognized the child as the one who had been kidnapped by the Silver Axe. Minzelin looked up and saw Helena, then quietly told the boy, "You can go out first." The boy did not say a word and got up to leave. Minzelin approached Helena and took out a beautifully crafted box from his bosom, handing it to her. Helena took the box and looked at Minzelin in confusion. Minzelin gestured for Helena to open it. Helena gently opened the box, revealing a dazzling 7-colored gemstone with extremely fine cutting craftsmanship. "Take this gemstone to the North Sea. That's all I can tell you. It's not that I don't want to say more, but I also don't know." Selena was somewhat speechless. "Is that all you have to say? Also, your navy is about to go to war with one of the 4 emperors, right? Make sure you don't get into trouble. Understand?" Helena was quite sure he wasn't really concerned, but still nodded in agreement. Leaving the room, Helena walked towards a meeting room. Pushing open the door to the meeting room, Sengoku and Kizuru were inside drinking tea. "Hey Helena, what are you doing here?" Kizuru casually asked, while Sengoku remained silent. "Oh, it's nothing, just here to find someone." Sabadi Archipelago, Auction House Number 1. At the auction site, a huge transparent tank was on stage, containing a young merman with green hair. The audience below was in a state of uproar, with one person pulling another, a boy wearing a straw hat, shorts, and a blue cardigan. The boy shouted, "Cammy, I'm coming to save you." The person pulling him with a long mouth kept advising, "No, straw hat, don't be impulsive." During the struggle, the other 4 hands hidden in the person's clothes accidentally slipped out. "Ah, it's a merman. Why is a merman here? Get back to the sea. That's right, so disgusting. Get lost." Little 8 was at a loss, while Luffy was still rushing towards Cammy. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Luffy was startled and turned to look. Little 8 slowly fell down, rolling down the stairs. Above, a celestial dragon dressed like an astronaut was bouncing around, looking extremely ugly and seemingly having intellectual issues. "I caught a merman. I caught a merman. Didn't spend any money." Luffy turned around and walked step by step toward Charlos. As he passed by Little 8 anxiously grabbed Luffy despite his injuries. "Straw Hat, no matter who gets killed in front of you, don't care about it. Didn't you promise me? Don't provoke the celestial dragons." Little 8 kept apologizing, but Luffy just squatted down to place Little 8 properly, then stood up and continued walking toward Charlos. Charlos raised his gun, aiming at Luffy, and said, "Huh, how dare you look me in the eye? Can't you see me? Huh, you're really irritating." He fired several shots, all of which Luffy easily dodged. "What?" Luffy walked up to him, gritting his teeth, gathering all his strength into his fist and striking Charlos heavily in the face, leaving an irreparable fist mark. After a few seconds of silence, the audience erupted in exclamations. "Oh my God, what has he done? How dare he strike a celestial dragon?" At the scene, Law and Kid both laughed in unison, looking at Luffy with interest. Another celestial dragon jumped up, raising his gun to shoot. "How dare you hit my son? Hey, quickly send the Admiral and the warship over." "Did you hear? Holy Land, Mariewa. Report. Marshal, there's been an attack on a celestial dragon by the bounty criminal Straw Hat Kid in the Sabadi Archipelago, requesting the dispatch of an admiral." "What did you say?" Sengoku stood up abruptly, knocking a nearby teacup to the ground. He walked to the table and leaned on it, saying with a headache, "That brat again. Always causing trouble. What's wrong with that family?" According to intelligence, Eustace Kid and several of his companions are also present, as well as Trafalgar Law and several of his companions. There are a total of 13 bounty criminals on site, 5 of whom have bounties over 100 million. The main culprit is naturally the Straw Hat Kid, who harmed the celestial dragons. The human trafficker, no. The guards of the same profession from the stabilization center have also lost contact. They should be wiped out. In short, the 3 celestial dragons have been kidnapped, which is unprecedented. Kizaru took a sip of tea and said, "No matter what, we cannot be inactive against the celestial dragons, right? Mr. Sengoku, let me go. I'll be back soon, don't worry." "Wait a moment, Mr. Kizaru." Helena, who had been standing by the window without speaking, finally spoke up. What is it? Can I handle this matter?" Helena turned to look at Kizaru. Kizaru looked at Helena, paused in silence for a moment, then looked elsewhere and said, "Well, okay. But let the scientific unit I manage go too. It's a good opportunity to test the pacifists." Sengoku looked at Helena, remaining silent. A few hours later, a search warship sped towards the Sabadi Archipelago, with heavy cannons at the bow constantly firing shells. People on the shore scattered in panic, and the scene became chaotic. "Run. The Admiral and the troops have arrived. It's over. None of US can escape. That damn Straw Hat Kid, what has he done?" A fireball shot forward at high speed, far surpassing those shells, crashing into the town on the shore like a meteor. The surrounding people were too scared to approach. And amidst the smoke and flames, a tall figure emerged. Helena walked out with her hands in her pockets, looking around and murmuring to herself, "Where are you?" Only then did the people around her react, screaming and running away. And in an instant, there was no one left. In a nearby alley, a man raised his gun, aiming at Helena's head, thinking to himself, "If I can take out the general with one shot, I'll be famous for sure." Bang! The bullet flew towards Helena with a spark, but she just stood there, not dodging or flinching. The shooter stood up excitedly, ignoring the fact that he would be discovered. Helena instantly raised her hand and caught the bullet, as if it had gone off course, and nothing happened. She relaxed her grip, and the bullet fell to the ground. Helena didn't even get a scratch. The shooter was stunned in place, but his companion reacted first. Hey, run quickly." The two ran out of the alley, only to hear a sharp sound from above, and then Helena slowly descended from the sky right in front of them. "It was you who shot me just now, right?" Helena said slowly. The two were stunned for a second, then screamed in fear and turned to run. Helena did not chase after them. She raised her left hand, transforming it into a white wolf claw, with white energy gathering in her palm. Lunar eclipse, lifelight. A white energy sphere was instantly shot out, passing between the two fleeing individuals and flying towards a massive red tree with a diameter of 100 meters in the distance. A few seconds later, a violent explosion shattered the trunk of the red tree, which could not withstand the impact and slowly fell to one side. The soldiers on the distant warship gaped in disbelief at this astonishing scene. "This, Miss Bizet has gone a bit too far, hasn't she?" On a building next to Zelina, Apu and his companions were watching. Apu couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the general? What a mess." The person next to him anxiously said, "Captain Apu, we should run quickly. We're in danger too." Apu threw his arm around the person's neck and said, "What's the fun in that? It's more entertaining to provoke the enemy and then run." Helena's hand returned to its original form, and she tucked it back in her pocket. She glanced at the interrupted red tree, pouted, and was about to leave. At that moment, the snail phone handed to her by Kizuru rang. However, Helena did not answer. She had other matters to attend to. A very fat and strong man with a mushroom head, wielding a giant axe, sat on the roof, continuously calling into the snail phone. "Hello, Baisha. Hello, General Baisha. Damn it, what's going on? Why is he just like the old man?" Not fond of answering snail phones, Helena turned around a street corner and saw a group of people dressed like they were at a cult gathering. In the middle of them sat a blonde man, fiddling with cards and performing a divination. When the others saw Helena appear, they were all taken aback. And someone shouted, "Oh no, it's Bizet. Captain, you should run. We'll handle this." Hawkins, expressionless, continued to perform his divination at a leisurely pace. "Don't worry. Today is not my day of sacrifice," he said calmly. Helena looked at him, walked up to him, bent down and asked, "Hey, do you know where Mr. Crowfrost is?" "I know the person you mentioned, but I don't know where she is now." "I see. By the way, you are also a wanted criminal, Magician Hawkins." Helena's words sounded like voices from hell to Hawkins' crew around them. Helena kicked out with the energy of a lunar eclipse attached to her leg, and Hawkins was instantly sent flying to the side, crashing into a wall of the building. At the same time, at a port, a person was unloading cargo when suddenly they were flung to the side, smashing through a wall and falling back to the ground, instantly losing their life. Selena knew she couldn't harm Hawkins for the time being, but she still condensed a glowing ball of fire and launched it. The ball exploded, engulfing the entire building in smoke and flames. Apud, watching from the rooftop, couldn't help but gasp. "That's really fierce." At that moment, in another place, a person running suddenly exploded and was engulfed in flames. Hawkins emerged from the smoke, unscathed, and said, as expected of a general, "Your power exceeds my imagination." Helena looked at him without speaking. 2 destroyed scarecrows appeared on his arm and fell to the ground. 2 had already been taken down. Using 10 to deal with an admiral felt a bit anxious. At that moment, a muscular man with wings smashed down from above. A remarkably tall figure jumped over afterward. With a strong build, he wore a black vest and gloves. He had a rectangular hat on his head, white eyes, and 2 bare ears on top. He was a pacifist created based on the model of the warlord Bartholomew Kuma, and also a new type of war weapon that Kizuru intended to propose for experimentation. Lying on the ground, Urge unwillingly said, "I failed. He's just too strong." Hawkins beside him reminded, "There are even stronger ones." "Huh?" Urge turned to see the tall Helena standing not far away. Could it be Admiral Whitebeard? Damn, what bad luck. With with an admiral in front and a warlord behind. Is the end near? No, you still haven't met your end, Hawkins said to Urich. Is that Hawkins from the North Sea? Even though my enemy is joking with me, I still appreciate it. Suddenly, the pacifist moved and threw a punch at Urich. A person jumped over with a sword and battle axe, slashing at the pacifist several times before kicking it away. Is that all the strength you have, monk? Drake mocked Urich. It's you again, huh? Urich snorted unwillingly. Helena suddenly spoke up. General Drake, is that you? Drake turned around, surprised. Not good. Baze is actually here too. At this moment, Urki let out a low roar, his body gradually growing larger, muscles bulging and tearing his shirt, becoming bigger than the pacifist who had just gotten up. Although he was beaten badly, is there still hope? Let me find out. Let's see a counterattack. Look, this is getting exciting. Things are getting more interesting. Oppo on the roof exclaimed. His crew was in extreme panic. They were all going to be killed. Now is the perfect time for us to escape. What are you talking about? The atmosphere has just started to heat up. Urki shouted at the pacifist. You really hit me hard. Don't think I'll be like before. Urki threw consecutive punches, heavy blows landing on the pacifist, creating dull thuds. The pacifist couldn't withstand it and fell backward, collapsing a building. That had some effect, right? Urki said proudly. The strange monk Urki, who had just been knocked down, suddenly had such power after growing larger. What is going on? Suddenly, a laser beam shot out from the stirred dust, piercing through Urki's shoulder and exploding behind him. Urki cried out in pain, losing his balance and falling to the ground. The pacifist walked out from the rubble, the cannon on his hand still smoking. Drake recognized at a glance what the pacifist's attack was. That was a yellow ape's laser. Not only does he have the body of a bear, but he has also reproduced the yellow ape's attack power. Vegapunk. He actually enhanced the pacifist's power to such an extent. Drake casually glanced at Helena, who was not far away and seemed inactive. All right, the fun should end now. Helena raised her eyes to the several supernovas present. The pacifist charged at Drake, who transformed into a giant dinosaur, grabbed its arm, and bit down on its head. The pacifist raised his hand, shooting out a laser beam. Drake cried out in pain and reverted back to his human form. Urki was watching from the side, forgetting that Helena was behind him. Urki suddenly felt the hair on his body stand up. Helena swept her foot, kicking Urki in the waist, sending him flying and crashing into several buildings before stopping. Behind him, Hawkins was covered in straw, transforming into a huge, terrifying scarecrow. Demon manifestation. Hawkins's fingers turned into sharp nails, continuously clawing towards Helena. Selena raised one hand to block Hawkins' attack, then grabbed him and threw him down hard, smashing him into the ground. The impact created a crater in the earth. Selena's hand transformed into a white wolf claw, energy coalescing in her palm as she shot a glowing sphere at Hawkins, which exploded upon impact. As the dust settled, 5 or 6 straw dolls fell out of Hawkins' body, and Selena gathered another glowing sphere in her hand. At that moment, a sound from above caught her attention. Looking up, she saw App dancing on the rooftop, his body parts transforming into instruments to play music. App began to rap while performing. Yo, do you hear this music? If you do, don't change the channel, yo. App struck his own head, and with a crack. Sound, he exclaimed, slash. An invisible slash aimed at Selena's arm, but only sparked and left a cut on her sleeve. App pounded his belly, producing a deep drum sound, and Selena instantly exploded. He continued to hit his stomach, causing constant explosions around Selena. Major General isn't that easy to take down. It's time to run. See you. With that, he turned and jumped to another rooftop to escape. As the dust settled, Selena noticed her white suit was covered in some dirt. What a hassle. I should wear white less often in the future. Helena suddenly transformed into a black werewolf, engulfed in roaring flames. The disaster, falling fire, shot toward the fleeing AP, resembling a cannonball turned fireball. Upon seeing a terrifying black werewolf appear before him, AP was taken aback. What? Helena threw a punch, and Apu was instantly sent flying, crashing into a tall building. Drake watched from a distance and couldn't help but exclaim, is that one of the dual legends of the great general by Zay? Truly terrifying. Before he could think much more, he saw a flash of fire in the sky, and a bright, blinding orange fireball came rushing towards him. Guido Yao Ming. Not good. Boom. The violent explosion shook the ground around, and Drake was knocked to the ground, engulfed in flames. Damn it. Helena was engulfed in flames again, flying above Hawkins, spewing fire from her mouth. The inferno of the devourer engulfed Hawkins in roaring flames, prompting him to quickly revert from his scarecrow form, which was afraid of fire. When the flames subsided, he was left battered and bruised, crouching there and panting heavily. Selena fell back to the ground and walked step by step toward Hawkins. She bent down, leaned in, and asked, "You answer my questions, okay? Where was the last appearance of Shinya Frost?" Hawkins lowered his head and thought for a moment before replying. "I heard it was heading to tree number 25. That's all I know." Helena ignored him and straightened up, walking towards tree number 25. The Peacekeeper, charged with energy, unleashed a laser beam that caused an explosion several meters ahead. A woman in a black trench coat jumped out from the smoke created by the explosion, drawing her sword in defense against the Peacekeeper. Beside her, Law and Kid, along with their pirate crew, were also fighting the Peacekeeper. In the distance, a large number of Navy soldiers rushed in, with the leading officer shouting, "Go! Don't let these pirates escape." Kid grinned wickedly, just in time. The power of the magnet fruit activated, causing the Navy's iron weapons and cannons to fly out of their hands and toward Kid, layering upon his arm to form a massive mechanical arm made of steel. Kid yelled as he smashed down towards the Peacekeeper, forcing it to kneel on one knee. It opened its mouth, and a laser beam began to charge within. "Eustace, get out of the way!" Law shouted, and a semicircular energy wall enveloped the area. "Room." Law teleported in front of the Peacekeeper, stabbing it in the neck with his sword, preventing it from using the laser beam. Kid swung the massive mechanical arm again, sending the Peacekeeper flying, temporarily silencing it. "All right, we took down one of the 7 warlords." Kid shouted triumphantly. "Is that all the strength you have, Bartholomew Kuma?" Law remained calm, still on guard. The Peacekeeper twitched a few times before getting back up. "Huh, damn, it's really resilient." The Peacekeeper shot laser beams from its hands and mouth, causing continuous explosions that scattered the 2 pirate crews. The 2 captains jumped to a higher ground, the situation looking grim. Law shouted to Kid, "Hey, Eustace, let's team up for now. Get lost. Who wants to team up with you? I can beat this guy on my own." "You idiot." While the 2 were still arguing, a black shadow flew forward. Frost raised her long sword and jumped in front of the Peacekeeper, delivering heavy strikes with both swords, leaving scars on its shoulders. The Peacekeeper shot a laser beam from its mouth, but Frost dodged to the side and slashed twice under its left rib. Law said to Kid, "She's already in. We should go too and end this fight quickly. We're targets of attention too." Just as he finished speaking, a hoarse voice rang out. "Don't come closer." Frost warned the 2 to keep their distance. "Hey, Schwanya, you can't deal with him alone, right?" Before Law could finish, Frost took off her right glove, revealing her hand enveloped in gray energy, as if countless insects were crawling on it. The Peacekeeper shot a beam, but Frost dodged and leaped high, striking it with her palm. The area where she struck began to develop gray spots, which gradually spread. Where the spots spread, steel began to rust, and clothing and muscle tissue started to decay. Some parts had already rotted into fragments and fell to the ground, transferring the gray energy to the ground, causing the flowers and grass to wilt and the soil to turn gray. The decay on the Peacekeeper had spread halfway up its body, rendering it unable to move. With a piercing sound, its decayed arm separated from its body and fell to the ground. The Peacekeeper staggered and fell backward. The white decay spread out to a radius of 6 or 7 meters, shocking everyone in the distance. The massive robot that had been suppressing them was resolved so quickly. "That guy's ability is really dangerous," Law murmured. "What is that woman doing? What kind of fruit ability is that?" Kid also exclaimed. "I found it." A woman's voice rang out. Law and Kid hadn't yet seen where the voice was coming from when they suddenly felt a wave of heat behind them, followed by flames surging toward them. The 2 dodged the flames and looked back to see a towering figure engulfed in a raging fire. Helena stepped out, glanced at the few people present, and finally locked her gaze on Frost in the distance. "It really looks like her." Both Law and Kid recognized her at the same time. "What?" "It's an admiral." Law lowered his head, his expression serious. As expected, the Straw Hat Kid is being treated as a key target. "Look at the trouble you've caused." "An admiral? Damn, they're all coming." Although Kid's mouth was still tough, cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. He was impulsive, but not an idiot. He knew very well the strength of an admiral. Law and Kid only felt a gust of wind blow past them, and Helena vanished from the spot. "Zulfast, where is she?" Law looked around for Helena's figure, and upon hearing a sound from behind, turned to see that Helena had already reached Frost. Aren't we the targets?" Frost furrowed his brow, took off his right glove, and attempted to push Helena back. Bang! Helena's hand was imbued with hockey, instantly grabbing Frost's wrist. Frost couldn't pull her hand back at all, and with her left hand, she swung her sword at Helena, who raised her other hand to block it. Luo saw Helena pull Frost back and whisper something in her ear. Then, Helena forcefully pressed Frost's head down onto the ground, creating a dent in the surface. Frost lay there, temporarily motionless, while Helena stood up and tilted her head to look at Luo and Kid in the distance. Oh no! Her hand transformed into a wolf claw, and she slashed 2 wind blades at the 2 of them. The wind blades were extremely sharp. Luo shouted room and exchanged positions with a stone in the distance to dodge, while Kid placed his massive mechanical arm in front of him. The wind blades struck the mechanical arm, scattering it into countless pieces of scrap metal. Eustace, be careful, Luo shouted loudly. Kid looked up and saw Helena already above him. Bang! A kick landed on Kid's head, causing blood to spurt from his nose and mouth. Ugh! Kid flew sideways, crashing into the trunk of a red tree, and fell silent. Shirina turned around and saw Luo and his pirate crew already running away. Helena raised her hand to gather energy, and a glowing orb flew towards the Red Heart pirates. Damn it! Room. Law, exhausted from the effort, managed to teleport everyone in the pirate crew away. After landing, Law collapsed to the ground, unable to stand. Helena did not continue the chase. She glanced back at the frost-covered Chong-Chong who was getting up and took out her phone bug to call Bartolomeo. Hello? This is White Zetsu. You finally answered. What's going on? The locations of the Straw Hat Kid, Captain Kid, and Trafalgar Law have been confirmed. Which side should we go to? Let's head to the Straw Hat Kid first. Helena concealed her movements. A green-haired swordsman was desperately running while carrying a long-nosed person, and a tall skeleton was following them. In the distance, a pacifist was opening his mouth to shoot a beam, while Bartolomeo slapped Luffy away. As Zoro was running, he suddenly stopped. He heard a strange sound. Usopp fell to the ground with a thud, and just as he jumped up to complain, his excellent eyesight caught sight of a fireball falling from the horizon. Meteorite! Get out of the way! Usopp barely had time to warn before the fireball crashed in front of the 3. Usopp and Brook were sent flying, and as Usopp got up, he saw a tall woman choking Zoro by the neck and lifting him up. Zoro! Usopp shouted, and the Straw Hat crew in the distance all noticed what was happening. Robin looked over, her pupils contracting, and anxiously shouted, Not good. It's an admiral. Everyone couldn't believe it, and Luffy shouted in despair, Zoro, run away. Zoro. Helena looked at the familiar faces, shook her head slightly, and sighed. She didn't expect their first encounter to be in this identity, meeting in such a way. Usopp, trembling, pulled back his slingshot and shouted at Helena, Let Zoro go. Helena looked at him without responding. Usopp gritted his teeth and shot a fire starter. Helena raised her hand and caught the small bomb that was flying toward her, and with a bang, it exploded in her hand. Shirina's hands didn't even get a speck of dust on them. Brook, undeterred, raised his sword and charged forward. Shirina lifted her left foot and stomped down hard, sending out a shockwave that instantly blasted Usopp and Brook away. Shirina turned to look at Zoro, who was holding himself up despite his severe injuries. Zoro thought bitterly in his heart, Damn it, it's actually an admiral. Robin crossed her arms and used her devil fruit ability. 20-petal flower. 10 pairs of arms appeared on Selena, binding her limbs and neck. Selena unleashed her power, causing all the arms to transform into petals and scatter. Robin was also heavily struck and collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on. Helena looked around and thought helplessly, Isn't he here yet? So slow. Then, raising Zoro's hand, she transformed it into a wolf claw and began to gather energy. Usopp shouted in despair, Zoro, just as Zoro was about to be killed by Helena. A figure rushed in like the wind from a distance. With a kick aimed at Helena, she raised her arm to block it with haki. The person turned over and delivered another kick, and Helena released Zoro to catch the attack with that hand. Once the two stood firm, Helena spoke. You finally made it? Old Rayleigh, or should I call you Dark King Rayleigh? Rayleigh replied with a smile. It's you, Helena. I didn't expect that little brat from back then would become a Marine Admiral now. I guess you must have already seen through my identity back then, right? Helena was non-committal, closing her eyes for a moment before opening them and asking, Mr. Rayleigh, are you really going to hinder me? Yes, don't pluck the tender buds. Their era has just begun. Those who are already in the past still want to stir up some waves? If the Navy could revoke the bounty on me, I could retire in peace. You know that that's impossible. It seems you don't intend to let them go, do you? Shirina shrugged and didn't respond. At that moment, Luffy shouted from a distance, Usopp, Brook, quickly take Zoro and run. Usopp came forward, picked up Zoro, and ran off with Brook. Everyone, just think about how to escape. Right now, we are not a match for these people. Luffy shouted hoarsely. The Straw Hat crew fled in several directions, and Luffy yelled from afar, Uncle, I'm counting on you. Wish you a safe journey. Rayleigh waved goodbye. Helena muttered to herself, It's really difficult. Flames ignited on my body, transforming into the beastly battle form. Just as she jumped up to charge at the fleeing crowd, Rayleigh drew his sword and slashed toward her. Helena's hands were imbued with hockey, her arms crossed. With a ping sound, the sword blade struck against the armament, producing a crisp noise, and the shockwave blew the grass on the surrounding ground flat. I won't let you catch up. It's been a long time since I used a sword. Zelina clapped her hands on the ground, and the raging flames spread in all directions. Riley jumped back. Huodo fired the Oli. Riley jumped into the air, swinging his sword, unleashing an incredibly terrifying sword energy towards Zelina. Zelina coated her hand with domineering aura and deflected the sword energy with one hand. Helena transformed into her eclipse form, and a wild energy surged in her mouth, shooting a beam towards Rayleigh. Eclipse, light fang. Rayleigh raised his sword, and the beam struck the sword imbued with hockey, causing energy to scatter in all directions. With a swing of his sword, Rayleigh completely dispersed the energy. As it fell back to the ground, Helena had already charged up close. A white energy surged in Selina's hand, forming a wolf's head. Eclipse, wolf hunt. Riley swung his sword, unleashing an explosion of energy that left countless marks on the ground around them. The two continued to clash, unable to determine a winner for the moment. In the distance, the pacifista fired a laser beam at Sanji, while Peachbeard closed in on the downed Luffy. Chopper, filled with anger and despair, swallowed 3 rumble balls, transforming into a giant beast over 10 meters tall. The pacifista scanned the area, unable to analyze what it was. Usopp seized the opportunity to call out to the others lying on the ground. Hey, Sanji, Zoro, Brook, get up, hurry and run now. The pacifista turned its head, locking onto the group on the ground, raising its hand as the laser beam began to charge. Just as the beam was about to fire, footsteps were heard behind the group, followed by a voice. Stop, PX1. Usopp turned to see a figure identical to the pacifista standing there, but wearing gloves and holding a book. Another one appeared. What's going on? I can't take it anymore. How many of these guys are there? Zoro struggled to get up, looking at the person before him, his heart sinking. This person was the real deal. The newcomer was Bartholomew Kuma, the warlord of the sea. Zoro recalled the painful experience on the thriller bark. Rorinoa, you're still alive, Kuma said expressionlessly. Zoro replied with difficulty. Thank you for your mercy. Usopp anxiously interjected. Hey Zoro, this isn't the time for chit-chat. If we were to travel, where would you want to go? Kuma said, removing his gloves. Zoro, quickly, take this chance to escape. Before the words were out, Kuma slapped down, and a crisp sound echoed as Zoro vanished into thin air. Usopp stood frozen, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Selina and Rayleigh's fists met against the sword, locked in a stalemate. In the distance, Kuma was sending Luffy's companions flying one by one. But Rayleigh couldn't break away for the moment. Something unusual was happening over there. It seemed that getting older really had its drawbacks. He couldn't pull away. Selina exerted force in her hands, pushing Rayleigh back. Sweat trickled down Rayleigh's forehead, and his breathing was a bit hurried, indicating he had expended quite a bit of stamina. Are you the Dark King, Rayleigh? A voice suddenly rang out, and Kuma instantly appeared between the two. Kuma whispered something in Rayleigh's ear. You want me to believe your words? Whether you believe it or not is up to you. My current position is also very dangerous. Mr. Kuma, please don't interfere, all right? Selina warned, knowing exactly what Kuma had done. I don't have to obey the Navy's orders, Kuma said calmly. Chirina narrowed her eyes and raised her hand towards Nami and Frankie in the distance, gathering energy in her palm. A glowing orb shot out. Lunar eclipse, bright life. Nami and Frankie had no time to dodge. Nami was so scared she couldn't move, while Frankie grabbed her arm and turned to run. Just as the glowing orb was about to hit them, Kuma teleported behind them, raised his palm, and deflected the orb with the flesh of his palm, sending it flying diagonally upwards, where it struck a red tree. The red tree was blown apart and fell down. Sure enough, they were willing to go against the Navy just to send them away, Chirina said softly. Kuma turned around, and with 2 palms, he sent Frankie and Nami flying. Luffy, witnessing this, was overwhelmed by the pain of losing his friends. He spread his legs and activated Gear Second, charging at Kuma. You bastard. Gum Gum jet pistol. His arm instantly elongated, and the speed of his punch was as fast as a bullet fired from a gun. Kuma raised his hand, and Luffy's punch was deflected elsewhere. Luffy jumped up, roaring as he threw another punch, but Kuma still blocked it with his palm, sending Luffy flying. By the time Luffy got back up, Chopper had already transformed and was swiping at Kuma with his giant claws. Chopper, no! Luffy screamed hoarsely. Bang! A crisp sound echoed, and the giant Chopper instantly disappeared. Kuma turned around and walked towards Robin step by step. Luffy was numb, helplessly saying, "Stop it, please stop." Bang! Luffy collapsed to the ground, pounding the earth with his hands and head, breaking down in tears, continuously blaming himself for not being able to protect his friends. "So you plan to just send him flying and call it a day? Have you thought about how to explain this?" "It's a serious issue," Sharina said to Kuma. Kuma ignored her, walked over to Luffy, and said, "We will not meet again. Straw Hat Kid, farewell." Bang! The evening glow shone down, and everything around fell silent. After a long while, Kuma turned and left. Rayleigh also said, "All right, that's enough. I hope you won't disturb me again, Sharina." "Ah, if we want to catch you, we have to plan it well. Don't worry," Sharina replied. Rayleigh no longer lingered, sheathed his sword, and turned to leave. Bartolomeo walked over to Sharina and said, "Hey, White Zetsu, now that we can't catch the Straw Hats, what about Law and Kid?" "Well, let's go check if that doesn't work. Let's catch some of the pirates," she said. In a certain alley in Sabaody, Shuang was leaning against the wall, her head injured and still bleeding. "Hurry and chase. She must be here." Outside the alley, the sound of the Navy capturing pirates echoed, but Shuang no longer cared. She was constantly thinking about what Admiral White Zetsu had said to her. "Your sister is looking for you." The next day, in a certain sea area of the New World, Shanks was reading a newspaper. The headline was about the gathering of 12 supernovas at Sabaody and the incident with the celestial dragons. Chiefing walked past him and glanced at the newspaper in his hand, suddenly trembling and freezing in place. She snatched the newspaper from Shanks, who looked at her in confusion. Chiefing looked at the photo of Shuang on the newspaper, repeatedly confirming it. Her hands trembled, and the newspaper made a slight rustling sound. After a long time, she turned to Shanks and said, "Mr. Shanks, I must say goodbye to you. 2 days until Ace's execution. Holy Land, Mariewa." Selena sat on the sofa in the banquet hall, observing the people in front of her, Bartholomew Kuma and Dracul Mihawk, who sat silently with their massive black swords. Don Quixote Doflamingo, draped in a pink feather coat and wearing sunglasses, exuded an extremely arrogant expression as he clashed with the tall and fearsome Gecko Moria. "Doflamingo, what did you say?" "Huh?" I said, "Isn't it embarrassing for you, as one of the 7 warlords, to be defeated by a wet behind-the-ears brat?" "Ha ha ha." The 7 warlords gathered here, preparing to participate in the execution of Ace. Zelina, as the naval contact with these 7 warlords, has been staying here for the past few days. She noticed that Blackbeard was missing and knew he had gone to impel down. The sound of high heels echoed, and Zelina turned to see Hancock and her large snake entering. Hancock was no longer the little girl from years ago. She had now become the proud pirate empress. Hancock always held her head high, looking down on everyone. After she entered, Doflamingo chuckled and said, "Look who has arrived. Isn't this our beloved Miss Boa?" "Hee." Hancock disdainfully pointed her chin at him and said, "Shut up. How dare you be so rude to me?" Helena got up from the sofa and smiled at Hancock, saying, "Long time no see, Hancock." Hancock glanced sideways, her eyes widening in surprise. "Helena, it's me. I didn't expect to meet you in a situation like this. You've become a warlord of the sea." Hancock smiled lightly and replied, "You're a vice admiral now, so don't mention me. Speaking of which, I saw Rayleigh recently. Was it about Sabaody?" "Yes, there was something a bit unpleasant that happened with Mr. Rayleigh." Helena suddenly thought of something and wanted to tease Hancock. He was protecting a pirate crew at the time. Hancock raised her eyes to look at Helena. "A pirate crew?" "Yes, it's the Straw Hat crew, one of the supernovas, led by a captain named Luffy." As soon as Hancock heard that name, it felt like her heart was struck. Her heartbeat began to accelerate, and a blush appeared on her face. Helena asked with a sly smile, "What's wrong? Do you know this person?" No, I don't know him, just a newcomer." Shirina no longer teased her, as a quarrel broke out on the other side. Moria slammed the table hard, and several black bats flew up behind him. He furiously shouted, "Doflamingo, do you believe I will tear your mouth apart?" Doflamingo chuckled continuously, stood up, kicked the chair away, raised his hand, and flexibly moved his fingers, with several threads flashing at his fingertips. He stared directly at Moria and said, "Come and try if you can do it. Hee." Mihawk just glanced over, lowered his hat, and lost interest, casually remarking, "Boring." Kuma, on the other hand, kept his gaze fixed on this side, but remained silent. Moria waved his hand, and several bats attacked Doflamingo. Doflamingo then stepped forward, raising his hand with an air of dominance to jab at Moria. In that instant, a figure flashed between the two, one hand shattering Moria's bats, and the other blocking Doflamingo's attack. Sheena stopped between the two, and the Justice Coat slowly fell. Hawkeye glanced over here with a blank expression. The bear remained motionless. Shirina pushed Mingo away, glanced at the two on either side, and said, I advise you two not to fight here. It makes things difficult for me. Moria snorted angrily, still not daring to be too arrogant in the face of the Admiral's warning. Mingo withdrew his hand, laughing as he said, got it. No wonder you're an admiral. In a new world, off the coast of Wano country, a pirate ship with a dragon head faced a dozen warships. Red-Haired's expression was serious as he gripped the sword hilt and stared at the opposite side, where several very tall figures stood on the flagship. Jesus Burgess next to him said, they really came out in full force, those terrifying guys from the Beast Pirates. The calamities of flames, plagues, and droughts are all here. Suddenly, Red-Haired felt a powerful aura and shivered. On the flagship of the Beast Pirates, Kaido stepped out, carrying a kanabo in one hand and a wine jug in the other, taking swigs as he walked. Kaido stopped at the bow of the ship. The kanabo dropped and smashed a hole in the wooden deck. Red-Haired stepped forward and said to Kaido, I'm here to stop you. Huh? Kaido lifted his eyes to look at Red-Haired, then continued drinking, and no one around dared to speak. Stop me? What does this have to do with you? Kaido asked bluntly. This is a major event that can determine an era. I can't let you mess it up. Red-Haired replied coldly, refusing to back down. Kaido threw the wine jug behind him, his arms suddenly bulging with muscles as he transformed into his hybrid form, scales covering his body, sharp teeth exposed, and dragon horns sprouting from his head. Can you do this for an old man who's running out of steam? Red-Haired, Kaido shouted angrily, leaping into the air towards Red-Haired. Red-Haired did not respond, drawing Griffin and leaping up to meet Kaido head-on. Thunder Bagua, dark purple armament, and Conqueror's Haki entwined around the Kanabo's shaft, compressing the space around it with terrifying power. Red-Haired's sword, imbued with Conqueror's Haki, glimmered slightly as he swung it, leaving faint trails behind. The two weapons clashed, and violent energy surged outward, causing the people on both ships to barely stabilize themselves against the shockwaves. The sea was stirred up into giant waves, and the clouds in the sky were split apart, with fierce winds raging around. Kaido and Red-Haired simultaneously unleashed their Conqueror's Haki, and the two earth-shattering auras collided, knocking down ordinary pirates present. On the Beast Pirate side, Jin watched the two without speaking, while Queen shouted, as expected of Mr. Kaido, and that Red-Haired. Jack broke out in cold sweat, thinking, is this the confrontation between the four emperors? Meanwhile, Ben Beckman exhaled smoke and muttered to himself, what a mess. Jesus Burgess watched with great interest, while behind him, Lucky Lou was eating meat and said, by the way, is the captain still going to Marineford? Hot breath. Kaido unleashed a scorching breath from his mouth, aimed at Red-Haired. Red-Haired quickly dodged above Kaido, then slashed down, the sound of the blade ringing through the air. Thunder Bagua. Lightning surged on a massive kanabo as Kaido swung it down heavily like a descending demon. The shockwaves from the battle even reached naval observation ships 10 nautical miles away, stunning the sailors, who collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the Conqueror's Haki. The Navy on board took some effort to relay the message back to naval headquarters. Sengoku received the news, rubbing his temples in frustration, and said to Tsuru beside him, there's trouble in the new world again. Red-Haired and Kaido are fighting. This is really, but I don't have the energy to deal with them now. Which forces haven't assembled yet? Tsuru replied, Shirina and the warlords are still at Mary Geos. Have them hurry over. After saying this, Sengoku ordered a messenger to summon Shirina back. 3 hours remained until Ace's execution. Surrounding the crescent-shaped harbor of Marineford were as many as 50 large warships, which would serve as the Navy's first line of defense against Whitebeard and his pirates. In the plaza of Marineford, 100,000 elite Navy soldiers were assembled, all wearing justice coats, representing their elite status. In front of the Navy soldiers stood 5 powerful figures: Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, Hawkeye Mihawk, Moonlight Moria, Pirate Empress Hancock, and Don Quixote Doflamingo. Behind the soldiers were various vice admirals and towering giant vice admirals. The vice admirals, 100,000 soldiers, and the 5 warlords formed the Navy's second line of defense. The soldiers suddenly gasped as they saw 4 chairs placed directly below the execution platform, and 4 people walked out and sat down. That is, what's going on? Such a strong sense of oppression. They're truly formidable. The 4 admirals took their seats on the execution platform, Kizaru and Shirina on either side, with Akainu and Akiji in the middle. Meanwhile, on Sabaody Archipelago, 3 giant screens were broadcasting the situation in Marineford, with a crowd below eager to witness this historic moment. The shouts of reporters and the ringing of Din Din Mushi filled the air and the journalists recording the event were incredibly nervous, fearing they would miss a significant moment. Hey, look, it's Fire Fist Ace. Fire Fist Ace is coming out. Ace stepped up to the execution platform, causing a stir among the Navy and onlookers in Sabaody. Ace reached the top of the platform, knelt down, and was locked in place. Two executioners crossed their long knives in front of him. Ace glanced at the densely packed Navy below and the vast sea in front, thinking only of Luffy and Whitebeard. Sengoku and Garp approached, with Sengoku saying to Garp, "Is it all right, Garp? I need to say everything." "Do as you wish. I'm going below," Garp replied, his expression grim as he walked away. Sengoku stepped onto the execution platform and said to the executioners, "You all step aside." "Yes. Give me the Den Den Mushi." Sengoku took the Den Den Mushi, paused for a moment, then spoke, his voice echoing throughout Marineford. "I have something important to communicate to everyone. Port Gasti, Ace, the significance of this man's death here today." Everyone looked at Sengoku, waiting for him to continue. Only Garp lowered his head, his expression complicated. "It's not your fault," Tsuru said. Garp forced a smile. "Ho ho ho. Women can be so gentle at times like this, little Tsuru." "Ace, state your father's name." Sengoku raised his voice. Ace turned to look at Sengoku, then closed his eyes and lowered his head. "Say my old man is Whitebeard." "Wrong. There's nothing wrong. Only Whitebeard, no one else." Ace suddenly shouted angrily. "At that time, we searched desperately. There might have been that man's child on that island. Based on the little information and possibilities we had from CP, we conducted thorough investigations on all the babies and those about to be born, as well as their mothers, but we never found anything. It's no wonder. Your birth was something your mother exchanged her life for. You could say it was your mother's cunning scheme that deceived our eyes, not the world's eyes. There's an island called Batarilla in the South Blue, and your mother's name is Port Gasti Rouge." Upon hearing this, Ace's eyes suddenly widened, and his whole body trembled. This woman's actions far exceeded our common sense. She devoted herself entirely to her child, allowing you to stay in her womb for 20 months. Then, she gave birth to you and died on the spot from exhaustion. Ace clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. A year and 3 months after his father's death, the person who inherited the world's most evil bloodline was born. That is you. You can't possibly not know. At this moment, Garp recalled that night. He faced a person in the cell who said to him, "The child in my belly is innocent. Garp, I beg you for my child." Garp closed his eyes in pain. "Your father is." Sengoku continued mercilessly. "The Pirate King, God di Roger." After a brief silence, the plaza erupted with gasps. The reporters reacted quickly, starting to take urgent notes. One reporter looked at the screen in disbelief, his notebook falling to the ground. "Is the bloodline of the Pirate King still alive? Isn't he Luffy's biological brother?" Hancock murmured. The wind began to pick up, and Garp looked up at Ace on the execution platform. He couldn't see his face under the sun. Garp recalled the past. He carried an oil lamp as he moved through the dark prison, stopping in front of a cell to set down the lamp. "Garp, can I trust you? My child is about to be born, but unfortunately, I will no longer be in this world by then." Garp sighed and pretended to speak sternly. "Why are you telling me this? A Navy officer, Roger, his mother, the woman related to you, will definitely be executed. That's why I need to tell you." Roger stood up and walked closer to Garp. "The government will thoroughly investigate my whereabouts over the past year, find her, and kill her. But the child in her belly is innocent." Their faces were so close. "Garp, our bond is built on countless battles. You are as trustworthy as my comrades." Garp unwillingly turned his head aside, hissing, "You need to protect her," Roger said with a smile. Garp suddenly stepped forward, gripping the iron bars of the cell, and shouted, "Don't take matters into your own hands." Roger looked directly into Garp's eyes and said firmly, "No, you will help me." Garp kept stepping back. He recalled visiting Rouge and witnessing Ace's birth. He remembered taking Ace to find Dayton, asking her to help raise Ace. He also remembered meeting Ace not long ago in Impel Down, where Ace said, "The trouble is both Luffy and I have inherited the bloodline of world-class criminals. Even if I inherited the name Portgas, which my mother sacrificed so much for, I don't want to acknowledge half of my scoundrel father's bloodline." Ace looked up at Garp with a smile and said, "Old man, my father is only Whitebeard." Back to the present, Garp couldn't help but cover his face. Tsuru glanced at him and said softly, "Garp, about 2 years ago." Sengoku continued, "You used your mother's name as the captain of the Spade Pirates, galloping across the sea with outstanding speed and strength, and we finally realized that Roger's bloodline had not been severed. However, Whitebeard, who also realized this, allowed you, the son of his rival, to board his ship to cultivate you as the next Pirate King." Ace shouted no. I boarded that ship to make Dad the Pirate King. Only you think so. The fact is we cannot act against you at will, because you are protected by Whitebeard. If we just ignore this, you will surely realize your potential at the pinnacle of the next pirate era. Therefore, executing you here today is of great significance. We would not hesitate to go to war with Whitebeard. The Marines erupted with fighting spirit and began to cheer loudly. Someone ran to the execution platform to report to Sengoku. Report. The gates of justice have been opened for some unknown reason. What did you say? At this moment, the entire Marine fort and the surrounding seas fell into an eerie silence. Doflamingo said, "It's unusually quiet." The Marines held their breath, paying close attention to the sea. The Marines on lookout searched the sea with binoculars. A thick fog began to rise, and dark clouds gathered in the sky. Suddenly, he saw dozens of shadows rushing out of the fog. The alarm sounded, signaling the arrival of enemies. There are a total of 43 pirate ships, all bounty criminals from the New World. There is no sign of Whitebeard or his commanders. The scout reported. Tsuru shook her head and said, "What's there to panic about?" Ace's eyes were filled with tears. "Can even you see, little Ace?" "Ace, we are coming." The Marines here were on high alert. Should we attack? Wait a minute. Whitebeard must be nearby. He must have some plan. Keep a close watch on the situation at sea. Doflamingo laughed. This is getting more interesting. It's really exciting. Come on, Whitebeard. At this moment, huge bubbles began to surge from the seabed, and all four admirals sensed the disturbance below. Could it be? So that's how it is. Their ship came from the seabed after being coated. Before the words fell, a massive ship with a whale-shaped bow burst out of the sea, creating towering waves. It landed directly in Crescent Bay, crossing over the 50 surrounding warships. Ace stared in disbelief as the familiar ship appeared before him, shouting, "Dad." Not long after, 3 more huge bubbles emerged, and 3 smaller pirate ships surged out of the sea, heading towards the Marines on the plaza. That was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division. Someone spotted Marco's position with binoculars. All the commanders are here. At this moment, footsteps echoed as someone slowly climbed the stairs to the bow of the Moby Dick. Everyone dared not make a sound, and the 4 admirals stared at the bow. Sengoku narrowed his eyes and said softly, "You finally came, Whitebeard." Whitebeard, holding the Uru, climbed to the bow. "Long time no see, Sengoku." Whitebeard's voice was not loud, but Sengoku, far away on the execution platform, still heard it clearly. "Whitebeard," Sengoku said. "My dear son, is he all right?" Whitebeard asked. Sengoku's expression was not good, having had his plans disrupted by such a close invasion. "Wait a moment, Ace." Whitebeard set the Uru aside, stepped forward, crossed his arms, and struck down heavily on both sides. With 2 dull thuds, the places where Whitebeard struck shattered like glass. The vibrations came with a rumbling sound, causing the surrounding sea to churn. The sea trembles. It actually shook the seawater. Ace recalled the moments with the Whitebeard pirates, crying out in pain, "Dad, it's clearly my own fault for running out against your advice. Why didn't you abandon me? It's my own stubbornness that led to this." "No, it was I who told you to go, my son," Whitebeard said. Ace looked at Whitebeard's towering figure and then at all his companions behind him, shouting in confusion, "What nonsense! You clearly stopped me at that time. I said to let you go." Whitebeard smiled and said, "I told you to go, right, Marco?" Whitebeard slightly tilted his head and asked Marco, I heard it too. Ace, you're going to suffer a lot. On this sea, everyone should know what happens to those who lay a hand on our comrades." Marco said firmly, "We will never let go of anyone who harms you, Ace. Wait there. We're on our way to save you." The members of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in a passionate shout, vowing to rescue Ace. "You've summoned quite a bunch of formidable guys." Akiji said, "What's the point of saying all this now?" Akainu said, a bit irritated. Kizuru tapped his temple with his index finger and remarked, "It's really uncomfortable to watch." Zelina glanced at the 3 people and said, "Seniors, aren't you all very worried?" "So," she said, "Little Zelina." Kizuru tilted his head and said with a light laugh, "Are you feeling nervous?" Shirina smiled. "Well, it's hard to tell if I'm nervous or excited. Youth really is something. What's there to be excited about?" Moria shouted, "Over here is the highest combat power made up of the 7 warlords and the Navy headquarters, with 3 admirals and 100,000 elite troops. On the opposite side is the Whitebeard pirates and over 40 other pirate ships. So, how are you going to attack, Whitebeard? This is really exciting." Doflamingo licked his lips and turned to Hawkeye beside him, asking, "Are you planning to just sit back and watch? You're just here to pass the time, right?" Hawkeye ignored him, and Doflamingo said, "Suit yourself." Hancock glanced at the others and then closed her eyes, praying for Luffy. The surrounding area was temporarily filled with an unsettling calm. After a while, the tremors returned, much more intense than before. It was the tsunami triggered by the earlier quake. From the Tremor Fruit user, Edward Newgate, aka Whitebeard, Carp shouted. Hundreds of meters high tsunamis surged on both sides of Marineford, crashing towards it. Even with a numerical advantage. Don't be complacent. We could end up losing. That man possesses the power to destroy the world. Sengoku said seriously. As a tsunami loomed, Doflamingo remarked, what a terrifying power. Truly worthy of being a legendary monster. Akiji, sitting between Shirina and Akainu, sighed and instantly jumped out into the air. He extended ice pillars from both hands towards the massive tsunami, freezing it. Ice Age. Akiji, you little brat. Whitebeard exclaimed. Akiji shot several ice spears at Whitebeard. 2-point spears. Whitebeard countered with a powerful strike, shaking the space and breaking the ice spears. The shockwave transmitted to Akiji, who immediately elementalized his body. Akiji's attack didn't hit. What a pity, he said. He was shattered into several ice blocks that fell towards the sea, reassembling his body on the water surface. Akiji reached into the seawater, instantly freezing it into thick, solid ice, which spread gradually, freezing all the seawater in the bay. Fire. Destroy the Moby Dick. The Navy began their bombardment. The Whitebeard pirates looked at the ships frozen in place, feeling anxious. This gives us a foothold. Let us go down, a captain shouted, and the pirates followed their captains, jumping onto the ice and advancing towards the square. Let them know our strength. Bista shouted. Both sides clashed, and for a moment, the sounds of gunfire and swords clashing filled the air. Outside the bay, 50 warships were also frozen in place, and the pirates began their bombardment. Not long in the cannon fire, the shells were blocked by various vice admirals on the ships. The pirates under Whitebeard docked their ships next to the ice, jumped off, and began fighting the Navy. At this moment, Hawkeye jumped onto a platform, drawing the attention of those around him. Oh, this is rare, Kizaru remarked. Akainu also said, that maverick is actually going to join the battle. Helena couldn't help but say, he might be interested in Whitebeard. Kizaru turned to glance at Helena and casually replied, well, it seems so. Minga looked at Mihawk and asked, what's wrong? Are you going to take him on? Just going to give it a try. Mihawk's emotionless voice echoed. How great is the gap between that man and us? Mihawk fixed his gaze on Whitebeard. Although he didn't show much, his words still revealed his eagerness to fight. Even the strongest would tremble at his eyes, afraid to move. Such an evaluation is well-deserved for someone called Hawkeye. Hancock thought. Below, Vista also noticed Mihawk's movements. I've been wanting to meet him for a long time. Any swordsman would acknowledge the strongest. Mihawk drew the black blade Yoru from his back, one of the only 12 supreme grade swords in the world. Slightly gathering his strength, he swung his sword, unleashing a green sword aura dozens of meters high with a devastating momentum towards the Moby Dick. The sword aura split the thick ice layer on the sea surface, making everyone feel an immense chill. The sword aura was about to hit Whitebeard when someone anxiously shouted from below, "Old man!" With a roar, a figure charged from the side, standing in front of the Moby Dick, catching Mihawk's strike with both hands. The unstoppable sword aura suddenly faltered, and after a few seconds, that person roared, deflecting the sword aura upwards, sending it flying into the sky. It was Diamond Jozu. The one who blocked Mihawk's strike was Jozu, the captain of Whitebeard's 3rd Division. Mihawk retracted his sword, looking at the man whose body had mostly turned to diamond. Jozu smiled proudly. Sengoku stepped forward a couple of paces and began to deploy. How foolish, trying to break through head-on. Artillery units. Commence bombardment on the pirate reinforcements. Frontline soldiers. Stop them from reaching the plaza. The battle below was intense, with the captains in the Navy like tigers among sheep. Kizaru, watching from the sidelines, stood up and said, really, they're truly strong. Those captains of Whitebeard. Each one is powerful as a monster. To minimize losses, we can only capture the leader first. Kizaru looked at Whitebeard, and after speaking, transformed into light and arrived above the battlefield. Shirina looked at the unmoving Akainu and asked, Mr. Borisolino has already moved. Are you still unmoved, Sakazuki-san? There's no rush. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Akainu replied expressionlessly. A blinding light shone above Whitebeard, revealing the figure of Kizaru. Whitebeard said, hey, what's going on? It's so dazzling. It's Kizaru. Kizaru is here. Kizaru's fingers pinched together, and bright flashes shot towards Whitebeard. A bird's shadow flew over and blocked in midair, the light bullets striking it and shattering its body. As the light dissipated, Kizaru saw that the figure was engulfed in blue flames, its wings also made of blue fire. How terrifying! The Zoan-type fruit, the members of the Whitebeard pirates really are like monsters, Kizuru said. Marco looked at Kizuru and shouted, "How can you disturb our captain as soon as you arrive?" The gaps in Marco's body caused by the light bullets healed, and he transformed into his phoenix form. Flying toward Kizuru, Kizuru fired light bullets once again, but they couldn't harm Marco. Marco, empowered with haki, swept a kick at Kizuru's arm used for defense. Kizuru chuckled. "Hey, that move worked." Marco retorted, "Stop lying," and then kicked Kizuru away. Kizuru transformed into a light sphere and crashed into a building, causing a massive explosion. Kizuru emerged from the ruins like a flash, saying in a playful tone, "Looks like it's not that easy to take you down." Marco chuckled, but suddenly lost his smile as he saw a blade of storm several meters wide flying towards the Moby Dick. Marco was startled by the momentum of that blade. Whitebeard noticed the blade and felt its powerful aura. The Moby Dick probably couldn't withstand this move. Whitebeard swung his massive hand and punched the atmosphere. The space began to shatter, and the blade was violently broken apart, countless streams of energy scattering and leaving the surrounding ice riddled with holes, screams echoing. And the Moby Dick also suffered multiple damages. Both Whitebeard and Marco looked down at the execution platform, where Shirina was taking stance, her hands transforming into white wolf claws. Is it the little girl who just became an admiral? Not bad, Whitebeard thought as he looked at Shirina. Marco clicked his tongue in frustration. TCH, not a single easy opponent. Shirina retracted her hand. It was expected that the probing blade of wind was easily blocked by Whitebeard. Akainu looked up at Shirina and said, "You're not that unreliable guy, Borsellino. You acted too rashly." Helena chuckled and said, "Ah, I see. Just wanted to witness the world's strongest." At this moment, Diamond Jaw's arm transformed into Diamond and struck the ice surface fiercely. A deep crack extended and curved outwards, eventually closing into an astonishing circle. Jaws plunged both hands into the crack, roaring as he gradually pulled out the massive ice chunks he had shattered, then hurled them towards the square behind him. Try this. The giant ice block had a diameter of several hundred meters, making even the giants among the Marines in the square appear small in comparison. If the ice block were to fall unimpeded, who knows how many casualties it would cause. Akainu looked up at the ice block, stood up, and said with displeasure, "You all are abandoning your posts. If we all leave, who will guard this place?" Akainu's right fist transformed into magma, and he swung it towards the giant ice block, the magma fist growing larger as it extended. Great eruption. Boom. The enormous magma fist struck the ice block, constantly shattering and evaporating it, and in a short time, it was nearly completely vaporized. The pirates below watched this scene in disbelief. And what terrified them even more was that the magma giant hand disintegrated in the air into countless meteors that fell onto the battlefield. The pirates, including some Marines, scattered in fear, and the entire battlefield resembled the end of the world. Boom! A meteor struck the bow of a ship belonging to the Whitebeard pirates, destroying the front half and breaking the mast. Another meteor crashed into the Moby Dick, and Whitebeard raised his conglomerate and slashed down, blowing a strong gust of wind to extinguish the flames on the meteor. Whitebeard mocked Akainu, saying, "Go light the candles on your birthday cake, you magma brat." Akainu looked at Whitebeard, chuckled a few times, and replied, "What's wrong? Don't you like extravagant funerals, Whitebeard?" The battle continued. Within the bay, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates charged forward and kept attacking, while outside the bay, the Marines were continuously repelling the pirates' assaults. Suddenly, the ice surface began to tremble, and Helena looked towards the bay, where an incredibly gigantic figure was advancing towards the coastal heavy artillery. "Here it comes. Finally here. Little Oars Jr." Little Oars roared, his deafening roar echoing across the battlefield outside the bay as he raised his dozens of meters long sword and brought it down heavily, shattering the coastal artillery and a warship. "Is that the descendant of Oars? I want his corpse under Whitebeard," Moria said greedily, while Doflamingo beside him licked his lips and said, "My hand are getting a bit itchy, hee. Little Oars looked at Ace on the execution platform and whispered, "Ace is the kindest. I won't let you die." The giant vice admirals began to move, charging towards Little Oars. Little Oars approached a large warship, gripping it tightly. The cannon fire from the ship seemed to have no effect on him. Sengoku said to Ace, "You really brought an extraordinary person." Ace ignored Sengoku's mockery and shouted to Little Oars, "Oars, your massive body will become a target. Ace, wait for me. I'm coming to save you." Little Oars used all his strength to lift the warship, which was even taller than him, and threw it with force. This knocked back the charging giant vice admirals and created a gap in the harbor. "We've broken through," Everyone charge. The pirates outside the bay, led by little oars, rushed into the bay through the gap. A giant vice admiral said, "This is the first time I've looked up at someone. I'm going to ace. Don't get in my way." Little oars shouted, "I'll block you right here." A giant vice admiral raised his sword and charged at little oars. And even giants appeared like children before little oars, being pushed back by his heavy blows. With a clang, the giant vice admiral's sword was broken, and little oars left a terrifying wound on him, causing the giant to fall to the side. "Vice Admiral Laszlo," the other giants shouted, "that fool oars. There's really no way to deal with him. Bravery and recklessness are not the same thing." Whitebeard shouted to little oars, who firmly responded, "Don't stop me, old man. I'm going to save him as fast as I can to save Ace. I know you guys will help with the aftermath. Cover oars." The giant vice admirals all charged at little oars, but were all pushed back by his unmatched strength. "Hey, you few go elsewhere. This guy is mine." A woman's voice came from the sky, and a fireball flew out from among the giant vice admirals. Hades' shining light. Two flaming orbs of light condensed in Selena's hands, pressed together to form a bright orange sphere, which she brought in front of little Oz and slapped it onto his body. The violent explosion shook the surrounding ice, and the fierce flames engulfed the massive Oz, while both the Navy and pirates around were overturned by the shockwave and flames from the explosion. Helena landed steadily back in the square, and little Oz fell to his knees, nearly losing consciousness from the blast. The huge straw hat on his back rolled to the ground, and when little Oz looked over, he saw it was already somewhat singed. He recalled how Ace had made the big straw hat for him, and no matter whether it was scorching sun, rain, or snow, he would wear it and run outside. It was the best proof of his friendship with Ace. With his unwavering will, little Oz stood up and slowly walked towards the execution platform. "Enough is enough, Oz," Ace cried out heartbreakingly. But little Oz continued to move forward, reaching out his hand to try to grab Ace, though he was still far from the execution platform. "No, it's not enough. At least take down one admiral." Little Oz looked straight ahead at Helena, whose giant fist came crashing down, flattening a large area of the harbor. But little Oz saw a small figure flying out from the rising dust, engulfed in flames, and within the flames was a black werewolf. Selena came in front of little Oz and kicked him in the chest. There was a muffled sound of thud, as Oz's chest took a heavy hit, creating a large dent where he was kicked, and he fell backward. Little Oz steadied himself and continued to move toward Ace. Helena looked at the reckless little Oz, feeling somewhat reluctant, but as a general, she had her duties. Bang! Helena struck Oz on the back of the neck with a punch, causing him to cry out in pain and fall forward, one hand bracing against the square. Oz's consciousness was already very hazy, and now only the obsession to save Ace supported him. Hee. I want this guy's corpse." Moria laughed loudly, controlling his shadow to form a long spear that shot up from the ground, piercing through little Oz's body. "Oz!" Ace cried out in agony. Little Oz reached out a hand towards Ace, repeatedly murmuring, "I'm here to save you. I'm here to save you, Ace." Ace looked at Oz, tears streaming down his face. Eventually, Oz slowly fell, his massive body crashing down and stirring up a cloud of dust. "Os!" Ace's cry was heart-wrenching, although Whitebeard's face was expressionless. His eyes were filled with sadness and anger. "You exposed a weakness, Whitebeard." The giant Vice Admiral Longs launched a surprise attack on Whitebeard from the side with his axe. Whitebeard punched back, shattering the giant's axe, then reached out to grab the giant's helmet, using the tremor fruit to shatter it. The giant lost consciousness and was thrown away by Whitebeard. The surrounding navy looked on in disbelief, as a Vice Admiral had been defeated just like that. Whitebeard took a deep breath and shouted to the pirates, "Step forward on Oz's body." The pirates, enraged by Oz, were invigorated and began charging towards the square. Outside the bay, at the other end, the pirates tried to bombard but couldn't break through. A steel-hulled icebreaker ship came crashing in. "Leave it to us." The ship's captain, the Ice Witch Waydibe, commanded the icebreaker to smash through the bay's entrance, allowing the pirates to rush into the bay from the other side. Report. Gaps have appeared on both sides of the bay, and large numbers of pirates are entering the bay through the gaps. A Navy officer reported to Sengoku. "No worries," Sengoku said calmly. He then picked up the transponder snail and said to the other side, "Crane, the battle has begun. The timing is perfect." Behind Crane hung several pirates who looked like they had been washed up. "If you want to win against me, you are still a million years too early. Notify all soldiers." In an instant, countless naval soldiers on the battlefield received the order, and Whitebeard keenly sensed something was off. He looked at Sengoku on the execution platform and muttered to himself, What scheme are you plotting, wise General Sengoku? Carp's transponder snail was also ringing, but he ignored it and walked step by step up to the execution platform. What's wrong? Do you have any objections to the operation? Sengoku asked. It's nothing. The other side is pirates, not worth sympathizing with. Then shut up. What's wrong with me staying here? Carp interrupted Sengoku, then sat down next to Ace. Although the criminals are not worthy of sympathy, family is different. Carp's voice suddenly became sorrowful. Ace looked at Carp and noticed Carp's shoulders trembling slightly, followed by the sound of sobs. What should I do? Carp couldn't hold back his tears streaming down his face. Ace, you bastard. Why don't you live as I told you? Ace looked at Carp, who was like a grandfather to him. Seeing this white-haired old man crying uncontrollably, he bit his lip, not knowing what to say. If you have any crooked ideas, I won't spare you, Carp. Sengoku said. If I wanted to, I would have done it long ago. At that moment, something was falling from directly above the battlefield. Someone's going to die. No, I'm rubber, I won't die. Do you just want one person to be saved? Think of a way fast. You've gone too far. It's all this guy's fault for blinking. Are you going to push the responsibility onto me, Crocodile? Many people on the battlefield looked up at the sky. Hancock, Mihawk, and the other Shichibukai, Helena, and the other three generals, Sengoku and Carp, all looked up, seeing a warship falling towards the ground. Along with it, over 200 people were also falling, including Crocodile, Jinbei, Ivankov, Mr. One, Galdino, Buggy the Clown, and Luffy. Carp's eyes widened, and Helena chuckled lightly. Have they finally arrived? The warship crashed into the pit created by Diamond Jaws. Fortunately, there was seawater there, allowing everyone on board to survive. After a while, Luffy climbed to the bow of the warship. He saw the tall buildings of the Navy headquarters, looked down, and saw the bare-chested man kneeling on the execution platform. Luffy smiled, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Ace!" Ace looked in disbelief at Luffy falling from the sky. Luffy! Ace! Finally, I found you! Wait for me, I'll be right there! Luffy shouted. Behind him, many others also came up. The surrounding Navy shouted upon seeing the newcomers. Is that Crocodile? Not only that, what is with that big face? Ivankov said. As expected of the headquarters, truly extraordinary, Luffy firmly declared, Ace, I'm here to save you. Sengoku was so angry that he was blowing air through his beard, turning to Carp and saying, Carp, it's your family again. Carp was also incredibly frustrated. Luffy, Boogie Jumpadot, shouting flamboyantly, yeah? Wake up, world. Mihawk muttered to himself. Looking this way, it's that person in the spotlight, the Straw Hat Kid. The Empress was starry-eyed. Luffy, it's great that you're okay. Akiji lazily said, a bunch of remarkable guys have come. Kizaru also casually remarked, didn't he expect to meet again so soon? Straw Hat Kid. Morio was so angry he was grinding his teeth, wishing he could slice Luffy into 1,000 pieces. ISNT, that Ace-S brother that he often mentions. Marco frowned and glanced over. The new and old Shichibukai are all here. Hee. And is he the super rookie, Straw Hat Kid? Doflamingo said with great interest. Is that the guy? The red dog, standing at the base of the execution platform, coldly stared at Luffy, the grandson of Navy hero Carp, the son of Revolutionary Dragon. The Straw Hat Kid must be eliminated. To actually be with them. Is this your answer, Jinbei? Sengoku shouted at Jinbei. That's right. I'm no longer a Shichibukai. Sengoku gritted his teeth in anger, while Carp calmly analyzed. Regardless, this combination is too strange. Revolutionary Army officers and prisoners, plus a bunch of weird guys and Crocodile. I don't think you share the same goal as them, at least not on this battlefield. Ivankov looked around and asked in confusion. Whereas Crocodile? Crocodile had vanished without a trace. He must have been scared by this scene. Over there, Buggy pointed in a direction. Crocodile's lower body turned into swirling sand, flying towards Whitebeard on the Moby Dick. Coming behind Whitebeard, Crocodile said harshly, Long time no see, Whitebeard. Whitebeard didn't he look at him, disdainfully saying, You really don't learn your lesson, brat. Crocodile snorted and swung his golden hook at Whitebeard. Just at that moment, someone flew in from a distance and kicked Crocodile's hook away, causing a burst of steam around them. Crocodile focused his gaze and saw it was Luffy, using Gear second to stop him. Luffy swept another kick towards Crocodile, who ducked down to evade and retreated. We've completed our agreement by reaching this point. Why are you helping Whitebeard? Crocodile asked. So this old man is really Whitebeard? Then I won't allow you to lay a hand on him. Ace really likes this old man. Luffy shouted loudly. Are you here to save your brother? Whitebeard asked coldly, looking down. Yes, Luffy replied. Then you know who the enemy is, right? Whitebeard thrust his weapon, the Murakamajuri, heavily into the ground, causing the ship beneath them to shake violently. Someone like you could end up dead, Whitebeard said coldly. Luffy got angry and yelled at Whitebeard, "You're so long-winded. This is not something for you to decide." Whitebeard was slightly surprised, not expecting this kid to speak to him like that. "Hey, I know you want to be the Pirate King, but that's going to be me," Luffy shouted fearlessly at Whitebeard. Everyone around, including the Marines and pirates, looked at the young lad in shock, daring to confront Whitebeard like that. Whitebeard, holding the Murakamajiri, thrust it down again and laughed, saying, "You're really arrogant. If you dare to hold me back, I won't spare you, snotty little brat. I will do things my way. I'll be the one to save Ace." Luffy turned to Whitebeard and said, "We just heard the Marines' communication, saying they're going to execute early. Is that so? Because you also want to save Ace, that's why I'm telling you. This is indeed important information. I apologize. It's nothing, don't take it to heart." In the distance, Buggy and Ivankov were dumbfounded, with Buggy shouting in despair, "Why can't that guy talk to Whitebeard on equal terms?" Luffy took a deep breath and shouted to Ace, "Ace, I'm coming to save you." Then he jumped off the Moby Dick and ran towards the square. The pirates saw Luffy charge forward and followed suit. Sengoku muttered, "Can a little brat really boost morale like that? But it's fine, it won't affect the battle." He took out a din mushi and steadied the Marines' morale. "Don't panic. Act according to instructions." Whitebeard chuckled to himself. That bastard Sengoku is saying there's no need to adhere to any agreements with the pirates. Huh? The pirates approached the massive body of the fallen oars, when a yellow laser beam and a white energy sphere shot towards them, causing a violent explosion in front of the pirates and sending them flying. A white team leader looked over and saw two tall figures, one yellow and one white, standing not far in front of them. "Hey, there's no way I'm letting you break through so easily," Kizaru drawled. Shirina watched as Luffy ran over and said, "Oh, the Straw Hat Kid is here." Upon seeing Shirina, Luffy suddenly recalled the desperate experience from not long ago. That guy from Sabaody, damn it. Kizaru's leg shimmered with light, and Shirina gathered white energy in her hand, both aimed at Luffy. With a seductive wink, Ivankov unleashed a wave of invisible energy that sent Luffy flying. Ugh! Luffy fell far away, as Kizaru and Shirina's attacks hit the spot where Luffy had just been, causing an explosion that shattered the ice surface. Luffy got up, still moving forward, still fighting. Ace watched Luffy, covered in dust and bruises, his heart aching, and he shouted tremblingly, "Don't come over, Luffy." Luffy looked up in surprise at Ace, who continued to shout, "You should understand. We are both pirates. We should be sailing freely on the sea. I have my adventures. I have my friends. You have no reason to meddle in my affairs. You coward actually came to save me. Do you think I would allow that? This is simply too humiliating. Go back, Luffy. What didn't T say was, please, Luffy. I don't want to drag you down. This is my mistake." Luffy kept running, responding loudly, "But I'm your brother." The people around were shocked. "What brother? Then he is also Roger's." "No, wait. Ace's parents died right after he spoke. Where could a brother come from?" Luffy shouted irritably, "What pirate rules? I don't care." Moria commanded the zombie soldiers to attack Luffy, and a wave surged from one side, the salt in the seawater causing the shadows inside the zombies to fly out. Jinbe was supporting Luffy from the side, and the Navy soldiers dared not rush forward upon seeing this. A giant rear admiral approached, swinging a large stick to hit Luffy. Seeing this, Sengoku picked up a transponder snail and said, "Don't be thrown off by a newcomer. He is also a target to be eliminated. He is the son of Revolutionary Dragon." Carp closed his eyes and remained silent. Everyone present was once again shocked, all eyes focused on Luffy. Luffy activated Gear 3rd, his massive fist knocking down the giant. "Ace, no matter what you say, I will definitely save you." Before he finished speaking, a white figure appeared in front of Luffy. "What a mess, Luffy." Helena kicked Luffy away, sending him crashing onto the ice. Luffy landed on the ice, creating a dent. Just as he climbed out of the dent, Helena landed in front of him. "Running around like this is quite troublesome," Helena said as she brushed her hair. "Damn it, gum jet pistol." Luffy jumped up, activating Gear 2nd, steam bursting from his body, his skin turning red. He stretched his arm back while twisting, then spun like a drill and charged forward. Bang! Helena raised her hand to catch Luffy's incoming punch, yanked it back, and Luffy was pulled towards Helena uncontrollably. Helena swept her leg horizontally with haki, kicking Luffy to the side. "Damn, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Luffy stood up, looking at Helena, and noticed that the tall woman had gathered white energy in her hand. Eclipse, life light, the energy sphere shot towards him like a cannonball, and Luffy quickly jumped to the side. The sphere exploded with a bang, and the shockwave sent Luffy flying. Not willing to give up, Luffy jumped up, bit his thumb, and started blowing air, causing his fist to grow instantly. Rubber, rubber, giant pistol. Aha! Luffy roared as he attacked Helena. His fist struck the ice surface. But Helena had already disappeared. I said, "Can't you be a bit more honest?" "Well, if that were the case, you wouldn't be Luffy." Helena instantly appeared in front of Luffy, ready to throw a punch. "Marco, don't let that kid die," Whitebeard said. "Understood." Immortal Thistle. A circular shield made of blue flames unfolded in front of Luffy as Marco transformed into his hybrid form, quickly flying from a distance. Crane Claw. Marco's feet transformed into bird claws, and he kicked towards Helena. Helena defended with Haki, scattering the blue flames. The two separated, landing back on the ground. As soon as Helena landed, a massive, diamond-like figure charged at her. Jozu came rushing in, and Helena transformed into her hybrid form, her hands becoming wolf claws infused with Haki and eclipse energy. With a bang, Helena's claws met Jozu's charge. The immense force caused the ice beneath Helena to shatter significantly. Helena jumped back, slashing out a wind blade, which Jozu deflected with his diamond hand. Marco shouted to Luffy, "Hey, Ace's brother, just keep moving forward. Thanks a lot. You really give me face, sending two of the strongest officers to deal with me," Helena said with a smile. "Too much flattery. After all, you are the youngest admiral in the spotlight." With that, Marco unleashed a powerful shockwave toward Helena. Phoenix Stamp. The white eclipse energy surged in Selena's hands, forming the shape of a wolf's head. The eclipse, wolf hunt shockwave collided with the wolf head, and the dissipating energy swept away the surrounding ice surface. Jaws leaped high and raised his fist to strike Selena. Helena raised her hand to cover it with Haki, and Jaws struck her arm, causing the ice beneath Helena's feet to crack like a spider web. Helena chuckled, while gathering energy in her other hand to form a sphere of light. She slapped the sphere onto George's stomach. The intense explosion from lunar eclipse, life light, sent George flying, and when he landed on the ground and stood up, he was holding his severely hit stomach. Neither George nor Marco dared to rush forward again. Helena smiled and said, "It's done. Now it's my turn." Lunar eclipse, Stormthorn. Helena kept waving her claws, sending countless sharp storm blades towards the two. Marco's blue flames could heal his body, but he had to dodge such a dense and powerful attack. Jaws, lacking such speed, could only turn his whole body into shining diamond. The storm blades struck him, causing him to continually retreat. Outside the bay, Major General Steelis saw that the time had come and ordered the Navy outside the bay. "All right, it's time to execute Admiral Sengoku's plan." The Navy began to withdraw in an orderly manner, while the coastal defense cannons on the shore also ceased fire. On both sides of the sea, several warships surrounded them. The pirates thought this was a good opportunity to invade the bay and were about to act when Whitebeard called on the transponder snail. "Hello, Squard. Are you there?" "He was just here." "Then give the command to the Dicarbon brothers, and you go attack those surrounding warships." "But Dad, now is the perfect time to meet up with you. I have a bad feeling." "All right, listen to Dad. Go attack the Navy warships on the flank." The pirates of the New World began to take action, launching attacks on those warships. "Such trivial tricks can't fool you, Whitebeard. But it doesn't matter. It won't affect the plan," Sengoku said on the execution platform. Luffy and the group of pirates were surrounded by the Navy, with dozens more Navy soldiers closing in from behind. Death's gaze. The intense impact pushed the Navy back, and Ivankov jumped in front of Luffy. "Little Ivankov, I want to carve a straight path to Ace." "Jinbei, understood." "Oh." The three stood together, each using their powerful techniques. Fishman Karate, 5,000 tile punch. Death's gaze. Rubber rubber, rocket cannon. Countless Navy soldiers in front were swept away by the combined shockwaves of the three attacks, creating a path ahead. Luffy and his group continued forward, only to be blocked by a massive figure. "I won't let you pass, Straw Hat Kid." Moria laughed loudly, blocking their way. Just as Luffy was about to take action, Jinbei said, "Leave him to me, Luffy." "Thanks." Jinbei looked at Moria, who arrogantly waved a giant pair of scissors and said, "Jinbei, are you going to fight me? Hey, you can't win against me on land." Saying this, Moria grabbed the shadows of the surrounding Navy soldiers, absorbing them into his body, instantly increasing his size and power. He split the scissors, one half in each hand, and swung them at Jinbei with a laugh. Jinbei skillfully dodged, avoiding several attacks before raising his hand to block Moria's body. Fishman Karate, Shark Skin Palm. Jinbei jumped up and punched Moria in the chest. Fishman Karate, Shark Tile Punch. Moria screamed in pain, spitting out the shadow he had just swallowed. Jinbei looked at him and said, "Moria, it seems you haven't trained enough." "Damn it. The two were in a standoff when a group of blue fireballs flew over. Marco crashed onto the ice, with blue flames burning fiercely, restoring his body. Marco stood up, and Jinbei looked at where he had crashed. He saw Jaws, whose entire body had turned into diamond, crashing beside Jinbei. Jaws quickly got up as well. Both he and Marco looked like they had just been through a tough time. Jinbei focused his gaze and saw a woman draped in a justice cloak, wearing a white suit, walking towards them. "Is that Admiral White Zetsu?" Jinbei asked. It's her. The Admiral truly lives up to her reputation." Helena transformed into a werewolf. Energy surging in her mouth, the sound of energy compression was piercing. A white beam shot out, aimed at Marco and the others. Eclipse Moon, Jade Tooth, Jaws rushed forward, using his diamond body to block it. The beam hit him, energy scattered, and Jaws was pushed back continuously. As the beam dissipated, Helena had already arrived above Jaws. Her armed fist covered in haki smashed down. Jaws roared and raised his fist to strike back, and the two fists collided, creating waves of aftermath. Crane Claw. Marco flew in from a distance, taking advantage of their exchange to attack Helena. Helena turned her head and opened her mouth. A white energy sphere shot out and exploded in front of Marco. Marco was forced back, and Helena turned around, kicking Jaws in the waist, sending him flying. When he landed back on the ice, it created a pit. "Damn it, I'm being suppressed." Jaws gritted his teeth in frustration. Fishman Karate, Shark Wave. Jinbei rushed over from a distance, throwing a punch at Helena's face. Helena raised her hand to catch it. A fleeting sense of weakness passed through her hand. "Oh, is there seawater in the punch?" But this little seawater won't do much. Helena used her other hand to unleash a gale blade towards Jinbei. Jinbei had no choice but to cover his hand with haki to block the gale blade, but he was still sent flying. Helena stood still and said to the three of them, "It's not worth wasting time with you, goodbye." After saying that, she transformed into her disaster form and leaped into the air. With both hands, she gathered glowing orbs surrounded by flames, which turned orange-red. She pressed the orbs together and then threw them onto the icy surface. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion shook the surrounding ice, leaving Marco, Jozu, and Jinbei, as well as Moria, covered in dirt and dust. "Damn Whitebeard! How could I be caught in this too?" Moria shouted angrily. Marco, using his blue flame wings, cleared the black smoke in front of him, searching for Helena's whereabouts. Damn it, she got away. On the other side, Luffy received the key to Ace's handcuffs from Hancock, and he was overjoyed, jumping up to hug her. Hancock, flustered, stammered, "LL Luffy, thank you so much." Hancock, "And no, it's fine, you just hurry and go, okay?" "Thank you." Luffy jumped down and ran off, while Hancock collapsed happily on the ground, fantasizing about marrying Luffy. Keat, don't run. Smoker watched the interaction between Luffy and Hancock, turning green with envy. How could a dignified warlord of the sea not handle the Straw Hat Kid? Smoker transformed into smoke, his hand mixing with haki-infused sea prism stone as he jabbed at Luffy with his jit. Seeing this, Hancock's veins bulged in anger as she rushed in and kicked the jit. The part of the jit that was kicked was petrified and broke off, leaving Smoker holding the two segments of a jit with a face that looked as if he had eaten a fly. Shurina flew into the sky to search for Luffy's whereabouts. She saw a green slash sweep across half of the battlefield, splitting the ice and striking the harbor. Was that Mihawk? Luffy activated Gear Second and narrowly dodged Mihawk's slash. He pulled his arm back, wanted to unleash the Gum Gum rocket, but a blurry image suddenly flashed in his mind, his hand being severed. In a moment of panic, he struck the ground with both hands, kicking up countless ice shards. Luffy hesitated, looking at Mihawk, who approvingly remarked, "You're quite calm, aren't you?" Then with a swipe of his sword, there was a sharp sound. Luffy instinctively tilted his head back to avoid it and saw the massive wave in the distance, frozen in ice, being split apart in an instant. Huge chunks of ice fell, smashing several warships. Luffy, still shaken, quickly regained his composure and kept dodging Mihawk's attacks. It was unclear whether Mihawk was testing Luffy or just holding back. Regardless, he couldn't land a hit. A sandstorm swept in, mixing up Buggy and a group of prisoners. Luffy looked up and saw Buggy, immediately extending his arm to pull Buggy down. With a clang, Luffy ducked to avoid a slash, but Buggy, who he was holding, was cut in half, causing Buggy to panic and cry. "Gum Gum. Jet. Scapegoat. What you doing, Straw Hat Kid? What's wrong? The one trying to cut you is him. And didn't you just say you came to save me? You idiot. How self-righteous can you be? Gum Gum Scapegoat." Luffy casually threw Buggy out in front of Mihawk, who then slashed down multiple times, cutting Buggy's upper body into several horizontal pieces. Mihawk looked at Buggy without saying a word. Unforgivable. You must be Mihawk, right? Special Maki shells, I'll blow you away. Buggy's upper body quickly recovered, and he kicked forward, sending a mini bomb flying toward Mihawk. Mihawk blocked it with his sword, sending the cannonball back. Buggy, with a face full of confidence, said, "Yes. I was ready for this." Speaking of Maki shells, they're very useful tools in pipeline engineering. What do you mean? Mr. 3 asked. Come with me, 1, 2, boom! Buggy, Captain Buggy. As the Straw Hat Kid ran off, Mihawk made another slash, which Luffy barely dodged. Marco saw this and shouted to Bista in the distance, "Bista, go help Ace's brother. Dad said not to let him die." Understood. Flower Sword Bista stepped forward to confront Mihawk, and the two clashed swords. Mihawk looked at Bista and said, "You must be Flower Sword Bista, the 5th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates? Oh, you actually know me. It would be strange if I didn't." The two continued to fight, but Mihawk's mind was still on Luffy. Without relying on any techniques or abilities, he could continuously turn the surrounding people into his allies. That man had the most terrifying power on this sea. Buggy and his group fell from the sky, Buggy dazed and muttering, "Damn Straw Hat Kid." As expected of Captain Buggy, pretending to be defeated by Mihawk, but actually achieving his goals steadily. "You're impressive, Captain Buggy." W what? Buggy looked up to see his subordinate picking up his upper body, holding a marine Den Mushi. Den Mushi. Finally got it. Buggy jumped up, his body restoring. Buggy's path to fame was within reach. Ha ha ha. On the execution platform, 2 executioners crossed their long knives in front of Ace. Someone reported to Sengoku, "We're ready." "What about the harbor?" "It's ready too. Cut off the Den Mushi." This war is initiated by our navy and the world government in the name of absolute justice. We must win. No matter what means we use, the upcoming tragedy is a bit too cruel for the citizens. No need to inform the world about what I'm going to say in a few hours. Our victory is enough. Suddenly, several pirate ships outside the bay were destroyed by intense explosions. The sound of laser beams continued to ring out, and the smoke from the explosions enveloped the harbor entrance. The pirates looked back, rows of pacifists emerging from the smoke, exuding immense pressure. Is that the world government's human weapons? Whitebeard thought. Tantamaru stood at the front of the pacifist forces, wielding a massive battle axe. "You bastards, we've been waiting impatiently. It's finally our turn to make an appearance." Tantamaru picked up the Den Mushi and said, "Hello. This isn't what we planned. The pirates are too scattered." A pirate suddenly realized, "I understand the Navy's plan. First, they leaked the news of Ace's execution to make us anxious. Then the enemy slowly retreated. When we all entered the bay, they surrounded us from behind, but Dad told us to first attack the ships on the sides, so we wouldn't get surrounded." Sengoku calmly replied, "It doesn't matter if the sides are defeated. We can still launch a pincer attack. Stick to the original plan. Eliminate the pirates under his command first. Attack those outside the encirclement." As the superior of Tantamaru, Kazuru relayed the message to him. Tantamaru then asked, "Old man, can the warships be damaged?" "Only to a minimal extent." "Understood. Let us start." As soon as he finished speaking, the dozens of pacifists behind him lit up with excitement. A pirate attempted to take the initiative, jumping up with a spike club, striking a pacifist in the face, but the club shattered, and the pirate stared in disbelief at the pacifist. The pacifist opened his mouth, releasing a yellow laser beam that engulfed the pirate in an explosion. Then, the pacifists moved into action, forming a neat formation. Some bent down and fired laser beams with their mouths, while others stood straight and used their palms. Dozens of powerful lasers shot toward the New World pirates, with explosions ringing out, causing heavy casualties among the pirates. The pacifists moved like tigers in a flock of sheep, slaughtering the pirates mercilessly. Even the Navy warships occupied by pirates were destroyed. Whitebeard observed the situation behind him. They weren't even sparing their own people. He glanced at Sengoku on the execution platform, furrowed his brow, and shouted, "You brats, don't back down. One breath. Charge into the square." Whitebeard's voice boosted the morale of the pirates, and they quickened their pace toward the square. Sengoku ordered, "All troops retreat from the ice. We must not let the pirates enter the square." Sengoku looked at Whitebeard at the bow of the Moby Dick, thinking, "No matter how hard you try, you won't shake our advantage, Whitebeard." Meanwhile, at Sabeti Archipelago, the 2 huge screens on the sides suddenly went dark, leaving only the middle screen. When all images were cut off, a barrier rose. At that time, along with Ace's execution, all enemies would be caught in one net. Understood. Luffy took out several marines, and just a few steps out, a yellow flash appeared in front of him. Go back where you came from, Kizuru said in a tone as if coaxing a child. Kicking Luffy away, Luffy flew out and was caught by Jinbe. Luffy stood up from Jinbe's arms, his face serious, saying, "Another admiral is here. This is bad." Jinbe replied, "Though he has tough to deal with, you should get away quickly. You know how strong the enemies blocking your way are. That's why you came here, right?" A Navy soldier raised his gun, intending to ambush Luffy, but was instead shot down by someone else. With smoke rising from the muzzle of the hidden gun, he turned to the Straw Hat Kid and said, "Are you already out of stamina?" Ace's brother, don't freeze when you see an admiral. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates approached Luffy and Jinbe. "It's the captains. That gives us confidence." Jinbe said, "The Navy is retreating. Let's strike directly at the core." The crowd began to charge forward, and Kizaru smiled, saying, "This is going to be a bit tricky." Sengoku, feeling a bit anxious, turned to the signalman. "Haven't we cut off the feed yet?" "Not yet. We're still looking for the last one." At that moment, somewhere on the battlefield, Buggy and his crew had somehow found lights, cameras, and makeup. These prisoners are quite talented, even able to do makeup. The lens of the Den Den Mushi was covered by a paper that read, "Please wait a moment." The people of Sabaody were left puzzled. Suddenly, the paper was taken away, the camera began to move, and a voice echoed. "Ahem. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. This is Marineford, as you can see. There are corpses of both Navy and pirates everywhere." Upon hearing this, Sengoku shouted in disbelief, "What on earth is happening?" The voice continued. "Could it be that standing there is?" A figure wearing a Navy justice coat appeared, but the word justice was crossed out. Could it be the long-hidden crew member of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, the great pirate Captain Buggy? Buggy turned around flamboyantly, facing the camera with a cheeky grin. "It is I. Isn't being a great pirate something that should be kept hidden?" Before he could finish, Buggy's nose began to bleed, and a pirate who looked like a director yelled, "Cut, cut." Then the screen was blocked by another piece of paper. "What is this nonsense? Cut this ridiculous thing off immediately." Sengoku was furious. "If we don't cut this feed, the operation can't continue." "What? The prisoners have taken a Den Den Mushi from the big prison." "What did you say?" The prisoners were ready and began the second act. 3, 2, 1, go. Could it be that standing there is a crew member of the Pirate King Roger, the sworn brother of the Four Emperors Shanks, the great pirate Captain Buggy? Buggy turned around again, comically declaring, "It is I." Sengoku was about to go mad, angrily ordering, "Stop them immediately." Boom! A cannon fired, and a bomb exploded among the prisoners, flipping over a bunch of them, causing them to scatter. "We've been found out, run." Meanwhile, while this farce was happening, on the other side, the pacifist assault continued. They were nearly crushing the pirates, with the damage the pirates inflicted on the pacifists being minimal. Whitebeard looked over the entire battlefield, holding his sword, the tornado, in silence, when someone approached from behind. "Old man," the person said. Whitebeard turned around, recognized the person, and said, "Squardo, are you okay?" I'm finally still alive. I couldn't contact you earlier. How's the situation at the bay?" "Our crew has suffered heavy casualties. I took a shortcut to get here." "Sengoku won't hold back. He will use all his strength against us." "Old man, have you figured out the Navy's tactics?" "Sengoku and I have an old friendship." "I see." A glint of cold light flashed in Squardo's eyes. "Being surrounded and attacked by the Navy is just what I want. I will strike back as long as I have breath left. Yes, all 43 of our pirate crews owe you a great debt. We will not hesitate to go through fire and water for the Whitebeard pirates." Squardo said, drawing his long sword. "I'm sorry, but I understand. This is to protect family. The pirate Whitebeard will never abandon my family. That's why everyone came to this hell with you." Whitebeard sighed and moved forward, but Squardo continued, "As long as we are your family, that would be enough." Suddenly, a cannon exploded, and Whitebeard felt a chill in his abdomen. He looked down to see Squardo in front of him, his long sword piercing through his own body. Everyone noticed this, and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked. Unable to speak, Squardo pulled out the sword, gasping for breath, sweat forming on his forehead, and blood began to flow from Whitebeard's wound. Whitebeard's pupils trembled as he looked at Squardo in disbelief. Below, Buggy and the others were also stunned by this scene. With a prisoner holding the Den Den Mushi capturing this moment, the footage being transmitted to Sabaody, where the viewers, after a brief silence, erupted. "Whitebeard! Whitebeard! He was stabbed!" Sengoku remained calm, his expression steady, while Garp widened his eyes, analyzing the situation in his mind. Squardo's hands trembled as Marco, transforming into a phoenix, flew over and pinned Squardo to the ground. "Squardo, why did you do this? Do you even know what you've done?" "Shut up. Didn't you all do this to me?" "What did you say, old man?" Whitebeard knelt on one knee, and Marco immediately rushed over. But Whitebeard raised a hand to indicate he was fine. Squirtle got up and shouted, "In this farce, Whitebeard, haven't you already colluded with the Navy? Your Whitebeard pirates and Ace's life will definitely be saved, right? They must have made promises already. What is that guy Squirtle talking about?" Some pirate captains hesitated and looked this way upon hearing Squirtle's words. Squirtle addressed the New World pirates. "Listen carefully, we've been tricked." He turned to Whitebeard and said, "I never knew that Ace was Roger's son. When you took me in, I was all alone. Do you know why I was all alone? Because all my comrades who fought alongside me for years were killed by Roger. If that's the case, you should have told me. To say Ace is Roger's child. You want Ace to become the Pirate King. I was betrayed by you back then without even knowing it. And I became friends with Ace. Stop playing with me. And for you, Ace, who is so important, has been captured. Inside the bay are the Whitebeard pirates. Outside are our subordinate pirate crews. You will exchange the heads of 43 captains for Ace's life. And while your subordinate pirates are wiped out, the Whitebeard pirates and Ace will be saved. You and Sengoku have already colluded, right?" Squirtle stared at Whitebeard, his eyes filled with rage. Time rewound to a few minutes earlier, when Squirtle encountered a Kainu outside the bay. "Don't lie. You said Ace is Roger's son?" "Yes, and the outcome of this war has already been negotiated by the higher-ups." "Humph. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? No matter how you struggle, the outcome is already decided. You will only die in vain. Shut up. Do you think I would fall for your tricks?" Squirtle charged forward with his sword raised. Bang! With a loud noise, Squirtle was sent flying, crashing into a wall. "Do you still not understand? It's still not too late. If you think I'm lying, just take a good look for yourself. The next concentrated attack will only target the pirate crews under your command. The Navy will not lay a hand on the Whitebeard pirates. You don't even understand this? For Whitebeard, for Ace, we risked our lives to come here to witness this. Aren't we the ones being attacked right now?" Squirtle stood up, pointing at the battlefield below. Down below, the New World pirates were still being relentlessly attacked by the pacifists, with screams echoing everywhere. With monsters chasing from behind and massive waves forming ice blocks blocking the way, we have nowhere to escape. "Dad, is it really like this? Please tell us this isn't true. Dad." Some captains below were shaken by Squirtle's words. Squirtle spread his arms and said, "It's a miracle to land even a single stab. I'm ready to die, just kill me." The sound of explosions continued, with New World pirates dying every second. The pirates couldn't believe that their dad would betray them after hearing Squirtle's words. "Dad, did you really sell us out just to save Ace?" With his words, it seemed like we were the only ones being attacked. Dad, say something. Dad, I don't want to believe it either. I can't believe my eyes that Dad would betray us." Squirtle said, "Bastard, you've been tricked, Squirtle. Why don't you believe Dad?" Marco rushed up and grabbed his collar, shouting, "Even you are pretending to be clueless, Marco. As the captain of a team, you can't possibly be ignorant of these matters, Marco. Ace is indeed Roger's son." Whitebeard finally spoke. "They manipulated those most easily shaken by this matter. Their tactics are superior," Sengoku said coldly. No hesitation. "Akiji." Upon hearing this, Akiji did not respond but dashed out. "Why is he coming this way?" Buggy, who was watching the show, turned his head and saw Akiji rushing over. Akiji waved his hand, and a wave of cold air surged, freezing Buggy, a group of prisoners, and the remaining Den Mushi. "Activate the encirclement wall," Sengoku commanded, and the underwater mechanisms began to operate. The guy was actually stabbed so easily by his own subordinate pirates. Crocodile, rarely losing his composure, yelled at Whitebeard. "This is too embarrassing. Whitebeard, I don't want to lose to such a cowardly man." Even Ivankov, who was familiar with Crocodile, was surprised by his outburst. Hearing this, Marco calmed down a bit and began to think. Yes, the problem is that he could have dodged. If it were the usual Dad, no matter how unexpected, even if it was an attack from his own trusted ones, he would never get hit. Marco recalled when they arrived here. Whitebeard had torn off the medical equipment on him and loudly said, "Do you think bringing these will earn you sympathy from the enemy?" His condition was worsening. Whitebeard smashed down with its Song Yun Chia, angrily saying to Squirtle, "You know what you've done, Squirtle." Although Squirtle was ready to die, seeing Whitebeard's anger still made him nervous. To actually use violence against Dad. What a foolish son. Whitebeard raised his large hand and embraced Squirtle. Squirtle, who had his eyes closed waiting for death, opened his eyes in disbelief to look at Whitebeard. "Even a foolish son, I still love you. Stop joking. You clearly want to lead us, your faithful and straightforward hearts, into darkness. Who is it really? It's a rebel within the Navy. Minutes ago, I opposed this plan." Akainu said, "Those who don't know the truth call him the legendary pirate. The Whitebeard you all believe in is ultimately a person who is selfish." secretly trading with the Navy, and a despicable person who sells out his comrades. The legend is just an illusion. The one who should be punished in this war is Whitebeard. We cannot let him escape. If you assist me, your subordinate pirates will be saved to assassinate Whitebeard. As long as Whitebeard is assassinated, the pirates under him can be saved. Did Kainu really say that? I know how much you hate Roger, but Squard, the idea that a son should pay for his father's debts is such a foolish thought. What has Ace ever done to you? You both have shared joys and hardships, overcoming all difficulties together as comrades, right? It doesn't matter whose child Ace is. We met on this sea. Not just you two. Everyone is my son. Squard, you should get along well. It's not just Ace who is special. All of you are my family. The knife in Squard's hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Tears welled in his eyes, unable to believe everything he was hearing. Whitebeard stepped forward, looking at Sengoku on the execution platform, and said in a low voice, "The treasured sword is still sharp. Sengoku, you've been played around. And you dare say I would sell the lives of my sons?" Whitebeard thrust at Song Yun-Chia aside, took a stance, and struck the air on both sides with his hands, shattering the space like glass. The invisible shockwave traveled through the air to the massive ice blocks formed by the waves on both sides, shattering them and causing them to fall into the sea. Sengoku whispered, "Opening a way out for the pirates? What a troublesome man." Whitebeard stood straight and shouted, "As pirates, you decide what to believe." His voice reached every pirate's ears. The Navy's lies fell apart, and the pirates regained their confidence. Squard broke down in tears, filled with regret. He couldn't forgive himself for believing the Navy's words and hurting Dad. Whitebeard covered his wound, recalling Crocodile's words in his heart. "You say I'm a cowardly man. Spare me, Crocodile. I'm just an ordinary man with only one heart, no matter if I'm called a demon or a monster. I can't be the strongest forever. As long as I can maintain a young life into the future, my mission will be complete, right? Those who want to go with me, abandon your lives and come with me." Whitebeard shouted again, and the pirates' fighting spirit instantly surged. Whitebeard took a big step, leaped, and jumped off the Moby Dick. Sengoku ordered sternly, "Prepare for battle. The world's strongest is about to show his power." Whitebeard landed firmly on the ice surface, stood upright, pointing at Song Yun-Chia at the execution platform, and then smiled gently. Beside him, a large number of pirates rushed forward. 2 cannon shots rang out, and 2 cannonballs flew toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard struck the air, stopping the cannonballs instantly, then redirected them to destroy the coastal artillery that fired them. Under the sea, the steel encirclement wall slowly rose, but was blocked by the thick ice surface. Unable to rise for the time being, the Navy had already retreated, and the pirates were advancing. If the encirclement wall couldn't rise in time, the pirates had a high chance of directly attacking the square. "Damn it, is it not done yet? I'll buy some time." A voice rang out, booming like thunder. The first Giant Vice Admiral, John Giant, stepped forward, his Navy uniform different and more luxurious than everyone else's. John swung his large blade, sweeping away a large number of pirates, continuously chopping, with no chance for ordinary people to counterattack under his hands. He came before Whitebeard and swung his blade down. Whitebeard raised at Song Yun-Chia to block. Bang! With a loud bang, the ice beneath Whitebeard's feet cracked slightly. Whitebeard looked up at John and said, "You're a bit in the way." With a strong push, Whitebeard sent John flying away, then swept aside the clouds with his weapon, gripping the air with both hands, activating his devil fruit ability to pull downward. John felt his whole body suddenly flip upside down, losing his balance. It wasn't just him. Everyone lost their balance in an instant, and the entire battlefield and Marineford tilted to one side. The sea surrounding Marineford was also split into several sections, tilting in different directions. Luffy looked on in disbelief at this terrifying scene, unable to believe that a human could do such a thing. Helena transformed into her demon form, swirling in the air with a trailing flame. As the tremors subsided, Marineford's town was devastated. John knelt on one knee, panting heavily. What terrifying power! But for the absolute justice of the Navy, you will not pass through here. He picked up his knife and charged forward. Whitebeard leaped up and punched the air in front of him, unleashing an incredibly powerful shockwave that penetrated John's body, breaking through the ice and harbor, heading straight for the execution platform, while a fireball flew toward the platform as well. Great! We're almost at the execution platform. The shockwave stopped, and the pirates looked expectantly at the execution platform, but as the dust settled, they were disappointed to see the platform unharmed, with 4 admirals extending their hands to block the shockwave. Helena was still engulfed in the flames of Huido, and she said, as expected of Whitebeard's attack. It took quite a bit of effort to stop it. Akiji looked at the three and said, "It's all because the barrier didn't activate in time." Akainu replied irritably, "Isn't it because of your broken ice?" Kizaru played the peacemaker. "Sakazuki, why not just melt that ice?" The pirates, seeing a gap, shouted and rushed over. Akiji remarked, "They're all very angry. That's really terrifying. We can't let them just rush in like that. We need to buy some time for the barrier." Helena said, then turned her body, transforming into a giant black Tengu, her entire body ablaze with intense flames. Guido, great flame god. In Selena's massive wolf kiss. A blazing fire continuously erupted, forming a wall of flames that advanced toward the pirates' front line. Quick dodge. How do we dodge? The range is too large. A streak of blue flame surged forward, clashing against the relentless red firewall. The intertwining blue and red flames caused the ice below to begin melting. Helena stopped breathing fire and looked at Marco. Is it that immortal bird again? At that moment, the enclosing wall finally rose up, with steel walls lifting one by one, accompanied by mechanical movements and the sound of metal colliding. In just a few seconds, the arc-shaped harbor was completely blocked by the enclosing wall, making it impossible for the pirates to break through. Some pirates attempted to attack the enclosing wall, but to no avail. Its hardness far exceeded their expectations. At this time, a pirate pointed to a spot and shouted, "Look, there's a gap." Everyone turned to see that half of Little Orz's enormous body was on the plaza, while the other half was on the ice surface, preventing the enclosing wall from rising beneath him. Sengoku shouted anxiously, "What's going on? Get up. The enclosing wall can't lift Little Orz's massive body, and his blood is flowing into the machinery, causing a power drop." Whitebeard looked in Little Orz's direction, thinking, "There's a chance." Sengoku snorted and said, "Humph. We're out of options, Akainu. Let's begin." Upon hearing this, Akainu did not respond and stepped forward. His arms turned into magma, pointing to the sky, launching countless molten rocks that disappeared into the clouds. Meteor volcano. The pirates on the ice surface were bewildered, not knowing what was happening. "Hey, what's going on? Did the Admiral miss? It can't be that simple. Wait, what's that?" In the sky, countless gigantic molten fists broke through the clouds, plummeting towards the ice surface like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. They melted the ice, leaving the pirates nowhere to stand. Sengoku shouted loudly. The molten fists struck the ice, causing an unending series of explosions, resulting in countless pirate casualties and screams of agony. Luffy, witnessing the catastrophic scene before him, stood with his mouth agape, unable to speak. The high temperature of the lava melted the ice into seawater, causing many pirates to fall into the sea, where the lava boiled the seawater, inflicting severe pain on those who had fallen. Some pirates began to retreat, turning to run out of the bay, but behind them stood rows of pacifists. Countless laser beams shot towards them, inflicting considerable damage on the pirates. However, they could not advance. The enclosing wall remained unmoved despite any attacks, while the cannons mounted on it fired continuously. Despair spread among the pirates. Whitebeard could not bear to watch, with a tremor in his hand. He punched out a powerful shockwave towards the iron wall beside Little Orz, crashing into it and unleashing a terrifying shockwave that blew away nearby navy and pirates alike. However, the enclosing wall was not destroyed, only leaving a dent. What? Even Dad can't break it. In the sky, Akainu's meteor volcano continued to rain down, destroying several parts of the Moby Dick. But at that moment, the falling meteors suddenly halted in midair, and Akainu ceased his attack, looking up at the sky. Everyone turned to the sky, unsure of what was happening. "Edward, you look really terrible like this." A proud voice rang out, as a massive floating island broke through the clouds and appeared over the battlefield. There was a figure floating in front of the floating island, slowly descending. With keen eyesight, Helena recognized who it was and immediately fell into confusion. How did this person get here? Sengoku and Whitebeard also recognized the figure. Sengoku frowned and said in a low voice, "Damn it, what is this guy doing here?" Whitebeard stared at the person, thinking, "Is this guy here to pick up the scraps?" The newcomer was the captain of the flying pirate crew, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, a user of the float fruit, and known as one of the 3 legendary pirates alongside Roger and Whitebeard. Shiki the Golden Lion. Shiki chuckled, flipped his hand, and the meteors changed direction, smashing towards the plaza where the navy was located. Helena transformed into a lunar eclipse form, raised her head, and shot a white beam of light into the sky. Once the beam reached a certain height, it spread out, forming a gigantic protective shield that encompassed the square. Lunar eclipse healing, said Kizaru. Wow, that's impressive. Lava crashed against the white shield, creating ripples, but the returning meteors caused no harm to the Navy. The cigar in the Golden Lion's mouth shifted to the other side as he waved his hand, causing the shattered ice, ruins, and destroyed warships on the battlefield to slowly rise, creating a spectacular sight in the air. The Golden Lion descended from the sky and approached Whitebeard, saying, "Hey, Whitebeard, it's been 20 years, hasn't it?" Whitebeard looked at him skeptically and asked, "What are you doing here?" The Golden Lion looked at Ace on the execution platform and replied, "What do you mean? I'm here to save that little brat." The Golden Lion's smile faded as he said solemnly, "Back then, I didn't want to see Roger end up like that. And I certainly don't want to see his bloodline killed by the Navy in the same way." Whitebeard said nothing, but continued to stare at the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion rose into the sky, waved his hand, and the ruins and debris in the air all crashed down toward the square. Sengoku gritted his teeth in anger, saying, "Damn it, they all came out. Helena, I leave the Golden Lion to you. Hold him back." "Yes, understood," Helena replied somewhat speechlessly. "This guy is really tough to deal with." A golden beam shot out from the square, sweeping through the falling debris and scattering those objects. Then, a golden figure soared into the sky, charging directly at the Golden Lion. Sensing Helena's momentum, the Golden Lion swung his sword, Sakura 11, and a massive sword energy rapidly surged toward Helena. Hirena's hands were covered with armament haki, and when it collided with the sword energy, they were in a stalemate for about a second before she deflected the sword energy. The sword energy veered off, striking the bay below and carving out a wide ravine. Helena didn't slow down and quickly arrived in front of the Golden Lion. She threw a punch, and the Golden Lion raised his leg, colliding fist and sword, releasing terrifying energy that stirred the surroundings, with items lifted by the Golden Lion's fruit ability being tossed about. The Golden Lion laughed, looking at the woman before him, and asked, "Hey, you, are you that Admiral White Zetsu?" "Exactly." Helena unleashed her Conqueror's haki, shaking the Golden Lion's soul. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, and his own Conqueror's haki erupted, matching Helena's strength. The onlookers felt as if two monsters were colliding in the air, emanating a chilling aura. Whitebeard watched their battle and thought, "Well, Shiki has restrained a troublesome guy." The pirates looked towards the only path opened up by little oars, still hesitant, knowing the Marines would surely defend it. But one person had already run in that direction. "Ace!" Luffy shouted Ace's name, his speed increasing. We must rescue Ace." The pirates' morale surged as they raised their weapons and charged towards the gap with Luffy. As they approached the encirclement, Sengoku ordered, "Fire!" The sound of cannon fire echoed continuously, with cannonballs exploding behind Luffy, and the gathered pirates were mowed down like they were queuing for execution, resulting in numerous casualties. A cannonball exploded under Luffy's feet, sending him flying into the sea. Seeing this, Jinbe quickly jumped into the water to rescue Luffy. "Luffy!" Ace watched his brother and comrades in a gruesome state, his heart aching like a knife, and he closed his eyes in pain. Sengoku, not wanting to delay any longer, ordered begin the execution. The two executioners were about to move when they suddenly felt a slight tremor underfoot, drawing the attention of both the Marines and the pirates. Little Oars is still alive. Great. Oars is still alive. Little Oars, battered and bruised, slowly climbed up. He raised his massive arm and reached out to Ace, saying, "Ace, I want to protect Ace." "Oars," Sengoku shouted, "shoot." Countless bullets and cannonballs struck Oars's already damaged body, causing him to sway. "Keep firing. He can't hold out much longer." "Leave it to me," Kizaru stepped forward and said, "We must execute quickly. The fastest way is to shoot through the head." Kizaru raised his hand, a yellow light flashing at his fingertip, and a laser beam shot out. It's over just then. A surge of seawater shot up into the sky, crossing the encirclement and bringing a person crashing down into the square. The person landed in front of the three admirals, holding a broken mast in his right hand. It was Luffy, and everyone looked at the boy in disbelief. "Ah, finally made it here?" Akiji said. "Dragons sont pretty fearless." Akainu said coldly. Kizaru lazily remarked, "Hey, you can't possibly win against us now. In any case, this stage is still too early for you." Luffy did not respond to them. His gaze was fixed on the brother he had longed for on the execution platform. Luffy shouted angrily, "Give me Ace back!" and threw the broken mast at the three admirals. Akiji raised his hand to freeze the mast and pushed it back. Luffy lifted his legs and kicked out rapidly. Gum Gum Stampede. After shattering the frozen mast, he kicked it at the three admirals, but the three were all Logia users, and Luffy's attacks, which lacked haki, had no effect on them. Second gear. Luffy's blood flow accelerated. His skin turned red and shiny, and steam was rising from him. In an instant, he dodged Kizaru's light body and dashed straight towards the execution platform. No time to fight them. Kizaru glanced back and said, "Hey, getting clever now." Luffy was surrounded by light, and Kizaru instantly appeared beside him, disdainfully saying, "Too slow," and kicked Luffy away, crashing him into a building. Luffy lay in the rubble, unable to get up for a while. Sengoku ordered again, "Begin the execution." Yes. The two executioners raised their blades, aimed at Ace's neck, and swung down heavily. Everyone on Whitebeard's side was shocked, and Luffy cried out, "Ace!" At that critical moment, two screams echoed as the two executioners were sent flying. Sengoku was furious, looking down and shouting, "Who is it?" Unbeknownst to them, Crocodile had already arrived at the center of the square, having just sent two sharp sand blasts to knock those executioners away. "You bastard!" Sengoku was so angry he could spit blood. "I thought you, who had a grudge against Whitebeard, would help us, Crocodile." Marco and the others were puzzled, not understanding why Crocodile would save Ace. "That old man who is about to die, I'll handle him myself. Before that, I don't want to see your happy faces," Crocodile said coldly. Not far away, a figure moved, and Crocodile's head was cut off and flew away, with sand flowing from the severed neck. Hey, Crocodile bastard." Doflamingo stepped out from the crowd, grinning and saying, "Are you going to ditch me to team up with Whitebeard? Hee, I can get jealous." The sand gathered on Crocodile's neck, reassembling into his head. Crocodile said, "I won't team up with anyone." "So you're ditching me?" "I guess so." The two faced off for a moment, then Doflamingo flew in with a kick. Crocodile raised his hook, and they collided, creating a shockwave that sent people around them flying. Luffy also got up and ran towards the execution platform. The Marines tried to stop him, but were all repelled. A lieutenant raised a metal rod and shouted, "This is the end. I won't let you pass." Luffy punched forward, using Soru to get behind the lieutenant. Iron block. Smash. He punched at Luffy, who dodged forward, and the lieutenant's fist hit the ground, creating a large pit. Luffy extended his arm back and struck at the lieutenant. "Gum Gum Bullet," the lieutenant shouted, taking the hit without defense. Luffy continued forward, and Akainu stepped up, but before he could take 2 steps, Aokiji had already rushed out. Aokiji crossed his arms and shot an ice spear into Luffy's right arm, causing him to fall to the ground. Aokiji pulled out the ice spear and aimed it at Luffy, saying, "Although your grandfather has been kind to me, I'm sorry. This is the path you chose as a man." In the distance, Hancock saw Luffy about to be stabbed and furiously shouted, "Bastard. Don't you dare lay a hand on Luffy." As Hancock was about to run out to save Luffy, a blue figure sped past her. Marco flew towards Luffy, kicking Aokiji away and saving Luffy. Luffy sat up and gratefully said, "I'm saved, sorry." Marco chuckled and replied, "No problem." In the sky, Helena gathered golden energy in her mouth, unleashing a thick golden beam towards the golden lion. Godly heaven, golden extreme, cloud fawn. The golden lion raised his leg to block the beam with his sword and countered by controlling 2 massive ice spears to rapidly stab towards Helena. Helena caught an ice cone in each hand and crushed them. With her claws, she unleashed 10 golden blades that charged towards the golden lion god, the true god. The golden lion slashed out a wide sword energy, horizontally intercepting the row of blades. With a powerful grasp, the golden lion formed 3 giant lion heads from the countless ruins floating in the air, roaring as they pressed towards Helena. Lion might, imperial domain roll. Helena was engulfed, and within seconds, she burst out of the ruins, radiating golden light, her hands covered in armament haki and conqueror's haki, charging towards the golden lion. The golden lion infused his dual-colored haki into the blade on his leg, instantly turning the blade pitch black and accompanied by purple lightning. Bang! The two clashed, emitting an earth-shattering momentum. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley, the golden lion soared up and down, unleashing countless sword chi, each strike capable of tearing apart mountains. Helena's arms were covered in haki, crossed together, and the sound of metal colliding echoed. Her entire body was bursting with golden energy as she flew towards the golden lion at an incredible speed, colliding with the golden lion's sword aura, causing strong energy to dissipate in all directions. The divine god, divine mounting wolf, enveloped her arms in golden energy and struck at the golden lion. The golden lion controlled a warship to crash towards her, and Helena punched the warship, causing the golden energy to explode instantly, shattering the several-meter-long vessel into pieces. A sword aura shot out from the wreckage of the warship, targeting Helena. With her arms wrapped in haki, Helena swung heavily, deflecting the sword aura, then unleashed dozens of leaping beams of light from her mouth, attacking the Golden Lion from all directions. The Golden Lion waved his hand, summoning countless stones and wreckage of warships to his side to block the beams, then pushed with both hands, sending these objects crashing towards Helena. Helena waved her arms continuously, knocking down the debris and stones that approached her, while the two were momentarily at a stalemate. The Golden Lion exhaled a puff of smoke and said with a smile, "Young ones are indeed formidable. It's quite the coincidence that you came today. Why interfere in this matter? Why? It's simply because I don't want to see you succeed again." The Golden Lion's voice suddenly turned cold as he stretched out his hand, and countless massive spikes made of giant rocks flew towards Helena at an incredible speed, too fast to see. Bang! One of the spikes pierced towards Helena's abdomen. She braced herself with both hands, but the tremendous force sent her flying, crashing into a building. Helena flew out from the hole she created, and a sword energy was already in front of her. Respect the heavenly god with divine purity. 10 golden blades of wind dispersed the sword energy and shot towards the Golden Lion in the distance. The Golden Lion swept his leg, and all 10 blades of wind were cleaved apart. With another sweep of his leg, a massive sword energy, exuding dominance, held out. Wave. Selena dodged the sword energy in an instant and charged towards the Golden Lion at the same time. One focused on his fist, the other on the sword, entwining their conqueror's haki. The fist struck the blade, and black lightning surged around them, unleashing a terrifying energy that destroyed large sections of the surrounding buildings. The two separated, and the Golden Lion began to dance his hands. Selena had 2 massive boulders pressing down on her from both sides. She extended her hands to brace against the boulders, golden energy surging forth to shatter them. A sound of flowing water came from above, and when Selena looked up, she saw a large mass of seawater gathering directly above her. The Golden Lion pressed his hand down, and the seawater suddenly sank, threatening to drown Selena. With a loud shout, Selena unleashed a burst of golden energy, scattering the mass of seawater into a shower of droplets filled with golden light. Unbeknownst to her, the Golden Lion had already appeared behind Selena, and with a swift strike from his leg, he unleashed a wood slash. Sidinaïs observation à qui rend à l'ambed. And she tilted her body to the side. The wood slash grazed her right arm, sending a spray of blood flying. Selena struck with a powerful backhand punch infused with golden energy, while the Golden Lion's hand was also covered in haki, blocking Selena's fist. Suddenly, golden energy surged behind Selena, forming several tentacles that repelled the Golden Lion. The divine god of heaven, dancing silk spirit. The Golden Lion retreated to a distance, clenching its hand tightly, causing fragments of stone to form several lion heads that lunged toward Selena. Lion Might, Royal Palace Earth Roll. In the bay, the pirates jumped into the sea, swimming towards Oz, advance. Don't back down. The Navy was somewhat shocked by the pirates' desperate momentum. Rear Admiral Stolo Berry shouted loudly, "They're all targets now, fire!" A series of cannon fire erupted, striking the pile of pirates and blasting many away. At that moment, a coated ship from the Whitebeard pirates slowly rose from beneath the waves, filled with pirates, and the pirates in the sea began to board this ship. Whitebeard is still here. A ship. Look, it's an outer ship. It's coming this way. Fire. Fire. We can't let that ship get close. After a barrage of cannon fire, they failed to stop the ship from advancing towards the square. Sengoku noticed something was wrong and immediately shouted, "No, don't shoot the ship. Shoot Oz." It was already too late. Oz stood up, extending both large hands to embrace the big ship, lifting it onto the square. The pirates had finally breached the square. Carp said solemnly, "We were played, just a mouse hole, and it ended up being used against us. The encirclement wall has become our stumbling block. Are you still with us, Ace?" Whitebeard said in a deep voice, "It's a success. Now we can rescue Ace." Little Oz gasped, exhausted. Before he finished speaking, several cannonballs exploded on him, and he could no longer hold on, collapsing forward. Before falling, he turned to the crowd of pirates and said, "We must rescue Ace." Whitebeard looked at the fallen Oz, tightened his grip on the Tsung-Yun cut, and walked forward, leaping down to the square. The Navy, tense, raised their guns at Whitebeard. Whitebeard said, "Son, step back." Then he took a stance, raising the Tsung-Yun cut behind him, infused with the power of the Tremor fruit. Whitebeard roared, swinging his blade, and the space shattered instantly, sending a large group of Navy flying. The captains also jumped down to stand beside Whitebeard, with the pirates closely following their lead. Kids, rescue Ace. Eliminate the Navy. Whitebeard shouted, instantly boosting the pirates' morale. Carp, Sengoku said. Gap responded. Ah, in that case, we can't just stand by. Sengoku rolled up his sleeves. The Navy and pirates continued to clash, and Whitebeard told his subordinates, stay out of my line of fire. The pirates spread out as Whitebeard raised its own yun cut to strike again. This is really troublesome. Akiji appeared in midair, unleashing a wave of frost. Ice ball. Whitebeard was encased in ice, but before long, the ice shattered. Ah, it seems the tremor can't be frozen, Akiji said, then charged at Whitebeard. Whitebeard thrust his blade, piercing Akiji's body as if he had been fatally stabbed. Great. Did we take him down? A pirate shouted. No, don't be foolish, Akiji said, as the wound turned to ice, frost spreading from the hilt, preventing Whitebeard from pulling out his blade. Ice block, two-pronged spear. 4 tridents formed from solid ice appeared around Akiji, ready to strike at Whitebeard. Bang! Jozu's half-body transformed into diamond, infused with haki, charging from a distance and colliding heavily. Akiji elementalized his entire body in advance, then was smashed into shards of ice by Jozu. Old man, you go first, Jozu said. I'm counting on you. Akiji slowly began to regain his human form, looking seriously at Jozu, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Luffy, covered in wounds and dust, kept running towards the execution platform, already exhausted. Carp watched his grandson in such a state, feeling extremely complicated, trembling slightly. Sengoku glanced at him. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards Luffy, swinging a blade that knocked him down. Straw Hat Kid Luffy, I'm Squirrel, blocking the path of the Navy's rear admiral. I won't let you pass. Is this rear admiral like my grandpa? Luffy struggled to get up, while Squirrel used Soru to get beside Luffy. Luffy swept his legs, but Squirrel dodged. Squirrel used Jeppo to leap into the air, coming down heavily, adding another wound to Luffy. Luffy struggled to activate Gear Second, when another rear admiral who had eaten the spot dog fruit charged over, landing a finger pistol on Luffy's belly. Luffy was sent flying. No wonder, after all, you're just a rookie, but still very resilient, Squirrel said. Luffy wanted to get up again, when a yellow light suddenly shone on his face. Kizaru fired a laser beam, sending Luffy flying again. Carp watched from above, feeling extremely distressed, clenching his fists and his face turning red with veins bulging. Sengoku looked at him and said, Carp, get a grip on your position. Carp was startled by the words and turned his face away. Luffy lay on the ground as Kizaru approached him, saying, It's useless to have courage without strength, Straw Hat Kid, no matter how hard you try. You can't save what you want to save. Luffy's vision began to blur, his spirit somewhat dazed. Ace. Kizaru's leg lit up, kicking Luffy away. Disappear. Huh. Luffy flew out, caught by a large hand. Kizaru looked and saw it was Whitebeard. Kizaru took the opportunity to mock. Oh, Whitebeard, you're getting old and confused, letting such trash take the lead. Kizaru's fingertips lit up, and a laser beam shot out immediately. At that moment, a voice rang out. Found Jinbei. The Straw Hat Boy is over there. Everyone looked up, seeing an enormous face on the encirclement wall. Do you see? I am Ivankov. Jinbei jumped down from Ivankov's giant face onto the square, causing Ivankov to lose balance and fall, crushing a pile of people. Whitebeard casually remarked, This guy is really noisy. Luffy gradually regained consciousness, seeing Jinbei and Ivankov, and began to struggle. Jinbei, Ivankov, I want to be let go, uncle. Whitebeard said, This guy has done enough. Give him treatment. He then threw Luffy towards several pirates, who caught him, but he was still struggling. I don't want to. There's no time left. I must save Ace. He's my only brother in this world. I must save him. Luffy pushed past a few people and ran towards the execution platform. He barely took 2 steps before collapsing on the ground. Luffy, this is too serious. Please. You must save him, Jinbei said to the doctor, who was also rushing over. Just blabbering and showing off. Still wet behind the ears, unacceptable, Whitebeard said as he looked at the collapsed Luffy, then raised his head to look at Ace, adding, However, I really like this kind of fool. Whitebeard took a few steps forward, looking at the Navy ahead, taking a stance, and said powerfully, Anyone who wants to die, come on. The blade wrapped in tremor energy swung down heavily. Ping! Suddenly, a person appeared in front of Whitebeard, catching his blade with a kick. The collision between the two generated shockwaves that stirred up large clouds of dust in the center of the battlefield. As the smoke cleared, everyone saw Akainu with his hands in his pockets, extending a leg turned to magma to block Whitebeard's attack. Akainu's entire face was cast in a menacing hue by the dark red magma on his leg. If you keep causing trouble, this island won't be able to hold up, he warned. Then you better guard it well. Whitebeard replied with a laugh. Akainu's arm transformed into magma, and a massive magma fist smashed toward Whitebeard, who also covered his fist with vibrating energy. The two clashed again, sending shockwaves that knocked away the nearby minions. In other parts of the battlefield, the 7 warlords were suppressing the pirates, but pirates from outside the bay surged into the square, with Trafalgar Law leading the pacifists closely behind, resulting in a chaotic battle in the square. Marco transformed into his beast form, the blue phoenix soaring toward the execution platform, capturing the attention of many. Carp was struggling internally, and Sengoku prepared to attack as he noticed Carp's in action. Just at the last moment, Carp jumped up and punched the phoenix form Marco, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a large pit. Carp sat down in the spot where Akainu had been moments before, and Sengoku shouted from above, "No one is forcing you to act." The pirates were intimidated to see the legendary marine hero Carp take action, while the marines were greatly encouraged. Whitebeard pondered Carp. Carp looked down and declared in a booming voice, "If you want to pass through here, you have to kill me first, brats." Seeing that the pirates were somewhat frightened, Whitebeard shouted, "Kids, don't be scared by his name. He is just an old soldier." Carp smiled meaningfully at this. "If you're from that generation, focus on the enemy in front of you." Akainu growled, transforming his arm into a giant magma dog head that lunged at Whitebeard. Dog bite Red Lotus. Whitebeard sliced the magma dog head in half with his sword, sending magma flying and destroying several buildings. Akainu looked around and said, "Still destroying the town, huh?" Whitebeard replied, "I told you to guard well, brat." Sengoku urged the marines behind the execution platform, "Hurry up with Ace's execution. Get the replacements here." "Yes." Sengoku turned to see Ace suddenly banging his head against the execution platform. "What's wrong, Fire Fist?" Ace, seeing his friends and brother risking their lives to save him, painfully exclaimed, "I'm such a jerk. I'm so twisted. While Dad, my brother, and my friends are bleeding and sacrificing themselves, I'm crying tears of joy. Only now do I realize the value of life." Whitebeard swung his sword at Akainu, who jumped away. "Get lost, Magma Brat." Whitebeard suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, dropping to one knee and spitting out blood. Marco keenly noticed Whitebeard's abnormality. "Dad." Akainu landed back on the ground, casually saying, "Time waits for no one. Whitebeard." Akainu approached Whitebeard with his arm transformed into magma, while Marco rushed over anxiously. "Damn it, the worst has happened." Marco was focused on Whitebeard's condition and didn't notice Kizaru behind him. In an instant, success or failure is determined. Kizaru raised his hand, and 2 laser beams pierced through Marco's body, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Marco, Jozu, also distracted, turned to look at Marco. "You were careless." Akiji instantly froze half of Jozu's body. "Let me send you to the underworld." Akainu's magma fist struck Whitebeard's chest, exploding with magma and shooting into the sky. Whitebeard was heavily hit, and Ace cried out in pain, "Dad." Whitebeard looked at Akainu and said in a deep voice, "Magma Brat." Marco slowly walked toward Whitebeard, murmuring, "Dad, wait for me." Another laser beam struck Marco, injuring him again. "You were careless. You've taken 2 or 3 hits. Isn't it time to rest?" Kizaru teased. Marco roared, his body igniting in blue flames as he charged at Whitebeard at full speed. "It looks like things aren't going too smoothly. You're the Phoenix. You can regenerate, right? It's your turn." Kizaru shouted to someone. Suddenly, a figure jumped in front of Marco, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, blocking his path. Ignoring everything else, Marco sprinted past Ghost Spider. But Ghost Spider's thick hair twisted into several tentacles, grabbing Marco and placing sea-stone cuffs on his wrists. "What?" A piercing sound rang out as 2 beams pierced through Marco again, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Looks painful on the other side." Jozu fell over, completely frozen. Akiji exhaled. The Whitebeard pirates really are falling apart. Sengoku continuously observed the battlefield situation and, seeing Whitebeard's side at a disadvantage, shouted, "Stop dawdling. Give it your all and take Whitebeard's head." The Marines charged in, with several jumping up and stabbing their blades into Whitebeard's body, while one person shot a hand cannon at Whitebeard's head. Whitebeard seemed on the verge of collapsing, leaning back. The pirates hurried over to help Whitebeard, but he firmly planted his foot and shouted, "Don't come over. These shrimp and crab soldiers think they can kill me like this? I don't need your help. I am Whitebeard." Whitebeard swung his massive sword down heavily. The shockwaves and pressure sent all Marines within 100 meters flying into the air. Those who were not affected felt a chill as they gazed at the monstrous figure. However, this strike also consumed a lot of his energy, and Whitebeard clutched his wound, gasping for breath. Sengoku shouted again, "Don't retreat. He is already injured." Some Marines charged in again to attack. "You say I'm injured?" Whitebeard rumbled. "Haha, that is laughable. You think this level of attack can kill me? If I were to die from this, I know exactly what the consequences would be. So listen well. I won't die until I see my sons walking toward a bright future." The Marines surrounded Whitebeard, but he only looked at Ace above. "Right, Ace." The Marines behind Whitebeard were pushed back, and the captains, including Jinbei, gathered behind him to assist. "You've gotten too clever, you foolish kids." Sengoku crossed his arms and said, "You want to see the future? Then watch closely. Attack." The newly replaced executioner raised his long blade and was about to strike down, while Whitebeard charged toward the execution platform, and Luffy rushed over without hesitation. "You think I can't stop Whitebeard?" Suddenly he felt overwhelming pain and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. "Watch closely, Whitebeard." Two long blades fell heavily, and Ace was on the verge of being decapitated. Luffy, feeling anxious, realized he couldn't reach in time. "Stop! Stop! Stop it!" Luffy shouted furiously, a powerful aura radiating from him, causing countless weaker Marines and pirates to lose consciousness and fall to the ground. Was that Conqueror's haki just now? Zhongguo looked at Luffy in surprise, and many others were equally astonished. In the air, the two combatants simultaneously paused, with Helena landing on a large rock that had risen up with the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion looked down and murmured to himself, Is that Conqueror's haki? This aura feels unfamiliar. Which young punk has just awakened it?" The Golden Lion laughed excitedly. This is getting more interesting." The sword on his leg trembled slightly as he aimed it at Helena and struck down heavily, not releasing any sword energy, but Helena did not dare to be careless. Lion floating blade. The giant stones around Zelina began to slowly rise. Zelina cautiously observed her surroundings, and her observation haki suddenly sensed an impending attack, causing her entire body to be instantly enveloped in armament haki. With a clang, all the floating giant stones were split in two, and Zelina received an invisible slash that was powerful enough to nearly break through her armament haki. The Golden Lion's hand grasped the air, and the fragments of the giant stones around Zelina gathered towards her, enclosing her. The golden energy exploded, and Zelina charged out, launching an attack towards the Golden Lion. Divine King Technique. Heavenly King Halberd. Golden energy formed a long halberd in her hand, covered in armament and Conqueror's haki, and she threw it fiercely. The long halberd, intertwined with gold and black, struck towards the Golden Lion, accompanied by black lightning. The Conqueror's haki erupted from the Golden Lion, wrapping around his sword as he flipped and swept it away. The long halberd collided violently against the long sword, creating a fierce clash. As the energy of the long halberd was exhausted, it transformed into golden light points and dissipated. Zelina then appeared in front of him, holding a golden spike imbued with Conqueror's haki, aimed at the Golden Lion to stab down. Divine King Technique, Divine Command. The Golden Lion raised his leg, and the space around the blade slightly distorted as he swung down towards Zelina. Lion's Cut Blade. The spike collided with the sword blade in a fierce clash. Zelina threw another punch, which the Golden Lion caught with his hand. The two were locked in a stalemate for several seconds, during which Zelina emitted a golden beam of light, forcing the Golden Lion back, but he countered by unleashing several sword energy slashes. Lion's Thousand Cuts. Shirina dodged left and right, evading the sword energy. She looked up and saw the Golden Lion raising both hands to the sky, countless boulders gathering above his head. Whitebeard glanced at Luffy, who had just unleashed his Conqueror's haki, and said in surprise, "That little brat." Marco, covering his wound, also looked at Luffy. "Did that guy do it?" Akainu slightly lowered his head and pondered. It seems he activated it unconsciously. Kizaru, still casual, remarked, "Looks like he's hiding some terrifying power." Garp looked at his grandson with mixed feelings. "So it really is innate? We must take down that straw hat kid. We can't raise a tiger to trouble us." Vice Admiral Doberman shouted, and a large number of Navy soldiers surrounded Luffy. Whitebeard punched forward, shattering the space and sending shockwaves that knocked the Navy away. "Are you going to mobilize the whole force against the little kid?" Whitebeard questioned. With another punch, a large number of Navy soldiers were sent flying into the air. The captains gathered by Whitebeard's side, engaging in a fierce battle with the Navy. Have they all gathered? Akainu crossed his arms, watching Whitebeard. It's a fight to the death. How long can I hold on? Whitebeard shouted with vigor. "Listen up, everyone. From now on, protect the Straw Hat Kid with all your might. The pirates were surprised but complied with Whitebeard's orders. Kizaru ordered loudly, take down the Straw Hat Kid immediately. Several vice admirals stepped forward to block Luffy's advance, but they were held back by the New World pirates. The pirates reached Luffy's side, and his momentum grew stronger. Vice Admiral, the Straw Hat Kid, wait. Now that the pirates have left Whitebeard's side, if we take down Whitebeard first, they will fall apart without a fight. Vice Admiral Strice calmly commanded. The Navy gathered their forces and charged at Whitebeard, who laughed. You think you can take me down by ganging up on me? Whitebeard's blade was imbued with shockwave energy, sweeping around and sending the recently gathered Navy soldiers flying back with an invisible force. Strice couldn't help but exclaim, is that guy immortal? But Whitebeard had also exhausted a lot of energy. He gasped as he watched Luffy running and thought, go ahead, Stauhat Keat. Just now, you stopped them from executing Ace for me. If you're also one who inherits the will of D, then let me see the future direction of this era. Mihawk stood in front of Luffy and slashed his sword energy towards him. A figure rushed forward, transforming their hands into blades to block the attack. You are. This is the captain's order. Temporarily stand against the Navy and go quickly. The person said. Luffy continued to advance, and Mihawk approached that person. You're Daz Bonez, right? With a slash, Mr. One Daz Bonez was cut down to the ground, and Mihawk turned to charge at Luffy with another slash. Clang! Crocodile flew over, his golden hook striking at Mihawk to block his attack. Crocodile, how long are you going to sleep, Mr. One? Mr. One slowly got up and whispered, it seems that prison life has made my body rusty. Crocodile did not turn back and said to Luffy, hey, you're in the way, Straw Hat Kid, hurry up and get lost. Why are you blocking me, Crocodile? Mihawk shouted, I'm in a bad mood right now, so be careful. Mihawk, Crocodile said harshly. Luffy moved forward, and Hancock arrived nearby. Luffy, I'm here to help you. A few pacifists jumped over, ready to attack Luffy, but Hancock stood in front of them, forcing them to stop. A person wielding a giant axe swung at her, and Hancock jumped back. Hey, Boa Hancock, aren't you one of the warlords of the sea? You stopped so many pacifists. Aren't you on the government side? Santamaru angrily said, lifting the giant axe. Hancock stood on her snake, looking down at Santamaru, and said, what a barbaric man. It seems you don't understand at all. Love is like a fierce storm. Huh? Luffy was still running, with Ivankov beside him. The pirates blocked the Navy, forcing a path straight to the execution platform. The road has appeared. We're almost at the execution platform, Straw Hat Boy. Just charge straight ahead. Ivankov stopped and said to no one in particular. Next, it's our turn to make an appearance. I'm sorry to force you when your injuries aren't healed yet, but we need your strength. It's a small matter, little Ivankov. Don't worry. A hand holding a glass of red wine emerged from Ivankov's mass of purple hair, followed by a figure with sunglasses and hair and clothes split evenly between orange and white, who burst forth. Luffy heard the sound of fabric being cut and turned to see that the figure's hands had transformed into scissors, slicing the ground beneath him like fabric. With a flick, a section of the ground was lifted like a ribbon, landing on the execution platform. Not good. The Straw Hat Kid is about to reach the execution platform. Quickly stop him. No, we can't break through the pirates' defense. Use cannons to bombard. Several cannonballs flew in, and several figures dashed over, shooting down the projectiles. It's the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Just charge through, Straw Hat Kid. A captain shouted. Thanks to everyone's cooperation, Luffy finally climbed the stairs towards Ace. Kizaru watched, distressed. I can't believe I'm betting on this little brat. Whitebeard, I won't let him pass. Kizaru's body transformed into light, and Whitebeard suddenly slashed, blocking Kizaru. Kizaru rolled forward, standing up to face Whitebeard. TCH, Whitebeard, just keep watching. Ace looked in disbelief at Luffy, who was running towards him, and Luffy shouted excitedly, I'm coming. Ace, just as he finished speaking, a figure rushed up from below, crashing through the stone path and blocking Luffy's way. Luffy recognized it immediately as his grandfather. Garp, Grandpa, get out of the way. How can I let you pass? I'm a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. Long before you were born, I was already fighting pirates. If you want to get through here, you have to step over my dead body, Straw Hat Kid Luffy. That's the path you chose. Luffy was momentarily at a loss, unsure of what to do. Please, Grandpa, let me pass. I already told you, if you want to get through here, you have to step over my dead body. I can't do it. Grandpa, please get out of the way. If you can't do it, es will unduptedly. I don't want that. Life is full of disappointments, and I won't hold back. Luffy, I'm going to treat you as an enemy. The stone path beneath them suddenly shattered, and Luffy activated Gear Second. Garp swung a punch, while Sengoku kept his eyes on Garp, and Garp focused on Luffy. Just as Garp's fist was about to hit Luffy, he finally couldn't hold back and closed his eyes. Garp. In Sengoku's eyes, a look of anticipation flashed by. Bang! Luffy landed a punch on his grandfather's chin, sending Garp plummeting towards the ground. In midair, he opened his eyes and glanced at Luffy. Sengoku said in a low voice, "You are still their grandfather, Garp." Kizaru, stepping on Whitebeard's sword, lazily remarked. "Oh, looks like it's time for the execution platform," Whitebeard retorted. "That reckless fool you mentioned hasn't changed at all, huh?" Kizaru interrupted him. "Lie down, kid." Whitebeard swung down his sword, but Kizaru transformed into light, reassembling his body and pointing a finger at Whitebeard. "You were careless, Whitebeard. Finally, we made it here." Luffy stepped onto the execution platform, treading on the shattered rocks in the air. "Luffy, you rascal." Ace smiled with emotion. "Ace, wait for me. I'm unlocking you now." Luffy pulled out the key Hancock gave him from his pocket and began unlocking Ace's handcuffs. Sengoku's temples bulged as he watched Luffy act as if he didn't exist. Suddenly, a golden light shone from Sengoku's body, making him grow larger. This golden light illuminated the entire battlefield, and Sengoku transformed into a towering golden Buddha, distorting the execution platform, leaving Ace dumbfounded. "Do you think you can escape from my palm?" Sengoku said coldly. Luffy still didn't take him seriously, focused solely on rescuing Ace. Kizaru watched from below, muttering to himself, "Oh, I didn't expect you had such a thing." Straw Hat Kid, a thin laser beam shot out, severing the key in Luffy's hand. Rear Admiral Stohis ordered a squad of Marines to aim at Luffy. Sengoku angrily shouted, "Straw Hat Kid, you are a criminal too. You two brothers will be executed by me." Sengoku raised his fist, ready to smash down, when a just-recovered executioner, who had been knocked out by Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, suddenly stood up. "What happened?" "I just fainted." Mr. 3 and Luffy exchanged incredulous glances. "3, why are you here?" Before Mr. 3 could answer, he saw behind him the giant golden Buddha. What is that thing?" Luffy bit his finger, ready to use Gear 3rd, turning to Galdino and saying, "3, quickly use Candle Wall to protect Ace." Gum giant balloon. Candle Wall. Luffy suddenly transformed into a gigantic ball. Sengoku's fist smashed down, deforming Luffy. Luffy spat out a mouthful of blood, but held on, without losing hope. The execution platform couldn't withstand Sengoku's immense power and collapsed with a loud crash, sending Luffy and the others falling to the ground. Galdino crafted a key from candle wax in midair. "I'll unlock you." "Why are you here?" Luffy asked. Galdino recalled the sacrifice of his comrade for everyone's escape and shouted resolutely, "If you want to know why I'm here, it's to commemorate our fallen comrades." "Will you laugh at me?" "How could I?" "Straw Hat Kid, save your brother." "Got it." Luffy caught the key, and the returning human-shaped Sengoku realized something bad was happening. Below, several heavy cannons aimed at the execution platform. Boom! Fire and smoke soared into the sky, and everyone thought the 3 had been blown to pieces. But a pair of handcuffs fell to the ground, and a fiery path emerged from the smoke. "You've always been like this, Luffy," coming out and ignoring my words, acting recklessly. Luffy looked at the now-free Ace, his heart racing with excitement. Fire Fist Ace has been rescued. The pirates erupted into cheers, rising higher and higher, while Whitebeard looked at the two brothers with some surprise. "Luffy, we need to split up and be careful," Ace said. "Flame Ring, Flame Pillar." A fire pillar shot towards the ground, repelling the Marines trying to intercept the two brothers. Flames surged everywhere, making it impossible to approach. "Can you still fight, Luffy?" Of course. I never expected there would be a day when you saved me." "Thank you, Luffy." "Hee. Thanks to Uncle Whitebeard and the others' help." The Marines again surrounded them, opening fire, but the bullets had no effect on the rubber and flames. Some Marines charged in with swords, but Ace pushed Luffy's head down, and the sword struck Ace's fiery body. "He is my brother. I advise you not to lay a hand on him." Fire Fist. A massive fiery fist repelled the Marines, and the brothers worked together seamlessly, continuously pushing back the advancing Marines. "We need to hurry. Let's go, Luffy." "Oh." The two began to run towards the plaza. "You've gotten really strong, Luffy. One day, I'll surpass you." At that moment, a figure blocked their path, and Ace stopped Luffy. "Then let me protect you." The person in front said, "You won't see tomorrow's sun." "What are you talking about, someday? I won't let you escape." Akiji's arm transformed into ice, pointing at the two. "Ice block. Get out of the way, Luffy." Ace looked at Akiji with interest, flames igniting on his body. Ice Bird. Mirror Fire Flame. The massive ice bird collided with the roaring fire pillar, creating a grand spectacle. The solid ice melted into flames and then evaporated, with large amounts of steam dispersing around. Neither of their attacks succeeded. Sengoku looked at Ace unwillingly and said, "What a disgrace. I was right here, yet I still let them." Let them go. That would be more interesting. Doflamingo said playfully. The weasel glanced at him. "Don't say nonsense." Then he led his team to chase the two brothers. Some soldiers were frightened by Ace and Akiji's clash. Some hesitating. If even the admiral can't handle them, how can we possibly? "Don't be afraid." A powerful voice rang out, and the soldiers turned to see Akainu. "I won't let them escape from here." Just then, the sound of metal clashing against rock echoed, and the only remaining ship of the Whitebeard pirates was sailing on land. Heading this way, it was Squard and his men. Squard stood at the bow, shouting, "Old man, everyone, you all need to leave. This battlefield is up to us." Squard was prepared to sacrifice himself to make amends. "These damn brats," Whitebeard muttered. The pirate ship sped towards the collapsed execution platform, and Squard braced himself for death. Bang! The pirate ship suddenly hit something and could not advance any further. Squard looked down in disbelief and shouted, "Old man." Whitebeard stopped the ship with one hand, and everyone watched in wide-eyed amazement. Whitebeard shouted at Squard, "Do you know how unfilial it is to let a white-haired man send a black-haired man?" Squard closed his eyes in pain. "Don't get too carried away. Your sword won't take my life. Since our goal has been achieved, we have no business here." Whitebeard stepped forward to the front of all the pirates, using a voice everyone could hear to say, "Whitebeard pirates, listen up. I am issuing the final order as captain. You are here to part with me. Everyone must safely return to the new world." Whitebeard stepped forward heavily, his arm bulging with veins, determination flashing in his eyes. "I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship in the new era that can carry me." With a world-shattering punch, the space instantly shattered, and the entire Marine Fort trembled violently, countless cracks appearing in the Marine headquarters building. "Let us go, you kids." Amid the continuous tremors, Whitebeard recalled the joyful moments with his sons, remembering the confusion of his partners when he was young. "It's truly a long journey. It's time to put an end to this, Navy." That Whitebeard, despite being so badly injured, still has such great power. That guy really intends to sink Marine Fort. To accompany him to the grave, Sengoku said softly. Garp stood up, having heard Whitebeard's words, thinking to put an end to it. "Huh? What a timing." Ace stood there silently, while Luffy anxiously said to him, "Ace, hurry up. Uncle has already made up his mind." "I understand." A 1T let his feelings down. Ace looked at a few Marines try to sneak attack Whitebeard from behind, angrily shouting, "Get out of my way." At the same time, he threw a ball of flame to repel them. Whitebeard glanced over and saw Ace kneeling there, bowing towards him. "No need to say more, Ace. Let me ask you a question. Am I a qualified father?" Ace's tears streamed down as he shouted, "Of course." Hearing this, Whitebeard laughed heartily with relief. At that moment, someone noticed a disturbance in the sky. Countless giant stones gathered together in the air, crashing down toward a certain place, with a figure trapped beneath the stones. When they hit the center of the square, the pile of stones stacked up to several dozen meters high, killing a large number of Marines. With a loud bang, a golden light shot out from the center of the stone pile, instantly blowing the pile apart. Selena stepped out step by step, while the golden lion slowly descended from the sky. "You're pretty good, kid," the golden lion shouted to Selena. Sheena spat and did not respond. Akainu approached Sheena and asked, "Can you still fight?" "Of course, this is just the beginning." On the other side, the golden lion descended and stood side by side with Whitebeard. The golden lion glanced at Whitebeard and exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, "Hey, Edward, you look like you're done for. Have you accepted your fate? You bastard, stop talking nonsense." The golden lion put away his smile and looked ahead, saying, "I didn't expect I could accompany you to the very end." "Oomph. When did you become so sentimental?" In the center of the battlefield, Akainu and Sheena stood side by side, facing the golden lion and Whitebeard. "Oh my, the four of them should move away. If they start fighting, anyone caught in the crossfire would surely die." The Navy soldiers were somewhat intimidated by the standoff between the four. The golden lion said to Whitebeard, "Hey, Edward, let these cowards know who the true king of the seas is. If we're going to fight, let's do it quickly." One raised a blade and the other lifted a leg. Both simultaneously wrapped their conqueror's haki around their weapons, while Whitebeard's blade was further covered in vibrations. The golden lion's long sword erupted with black lightning, distorting the surrounding space. The lion's great slash surged forward, unleashing white and black shockwaves and sword energy that rushed towards them. As soon as they struck, the conqueror's haki, enveloping them, knocked out many of the weaker navy and pirates nearby. The sword energy and shock waves tore through the ground, speeding towards Sheena and Akainu. Akainu's hands transformed into lava, and the flowing magma formed a giant. The lava giant. Helena erupted with gray conqueror's haki, her hands enveloped in golden energy. Golden light swirled around her, emanating a sacred aura that made others hesitant to approach. The shockwave struck the lava giant, causing magma to spew forth like an erupting volcano, melting the ground around it. Zelina caught the sword energy with both hands, the powerful force in the conqueror's haki constantly impacting her body and soul. While the ground beneath her feet had already shattered, Zelina enhanced her conqueror's haki and released it, creating a terrifying aura that appeared to others as if two giant beasts were wrestling. As the sword energy dissipated, steam rose from Zelina's hands, and golden energy enveloped her again, propelling her forward in an instant. The golden lion laughed heartily and also flew towards Zelina, their fists and the sword clashing, causing the golden energy on Zelina's fist to explode instantly. The divine god, divine mounting wolf, the golden lion turned back and kicked, aiming at Zelina's face with a strike, but Zelina activated her observation haki, quickly tilting her head to dodge the sword. Helena opened the distance, and a golden beam of light erupted from her mouth. The divine lord, golden extreme cloud fong, slashed through the beam with a single sword strike, and with a wave of his hands, the ground below collapsed. A dragon made of stone surged into the sky, biting towards Helena. Lion's might, earth dragon. Helena condensed golden spikes in her hands, and golden energy erupted from her body, charging straight at the earth dragon, slicing it into two halves. She rushed in front of the golden lion, and the spikes collided with the long sword with a loud bang. Akainu's magma fist slammed towards Whitebeard, who spun its own Yun Xie in the air a few times before striking down heavily, splitting the magma fist in half. Whitebeard swung the blade horizontally, covered in vibration energy, and the blade trembled slightly. As he swung it out, a shock wave tore through the ground, charging straight toward Akainu. Akainu's body became fully elemental, and a large amount of magma surged around, forming the shape of a human upper body at the top. The shock wave hit the mound of magma, instantly being blocked, as the shock wave continuously broke through the magma, which kept surging to stop it. When the energy of the shock wave was exhausted, Akainu slapped the ground, causing magma to surge from beneath the surface, flowing towards Whitebeard in the distance. Whitebeard slammed the handle of its own Yun Xie onto the ground, creating an invisible wave of air around him, preventing the magma flow from advancing any further. Akainu did not attack again, and the magma on his body receded. Once we rescue Fire Fist Ace, we will retreat. The Whitebeard pirates really have gathered some cowards. Akainu mocked. He took off his hat, fixed his hair, and put it back on, continuing, well, with the captain's demeanor, there is nothing that can be done. Whitebeard is, after all, just a loser of the previous era. Upon hearing this, Ace immediately stopped, breathing heavily. He turned around, glaring at Akainu with immense anger, while someone beside him advised, "Hey Ace, just let him say whatever he wants. That guy is insulting Dad." Ace yelled at Akainu, "Hey, take back what you just said. Take back. Oomph. I will never take it back. I'm not wrong. Your father, Joel D. Roger, conquered the Grand Line and used his life to open the door to a new era known as the Great Pirate Era. Although it's somewhat inappropriate for me, as a Marine, to say this, he indeed deserves the title of Pirate King." Akainu turned to look at Whitebeard, saying compared to him, what about Whitebeard? Does he even have the courage to fight Roger to the death? He is satisfied just hiding in a safe place, leading a big gang like a mountain king, right? Although there are many fools in the world who use Whitebeard's name to protect islands, in my view, they are merely subduing some insignificant pirates and pretending to be heroes. It's truly laughable. He bowed before Roger while he was alive and did not become a true king after Roger's death, which means he will forever be inferior to Roger. Forever a loser. That is Whitebeard. Am I wrong? Akainu continued to mock. Ace's face darkened as he walked towards Akainu. Akainu, unhurried, continued, "Think about it. He truly is a pitiful man, surrounded by a bunch of lackeys, calling him dead every day, playing these farces on a ship. You shut your mouth. For decades ruling the seas, yet unable to call himself a king, accomplishing nothing. Before he died, he allowed his son, deceived by sweet talk, to wound him, yet he died protecting them. What a hollow person. Shut up. Don't be fooled. Ace, Dad, gave us the motivation to live. How could you possibly understand his greatness? A person who doesn't walk the right path has no value in living. You bunch of lackey pirates have no need to survive. Shut up. Whitebeard died as a loser, truly fitting for a garbage manager like him. Whitebeard is the great pirate who created this era. I won't allow you to insult my savior. This era is named after Whitebeard. Flames erupted from Ace, while the ground beneath Akainu cracked. Magma spewing out. The fiery fist collided with the magma fist heavily, the immense force shattering the surrounding ground. Whitebeard and you who admire him as dad are all losers. The magma erupted, engulfing the flames, and Ace screamed in agony, flying backward and collapsing on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Akainu looked down at him from above, coldly saying, "You call yourself the strongest Logia devil fruit user, but don't you know the heights and depths? You are just fire, and I am magma that can even burn fire. Our abilities cannot be compared at all." Luffy's legs went weak, kneeling on the ground, the hormonal boost having reached its limit. Ace's life card flew out, landing on the ground, and Luffy, even without strength, chased after it, wanting to pick it up. Akainu stood in front of Ace, his right hand's magma continuously surging, thick black smoke rising, making him look like a descending demon. GOLD, Roger, Revolutionary Army Dragon. I never expected the sons of these two to be sworn brothers. Your bloodline is beyond redemption. Anyone can escape, but you brothers absolutely cannot. Watch closely. Ace and Akainu simultaneously looked at Luffy in the distance, and Ace shouted, "Wait, Luffy." Akainu leaped into the air, and the magma fist slammed towards Luffy, who was on the ground picking up his life card. Luffy felt a scorching hot wind rushing towards him, his mind going blank, instinctively falling backward, and his eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. He saw Ace standing in front of him, facing him as a magma fist pierced through his chest. The beads around Ace's neck broke, scattering across the ground. Ace's life card burned bit by bit, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The pirates froze for a few seconds, then angrily charged towards Akainu, firing cannonballs at him. Dozens of cannonballs exploded on Akainu, flames and thick smoke rising into the sky. But Akainu stepped forward from the flames, his right side blown to pieces, yet his body quickly turned to magma, returning to its original state. "You still seem to be breathing. Fire fist, Ace." Akainu swung his fist, turning it into magma, ready to smash down. "Stop! Stop!" Luffy shouted, nearly collapsing. Whitebeard saw this scene and swung his fist to save Ace, but a laser beam pierced through his forearm, preventing him from attacking. "Hey, I concentrated on you, Whitebeard. I won't let you interfere," Kizaru said slowly, raising his hand behind him. "Damn brat." Akainu swung his fist, but a figure swiftly appeared, blocking Akainu's attack. Jinbei crossed his arms, blocking the scalding magma. "You want to lay a hand on him again. Stop wasting time for him, Jinbei. You are a former Shichibukai. You should know my strength very well. If sacrificing myself can buy some time, then I would be satisfied. I have long since put life and death aside." Garp gritted his teeth, stepping forward. Sengoku suddenly realized what Garp was about to do, rushing over to tackle Garp, pinning him to the ground to prevent him from moving. "Garp, are you crazy? Just hold me down, Sengoku, or I won't be able to help but kill Akainu." Akainu looked at Jinbei in front of him, saying, "Looks like I need to clean up some traitors." "Jinbei, get down." Marco and Bista rushed forward, each striking to temporarily stop Akainu. Akainu's body elementalized and then restored, impatiently saying, "Annoying, did you use Haki? Fire Fist Ace is already hopeless. Can't you see that?" Jinbei heard a sound behind him, turned around, and saw Ace kneeling, collapsing into Luffy's arms. Luffy's eyes widened, and he incoherently said, "Ace, hey, are you okay?" Luffy's mind went blank, almost losing his ability to think, his hands trembling as he raised them, covered in Ace's blood. "Ace needs treatment immediately. I am sorry, Luffy. You fought so hard for me, but I still couldn't escape. I'm sorry. What silly things are you saying? Someone quick, save Ace. Hurry, someone please. I'm coming." The doctor rushed over, kneeling behind Ace. "Let me see the wound." The doctor suddenly fell silent, biting his lip without a word. "What's wrong? What happened?" "I'm sorry." "What do you mean? Think of something. Aren't you a doctor? It's useless. His internal organs are burned beyond repair. I can't save him anymore," Ace said weakly. "At least I know the end of life." "How can this be? Ivan, please." Luffy turned to Ivankov behind him. "Inject Ace with that. Save Ace like you saved me. Please, please give that to Ace. Inject Ace. Please. Enough. Straw Hat Boy. Ace is all ready." "You're lying. Didn't we make a promise? Didn't you say you would never die?" "Ace." Luffy's anguished roar echoed across the battlefield, catching the attention of Silver's Rayleigh and the Golden Lion, who were still locked in combat. Shirina glanced at Ace, who was lying in Luffy's arms, and understood what had happened. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion hovered in the air, staring at Ace without moving. Silena also stopped, not daring to attack recklessly. The Golden Lion's fist clenched tightly, trembling slightly, but finally he relaxed it. Sighing deeply, he said to the late Roger, "Are you and your child really cursed bloodlines? Ace, what are you talking about? You can't be saved anymore. Didn't we agree on this? Didn't you say you wouldn't die, Ace?" Ace looked into the distance, as if he saw a flame. "I never hoped to live on. If it weren't for Sabo and you, my brother. By the way, if I ever meet Dayton, say hello for me. I don't know why, but at the moment of death, even that kind of person is remembered. I told you can't die. There's one more thing I can't let go of, and that is not being able to see you achieve your dreams. But you can definitely do it. You are my brother. Just like the vow we made that day, my life has no regrets. You're lying, you liar. I'm not lying. Why doesn't T seem to be fame? Was my birth really a good thing? I've always wanted to know the answer." Everything around seemed to slow down and quiet. Every word Ace spoke was imprinted clearly in Luffy's mind. "I no longer have the strength for everyone to hear my voice. You must help me convey my next words to everyone. Dad, everyone, and Luffy. Thank you for your unwavering love for me, who is hopeless for me, who inherited the devil's bloodline." In Whitebeard's heart, it felt like a string had snapped as he turned around, bewilderedly searching for Ace's figure, and his foot touched one of Ace's beads. Tears streamed down Ace's face as he used all his strength to say, "I am eternally grateful." In the last moment, Ace smiled, then fell to the ground. Whitebeard bent down to pick up the bead, a tear dropping on his arm. Luffy looked blankly at Ace, who had fallen in front of him, his hands still feeling the warmth of his blood. On the ground, Ace's life card burned completely, and at the same time, on the other side of the world, on Onigashima in Wano, Yamato came to the seaside, Ace's life card being lifted by the wind. Yamato instinctively wanted to catch it, but it turned to ash in the last rays of the setting sun. "Ace! Ace!" Luffy's expression gradually lost control, and he cried out loud, "Ace!" Luffy completely broke down. Helena understands Luffy's pain. In his eyes, both of his brothers are already dead. Helena transforms back into her human form. Although they stand on opposite sides as Navy and pirate, witnessing the separation of the two brothers from life and death stirs her compassion. Luffy screams at the top of his lungs, completely mentally broken. Akainu, transformed into magma, approaches Luffy, his molten fist crashing towards him. "You're next, Straw Hat Kid." Marco, transformed into a phoenix, rushes from a distance, blue flames erupting as he blocks Akainu's punch. "You won't take this kid's life." Jinbei rushes over to support Luffy. Luffy, pull yourself together." Akainu looks at Marco blocking his path, magma erupting from his hands. "Get out of my way." Marco steps back a few paces but still stands firm against Akainu, saying resolutely, "The fight isn't over yet. Get Luffy out of here, Jinbei. Ace's brother is his will to live. We must protect him in place of Ace. If he dies, it will be a disgrace to the Whitebeard pirates." Akainu snorts coldly. "I should have said that neither of those brothers can escape." Magma erupts, sending Marco flying and scattering the pirates in front of him. Akainu strides towards Jinbei and Luffy. At that moment, Akainu senses a chilling, killing intent from behind. He glances back to see Whitebeard standing there, his eyes bloodshot. Whitebeard raises his fist, vibrating energy erupting, and strikes down at Akainu, slamming him into the ground as if he were being distorted. The enormous impact shatters the surrounding ground, blood seeping from Akainu's mouth and nose. Whitebeard leaps up, his feet infused with vibrating energy, and stomps down. Akainu reacts quickly, rolling away to dodge the attack. Whitebeard charges in with his great sword, but Akainu flips back, his arm turning to magma, firing several molten fists at Whitebeard like cannonballs. Whitebeard withstands the attack, but one magma fist hits him in the head, tearing away half of his face. Akainu rushes in to trade blows with Whitebeard for several rounds, but Whitebeard unleashes his conqueror's haki, delivering a heavy blow that sends Akainu flying. Akainu falls to the ground, unable to get up for a moment, as Whitebeard approaches, ready to deliver another haki-infused punch. What? Akainu elementalizes his body, getting close to Whitebeard, and a magma fist strikes Whitebeard's abdomen. Akainu roars as the magma explodes inside Whitebeard. Demon Dog! Whitebeard struggles to hold on, kneeling on one knee, the whole Akainu blasted and his stomach still burning. Akainu snarls. Shiki watches Whitebeard with a complex expression, remaining silent. Helena keeps a close watch on him, wary that his actions might alter the situation. Suddenly, Whitebeard grabs Akainu by the collar, slowly standing up, and throws Akainu into the air. As Akainu falls, Whitebeard gathers energy and hockey in his hand. Bang! A thunderous strike hits Akainu, and the immense shockwave tears apart the entire battlefield, the ground collapsing completely. Sengoku watches as the headquarters building collapses with a roar. Akainu, severely injured, cannot stand and falls into the gap in the ground. When the dust settles, the pirates realize that Whitebeard has split the square in half, isolating himself from the other pirates. The pirates are over there. Even with a hole burned through his stomach, he still has such power. Sengoku marvels. Whitebeard, panting heavily, raises his great sword and shouts, "We're still far from done. Next, I'll be your opponent. Bring it on." The Navy rushes in to engage in battle with Whitebeard once more. Marco's tears well up as he cries out in pain, "Everyone, get on the ship." All the pirates begin to run towards the ship, leaving only Marco behind. "Dad, please allow my willfulness. Let me see you off." While Whitebeard battles the Navy, someone notices a massive black shadow behind the headquarters building, towering over it by more than 10 meters. "Hey, look, what is that?" That's the giant battleship, St. Juan Wolf. And those are the most dangerous criminals from Impel Down. Wait, that's Blackbeard. Look, it's Blackbeard. Sengoku's face turns furious. How did that guy get there? Damn it. Whitebeard clenches his fists, looking at the instigator of this war. "You bastard." "Huh. It's great to see you before I die, old man." Blackbeard boasts. Sengoku's veins bulge as he yells at Shiryu, "Shiryu, you bastard. What happened at Impel Down? How did Magellan get here?" Shiryu exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled a few times. "Aren't we answering your question by being here? Sengoku, if you want to know the specifics, just go confirm it yourself later. I'm going to team up with these people now, so I look forward to your guidance in the future." Sengoku gritted his teeth in anger. "Teach!" Whitebeard roared, veins bulging on his hands, delivering a punch that created a massive shockwave, rushing towards Blackbeard's crew. The shockwave sent a large number of Marines flying and destroyed the foundation beneath the execution platform. However, Blackbeard's crew emerged unscathed from the rubble and smoke. Blackbeard pushed off the stone slab, pinning him down, and stood up, saying, "You really disregard friendships, but there's no way I can show mercy. You are not worthy of being my son, Teach." Whitebeard coldly replied, "You violated the only iron rule on this ship, killing a comrade, fulfilling the dying wish of the 4th Division Captain, Sachi. I will take your life, you bastard, so he can rest in peace." After Whitebeard finished speaking, a sudden, intense pain shot through his body. "Marco, old man, no one is allowed to intervene. Do you hear me?" "Huh, just what I wanted," Blackbeard said, and countless black particles surged from his body, causing Whitebeard's expression to shift slightly. Blackbeard slapped the ground, and the black particles instantly spread out, covering the ground beneath Whitebeard's feet. The dark matter began to suck in objects from the ground, and Whitebeard started to sink slowly. "See, this is the ability I gained by killing Sachi." Whitebeard covered his fist with vibration energy and punched towards Blackbeard, but Blackbeard's hand surged with darkness, absorbing all the vibration energy. "Dark water. It's useless. This can even absorb devil fruit powers." Whitebeard tried several more times to attack Teach with the Tremor fruit, but was absorbed each time. Blackbeard landed a punch to Whitebeard's stomach and another to his chin, causing Whitebeard to stagger back. He spun the sword in his hand and roared, striking down on Blackbeard's left shoulder. Blackbeard fell to the ground, rolling and shouting, "It hurts. It hurts, it hurts." Whitebeard pressed the hilt of his sword down on Blackbeard's hand while grabbing his head with the other. "Arrogance and recklessness. These are your weaknesses." Whitebeard covered his hand with vibration energy, and Blackbeard panicked, urgently saying, "Stop. Old man, I'm your son. Are you really going to kill me?" With a loud explosion, a tremendous shockwave shattered the ground, and Blackbeard lay there, suffering a heavy blow. Whitebeard stood still. His body had reached its limit. Blackbeard looked up at the towering Whitebeard, who suddenly emitted steam, approaching Blackbeard menacingly. You monster. Since I'm going to die anyway, can't you just let me die in peace?" Whitebeard once again charged energy into his hand and struck at Blackbeard. But just as his fist was about to hit Blackbeard, in a moment of desperation, Blackbeard pulled out a pistol from his waist and shot at Whitebeard. Whitebeard's movement halted, and seeing a chance, Blackbeard shouted, "Hey, you guys, hurry up and take him down." Blackbeard's crew, armed with knives and guns, rushed in to attack Whitebeard. The slashing and gunfire continued for several seconds, Yet Whitebeard stood firm, not falling. Whitebeard recalled the words Roger had said to him when they drank together long ago. The gunfire gradually ceased, and Blackbeard said, "Out of bullets? Give me another gun." "Not necessary. He'll probably fall with just a light push now." Just as Blackbeard was speaking to Shiryu, Whitebeard suddenly spoke, "At least it won't be you." Blackbeard jumped in surprise. "Still alive? The one waiting for Roger's legacy will not be you, Teach. Just as there will one day be someone to inherit Ace's will. Even if the bloodline is severed, their fire will not be extinguished. This has been passed down from the distant past, and soon, there will be someone who can bear this centuries-old history and challenge this world. Sengoku, you and the world government are afraid of the day when that great war engulfs the entire world. Although I'm not interested." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's veins bulged, as he sensed what Whitebeard was about to say next. When that treasure is found, the world will be turned upside down. It will be found. Whitebeard took a deep breath, using his last bit of strength to shout, "One Piece. It truly exists." This declaration echoed across the battlefield, and everyone heard it clearly. Shirina looked at Whitebeard, knowing that his life was coming to an end. She turned to look at the golden lion, who floated in the air, his clothes billowing in the wind, silent and motionless. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were sobbing uncontrollably. Blackbeard stared at the already deceased Whitebeard in shock, exclaiming, "What? He can still stand, even in death." The pirates reluctantly gazed at Whitebeard's back before turning to flee towards their ships. Marco refused to leave just like that, and Vista said to him, "Marco, I know what you're thinking, that bastard Teach, but we can't let down Pops." "Damn it, I know." From the gap opened by Whitebeard's fruit ability, Akainu clung to the rock wall, looking down and then up, finally pressing his hand against the rock wall in front of him, using magma to carve out a passage and calmly entering. Blackbeard's crew surrounded Whitebeard's corpse. "Finally dead, what a tenacious guy." Blackbeard laughed heartily. "Everything is going according to our plan. So, Captain? Ha ha ha. The show is about to begin." Saying this, several of them took out a large black cloth and covered Whitebeard's standing corpse. Blackbeard stepped forward, lifted the black cloth, and dove in. "What is that guy trying to do to Pop's body? Damn it, stop him." On the other side, Jinbei was running towards the sea with Luffy in his arms, while the Marines were firing at them from behind. "Jinbei, over here. Hurry." "What?" A cold wind blew past, and the sea instantly froze as Kazan stepped onto the frozen surface, walking towards them step by step. At that moment, a torrent of magma erupted from underground. Appearing in front of Jinbei, and Akainu emerged, fully transformed into magma. "I told you, you can't escape. The son of the dragon must be eliminated. Hand him over to me, Jinbei." "I cannot comply." The pirates gathered as well, vowing to protect Luffy with their lives to fulfill Whitebeard and Ace's wishes. "Get out of my way." Akainu's magma fist came crashing down, and a large face suddenly appeared behind Jinbei. Lightning jumped out from Ivankov's hair, and with scissors in hand, he sliced the ground, creating several barriers to block Akainu's fist. Ivankov blinked, and with a deathly seductive gaze, he shot a large hole through Akainu's elemental body. Akainu impatiently said, "I don't have time to waste with you." A crowd of Marines looked at the black cloth, unsure what Blackbeard was up to. The Devil Sheriff Lafitte elegantly said, "Thank you for your patience. Now please enjoy our captain's performance." The black cloth was lifted, revealing Blackbeard standing there. Whitebeard's corpse still standing tall, seemingly unchanged. Blackbeard chuckled a few times and said, "Ha ha ha, let me show you my power, Marines. That means I'm now your enemy." Blackbeard clapped his hands, releasing a mass of black particles that covered the ground beneath the Marines, causing them to slowly sink. Dark cavern. And this? Blackbeard raised his left hand and pointed it behind him towards the Marines. Marco noticed the situation over there and instantly stopped. That move is... The vibrating energy gathered in Blackbeard's hand, and under the astonished gazes of everyone, he threw a punch, tearing through space, causing violent tremors to erupt again, and the already ruined Marine headquarters collapsed even further. "Ah, I've obtained the dark gravity and the ability to destroy everything with earthquakes. I'm the strongest, and this is my era now. Blackbeard laughed triumphantly. He continuously triggered tremors, and the Marines were exhausted, gradually losing their fighting spirit. How is this possible? Whitebeard is clearly dead. Why is Blackbeard still here? Blackbeard looked around and pretended to be troubled, saying, "What's wrong? Why isn't anyone coming at me? I guess there's no choice. Let's silence Marineford." As soon as his words fell, a massive shadow descended from the sky. A golden giant Buddha leaped forward and struck down with a palm. A violent shockwave engulfed all of Blackbeard's crew, and they were all severely injured. As for the fortress, it can be rebuilt, but this is Marineford, almost at the center of the world. For the people of the world who fear evil and villainy, our presence here is of great significance. Justice, named righteousness, will not disappear. Do not easily speak of sinking this place, you blonde brat. The Marines saw Admiral Sengoku heavily injure the arrogant Blackbeard and heard his words, reigniting their extinguished fighting spirit little by little. You really know how to talk, Admiral. Then let's see you protect it. At that moment, a brilliant fireball shot down from the sky, exploding right in the middle of Blackbeard's crew, sending several of them flying. Disaster brilliance. Damn it, who is it? Blackbeard shouted angrily. A meteor fell, and Shirina in her disaster form emerged from the flames. Sengoku looked at Shirina and asked, "You've come? What happened to the Golden Lion?" The Golden Lion Shiki suddenly left, I don't know why. Shirina waved her claws, sending a fiery blade towards the newly risen Blackbeard. Blackbeard hurriedly activated his dark fruit ability, wrapping his hand in black particles to absorb the flame. Sengoku frowned, thinking, suddenly left? What is that bastard Shiki up to? The Golden Lion was moving rapidly through the air, far from Marineford. Shiki's face was filled with anger as he muttered, "Damn, Edward, is this your end? Dying at the hands of such a small man. Don't you feel ashamed? Edward? Damn it, whether it's you or Roger. What great pirate era, it's all a farce. Is our era really coming to an end? No, I absolutely cannot allow that." The Golden Lion's speed suddenly increased as he headed into the distance. Shirina, go assist Akainu and the others in pursuing the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. I'll handle things here. All right. Shirina slightly crouched down, flames erupting around her, soaring into the sky like a meteor towards another part of the battlefield. Disaster meteor fire. Meanwhile, Kuzan's ice refroze the sea, as Whitebeard's ice witch, Wadibe, commanded her ice-breaking ship to crash through the thick ice blocking the port. Increase the power. Hurry, Wadibe shouted loudly. Someone nearby pointed at the sky and shouted, "Hey, something is flying over. Look." Helena crashed onto the icebreaker of Whitebeard, triggering a violent explosion and igniting a fire on the deck. The pirates rushed in with buckets to extinguish the flames, only to see a figure emerging from the black smoke and flames. It was Baize. Damn, how did she catch up? Some pirates attempted to ambush Helena from behind, swinging a knife at her. Helena slightly turned to evade the attack and kicked the pirate away. Helena locked onto the distant Weighty Bay and instantly appeared in front of her, her hands transforming into sharp claws as she lunged forward. Splat! Weighty Bay let out a scream, 3 wounds resembling Schwell leans appearing on her body. Weidi by Stackenret Beckvat, swinging her long knife with force towards Helena in an attempt to counterattack. Helena grabbed the long knife and crushed it, then reached out to grip Weidibe's neck. Damn it, let go of me. Weidibe gasped for air, her hands frantically hitting Helena's arm, but it felt like hitting an iron rod. Just as Weidibe was about to be choked to death, a crackling sound of electricity was heard, and a person wielding a western sword jumped up from below, thrusting the sword, charged with electricity, towards Helena. Selena threw down Weidibe and raised her hand to cover with hockey to block. Weidibe fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. The western sword pierced Selena's arm, and violent electric currents surged, causing a tingling sensation in her arm. Thunder Lord Marco Gay, one of the pirate captains under Whitebeard. On the other side, another person jumped over, with a monkey on his shoulder, holding a knife in both hands and shouting as he slashed down. The Cavalier Dohama, also a captain of the pirate crew under Whitebeard. Helena separated Guy and punched Doma, sending him flying. However, he moved nimbly, flipping in the air a few times before stabilizing himself and landing steadily on the ground. Guy shouted to Weidibe, "Weidibe, can you still move?" Weidibe struggled to get up and said, I can still fight." Doma said, "Our task is to block her and buy time for the other brothers." "Block me? Oh, then come and try," Helena said, her white energy surging in her hands. She slammed it harshly onto the deck, causing a violent shockwave that spread outwards, sending a large number of pirates flying and shaking the deck to pieces. The 3 captains barely held their ground and were not pushed back. In the next moment, Helena appeared in front of the 3, her towering 3-meter figure exuding a strong sense of pressure. She swept her leg, kicking Guy away, then punched Doma and finally pressed Weidibe's head down onto the deck. Helena held Weidibe down and learned a move from Whitebeard, concentrating the lunar eclipse energy in the hand that was pressing on Weidibe's head, causing a violent burst of energy. Blood flowed from Weidibe's mouth and nose, and he lost consciousness. Weidibe, before Doma could finish his words, Helena had already approached him from behind, and a sphere of light struck his back. The sphere exploded, and Doma let out a scream as he was flung away, dropping his knife, which crashed into the captain's cabin. He lay there for a while before stumbling out of the room that had been smashed through. Gaith attacked from behind, wielding his rapier with a thunderous strike. Helena sidestepped to avoid it, but Guy did not relent and continued to stab. Helena calmly dodged left and right. When Guy missed a thrust, he exposed a flaw, and Helena threw a punch. Lightning surged from Guy's body, increasing his speed as he jumped back to evade Helena's fist. However, Helena's punch, missing its target, struck the deck directly, shattering the surrounding wooden planks and causing the boards under Guy's feet to break and fall into the cabin. Before Guy could get up, Helena landed with a thud beside him, her shadow enveloping Guy, who showed fear in his eyes. Selena raised her fist, infused with dominance and eclipse energy, and smashed it down. Guy could feel the fierce wind from the punch. Stop it! The knight Doma retrieved his sword and rushed in from the side, swinging it toward Selena's right rib. Helena glanced at him, her fist, which was about to be thrown, suddenly halted. In the next moment, she swung her fist backward. Doma did not expect Helena's reaction speed to be so fast. Helena's punch shattered his knife, and with unrelenting momentum, it struck Doma's chest. Doma let out a cry of pain, spitting out a large mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backward. Helena looked at the silent Doma, then at the gay beneath her feet, and muttered to herself, "There's no time to waste with you." Gathering her strength, she leaped out of the ship's cabin and into the air, her hands transforming into claws, unleashing a wind blade that stretched several dozen meters. Lunar eclipse, wind migration. With a loud bang, the icebreaker, mostly made of metal, was split in half and sank towards the seabed. Below, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider stood atop a height, rallying the morale of the Navy, whose fighting spirit reignited as they vowed to eradicate the pirates. Akaina broke through the rocky wall, swiftly dealing with Enel and Ivankov, and continued to pursue Luffy and Jinbe. Catching up to Jinbe, he struck with a magma giant fist, piercing through Jinbe's chest and leaving an X-shaped wound in front of Luffy. Jinbe protected Luffy as they fell onto the ice created by Aokiji, unable to rise again. Akaina landed, stepping towards Jinbe and Luffy. "Jinbe, are you still going to protect him?" Akainu said. A fireball landed with a thud on the ice, shattering it into a web-like pattern. Helena emerged from the flames, hands in her pockets, watching Akainu's actions without intervening. "Even if it costs my life, I won't let Luffy die." Jinbe struggled to rise, but failed repeatedly as Akainu raised his fist to strike. A sand blade shot in from a distance, slicing through Akainu's waist, then transforming into a humanoid form. "Crocodile." With a wave of his hand, Crocodile sent a gust of wind that blew Jinbe and Luffy away. "Sandstorm. Someone catch them and bring them to the ship." "Crocodile, why are you helping us? Protect what you want to protect until the end. Don't let them do as they please." Just as Buggy was lamenting the unpredictability of life while escaping in the air, he was suddenly hit by the flying Jinbe and Luffy, managing to catch them. "Aren't these Jinbe and the Straw Hat Kid? What is going on? Covered in blood and flying up here. By the way, it's so hot." A giant magma fist came straight at him, and Buggy ducked and flew away in fright, narrowly avoiding the strike. "I'm saved. Thanks a lot, Red Nose. But I didn't plan on just you guys." Luffy was severely injured and needed immediate treatment, while Jinbe was exhausted and temporarily unconscious. "Seriously, I was hoping someone else would save me. Besides, how can you treat injuries in this situation? Who do you call Red Nose, you bastard?" Akainu was extremely irritated, always getting in my way at the last moment. At that moment, a flurry of petals floated by, and Akainu was attacked dozens of times, magma bursting from his body. Rose Waltz, all the captains of the White-Beard Pirates, along with Crocodile, gathered to block Akainu, creating an opportunity for Luffy to escape. "Are you all willing to risk your lives for that Straw Hat Kid? We've all seen the extraordinary obsession and strength he possesses, the one Ace protected, the one his father acknowledged. We have a duty to send him to the new world. There's no way around it. This isn't something that can be resolved with just a few words." Helena walked over to Akainu with her hands in her pockets, glanced at the captains and Crocodile, and said, "To protect others even in such a state of defeat, truly deserving of respect." The battle was about to erupt, with violent shockwaves and explosions spreading, as the pirates struggled to maintain their footing. Over there were Sengoku and Blackbeard in the square, the golden shockwave accompanied by an earthquake reaching this side. Here, the captains Akainu and Watiza had just spoken when magma and white energy exploded, scattering like meteors across the battlefield. When will this war end? A submarine suddenly surfaced from the sea, and a few people along with the talking bear came up. Leave the straw hat captain to me, Law shouted at Buggy. Although we will be opponents in the future, it would be too boring to let him die here. Leave it to me. I'm a doctor. A doctor? What kind of doctor comes up in a submarine? And Straw Hat Captain? That's quite a strange title. By the way, who are you? On the square, Blackbeard was struck hard by Sengoku, being sent flying by the shockwave. But he quickly got back up, saying, as expected of the man at the top of the Navy, "But Admiral, this level can't hold this island. Stop boasting." Sengoku's fist came down with a shockwave, and Blackbeard laughed, his hands charged with vibrating energy, meeting Sengoku's fist. The dull sound of the shockwave and the ear-piercing sound of space tearing echoed simultaneously as the two's attacks stalemated. Blackbeard's subordinate, Basis, jumped over and said, "Captain, let me lend you a hand." But unexpectedly, another person jumped in and punched Basis away. "Damn it, who is that?" Carp stood there, looking firmly at Blackbeard and Basis, saying, "Want to sink this place? First, get past me." Blackbeard laughed, grabbing at the air with both hands, activating the Tremor Fruits ability, causing the marine fort and the surrounding sea to tilt under the tremors, shaking the entire battlefield, with countless Navy and pirates falling into the sea to their deaths. The violent tremors even affected Sabaody, with a tsunami warning issued for the southern part of the Sabaody archipelago. After the tremors ended, dark doors around the battlefield opened, and large numbers of reinforcements from the Navy and pacifists surged out from the secret passages, rushing towards the pirates. The morale of the Navy remained high, having turned bloodthirsty, now only thinking about exterminating all the pirates. Somewhere on the battlefield, a pink-haired Navy soldier knelt there, his expression crumbling, tears flowing from his eyes. After a while, he suddenly stood up and ran toward a certain direction. Buggy was still chatting with Law when a laser beam suddenly shot over. Buggy looked up just in time to see the beam penetrate his collar and explode in the distance. Turning to look, he saw Kizaru standing on a mast of ship, leisurely saying, "Put down the Straw Hat Kid." Buggy, frightened, turned to Law and shouted, "Hey, I'm leaving the Straw Hat Kid to you. Good luck." Then he threw Jinbei and Luffy onto Law's submarine. Kizaru shifted his target, his hand glowing, saying to Law, "Hey, you really ran fast back at Sabaody. Trafalgar Law on the other side. Akainu and Helena were fighting with captains. You pests are really annoying." Akainu, irritated, knocked down the 10th Division captain with a punch, while Helena shot a beam that pierced through the shoulder of 13th Division Captain Atmos. Akainu roared, launching his fist, which transformed into a dog head made of magma, biting towards the captains. Dog bite, Red Lotus. Marco, engulfed in blue flames, charged forward to block Akainu's attack, firmly stating, "I won't let you harm Ace's brother even a hair." As the two separated, just when they were about to clash again, someone suddenly rushed over, spreading his arms to block in front of Akainu and Helena. "This ends here," Kobe shouted loudly, tears streaming down his face. This cry stunned everyone, leaving them puzzled about this young Navy soldier. Kizaru noticed this side, the light in his hand extinguished. Blackbeard and Sengoku also turned their attention here. "Cease fire. Stop fighting. You are trampling on lives. Every soldier has family waiting for them to come home. Our objective has already been achieved. Yet you continue to chase the pirates relentlessly, prolonging this battle that could have ended, and you let the wounded soldiers die without help, increasing the casualties. ISNT the soldier that falls now, just like a fool. Who are you?" Akainu glanced down, impatiently saying, "You've wasted several seconds of my time. The Navy doesn't need soldiers with twisted values." Helena, arms crossed, looked at Kobe with a sideways glance, alert to her surroundings, knowing that person was coming. Kobe's expression twisted, emotions spiraling out of control, tears flowing uncontrollably. Just as Akainu's magma fist was about to hit Kobe, a rapier suddenly appeared, blocking Akainu's fist. Hirina was startled. "Yes, here? I didn't even notice. How terrifying." "You did well, young Navy. The few seconds you risked your life for have greatly changed the fate of the world." Akainu looked at the man who suddenly appeared before him in shock. On the other side, upon seeing the Straw Hat Kid enter the cabin, the submarine was about to dive, and Kizaru's fingertips lit up. A gun was pointed at him from behind, and a voice suddenly rang out. "Don't move, Kizaru." Kizaru feigned nervousness, raised his hands, and glanced sideways, saying, "Oh, Ben Beckman." Akainu gave Irina a look, and golden light burst from her body, but before any action could be taken, a sound wave suddenly came from a distance, striking Hirina. Hirina raised her hand to block it. After blocking the sound wave, she squinted at the red-haired man behind her. The red-haired man sheathed his sword, walked in front of the straw hat, picked up the straw hat, looked ahead, and said, "I'm here to end this war." A pirate ship with a dragon head suddenly arrived at Marineford, and the Navy shouted in disbelief, "It's red-haired Shanks. How is that possible? His confrontation with Kaido just happened a few days ago, and now he is actually here." The Navy was filled with incredible astonishment. Buggy stared for a long time and exclaimed in surprise, "Shanks?" Upon hearing Buggy's voice, red-haired Shanks quickly turned around to look for him. "Why are you here?" Buggy asked. Shanks looked at the straw hat in his hand, tossed it up towards Buggy, and said, "Buggy, take that to Luffy." "Huh? Why me?" "I refuse. I'm trying to fade out of your sight. How can I draw attention again?" "Is that so? What a pity. I have a treasure map I want to give you." "Really? Well, I dug it up. Here you go again. Do you think I'll be fooled by your sweet words again?" Well then, I can only give the treasure map to someone else." "What? I understand. I'll take it to him right away." Buggy turned around and rushed towards Law's submarine, eager to get his hands on Red-Haired's treasure map. "Captain," Locky Lou was munching on meat and said to Shanks, "It's been 10 years since I last saw Luffy. Aren't you going to check on him?" "Yeah, it's been so long. It seems I should see him." Buggy tossed the straw hat to Law, and Law's submarine slowly began to dive. "If I go see him now, it will be different from what we agreed on." Red-Haired thought to himself about Luffy. Akainu could no longer contain his anger and growled, "Damn it, Red-Haired, you actually brought Dragon's son." Before he could finish his sentence, Aokiji and Hirina flew out. Hirina spat out a white beam of light, shooting towards the seafloor. Among Red-Haired's crew, a strong-looking, fierce-looking man opened his mouth wide and released a sound wave that shattered Hirina's beam of light. Selena looked at the roaring gab, clicking her tongue in annoyance. Aokiji extended ice pillars from both hands towards the sea surface, freezing it and extending downward. The Ice Age area quickly approached the submarine, which was pushing its engines to the limit as it dove towards the seabed, ultimately just shy of being frozen. Kizaru transformed into light and appeared in the air. Raising both hands, the Yada no Kagami unleashed countless light bullets towards the sea, shattering the frozen surface created by Aokiji and shooting directly at the submarine, which miraculously dodged all the light bullets. Kizaru returned to the mast and calmly said, "If they can survive this, it just means they are extremely lucky, and there's nothing we can do." Hancock, unaware of whether Luffy was alive or dead, boarded a warship and ordered the Navy on board to set sail and pursue Luffy. Buggy returned, asking red-haired Shanks for a treasure map. Shanks shrugged and smirked, indicating that he actually didn't have a treasure map, which made Buggy furious to the point of breaking into pieces. He grabbed Shanks' clothes and shouted, "What? You don't have a treasure map? You jerk." Shanks turned around with a smile and said, "Time really flies. Buggy, long time no see." "What do you mean long time no see?" Buggy mimicked Shanks' demeanor, looking somewhat ridiculous, causing Shanks to awkwardly turn his face away. "Don't you know that I only have hatred for you, Shanks?" "You mean?" Shanks asked, deliberately looking elsewhere. "Stop pretending. If you hadn't talked to me back then, I wouldn't have lost the treasure map and wouldn't have become a devil fruit user. Is that so?" Shanks replied flatly. Buggy was once again infuriated, exclaiming, "This reaction again. I was always annoyed by this about you. Just as we meet, you want to use me for free. I don't care if you came here to end the war or whatever. Now I'm more than willing to fight you." The title of the Four Emperors meant nothing to Buggy, and the prisoners from Impel Down nearby were left dumbfounded. Shanks smiled at Buggy and said, "Got it. Don't get angry." Then he turned and walked away. Buggy was furious, but soon started calculating in his mind. If he followed these guys, he should be able to leave safely. Shanks walked forward, passing by Marco, who reluctantly called out, "Shanks, listen to me. Marco, please stop and don't fight anymore." Shanks urged. Marco gritted his teeth, full of reluctance, but still agreed. If this keeps going, Shanks stepped up to the front lines of both armies, and all eyes were on him. This will only indefinitely increase casualties on both sides. If anyone still wants to cause trouble, we're here to accompany you. Shanks drew his sword Griffin. Behind him were members of the red-haired pirates. As soon as these words left his mouth, both the Navy and pirates were stunned. Shanks slightly lowered his head and looked at Blackbeard, saying, "What do you think, Teach?" "Haha, you're becoming more manly, Shanks. That scar really suits you." Jesus Borges. Upon hearing Blackbeard's disrespect toward his captain, instantly raised his gun at Blackbeard, and Van Augur reacted quickly, almost simultaneously raising his own gun, making the situation tense. After a moment of stalemate, Blackbeard laughed heartily. "Haha, forget it. I've already gotten what I wanted. It's too early to fight you now. Let us go, brothers." Blackbeard led his crew away from the battlefield. Sengoku transformed back from his Buddha form to his human form, staring intently at Shanks. Shanks scanned the surroundings, briefly pausing on the bodies of Ace and Whitebeard. Everyone, I hope you could do me a favor. I will take care of Ace and Whitebeard's funeral. The war footage has spread across the world, and I won't allow anyone to tarnish their deaths. Rear Admiral Doberman spoke up. No way. Only by displaying their heads can we prove our victory. It's fine. Sengoku interrupted Doberman. You can take care of it, Shanks. Sengoku, I'll take full responsibility. Hurry and treat the injured. The war is over. Sengoku shouted with great energy. The largest war since the start of the Great Pirate Era had come to an end. This scene would be recorded in history, known as the Marineford War. 3 hours after the Marineford War ended, Sengoku looked at the devastated Marineford with a sigh and sat down. Brand New rushed over, reporting, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you were here. The situation at Impel Down has been conveyed. What about Magellan? How is he? He was seriously injured and feels very guilty. What about the prisoners? The situation on the 6th level is the most severe. Brand New recounted what Blackbeard had done on the 6th level. What? Blackbeard took away the most elite from the most vicious people? Yes, and he only took 4, but many others are still missing. They should have escaped as well. Letting any of them go would bring a huge disaster. Quickly confirm their names and numbers, and issue a bounty notice to the world. The world government wants us to suppress this matter as it would damage their reputation. Sengoku felt as if he was hearing things. His forehead veins bulging as he widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. What kind of joke is this? In that moment, Sengoku felt an unprecedented fatigue. 2 weeks after the Marineford War, the world was affected by this war. Whitebeard's last words claiming that One Piece exists drove pirates worldwide into a frenzy. The territories previously under Whitebeard's protection were ravaged and attacked. On the other hand, the prestige of the Navy received an unprecedented boost, with countless people signing up to join. 1 month after the Marineford War, in a certain sea area of the New World, a Navy warship was chasing 3 pirate ships. Although the pirates outnumbered them, they were panicked, with some even crying out of despair. Why? Why? Why do we run into her right after setting sail? Damn it. Damn it. I don't want to die yet. A golden beam of light, several meters wide, pierced through the 3 pirate ships, followed by the cannonballs on the pirate ships being detonated, resulting in a violent explosion, instantly annihilating hundreds of pirates aboard the 3 ships. Shirlena landed at the bow of the warship, transforming back into her human form, while behind her stood the stunned Navy soldiers. This is the general? So terrifying. Takako walked over, one hand still wrapped in bandages hanging from her neck, the other holding a phone bug. Okay, got it. I'll notify General Bays right away. General Bays? Bays. TSK, Shirlena. Takaka shouted angrily when she saw that Shirlena was ignoring her for a long time. Helena rubbed her ears and impatiently replied, I'm here. What's the matter? I've said countless times. You should keep the headquarters phone bug on you. Can't you hear I'm talking to you? Takaka, feeling frustrated, punched Helena on the forehead, and she laughed awkwardly in surrender. The Navy personnel were somewhat speechless. Who would have thought that she had just sunk 3 pirate ships with a single blow? 2 months after the Marineford War, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, everyone in the conference room was whispering. They had already received news from various channels. Admiral Sengoku was going to resign, and Vice Admiral Garp, although both would remain in the Navy, would truly be stepping back to a secondary role. So, is there a candidate for the next admiral? I don't know, but I guess it will be Admiral Akiji. After all, he is the most popular. Yes, Admiral Sengoku also valued him the most. He should be the next admiral. The door was pushed open, and Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru walked in, immediately silencing the room. The 3 slowly walked to their seats and sat down. Sengoku placed his hands on the table in a tower formation and sighed gently, looking quite tired. He scanned everyone with his eyes, lingering on Akiji and Akainu for a moment before finally speaking. After the war, many troublesome matters will require your attention. I believe everyone has heard that I will resign from the position of admiral, and today we are here to discuss the new admiral. Everyone focused intently on Sengoku, waiting for his next words. After a brief pause, Sengoku continued. On this matter, the world government has conveyed their wishes to me. They hope for Sakazuki to be the new admiral. At these words, the conference room fell silent. Sengoku looked at Akainu and Akiji. Akainu's face was hidden under the brim of his hat, and Akiji's expression gradually turned cold. Akiji's supporters looked rather displeased, while the hawkish vice admirals like Doberman and Enigmo appeared very satisfied. Wait, I have something to say. Akiji raised a hand, looking at Akainu as he spoke. Akiji and Akainu flanked Helena, who inwardly cursed herself for choosing such a terrible position, while only Kazuru remained leisurely sipping tea to the side. I disagree with Sakazuki becoming the new admiral. Akiji's bold statement surprised his supporters, who expected him to oppose, but not so firmly. Sakazuki slightly raised his head, but did not speak immediately. Akiji continued, I can't imagine the future of the Navy with such a cold-blooded and cruel person as Admiral. Cruel? Huh. Akainu sneered and retorted fiercely, Are we philanthropists? Or caregivers for children? We are soldiers. Does being a soldier give you the right to act violently against civilians? Akiji questioned, You're talking about O'Hara, right? Akainu's voice suddenly dropped. So what if I am? You think my order to fire on the refugee ship was cruel and heartless? Can you tell me what the words Buster Call represent? Akiji remained silent, staring intently at Akainu. You won't answer? Fine, I'll say it. A Buster Call means to completely erase everything in the area where it is activated, including all buildings and people on the island. All the commanders involved in the Buster Call have blood on their hands, including me, and you too. And you still have the nerve to mention O'Hara? You must be very familiar with Nico Robin from the Straw Hat Crew, right? Huh. Akiji's eyes flickered, but he did not respond. Akainu continued, Back then at O'Hara, you were the one who let her escape, right? And you've been protecting her ever since, right? A Marine Admiral protecting a wanted criminal for 20 years. How ridiculous is that? As Akainu spoke, he glanced at Garp, then said, In Water 7, a Marine Admiral, a Marine hero, yet unable to capture a rookie pirate with a bounty of just 300 million. I don't know how to evaluate that. Kazan, can you explain? Others tensed up at the mention of Garp in Akainu's words. Garp sat there with a gloomy expression, seemingly ignoring Akainu's words. Akiji snorted coldly and defiantly replied, Sorry, I just can't accept someone like you as a leader. I can't. Then can you? Coward. What did you say? Akiji emitted a cold aura, instantly freezing the atmosphere, while Akainu radiated a wave of heat, and the two were on the verge of confrontation. Selena covered her mouth and closed her eyes, sitting between the two. She really wanted to slap herself. Why did she have to sit here? Sengoku had not said a word from beginning to end, nor had he looked at the conflict between the two. Akainu and Akiji stared at each other for several seconds, and Akainu sneered, saying, It seems that we have to fight you into submission. No matter what, it shouldn't be you. In the New World, Punk Hazard. In the nearby sea, several warships were docked, and on the deck of one of the warships, there weren't many people. Selena was sitting next to Crane and Sengoku. Garp had left yesterday. They had been fighting for 3 days, Crane said softly, while an earth-shattering battle was taking place on the island. Lava flowed everywhere, constantly being frozen, only to have more lava surge out and then be frozen again. Akiji and Akainu had been at a stalemate for 3 days. Helena vaguely remembered that 3 days ago. This was still Spring Island. With a loud explosion, lava suddenly erupted from somewhere on the island, crashing down like a volcanic eruption, with countless lava fragments trailing behind them, striking the surroundings of the island. Helena sighed, raised her hand to release the energy of a lunar eclipse, shielding the entire warship. The lava blocks struck the shield, creating a spectacular scene. Immediately following was a creaking sound, as cold air rapidly spread outward from the center of the island. Upon reaching the sea surface, the ice formed at an unimaginable speed. As the ice was about to reach beneath the warship, Helena shook her head, transformed into her disaster form, and opened her mouth, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames. Disaster Great Flame God. A curtain of flame, dozens of meters wide, blocked in front of the warship, making the area near the bottom of the warship the only region not frozen. On the island, Akainu's molten giant fist slammed into the ground, while Akiji waved his hands, merging two massive ice blocks to counter the giant fist, which then extended outward to strike at Akainu. Akainu's body elementalized, transforming into a pool of lava and flowing into the ongoing lava torrent. Soon after, a lava giant rose up, with every movement scattering countless hot lava fragments. Akiji slapped the ground, causing the surrounding ice blocks to begin expanding and extending, ultimately forming 4 thick ice dragons. The ice dragons lunged at the lava giant, biting one of its arms, while the other arm grabbed one of the ice dragons. This shocking scene resembled a battle between gods and dragons from mythology. The battle had reached its 7th day. Selena came to the deck, where only Sengoku was present. In the distance, the scene of ice and fire was still unfolding at Punk Hazard. Helena came to Zhanggua's side, and she saw the unusually calm eyes behind Zhanggua's round glasses. The flickering firelight reflected on the lenses, and Zhanghua remained motionless. Marshal Zhanghua, who do you think will win? Helena asked. Who will win? I don't know, Zhanghua answered briefly. Zhanghua slightly tilted his head to glance at Helena and asked, haven't you ever thought about becoming a marshal? Zelina smiled and said, no, I don't have the qualifications, nor the sufficient support. You wouldn't let me take that position anyway. It's already a miracle that I can be a general. She didn't say the last sentence out loud. Well, I've always had a question for you. Sengoku's sharp eyes turned to her, calmly asking, what question? Is it really just because I ate the devil fruit that you keep me in the Navy, the one you value so much? Zelina said, turning to meet Sengoku's gaze. What do you think? Sengoku returned the question. It's usually nothing much, but you have been intentionally or unintentionally keeping me away from the celestial dragons, right? On what basis do you say that? Helena didn't want to argue with Sengoku and continued. What are you really worried about? Is it me or the celestial dragons? Sengoku didn't answer immediately. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Then I want to ask you, what does the Navy mean to you? This question left Helena speechless, and she squinted her eyes, looking at the battle on the distant island. It was indeed a twist of fate that you joined the Navy. But have you really considered yourself a part of it since then? If not, I hope you can plan your future as soon as possible. For both your sake and the Navy's. Sengoku sighed wearily, turned, and walked away. After taking a few steps, he stopped and said to Helena behind him, we have worked for decades to establish a fragile balance on the sea. With this war ending, the sea will once again be shrouded in madness. I admit my efforts have come to nothing. I am old now. The next era belongs to you. With that, he continued to walk away step by step. Helena stood there by the railing for a long time. Day 10. General Warring States. General Akainu. They have been fighting for a full 10 days. If this continues, something big will happen. A person reported next to Warring States. Warring States closed his eyes, pinched his brow, and said to the side, Helena, keep an eye on them. Don't let them kill each other. Yes. Akiji waved his hand, and countless ice spikes shot toward Akainu. Akainu's body elementalized, but he was still hit. Did he use haki? An ice spike grazed Akainu's face, leaving a scar. Akainu retaliated with a massive burst of flames, but Akiji had already elementalized and escaped. At this moment, the island had been divided into two completely different halves, one half completely frozen, with snow falling from the sky, while the other half was filled with scorching magma, with erupting volcanoes everywhere. I wonder how far you can escape. Akainu's body exploded with magma. Countless magma chunks flying out and crashing down onto the frozen ground below. Meteor volcano. Akiji's upper body emerged from the ice. He plunged his hands into the ground, and the ice began to extend, forming a massive ice curtain over 100 meters high. Ice waterfall. The magma chunks crashed onto the ice waterfall with explosive sounds. And suddenly a red light shone on the waterfall. A massive lava fist shattered the ice waterfall and struck at Akiji. Akiji waved his hand, and dozens of meters long ice spikes shot out to collide with the lava giant fist. Akiji's observation, Haki, suddenly sensed a dangerous aura approaching. Bang! An ice arm and a lava arm collided, both sides infused with Haki, as Akainu had just concealed his aura and came around from the side to ambush Akiji. The two separated, standing several dozen meters apart, facing each other. The long battle of 10 days had pushed both to their limits, and it was now time to determine the victor. Ice Emperor Spear. Dog Bite Red Lotus. Several thick ice spears, a lava dog head. They did not use their own attacks to block each other's strikes, both focused on defeating the other. The ice spear pierced through Akainu's body, Haki capturing his true form, penetrating his body. Akiji urgently dodged, but it was just a step too late. The lava dog head shattered his right leg, and the magma burned his right side. Akainu knelt on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body also de-elementalizing. Akiji leaned against an ice block, unable to stand due to his broken right leg. Akainu staggered to his feet, his right hand transforming into magma. Do you submit or not? Absolutely not. Good. Akainu swung his fist, using all his strength to strike. Bang! A golden wolf claw caught Akainu's extended arm. Helena stood between the two, halting the battle. Mr. Akainu, you have already won. There's no need to go for the kill. Akainu non-committally retracted his fist, took 2 steps back, and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Akiji leaned there, still conscious, but unable to move at all. Helena carried 2 people back to the ship, where the admirals Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru were all waiting for the results. Zelina gently laid the 2 down, and the medical team immediately came up to provide treatment to them. Helena looked at everyone and said in a voice neither too high nor too low, The winner is Mr. Sakazuki. The faces of the hawkish generals like Akainu and Doberman showed expressions of pride, while the other generals fell silent. Sengoku closed his eyes and slowly said, "In that case, the new fleet admiral will be Sakazuki." The two men lying on the ground, with Akainu having fainted and not hearing the statement, but Akiji, who was still conscious, heard it clearly. He let out a reluctant sound, but ultimately accepted the result. 3 months after the Marineford War. "Hey, Admiral Akiji has resigned." "Really? Is that true?" "It's true. Look quickly. This is today's newspaper." The headline of the newspaper featured a photo of Akiji and Akainu, with the caption, "Admiral Akiji resigns and leaves the Navy due to ideological differences with the new Fleet Admiral Akainu." The two previously dueled over the position of Fleet Admiral. Akiji sat in a small boat, having already changed out of his Navy uniform into civilian clothes. He silently gazed at the port, while Sengoku and others were seeing him off. Next to the small boat were countless warships and cargo ships, orderly departing from Marineford. These were part of the relocation of the headquarters. Akainu took office without holding a ceremony, but instead arranged a grand farewell ceremony for Sengoku and Garp. His first strategic order after taking office was to relocate the headquarters, swapping the Navy headquarters located in the paradise of Marineford with the G1 branch at the starting point of the New World. The Navy headquarters would now be stationed in the New World to express their determination to eradicate evil. A month later, the major relocation work of the headquarters was completed, with only minor tasks remaining, and the various institutions of the new headquarters were able to operate normally. At this time, Akainu relentlessly issued orders for large-scale personnel changes, including promotions and demotions. Akainu appointed Helena as the governor of the Four Seas and a fleet admiral, with the governor primarily responsible for leading the local branches in the Four Seas, east, south, west, north, a relatively special position that had little influence in the Grand Line. But in any sea of the Four Seas, there would be the highest commander of the Navy. Vice Governor and Governor's Secretary were appointed as Vice Admiral Steele and Turkaka. Although Vice Admiral Steele, who sported a mustache, was quite mediocre in strength among the Vice Admirals, his command and coordination abilities were outstanding. Nearly all of Sengoku's strategies during the Marineford War were coordinated by him. Turkaka was promoted alongside Helena and continued to serve as her aide. Zelina sat in the new spacious office, with shitty allies and Turkaka standing beside her. Helena stared blankly at the mountains of paperwork in front of her, nearly filling the room, and slumped in her chair, giving up on any hope of sorting through it. It had been 9 months since the war ended. Selina was leaning on her desk, holding a pen and a freshly signed document. Takaka came over with a stack of documents and placed them on the desk, saying, "This is the naval personnel changes for the branches in the South China Sea, and I need you to review it." Helena numbly raised her head and said softly, "I've been reviewing documents for 3 whole days. I wouldn't be this tired even if I fought for 3 days." Takaka sighed and patted Helena's shoulder, saying, "Seeing you in so much pain, I have some good news to tell you." Helena raised her head slightly and instantly had a bad feeling. "Marshal Sakaski just notified you to be in charge of the talent review for World Conscription." Helena slammed her head on the table with a bang. "Let me go." New Malin Vandu, Grand Arena. The more than 10,000 people in front of Zelina are the most elite batch recruited from the world's conscription efforts. After the victory in the Top War, the prestige of the Navy significantly increased, and many civilians wanted to join. Taking advantage of this momentum, the Navy conducted a global conscription to replenish its ranks and talent from all corners of the world and the Grand Line. These new recruits are waiting for the final test to assess their ratings, after which they can serve in the Navy without starting from the bottom as laborers or soldiers. At this moment, they are all nervously watching Zelina on the stage, as she is an idol in the hearts of many in the Navy. Takaka handed Zelina 2 reports, saying, "These 2 individuals need special attention. They are both fruit users." Helena hadn't had a chance to look yet when Sakaski arrived at the training ground and walked straight to her side. "You need to test these 2 separately and make sure to determine their strength, understand?" Akainu said to Helena. "Got it." Nearby a small island close to New Marineford, Zelina looked at the 2 people in front of her. One was in his 50s with short black hair, closed eyes, 2 scars crossing his face, a circle of beard around his mouth, wearing a purple kimono and holding a cane sword. The other was bare-chested, with a tattoo of a dead river in his heart on his left side, wearing sunglasses and smoking a cigarette with a katana tucked into his waistband, looking carefree and rebellious. "Is this Yixing and Huangmu?" "That's right," Yixing replied, while Huangmu ignored Zelina, exhaled a puff of smoke, and, after a long pause, turned to Zelina and asked, "Are you General Baze?" Helena squinted her eyes and crossed her arms, saying, "It's me, what's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing. I just wanted to see what the youngest general is really like." Helena pouted and got down to business. "I'll personally test the two of you. In a moment, you will fight against me here. Don't go all out, but don't hold back too much either, understood? I'll go first, how about that?" Huang Mu looked at Yisheng and asked, "Feel free, it doesn't matter who goes first or last." Yisheng's voice was low and calm. Yisheng moved to a farther spot to watch, while Helena stood there with her arms crossed, and Huang Mu didn't rush to act, continuously blowing smoke rings. "Hey, Baize, you know my fruit ability, right? The nature system, the forest fruit, the embodiment of nature, right? I guess I don't need to introduce it." Huang Mu flicked the smoke away and suddenly slammed his hand on the ground. His arm transformed into branches that burrowed deep underground, and immediately, countless thick vines erupted from the ground, rushing towards Helena. Helena was covered in dominance, breaking a vine that swept towards her with a punch, and then several more vines attacked from all directions. Helena transformed into her eclipse form and unleashed a beam of light from her mouth, shattering all the vines sweeping towards her. But that's not all. The wild shepherd was ensnared by tree roots, which instantly grew into a towering giant tree, with facial features and 2 arms appearing on the trunk. The forbidding trent's gigantic palm came crashing down. Helena waved her large claw, sending forth a gale blade several meters wide that sliced the giant hand in half, but the hand instantly regrew and restored itself. Helena left the spot at lightning speed, making it impossible for Huang Mu to catch her. He let out a loud roar, and countless vines grew from the giant tree's body, striking out in all directions, preventing Helena from getting close. She gathered a ball of light in her hand and threw it at Huang Mu, but several vines twisted together to block the explosion of a light ball. Sheena transformed into her disaster form, using meteor fire to ascend into the sky, flames gushing from her mouth, creating a fire curtain dozens of meters wide. Suddenly, a row of giant trees sprouted in front of Huang Mu, and the incoming fire curtain was surprisingly blocked by these trees, unable to advance even a bit. Fire-resistant forest. It seems he has a good way to counter the most obvious weakness. Huang Mu raised his giant hand, beginning to grow rapidly, with countless vines and trunks twisting into a massive sphere covered with dense wooden spikes, transforming into a giant mace with a diameter of over 100 meters. Huang Mu coated the mace with dominance and slammed it down heavily, the momentum overwhelming, casting shadows around Sheena. Interesting. Boom! The gigantic mace struck the ground, and the surrounding earth was lifted by the tremendous shockwave, rolling like waves, the shockwave spreading all the way to the sea. The hem of his robe was continuously lifted by the shockwave, and he opened his eyes, which were entirely white, murmuring, "What a shocking battle. I should step up my efforts as well." Once the dust settled, Huang Mu remained still, and the surroundings fell silent. Suddenly, flames erupted beneath the mace, a pillar of fire shooting up into the sky. The scorching flames began to spread up his arm, and Huang Mu forcefully swung, his arm snapping with a creak. But it quickly grew back intact. Huang Mu searched for Sheena's figure, only to see a fireball soaring into the sky, arriving in front of him, with dominance erupting from her hand as she punched him in the face, engulfed in flames. There was a loud explosion, and Huang Mu's massive right cheek shattered, causing the entire treeman to tilt backward. Huang Mu clapped his wooden hands together, but Sheena, with flames bursting from her body, dodged his clap. Taking advantage of this moment, Huang Mu's main body shifted away from the treeman, a sprout emerging from the ground, which quickly grew into a humanoid form. Truly a general, this is the first time I've been so embarrassed. Huang Mu's right cheek was slightly swollen, and blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth. Helena fell back to the ground and said to Aramaki, "All right, we can stop now. I have a good idea of your level. Now it's my turn." Yisheng slowly walked over, and Aramaki didn't say much, quickly distancing himself. A warship arrived near the island, with a kainu standing at the bow. A massive flower grew behind Aramaki, spinning rapidly like a propeller, lifting him into the air. As soon as Aramaki spotted a kainu, he descended onto the warship. "Mr. Sakazuki, it's an honor to meet you," Aramaki said, placing one hand on his chest, slightly excited. I saw the battle just now. Your strength is impressive," a kainu praised. Meanwhile, Yisheng held the hilt of his sword with one hand, slightly drawing it, when suddenly Helena felt a heavy pressure, as if an invisible force was pushing her and the surrounding ground downwards. Helena erupted with dominance, jumping out of the area where gravity was applied. Yisheng drew his sword and slashed backward, a wave of sword energy tearing through the ground, while the surrounding space slightly distorted under the influence of gravity. Zelina did not dodge. The lunar eclipse form was activated, her arms wrapped in lunar eclipse energy and dominance, as the sword energy struck her crossed arms, causing a wave of energy to explode. As the sword energy dissipated, Zelina searched for Yisheng's figure and saw him standing on a floating stone in the air. Yisheng flicked his knife, leaning forward, sheathing the blade, as a purple halo rose layer by layer into the sky. A few seconds later, the heavens and earth trembled, and a bright spot appeared in the air, growing larger and larger, as a meteor with a diameter of 100 meters fell from the sky. Helena smiled slightly. I wanted to try this for a long time. Her entire body turned black, flames erupted from her, and she crouched slightly before shooting up into the sky. The ground shattered under the immense force. As her speed increased, Helena transformed into a scorching dark red color, leaving a long trail behind her. She crossed her arms in front of her, covered in armament haki. Gray Conqueror's haki erupted around her, with gray and black streams of light entwined in the flames behind her. Disaster meteorite. The meteorite collided with Helena, and the powerful energy around her tore through the surface of the meteorite as she pierced through it like a drill. The meteorite shattered into dozens of pieces, each fragment crashing onto the island, lifting large sections of the surface, nearly destroying the small island. The observation haki emitted an alarm, and Helena instantly appeared in front of her opponent, sweeping a kick. The opponent raised their sword, and the violent collision created waves of air. The two separated and landed back on the ground, with Helena standing up and returning to her human form. All right, test is over. You all did really well. As she slowly sheathed her sword, she slightly bowed and said, "Thank you for your recognition." The two went to Sakazuki's warship, where Sakazuki and Helena approached each other. He asked, "So how is it?" "Very strong, capable of taking on heavy responsibilities. I am planning to promote one of them to admiral despite the usual standards. Do you have any objections?" Helena shrugged and said, "No objections. Your strength is indeed sufficient." Sakazuki did not expect Helena to have no objections and looked at her with slight confusion. "I have a suggestion," Helena continued. "How about promoting both of them to admiral?" Sakazuki looked out at the sea and said, "I'll think about it." In the year 1523 of the sea calendar, the Navy made a highly controversial decision to promote two new recruits who had spent their lives in the wasteland to the rank of admiral, codenamed Fujitora and Green Bull. In a certain sea area of the New World, on a small boat, a young woman dressed in a black coat was covered in injuries, leaning weakly against the side, and finally unable to hold on, tilted her head and fainted. In the distance, an island appeared, with a massive circular ring hovering above it. In the New World, Silver Anchor Bay. This is a huge port, gathering a large number of pirates and various criminals. The Station Navy G41 branch faces a workload far exceeding that of other branches every day, yet they still have little way to deal with the arrogant pirates here. The Steel Nail pirate crew and the Fangtooth pirate crew are about to go to war here, ignited by a shipment of arms. The Navy is powerless to prevent the fighting and can only muster personnel to maintain order as best as they can. Both captains are notorious pirates with bounties of 3 to 400 million, and wanted criminals are frequently seen on the streets. But the Navy has no time to worry about that now. In a dimly lit tavern in an alley, a strong and tall fisherman was drinking at the far end. Daliot downed a drink and, out of the corner of his eye, saw a few pirate-looking individuals approaching. "Hey, fishman, you look familiar," one pirate said arrogantly. Daliot squinted at the group, ready to take action at any moment. "You're one of Fang Toothmonger's lackeys, aren't you?" "So what?" Daliot replied nonchalantly. "Hey, still can't figure it out?" "We're with Steel Nail, Karak." Daliot put down his cup and stood up. "So what do you want?" "Of course, we're here to take you down for a reward." The group suddenly attacked. One person swung a knife at Daliot, who dodged and punched the attacker, sending him crashing into the bar. A wooden stool came crashing down on Daliot's back, but it didn't hurt. Daliot turned around and punched that person, knocking out a few of his teeth. Seeing that this fishman was so difficult to deal with, the leader of the pirates pulled out a hand cannon hidden in his coat. He aimed the hand cannon at Daliot and arrogantly said, "Inferior race. Kneel down. Do you hear me?" Daliot squinted, his nerves tense. Bang! A loud explosion sounded as a small grenade flew out of the cannon towards Daliot. But the grenade didn't fly far before being caught by a suddenly appearing hand, exploding in that hand, with fire and smoke enveloping the arm, yet leaving it unharmed. The pirates looked on in astonishment, seeing a tall woman in a black coat standing there. It was she who had intercepted the grenade. Dahlia looked at her back and soon recognized who it was. "It's you." Helena turned her head and smiled slightly, saying, "Long time no see, Uncle Dahlia." The pirates saw this woman crush a grenade with ease, and even the dullest among them understood that she was not to be trifled with. They exchanged glances with a few brothers and slowly began to move their feet, attempting to escape. Helena suddenly turned her head to look at the pirate. "To leave? I'll see you off." Outside the tavern, a drunkard stumbled in, and the tavern's door was suddenly smashed open, sending a few people flying out and crashing against the wall across the street. Helena and Dahlia were walking on the dock, reminiscing. "Uncle, have you been a pirate all these years?" "Yeah, but I haven't made much of a name for myself, unlike you, who has become a fleet admiral." Helena smiled, and Dahlia asked, "By the way, what are you doing here?" "Me? Looking for someone? Do you need my help? Or should it be kept a secret from outsiders?" "I can manage on my own," Helena replied directly, and Dahlia nodded in understanding. "Speaking of which, Uncle Dahlia, what are your plans next?" Helena suddenly asked. "After finishing this job as a thug, I don't have much else to do, so I'll just look for more work." He said, "Are you interested in coming to work with me?" "With you? The Navy? How could I possibly work for the Navy?" Dahlia said, puzzled. Helena shook her head with a smile and said, "You can go to Lighthouse Island, and once you get there, you will." As night fell, the alley was engulfed in darkness, with only a few oil lamps providing a small patch of light. "Please let me go. I'll tell you everything." A pirate was pinned to the ground, a dagger pressed against his neck. "Speak quickly. What are Munger and Karak fighting about? Are they really ready to go to war over a batch of arms?" "Why, yes. There are reports that the arms are just a ruse. What they really want to steal is a devil fruit that Munger has obtained." "A devil fruit?" Yes. That's all I know. I've told you everything. Not a word of it is a lie. I swear. Please believe me." The man scoffed disdainfully, made a swift motion, and a spray of blood shot out. The pirate clutched his neck and gradually gasped his last. The next day, the sky was covered with heavy clouds, and the sea was turbulent. The residents of Silver Anchor Bay stayed indoors, afraid to come out, while the Navy patrolled the streets in response to any unexpected incidents. Not far from the bay, a naval battle was underway between the Tooth Pirates and the Nail Pirates, with nearly 50 ships combined, which made the under-resourced Navy branch reluctant to intervene recklessly. Selena sat on a ship's beam snacking while watching the pirates below fighting in chaos. A stray bullet shot towards her, and she tilted her head slightly to avoid it. A few people noticed her and climbed up from both sides to take her down. Selena poured all her snacks in her mouth, then jumped up into the lookout tower. With a casual flick, she unleashed a gust blade that severed the ship's beam, causing the attackers to scream as they fell down. Selena looked down and took out another bag of snacks to eat. Helena used her extraordinary eyesight to search for the crowd below. "Where are you, Takaka?" "The intel says he joined the Nail Pirate crew, right?" Helena dialed the phone worm and asked Takaka. At that moment, Takaka and Steelrest, sitting in Helena's office, were overwhelmed with work. Takaka was constantly writing something while holding the receiver between his shoulder and ear. "Intel? Let me check. He's not a member. He's acting as a thug for the Nail Pirate crew. In fact, half of the fighters in this battle are hired thugs from both sides." "Got it, I understand." On the main ship of the Tuga pirate crew, a hooded boy was hiding in a corner, holding a dagger, ready to respond to any crisis. He was agile and took the opportunity to sneak into the captain's cabin while others were fighting. Monga was outside directing the battle, and the room was empty. The boy glanced around, saw a treasure chest on the table, and sliced it in half with his knife. Inside was a strange blue fruit glowing with fluorescence. Just as the boy reached out to grab it, the door to the captain's cabin was burst open. "Damn it, I've been discovered. Boss, that's the guy who just snuck in." A pirate henchman shouted, pointing at the boy. The person referred to as the boss was Monga, with long tiger teeth and wielding a warhammer. "Kid, daring to steal my stuff, you must be looking for death." Monga charged at the boy and swung the hammer at his head, but the boy nimbly dodged and managed to take the fruit with him. Monga kept attacking, but the boy moved like a floating cotton ball, evading all blows. The boy jumped up, stepping on Monga's shoulder to leap towards the door, but several pirate henchmen rushed over to block him. The boy drew his dagger and quickly took them down. Bursting out of the door, the boy, in his haste, momentarily failed to conceal his whereabouts and was spotted by Helena. Helena stood up, brushed off the food crumbs on her body, warmed up a bit, and muttered to herself, "All right, this fight should stop." Munger chased out and confronted the boy. The boy looked around at the surrounding pirates, gritted his teeth, and took a big bite of the devil fruit. "Damn it, you little brat. How dare you? Kill him before he gets his powers." Munger shouted in a rage. and the pirates shrieked and charged forward. At this moment, explosions were happening continuously in the fleet of the Steel Nail pirates, one ship after another seemingly triggering a chain reaction. The boy saw a fireball flying towards them. Boom! The fireball struck the crowd, and the explosion knocked the pirates over, sending the boy flying from the blast wave. Munger propped himself up, looked up at the place where the fireball had fallen, and panically said, "What is going on? What happened?" He saw a tall woman in a black coat stepping out from the flames. As Munger recognized the woman's appearance, his eyes widened little by little. No way. This must be a joke. Why is a Marine Admiral here? Many surrounding pirates also recognized Helena's identity, frozen in shock, and the deck suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The boy, of course, knew who had arrived. He climbed up, nervously watching Helena, only to find that she was indeed looking at him and walking towards him. The boy trembled slightly and started to retreat, while Helena approached slowly and steadily. The boy stopped retreating, raised his dagger with a tense expression, as Helena came before him and reached out her hand. Helena yanked off the boy's hood, revealing his true appearance. Handsome features, white hair, purple eyes, and long canine teeth. "Finally found you." The boy, whose hood had been removed, seemed startled, his entire body tensed, and he instantly jumped back, the cloak falling from him. His expression darkened as he raised a dagger in front of him, ready for a fight. But facing a general, the boy's forehead began to sweat with nervousness. "Kid, I advise you not to resist. Just come with me," Helena said gently. "Why?" "I refuse," the boy replied firmly. "Well, then there's no other choice," Helena said helplessly. In the next moment, her figure vanished, appearing behind the boy. He felt a gust of wind brush past his ear, sending chills down his spine. He instinctively turned his head, but his neck was already grabbed by Helena, rendering him unable to move. Helena unleashed her conqueror's haki, and the gray aura intimidated the boy's spirit, causing him to faint instantly. "Really? Can't you just be obedient?" Helena sighed inwardly. Suddenly, a blue light erupted from the boy, growing more and more blinding. Helena raised an eyebrow, guessing, could it be that the power of the devil fruit he just ate has activated? A surge of blue energy suddenly emanated from the boy, pushing Helena away. She jumped back a few steps and watched from a distance as the boy's body was enveloped in blue light. The blue orb gradually expanded, reaching a height of several meters, and then the light suddenly extinguished, leaving no trace of the boy, but instead revealing a massive monster. It was a gigantic scorpion, its enormous body tightly encased in chitinous armor. Its tail was twice the length of its body, and the sound of its pincers clashing together was enough to demonstrate their hardness. The scorpion's entire body was covered in blue fluorescence, with blue and purple energy intertwining and flowing slowly around it. Helena squinted as she examined the terrifying giant scorpion in front of her. The scorpion's two yellow eyes also looked at Helena, and with a strange screech, it swung one of its pincers towards her. Helena jumped lightly to avoid the attack, and the pincers smashed down onto the deck, shattering the wooden planks. The scorpion's other pincer chased after Helena, but at the moment the pincer closed in, Helena raised both hands to brace against its halves. The scorpion was startled by Helena's immense strength, and while it tried to exert more force on the pincers, it couldn't close them any further. Helena then turned around and grabbed the scorpion's massive pincers, throwing it out. The scorpion landed with a thud, upside down on the deck, breaking many wooden planks beneath it, with just enough remaining to support it and prevent it from falling off. Helena jumped over and kicked it on the back with one foot. This strike was infused with armament haki, causing the scorpion to cry out in pain. While the deck was completely destroyed, and the scorpion's massive body fell into the cabin, Helena fell to one side, stood up, and scratched her head in frustration, whispering, "Oh no, this is a bit troublesome." Suddenly, a beam of blue-purple energy intertwined shot out from the cabin, heading straight for Helena. Helena raised her hand, covering with her dominance to block, but she didn't expect the beam to be so powerful that it made her take 2 steps back. Helena looked over and saw that what was climbing up was not a gigantic scorpion, but the beastly form of a young boy. The boy had 2 pincers growing out from the positions of his shoulder blades, and his face had transformed into that of a scorpion. A long, massive scorpion tail swayed behind him, with the end of the tail shaped like a claw formed by 3 curved bone spikes, the center of which shimmered with a bluish-purple light. The boy controlled the scorpion tail, aiming it at Helena, and the light at the tip of the tail suddenly brightened, shooting out another beam of light. Helena jumped up to dodge, and the boy shot out beams one after another, but none hit Helena. Helena suddenly accelerated, instantly appearing in front of the boy and delivering a punch to his stomach. The boy let out a muffled groan and was sent flying, while Helena continued to close in. Gritting his teeth, the boy's tail suddenly shot out dozens of short, thin beams. Helena didn't dodge. She covered her hands with domineering energy and deflected all the incoming beams, then stood in front of the boy and punched him in the face. The boy suffered a heavy blow and fell to the ground, gradually returning to his human form. Helena stood beside him, blocking the sunlight that shone on the boy's face. Looking at the terrifyingly strong woman in front of him, the boy couldn't help but tremble. "I say, take a good look at whether we have any similarities," she said. The boy then realized that, like him, she also had white hair and purple eyes. However, his experiences of licking blood from the edge of a knife made him distrust anyone other than himself. "I admit I was a bit rough with you just now. But believe me, I won't hurt you," Helena said, smiling to add credibility. The boy turned his face away, ignoring her. Helena sighed helplessly and reached out to grab the boy. At that moment, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and a blue-purple beam of light descended, enveloping the boy. Helena realized something was wrong and immediately jumped away to avoid the light column. The boy was frightened and didn't know what to do as his body was gradually engulfed by the light. When the light column dissipated, the boy vanished without a trace, leaving nothing behind. Helena stared at the spot where the boy had been lying, her mouth half open, and said in disbelief, "Is this even possible? This fruit's ability is a bit too outrageous, right? It even includes teleportation?" Helena stood with her hands on her hips, her head throbbing with anger. Suddenly, she turned to the pirates around her, who were startled. "Since he has run away, you will have to do," Helena said kindly to the pirates. The pirates were speechless. In a tavern on an island in the New World, Crocodile was looking at the newspaper in his hands, with several armed subordinates standing behind him. Mr. Duffbonif was paying attention to the surroundings. Mr. One suddenly noticed something and leaned down to whisper in Crocodile's ear, "Boss, that woman." Crocodile followed Mr. One's gaze and saw a young woman in a black trench coat sitting at the bar, drinking, with two black blades on her back that made people hesitant to approach. The woman sensed the gaze and turned to look at Crocodile, her red pupils revealing a hint of fatigue. "That bounty of 280 million, the Black Crow Frost? It's now risen to 350 million. Recently, she killed someone from a cruise ship, including a king from a world government allied nation. Where is she from? There are rumors that she is from Wano country." "Wano country?" Crocodile squinted his eyes, sizing up Frost. Frost turned to say something to the bartender, who then turned to mix a drink and handed it to a waiter, who delivered it to Crocodile's table. "Sir, this is the North Sea cold wind that the lady over there ordered for you. She said if you need anything, you can call her directly." Crocodile was taken aback and looked at Frost, who gently waved her hand towards him. Crocodile smiled and whispered, "Interesting little girl," as he picked up the glass and took a sip. After a while, the tavern's door was suddenly pushed open, and a loud voice rang out, "Thief! Ha! I've finally found you." Blackbeard entered the tavern with Lafitte and Basis, immediately scanning the room and locking onto Frost. Crocodile's face darkened. He felt that Blackbeard was too noisy. However, he made no move and just glanced sideways at Blackbeard. Blackbeard approached Frost, opened his arms, and laughed heartily. "Thief! Ha! You must be the Black Crow. I've heard so much about you." Frost looked up at Blackbeard, calm and silent. Blackbeard sat down next to Frost, and, as he did, he caught a glimpse of Crocodile in the corner, narrowing his eyes but ignoring him. "Get her the best drink," Blackbeard told the bartender. Frost did not refuse. When the drink arrived, she took a small sip and asked, "What brings you here, sir?" Blackbeard raised an eyebrow, speaking flamboyantly, "Of course I have something to discuss. I greatly admire you. I'm building my own force, and if you can assist me, my plans will be realized much faster. Are you trying to recruit me?" "Exactly. Your abilities should not be buried. So what do you say? Think it over." Frost finished the drink in one gulp, stood up, and walked toward the door while saying, "Sorry, I'm not interested." Blackbeard did not move, still smiling. Frost walked out of the tavern, and Crocodile sensed that something was off. Just as Frost stepped outside, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet imbued with hockey pierced her left arm. Frost felt intense pain, but did not hesitate, immediately seeking cover. Not far away, on the clock tower, Van Oka fired 3 more shots, 2 hitting Frost and 1 missing. Frost hid behind the wall, blood gushing from several bullet holes in her body. At that moment, Blackbeard and the other 2 slowly walked out of the tavern, surrounding Frost's hiding spot. "Black Crow, there's no choice. Since you won't join me, and I have high hopes for your fruit ability, I have to do this." Frost drew her 2 black blades, hockey and grayish-white energy enveloping the swords. "Hey, Black Crow," Blackbeard shouted arrogantly, and a gray sword energy sliced through the wooden wall of the building towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard chuckled, a vortex of black particles appearing in his hand, absorbing the sword energy. Looking up, Blackbeard saw that Frost had jumped onto the rooftop and was trying to escape. Van Oka took aim at Frost and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Just as the bullets were about to hit her, Frost waved her right hand, creating a gray barrier. As the bullets passed through the gray barrier, they rapidly decayed into dust. Seeing this, Blackbeard laughed louder. He wanted that fruit even more. Frost continued to run, but suddenly a burly man with a mask jumped out in front of her, throwing a powerful punch. Frost did not have time to defend and was struck in the stomach, flying backward. After crashing through a wall, she steadied herself, removed her left glove, and purple mist appeared. Basis attacked again, and Frost slapped his hand with her mist-covered hand. With a loud smack, her hand hit Basis's fist, and the mist wrapped around his arm, causing it to swell and turn purple and black. Ugh! Basis fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Blackbeard rushed over and used the dark fruit to absorb all the poison for Basis. Frost did not wait long and turned to continue running. Suddenly, a sound of flesh being sliced echoed, and a wound appeared on Frost's back, extending from her right shoulder to her left rib. Blood splattered, and the intense pain made Frost's eyes widen, but her heavily injured throat prevented her from screaming. Frost collapsed to the ground, trembling slightly, struggling to get up. Behind her, a figure emerged from the shadows, dressed in a warden's uniform, holding a long knife and a cigar dangling from his mouth. Shilio exhaled a puff of smoke and said slowly, "What a dangerous ability. I can only launch a sneak attack." He approached Shuang and slashed down with his knife. Shuang gritted his teeth as gray-white energy burst forth, swirling around him, and the black blade in his hand was also enveloped in gray-white energy. Enduring the pain, Shuang quickly got back up and swung his dual blades, clashing with Shilio's incoming strike. Shuang opened his mouth, and purple mist surged out, causing Shilio to jump back. The mist not harming him. The mist continued to pour out of Shuang's mouth, gradually spreading to a radius of several meters, making it impossible for anyone to approach. Blackbeard extended his hand, and a black vortex began to expand, starting to absorb the mist. The dark water mist was quickly drawn in, revealing Shuang's figure. Basis and Shilio charged out simultaneously, launching a knife and a punch toward Shuang. Shuang unleashed 2 gray sword energies with his dual blades. Shilio dodged swiftly, while Basis had to stop and use his haki to defend against the gray energy from the sword energies. Shilio slashed down with his knife, and Shuang raised her knife to block it. Unexpectedly, Shilio's blade veered, leaning to one side, and kicked Shuang under a rib. Shuang let out a muffled groan, and at that moment, Basis also approached, throwing a punch at Shuang's left cheek, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood, with blood seeping from her nostrils. Shuang flew out and fell to the ground, while Blackbeard's group stepped forward, with Blackbeard loudly saying, "Give up resistance. Do you think you still have any hope?" Shuang ignored him, and a grayish-white energy continuously emanated from her body, all converging onto the blade. Shiryu said, "Hey, be careful. This guy might have some hidden cards." Before he finished speaking, Frost raised her hand and slashed out a sword chi. While Blackbeard absorbed the sword chi, Frost plunged her sword into the ground, and grayish-white energy continuously surged underground. Moments later, a gray curtain rose from the ground. A barrier dozens of meters high split the island in two. With the port on Frost's side, Blackbeard stretched out his hands, and an incredibly huge black vortex appeared in front of him, frantically sucking in the energy from the grayish-white barrier, but it had no effect. Damn, this has trapped us on the island. The port is on the other side. We can't get over now. Blackbeard spat in annoyance, saying, "No matter, she'll die in my hands sooner or later. I'm increasingly interested in her fruit." Frost, dragging her severely injured body, ran towards the port. She raised her right hand, and a few bruises appeared on her arm and palm. She randomly found a small sailboat and set sail. After drifting at sea for 3 days, Frost could no longer hold on and fainted on the boat. Fortunately, there was an island nearby, and the people on the island found Frost and brought her ashore. As Frost's consciousness gradually became clear, pain followed, and she instinctively shivered before slowly opening her eyes, seeing a white ceiling. She moved her arms, and pain surged through her, causing her to gasp. She raised her arm, which was already wrapped in bandages. Feeling her body, she found that it was all bandaged, and she was dressed in a change of clothes. Slowly sitting up and looking around, the room was unremarkable, but it didn't seem like a hospital room. Frost lifted the blanket and stood up, the wounds on her body tearing slightly. She bit her lip and endured the pain as she walked towards the window. Frost looked outside and was astonished by the spectacular sight. This was a huge island surrounded by mountains with flat land in the middle. Each mountain peak had towering white spires, each over 100 meters tall, all supporting a massive circular ring that surrounded the entire island. The room Frost was in was within one of these tall towers. The door opened, and a nurse entered holding a notebook. Seeing that Frost was awake and standing by the window, she hurried over to support her. "You're awake? Oh dear, your body hasn't recovered enough to walk. Moving like this will tear your wounds. Quickly lie back down." Frost obediently lay back on the bed, and then another lovely girl walked in, dressed like a student and looking under 20. "Sister Mel, how is she?" "You're awake." The girl ran to Frost's bedside, but Mel stopped her from getting too close. "Oh, enough. Don't disturb her recovery. I still need to examine her." "Oh, got it. I'm Joanna. I'm Rein." Joanna seemed surprised. "Your voice. Given the injury to your throat, it's a miracle you can speak." Mel said, "All right, let me examine you." After about 10 minutes, the examination was complete, and Mel kept writing in her notebook. "You're recovering quite well. It's just that moving around earlier caused some tearing of the wounds. A period of rest should suffice. You two can chat. I have other matters to attend to." Mel left the room. "Sister Ren, who are you? You sustained such serious injuries." "I'm a bounty hunter." Frost didn't dare to say she was a wanted criminal. "No wonder our ship found you when you were barely alive. You must have gone through a fierce battle." Joanna began to daydream, wondering what kind of battle Frost had experienced. "This is right. I haven't introduced you yet. This is Star Ring Island, a place that every astronomer in the world must visit at least once in their lifetime, because it has the most authoritative astronomical institution, the Star Ring Research Institute. I'm a student at the Star Ring Academy, which is affiliated with the Research Institute." Saying this, Joanna proudly displayed the emblem on her school uniform to Frost. "The Star Ring refers to that thing outside?" Frost asked. "Exactly. That structure usually serves as an observatory, where the researchers here conduct their observations." "And its true purpose," Joanna teased, but Frost waited for her to continue. "This entire ring, several kilometers in circumference, is itself an observation tool. It can be activated when needed and provides us with unimaginable amounts of data and samples. Some observational studies can only be completed using it. Activating it consumes energy equivalent to what the entire city below uses in a day." Joanna spoke excitedly, and although some of the details were unclear to Frost, she understood that she had come to an extraordinary place. All the towers on the mountains belong to the Research Institute, each responsible for different star domains. "We are currently in the 8th tower of the Academy. Most of the tower is open to outsiders. We actively communicate with the outside world." Frost coughed a couple of times, and Joanna quickly handed her a glass of water. Frost took it and drank, then asked Joanna, "What about the cost of my treatment?" "Oh, I've already paid for you." "How much in total?" "Not much, just a small amount. Don't worry about it," Joanna casually replied. Frost blinked and looked elsewhere. When she turned her head, her wounds tore again, and her eyelid twitched as she glanced at her trembling hand, suddenly sighing in fatigue. Joanna noticed Frost's change in mood and lowered her voice and slowed her speech. "Sister Ren, what's wrong?" "It's nothing." On a certain island in the Grand Line, Blackbeard downed a drink and irritably smashed his cup on the ground. Lafitte descended from the sky and approached Blackbeard, saying, "Captain, the barrier created by that woman's fruit has dissipated. We can leave the island now. Should we go after her?" "Of course. I must obtain her devil fruit." Blackbeard laughed greedily. "Let's go, boys." As Blackbeard's crew exited the tavern, they immediately saw the traces left by the gray tomb on the island, a chasm cutting through the entire island, its edges frighteningly smooth and even. In the hotel across from the tavern, Crocodile was smoking and reading a newspaper while Daz stood by the window observing the situation outside. "Boss, Blackbeard's crew is on the move. They're probably going to chase that little girl." Daz suddenly spotted a figure with a dangerous aura walking on the port side of the island. "Boss, come take a look. ISNT that person." Crocodile walked to the window and looked outside, raising an eyebrow. "Why is she here?" Suddenly, Van Augur said to Blackbeard, "Captain, someone is coming from the opposite side, and they don't look easy to deal with." "Oh, who is it?" Van Augur raised his sniper rifle and aimed the scope at the figure. It was a woman wearing a black tank top, with a red samurai shoulder guard on her right shoulder. She had a shimenawa around her waist, red leg armor, and wooden clogs on her lower body. With black long hair and crimson pupils, she carried a 2-meter-long katana on her back. "It's the Crimson Demon Rin, with a bounty of 2 billion. Von Augur steht it." Blackbeard laughed, saying, "Ah, What an incredible person we've encountered again. Captain, what are you going to do? Leave quickly or meet her? I want her to join my crew. Such talent is hard to come by. After a while, Qianlin had crossed the chasm and arrived on this side, where Blackbeard and his group were standing in the middle of the road waiting for her. Qianlin stopped more than 10 meters in front of them and noticed Blackbeard was staring at her, knowing they were waiting for her. She squinted at Blackbeard, waiting for him to speak. Blackbeard grinned and said, "Red Demon Qianlin, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Blackbeard. I recognize you. So if you have something to say, hurry up. I'm in a rush." Qianlin coldly replied, "Then I won't waste words. Qianlin, I invite you to join my pirate crew. What do you think? Since you know me, you should also be aware of my crew's current strength." Blackbeard said confidently, "Not interested. Do you have anything else? If not, I'm leaving." Qianlin directly refused. "Don't be so hasty. If you join me, I will secure a devil fruit for you." "How about that?" "Not needed. That kind of thing doesn't attract me." "Don't be so definitive. To be honest, I'm hunting a fruit user, and her fruit is unimaginably powerful. If you join me, this fruit will be yours." "Hunting a user?" "That's right. You know Shuanya Shuang, right? She's one of the worst generation, and her fruit is—" "Who did you say?" Qianlin's tone suddenly turned terrifying, her eyes instantly cold. Blackbeard sensed something was wrong and cautiously stared at Qianlin. "Shuanya Shuang, any questions?" Qianlin's forehead bulged with veins as she instantly drew her katana. Van Oka reacted quickly, firing a shot, but Qianlin casually deflected the bullet with her sword. A scarlet conical sword chi, accompanied by the howl of a demon, shot out at high speed, wrapped in haki. "Great demon sword, decapitation hell." Shiryu stepped forward, drawing his sword to cover his domineering aura to withstand the strike. The powerful attack forced Shiryu to retreat continuously, and in the end, he had no choice but to deflect the sword energy, which then shot off to the side and destroyed a building. Blackbeard put away his smile and loudly asked, "Why did you suddenly attack? What is your relationship with Xianya?" As Blackbeard looked at her red pupils and long black hair, he suddenly realized something. "Are you sisters?" "Congratulations, you got it right." Qianlin jumped into the air, slashing out a sword energy that was over 10 meters wide. The sword energy flew out a short distance before scattering into dozens of smaller sword energies, injuring Blackbeard and his crew. Blackbeard endured 3 times the pain and laughed, "Haha. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to kill you." Qianlin horizontally held her sword, and a huge, ghostly figure appeared behind her. Shuang changed into a gray fabric coat with white sleeves. She stood on the observation platform of the Star Ring, which was the huge circular ring surrounding the entire island. Her head was covered by a glass dome, and everywhere around her were precision observation instruments and researchers conducting observational experiments. Her detective-like attire seemed somewhat out of place. "Sister Ren, you're here. I've been looking for you for a long time." Joanna's voice came from behind. Shuang turned to see Joanna walking over with a young man. "Sister Ren, let me introduce you. This is Senior Sate, who is one grade above me and is now a researcher." "Hello, hello." Sate secretly sized up Ren. Noticing her unusual aura, wearing a mask, and her pair of crimson eyes made him feel uneasy. He pulled Joanna aside and whispered, "Hey, is this person really reliable? She doesn't look like an ordinary bounty hunter." Sister Ren isn't some dangerous person, right? Also, the pass to the Star Ring was given to her by you, right? If Professor Gustav finds out, you're going to be in big trouble." Shush, I know. I just wanted Sister Ren to see something. When we rescued her, she was covered in injuries, definitely having gone through a fierce battle. Bringing her here could cause trouble, so ask her when she plans to leave." Joanna nodded, feeling a bit troubled. Back by Shuang's side, seeing her downcast mood, Shuang asked, "What's wrong?" It's nothing. Let me take you for a tour. I have to go do some observations." "Joanna, Sate is worried about you." Joanna gave him a look and quickly said, "You go ahead, Senior." The 3 of them separated not far, and suddenly there was a loud bang in the starry night sky. A blue comet streaked across the sky, leaving behind a long blue tail that gradually spread out, looking incredibly dazzling and spectacular. "What is that? I've never seen it before." Hurry. Adjust the instruments. We must gather as much data as possible." In an instant, the surrounding researchers became excited and hurriedly began their observational activities. Joanna looked at the dreamlike scenery in the night sky, her eyes shining as she said, "It's so beautiful. This is why I study astronomy. The beauty of the starry sky needs to be recorded." In Tower Number 1, 3 floors underground, a small conference room was filled with several elderly professors quietly discussing something. On the table in front of them were several sheets of paper with ancient writings. The historical texts were too fragmented, making it difficult to extract useful information. We need to speed up. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it becomes. Everyone knows about O'Hara. An old man picked up an aged notebook and said, "Speaking of O'Hara, if it weren't for an old friend of mine giving me this notebook, we wouldn't be able to interpret the historical texts even if we got them. However, even so, it still requires a lot of time to interpret. All right, let's get to work, old friends. The blank 100 years are right before us." Shuang and Joanna arrived at the top of Tower number 8, looking down at the brightly lit town below. The last time they enjoyed the night view of the city like this was when she was very young, accompanying her father to the flower capital for the fireworks festival. Looking down from the general's residence. "How is it? Isn't it beautiful?" Joanna said proudly. "Yes, it's beautiful. It was beautiful, but she didn't belong here." Joanna recalled what Sate had said to her, biting her lip in distress, her face gradually turning red. I'm leaving tomorrow," Shuang suddenly said. "Huh? You wanted to ask me when I'm leaving, right?" Joanna was a bit stunned, not knowing how Shuang knew. "That person took you away and told you I wasn't trustworthy, right?" Joanna awkwardly didn't know how to respond, looking down and fidgeting with her hands. "I understand, so don't worry, I won't stay too long." Shuang approached Joanna and said, "Thank you, Joanna, for taking care of me." Joanna smiled shyly. "It's nothing. Let's go, you have class tomorrow." On a small island in the Grand Line, a violent tremor shook the entire island, and 2/3 of the buildings were destroyed. In the center of the island, a crimson sword energy shot into the sky. Bosch's was slashed across the chest, coughing up blood and flying backward. Shiryu and the others were also injured, but the ghostly figure behind Qianlin still exuded a formidable presence. Blackbeard spat and said to the others, "Stay back. I'm getting serious." Upon hearing this, Shiryu and the others immediately retreated. "Ha ha ha. You're really strong, Red Demon." Blackbeard laughed heartily, gathering vibration energy in his hand and throwing a punch, causing the space to shatter as a shockwave shot towards Qianlin. Qianlin ignored him, horizontally positioning her sword, while the ghostly figure also raised its sword to block the shockwave. Blackbeard slammed both hands down onto the ground, transmitting vibration energy underground, causing the ground to shake and crack, and the ground beneath Qianlin entirely collapsed. Blackbeard jumped into the air, extending his hand as black particles formed a vortex. The dark water vortex continuously absorbed the energy of the ghostly figure, which howled, while Qianlin straightforwardly engaged the ghostly figure, shooting up like a bullet and slashing down at Blackbeard. Blackbeard raised a hand covered in haki to block, while the other hand condensed vibration energy to strike Qianlin. Qianlin was instantly sent flying, but she quickly adjusted her posture and slashed forcefully at Blackbeard in midair. Great Demon Sword, Death Knight Rebirth. A fast-moving, pure black sword energy struck towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard used his haki to defend, but unexpectedly, the sword energy slashed against his haki-covered arm, continuously weakening Blackbeard's dominance. Both of Blackbeard's arms were cut, blood gushing out. The triple pain made Blackbeard's face slightly contort, but he soon started laughing again. "Ha! Interesting." Blackbeard grasped the air with both hands, and the whole island trembled violently, raising towering waves in the surrounding sea. The ground was completely torn apart, splitting the island in two along the trench caused by frost. The ground beneath Qianlin collapsed, and she disappeared from sight. Blackbeard clasped his hands together and slammed down at the spot where Qianlin had fallen, causing a large area of space to shatter, and a shockwave bore down underground. Suddenly, a conical scarlet sword energy burst up from another part of the ground, followed by a person shooting up from underground, cleaving a straight trench in the surface from the inside out. Great Demon Sword, Suxia. Qianlin landed on the ground, dusting off her clothes, took a few steps forward, and suddenly jumped up, scarlet energy erupting from her body, leaving a long trail behind her. Blackbeard opened his hands, and a massive black vortex appeared in front of him, covering a large area of the sky. Dark Spring. Qianlin's body exploded, dissipating into a cloud of blood mist. Great Demon Sword, Mist Ghost. Blackbeard, sensing danger with his observation haki, looked up to see the blood mist gathering into a human form above him. Qianlin raised her great sword high, the scarlet energy intertwining with Blackbeard's black haki. Great Demon Sword, Xuanwu. Blackbeard laughed heartily, gathering vibration energy in his hands, a blinding white light forming. The sword and fist clashed violently, illuminating the sky with black, red, and white light, the shockwaves flattening the enormous waves that had just risen. The two did not determine a winner and landed back on the island, charging at each other again, wanting to continue the fight. Sand City. A wall of sand like a fortress appeared between the two, causing them both to stop and look down at the person who intervened. Crocodile, with a miniature sandstorm swirling around his hand and a cigar in his mouth, looked at the two with an annoyed expression. You two are making quite a racket. I suggest you stop here. No way, this person must die. Qianlin coldly replied. Blackbeard didn't say anything, just chuckled. If this continues, it will attract the Navy's attention. There are as many as 20 warships gathering in the nearby sea. Do you know what this means? The two remained silent. Moreover, there are some remarkable individuals in that fleet. Star Ring Island. Fina adjusted her collar, sitting calmly in the library of Tower Number 1. But her peripheral vision was always on an old professor. At that moment, her communication snail rang. Hello, Fina. How is it going over there? Haven't you started moving yet? Not yet, still waiting. Fina stood up, pretending to change books on the shelf, but actually following the old professor's movement. A female voice came from the communication snail. Hello, Tower Number 5 has been fully investigated. You're the last one, Fina. Understood. The old professor left the library, and Fina followed. The old professor took the elevator down to the bottom of the high tower, and Fina exited the elevator, made a loop, and returned to follow the old professor. The old professor walked towards a deserted area, arriving at a wall. After looking around cautiously, he retraced his steps to check for any people, and only after confirming he saw no one did he return to the wall. However, he never noticed that Fina was crouched on the lamp rack of the ceiling. The professor pried open a brick, revealing a password lock. After entering the password, a hidden door in the wall slowly opened. Fina recorded the password input by the professor with her imaging snail from above. And after the professor entered and a while passed, Fina finally climbed down from the lamp rack. After correctly entering the password, Fina entered, and a staircase leading underground appeared before her. Fina maintained a blank expression and cautiously walked down. At dawn, Frost was walking through the city with her packed belongings, heading towards the port. After not walking for long, she stopped, turned to look at a corner behind her, and said, Joanna, you should go back. You don't need to see me off. Joanna awkwardly stepped out, her face flushed, and after hesitating for a while, she finally said, Sister Ren, take care, and don't hurt yourself again. Frost tilted her head slightly and smiled, saying, Okay, I'll remember. Frost waved her hand and turned to continue walking, while Joanna wanted to say something else, but ultimately remained silent, watching Frost leave. At that moment, distant footsteps became chaotic as a large group of island guards, armed with guns, ran over and surrounded Frost. Sate, along with an officer, stood outside the encirclement, pointing at Frost, saying, Sheriff, it's her. Seeing this situation, Joanna felt a bit at a loss, running to Sate's side and grabbing his arm, asking Senior, What is happening? What are you doing? Sate glared at Frost, angrily saying, That person is the notorious criminal with a bounty of 350 million. Xuanya Frost. Joanna's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Frost, realizing that what Sate said was true. She had been deceiving herself all along. Frost looked at Joanna's saddened expression and quickly said, Joanna, I lied to you because I didn't want to expose my whereabouts. I'm very grateful to you and never thought of hurting you. Tears sparkled in Joanna's eyes as she lowered her head, no longer looking at Frost. Xuanya Frost, I order you to surrender immediately. Otherwise, we will. Frost didn't want to hear any more of his nonsense, gathering her strength to jump and grab the window of the second floor of the nearby building. Shoot! Bring her down. Gunfire erupted continuously as Frost clung to the wall, quickly leaping up to the rooftop, bullets hitting the eaves. Quick chase! Notify the other teams to surround her. Frost moved swiftly on the rooftop, advancing towards the port. More and more guards gathered below. Some climbed onto the rooftops but were all kicked down by Frost. A few hours earlier, in the basement of Tower Number 1, in the conference room, many professors were lying on the ground, all injured. A professor wanted to use a phone bug to contact the outside world, but was snatched away by Fina, who casually threw it out. Fina, expressionless, recorded several historical texts with the image phone bug. After finishing the recording, he told his teammates waiting outside, Tower 1 has been searched, the historical texts are here, and I have completed evidence collection. We can proceed to the next phase. After saying this, Fina turned and left the room, not forgetting to crush the professor's phone bug underfoot. Frost circled around and finally arrived at the port, where a large number of guards surged in behind him. Frost glanced up at a crane used for loading goods, drew his sword, and sent a wave of gray sword energy toward it. The crane's mechanical arm, over 20 meters long, broke off and fell, crashing onto the path of the guards, startling them. Taking advantage of this moment, Frost turned to find a boat to leave quickly, but saw the shadows of 4 warships appearing on the foggy sea. Frost frowned, wondering why the Navy was here. This wasn't a member country of the world government. Did they come to capture her? Just as he was thinking, he heard the sound of cannonballs flying. Boom! A cannonball struck a building, exploding loudly. Subsequently, the sound of cannonballs continuously arriving echoed. The sheriff looked at the situation in confusion, not understanding why the Navy was attacking this island. Hey, Sheriff, warships are attacking Star Ring Island from all directions. Oh my God, what's going on? The 4 warships took turns firing, and cannonballs exploded continuously in the port, destroying some boats as well. The other 4 directions of the island also suffered attacks from warships, plunging the entire island into panic. Sate and Joanna ran towards the interior of the island when a cannonball flew over, about to explode near them. A wave of gray sword energy split the cannonball in half, which gradually turned white and crumbled into powder. Joanna looked back and saw Frost holding a black longsword, signaling her to hurry. Joanna blinked her big eyes, nodded gratefully, and ran away. However, Frost's action caught the attention of a woman hiding in the shadows. This woman looked at Frost in the distance and said via communication phone bug, "Fina, there's a dangerous individual. Should we eliminate her?" Of course, Fina replied, constantly moving across the rooftops towards the port. The opponent is Xuanya Frost, with a bounty of 350 million. Are you sure we can take her down? Whether we can take her down is not something for us CP agents to consider. Execute the order, Fina said coldly. The woman sneered inwardly. What a cold-hearted bastard. Frost was dodging cannonballs while thinking of how to escape the island. At that moment, a gust of wind struck. Frost jumped aside to avoid it and looked up to see a man with an expressionless face and dim eyes standing there, raising his leg. Frost sent a wave of purple sword energy toward him, and Fina used Moonwalk to leap into the air, delivering a rapid kick toward Frost. Frost swung his sword to deflect the gust. Fina charged at Frost, raising a finger to jab her with a finger gun. Frost stepped back a few paces and slashed down at Fina with his longsword. Fina lightly twisted to the side, using paper drawing to evade the attack. The finger gun grazed Frost's shoulder, and he felt pain, turning to deliver a sweeping kick to Fina's left side, sending him flying to the side. Fina adjusted himself in midair and landed on top of a stack of logs. Frost stared at Fina, but suddenly heard heavy hoofbeats. Turning back, he saw a gigantic, muscular ram charging at him rapidly. The enormous horns suddenly turned black, coated with haki, and the ram spoke. "Prepare to be gored." The ram collided with a bang. Frost drew another longsword, crossing it in front of himself as the horn struck the blade, sending a massive impact that knocked Frost away. The ram transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, laughing and saying, "How does it feel to know the power of my horns?" Fina said to the Zoan-type user, "IZC, stop talking so much." IZC coldly snorted at this and ignored him, charging at Frost again with both hands on the ground. Frost shook his numb hands, looked up, and saw IZC right in front of him, raising both swords to create 2 gray curtains surrounding himself. IZC knew about Frost's fruit ability and forcefully stopped with his hands pressed to the ground. At that moment, a sharp voice sounded behind Frost. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a wound cut into his back. Leaf slash. Frost's sword was covered in gray mist as he turned and slashed, wrapping himself in the mist. But when he looked back, there was no sign of anyone. A woman suddenly appeared on the rooftop of a nearby building, her arms transformed into scythe shapes, with 2 tentacles growing from her forehead. Is she also a user? Frost thought. Good job, Mabella. IZC called to the woman. Mabella reminded IZC. Hey, be careful. If her gray mist touches you, it won't be easy to shake off. Frost looked at the few people attacking him and asked, Who are you? Us? We're. IZC didn't finish as a figure suddenly appeared between the two, raising a hand to jab with a finger gun. Frost spat out gray mist to protect himself, forcing Fina to use shave to evade. Once steady, Fina warned IZC, Don't waste time talking with the enemy. IZC didn't respond, glaring coldly at Fina with dissatisfaction in his eyes. Mabella on the rooftop moved, using Moonwalk to leap into the air, and then rapidly approached Frost with shave. Frost didn't have time to use his ability, so he quickly blocked Mabella's slash with his sword, while IZC came down with both hands together to smash down on him. Frost jumped back to evade, while Mabella kept using shave to approach Frost, not giving her a chance to use her fruit ability. Fina also came up to attack Frost. Frost ducked under Fina's finger gun and then elbowed him hard, sending Fina stumbling back, causing something golden to fall out of his clothing. Frost focused and saw that it was a golden phone bug. Could this be? Suddenly, a white dough ball flew out from the shadows, heading straight for Frost. Frost slashed at it, but the dough scattered into a large amount of flour before the blade could hit it. Confused, Frost looked around at the flour everywhere. Cautiously stepping back, a flame suddenly appeared in front of him, followed by a violent explosion of flour around Frost. He was blasted away, rolling on the ground a few times. When he got up, he saw a man pretending to be elegant walking out from shadows, with a dough ball floating in one hand. "You're all too slow. Hurry up and take her out and leave this place, or you'll dirty my clothes later." Izisi glanced at him, coldly mocking, "Go clean that greasy hair of yours before you talk, Yuruin." Yuruin's mouth twitched, glaring at Izisi. Izisi couldn't be bothered with him, bending down to gather strength and instantly charging at Frost, aiming to launch her into the air while she was still getting up. Right in front of Frost, she suddenly raised her head, her forehead bulging with veins, purple mist erupting from her left hand, and she slapped Izisi in the abdomen. Azexi had purple bruises appear on his stomach, and his skin began to turn purple and black. Azexi quickly retreated and used his domineering aura to expel the toxins from his body. Shuang glanced at the golden telephone worm on the ground, feeling turmoil in her heart. That was used for the Demon Slayer order, and even if these people were dealt with, there was still the navy outside the island and Joanna. Mo Balin noticed that Shuang was standing still without moving, and wings like those of a mantis sprouted from her back, allowing her to fly into the sky and quickly approach Shuang, swinging her side-like arms to attack. However, Shuang reacted in time, blocking the attack with one sword, while the other sword, shrouded in purple mist, pierced into Mo Bala's shoulder. "Ah!" Mo Bala screamed in pain, while Fina suddenly appeared behind Shuang, thrusting both hands toward her. Shuang kicked Mo Bala away and turned to slash at Fina's right arm with her sword. "Fina!" Mo Bala shouted, covering her wound. Azexi charged forward again, throwing a punch, but Shuang jumped aside, turning back to slash a wave of gray sword energy toward Azexi, who leaned back to evade. By the time he turned back, Shuang had already jumped up and was right in front of him. Shuang's dual swords were infused with domineering aura and gray mist, and before Azexi could react, she struck him in the neck and shoulder, causing blood to spray as he fell to the ground. Shuang landed back on the ground, when suddenly a mass of white dough wrapped around her feet, while another mass flew toward her, about to explode into flour. Shuang's sword, infused with gray mist, sliced through the dough, and then she stabbed the blade into the dough beneath her feet to break free. Just as she jumped aside, a massive piece of dough slammed down. The dough changed shape and transformed into a humanoid form charging toward Shuang. The dough figure got close to Shuang, and one arm turned into a sharp spike, quickly hardening as it thrust toward her. Shuang swayed her body to dodge the spike and turned back to slice the dough figure in half. The dough figure then split into several larger masses, which exploded one after another, launching Shuang away without time to dodge. Azexi had already gotten back up, crouching as he charged toward Shuang, his horns gleaming with domineering aura. Bang! Shuang was sent flying again before she could land, as Mo Bala flapped her wings and flew up at high speed toward Shuang, her two sides slicing down. Seeing Mo Bala approaching rapidly, Shuang raised her left hand, and purple mist surged from the blade, splitting into 3 streams, each ending with a snake's head, blocking Mo Bala's path. Mo Bala urgently stopped, using a shave to distance herself from the poisonous snakes formed by the purple mist. Shuang landed back on the ground, kneeling on one knee to think of a strategy. Suddenly, her observation haki rang loudly, and Fina appeared behind her, thrusting a spear toward Shuang's back. Shuang dodged to the side, but was still hit in the left shoulder. Seeing Shuang temporarily unable to move, Mo Bala quickly shaved to Shuang's front and slashed at her abdomen, causing blood to splatter. Shuang felt excruciating pain, gritting her teeth as she reversed her sword and stabbed it into Fina's thigh, the purple mist flooding into Fina's body along the blade. Just a few seconds later, Fina felt her right leg start to go numb, followed by excruciating pain throughout her body, her senses gradually fading. The last thing she saw before losing her sight was Shuang's black blade coming toward her. Azexi saw that Fina was about to be killed and rushed over, but Shuang was waiting for him. With a swift motion, she struck Azexi in the chest, infecting him with the purple plague. Azexi immediately activated his domineering aura, trying to expel the poison from his body, but was unable to do so. What? There's also domineering aura on it. Azexi felt his vision starting to blur, and he saw a figure jumping up. Shuang jumped onto Azexi's head, stabbing both blades into his neck. aZexi howled in pain, but the blood choking in his throat made his voice intermittent. He reached out to grab Shuang, but she had already jumped away. aZexi staggered a few steps and fell back. Mo Bela and Uluyuan, seeing that Fina and aZexi had fallen, realized they were no match for Shuang. Uluyuan took out a telephone worm and called the warship on the sea. You all hurry and land. There's a high bounty criminal, Xianya Shuang, on the island. On the warship, Vice Admiral Storberry received the call and said, received. You hold her off for now. We'll land immediately. At that moment, a tall man with a justice coat and bare upper body walked out of the cabin, impatiently saying, Tisich, what bounty criminal? Can't you even deal with this? So annoying. The man lit a cigarette and said, let me handle it. Those two had already run away, leaving the two on the ground behind. Shuang pressed her wound, thinking about how to leave the island. The island was surrounded by warships on all sides, and there was no way to leave safely by boat. She also needed to rescue Joanna. Dodging a cannonball, the surroundings were in chaos. Everyone was fleeing, and occasionally boats were leaving the port. But these boats became the Navy's primary targets for attack, not letting a single one escape. As Shuang was observing the situation, a strange object appeared among the countless whistling cannonballs in the air, seemingly carried by a giant spinning flower. Suddenly, the object shot out several vines, attacking Shuang. Shuang swung her black blades continuously, severing the entangling vines. The object landed on the ground, and instantly, countless vines sprouted from the ground, all attacking Shuang at once. Shuang sprayed gray mist from her mouth, wrapping herself in it, and the vines that touched the gray mist instantly turned to dust. Wow, this is quite a tricky ability. The person exhaled smoke as he walked step by step toward her. Shuang recognized the person and her pupils constricted. Green Bull stopped in his tracks and said to Shuang, well, you're a bit troublesome. Let me deal with you. Saying that, he opened one hand, and 5 fingers transformed into wooden spikes, stabbing toward Shuang, covered in domineering aura. Shuang again spewed mist, trying to block the attack. However, the wooden spikes, covered in domineering aura, passed through the gray mist without deteriorating, keeping the vines from being eroded. The wooden spikes pierced into Shuang's body, and she let out a muffled groan, raising her sword to slash. The wooden spikes were severed, but several vines appeared behind her, binding her. All right, isn't this the end? Green Bull casually flicked off some ash from his cigarette and turned to take Shuang away. At that moment, from somewhere at sea, a scarlet sword energy whistled through the air, rapidly striking Green Bull and cutting him in half. Shuang fell to the ground, breaking free from the vines. Green Bull's 2 halves transformed into 2 wooden stumps, and far away on a patch of grass, a young sprout rapidly grew into a humanoid form. Such strong domineering aura. Who just arrived? Green Bull thought to himself. Shuang was also wondering who had saved her, when suddenly there was a loud explosion in the air, and a figure leaped up from a ship on the sea, leaving a red trail behind as it sped toward the island. Demon Blade, Ghost Blade Sube. Green Bull seemed to see a demon in the sky, and in the next moment, the demon appeared right in front of him, wielding a 2-meter-long katana that slashed down with an almost imperceptible speed. Green Bull's body transformed into countless vines, instantly being severed, but they quickly regrew. Green Bull turned to see who had attacked him. Qianlin flicked the katana and turned around, her crimson eyes looking past Green Bull toward Shuang. Shuang also looked over, and as soon as she saw her face, her eyes widened. She looks just like me, could it be? Shaorin? Qianlin gently called out. Sister? Shuang Shi Rein responded uncertainly. Qianlin closed her eyes, and a tear rolled down her cheek. I finally found you, sister. Xiu Rein. I have avenged our father and mother. Qianlin's voice trembled, clearly holding back tears. Shuang Jiren's eyes also grew moist. She had seen her sister's bounty notice long ago, and didn't he know what Qianlin had experienced over the years? Clap, clap, clap. The green cow clapped its hands. So touching. Today, the rumor that Qimo Lin and Xianya Shuang are sisters has been confirmed. Right? All right, you two. You're not going anywhere today. The green cow slammed its palm heavily on the ground, causing countless vines and a towering giant tree to grow rapidly, forcing Shuang Jiren and Qianlin to retreat continuously. Qianlin reached Shuang Jiren's side and said seriously, Shaoren, let's talk about other things after we leave here. You go first, I'll hold this guy off. The ship on the sea, you should know the people on it. I can still fight. I don't want to be separated from you again, even if it means death. Shuang Jiren said, holding back tears. Qianlin noticed her voice and looked down to see the gruesome scar on her neck and the fresh wounds on her body, feeling heartbroken as he placed his hand on her back. The wounds on Shuang's body were wrapped in a faint red energy. Qianlin said, This can temporarily stop your bleeding. We want TB separated again. At the same time, a huge treant appeared in front of the two, its face resembling that of the green cow, and its massive wooden hand came crashing down. No one is escaping. A scarlet sword energy shot up into the sky, splitting the giant hand in two at the wrist, with one half crashing to the ground with a loud bang. However, the green cow's hand quickly regenerated, sprouting countless thick vines that attacked the two. Shuang Jirun slashed out two gray sword energies with her dual swords, severing the attacking vines. Qianlin leaped up, taking advantage of the opening to charge at the green cow's head. Great demon sword, blood of the vortex. The blood-red katana spun rapidly, attacking the green cow like a drill. The green cow shouted, and two giant hands made of vines and branches quickly grew from its back, reaching out to block Qianlin. The blade stirred violently against the giant hands, shattering them into pieces. The green cow swung its giant hand, throwing a punch, and Qianlin adjusted her posture, falling towards the ground to evade the attack. The green cow's other two hands plunged into the ground, quickly taking root, and countless trees and plants rapidly grew around them, enclosing the green cow and the sisters. The green cow's other hands transformed into massive wooden spikes, stabbing towards the two. Shuang created a gray domain in front of her, causing the wooden spikes to turn to dust as they approached. Qianlin charged with a powerful leap, the wooden spikes just grazing the tips of her toes. She retaliated with a slash, instantly severing the wooden spikes. Qianlin thought to herself, "No, I can't drag this out any longer." As she landed back on the ground, a scarlet light illuminated her body. She was enveloped in blood, with long horns sprouting from her head and bone spikes emerging from her back. Crimson Blood's ambition, Night of the Dead. Qianlin instantly vanished from her spot, transforming into a red streak of light that rushed towards the green cow, delivering a deadly slash to the giant treant's massive head. The treant ceased its movements, as if truly defeated. However, not long after, a towering tree grew in the surrounding forest, transforming into a treant, and the green cow's face reappeared. "You can fight, huh? But with this level, you won't escape." The green cow's gigantic wooden hands, empowered with domineering aura, quickly struck towards Qianlin with tremendous speed. Qianlin dodged continuously but still got hit by a punch, sending her flying. In midair, she quickly adjusted her posture, turning around to deliver a slash. A black sword energy imbued with domineering aura racing towards the green cow. Crimson Blood's ambition, Death in the Night. The green cow crossed its wooden hands to block, but the sword energy continuously negated the domineering aura on its hands before severing both hands. What kind of technique is this? The green cow was slightly surprised as it waved its arm, causing a vine to grow from the severed stump, twisting into a chain with a massive wooden spike ball at the end. The green cow swung the spiked mace, coated in armed color domineering aura, towards Qianlin. Crimson Blood's ambition, Mist Demon. Qianlin exploded into a mist of blood, evading the spiked mace, and reformed above the green cow, delivering a slash downwards. A conical sword energy of scarlet energy and black domineering aura striking towards the green cow's head. Crimson Blood's ambition, Dead Prison. The green cow raised another hand, and the entire hand began to sprout, producing countless branches that formed a massive plant barrier above its head. The sword energy tore through the outer layer of the barrier, but was continuously blocked by the plants beneath. In the end, although it shredded the green cow's right hand, it quickly regenerated. Shuang, injured, kept moving, occasionally swinging her dual sword to cut through the encroaching vines. Seeing her sister entangled in combat with the green cow in midair, she stopped, preparing to assist her sister. She slammed her palm to the ground, and gray mist surged outwards, annihilating the encroaching vines and rapidly expanding. Gray desolation. The gray mist spread to the surrounding forest, and within seconds, the tall trees turned to dust and collapsed. The green cow glanced down, snorting, "Humph. Both of you are such a hassle." The gray mist enveloped Shuang Jirun's body, wrapping around her layer by layer, and the gray energy suddenly exploded, revealing two gray crow wings on her back, shrouded in gray mist. She leaped up, crossing her dual swords in front of her, and launched herself like a gray arrow towards the green cow. Xinya, extinction. Shuang Jirun instantly pierced through the giant treant's abdomen, the gray mist continuously eroding the wound. Qianlin raised her sword above her head, blood-colored energy and domineering aura entwining the blade, making it ring. Crimson Blood's ambition, Corpse Slayer. The katana struck down heavily twice, sending two intersecting sword energies towards the green cow, shattering its head and chest. The treant collapsed with a loud crash. However, soon, the green cow's true form grew again from a nearby bush. "Looks like to take you down? I need to get serious." The green cow waved its giant hand, and countless spikes at the ends of the vines were covered in armed color, domineering aura. Launching towards the sisters, the two continuously slashed at the approaching vines, and behind Shuangzi, a tender sprout broke through the soil, instantly growing into the form of the green cow. One of its arms transformed into a wooden spike, covered in domineering aura, and stabbed into Shuangzi's shoulder. Shuangzi cried out in pain and retaliated with a slash, but the green cow had already vanished, reappearing in front of Shuangzi and smashing her away with its arm transformed into a wooden hammer. Qianlin slashed down with her sword, directing the sword energy towards the ground where the green cow was. The green cow slapped the ground, raising countless barriers formed from giant trees. After blocking the sword energy, the green cow clenched its hand, and these giant trees combined to form a massive fist aimed at Qianlin. The size of this fist left Qianlin with nowhere to dodge. It felt like being hit by a mountain, and only stopped after smashing through a section of the massive circular barrier above. The giant hand then slapped down, sending Shuangzi, who was charging at the green cow, crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Shaoran!" Qianlin called out worriedly, and with a loud explosion, gray wings enveloped Shuangzi, breaking free. Qianlin raised her katana horizontally, charging towards the green cow like an arrow. Crimson Blood's ambition, Knight of the Dead. As she approached the green cow, it sensed her presence with observation haki, and countless branches instantly shot out towards Qianlin. Qianlin flicked her katana upwards, cutting through all the branches, revealing that the green cow had turned into a wooden decoy. Its true form was growing on a vine several meters in diameter, and with a wave of its hands, numerous wooden spikes infused with domineering aura stabbed towards Qianlin. A gray sword energy swept through, severing all the wooden spikes, and Shuangzi unfurled her gray wings, releasing countless gray feathers towards the green cow high above. The green cow did not evade, allowing the gray feathers to pierce through its body, leaving only a wooden sculpture behind. Qianlin clicked her tongue in frustration. Capturing the green cow's true form was too difficult, and with endless defensive and offensive tactics, they would eventually be worn down if this continued. Escaping is not an easy task. On the other side, Frost's head was lowered, her pupils trembling. There was no choice but to use that. The gray wings behind Frost gradually changed to purple, and the gray energy wrapped around her body was also replaced by purple energy. Shuanya Plague. Green Bull noticed the abnormality on her body and waved his hand, sending several long wooden spikes flying out, testing the attack. Frost didn't have time to dodge and was pierced by the wooden spikes. The spikes did not turn to dust as they approached her. It seemed that this purple mist had a different effect from the previous gray mist. Frost pulled out the wooden spikes from her body, blood splattering out. Enduring the pain as she moved, Green Bull clenched his hand, and several vines broke through the ground, wrapping around Frost. Frost raised her hand, standing still and waiting. "Shaoran, be careful," Qianlin shouted anxiously. At the moment the vines wrapped around Frost, her hand also touched the vines, and the purple mist invaded the interior of the vines, causing them to rot. Frost spread her wings and broke free from the vines' restraints. The rotting vines, upon touching other plants, caused the purple mist to climb up those plants as well. Other plants also began to rot, and this deadly plague spreading among the plants rapidly expanded its range, causing large trees to start rotting and collapsing. Green Bull was surprised, not expecting Frost's fruit ability to be so perverse. He raised barriers made of trees to enclose the plants infected by the plague, coating the surfaces of these barriers with armed color haki, barely suppressing the spread of the plague. Seeing this, Qianlin was somewhat shocked. The little girl who used to mischievously follow her around had now become such a terrifying presence, which was truly lamentable. Green Bull snorted coldly, waving his hand, and all the plants around Frost suddenly grew wildly, intertwining and overlapping to enclose her. Frost's purple sword energy struck these plants, but the rotting speed of the plants was far behind the speed at which they gathered. Seeing this, Qianlin raised her sword and rushed towards Green Bull. Arriving in front of Green Bull, she slashed out, but Green Bull had already escaped early. He created several thick wooden spikes, shooting them toward Frost, who was surrounded by plants. Crimson Bloodheart, Mist Demon. Qianlin transformed into a blood mist, reconstituting in the direction the wooden spikes were advancing. her sword covered in armed color hockey spinning rapidly in front of her, sharp sword energy flying everywhere. Crimson blood blood slash, while Qianlin blocked the wooden spikes. Frost broke free from her confinement, raising her dual swords above her head and slashing out 2 purple sword energies at Green Bull. Green Bull, with armed color hockey covering his hands, crossed his arms to block the sword energy and then flicked it away. Your fruit ability can be blocked with some hockey. You might as well surrender early. Qianlin said to the Frost behind her. Xiao Ran, you retreat first. I will definitely catch up. Frost thought about needing to save Joanna and reluctantly agreed. Go find that unflagged ship at sea. The people on it have a cooperative relationship with me. Understood. Frost turned and left, heading toward the island. Want to leave? Green Bull reached out and grabbed the air, and a giant wooden hand rose from beneath Frost's feet. About to grasp her, Crimson Bloodheart Knight of Susanoo. Qianlin instantly appeared in front of Green Bull, wielding a fierce hockey, and slashed at Green Bull's neck. Green Bull had no choice but to defend against Qianlin's attack, giving Frost the chance to escape quickly. At this moment, the island was being bombarded from all sides, and Frost evaded the cannon fire, arriving at Tower 1. The main door was slightly open, seemingly stuck. Frost pushed the door open and saw a hall inside, filled with countless people fleeing. What are you doing here? A man's voice rang out as Sate walked to the front of the crowd, pointing at Frost and shouting loudly. Frost looked at him and asked, Where's Joanna? What do you want to do? I won't let you hurt her. Sate said angrily. Those Navy outside, you call them here, right? What did you do? Why are the Navy attacking us? It's the Demon Slaughter Order. As soon as this was said, the people around gasped, and some of the more timid ones had already started crying. Oh my God, we're all going to die. Help me, someone help me. Why launch the Demon Slaughter Order against us? It's all your fault, right? Sate glared at Frost loudly. Frost was too lazy to pay attention to him and was about to move to find Joanna when she suddenly heard Joanna scream, Professor Gustav. Frost immediately ran towards the source of the sound, and Sate followed, wanting to protect Joanna. Frost turned a corner and saw Joanna holding an elderly man who was severely injured in the abdomen. The old man looked like a professor, and the wound on his stomach looked like it had been shot by a bullet. The old man, covered in blood and weak, whispered something in Joanna's ear. Joanna, you must find a way to escape and destroy this thing quickly. The professor handed a backpack to Joanna, who anxiously said, Professor, let's escape together. You'll be fine. I can't hold on much longer. Just hurry and leave. You must destroy this. What is this? The professor hesitated for a moment before speaking. The historical text. What? Frost arrived beside the two and said to Joanna, Joanna, I'll take you out. Joanna was startled, not understanding why Frost was here. Sister Ran? What on earth is happening outside? If we don't leave now, it will be too late. The professor sighed and said to Frost, Miss, please take Joanna away from here quickly. You must protect her. I'm begging you. All of this is our fault. We old men acted on our own, and now the whole island is being buried with us. What a heavy sin. Seeing her teacher about to give in, Joanna couldn't help but cry. Stay away from them. Sate rushed over, pushing Frost aside and blocking the two. Frost narrowed her eyes, somewhat impatient. Gustav, you need to take Joanna and leave quickly. This person is a criminal, a pirate. The Navy outside was all called by her. Sate said angrily. Gustav wanted to say something, but lacked the strength. Frost didn't waste any more words, stepping forward to push Sate aside and grabbing Joanna's hand to leave. Joanna was somewhat resistant, looking worriedly at Gustav. Gustav gestured for Joanna to hurry and leave. Professor, I can't trust her. It's all her fault. Those Navy outside are all our doing. Gustav suddenly said in anguish. It was us old fools who wanted to study ancient astronomy. It was our desire to translate the historical text. It's all our fault. Sate stood frozen in place, his lips trembling. The Demon Slaughter Order? Sate, follow them and take care of Joanna. Do you hear me? Sate swallowed hard and nodded. Frost didn't want to waste any more time, turned around, and left, with Joanna and Sate following behind. Crimson Blood Heart Demon without heart. Qianlin's hockey and red energy erupted as she arrived in front of Green Bull, stabbing into his heart. The Green Bull transformed into a wooden figure. Qianlin activated her observation hockey to search for the Green Bull's true body, but by the time she found it, the Green Bull was already dozens of meters away. Qianlin drew her sword, and a massive wooden hand suddenly came crashing down. Qi Shui Xiong Xin. Suyi jumped up and charged towards the giant hand, dragging his knife behind him to sweep across the giant hand, severing it at the wrist. The Green Bull retracted his arm and laughed heartily at Qianlin, saying, Hey, Red Demon, your swordsmanship and domineering aura are quite strong. But unless you can defeat me in one strike, I can draw endless vitality from nature. Take a good look at this powerful force of nature. I am nature. The green bull stomped his foot hard, and for a moment, there was no response. Qianlin activated her observation haki and faintly heard some delicate sounds. Looking down, she saw flowers and grass beginning to grow from the ground beneath her feet. Looking around, she noticed that all visible areas were sprouting plants of all kinds. Not just here, the entire Star Ring Island was growing wildly. Huge vines climbed up various towers to the star ring, tightly wrapping around it, and some parts could not support the weight and broke apart. Frost Yin and the others were running towards the port when a small tree suddenly sprouted under Sate's feet, causing him to trip and fall. After he fell, several vines reached out and ensnared him. "Sate, Senior!" Joanna screamed, but Frost Yin held her back to prevent her from going over. "Helping me? Sate's plea for help was not finished before his mouth was wrapped by a vine, and as it tightened, his neck was snapped, and he died on the spot. Joanna was so frightened that she almost fell to the ground, and Frostian held her back as the vines attacked them. Frostian drew his knife, its blade shrouded in gray mist, and struck at the incoming vines, clearing a path for him and Joanna to continue towards the port. The door of Tower 1 was blocked by a giant tree growing at the entrance, and the people seeking refuge could not push it open, causing panic among them. The bombardment continued on the sea, with several shells exploding on the plants wrapping around Tower 1, igniting them. The flames spread rapidly, soon engulfing the interior of the building. The people in the hall finally broke down. Some sat on the ground crying, some crazily smashed the door, while others stood there in a daze, their eyes lifeless. Gustav shed tears, feeling guilty for all this chaos caused by himself and these selfish people. The Green Bull laughed heartily. "See, everything on this island is now determined by my will. Every blade of grass and flower is under my control." Qianlin gasped for breath, closed her eyes with a conflicted expression, and finally seemed to make some kind of resolution. She raised her knife and slashed at her arm. Blood spurted out, instantly absorbed by the blade, causing it to begin to glow. The Green Bull looked at Qianlin warily, unsure what she was up to. Qianlin's bone spurs slowly elongated behind her. Her arms gradually grew longer, her fingers transformed into claws, her teeth elongated, and her eyes were shrouded in blood red. Qianlin gradually transformed into a malevolent spirit, instilling fear in anyone who saw her. She reversed her grip on the great sword and looked around, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Ha ha! Finally out! That little girl, Qianlin, finally let me out to stretch my legs. Qi shui xiong xin, li gui." The Green Bull was taken aback for a few seconds at the sight of Qianlin's terrifying form, then laughed excitedly and said, "Interesting. You've really surprised me." The malevolent spirit looked around with a disdainful glare and spat. "What kind of place is this? It's full of trees. So disgusting." Then she swung her knife and pointed at the Green Bull, seemingly speaking to no one in particular. "Is it him that I have to fight?" The malevolent spirit let out a wicked laugh and instantly disappeared from sight. The Green Bull's observation, haki, sounded alarms as he realized Qianlin's presence. By the time he spotted her, her knife was already swinging towards his neck from behind. Almost simultaneously, the Green Bull's body elementalized. The blade, infused with a sharp armed color of white and crimson energy, struck his neck. His head now would flew off, and the residual force from the strike severed plants within dozens of meters ahead. A power user? This seems a bit tricky. No wonder they call me out. The malevolent spirit muttered to herself. Looking up, she saw hundreds of wooden spikes coated in black armed color rushing down. This time, the Green Bull did not underestimate the threat. The malevolent spirit sized her up, raised the great sword over her head, enveloped it in armed color, and began to spin rapidly. "Qi shui xiong xin, li gui, zong shui." The crisp sounds of continuous collisions rang out as the wooden spikes were constantly severed. The Green Bull's true body emerged from the ground beneath Qianlin, appearing and launching a fist covered in domineering aura at Qianlin's chest. Qianlin cut through all the wooden spikes and, following through, struck downward. The blade and fist collided, sending up a wave that kicked up dust around them. Qianlin swung her claws, infused with crimson energy and domineering aura, at the Green Bull, but he elementalized, allowing her claws to pierce through his chest. Vines sprouted all over the Green Bull's body, coated in domineering aura, wrapping around the malevolent spirit's arms like black chains. A wooden spike lunged at her, and the malevolent spirit opened her mouth to bite through it. With her bound hand exploding with domineering aura, she broke free of the vines. Gripping the knife with both hands, and slashing horizontally, unleashing a sword energy that cut through a large area of plants. Qianlin locked onto the green bull's true body and instantly vanished from her spot, reappearing above him, the great sword reversed and stabbing down at the green bull, with domineering aura and crimson energy intertwining at the tip of the blade. Qi shui xiong xin, li gui yichong. The green bull clasped his hands together, causing trees to surge forward in front of him. The sword tip continuously broke through the defenses, slicing under the green bull's ribcage. What? The green bull's expression darkened, recalling that the last time he had been harmed was by Selena. The green bull punched at Qianlin, who raised her hand to block, but his other hand transformed into a giant wooden hand that grabbed Qianlin and threw her away. The wooden hand, clenched into a fist, struck Qianlin with domineering force. Qianlin was sent flying and crashed into the star ring. She emerged from the hole she made, raised her knife, and swung down powerfully, unleashing a sword energy that shot towards the green bull, distorting the surrounding space. The green bull's massive wooden hand came crashing down just in time, but the sword energy shattered it. Qianlin charged out, closing in on the green bull. Qi shui xiong xin, li gui, xianwu. The green bull was cut in half, his body transforming into wood, and his true body unknown. The next moment, the entire island began to shake violently. Frostian pulled Joanna towards the seaside, Joanna panting heavily. Seeing that she could not keep up, Frostian turned around and picked her up. Joanna's tense body clung tightly to the item Gustav had given her. Upon reaching the seaside, a pirate ship was patrolling the shore, while the navy in the distance continued their attacks. The pirate ship dodged left and right, but was still hit by several shells. Frostian squinted at a figure by the helm who looked like a captain and realized it was Crocodile. Upon seeing Frost Yin on the shore, Crocodile waved his hand, and a sandstorm blew towards them. Joanna, frightened, clung tightly to Frost Yan's neck as the sandstorm swept both of them onto the pirate ship. "It's you," Frost Yin said, looking at the approaching Crocodile. Crocodile, holding a cigar, exhaled a puff of smoke and replied slowly, "I have a partnership with your sister. By the way, where is she?" Frostian set Joanna down and said, "She's covering me. I'll go find her." Crocodile sighed helplessly and said, "Who knew a general would be dispatched for this demon-slaying order?" At this moment, the island began to tremble violently, and the surrounding sea surged with waves, causing the pirate ship to sway from side to side. Frost's Edge held onto the railing to steady himself and looked up to see a 300-meter-tall treeman standing in the center of the island. The treeman raised its hand and slammed it down towards the ground. When the treeman's giant hand struck the ground, the immense impact caused the ground within 100 meters to collapse. At that moment, a red light shot up from the ground, soaring towards the treeman's head like a meteor. Qianlin grinned, his katana entwined with domineering and crimson energy, moving so fast that it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. The giant hand of Green Bull, coated with armament hockey, came crashing down with a thunderous sound. The blade of the Crimson Blood hero, Fierce Ghost, Long Night Azura, suddenly extended to 100 meters, and the blade collided with the giant fist. From a distance, Frost's Edge saw red energy explode in the sky, followed by a loud bang, and then a visible shockwave swept towards him. The star ring collapsed entirely. Large buildings were destroyed, and plants on the island grew wildly, turning it into a green hell. Qianlin landed on a tall tower, immediately charging out again, raising his sword to launch another attack. Green Bull, emerging from the ground, saw Qianlin rushing towards him and prepared to take the blow with his hockey-covered hand. "All right, that's enough." A voice suddenly rang out, and a flash of golden light appeared between the two, intercepting both of their attacks. Green Bull focused his gaze and saw a werewolf with golden fur all over its body, purple eyes, and antlers on its head. The werewolf shimmered with golden light before transforming back into human form, revealing a woman with white hair and purple eyes, dressed in a white suit and draped in a naval coat. "Baizhe, what are you doing here, and why are you stopping me?" Green Bull questioned with a displeased expression. Qianlin, seeing Helena, excitedly raised his sword but suddenly began talking to someone as if he was having a split personality. "What? You know her? All right, I'll go back." Qianlin closed his eyes, gradually transforming back into human form. When he opened his eyes again, it was as if he had become a different person. "Helena," Qianlin gently called out, and Helena tilted her head to look at him, saying helplessly, "You guys are making quite a commotion. So you're here to test Qianlin." Helena gently shook her head. "What do you mean, Baizhe? Are you going to let her go?" Green Bull squinted his eyes and asked. Helena shrugged and said, "Come on, this battle should be over." Does the marshal agree? Helena touched the back of her head and hesitated, saying, well, anyway, he asked me to come and settle things here, so please give me some face. Helena mimicked the tone of the red-haired person. The green bull snorted coldly and said, you will bear the consequences whatever happens. Frostblade rushed over, and upon seeing Helena, drew his twin swords and looked at her warily. Helena waved her hand at the two sisters, signaling them to leave quickly. Qianlin nodded at Helena and turned to Shuangziren, saying, Sharon, let's hurry. Shuangziren looked confused, wondering how a general's arrival could actually allow them to leave. Suddenly, she recalled that Helena had secretly informed her about her sister's situation in Sabaody, and it seemed she understood something. The two sisters turned and ran towards the port. The green bull looked at Helena with an unhappy expression and said, so the rumor about General Bai Zhe and the red demon Qianlin having a relationship is true? Zelina pouted and replied ambiguously, why are you so gossipy, listening to all kinds of rumors? What do you care about me? The green bull, not in a good mood, took out the phone bug and issued the command. Cease fire, search the island. Helena was engulfed in flames, transforming into a black werewolf, and said, all right, I'm leaving. You handle the aftermath here. Hurry up and get lost. I'll remember this today. The next day, the headline of a newspaper published by the World Economic Society read, The Astronomical Holy Land, Star Ring Island, destroyed, Pirate Sisters battle, Green Cow escapes. Accompanying this were photos of the three individuals, but Helena was not mentioned, and the bounty amounts for the two sisters were updated. Red Demon Qianlin, bounty 2.07 billion. Black Crow Shuang, bounty 880 million. Note, can only be captured alive. In the North Sea, on a deserted small island, a white-haired youth arrived at the seaside. He had been transported to this island for 2 weeks, and all the food was gone. He was about to give up. At that moment, a small dot finally appeared on the sea. He knelt on the ground, praying for that ship to come closer to the small island. Holy land, Mariehua. Mincelin gently swirled his wine glass, looking outside. A celestial dragon was riding on a person, repeatedly whipping that person. Next to Mincelin, a blue-haired youth was fiddling with an hourglass. Mincelin turned his head, his gaze passing over the youth and landing on 2 photos on the table. One was of the white-haired youth, and the other was surprisingly Helena. North Sea, G70 branch. Major General. Colonel Amoeba requests support. Huh? What happened? What's going on? Colonel Amoeba encountered a group of pirates on Ford Island, led by the bounty of 60 million. Harpoon Raven. Quickly send Hardy for support. Notify G63 branch to dispatch troops for assistance. Yes. The communicator put on his headset to issue Major General Dallas's orders, and before he could receive a response, a woman's voice rang out. I'm nearby. I'll handle it. The communicator was stunned for a few seconds and then immediately reported to Dallas. Report. Major General. An unknown person has joined our dedicated line of communication with other branches. What? Hurry and find out what's going on. The communicator was busy for a while, and when he figured out the source of this unfamiliar line, his eyes widened in shock. Hey, you guys. Eliminate these useless Navy soldiers. Ha ha ha. A fierce-looking pirate shouted with a long harpoon in hand, as nearby pirate lackeys shrieked and charged towards the vastly outnumbered Navy. Amoeba, with a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, was injured quite a bit and wanted to lead his troops to retreat, but the escape route was blocked. Looking at the charging pirates, it seemed this time he would meet his end here. The pirates surrounded the Navy, and Raven laughed heartily, saying, if I take you down, how much bounty will I get? Ha ha ha. As he waved the harpoon, just about to give the order, a tall woman suddenly appeared on the rooftop directly in front of him, dressed in slacks and a shirt, with a coat draped over her shoulders, looking expressionlessly down below. Raven, who still had some strength, quickly noticed the woman's presence. Who is that? Raven called out cautiously. Helena ignored him, and a small minion raised his gun to aim at her, ready to pull the trigger. In the few seconds before the gunshot, Raven finally recognized who this woman was. He broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly turned to stop his subordinate. Hey, don't. It was too late. The gun went off with 3 shots. Helena didn't even dodge the first 2 shots, which missed completely, but for the last shot, she slightly turned to the side, and the bullet grazed the edge of her clothes. Quick, run. She's Admiral Bai Zhe. Raven shouted. The pirates were dumbfounded, and the Navy was stunned for a while. Aren't you guys running? Fine. Saves me time. Helena draped her justice coat over her shoulders, raised her hand in a gun gesture, and a small white light ball gathered at her fingertips. With a bang, the light ball shot out, exploding among the pirates, who screamed and flew in all directions. All right, soldiers, start the counterattack. The Navy finally regained their composure, and the sudden appearance of the admiral to support them greatly encouraged them. "Let's go, brothers," shouted Amoeba as he swung his knife. At this point, Raven had long since run away. He never dreamed he would encounter an admiral in the North Sea. "Don't run." Helena's voice suddenly rang out, startling Robin's heart. Helena was standing not far in front of him. "What?" When did Robin's hand holding the harpoon start to tremble? Helena stepped closer, and Rabin was on the verge of collapse. Gritting his teeth, he raised the harpoon and charged forward. "I'm going to fight you." Helena raised her hand to cover with armament hockey to block the harpoon, and a collision sound echoed as the harpoon broke apart. Rabin collapsed to the ground, his face pale as death. Helena grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back to find those soldiers. Darius was waiting at the dock when Helena and a woman who looked like a scholar came down. Darius quickly stepped forward, looking up at Helena, and asked, "Why didn't you inform us before coming, Governor?" "I didn't intend for you to know, but I estimate that half of the naval branches in the North Sea receive your order through the wide area line," Helena replied. Darius's face flushed with embarrassment, secretly cursing the communicator for not being thorough. "So, Governor, what do you need us to do?" "No need. We won't stay long. We'll set off tomorrow." "Oh, right, Leica. What is the name of the place we're going to?" Leica adjusted her glasses. At nearly 40, she appeared more mature and composed. "The Kingdom of Hoth." "The Kingdom of Hoth? They're currently at war there." "Are you sure?" Darius was about to remind her of the danger when he realized that the woman in front of him was a naval general. "Oh, right, there's one more thing." "What?" "Germa 66 is also involved in the war there. North Sea, Kingdom of Hoth. Kill." Heavy snow continued to fall, and the biting cold wind howled. The valley echoed with the sounds of battle as two armies fought fiercely, the conflict lasting from noon until evening. One side retreated, and only then did the valley gradually quiet down. Selena stuffed her mouth with roasted meat, sitting on the cliff while watching the battle below. Leica hid behind a large rock to avoid the wind, holding a notebook with something written in it. "Leica, have you not determined the direction yet?" "Just a moment." Leica stood up, looking around. As the sun was setting, a ray of light shone through the peak of a distant mountain, illuminating the area behind it. "Found it." Leica silently calculated the direction and noted it down in the notebook. "It's getting late. Let's go back tomorrow." Selena glanced at the now darkening sky and, considering that Leica had been freezing in the cold wind all afternoon, suggested they return to rest. Just as the two were about to leave the mountaintop, Selena's ears perked up. She closed her eyes, then opened them again, and the world around her became vibrant with colors. Looking down, she saw a large battlefield with a blue light slowly moving. This aura felt somewhat familiar. Could it be? Helena turned and said, "Leica, wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." Feudal pulled down his hood to block the wind and wandered around the battlefield, turning things over. What bad luck. He had eaten that devil fruit to save his life, only to run into a general. Without understanding the fruit's power, it had teleported him to a deserted island where he almost starved to death in that wretched place. After finally managing to get a passing ship, it turned out to be a slave ship. After taking out a few people, he had them take him to a nearby island, only to encounter a shipwreck. After drifting for about 2 days, he finally reached this island, only to find it was in the midst of a battle. Sighing wearily, Feudal continued to search, hoping to find something valuable on the battlefield to trade for money in the town. Feudal straightened up and looked around, only to see a person crouching on a giant rock in front of him, and when he looked up, a pair of sharp purple eyes was staring at him. Helena grinned, revealing her 2 canine teeth. "It's really you, big general." Feudal was so frightened that he jumped up, pulling out a dagger and pointing it at Helena. "Why you? Don't come any closer." Helena tilted her head and frowned, thinking, "Ugh, why do I feel like a female rogue trying to plot against a good-natured young man?" Shirlena shook her head, jumped down from the boulder, and walked towards Feudal with a smile. "Hey, little guy, didn't expect to run into you here. This time, don't run away, okay?" Shirlena said in a feigned, friendly manner, but Feudal found her particularly creepy. What do you want from me?" Helena sighed. "You can't drink the fine wine and avoid the punishment." Leica looked at the boy tied up on Helena's shoulder with a complex expression and asked, "Helena, it's fine to like younger ones, but you can't kidnap them. What nonsense are you talking about? If you keep babbling, I'll tear your mouth." Leica shook her head. In the inn, due to the recent continuous wars, there were fewer guests, and the owner wore a worried expression. Earning a little less money was a small matter. He was more afraid of being affected by the war one day. Selena took the cloth out of Feudal's mouth and sat in front of him, suddenly leaning her face closer. Feudal's frightened body leaned back, his eyes anxiously darting around. "Well," I said, "don't you notice something different about my appearance?" Feudal took a deep breath, steadied himself, and said, "You and I have very similar features, right? So you can trust me. I won't hurt you. There must be some deep connection between us." As she spoke, Selena reached out to untie the ropes around Feudal. Feudal moved his sore wrists, stared at Selena for a long time, and finally asked, "So are you going to use me?" Helena helplessly said, "Then how can you trust me? Let me go. Don't even think about it." Feudal turned his head and ignored Helena. Helena shook her head, stood up, and said, "As for you, don't think about running away. No matter what, you can't escape my grasp. It's better to comply a bit. Everything will be resolved easily." After saying that, Helena left the room. Feudal stood up, just about to sit down on the ship, when Helena suddenly pushed the door open, startling Feudal and causing him to stumble and fall. "Oh, right, if you need anything, just call me, don't be shy." After saying that, she slammed the door shut. Feudal was carrying a large bundle, and the snow was knee-deep beneath his feet. "How much longer do we have to walk?" "Soon." Laika was also panting, her glasses fogged up with moisture. Helena looked at the two, exhausted to the point of collapse, sighed helplessly, and walked over to point at the top of the mountain, asking, "That's it, right?" "Oh, wait." Before Laika could finish speaking, Helena grabbed each of them under her arms. "Let's take off." Selena transformed into a black werewolf, engulfed in raging flames, but the fire did not touch Feudal and Laika. Helena and the two of them streaked across the sky like shooting stars, landing on the mountain peak they had just seen. The two fell to the ground, still in shock, while Helena had already started to observe the surrounding environment. Laika stood up and looked ahead. The mountaintop had a huge stone arch, with signs of artificial construction on the inside, covered in incomprehensible symbols. Laika walked over and began to sketch those symbols into her notebook. At that moment, it was another evening, and the sunset's afterglow was shining through the stone arch onto the ground. Laika went over to clear the snow from the illuminated area, but found nothing. "Strange," said Helena, stepping forward. "Let me try, Laika." Helena closed her eyes, then opened them again, and a dazzling world filled with colors came into view, with countless colorful streams slowly flowing into the underground illuminated by the setting sun. Selena stepped forward and charged up a punch, striking down. The ground cracked and suddenly shattered, revealing a bottomless pit with a radius of several meters. Zelina and Laika fell into it, and Laika screamed. Feudal was startled and quickly leaned over the edge of the pit to look down, but he could no longer see the figures of the two. Before he could think much more, a giant golden hand suddenly reached out from the pit and grabbed him, pulling him down into the abyss. Zelina hugged the two of them and landed with a thud. At this moment, the hole above had become a small bright spot, surrounded by pitch darkness. Laika took out a fire stick, and the flames illuminated a few meters around them. Helena activated her special vision, taking in the surroundings at a glance. The area was vast and empty, with a cave entrance behind them. "Stay close to me," Helena said. The two of them moved closer, gripping the hem of Helena's clothing as they followed her toward the cave entrance. After walking for dozens of minutes inside, the path finally opened up ahead, revealing a light source, allowing Laika and Feudal to see the situation inside. Before them was a cliff, with countless giant stones piled above, each stone measuring several tens of meters in diameter. Below the cliff were large ruins of an ancient city with a unique architectural style. The entire city constructed from deep blue stones. In the center of the city stood a temple suspended in mid-air, supported by 12 columns beneath it. The three descended to the bottom and advanced toward the temple at the center of the city. The lights on the building, made of an unknown material, continued to emit a faint blue glow even now. Helena always maintained a special perspective, and in her eyes, countless colorful lights surged from all corners of the city toward the palace. Laika was observing the surrounding buildings along the way and noticed many glowing blue symbols on them, some of which matched those on the stone arches outside. After walking for several hours, they finally arrived at the base of the temple, where a staircase several meters wide led directly up to it. Feudal looked at the staircase with a face full of despair. "Look at your level, give it to me," Helena said as she took the backpack from Feudal and put on her back. The three of them ascended the staircase, where two enormous statues stood on either side of the temple. Helena paused for a moment when she glanced over. The statues were two giant wolves, with their massive jaws open wide, instilling fear in those who looked at them. Laika also noticed something unusual and leaned over to whisper in Laika's ear, "Laika, why do I feel like these two statues look so much like my beast form?" Laika adjusted her glasses and replied with a smile, "Let's just say you're in the right place." "Wait, the demon fruit you're studying isn't the one I ate, is it?" Laika did not answer and led the way into the temple. Feudal, feeling left out and unable to understand what they were talking about, sighed and followed behind. The three entered the temple, where sturdy columns lined the central path on either side. Each wall of the temple was adorned with eerie blue perpetual lamps. At the very back of the temple was a massive altar, on which stood a platform made of an unknown type of stone, but it was empty. Laika approached one wall, where strange symbols were carved all over it. Helena concentrated a ball of light in her hand and reached towards the wall. "Isn't this the historical text?" she exclaimed. Laika took out her camera, photographing the wall section by section. Helena said behind her, "Laika, can you give me a copy after you develop it?" "Sure." Feudal wandered around, curiously looking at the sculptures on the columns. He noticed a hollow groove and turned to the two, shouting, "Hey, come look at this." The two walked over and Laika examined it closely, saying, "Something can fit in here." Helena looked for a long time and suddenly remembered something. Hiss, the shape. Helena thought to herself, "No way, what a coincidence. It seems I don't have to look anymore." With that in mind, she took out the 7-color gem that Minzelin had given her. After comparing, she found that the shape matched, and when she placed the gem into the groove, it fit perfectly. In the next moment, the entire temple and the whole city began to shake violently. The ceiling started to collapse, and a large number of stones fell. Helena reached out and pulled Laika into her arms, protecting her from being crushed. Once the dust settled, a blue scorpion tail suddenly emerged from a pile of stones, and Feudal, covered in dirt, crawled out. Helena looked up and noticed that the altar had cracked in two, revealing a stone door beneath it, adorned with vague murals. The upper half of the stone door depicted 3 giant wolves, colored gold, black, and white. Below the 3 giant wolves knelt several rows of people, all with white hair and purple eyes, who reverently raised their hands in worship of the 3 divine wolves above. Laika took a picture of the mural and turned to look at Helena. Helena swallowed hard. It seemed that her ability to consume the tengu fruit was not entirely a coincidence. Feudal glanced at the people in the mural with white hair and purple eyes, then looked at Helena, his gaze flickering as if he were pondering something. Helena stepped forward, grasped the gap of the stone door, and pulled it forcefully to one side. After a dull rumble, the 3 of them looked inside, where it was pitch black. Zelina gestured for the 2 to wait a moment, then activated her special perspective and looked into the stone chamber, remaining motionless for a long time. Helena slowly walked into the stone chamber, holding a glowing orb above her head. Only then did Laika and Feudal see the situation inside the chamber. Skulls and bones filled the hundreds of square meters of the stone room, with countless human bones scattered everywhere. Some remained intact enough to be recognized as parts of a body, while others had long since shattered into pieces. This was a tomb. Some of the bones were still wearing clothing, but had decayed long ago, dark and shriveled, draped over the already fragile white bones. Helena noticed a special skeleton. The clothing on the skeleton was unrecognizable in style and color, but it wore a magnificent crown and necklace on its head and neck. The style of the crown was identical to that of the murals on the stone door outside, depicting people worshipping the divine wolf. It seemed that he was the priest of this temple. Laika walked up to Helena and said, the priest's 2 arms were holding a stone tablet. Helena crouched down and pulled out the tablet, and the priest's arms were also torn off. Helena silently recited a fend in her heart. When she turned the tablet over, the other side was densely engraved with historical texts covering the entire stone. Laika quickly took notes, and Helena carefully stored the tablet away. 3 days later, in the New World at the Navy headquarters, Helena stood at the bow of the ship. Next to her was Feudal, who was gaping at the spectacular sight, while Laika was organizing materials in the cabin. Helena, with her excellent vision, gazed at the port and suddenly made a gesture. Was that Minzelin? She saw Minzelin in a blue suit, elegantly sitting on a crate waiting at the dock, with a bodyguard in black standing beside him. Navy soldiers and unloading workers came and went, but they did not affect Minzelin at all. The ship docked, and Helena led Fuyutel down to the dock. Minzelin leisurely walked over and asked Fuyutel, "Is he the one who escaped using his fruit ability before?" "Yes, it's him. We encountered each other in the North Sea and finally brought him back." Minzelin nodded and asked, "What did you obtain?" Helena took out a package containing all the photos taken in the ruins of that city, but she did not give him the stone tablet. Minzelin took it, did not open it to look, but said, "Keep a copy for yourself. Some things are more convenient for you to handle than for me." Helena squinted at Minzelin, puzzled. "Aren't you afraid I might discover something bad on my own?" Minzelin replied slowly, "I said before, we are in a cooperative relationship, and I will not restrain you." Helena pouted and said softly, "Minzelin, you really are an oddity among the celestial dragons." Mincelin did not respond. Level. Helena's snail phone rang. She took it out and saw it was the marshal's dedicated snail phone. Helena, you're back? Sakasaki's rough voice came through. Yes. Urgent mission. The silver axe has appeared again. In a new world, in the land of giants, Jotunheim. Their ISNT, just Elbaf among the giant nations. Different giant kingdoms are scattered throughout the Grand Line. Jotunheim has an extremely rare and hard metal that can absorb energy and then release it double, called glimmer silver. At this moment, the giant's village was under attack by tens of thousands of pirates, and the entire island was surrounded by countless pirate ships. The giant swords could sweep away dozens of pirates with each slash, but the continuous cannon fire from the pirates kept injuring the giants and hampering their movements. On the other side of the island, a massive bridge connected Jotunheim to a small island, which was the only place in the world that mined glimmer silver. On the small island, a female giant anxiously paced back and forth, holding a helmet, her heavy footsteps thudding. The female giant was clad in silver armor, wielding a 10-meter-long sword. Both the armor and the sword were made of glimmer silver. Are we just going to stay here and do nothing? What if the others can't hold on? The female giant couldn't help but say to another giant nearby. There were 4 other giants around her, also equipped with glimmer silver armor and weapons, whose duty was to guard the glimmer silver mine. Lacefish, don't be impatient. You've only been a mine guard for 10 years. The principle of being a mine guard is to never leave the mine, to guard it with your life. So you're just going to watch our compatriots get attacked and do nothing. A few giants were still arguing when a submarine approached beneath the bridge, surfacing and avoiding the guard sight. The hatch opened, and Durink jumped out, looking around frantically. He began pulling up large amounts of Imperial explosives from the submarine to install under the bridge. Hey, boom! Durink crazily clapped his hands, returned to the submarine, and quickly drove it away. Lacefish stabbed her sword into the ground forcefully, sat down in frustration, while still worrying about the giants on the main island. Lacefish looked up at the bridge, but her eyes were suddenly blinded by a bright light. For a few seconds, she heard a ringing in her ears, followed by a dull roar. The violent shaking made it hard for her to stand, forcing her to grip her sword and kneel on one knee. When the dust settled, Lacefish looked up and saw the bridge completely collapsed, with debris scattered all over the sea. What on earth is happening? A submarine suddenly burst from the water, surrounded by countless others. It's those pirates. A guard shouted. The first submarine that appeared opened its hatch, and an extremely muscular man emerged. The silver axe was draped in a cloak, covering his face and upper body. He clenched his fist and coldly looked at the giant guards on the small island. Lacefish donned her helmet, quickly pulled out the sword she had stabbed into the ground, lifted it above her head, and charged her strength for a few seconds before swinging it down heavily. A powerful shockwave tore through the sea, surging towards the silver axe. The silver axe jumped up, extending his hands to harden the air in front of him. The shockwave collided with it, causing the sea to churn violently. Blocking the shockwave, the silver axe landed on the surface of the sea, hardening the air beneath his feet to stand firm, then charged towards the island. The silver axe punched Lacefish, who also raised her fist. Bang! A loud explosion sounded as the two fists collided. The glimmer silver armor on Lacefish began to shine, absorbing the force from the silver axe's punch. Lacefish roared, releasing the absorbed energy with a powerful punch that sent the silver axe flying. The silver axe adjusted his posture and landed steadily. Lacefish charged forward with heavy footsteps, swinging her sword down at the silver axe. The silver axe jumped to dodge, and the giant sword struck the ground, shattering it over a large area. The silver axe came close to Lacefish in midair, grabbing her arms and throwing her to the ground. Thud! Lacefish's massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lacefish quickly got back up, but the silver axe was already attacking again. She gripped her sword with both hands to counter the silver axe's punches. The continuous loud explosions attracted other guards to rush over and help Lacefish. The silver axe knocked down one guard and struck the ground with both hands, causing the surface to shatter, making several guards unable to stand. He coated his hands with armament hockey and charged towards the guards. Somewhere in the new world, dark clouds loomed overhead and heavy rain poured down. A pirate ship, based on an island and with a golden lion at its prow, burst through the clouds. The golden lion sat in a dimly lit hall, listening to the thunderstorm outside, his eyes flashing with a chilling cold light. In the new world, Jotunheim, bang! The silver axe, empowered by flowing cherry hockey, punched Lacefish in the stomach. Lacefish spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward. Gritting her teeth, Lacefish stepped back with one leg to steady herself, and then turned to slash down with her sword. The silver axe crossed his arms, covering them with haki to block the blow. With a loud crash, the ground beneath the silver axe shattered, and a shockwave sent debris flying. The silver axe jumped high, hardening the air in his hands, infused with haki, dark currents swirling around them. He slapped Lacefish on the head, delivering a heavy blow that caused blood to spurt from her mouth and nose, her beautiful face smeared with blood, obscuring her features. The other guards around had already collapsed to the ground, unaware of their fate. Though the silver axe had sustained some injuries, they were not worth worrying about. Lacefish lay on her back, motionless. The silver axe took out his snail phone and issued a hoarse command. Come up and attack. Soon, a large number of small boats approached the small island, and thousands of pirates surged onto the island to seize the Glimmer silver mine. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, sending a powerful shockwave that split the ground and continued into the sea without dissipating. Dozens of pirates were caught off guard and were sent flying. Some fell to the ground and died on the spot. Lacefish wobbled to her feet, looked at the large crowd of pirates before her, and roared as she struck down with her sword. The giant sword hit the ground, shattering the surface as bullets and cannonballs struck her. But she had no time to care. The silver axe jumped over, his leg covered with haki, and kicked Lacefish in the face. Lacefish spat out more blood, and the silver axe followed up with several punches, causing her to become dazed. The silver axe, with his right hand infused with haki, delivered a final blow that sent Lacefish flying into a mine shaft with a loud crash. She lay motionless, her entire body toppled into the mine shaft, leaving only her legs dangling outside. The silver axe wasted no time and ordered his subordinates to continue working. In the New World, on a certain island, Blackbeard drank a large cup of wine, with a dozen severed heads in front of him. The Devil Sheriff Lafitte was reporting beside him. Captain, these people are a bit tricky. We can keep reaching their higher-ups. The Golden Lion. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard's eyes flickered, and he slammed his cup down on the table with a bang. That old bastard has been looking for trouble with me since the War of the Best. Even though I've already taken a step back, he still won't let it go, right? Although it was these people who stirred up the trouble first. Now they're the ones who have died. The Golden Lion won't easily let this matter rest. It's time for that old fool to suffer a bit. Captain, I think we should be cautious and avoid his sharp edge. Since Whitebeard's death, the 3 legendary pirates have been left with only the Golden Lion. His influence is even greater than we imagined. Since taking charge, he has publicly announced the reorganization of the flying pirate crew and invited many pirate crews to ally with him. Blackbeard didn't say anything more and started drinking again. New World, Marine Headquarters. Sakazuki stood by the window, while Kazura was drinking tea nearby. Borsellino, the friction between the Golden Lion and Blackbeard is increasing, Sakazuki said coldly. Well, many people are spreading rumors that the Golden Lion and Blackbeard have long wanted to have a showdown, and the ultimate winner will take Whitebeard's place at the top and become the new Yonko. Sakazuki was somewhat angry and said, those newsmakers are dragging the Yonko into this and messing up the situation. The cigar in Sakazuki's hand was crushed by a kainu and turned to ashes, falling to the ground. Be careful, the floor is wooden, Kazura said without much awareness, then took a sip of hot tea. Sakazuki ignored him and turned to walk towards his desk. He picked up the Din Mushi and started calling. Hello, Lifespan. How long will it take to complete the task on your end? After finishing the conversation with Fujitora, Sakazuki called out to Shirina. Hello, is this Shirina? It's her Vice Admiral, Tekka, who said that she has already rushed to the task location ahead of us to complete it as soon as possible. When you reach her side, tell her to return to headquarters immediately after finishing the task. Yes. Sakazuki hung up the phone, thought for a while, and suddenly said, Silver Axe? Silver Axe has already collaborated with the Golden Lion, Kazura replied. If the Golden Lion really wants to make a big move, we must suppress him as soon as possible. New World, Jotunheim. Silver Axe watched as a group of pirates finished robbing the glorious silver and waved his hand, preparing to leave. The pirates quickly loaded the ore onto the submarine and followed Silver Axe away. After a dozen minutes, a fireball fell down. Selena stood up straight, seeing several giant corpses scattered around her in disarray, with not a single pirate in sight, realizing that she had arrived too late. She activated her observation haki to sense that among the giants lying on the ground, 2 were still alive. One was farther away, so she approached the closer one. Can you still speak? Selena asked, patting the giant's enormous head. Gurgle, huh? The giant coughed up a mouthful of blood, its eyes rolling down slightly as it tilted its head to look at Selena. Who are you? I'm the Navy, here to stop those who just attacked you. Which direction did they go? The giant looked puzzled, not understanding why the Navy had come to Jotunheim. Before Selena could answer, a loud crash suddenly came from behind her. Helena turned back and saw another giant still alive. The breath of the previous giant was weak and about to disappear, but now it was so strong. Lacephorus dragged her sword, her gaze fierce yet somewhat dazed, and her whole body shimmered with a faint silver glow. Upon seeing Helena, she growled, "Die!" Raising her longsword, she slashed down, sending a shockwave several times sharper than before rapidly towards Helena. Helena crossed her arms in front of her, covered in hockey. As the shockwave hit her arms, the intense impact required a lot of effort for Helena to intercept. With a tilt of her arm, the shockwave was deflected, striking a nearby small hill, which was shattered with a loud boom. "This is a heroic spirit," the giant lying on the ground exclaimed excitedly as he looked at Lacephorus. "Heroic spirit? What is that?" Helena raised an eyebrow. "A heroic spirit is the blessing of our ancestors, the noblest bloodline of the ancient giants." He gasped out before he could finish his sentence. Meanwhile, Lacephorus rushed over, her right leg seemingly injured, causing her to run with a slight limp. Bang! The giant's sword came crashing down, and Helena transformed into a divine being, unleashing golden energy from her hands to try to interrupt the giant's sword's descent. However, when the power was transmitted to the sword, it trembled slightly, producing a deep ringing sound as all the energy was absorbed. Lacephorus let out a roar, lifting the long sword upwards, and the energy she had just absorbed was released. A white shockwave carved a trench hundreds of meters long and several dozen meters wide into the ground. Zelina jumped away early to avoid it, and, after landing, she gathered her strength for another jump, landing on Lacephorus' nape. Helena grabbed her neck with both hands, while Lacephorus reached out to grab Helena. Helena unleashed her conqueror's hockey, the gray aura constantly shaking Lacephorus' mind, making her feel like her head was about to explode, and then she lost consciousness. Lacephorus fell to the ground, head tilted back, and Helena jumped aside, looked at Lacephorus, and shook her head. Transforming into her eclipse form, she extended her hand, and white energy surged from her palm, turning into countless light points flying towards Lacephorus. Lacephorus was wrapped in a gentle white light, and the wounds on her body began to heal slowly. In the New World, at the Navy headquarters, when I arrived, Silver Axe and his subordinates had already withdrawn. Helena leaned against the back of a chair with her hands in her pockets and said, "Admiral Akainu." Akainu was smoking a cigar, not speaking, his cold eyes fixed on a certain point, seemingly deep in thought. Someone pushed the door open, and Helena turned to look. It was Fujitora. "Mr. Sakazuki, why the urgency in calling me back?" Akainu glanced at Fujitora, then at Helena, and took out 2 bounty notices, placing them on the table for both of them to see. Helena peeked out and saw the bounty posters of Gold Lion and Blackbeard. Red Earth Continent, Crystal Marsh. Blackbeard stepped on a crystal, surveying everything around him. Fanoka said nearby that if one wanted to cross the Red Earth Continent directly, this was the best route. According to calculations, this was the narrowest point of the Red Earth Continent in the Grand Line. Blackbeard chuckled, saying, "This Red Earth Continent belongs solely to the celestial dragons. And for those below, it's truly full of unknowns." Suddenly, a huge shadow enveloped several of them. Blackbeard looked up and saw a massive floating island passing through the clouds. Coming above him, the Red Earth Continent, a natural wonder that circles the world, remains unexplained to this day. Each section of the Red Earth Continent has different climates and landscapes, as if it were not a whole. The Crystal Marsh is famous for producing pure, unblemished crystals. Picking up a crystal here could fetch a sky-high price below the Red Earth Continent. It is only 10 kilometers away from the Holy Land, Emergence, and every crystal produced is exclusively enjoyed by the celestial dragons. There are thousands of laborers and slaves working here year-round. Many of these people are destitute or have fallen into debt and are forced to mine crystals. At this moment, these people were looking up with their mouths agape at the massive floating ship in the sky. The ship's bottom was based on the island, which could also be seen as a floating island. The imposing lion figurehead and the flying pirate flags on the ship caused panic among the laborers. "This old man, is he not going to give up even after chasing me here?" Blackbeard said hatefully. To avoid the spotlight, he chose to hide from Gold Lion at Paradise. He even specifically crossed the Red Earth Continent and chose this route only 10 kilometers from the Holy Land to temporarily avoid trouble from Gold Lion. Unexpectedly, he directly chased him to above his head. This old man really bites down and won't let go. Holy Land, Emergence. Report. A messenger ran into the Elder Stars conference room, shouting, Gold Lion and Blackbeard encountered in the Crystal Marsh. Blackbeard brought 4 high-ranking officers. Gold Lion brought his entire pirate alliance. Sakazuki, listening nearby, said to the Elder Stars, "You know why I'm here, right?" Saint stood with his cane, squinting at Sakazuki, and asked, "Who else did you bring?" "Fujitora and 2,000 marine soldiers, as well as 30 Mark II pacifistas." Saint fell silent for a moment and said, "Send 2 more seraphim. The primary mission is to protect the safety of the Holy Land, and the secondary is to eliminate pirates, but..." Sakazuki frowned. "Be measured, understand?" The veins on Sakazuki's forehead bulged, his left hand turning into magma, emitting billowing steam. "I will command personally. No need for your guidance." Blackbeard watched a massive rock fall from the sky, with 4 people standing on it. Blackbeard looked at each one and chuckled. "Hee, they're all notorious. Gold Lion Shiki, captain of the flying pirate crew, user of the float fruit, once an officer of the Rocks Pirates, known alongside Roger and Whitebeard as the 3 legendary pirates. Silver Axe, user of the hard fruit, also a former officer of the Rocks Pirates, with a bounty of 2.5 billion. Duke William, a former noble from a certain country, owned a privateer ship and was wanted by the world government, with a bounty of 1 billion. A swordsman wielding a large knife named Violet. A western sword with a purple handle and black patterns on the blade. King Lancelot, a warlord feared in the West Sea after arriving in the Grand Line. Used his powerful army to conquer everywhere, with a bounty of 1.25 billion. User of the Lord fruit, wielding a 2-meter-long broadsword and spear. Riding a heavily armored horse. These were the main members of Gold Lion and his pirate alliance, each a formidable pirate in their own right, followed by nearly 40,000 other pirates who landed with the falling giant rock. Blackbeard glanced behind him. He only brought less than 1,000 lackeys, completely outmatched. The other side had around 5,000 elite troops following Lancelot in his conquests. "It seems they are determined to put me to death, Gold Lion," Blackbeard suddenly shouted. "You know that, you scum." Gold Lion spat out smoke. "Why must you force me to this extent?" Just because I keep competing with you for business?" "You scum. Edward treats you like a son. Is that how you repay him? As long as you don't die, Edward won't find peace." As he spoke, Gold Lion suddenly exploded in anger, gripping his hand tightly, and a giant rock hundreds of meters wide suddenly crashed down from the sky. Hundreds of transport boats, their engines at full power, rushed to the battlefield between Blackbeard and Gold Lion. Helena looked at Akainu beside her and asked, "Marshal, why did you come personally? Isn't it enough for me and Mr. Isho to go?" Fujitora remained silent, eyes closed and motionless. Akainu, with a grim expression, replied, "The severity of this matter is not small. This is a battle that could affect the pattern of the new world." The giant rock crashed down heavily. Blackbeard gathered vibrating energy in his hand, and with a bang, his fist struck out, shattering the space, causing the giant rock to tremble violently and crack. Bosch's laughed loudly. Gathering strength, having eaten the strength fruit, he jumped high and punched the cracked giant rock, which shattered under the impact. Countless stones fell. Fan Oka activated his teleportation fruit ability to escape, and Shiryu slashed through the falling giant rocks. Just as Blackbeard looked at Gold Lion, he saw a sword energy coming at him. Lion Strike. Blackbeard once again gathered energy in his hand, striking against the sword energy, dispersing it. Blackbeard stomped heavily, causing the ground to tremble and crack, with countless fragments appearing on the surface. He extended his hand. Black particles surged from it, sucking in the shattered stones. Releasing again, countless stones were hurled at Gold Lion and others. Gold Lion flicked his hand slightly, and the stones in the air came to a sudden stop, then reversed and smashed toward Blackbeard and the others. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. A bullet shot toward Gold Lion's head. Ding! A western sword blocked the bullet. Gold Lion, using observation hockey, found Fan Oka, and with a sweep of his foot, a wave of black sword energy surged forth. Lion Strike, cutting edge. Fan Oka teleported away, unaware of when William had closed in. William thrust his sword, but Fan Oka vanished in an instant, and William cut a sound. Shiryu charged in from behind, and the two clashed swords. Bosch's lifted a towering crane dozens of meters high and hurled it across. Silver Axe swung his battle axe, a new weapon forged from brilliant silver. The battle axe struck the crane, splitting it in half. Gold Lion grasped the air, and the shattered stones and dirt formed several massive lion heads. Lion's Might, Earthquake. Blackbeard and Gold Lion had already begun to fight. They were. The transponder snail lowered its head, indicating that the call was disconnected. Helena tilted her head and asked Akainu, "Are there others there?" "There's still thousands of laborers and slaves. By the time we get there, they will have all died, right?" Akainu glanced at her, paused for a moment, and then said, "So what do you want to do?" Selena looked up at the bright moon and whispered, "Looks like I have to cosplay as the Flash." As she spoke, purple arcs of electricity flashed around her. A slave was desperately running, driven by the will to survive despite having worked all day with a sword. "Why did those monsters come here? Help me! Help me!" A huge rock came crashing down, and the slave shouted in despair, "No." Suddenly, a purple light shone behind him, and the slave felt as if something had pulled his body up. His feet left the ground, and soon he fell back to the ground. The slave sat up and realized he was far away from the battlefield. What's happening? Helena moved at supersonic speed, searching for slaves and workers who couldn't escape. Upon finding a target, she would take them off the battlefield. The recently rescued slave only saw a purple light point in the distance, trailing a long streak as it swiftly approached. And then someone fell to the ground before the light point turned back to the battlefield. The slave swallowed hard, looking around to discover that over 100 people had already been rescued. A massive rock was hurtling towards several slaves, and even Helena's current speed couldn't catch up. Eclipsed moon penumbral eclipse, purple nightshade, a spear of concentrated purple energy shot out, speeding towards the boulder and shattering it. After bringing the last few slaves to safety, Helena stood still, and the slaves finally saw what the rapidly moving light point was. The Navy is the Navy. She isn't Admiral by Zay. Helena's justice coat billowed in the wind as she took out her phone bug and connected with Akainu. "All the laborers and slaves have been rescued. They can act freely now." "Understood." The golden lion looked down from the sky at the purple light below, sensing a somewhat familiar aura. He exhaled smoke, thinking, "Is that the little Brad Admiral? The Navy really won't just stand by." Blackbeard glanced sideways at Helena's direction and whispered, Who's coming?" Van Oka teleported to his side, raised his sniper rifle, and said to Blackbeard, "It's Admiral Baishi. The Navy has finally arrived, but why is it only her?" Blackbeard looked at the golden lion in the sky and laughed. "Haha, this is getting more and more exciting." The golden lion raised his head, looking proudly at Blackbeard, and said sternly, "Today you must die. Edward is such a fool to unconditionally trust his sons. He died at the hands of the family he pursued all his life. You old fool, always rambling." Blackbeard sneered, throwing a heavy punch that shattered space, sending shockwaves toward the golden lion. The golden lion raised his leg high, with black and conqueror's hockey covering his sword, and with the ability of the float fruit, the space around the sword blade slightly twisted. Lion's might, great slash. The black sword energy was dozens of meters high, distorting the space it passed through. The sword energy collided with the shockwave, instantly dissipating it and striking directly at Blackbeard. The silver axe swung at Van Oka, who instantly disappeared and reappeared behind Blackbeard. Placing a hand on Blackbeard, the two suddenly vanished. The sword energy slashed across the surface of the red Earth continent, not stopping, cutting through the ground, leaving a several hundred-meter-long gash like a gruesome scar. Buggy crouched at the edge of the Golden Lion's floating pirate ship, panic-stricken as he looked at the situation below. Damn, why did those two monsters, the Golden Lion and Blackbeard, suddenly start fighting? I need to get out of here quickly, otherwise I'll definitely be caught in the crossfire. At that moment, a deep rumbling sound suddenly echoed in the sky. Buggy looked up and saw two light points illuminating the air. Huh, what is that? Buggy squinted, fixated on the two light points. The pirates on the battlefield sensed something was off in the sky and looked up. Buggy's eyes gradually widened as he saw two gigantic meteorites, each several hundred meters in diameter, trailing long flames as they fell. Buggy was so shocked that he nearly fell apart. The pirates exclaimed in surprise, not knowing why two meteorites had suddenly appeared in the sky above the battlefield. As the meteorites were about to crash to the ground, the Golden Lion snorted coldly, raised his hand, and waved. One meteorite gradually slowed down until it stopped, eerily hovering in the air. With another wave of his hand, the meteorite moved sideways and flew to another location before crashing down, uprooting a large area of ground. The other meteorite headed straight for Blackbeard, who concentrated a massive amount of vibration energy in his hand and struck out heavily. The space shattered as the meteorite began to tremble, and soon cracks appeared on its surface, which gradually expanded until the entire meteorite shattered into dozens of pieces. The meteorite fragments rained down on the battlefield, killing many pirates. Both the Golden Lion and Blackbeard looked in the same direction, and after a large cloud of dust dissipated, countless Navy soldiers suddenly appeared. The Navy has arrived. No problem. With the Golden Lion and those big shots around, it doesn't matter who comes. Wait, that's Fujitora, who slowly sheathed his sword and said in a hoarse voice, "It seems the Golden Lion has a strong counter against my devil fruit. I should go deal with someone else." Helena tilted her head to glance at Sakaski. She didn't say anything, but Sakaski understood what she wanted to ask. "The Golden Lion has been handed over to you." "Got it. In this lifetime, you go deal with those officers. My task isn't light either." Though Fujitora said this, he had already drawn his sword bit. Both Blackbeard and the Golden Lion's crew stopped and looked at the approaching Navy with great intensity. Shiryu retreated to Blackbeard's side and said, "Captain, should we take the opportunity to leave quickly?" Blackbeard chuckled and replied, "They won't let us leave so easily. The Admiral has come out to personally command." "Ha ha ha." Buggy, up above, saw the Navy arrive at the battlefield and noticed Sakaski and the others at the front of the Navy, turning pale with fear. "Ah? The Navy really came. We're so close to Marie Joy's. What was the Golden Lion thinking? We're done for, it's over. Wait, I'm a warlord of the sea. The Navy is my ally." Then he shook his head. "No, it doesn't matter whether those monsters below are my allies. If they fight and it affects me, I'm definitely going to be in trouble. No, we need to leave quickly." The Golden Lion's face was grim, his breathing slightly heavier, and his eyes filled with rage. "You rat-like Navy. Today, I will settle the accounts of Roger and Edward together." He extended a hand, preparing to unleash his powers. But in his line of sight, a flash of purple light appeared, and the next moment, a white werewolf, wrapped in purple arcs of electricity, thrust a spear formed of concentrated energy towards him. The purple light flickered, and the Golden Lion reacted quickly, raising his leg to sweep at it, coating his sword with armament hockey. Clang! A sharp collision sound rang out, and the surging purple lightning dispersed everywhere. Purple Jade Storm Fawn. Several purple beams shot out from Helena's mouth, leaping towards the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion raised his hand, and several massive stones shot up into the sky, blocking all the beams. "Humph, that little brat from Alvondo. Do you want me to teach you a lesson again?" The Golden Lion said coldly. Helena moved swiftly, letting out a light laugh. "Ha, aren't you being a bit too confident, old man?" Before her words faded, Helena quickly approached the Golden Lion and kicked him in the stomach, causing him to spit out some blood. But he immediately reached out and grabbed Helena's ankle, spinning around and throwing her away. Before Helena could regain her balance, a black sword shadow flashed before her eyes. She leaned to the side, crossing her arms in front of her. Clang! The Golden Lion's leg struck down with great force, sending Helena crashing to the ground and creating a large pit several meters wide, pushing away the stones that pinned her down. Helena stood up and looked up at the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion swept his leg, and a wave of sword energy rapidly approached. In the next second, Helena disappeared from her spot and took off running. Fujitora pressed down with his sword in the air, causing Basis and William to be immobilized by an invisible force. Shiryu stepped forward and slashed at Fujitora with his knife. Fujitora blocked the attack with his sword, while Basis and William also broke free from gravity. Although Shiryu and William were enemies, it was a reluctant move to save Basis and bring him along. William kept retreating, suddenly realizing something. He turned to Lancelot and shouted, "Damn it, you dirty bastard! Why are you just standing there?" Lancelot, hearing this, still did not move. He rested his large sword on his shoulder and slowly said, "Oh, I still have to command the battle below. The general is up to you and Silver Axe. Good luck." That bastard William continued to glare at Lancelot through gritted teeth, while Silver Axe had already charged forward with his weapon. Bang! Silver Axe swung down with his axe, and Fujitora wrapped his sword in gravity, blocking the giant axe. The blade of the axe and the sword created a significant gap due to the force of gravity. Fujitora's gravity exploded from his sword, pushing Silver Axe away. Silver Axe hardened the air in midair, covering it with haki, and pushed it toward Fujitora. Fujitora slashed his sword, slicing through the hardened air. Then he sheathed his sword, and suddenly several depressions appeared on the ground in front of him, with the frequency of the depressions rapidly increasing, spreading toward the area where the pirates stood. Shiryu and Basis returned to Blackbeard's side, and Van Oka also teleported behind Blackbeard. Van Oka whispered to Blackbeard, "Captain, are we leaving now?" Their main target seems to be the Golden Lion. Blackbeard stared at the Navy in the distance and chuckled. It won't be easy for us to leave." In the distance, Sakazuki coldly stared at Blackbeard, his terrifying aura resembling a volcano ready to erupt. Indeed, Sakazuki is a volatile volcano. The Navy and pirates officially clashed, with Lancelot wielding a large sword and spear, showcasing his warlord talents as he commanded his pirate subordinates to fight against the Navy. Helena extended her claws, purple energy converging in her palm, and a purple spear appeared. Helena threw the spear at the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion dodged to the side and, turning back, swept its tail, unleashing a sword chi over 10 meters wide, striking towards Helena with overwhelming force. Helena sidestepped to avoid it, but suddenly felt darkness above her. Looking up, she saw a massive rock crashing down. Below, another boulder was ascending from beneath. Helena's speed suddenly increased as she flew outward, only to find that every direction she could dodge had giant boulders flying toward her, blocking her escape route. Helena let out a cold snort, her entire body turning black, with flames burning fiercely around her. As she slightly curled her body, the fire intensified, and her black skin began to turn dark red, emitting a faint glow. The disaster. Meteor saw the Golden Lion controlling several giant rocks when suddenly a fireball burst out from one of the rocks, piercing it through. The Golden Lion sneered, his fingers moving incessantly. The giant rocks shattered into countless pieces, which then seemed to be polished by something, transforming into innumerable stone spikes. The Golden Lion pulled his hand back, and countless stone spikes surged towards Helena. The disaster, blazing thorn, unleashed countless scorching beams mixed with flames, turning all the stone spikes that collided with these beams into ashes instantly. Suddenly, Helena's observation haki rang loudly, and as she slightly turned her head, she saw a long sword wrapped in domineering energy slashing towards her face. Helena instinctively dodged, a fierce aura gathering on her face, while flames ignited in her hand, striking towards the Golden Lion. Even so, she couldn't evade it. The tip of the long sword sliced down across Helena's right eye, a spray of blood erupting, leaving a slender scar on her right eye. Helena gritted her teeth, enduring the intense pain, her hands moving continuously as the flames were instantly compressed into a dark red, glowing sphere. Catastrophe explosion. Boom! The violent explosion was comparable to a king's bomb, and Helena and the Golden Lion were instantly engulfed by the erupting flames and thick black smoke. The smoke and flames spread in the air, creating a magnificent sight. Countless fireballs fell from the sky, indiscriminately smashing into the pirates amidst the chaotic melee. Shiryu, Van Augur, and Basis all stared warily at Akainu, but with the captain present, they felt somewhat confident. Akainu exhaled a puff of smoke, not in a hurry to strike, but instead said, "Move out." Blackbeard and the others were puzzled when suddenly 2 yellow laser beams shot towards them. Van Augur reacted quickly, placing a hand on Blackbeard's shoulder and instantly moving away from their original spot, dodging one of the beams. Shiryu and Basis were not so lucky. The beam exploded in front of them, sending both of them flying. Shiryu adjusted his position as he fell, while Basis crashed directly to the ground. A few people looked up and saw 2 tall figures appearing there. Strangely, these 2 appeared to be children based on their body proportions and faces. But they had silver hair, dark skin, and their arm joints were replaced with a canister of green liquid. What was most striking were the huge black wings behind them and the flames burning at the back of their necks. One was a robust figure wearing a white hat, which had 2 bare ears that resembled hair sticking out. The other was holding a long knife with a cross-shaped handle, reminiscent of the Black Blade. Knight. Blackbeard's eyes widened slightly as he speculated. Could this be the Seraphim? It is said that the world government is researching a new weapon far beyond the pacifists. The 2 Seraphim raised their hands again and fired laser beams, prompting everyone to jump aside to avoid them. Just as they landed, Blackbeard saw Akainu's arm transform into searing magma. He swung his fist, and the magma fist rapidly grew larger, crashing down with a tremendous force. Selena covered her right eye, the pain unbearable. She tried to open it, but it was pitch black in front of her right eye. Am I blind? The Golden Lion opposite her had burn marks all over its body, but it didn't seem to be seriously injured. With a sweep of its leg, a sword energy slashed down, cutting a nearby mountain peak, and with a wave of its hand, the mountain began to crash towards Selena. Flames burst from Zelina as she dodged the mountainside. The Golden Lion was nowhere to be seen, and the wind above her stirred slightly. She looked up to see a black, imposing long sword wrapped in energy, slicing down at high speed. A golden energy erupted from Helena, gathering in front of her to form a barrier. The Divine Lord, the Celestial Veil, struck the barrier with the Golden Lion, igniting a flurry of golden sparks in the air. Helena gathered energy in her hand and punched towards the golden lion's abdomen. The god of heaven, the golden spirit staff. The golden lion, exuding a dominating aura, grabbed Helena's wrist with one hand. Before her fist could reach him, the energy above exploded. The two flew apart again, both searching for an opportunity to launch an attack. Fujitora swung his sword from a distance, causing the ground to crack in various places, sending debris into the air, which then gathered together and crashed down. William continuously thrust his violet blade, shattering the falling stones at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. The silver axe used hardened air to keep the falling rocks away from him. He swung his massive silver axe horizontally, sending a shockwave towards Fujitora. With his top-notch observation haki, Fujitora sensed the approaching shockwave and quickly maneuvered the stones beneath him, using gravity to evade. Lancelot observed the battles around him, remaining unmoved, only occasionally issuing commands to the pirates. At this moment, he heard a sound from the sky and looked up, only to see a gigantic eagle flapping its wings, flying towards the battlefield. Wait, that's not an eagle. It has the body of a lion beneath its eagle head. Is that a griffin? Synopsis: a typical otaku who enjoys reading comics and playing games unexpectedly crossed over to the world of pirates. As long as I don't draw attention to myself, I should be able to live a peaceful life. Wait, what else with my conspicuous white hair, fangs, and height far beyond normal?